Behold, Sanshui has traversed into the realm of the Uchiha clan, only to find himself amidst the tragic demise of his kin, with the system having fled. Unexpectedly, Sasuke, in search of his family, locates him, prompting the system's return, which rewards him with a unique Akatsuki dial. At the tender age of 8, Sanshui awakens his 3-Demo Sharingan and, utilizing the power of the Akatsuki, assists Sasuke in unlocking his own eyes, inadvertently attracting the attention of the Root organization. What a thrilling beginning. In the year 58 of Konoha, the Uchiha encampment lies shrouded in silence beneath a moonlit sky. A figure, with blood-red eyes, stands vigil upon a telephone pole. As Sasuke walks home from school, he perceives nothing amiss, yet is overwhelmed by the stench of blood, prompting him to call out, "Brother Itachi," and hasten towards home. What follows is a poignant scene. Itachi confronts Sasuke, declaring, "You possess not even the worth to be slain. Flee with your hatred." He silently utters, "Forgive me, Sasuke," before vanishing with the masked man before the eyes of Konoha's inhabitants. In a corner, a lifeless body convulses, and a system notification echoes. Host life signs detected, initiating the strongest check-in system, only to be abruptly interrupted. Uncontrollable factors detected, system commencing shutdown. The Umbu of Konoha arrive, discovering a survivor, promptly confirming his identity and rushing him to medical assistance. As memories fade, Sanshui awakens, staring at the ceiling, pondering, is my remarkable journey in this world already at an end? He remains dazed for an entire morning, observing how others bask in their newfound powers while his own system has outright abandoned him. Upon inheriting memories, he realizes he has become Sanshui of the Uchiha clan, sharing a name, but not a lineage, a mere ordinary boy, inferior even to a genin, with no role in the original narrative. How unfortunate! He has traversed into a genocide, and while the silver lining is his survival, the grim reality is that he's become one of the last 2 Uchihas in Konoha, facing threats from both Danzo internally and those coveting the bloodline externally. Sanshui gasps in dismay. My future seems grim. Contemplating an alliance with the Cloud Village, he fears his fragile form may lack the freedom to do so. Shaking his head, freedom must come first. At that moment, he feels pain in his shoulder. Upon inspecting, he discovers a scar stretching from his left shoulder to his abdomen, which fades before his eyes. Astonished, he exclaims, "Is this my hidden talent? Regeneration?" He then scoffs, "How weak. In a world where deities clash, this meager regeneration is hardly sufficient. What a hellish start. I would rather be sent back." Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the hospital door is forcefully flung open, startling Sanshui. Who goes there? A fright can be lethal. No sooner has he spoken than he feels a weight on his leg, revealing the presence of another survivor from the Uchiha clan, Sasuke. Upon awakening, Sasuke is engulfed in despair until a nurse informs him of another Uchiha survivor, illuminating his world with hope. "I am not alone. There is another, my uncle named Sanshui." In the hospital room, having regained his composure, Sanshui observes Sasuke, who gazes up from his lap, looking as forlorn as a forsaken kitten. "Brother Itachi. He killed everyone." Sanshui retorts, "Do not call me uncle. I am but 1 year your senior." As he reaches to pat Sasuke's head, he suddenly hears a familiar voice, detecting narrative character Uchiha Sasuke. "Would you like to check in?" As the prompt sound echoed once more, Sanshui exclaimed with excitement, "Yes. Yes. Yes." His exuberance left Sasuke bewildered. "Has my uncle lost his mind?" Concerned, he hurriedly inquired, but Sanshui waved his hand dismissively. "Fine, I merely recalled something else." After a moment of silent reflection, the system chimed in. "Check-in successful. You have earned a random draw. The novice gift package has been dispatched." A faint blue screen appeared, illuminating only the character and the backpack. Sanshui opened the novice gift package. "Congratulations. You have acquired the Kamen Rider Drive Dial Yaki." He was taken aback. Is this from the ninja world? How utterly incongruous. However, upon further reflection, he considered that Yaki was inhabited by an AI close to divinity. If it had malevolent intent, it would not have been extinguished. A seasoned ninja would likely falter against a single blow. Yet, in the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. Where is the driver? How can I transform without it? Is the system playing tricks on me? Fortunately, the system indicated that he could utilize certain abilities of Yaki, such as manipulating negative emotions, along with an additional chance for a draw. The result of the draw yielded only the ability to create a blank night drive dial, leaving Sanshui speechless. This malfunctioning system is at odds with the Time King dial? Why not send me to the Kamen Rider world? Was could wholesale drivers? With a sigh, Sanshui resolved, I must endure. Observing the son's descent, he nudged Sasuke, who had fallen asleep at the bedside. Wake up. It's time to head home. After completing their discharge procedures, the two made their way to the Uchiha compound. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Danzo confronted the third Hokage. There is still a young Uchiha alive. Why not eliminate him? The third lowered his gaze to the file. Shouldn't you be asking what your intentions are? You merely wish to recruit him into Root as a combat asset. At present, Uchiha Sanshui was alone, making control over him quite manageable, especially given his tender age. Danzo insisted on seizing Sanshui, only to be rebuffed. An 80-year-old with a 3-tomo Sharingan left Sasuke in shock. Danzo glared at the third, venomously declaring, "This Uchiha brat is an evil seed. He must be placed under my surveillance." Whether to use him as a consumable for his Anaji or to drag him into Root as a combat resource, he was determined to have this boy. The third, exhaling smoke leisurely, replied, "That is out of the question. He is still a student at the Ninja Academy." Danzo, exasperated, retorted, "Sasuke is also a student. Sanshui must belong to me." Internally, he cursed. The old man is blatantly trying to steal him. Sanshui is far easier to manipulate than Sasuke, who has Itachi's backing. The third firmly countered, "Danzo, I am the Hokage." Danzo's face darkened, and he stormed out, slamming the door while shouting, "You will come to regret this." Shortly thereafter, the Umbu reported, "Uchiha Sanshui and Sasuke have returned to the Uchiha compound." The third did not look up, stating, "Continue to monitor them." Once the Umbu departed, he gazed at the file, muttering, "Shizui's brother? Aspiring to be Hokage? We shall see." Long after the massacre, the Uchiha compound lay desolate, devoid of even a shadow. The bloodstains on the ground had been thoroughly cleaned by the Umbu. Sasuke suddenly remarked, "Grandpa Sarutobi said that our clansmen are buried in the clan grounds." Sanshui scoffed coldly. "That's merely a lie to placate you. The corpses were long taken by Danzo for research. Otherwise, why were there no Uchiha warriors among those summoned by Tobi?" He placed a hand over his heart, speaking to the original host. "I have inherited everything of yours. I shall certainly retrieve the remains of our clansmen and ensure they are laid to rest peacefully." Suddenly, Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment, "Uncle, your eyes." Observing closely, Sanshui noticed the originally black pupils transform into a vivid red. With 3-tomo swirling in his eye sockets, he had awakened the legendary 3-tomo Sharingan. This was the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan's abilities. With enhanced dynamic vision, he could replicate ninjutsu and strengthen genjutsu, and crucially, he need not fear the depletion of his ocular power leading to blindness. As Sanshui beheld the world around him slow down and sharpen in clarity, he felt a bit disoriented. Why can't my body keep up with my consciousness? I need to adapt. The consumption of chakra was rapid. He could sustain this state for at most half an hour. After all, even Kakashi, an elite Jonin, struggled with a single eye, let alone his own sub-Jonin level. Awakening the Sharingan at the age of 8, and still with 3-tomo, Sanshui was acutely aware that in the face of absolute power, these abilities were mere illusions. He utilized the power of AK to assist Sasuke in awakening his eyes, yet the malicious radiance directly overwhelmed Sasuke, rendering him unconscious. Sanshui was clear in his mind. Without the strength to confront a shadow-level adversary, he must bide his time. Sasuke, envious, urgently inquired, "Uncle, how did you awaken the Sharingan? I want to awaken mine too." He was desperate to kill Itachi, yet could not even open his eyes. Sanshui muttered softly. In the original story, Sasuke awakened his eyes on the night of the massacre, yet he remains unaware. He pondered, perhaps I could manipulate his negative emotions using the AK dial and stimulate him to unlock the double tomo. He produced the AK dial and asked, "I can help you awaken your eyes, but it will require enduring some emotional pain. Are you willing?" Sasuke immediately bowed, declaring, "For the sake of revenge, I am willing to endure anything." "Please, uncle." Sanshui ruffled his hair gently, saying, "A child should act like a child. I will handle the matter of revenge. I'm also an Uchiha." Sasuke swatted his hand away, exclaiming, "Don't touch my head. That man is mine." Sanshui chuckled, "Oh, do you no longer wish to awaken your eyes?" Sasuke quickly relented. How infuriating. Sanshui's smile faded, becoming serious. "Back to the point. Are you ready?" Sasuke swallowed hard. "I am ready." He was a vengeful soul, capable of enduring anything to kill Itachi. Sanshui reassured him, "Do not be anxious, this is my first time using it. I promise it won't hurt." Sasuke retorted, "Your words only make me more afraid." Ignoring him, Sanshui flipped his right hand to reveal the night dial. He could utilize knightly powers in human form without needing to transform. thus eliminating the hassle of lacking a driver. Archon, he intoned in a deep voice as a crimson radiance enveloped Sanshui, unleashing a torrent of malicious energy. Sasuke, being the first to bear the brunt, collapsed instantly, unable to withstand it. Sanshui could distinctly sense the malice within both his and Sasuke's eyes, the very essence of Uchiha power. The AK was inherently driven by negative emotions, capable of absorbing the surrounding malevolence and converting it into strength. He understood well. The Sharingan is a cursed eye, and awakening it entails a heavy price. The Manjiki requires the sacrifice of a beloved or witnessing the death of a family member, and excessive use could lead to blindness. Those Uchihas who reached this stage had invariably lost their loved ones, consumed by hatred and descending into darkness. Beyond this lay the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, which possessed greater ocular power than the ordinary Manjiki, along with the alleviation of its side effects, thus eliminating the risk of blindness. Sanshui unleashed the AK's overwhelming pressure, aiming for the root of his abilities. Awakening his eyes at the tender age of 8, he firmly grasped the reins of power. The awakening of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan is exceedingly challenging. One must either merge with a relative's Sharingan or, akin to Obito, transplant Hashirama cells, relying on one's physical energy to withstand the consumption of ocular techniques. Sanshui pondered, stroking his chin. In truth, there exists a simpler solution to feeding them to claim their abilities as my own. Yet, upon glancing down at the unconscious Sasuke, he found himself perplexed. Does this count as a success or not? Even though Sanshui was deliberately restraining the residual energy from Akatsuki, the overwhelming pressure was beyond Sasuke's capacity, leading him to faint instantly. Meanwhile, the Umbu stationed outside the training grounds were thrown into disarray. Did you feel that? That presence is even more terrifying than the Nine Tails. We must report this immediately to Lord Third. The malevolent aura they sensed originated from none other than Uchiha, Sanshui. Sanshui simply stopped hiding and directly activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, deliberately shouting into the air, "Uchiha Itachi." The Umbu members froze on the spot, and the one with the dog ear exclaimed. He unlocked the 3-tomo at 8 years old? This genius is too outrageous. He had witnessed the annihilation of his entire clan. Filled with hatred, one Umbu quickly went to report, while another stayed behind to continue monitoring. After activating his ability, Sanshui unlocked a 1,000-meter perception range and immediately sensed something was off. One Umbu was missing, and several unfamiliar auras had appeared. In the next moment, several shadows landed in front of him, and the leader coldly said, "Uchiha Sanshui, come with us. Someone wants to see you." Sanshui feigned ignorance. "Are you Umbu? Is it Lord Third Hokage who wants to see me?" He had already seen through them. Umbu wouldn't act in groups like this. Their eyes showed no emotion. They were clearly root members. He secretly complained. "I originally wanted to hint at my strength to get some support from the Third, but instead, I got targeted by that old fox Danzo. What bad luck." Sasuke was still unconscious on the ground, and Sanshui was feeling anxious, thinking, "I just crossed over. I haven't even figured out my abilities yet, and I know nothing about ninja techniques, but being taken a root would surely lead to bad outcomes." He had to be tough. He straightened up and said, "Who wants to see me? Just because he wants me to go, I have to? Where do I pull my face?" As soon as he finished speaking, a root ninja charged at him with incredible speed. "Watch closely." Sanshui's eyes instantly reddened, and as he activated his Sharingan, the opponent's movements slowed down. At the same time, a stream of malicious energy gathered in his hand, and he clenched his fist, shouting angrily, "Dare to attack?" He threw a punch at the charging root ninja. The root ninja merely scoffed. "Humph." Sanshui yelled angrily and punched at the attacking root ninja. "Humph." Sanshui's punch hit the ninja. Kakashi dropped in to save the day and beat the root ninja. The root ninja looked disdainful, not only refusing to dodge, but also having his skin gradually darken as he charged at Sanshui with extreme speed. With a loud bang, their fists collided, and the root ninja cried out in pain, his right hand going numb, his body flying several meters and crashing to the ground, motionless. The nearby root members were dumbfounded. What is going on? How can an elite Chunin be defeated so easily by a kid? They had initially thought capturing a small child would be easy, but reality slapped them hard. Sanshui stood there, his fist also aching, frowning. His ability could convert malice into speed and power, but not defense. But he couldn't lose momentum, retracting his fist and casually saying, "I overestimated you." Is it all you've got? The root leader was furious. It seems we can't take you back intact. Everyone, attack. He quickly formed seals and shouted. Lightning release. Earth walk. Several arcs of electricity surged towards Sanshui. Sanshui chuckled. Child's play. He gathered his chakra and jumped to avoid it. But the other root members had already surrounded him. And one ninja formed seals. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon surged forward with the might of thunder. Sanshui had no leverage in the air and could only watch as the water dragon struck him, plunging him into a pond. Just as he surfaced, another jutsu, lightning release, 4 pillars binding technique, was cast, and 4 electrified stone pillars rose up, lightning snakes spreading across the water surface. Sanshui screamed, "Damn, this is brutal." A root member splashed through the water to retrieve the unconscious Sanshui, and the root leader ordered, "Take him away." He was furious that they had injured a child while trying to capture him. But just as they were helping their companion to leave, a powerful force struck, sending everyone flying several meters. The ground began to shake violently, cracking open beneath their feet. The root members could only dodge in a panic. And the root leader shouted angrily, "Who is it? When did Root dare to openly attack someone from the same village?" A lazy voice rang out. The root leader looked in the direction of the sound, cold sweat on his forehead. He saw a silver-haired masked ninja leaning against a tree, arms crossed, coldly staring at them. He ground out a few words, "Damn, we're leaving." The newcomer was the copy ninja Kakashi Hitaki, and the mission was completely ruined. Kakashi watched the root members retreat and sighed. He had come to monitor the Uchiha orphan and hadn't he expected to encounter this situation. He then picked up Sasuke with one hand and Sanshui with the other, running towards the Konoha hospital. Not long after, in the Hokage's office, the third was angrily confronting Danzo. Sanshui lay in the hospital with Kakashi as his temporary master. The third Hokage's face was full of anger as he listened to Kakashi's report. Root ninjas actually dared to forcibly take Uchiha Sansui? Kakashi nodded, yes. The third rubbed his temples and waved his hand. You can leave now. He already knew it was Danzo's doing. He could tolerate it before, but now this old man was getting bolder, daring to defy his orders. The third directly summoned the Umbu to issue orders, and soon Danzo was furious. Sir Toby, how dare you? He was imprisoned by the Umbu and heard the third declare, I can no longer tolerate your autocratic behavior. I'm relieving you of your position as Hokage advisor, confining you, and disbanding Root. Danzo wanted to refute, but the third wouldn't listen at all. He could only scream in despair. You will regret this. Finally, he was dragged away by the Umbu. On the other side, Sansui opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling. Isn't this the Konoha hospital? At least I wasn't taken to Root. Just as he wanted to get up, the pain all over his body made him gasp. At that moment, someone shouted, Don't move. You're seriously injured. Sansui turned his head and his pupils dilated. It was the third Hokage. He endured the pain and tried to get up, but the third pressed him down. Rest assured and heal. No need for formalities. The third spoke with guilt. It was Konoha's lax vigilance that allowed the enemy to infiltrate. Sansui thought to himself, is he trying to comfort a child? Oh, I'm just a child now. He quickly changed the subject. What about Sasuke? They knocked him out. The third smiled. Don't worry, he is lightly injured and has already been discharged. Then he added, I arranged for an Umbu to be your bodyguard. He is also your teacher. Sansui was stunned. How did I get a sudden teacher? The third didn't explain much. Turning to leave. I won't disturb you any longer. He thought to himself, with Danzo imprisoned, Konoha should finally have some peace for a while. Not long after the third left, the door was pushed open and in walked Kakashi. He had been sent by the third to protect Sansui and also to guide his training, teaching him the will of fire. Before entering, the third's words were still echoing in his mind. The Sharingan, also known as the Eye of the Mind, shows the inner struggles of that child, who activated his Sharingan at 3 tomo, sufficient to illustrate the hatred and pain he bears. Sansui was ready to face Kakashi. The bell test began with full power. The third reminded Kakashi, your task is to protect him. He is also your disciple, and you must guide him on the right path. Kakashi scratched his chin. My disciple? If he wants to be my student, he needs to pass my test first. In the hospital room, Sansui looked at the person who entered. Puzzled, the newcomer was dressed in Umbu attire, wearing a raccoon mask with red patterns on the sides and silver hair showing. Wasn't this just Kakashi? Before he could think further, the visitor spoke. My code name is Black Snow. I was sent by the third to protect you and to be your teacher, but you must first pass a test. Sansui instantly became excited. I've been eyeing Raikiri for a long time. I absolutely cannot miss this. He immediately shouted. Whatever the test is, bring it on. I'm sure I can pass. Kakashi glanced at him. First, recover properly. Sansui immediately got out of bed and started moving. I'm already fully recovered. When do we start? Kakashi recalled what was written in the materials about Sansui's extraordinary recovery ability and nodded. The day after tomorrow, at 8 a.m., meet at Training Ground 3. Remember, don't eat breakfast. Sansui feigned surprise, internally complaining. Kakashi's twisted sense of humor. He must have had this planned all along. Kakashi added, just a piece of advice. Otherwise, you'll throw up. With that, he left with a smile. 2 days later, Sansui arrived at Training Ground 3, and as soon as he steadied himself, he heard someone reading a book say, Well, you've recovered quite nicely. Sansui was stunned. Kakashi, the king of tardiness, actually arrived early? Did I recognize the wrong person? Kakashi took out a string of bells, and the bells jingled. The rules are simple. Use ninjutsu, taijutsu, or ninja tools to get the bells. If you can't, you won't qualify to be my disciple. He didn't even look up, his voice lazy. Sansui knew in his heart that chakra was the source of a ninja's power, and one could drive it with hand seals. Strong ninjas could even use ninjutsu without hand seals. He took out a black dial with a pattern of an umbu mask on it, pressed the dial, and shouted, Ninja control. Dark, dark, dark. Umbu Knight. Thanks to Tuanzo, after defeating the root ninja, he got this dial. Now with the chakra amount of an elite chunin, he could use all the techniques of that chunin, just lacking practical experience. It was enough for the test. Sansui was full of excitement. Teacher Hyuga, you better be careful. I'm going all out. Arc 1. Sansui unleashed his arc show operation. Kakashi was stunned, exclaiming it's unscientific. Malicious characters surged from the dial, forming a data stream around Sansui. He was becoming more and more familiar with the power of arc, feeling the countless malice around him. So many ninjas in Konoha. All that malice could be turned into power. As long as his body could handle it, he could instantly surpass the shadow level. But Sansui didn't dare to be reckless. Excess malice would drive me insane and plunge me into darkness. So I'd better be cautious. He clenched his fist, stepped down, and disappeared. Kakashi felt the amount of his chakra, his eyelids twitching. This isn't the strength of a ninja academy student? He quickly put away his little yellow book, his expression serious. If I don't take this seriously, I'll be in trouble. Zulfast. Kakashi's pupil shrank. Even he couldn't see Sansui's movements clearly. In the next second, a fist wind came, and he raised his hand to block it. With a loud thud, Sansui's fist slammed into his arm. Kakashi was forced back a step by the immense force, and took the opportunity to knee strike towards Sansui's abdomen. Sansui curled up in pain, clutching his stomach and falling to the ground. Kakashi crossed his arms and commented, strength comparable to an average Jainin. Speed close to an elite chunin. Too bad there's no practical experience. Just as he finished speaking, Sansui on the ground smirked oddly, turning into smoke and disappearing. Shadow clone? Kakashi was stunned, anxious in his heart. The shadow clone requires chakra to divide. The main body only has a bit left. Does this kid not fear exhausting his chakra and dying? It turned out the original was a shadow clone from the start. The real Sansui hid to the side, seizing the moment Kakashi was dazed, and created 2 more clones. The original charged forward, forming hand seals to gather chakra, and shouted, Fire style, great fireball, jutsu. A fireball with a radius of 5 meters rushed towards Kakashi. Kakashi instantly formed hand seals. Earth style, earth flow wall. A wall engraved with a dog's head instantly rose. With a loud boom, the fireball hit the wall and exploded. Wiping the sweat from his brow while hiding behind the wall, Kakashi thought, that was close. This isn't an ordinary student. The intelligence department should get a beating. He initially wanted to show off, but now found himself in a difficult position. Crack! Kunai and sword clashed, producing sparks. Kakashi blocked the sword with one hand and kicked away the attacking clone, which turned into smoke again, using the great fireball as a feint. The original attacked from the front, while the clone struck from the side. Good tactics. While blocking Sansui's sword, Kakashi said, but this one passed the test. Not necessarily. Teacher Hyuga. Sansui used arc illusion to trick Kakashi. Test clearance, crazy show-off, and a bowl of ramen. Sansui smirked, and his eyes activated the 3-tomo Sharingan. Illusion technique, Sharingan. He was overjoyed inside. Kakashi finally took the bait. Both the frontal and side attacks were just for show. The real goal was to unleash an enhanced version of the illusion. This was an illusion infused with Arc-S power, filled with the malice of Arc-S essence. In close combat, one couldn't avoid eye contact, and Kakashi couldn't block this move at all. Bang! The intense pain brought Kakashi back to reality from the illusion. A tremendous force struck his jaw, and with a crack, a seam appeared in his raccoon mask, which then spread, shattering the mask into pieces. The face beneath the black mask was revealed. Though youthful, Sansui recognized him at a glance. "It's you, Hatake Kakashi." Kakashi stood there, unable to recover. Binding illusion? It actually made me unable to move instantly. This Uchiha Sansui's illusion skills are incredible, and this chakra amount. He recalled the scene in the illusion, where a figure with a crimson left eye stared at him, waves of pressure hitting him, making it impossible to break free from the illusion, causing him to sweat profusely. Kakashi took a deep breath to calm himself, his tone complicated. "Congratulations, Uchiha Sansui. You passed the test." The system immediately chimed, detected that the host has passed Kakashi's test. "Do you want to clock in?" Sansui shouted urgently. "Yes." "Quickly clock in." With high hope for the driver, the result was the system prompt. "Congratulations, you've obtained all attribute chakra, 5 elements Inyan." Sansui instantly deflated. "What is this? I have the ability to create dials. All attribute is just a matter of time." Previously, the Umbu dial even gave me the chakra of an elite Chunin and wind and earth attributes. Kakashi saw he was in low spirits. "Aren't you happy?" Sansui replied perfunctorily. "No, just thinking of something unhappy." The atmosphere was awkward, and Kakashi broke the silence. "Didn't you skip breakfast this morning? Want to grab something to eat?" Sansui immediately perked up. "Sure, let us go to Ichiraku Ramen." He dragged Kakashi along, thinking, a must-visit spot for time travelers and internet celebrities. Kakashi shouted, "You went the wrong way. Ichiraku is over there." Sansui laughed. "I remembered it wrong. Ha ha ha." Upon arriving at Ichiraku, Sansui slurped down 2 bowls of ramen, patted his belly, and shouted, "Uncle, your ramen is amazing. The broth is rich, and the noodles are chewy. Super delicious." Uncle Ichiraku smiled. "Glad you like it. Come back for an 80 discount next time." Sansui thanked him and turned to ask, "Teacher Heishua, aren't you eating?" Kakashi replied, "I already ate this morning." Sansui complained, "You didn't let me eat, but you ate yourself?" Kakashi said lightly, "I only told you not to eat." Sansui rolled his eyes. Kakashi suddenly asked, "What was that power you used earlier? You should use it sparingly." Sansui didn't answer, instead asking, "Teacher Heishua, what is your real name?" "Hatake Kakashi." Kakashi answered without thinking. Sansui revealed the Sharingan's incredible ability. Naruto appeared at Ichiraku Ramen. Sansui asked, "Kakashi-sensei, you're Konoha's top technician and also have Sharingan, right?" Kakashi touched his left eye. "Yes, it was given to me by a dear friend." Sansui propped his chin, staring at Kakashi, and said, "With a Sharingan, you should understand. Sharingan is cursed. When I open my eyes, I gained a power that allows me to turn all malice into my strength." Kakashi widened his eyes. "That is not a funny joke." Sansui replied seriously, "I'm not joking, look." He activated his Sharingan on the spot, and a stream of malicious characters surged from under Kakashi's feet, weaving into a data web that gathered in Sansui's palm, with not a hint of fluctuation leaking out, perfectly under his control. Kakashi was completely dumbfounded. "Uchiha SI techniques are this outrageous? This ability hasn't affected you?" Sansui shrugged. "Not currently." As he spoke, he absorbed the black and red malicious data stream into the Arc dial. The next second, an AI voice echoed in his mind, detected massive malice. Artificial intelligence Arc is now online. Sansui's pupils flashed with data streams, and an AR interface reflected in his eyes, with a satellite Arc pattern in the upper right corner. He was shocked. This ISNTA system sound. It's Arc. Arc continued. "Artificial intelligence Arc at your service. Master, you are the highest authority owner." Sansui suppressed his questions, as Kakashi was still nearby. At that moment, Sansui caught sight of a small head peeking in at the door. When the other party saw him looking over, they quickly withdrew. Kakashi also noticed, and Uncle Ichiraku smiled and shouted, "Little Naruto, come over." Naruto peeked his head out again, seeing the two weren't hostile, and dashed over to the table. Uncle Ichiraku served up hot ramen. "Today's special is miso ramen. Make sure to finish it." Naruto, while slurping up the noodles, mumbled, "Thanks, Uncle. I brought money today." Sanshui looked at the small figure in front of him, knowing in his heart. This is Uzumaki Naruto, the future 7th Hokage, and the invincible master of words in the ninja world. But right now, Naruto is just a despised child. Back during the Nine Tails rampage, Obito kidnapped Kushina and released the Nine Tails. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sacrificed himself, sealing half of the Nine Tails within himself with a dead demon consuming seal, and sealing the other half within his newborn son. Uzumaki Naruto. Sansui is building connections to protect Naruto. His ideal of peace shocks Kakashi. Naruto was supposed to be the hero of Konoha, but the Third Hokage's confidentiality orders and Danzo's schemes behind the scenes have made him a target as the embodiment of the Nine Tails. The villagers and ninjas shift all their pain and hatred from the Nine Tails rampage onto the innocent little Naruto. Sansui stares at Naruto, his mind racing. I must build a good relationship with the protagonist. I am so envious of the power of Ashura and the Nine Tails. Acquiring either one could lead to a qualitative change and help me escape my ant-like existence. Plus, with Sasuke's Indra power, combining the six-path strength, I could walk through the ninja world with ease. But he must not show any signs, for fear of attracting the higher-up's attention. He needs a reason. Got it. Sansui stood up and shouted, Uncle, let me treat Naruto to this meal. He turned to Naruto and asked, Hey, you're Uzumaki Naruto, right? Naruto replied blankly, Yes, that's right. Sansui coolly said, Remember, my name is Uchiha Sansui, a man determined to revive the Uchiha clan. If you find someone bullying you in class, just report my name. After saying this, he patted Naruto's head, placed money on the table, and shouted to Kakashi, Let's go. Kakashi was stunned for a moment before he realized, being dragged away by Sansui, his mind filled with thoughts of Naruto. This child. He seems a lot like my teacher, Minato Namikaze. Could he be the teacher's child? Sansui shook his arm and called, Kakashi-sensei, why are you in a daze? Kakashi snapped awake. It's nothing, but you, treating someone you don't even know. Sansui's tone dropped as he began to persuade. I can relate to him. I lost someone important. And so did he. Kakashi-sensei, do you believe that people can understand each other? I have decided to pursue the path of peace, to protect weak people like Naruto. Kakashi was silent for a long time. The ideal is good, but I don't know how long you can hold on. After the test, Kakashi went to report to the Third Hokage, while Sansui returned to the Uchiha base. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi told the Third about the test and the conversation. The Third, smoking a cigarette, exclaimed, Pursuing peace? This child's awareness is really high. Suddenly remembering something. Has Uchiha Sansui awakened a new eye technique? Kakashi replied, Yes. His eye technique allows him to utilize people's inner malice, thereby enhancing his own strength. Based on his performance at that time, he has already touched the threshold of the Jonin, but his combat experience is too lacking. Give him some time, and he will surpass me. Sansui called for Yake to start 3D printing, creating battle-type Shimejias to prepare for Danzo. Kakashi genuinely praised. The Uchiha clan is truly a cradle of geniuses. The Third Hokage pondered. Utilizing people's inner malice? He didn't lose control while using it, did he? Kakashi shook his head no. The Third waved his hand. You could go now. After Kakashi left, the Third summoned the Umbu. How is Danzo doing lately? The Umbu replied. Same as before. The Third instructed. Tell Danzo to behave if he wants to come out. He pondered while smoking. With the Uchiha clan wiped out, the village's strength has declined, and the young ninjas have yet to rise. I can't let Danzo cause more trouble. But how to deal with Danzo? He felt conflicted. Old friend, when will you awaken? After saying this, he looked out the window at the village, filled with worries. On the other side, at the Uchiha residence, the sound of kunai clashing echoed continuously. Sansui watched the shadow clone sparring, asking his mind, Yake, what functions do you have? Can you switch to a mature voice? He was curious about how Yake could perform under the strange technological tree of the Hokage. This world has televisions and refrigerators, yet relies on messenger hawks for communication. It has missiles and laser cannons, yet ninjas still use kunai and shuriken. It's simply absurd. Yake immediately switched to a mature voice. Yes, master. I can now provide computing power to help you analyze enemy movements and devise optimal attack plans. Sansui was extremely satisfied. This voice is so enjoyable. Can your 3D printing ability be used? He was greedy. If I could create the Yake drive, I'd love to compare who is stronger, the Knight's Kick or the 8 Gates of KO. The more Sansui thought about it, the more anxious he became. Danzo must have more tricks up his sleeve. I need to prepare quickly. He said to Yake, create the magic machines. Yake replied, command received, connecting to the Yake network. A series of malicious characters surged from the display, forming a crimson light screen. Production began. Yake Drive 1. Battle type Shimeji is 4 units. Ordinary type Shimeji is 20 units. Yake Key 1. Stinger Scorpion Key 1. Flying Falcon Key 1. Dodo Key 1. Japanese Wolf Key 1. Force Sublimation Device 4. Moments Latte. 24 Shimeji's walked out one after another from the light screen, lined up neatly in front of Sansui. Sansui named the Shimeji as Uchiha. Sasuke was terrified by the undead. The 4 leading magic machines stepped forward and knelt on one knee, one of them holding the Yake Drive and key above its head. Sansui shouted, from today on, you will bear the name Uchiha. The magic machines are the guard team, fighting to protect Uchiha's interests. The human machines will maintain operation, as they are the foundation of our clan. Looking at the force sublimation devices and keys on their waists, Sansui was extremely satisfied. This is my current confidence. Connected to the Yake network. Following Yake's will, a cold mechanical voice sounded. All Shimeji's were activated and under Yake's unified command. Sansui asked, if I go out, what if no one controls them? Yake replied, partial permissions can be delegated to set up a temporary command tower, but I need to quickly create satellites to launch me to fully utilize my capabilities. Sansui rubbed his head. Let's restore industrial production capacity first. With Yake and the 0-1 technology tree, it shouldn't be difficult. Soon it was dusk, and Sasuke returned to the Uchiha base after school, stunned. Who are these people? Dressed in Uchiha attire. They look somewhat familiar. Haven't they all died? His face turned pale instantly, covering his mouth in fear, hurriedly running home. Sasuke rushed back home, closed the door, gasping as he ran to the backyard, shouting, Uncle, there are ghosts. Sansui was looking at the Uchiha map for the location of the factory when he was disturbed and peeked out. Oh no. Sasuke directly bumped into him, both of them yelping in pain. Sansui rubbed his forehead and pulled Sasuke up. Why are you so flustered? Sasuke stammered. There are ghosts. I saw. We should run. Sansui held him back and pointed behind him. Are you talking about them? A graceful figure stepped out. Young Master Sansui, young Master Sasuke, dinner is ready. Sasuke's eyes widened. Izumi. Sister Izumi? You're not dead? He was filled with fear. He had seen the clan's death list. And the person in front of him was Itachi's girlfriend, Uchiha Izumi. Sansui patted Sasuke's head. She isn't Izumi. They are the wandering spirits of the Uchiha clan, and also our clan members. Several figures entered the courtyard, all bearing the Uchiha clan emblem. These were Shimeji's, borrowing the appearances of deceased clan members. Sansui slightly bowed to Sasuke, exclaiming, he wanted to find an opportunity to bring the Uchiha clan back to the stage of Konoha, and, as the son of Fugaku, Sasuke should inherit the position of clan leader. Sansui revealed the Uchiha legacy, creating a Shimeji assembly line to crush the ninja world. Letting Sasuke be the clan leader would save Sansui a lot of trouble. Sasuke's eyes widened in confusion. Uncle, what is going on? He couldn't comprehend the current situation at all. Sansui pulled over a human machine, which immediately removed its bionic skin, revealing a steel body. They are not living beings. They are self-disciplined puppets I created, and they are our current clan members. Revitalizing the Uchiha clan cannot just be the two of us. We need more companions. He sighed and continued. Yesterday, I went to the Nanga shrine and found something valuable in the secret chamber. Sansui pulled out an old scroll and tossed it to Sasuke. Inside are tons of ninjutsu scrolls, ninja tools, and money. With this technology and my eye technique, I was able to make these puppets move. You are the son of the former clan leader. Only you can be the clan leader. Actually, this scroll is a replica hastily made by Yake. Only he can create the electronic components and chips inside. Konoha can't replicate them at all. He had already anticipated that Konoha would discover the Shimeji and arranged identities for the puppets in advance. And the secret room in the Nanha shrine is real. Yake discovered it while scanning the Uchiha base. It contains all the collections passed down from the Warring States period of the Uchiha, protected by a special barrier that only clan members can enter. Sansui recalled this with excitement. As expected of an old-school ninja clan, 5 elements ninjutsu, training notes piled high, a level ninjutsu packed in boxes, and plenty of S-level ninjutsu. Plus secret techniques. Madara and Itachi didn't even notice. All of it is a windfall for me. He couldn't help but laugh out loud, and Sasuke looked up in confusion. Sansui proudly placed his hands on his hips. Don't worry, my nephew. From today on, no one can bully the Uchiha. The basic production line is already set up, although it's manually assembled. We can produce several Shamagia every hour. With Yake's force sublimation device and key, we can produce elite CH level combat power on the assembly line. We tested the transformation machine puppet that turns into an explosive lion. It has no problem taking on ordinary elite CH. But I'm worried about water release and lightning release. However, they have 6 consecutive cannons, so they could just open fire when things get tough. Plus, with the Destruction Thunder Squad's strength nearing that of a Kage and my own ArkDriver, that's why I have the confidence to make moves. Uncle. Sasuke lowered his head, his eyes red, clenching his fists tightly, and said in a low voice. He had already heard about his uncle's injury while in the hospital. It was all because of him. His uncle could have escaped unharmed, including everything about the Uchiha clan now. A deep sense of powerlessness filled Sasuke's heart. Why is he so weak? What good is he if he can't help his uncle? When will he be able to take revenge on that man? He wanted to become stronger. Snap. Hey, kid. Sanshui flicked Sasuke's forehead to wake him up. We're going to attack the Hyuga and blow Konoha to bits. Sanshui flicked Sasuke's forehead and said impatiently, Stop being stubborn. You're already pretty explosive right now. He had already seen Sasuke's single Tomo Sharingan, which had directly upgraded to a double Tomo. Although it couldn't compare to his own, the talent was already top-notch. Sanshui handed over a mirror. Look, you've awakened your double Tomo. Come on, let us go eat. He pulled Sasuke into the house. After dinner, the backyard was in disarray. Sasuke was exhausted from training, collapsed on the ground, panting heavily, while several older Shamagiya sisters rushed to carry him away, his face flushed. Sanshui stroked his chin thoughtfully. This won't do. I need to find a master for Sasuke. Got it, let us find Kakashi. It's perfect for special training. But then he thought, I sent Kakashi here to protect me? Why Haven T? I seen him all afternoon. At this moment, Mia walked over and said, Young Master Sanshui, the invitation letters have been delivered to each ninja clan. Sanshui was overjoyed. Great. Let us get ready. In a few days, at the clan leader inheritance ceremony, we'll surprise those guys in Konoha. As he turned to go back inside, he began to plot again. I can't let Itachi die easily. I have to capture him and make him give birth to Uchiha children. I'm so worried about the clan. Saying this, he buried his head in looking at the things on the table. The next day, Konoha was in an uproar. All because of that invitation letter. The high ranks were in turmoil. The Third Hokage was shocked, holding a report. The Uchiha are alive again. This is Uchiha Tetsuhan, Inahono, and others I don't recognize. An Umbu member knelt and reported. We confirm it's them, but there is no sign of life. We were almost scared to death when we saw them. The Third Hokage asked, Where are they now? The Umbu replied, Still at the Uchiha base, but Sanshui took a few people to the Hyuga clan. The Third Hokage's head started to hurt. The Hyuga and Uchiha are sworn enemies. What did the Uchiha plan to do by resurrecting? Immediately order. Take a team to the Uchiha base. I want to see whether they're human or ghosts. On the other side at the Hyuga base, Sanshui was wearing clothes with the Uchiha emblem, followed by the masked Mia and Sun, shouting, I am Uchiha Sanshui, and I want to see your clan leader. The guards were about to report when a voice came from inside. No need. Let him in. The guards brought Sanshui in front of Hyuga Hisashi. And Sanshui thought to himself, so old-fashioned. Hisashi had long hair, white eyes without pupils, and a blank expression like a face paralyzed. Hisashi asked disdainfully, Uchiha Sanshui? I already received the invitation letter. He scoffed internally. Let a 7-year-old kid be the clan leader? Ridiculous. Sanshui replied, neither humble nor arrogant. Yes, clan leader Hisashi. I am Uchiha Sanshui. Uchiha Sanshui, 8 years old, younger brother of Uchiha Shursui, currently claiming to be the uncle of Uchiha Sasuke. So, you came to my Hyuga clan today. Sanshui activated his Mangeki Sharingan, startling Hisashi. He used the allure of the rebirth to force the Hyuga to choose sides. Hisashi had a playful expression on his face, then asked, What do you want? Sanshui looked up and locked eyes with Hisashi, directly revealing his cards. I want to revive the Uchiha, and I need clan leader Hisashi to help with a small favor. Hisashi's blood pressure instantly skyrocketed. This little brat is crazy? He thinks he can revive a prominent clan with just a few people, and he is asking his sworn enemy for help. This is absurd. He replied perfunctorily. What makes you think I should help? What do I get out of it? Sanshui's eyes turned crimson in an instant, 3 Tomo spinning wildly, directly connecting into a Mangeki Sharingan like Obito S. This pair of eyes, clan leader Hisashi should recognize, right? Hisashi stood up suddenly, trembling fingers pointing at Sanshui's eyes, completely dumbfounded. W8. Manjiki Sharingan? Just a few days, and another Uchiha has appeared. He knew exactly how heavy the weight of this I was. Back then, Madara relied on it to fight against Hashirama, and Itachi used it to wipe out his entire clan. Sansui was still so young. He could even surpass Madara in the future. Hizashi's mind was racing. Helping him means going against the Elder Council, betting that he can survive. If he wins, the Hyuga can contend for Hokage, and if he loses, he'll be oppressed like the Uchiha. After pondering for a moment, he gritted his teeth. What do you need me to do? Sansui said. First, the Hyuga must unconditionally support the Uchiha at all times. Second, lend your channels to provide resources for the Uchiha. Hizashi understood in an instant. The Uchiha currently have no voice, lacking people and resources, and want to rely on the Hyuga for expansion. But he didn't know that Sansui had Shimagia to support the scale. Once the quantity increased, he would need to rely on the Hyuga at all. Hizashi questioned. Your conditions sound like an empty check. You want to pull off a scam? Sansui casually added. What if I have news about the evolution of the Byakugan? Hizashi dropped the teacup in his hand to the ground, dumbfounded. The Byakugan can still evolve? Sansui, at 8 years old, opened the Manjiki. This news must be true. He shouted urgently. Are you serious? Hizashi immediately ordered his servants. Everyone get out. No one is allowed to come close. A large number of clan ninja instantly went on high alert, cutting off any possibility of information leakage. Sansui leisurely spoke. The further evolution of the Byakugan is called the Rebirth Eye. It's an existence that can rival the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths. Sansui revealed the secret of the Rebirth Eye. He showcased the Force Sublimation device, stunning Hizashi. After Hizashi finished the alert, Sansui continued. The Byakugan is the direct bloodline of the Otsutsuki, while the Sharingan is more like the power of the God Tree. The Hyuga ninjas are born with the Byakugan, making the Rebirth Eye even simpler. Hyuga's Byakugan can fuse with pure Otsutsuki chakra. He knew in his heart that in the original story, Sharon was a descendant of the Yabikura and obtained Hanabi's eyes to give birth to the Rebirth Eye, while the Rinnegan required the fusion of eternal Manjiki Sharingan with the powers of Indra and Ashura. Hizashi murmured, Rebirth Eye? Sansui smiled. The Rinnegan controls life and death, while the Rebirth Eye controls creation and destruction. The Nanha Shrine has the stone tablet passed down by the Uchiha for generations, left by the Sage of Six Paths. It must be deciphered in the order of Sharingan, Manjiki, and Rinnegan to understand more content. I can only see part of it now, and the information about the Rebirth Eye came from there. Actually, he is just fooling around. The stone tablet has already been altered by Kurojitsu, so just treat the content as a joke. Sansui added, Our two families have a connection. The Sage of Six Paths has two sons, whose bloodlines became Senju and Uchiha, and he also has a younger brother, whose descendants are the Hyuga. Speaking of which, we are half-brothers. Nichizu was taken aback, with a black line on his face. Can that even be called half-brothers? Nichizu grabbed Sansui's hand, trembling with excitement. How do you activate the reincarnation eye? Sansui said, 2 conditions. One is pure Byakugan, and the other is chakra from the Sage of Six Paths. Right now, no one in the Hyuga meets the standard, but that might change in the future. He's secretly delighted in the thought. There's a lake near Konoha that connects to the moon, and the descendants of Otsutsuki are about to fight. By then, I can pick up the bloodline and get the reincarnation eye and the transmigration eye easily. Nichizu looked at Sansui as if he were an idiot. And Sansui took out the captor sublimation device and placed it on the table. I'm not asking for your help for nothing. The information about the reincarnation eye is free. Destroy. Give a demonstration to the head of the Hyuga family. The figure wearing a fox mask entered the room, also carrying a captor sublimation device, inserted the key, and the sound effect played. Ray Dries. Slashing whale, an aqua current that encompasses everything around it. Splashing whale, captor. Several silver data streams swirled around the figure, and in an instant, blue whale-like bio-armor covered his entire body, brimming with explosive energy. Sansui knocked on the figure's chest, making a thumping sound. This is the splashing whale captor, proficient in water release without needing hand signs. The armor can enhance physical strength and provide defense. He pointed at the sublimation device. This is the captor sublimation device, used in conjunction with the key. This is a ninja tool left by the Sage of Six Paths. Sansui lured the Hyuga with the sublimation device. He planned to blow up the scene with Hinata when they returned to Uchiha. Sansui continued to fool around. This ninja tool has no requirements for the user. The stronger the physical technique, the more explosive the power. He even went as far as to adapt to local customs, saying the captor's ability is water release. After all, whether the Sage of Six Paths has this thing or not is up to him to decide now. The light in Nichizu's eyes sparkled as he knocked on the figure's armor with his Byakugan, not looking back as he asked, "How strong is it?" He had heard that Uchiha had puppet techniques, but today he was completely shocked. Sansui pondered, the captor can fight against Kamen Riders. So dealing with the top ninjas in this world is definitely not a problem. Ordinary ninjas aren't as absurd as the protagonists. Having 2 proficient techniques is already quite good. So he conservatively replied, "It's no problem dealing with ordinary jonin." Jonin? Nichizu was directly stunned, nearly dropping his jaw to the floor. Jonin are the top power in the village. Entering the jonin ranks means entering the upper circles, yet in Sanshui's words, it sounded so worthless. At this moment, the figure placed a box in front of Nichizu, and Sansui said, "Inside are 5 sets of captor sublimation devices and keys, equivalent to the strength of Chunin. With the same usage, the list of items I want is also inside. I hope the head of the Hyuga family can arrange it soon." Nichizu was completely stunned. After a long time, Sansui and the others were surrounded by Nichizu and a group of Hyuga clansmen as they exited, and a few more figures appeared beside them. Nichizu's words were still in his ears. "This is my little sister, Hinata. She likes Uchiha culture. Let her go play with you. How can Uchiha have no servants? You should take these people with you to take care of your daily needs." Sansui looked at the chattering Hyuga big sisters around him and the shy Hinata hiding behind. With a bitter smile, although Hinata is cute, he loves the big sisters even more. He rubbed Hinata's head and handed her a lollipop. "Here you go." Unexpectedly, Hinata took the candy and smiled sweetly. "Thank you, brother Sansui." Sansui felt a headache. How should I arrange these big sisters? But the goal was achieved, and now he could focus on developing Uchiha. He shouted in his mind, "The transaction is done. Wong can stop now." It turns out that before coming, he had already instructed Wong to disguise as a spy from another ninja village, deliberately exposing himself to attract Kakashi's surveillance away. Then he turned around and shouted, "Let's go." Nichizu stood at the door watching them leave, his eyes filled with complexity. The middle-aged clan ninja behind him questioned, "Head, why support Uchiha now? Isn't it too hasty? There are only 2 Uchiha, not worth it. If those old guys catch the opportunity, they will definitely put pressure on us." Nichizu sighed and slowly spoke, "I understand what you mean." Nichizu was setting up connections. The Third Hokage encounters the Uchiha puppet army. Nichizu said to Uncle Iwa, "I have an idea about this. You don't need to worry about it." His attitude was firm, and he was clear in his mind. Uchiha Sansui's Mangeki, the sage's ninja tools, and the method for the reincarnation eye are all worth the gamble. First, let Hinata cultivate feelings with Sansui. In the future, the relationship between the Hyuga and Uchiha, as well as the reincarnation eye, will be easier to manage. Those servants were actually ninjas protecting Sansui and Hinata. He didn't want his investment to disappear. After Sansui left, Nichizu instructed, "Uncle Iwa, bring a few clan members here." Then he went to the training ground. He had long wanted to try the sublimation device that Sansui gave him. On the other side, a large number of Umbu were hiding around the Uchiha base. The Third Hokage waved his hand to let the Umbu retreat. "We don't need this many to scout." He took 2 Umbu and entered the Uchiha base. Not long after, Sansui returned with Hinata and the others, and Yake reported, "Sarutobi Hizashi is here." At this time, the Uchiha base was extremely tidy, and Shimajiya was busy going back and forth, looking nothing like it had been abandoned. They received the news, bringing a large number of magic puppets and human puppets to greet the Third Hokage. "Welcome, Lord Third Hokage." The Third Hokage frowned. "Who are you?" "These people have Uchiha's appearance, but emit a cold aura, not at all like living beings." The Umbu beside him exclaimed, "Lord Third, these are puppets. To control so many, even soon as Chiyo couldn't do it." "Ah, hello, Third Hokage." Sansui's voice came from behind, and when the Third Hokage saw Hinata behind him, he frowned again. "The Hyuga and Uchiha have gotten together?" Sansui shouted, "Izumi, take Hinata to get familiar with the environment." Izumi stepped forward in response. Hinata looked at Sansui and followed Izumi. She felt that Sansui was a good person and remembered her father's words about maintaining good relationships. The Third Hokage smiled and asked, "Who are these people?" He was more concerned about the origin of the puppets, fearing Suna would intervene. Even if Uchiha were gone, their remaining value shouldn't be snatched away. Sansui fooled. These are products left by the Uchiha predecessors. In fact, He had already discovered through Yake that several Umbu teams were hiding outside, and he was secretly puzzled. Is the third Hokage going to flip the table? But he wasn't afraid at all. 4 early-stage Kage-level magic puppets, plus his Yake with a key, was enough to make the third Hokage drink a pot. At this moment, Wong also withdrew, removing the disguise, and standing behind Sanshui. The 4 members of the Death Brigade were completely assembled. The third Hokage misjudged Uchiha's trump card. Sanshui showcased the puppet technique, shocking the Umbu. The third Hokage showed a knowing expression. Is this the confidence Uchiha had during the rebellion? But he was puzzled. Why didn't Uchiha Itachi report this to me? He cleared his throat. I heard that Uchiha was haunted, so I came to check on it. Sanshui looked back at his masterpiece and instantly understood. Shimajiya behind Lei was mimicking Uchiha's 8th generation. Inahiko, Tetsuhiko, and other former Konoha guard members, all loyal subordinates of Fugaku. No wonder the third Hokage rushed over. Sanshui boasted like a child. They are puppets I made according to the steps of the scroll. Their appearances are all based on clan members. Pretty realistic, right? The third Hokage looked skeptical. Did you really make all of this by yourself? He couldn't help but think. If this is true, Konoha has gained another explosive genius. He looked up at the street full of puppets and asked, Are you controlling all of these? Of course. Sanshui raised his left hand. Chakra surged from the dial. After all, after finishing the fight with Kakashi, he had already obtained Kakashi's dial, as well as Obito's complete Manjiki. The light blue chakra line extended from his hand, quickly connecting to each Shimajiya, causing faint circular phantoms to appear on their chests. Sanshui raised the corners of his mouth. This is how it's controlled. The accompanying Umbu members were wide-eyed. How is this possible? A monster. They had seen Sand Ninja puppeteers. But no one could control so many puppets at once. If this were on the battlefield, it would be impossible to fight. Sanshui clicked his tongue. I should have known they would react this way. If I said these puppets don't need anyone to control them and can judge actions on their own, wouldn't they be scared silly? The third Hokage fell into deep thought. At this age, with this strength, are the Uchiha all monsters? 3 Tomo, puppet techniques, and this mindset. Other kids are still playing ninja games, and he's already thinking about revitalizing the Uchiha. This reminded him of Itachi Uchiha, who was praised at the age of 7 for being able to think from the Hokage's perspective. The third Hokage even had the thought of taking him as a disciple. After nurturing the 3 Sannin, it's been a long time since I've seen a promising newcomer. With the 4th Hokage gone, I still have to carry Konoha. Isn't it time to find a disciple? Lord Third, we've arrived. A voice beside him jolted the third Hokage awake, and he smiled wryly. Am I getting old? Why am I so sentimental? Sanshui led them to the living room, where Shimajiya served tea and water, while the 4 members of the Annihilation Thunder group silently followed behind, their presence overwhelming. The third Hokage didn't beat around the bush. Can you show me how you make these puppets? As a ninjutsu professor, he had never seen anyone integrate puppet techniques in a daily life, and was already curious. Sure, Sanshui answered without hesitation. Sanshui showcased the Shimajiya technique. The third Hokage was stunned when he forced a spot in the academy. Sanshui had anticipated that Konoha would be interested in the Shimajiya technique. He had even modified it with a blank dial, allowing the technology to break away from ordinary science and integrate with the chakra system. Annihilation handed over the scroll, and he took out the materials, which the third Hokage observed with great interest. Most of the materials he recognized, but he could tell that Sanshui's puppet techniques were not simple. Soon, Sanshui inserted the blank dial into the empty slot in Shimajiya's chest, completing the assembly. He extended the chakra line to connect to the dial, and with a flick of his finger, Shimajiya opened its eyes, blue light flashing. Annihilation, as the subordinate command tower, instantly received the registration information of the new Shimajiya. The third Hokage suddenly understood, so it revolves around that device. The production process is super simple, all modular, clearly designed for efficiency. The only part he couldn't see through was the blank dial, but he could confirm it was used to receive and store chakra. The third Hokage took a few puffs of smoke to calm himself, then pulled out a scroll and placed it in front of Sanshui. This is the property of the Uchiha from before. It's all here. He had guessed that Sanshui's visit to the Hyuga was for resources. After all, puppet masters were extremely expensive, so it was better to go with the flow and lend a favor. Sanshui smiled and thanked him. Thank you, third Hokage. This will be a huge help. Although he could get it back later, having this money now would speed up development significantly. As the third Hokage prepared to leave, he suddenly turned back. By the way, go to the Ninja Academy tomorrow. I've transferred you to Sasuke's class. After saying that, he left, leaving Sanshui in a daze. Go to school? What the heck? Even after crossing over, I still have to go to school? At that moment, a soft giggle came from the side. He turned to see Hinata Hyuga covering her mouth and laughing. Sanshui's face turned red, and he quickly walked towards the laboratory, while Hinata watched his flustered back, her eyes curving into crescents. I didn't expect him to be afraid of going to school. The next morning, Sansui was awakened by the Hyuga sisters, groggily being escorted to the dining table. Sasuke, holding his forehead, helplessly called out, "Uncle San, it's time to eat." Sansui rubbed his eyes and sat up, internally complaining. Which world has early rising not being a chore for people? Yesterday, after sorting through the Uchiha assets given by the Third Hokage, he had calculated until midnight and only remembered to hand it over to Yake, then went straight to sleep. Now he was awake, but still half asleep. His disheveled appearance made the older sisters giggle nonstop. After a moment, Sansui and the others stood in front of the Ninja Academy's entrance. Looking around, aside from the big ninja character on the roof of the teaching building, the rest of the atmosphere gave Sansui a feeling of returning to school before he crossed over. Sansui checked in at the academy and got the time-space drive. The entire class was stunned. As soon as Sansui stepped into the Ninja Academy, a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Detected storyline location, Ninja Academy. Would you like to check in? He instantly woke up. This broken system is finally active. I hope I can draw something good this time. Muttering to himself while walking towards the classroom, he decisively shouted, "Check in." The system immediately responded. "Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Location, Konoha Ninja Academy. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, time-space drive." What the heck? Sansui almost twisted his ankle and nearly fell. This is the graduation gear already? With the time-space drive, he could materialize the dial's power, and Yake's strength could be fully unleashed. He couldn't help but smile. Now I'm invincible below the shadow level. The classroom was very noisy, with the girls discussing excitedly. I heard a handsome guy is coming today. Is he as handsome as Sasuke? The boys, however, had no interest, just doing their own thing. Irika stood at the podium, helplessly rubbing his forehead. I've been here so long and no one cares? He slammed the podium, but it had no effect and shouted directly, "Everyone quiet down." The classroom finally quieted down and Irika cleared his throat. "We have a new student in our class. Everyone welcome. Sansui, come in." Sansui pushed the door and walked up to the podium. The classroom was silent for a few seconds, then erupted. The girl's eyes lit up. So handsome. Even more handsome than Sasuke. After all, the Uchiha clan was known for their looks. Although Sansui was young, his appearance was top-notch. The boys, however, mocked. Good looks but no skills. Sansui internally complained. I really shouldn't have come in my original body. This group of kids is too troublesome. He briefly introduced himself. My name is Uchiha Sansui. Please take care of me from now on. The classroom buzzed again, with girls asking, what is your relationship with Sasuke? The boys' faces turned dark. Another Uchiha. Shikamaru said to the snacking Choji. This guy is not easy to deal with. Choji replied while munching, oh got it. Naruto grinned and waved. He is a kind big brother. Sasuke was also surprised. He actually came to my class. Sansui nodded at the two and sat in the back row by the window under Irika's direction. Irika was speaking passionately, but when he looked at the class, his face instantly darkened. He saw that Naruto, Shikamaru, and Choji, those troublemakers, had already disappeared without a trace. Sansui slept through the class and even treated everyone. He took the kids out for barbecue and caused a ruckus. The new Uchiha Sansui was slumped over the desk, apparently in a deep sleep. The girls were sneaking glances at Sasuke while occasionally looking back at Sansui, whispering continuously. Irika was frowning in anger. Is there not a single diligent student? He slammed the desk and shouted, class dismissed, then angrily stormed out. He still had to find the missing Naruto. In the evening after school, Sansui stretched and woke up. Huh? Did I sleep all day? Sasuke nodded helplessly. Yeah, ever since Sansui sat in the back row. The top student Sasuke had moved to the back row to ask questions, but Sansui had slept the whole day, worrying the teachers. It was hard to find a good seedling. Why are they letting themselves go? At that moment, the punished Naruto ran back and approached Sansui. Big brother Sansui, you're awake. Sasuke frowned. Slacker. What do you know, Uncle Sansui? He didn't want anyone to take Sansui away. Naruto immediately exploded. I'm not a slacker. I'm gonna be Hokage. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. You? The two started arguing fiercely. Sansui smiled and interrupted. All right, Stop arguing. He patted Naruto on the head and said to everyone, as the new guy, I'll treat you all today. Eat whatever you want. Everyone instantly cheered, and Naruto jumped up shouting, I want to eat Ichiraku ramen. Sansui covered his head. Eating ramen every day will get boring. Today, we're having barbecue. Shikamaru chimed in, Naruto, it's rare for someone to treat us. Barbecue is delicious. Naruto had no choice but to nod. Sansui counted the people. Sasuke, Naruto, Hinata, Shiko, Choji, and the group walked out of the campus hand in hand, laughing, heading to the barbecue restaurant. When they arrived at the largest barbecue restaurant in Konoha, the staff had a bit of disdain upon seeing Naruto enter, but immediately switched to proper service when they noticed the companions were all from prominent families. Hinata and Sasuke sat on either side of Sansui, while Naruto and the other two sat opposite them. Sansui looked at Hinata, who seemed like a little wife, and thought to himself, why is she following me? Shouldn't she be secretly in love with Naruto? Boruto wouldn't be born, would he? Then he shook his head, forget it. Let it be. He waved his hand. Everyone order whatever you want, don't hold back. Today it's on me. As the man inheriting the Uchiha family fortune, he was not short on money. Uchiha's wealth was enough for him and Sasuke to squander for a lifetime. At that moment, Sansui exuded the golden aura of a wealthy man. Sansui gathered intel while eating skewers. He handled Hinata with ease. Choji, being a regular at the barbecue restaurant, couldn't hold back. Boss. 20 servings of Wagyu beef. 20 servings of tenderloin. With his lead, everyone went wild ordering food. Sansui took the opportunity to confirm information. This was the real world, and he couldn't trust the original work entirely. The Ino Shikicho trio was missing Shikamu, Ino, and Choji, but the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans were the elders of Konoha. He secretly thought, I need to make a fortune from these clans. The Nara clan's medical expertise might be a good starting point. It was Sansui's first time eating Japanese barbecue, and he thought it was pretty similar to street food. The meal lasted 2 hours, ending in a food competition between Naruto and Choji. Naruto discovered a new world. Besides ramen, there was such delicious food. With Sansui treating, he ate heartily. Choji was not convinced. Is there really someone who can eat more than me? The two of them stuffed themselves and didn't establish a victor, waddling out of the restaurant with round bellies. Sansui was speechless. Are you two okay? Choji patted his stomach and laughed. I'm fine. Naruto nodded with a grin. Shikamaru and the others went home, and Sansui turned to Hinata. Little Hinata, are you going home or to my place? I'll take you. Hinata panicked on the spot, like a startled little rabbit, her face turning bright red as she stammered, her fingers twisting around each other, steam almost rising from her head. Her mind raced, recalling her father's words. Hanabi is more talented than you. If you don't work harder, you'll have to split from the family. Get closer to Uchiha Sansui. He can help you avoid the fate of splitting. Hizashi had calculated early on. Sansui's talent and strength were sufficient. Getting along with him would strengthen the relationship with both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, allowing Hinata to avoid splitting, and Hanabi could inherit the main family. Sansui smiled and patted her head. I'm not teasing you. Although Sansui was only 8 years old, he had developed far beyond his peers. With Hinata only reaching his chest, he gently said, if you miss home, just tell me or Niji, you can go back anytime. But he secretly complained. Niji really is a nurturing type, getting along so well with Hinata. He should be called Dad Niji. At first, he got along very well with little Hinata, which left Sansui dumbfounded. Should I say Niji is truly a great dad? Sansui's mechanical empire was developing wildly. The clan leader ceremony was being fussed over by the maid team. Eventually, Sansui took Hinata back to the Uchiha residence. Time flew by, with the Hyuga clan delivering materials, and the base of the Destruction Thunder under the Nankagawa was basically completed. 5 production lines were in use, for producing magical puppets, and 1 for producing humanoid puppets, with surplus humanoid puppets stored for backup. Yak's avatar, Yaz, also came off the production line. Yak and Yaz operated in tandem. On the surface, Sansui reclaimed Uchiha's industries in Konoha, bringing the two Uchihas to the forefront. Secretly, his mechanical empire was growing wildly. News of Sansui having a kaleidoscope also reached the higher-ups in Konoha, with intelligence personnel saying he possessed the ability of the divine emperor spirit, capable of bringing puppets to life. Sansui complained, the acceptance level in the ninja world is too high. They believe any absurd ability related to bloodlines. Originally, Kakashi was supposed to monitor him, but after the Third Hokage visited the Uchiha, He went missing, and Konoha's surveillance of the Uchiha relaxed. Sansui rolled his eyes. Does this old man trust me so much? Where's my promised teacher? Hitaki hasn't taught me anything. It's a scam. He went to inspect the weapon factory, feeling pleased. This is all my territory. But he was driven out by Yaz, who disdainfully said, stop messing around. With nothing to do, Sansui could only take Hinata and Naruto, while Shikamaru bragged, skipping Irika's class to build relationships. Early the next morning, Yaz anxiously shouted, Lord Sansui, wake up. You're going to miss the ceremony. Seeing him still in bed, she splashed cold water on him. Sansui jumped up. ISNT it, just a little extra sleep? Yaz angrily said, everyone else is busy, and you're the only one slacking off. After saying that, she turned to leave. Just as Sansui finished dressing and was about to go out, he was stopped by a maid. Young master, why are you wearing everyday clothes? The head maid, Hinata Miyu, waved her hand, changed the young master into formal attire. The little maids rushed in, pushing him back into the room. Don't pull down my pants. The young master's skin is really good. The touch is amazing, hee. Don't move around. We'll help you change. Hey, don't touch me randomly. After a series of fuss, Sansui emerged from the bedroom dressed in luxurious formal wear. Sansui looked stunning at the clan leader's ceremony. Danzo came to stir up trouble. The Otsutsuki was the ultimate target. Although Sansui was young, the Uchiha genes were too strong. And in formal wear, he looked like a handsome little boy, making it hard for people to look away. Mayu clapped, perfect. Then let him. The ceremony is ready. This way, please. Sansui nodded and followed. He couldn't remember all the thick Uchiha heritage customs, relying entirely on Mayu and the others to handle it. The third Hokage went to the daimyo's residence, while Danzo snuck back to the roots. Upon receiving news that the Uchiha was going to hold a clan leader inheritance ceremony, he almost laughed out loud. Just two little kids want to revive the Uchiha? But when he saw the new intel that Uchiha Sansui had awakened the kaleidoscope, he immediately stopped smiling, coldly ordering, go. I want to see what they want to do. Today is extremely important. The Uchiha clan was to establish Sasuke as the new clan leader, and the higher-ups in Konoha all knew. Sasuke looked no different from an ordinary child, but the actual decision-maker was Sansui. Those attending the ceremony watched the Shamagia moving back and forth, bewildered. The current puppets are indistinguishable from living people. This was all thanks to the biotechnological techniques Sansui obtained from his sign-in rewards. Shamagia bionic technology plus the wisdom provided by Yak. The intelligent puppets created astonished even Yak. This is simply a miracle. Sansui looked at the intelligent puppets that resembled living beings, but frowned. This is still not enough. My enemy is the Otsutsuki, who has lived for who knows how long. He knew that in a few years, Otsutsuki Urashiki would come, and this was also his opportunity to obtain Otsutsuki's power. Hizashi was surprised by the Uchiha people being welcomed. Their aura is no different from that of living people. Are these all puppets? How could they become so powerful in such a short time? Other clan leaders were even more confused. They initially came to watch a joke. But why are so many Uchiha appearing suddenly? The chakra amount of the one in front is the same as that of a Jounin. After the tedious rituals, Sasuke was proclaimed the new clan leader in front of everyone. Except for the third Hokage, who was away on a mission, the three giants of Konoha were present. And they didn't immediately cause trouble. Sansui thought to himself, if they don't make a move soon, I'll have to show them the door. Uchiha Sasuke, I have some questions to ask you. Sansui confronted Danzo and crushed him, forcing the antagonist to return the Uchiha remains. Just as everyone was preparing to disperse, Danzo approached with his cane, questioning Sasuke. Sansui, who was about to fall asleep on stage, instantly perked up, excited. Here it comes, here it comes. Let us see what trouble Danzo wants to stir. Sasuke, confused, asked, who are you? He usually only practiced and studied, not knowing Danzo at all. Danzo arrogantly declared, I am Shimura Danzo, advisor to the Hokage. He glanced at Sasuke with disdain. Just a child who isn't grown up, not worth worrying about. Sasuke's pupils shrank sharply as he stared intensely at Danzo, a murderous intent nearly spilling over. You are the enemy who destroyed my clan. Sansui quickly stepped forward and patted his shoulder, whispering, don't be hasty. Killing requires striking at the heart. Earlier, he had told Sasuke the truth about the massacre, which hadn't triggered the Manjiki Sharingan, but Sasuke had opened the three-tomo Sharingan, which was still a gain. Sansui crossed his arms and walked in front of Danzo, provocatively saying, I am Uchiha Sansui. If you have something to say, just ask. Danzo, the lord. He still remembered how Danzo had sent someone to knock him out. Just as Danzo was about to speak, Sanshui interrupted him directly. Could you shut up? Sanshui continued. A few days ago, I caught some little mice in my backyard. But I don't know what they were looking for. Do you know who they are, Lord Danzo? Danzo frowned. How would I know? Sanshui smiled. Then I'll take it that you don't know. Following their trail, I found quite a few things that everyone had lost in their underground lair. What do you think? He deliberately emphasized underground, and upon hearing it, Danzo's heart raced. He quickly suppressed his emotions. I don't have time to listen to your stories. I'm leaving. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Sanshui called out to stop him. I heard that the Third Hokage took in the remains of our clansmen, and now I hope they can be buried whole in the Uchiha ancestral land. What do you think? The implication was clear, returning both the corpses and the Sharingan. Danzo gritted his teeth in anger, forced to squeeze out words between clenched teeth. I will discuss with Hiruzen and return them as soon as possible. After saying that, he hurriedly left with his men. Once Danzo left, the scene fell into silence. Everyone from the ninja clans was dumbfounded. Is this really the domineering Danzo? He actually lost to a child. Watching Sanshui suppress Danzo the entire time, everyone was shocked by this maneuver. This was no child, but a cunning character pretending to be innocent. Seeing Sanshui nearly suppress Danzo completely, it vividly taught everyone a lesson. Sanshui forced Danzo to activate Izanagi. Showing off his muscles shocked all of Konoha. Everyone was frightened. Uchiha Sanshui is too hard to deal with. He even grasped Danzo's weakness, which was too ruthless. Just after Danzo left the Uchiha residence, he stumbled a short distance, covered his mouth, and coughed violently, blood dripping from between his fingers. Root members wanted to help him, but he shouted angrily, "Don't come over." He tore open his collar, and several wooden patterns spread from his right shoulder throughout his body. Hashirama cells had actually gone berserk, and even his sealing techniques couldn't suppress them. Danzo quickly formed hand seals. Rabbit, pig, goat. He directly activated the Uchiha's ultimate eye technique, Izanagi. The next moment, he transformed into an illusion and vanished, re-emerging from a dark corner. The cost was a permanent blindness in one of his Sharingan wrapped in bandages. He was completely bewildered. What did that little brat do? He initially wanted to put Sasuke in his place, but the plan was completely disrupted, and he almost exposed his secret. So he had no choice but to abandon his plans against the Uchiha, cursing the Root members in his heart. They can't even guard their own den. He then coldly returned to the Root base with his subordinates. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha residence, Sanshui happily accepted everyone's congratulations. Konoha's high-ranking officials had confirmed that Sasuke would be the clan leader, and he would be the elder. Once Danzo left, he immediately took everyone to a large training ground, showcasing his collection and shattering everyone's worldview on the spot. Everyone watched as the puppets unleashed stunning ninjutsu against each other. Completely numb. Is this still puppet technique? I would believe it if you said these were live ninjas. This is a transformation ninjutsu. There is also the Uchiha Kunai throwing technique. Compared to this, the Sand Ninja puppet technique is just trash. From this moment on, no one dared to underestimate the Uchiha. There were only 2 clan members, but there was the shadow-level Sanshui and dozens of upper ninja-level puppets, with the guards being at least middle ninja level. Hizashi was overjoyed. I hit the jackpot. Once the Hyuga clan gets familiar with the ninja tools provided by Sanshui, those old geezers can roll out. He couldn't maintain his authority as he laughed, stepping forward to congratulate. You should be called Elder Sanshui now? Sanshui quickly expressed his respect. Uncle Hizashi, just call me Sanshui. My puppet technique has come this far thanks to the Hyuga support. After all, this person in front of him might be his future father-in-law. Sanshui was selling technology to his benefactor. The ninja tools were so strong they crushed the whole audience. During the time he was transforming the Uchiha, Sanshui had bought a lot of materials at a low price from the Hyuga, and Hizashi could always find channels to satisfy him. Sanshui said to Hizashi, "Uncle, don't be in a hurry to leave. I have something good to show you. Here, take a look at this." He handed over a blank driving dial. Hizashi touched the unfamiliar dial, asking blankly, "Is this also something from the Sage of Six Paths?" Sanshui teased, "You'll find out soon." He then had Lei welcome all the ninja clans to the product showcase area. Sanshui chatted with Yake in his mind. "Are all the big benefactors gathered? Is everything confirmed?" Yake replied, "They're all here, and everything has been inspected." Sanshui quickly walked towards the courtyard, feeling a pang in his heart. Although the Hyuga materials were cheap, the quantity used was massive. The Uchiha's development consumed resources, and assets were shrinking daily. If this continued, it would be a bottomless pit. Earlier, He had already asked Yake to research profitable civilian and combat products, and Yake used the blank driving dial as the core to come up with several plans. This blank driving dial is top-notch, compatible with Kamen Rider powers, chakra, and can seal ninja tools, tailed beasts, and even world history. Currently, Yake had produced 2 finished products. One was the Ninja Technique Dial, which allows storing ninjutsu in advance and releasing it with a press, super convenient. The second was the Storage Dial, which can store ninja tools and also serve as a sealing container. Shamagia even used this as an energy core, capable of absorbing natural energy and converting it into power. Sansui also wanted to use Yake's natural energy to open Sage Mode, but without a teacher, the risk was too great. Absorbing too much could lead to petrification, and his chakra amount wasn't enough. However, he had already started preparing to capture Otsutsuki Kinshiki. After all, only Sage Techniques and Taijutsu can fight against Otsutsuki. Returning to the showcase area, clang. A sound of metal colliding echoed painfully. Everyone numbly watched the broken ninja blade on the ground, then looked at the intact Uchiha ninja tools in their hands, with various remnants of ninja tools scattered on the ground. Each of them tried using their own tools against the Uchihas, and their own tools were easily chopped like tofu, while the Uchiha's tools didn't even have scratch. The result was that with just a slight force, their own ninja tools were cut open like tofu, while the Uchiha's ninja tools didn't even have a single notch. Sansui cried poverty while selling black technology. The Fireball Technique Dial shocked the entire ninja community. Everyone was thinking, if these ninja tools were used on the battlefield, what would happen? In ordinary ninja missions, most rely on taijutsu and cold weapons. With little chakra, if ninjutsu doesn't work, they have to fight in close combat. If their own ninja tools break at the slightest touch, and their protective gear is useless, they wouldn't be able to fight at all. One ninja said, if we massively equip these ninja tools, other villages would be doomed. Immediately, someone refuted, and everyone began discussing. But deep down they were puzzled. What exactly does Sansui want to achieve by bringing us here? The attendees were all clan leaders from major ninja clans, and they could see the value of the ninja tools at a glance. But the strength of these tools was outrageous, and they should be impossible to mass-produce. It was truly hard to fathom Sansui's intentions. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Sansui directly began. Welcome to the Uchiha Product Showcase. To keep it short, I am extremely short on money. He continued to cry poverty. There are only 2 of us in the Uchiha, Sasuke and me, and our revival relies entirely on us. I specialize in puppet techniques, which consume a lot of materials. It's too expensive. The crowd nodded in understanding. Got it. The Sand Ninja puppet techniques are very picky about materials. Sansui must have spent all his money on thousands of high-quality puppets. Sansui then shifted the topic. Today, I mainly want to showcase 2 products. One is the ninja tools you just tried, whose quality crushes the mainstream. No need to elaborate. The second is the ninjutsu dial I created by combining Uchiha secret techniques and eye techniques. He raised the silver dial high. With the character for technique in the middle, it contains the fire style, fireball technique. He looked for someone to demonstrate. Hinata glanced at Hisashi, and after receiving a nod, she quickly stepped forward. Now, under the guidance of her father, Hinata is no longer the shy girl who used to hide from people. She can bravely stand in front of everyone. Hayashi looks at his daughter and nods in satisfaction. This is how a branch family daughter should be. Hinata picks up the dial and presses a button. A mechanical voice sounds from the dial. Fire release. Great fireball technique. An illusory upper body of 3 water figures appears behind her, and a scorching fireball with a diameter of 10 meters erupts from the mouth of the illusion, soaring into the sky and exploding with a thunderous roar. Mizashima smiles and explains, everyone rest assured, the Uchiha have a barrier, so there won't be any destruction. Oh right, this ninja tool is a one-time use. The ninja technique dial creates a spectacle. Kai plays the supporting role, while Kakashi is completely stunned. Crack! The silver dial in Hinata's hand instantly shatters into pieces, disappearing without a trace. Mizashima squints and smiles like a fox. Ladies and gentlemen, don't need to say more about whether this ninja tool works or not. The crowd below is already dumbfounded. This is not just a ninja tool. It's simply a miracle. The technique can be stored without hand seals, can accurately break through in real combat, and save chakra. This thing could directly rewrite the rules of the ninja world. Everyone swallows hard, staring at Mizashima, their minds filled with shock. They all know Hinata's background. Lacking in chakra is one thing, but the Hyuga clan doesn't even practice elemental ninjutsu. However, The scale of that great fireball, just now, is something even a Jonin might not be able to perform. If every Hyuga had one of these dials, with 8 trigrams palm, reversal heaven, and additional ninjutsu, their combat power would soar to the heavens. Thinking of this, everyone shivers, while only Hayashi is grinning from ear to ear, secretly pleased that he didn't choose the wrong side. Next, teaching everyone how to store ninjutsu is super simple. Mizashima pulls out a black blank dial. All you need to do is input the corresponding ninjutsu chakra. He makes the tiger seal, pours chakra into the dial, and the black dial immediately turns silver. This time, we're sealing the B-rank Great Dragon Fire technique. Who wants to give it a try? The crowd instantly erupts, and a green figure shoots out. I'll do it. Mizashima sees this and laughs. This is none other than the Kai Emperor, Might Guy, the pinnacle of physical techniques, but unfortunately not skilled in ninjutsu. This living advertisement is too good. Guy shouts at the top of his lungs. I am the Azure Beast of Konoha, Might Guy. Youth should be about daring to challenge and try. As he speaks, he strikes a classic pose, his green bodysuit making people dizzy. Below, Kakashi facepalms, looking exasperated. This guy is still the same as ever. Oh, Kakashi, when did you arrive? Rikyū greets him with a smile. Kakashi, holding his head in frustration, replies, just got back from mission, protecting a little girl. The opponent had a broken armor and an ice shield. It was a hassle. Dingzu laughs. It's rare to see you in a bind. Hachi presses on. What mission is so troublesome? Just as Kakashi is about to speak, Rikyū suddenly interjects. You've taken on a good disciple. I am envious. Kakashi is completely confused. Disciple? What disciple? Why didn't he know about this? What? You still don't know? Kakashi is shocked to hear that his disciple is super godly. The Kai Emperor uses the dial to fulfill his dream, and the price revelation sends the crowd into a frenzy. Rikyū sees Kakashi's confused expression and, while finding it strange, understands Kakashi's personality and directly explains. Your disciple is now the elder of the Uchiha clan and has opened the Manjiki. He has also created a Jonin-level puppet, producing a ninjutsu dial that can use techniques without hand seals and chakra consumption. This thing is incredibly useful for you. After all, Kakashi's chakra shortage is a well-known secret among Jonin. Kakashi's eyes widen in shock. What? I just went on a mission, and my disciple is stronger than me now? He doesn't doubt Rikyū's words at all, feeling completely stunned. Rikyū whispers, got one to try it, and this time's the Great Dragon Fire. Look, Mizashima rubs his sore ears, teaching Guy step by step. Press this. Once the ninjutsu comes out, you can control its trajectory in your mind. Guy slaps the dial, and a mechanical voice erupts. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique. A fire dragon several meters in diameter flies out, spiraling into the sky under Guy's control, eventually crashing into the barrier and dissipating. Guy is so excited that tears stream down his face as he shouts to the sky, Dad, I can use ninjutsu now, too. This is my youth. He has always wanted to perform ninjutsu, but unfortunately lacked talent and could only focus on physical techniques. Now, he has finally realized his dream. Mizashima rubs his hands and asks, Senior Guy, how is this ninja tool? Guy wipes away his tears and gives a thumbs up. Good stuff. But I can't use ninjutsu. How do I store techniques? Mizashima laughs and replies, I've thought of that. Selling blank dials and finished ninjutsu dials. You can choose the ninjutsu you want or have a friend help you store it. Guy immediately asks, how much does it cost? This question resonates with everyone. Mizashima scratches his chin. The blank dial is 10,000 ryo each, and the price of a ninjutsu dial is based on the technique's rank. Further announcements will follow. You should know that an explosive tag is only 2,000 ryo, and A-rank mission rewards range from 500 to 1,000 ryo. Mizashima is precisely targeting the money of Chunin and Jonin. He isn't even considering the genin. Guy's mouth twitches, muttering to himself, really expensive. But then he thinks about it, and this price is still acceptable, so he breathes a sigh of relief. 10,000 ryo, not too expensive. Mizashima encounters a mysterious invasion. Obito launches a surprise attack on the Southie Shrine, causing a commotion with the Manjiki. The clan leaders of the ninja families below are well aware. 10,000 ryo for a blank dial is really not expensive for them. The value of this dial entirely depends on what ninjutsu is stored. Once it gets into their hands, they can definitely make it shine. Mizashima continues. The Uchiha Ninja tool store's operating hours will be announced later. We have prepared some blank dials today. Those who want them can buy them later. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. After saying that, He hurriedly slips out the back door. There are Shimaji watching the venue, and he can't afford any mistakes. Rikyū nudges Kakashi. Your disciple seems to be in a hurry. Aren't you going to check it out? Kakashi squints lazily. Following someone is not a good habit. Rikyū shrugs. I was just casually saying. Kakashi responds, and also gets up to leave his seat. Mizashima runs towards the South East Shrine, asking Yak, what is going on? Just now. Yak suddenly detected an unfamiliar chakra and immediately notified him. Yak replies, before the event started, there was a strange life signal below, just now. Chakra appeared near the South East Shrine. I have already dispatched magic puppets for vigilance, and Shin is heading over. Mizashima's expression instantly becomes serious. Suddenly appearing chakra, strange signals? Information rapidly flies through his mind. There are not many abnormal life forms in Naruto, so the invaders are most likely Obito and Zetsu. He wonders, what are these two doing in Konoha? Is it the butterfly effect I triggered? But the South East Shrine is my base. Did Obito come here to cause trouble? Fortunately, Yak has already activated the dormant magic puppets, and the base is entering a state of readiness. Soon, Yak sends back news. The reconnaissance team has arrived and is transmitting images. Mizashima looks at the screen and immediately confirms. It really is him. The person on the screen is wrapped in a black cloak and wearing an orange mask with black flame patterns. It's Uchiha Obito, near the South East River. The space twists into a vortex, and Obito emerges. Zetsu pops his head out from a tree. Obito, it seems we've been discovered. Black Zetsu hoarsely adds. It's the Uchiha. We were targeted as soon as we entered the area. Obito crosses his arms and complains. Are the kids nowadays this fierce? How long has it been? White Zetsu suddenly says. That kid named Mizashima also opened his manjiki, and the pattern's the same as yours. Obito squints his eyes, not looking back as he asks, do we have any information on him? White Zetsu replies. He has only revealed one type of eye technique called the Divine Emperor Birth Spirit Sovereign. It can bring puppets to life and grant human-level intelligence. It's simply the authority of a deity. Obito disguises himself as Madara and causes trouble. Magic puppets explode and counterattack. Space ninjutsu is useless. Black Zetsu gives Mizashima a high evaluation. His Divine Emperor Birth Spirit Sovereign, if the ocular power is sufficient, could create a unique, intelligent race. Obito becomes interested upon hearing this. If even Madara's incarnation praises him so much, this junior's eyes must be extraordinary. Zetsu suddenly says, they are on the move. As he spoke, he dove into the tree, leaving only his voice behind. Take your time, Obito. Obito replied faintly, pondering to himself, if I could persuade this junior to join Akatsuki, capturing the tailed beast would be even more secure. Just as he was thinking this, a sound of breaking air came from the distance, and several figures leaped out of the forest, landing and shouting. Intruders. Don't move. Obito scoffed. Intruders? I'm just here to pay my respects. He turned around, his facial space distorting, and sent several wind-release shurikens flying straight at the mechanical puppets. The puppets' eyes flashed with crimson data streams. Attack detected. Executing Article 3. They moved quickly and coordinated fiercely, completely beyond Obito's impression of puppets. Their outer skin was real skin, capable of supplying blood and using chakra. Boom! Obito's shurikens were blocked by a suddenly rising stone wall, not even leaving a dent. Immediately after, several fire release techniques flew out from behind the wall, bombarding Obito's position. He didn't dodge, but instead analyzed. This reaction speed, impressive. He had Kamui to phasing, so ordinary attacks couldn't hurt him. But the mechanical puppets didn't have chakra threads. They only received intermittent chakra input, which reminded him of Pain's chakra receivers and was somewhat similar to Sasori's human puppets. Before the smoke cleared, Obito suddenly sidestepped to avoid an attack from behind. So fast. The mechanical puppets used their eye detectors for precise targeting, completely unaffected by the smoke. Soon, more mechanical puppets arrived, some transforming into close combat assailants, while others bombarded from a distance with ninjutsu, causing explosions that scared all the animals in the forest away. Obito panted as he surveyed his surroundings. The ground littered with the remains of mechanical puppets, some still sparking with arcs of electricity. But in the distance, more mechanical puppets were gathering from a base, showing no signs of stopping. The distant mechanical puppets continued to be activated one after another, assembling towards this location. Obito was hit in the face by the reality. Sansui's God Will missed its target, and Danzo became the new objective. Obito relied on his eye techniques and would release to crush 5 squads of mechanical puppets sent by Yaku. But these squads were merely low-level cannon fodder. Yaku had already collected Obito's battle data during the fight and figured out his weaknesses. He had to manifest physically when attacking, which led to a significant disadvantage for Obito. However, he also seized the opportunity to suck one mechanical puppet into the Kamui space. On the other side, Sansui finally met up with Shun, clinging to Shun as he flew over. When they landed, Sansui almost threw up, complaining, "I'll never let Shun fly me again." Once he recovered, he looked at Obito, surrounded by mechanical puppets, and asked knowingly, "Who are you? Why did you invade the Uchiha?" Obito slowly replied, "My name is Uchiha Madara." He thought that upon revealing his name, the opponent would surely be frightened. After all, the name Uchiha Madara was synonymous with fear in the ninja world. To his surprise, Sansui held back a laugh and calmly replied, "Oh, and then?" Obito was momentarily stunned. "This isn't right. Why aren't you surprised?" He was still pondering, wondering if Sansui had a grudge against Konoha, so he could persuade him to become a rogue ninja. Sansui directly activated his Manjiki Sharingan, excitedly saying, "You have to fight to know if it's really Madara." He had long coveted Kamui, and now he was only using Kakashi's left eye's ability. His right eye had power, but no techniques. If he could get Obito's eye, it would be amazing. Upon seeing Sansui's Manjiki, Obito muttered, "The same pattern as mine." But he didn't want to become enemies and didn't want to expose himself. So he decided to leave. Obito activated Kamui, drilling his body into the space, and shouted before leaving, "Here's some intel for you. Watch out for Danzo." The mechanical puppet's attacks were a step too slow and all missed. Sansui scoffed. TCH, he ran away. Didn't get Kamui. He wasn't afraid of Danzo. Instead, he sneered, "If that old man dares to come, I'll take him down myself." Sansui instructed Yaku, "Take care of this place. Shun, let's go." He still needed to rush back to the exhibition and once again clung to Shun, reminding him, "Fly a bit slower this time." Shun immediately agreed. "Understood, Lord Sansui." Sansui was terrified while flying. Kakashi looked dumbfounded as the cultivation chamber exploded, causing a frenzy. Shun spread his metallic wings, holding Sansui in his arms, and instantly accelerated towards the Uchiha residence. In the sky, only Sansui's screams echoed. "Shun, what's the difference in speed from just now?" Meanwhile, at the Uchiha residence, Riku saw Kakashi return and smiled, asking, "Hey Kakashi, back so soon? Is your student all right?" Kakashi sighed. "I lost track of him." He said he saw Sansui being carried by a flying puppet, moving so fast that it disappeared from perception in the blink of an eye. Riku and the others were shocked. "A flying puppet? And that fast?" Kakashi nodded. "I saw it with my own eyes. There are very few ninja who can fly in the ninja world, and I've never seen someone fly this fast using a puppet." He had been monitoring Sansui and recognized that puppet. Under his Sharingan, he could see the distinct energy core in the puppet's chest. Moreover, the puppet was flying towards the South River, which was within the Land of Fire. If there was indeed an enemy barrier squad notification, he wouldn't worry too much and sat back down next to Ino Shiketcho to chat. Rika glanced at the nearby Shimijiya and had a realization. Then it's fine. Let's take a look at the new gadgets on the booth. A few minutes later, Shun slowly descended with Sansui over the Uchiha residence. The barrier squad was already used to things flying above the Uchiha and didn't care when they detected the exclusive chakra. Sansui's face was pale as he complained, "Shun, can't you fly any slower?" Shun lowered his head in apology. "Young Master Sansui, I've already reduced my speed compared to when we left." Sansui contacted Yaku. "How's the exhibition going?" Yaku's gentle voice came through. "Almost over. We're showcasing the small hydroponic chambers." Sansui's eyes lit up, and he quickly walked towards the exhibition area. This time, in addition to ninja tools, there were also luxury items and civilian black technology hydroponic chambers developed by Yaku. These hydroponic chambers were a downgraded version of hydroponic farms, with all the functions intact. Capable of simulating crop ecosystems, fully automated with smart chips, capable of selecting quality seeds to increase yield, and even able to grow crops in different environments, making them commercially valuable, especially for the nobles in the Land of Wind, who couldn't farm normally. This was something they simply couldn't refuse. Some things couldn't even be bought with money. Sansui stared at the figures in the exhibition area, where the heads of the Ino Shiketcho were present, and surprisingly, there was also Kakashi. He thought to himself, "I didn't expect to run into Kakashi here. What a surprise." As Riku and Hachi chatted, he noticed Sansui approaching and reminded Kakashi with a smile, "Hey, isn't that your student?" Kakashi turned around, Following Riku's gaze, Sansui had already changed out of his bulky formal attire, now wearing a high-collared long black robe of the Uchiha, a smile on his lips, walking towards them. Kakashi waved at Sansui, lazily saying, "Hey, long time no see, Sansui." Sansui replied, "Yeah, long time no see, teacher Kakashi." It had been a few days since they last met, and he actually missed Kakashi a bit. After a few exchanges, Sansui directly stated his purpose to Riku. Let's unite Inoshikacho, Uchiha, and Hyuga to create a large commercial company. The products at the exhibition were meant to be sold, and he wanted smart people like Riku to see their value at a glance. Sansui chatted with Riku and the others for a long time, explaining his plans thoroughly. The core was just 2 words: make money. Aside from making money, it was still making money. Riku and the others were dumbfounded. Is Sansui really that short on cash? To secure Riku's agreement, Sansui directly offered 2 large hydroponic chambers as an investment. A gesture so generous it was outrageous. Riku, who understood the medicinal herb business, knew that these hydroponic chambers could not only grow crops, but also cultivate rare medicinal herbs. Medicinal materials in the ninja world have always been in high demand, making it an essential resource. Riku originally didn't want to get involved, but he couldn't resist such a generous offer and directly agreed. Hachi and Dza also followed suit, as Inoshikacho had always trusted Riku's judgment. Sansui then brought in the Nara clan, and Nara nodded on the spot, having no reason to refuse. The clan leaders immediately finalized. The Uchiha, Hyuga, and Inoshikacho would form a commercial alliance, establishing the Flying Electric Intelligent Company. A few days later, Sansui directly placed the news of the 5 clans alliance on the table of the Third Hokage, who had just returned from the daimyo's residence. The third was smoking and felt a headache looking at Fadian Intelligence's business plan. It clearly outlined the scope of operations, goals, and direction, and even included an analysis report from Lugio, stating that this plan could genuinely lead to significant development for Konoha. After reading the analysis and going through the business plan again, the third pondered. Doing this could indeed greatly enhance Konoha and boost his political achievements. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were longtime supporters of the Hokage. The Hyuga had performed well in recent years, and there were only 2 Uchiha. Sansui was still someone he had high hopes for. Even the Ninja Academy praised him for understanding the will of fire. The third waved his hand, approved. This matter posed no harm to him and could earn him prestige. However, the third furrowed his brow. He needed to quickly establish a bond between Sansui and the village to increase his sense of belonging, and ideological guidance couldn't fall behind. With Kakashi keeping an eye on him, he could ensure that Sansui wouldn't stray onto Orochimaru's path. Thinking of Orochimaru made the third's heart ache. Of his 3 disciples, Orochimaru had the best talent. He raised him like a son and had high hopes, wanting Orochimaru to lead Konoha to the pinnacle, only for it to end in disappointment. He had hoped Orochimaru would become a leader for Konoha, bringing it back to its peak. Sansui was investing money to build a business empire. An elite ninja had endured for 6 years, and tomorrow would finally graduate. Later, Orochimaru became obsessed with forbidden techniques, conducting human experiments and disregarding life. When the third discovered this, he still wanted to leave him a way out. This shows how high Orochimaru's status was in the third's heart. The third sighed, what a pity. Perhaps I really am not suited to teach disciples. He thought of Tsunade and Jiraiya outside the village, feeling helpless. After receiving approval from the third, Sansui chose a shop on the busiest street in Konoha, walking straight from the Hokage Tower along Ichiraku Avenue, right across from the popular Konoha barbecue shop. Initially, the owner was reluctant to sell, but after Sansui offered a significant sum, he immediately changed his attitude and respectfully transferred the shop. You should know, an S-rank mission guarantees only 1 million Ryo, which has to be shared among the team. Several tens of millions of Ryo were something the owner couldn't even dream of. With several major ninja clans supporting him, Sansui was not short of money. In just a week, the shop was renovated. An entirely different 3-story building from Konoha style rose up, with the Fadian Intelligence sign prominently displayed. The people of Konoha were stunned. Shimaji's business capabilities were terrifying. If it weren't for Sansui's concern about disturbing the residents, they could have finished it in 3 days instead of the 12-hour workdays. During this time, Sansui finalized arrangements with various ninja clans. Those with money contributed money, and those with strength provided power. The clan leaders received dividends, while the Nara clan provided strategy. The Hyuga, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans were assigned positions based on their abilities. The clan leaders initially intended to sit back and reap the benefits, but they found themselves increasingly involved, binding their entire clan to Fadian intelligence. And they had no regrets. The returns far exceeded their expectations. Time flew by, and soon it was the summer of Konoha's 63rd year. Sansui lay bored on his desk, listening to Irika repeat the lesson. He, an elite ninja, had been in the academy for a full 6 years. If it weren't for Akira giving him a phone and internet access, he would have been bored to death by now. The children below were also uninterested. The ninja clan kids had already learned before enrolling, and they were just going through the class placement process. Sansui muttered, "Why should I, an elite ninja, be stuck in this childish place?" There were even umbu watching outside, specifically arranged by the third to ensure he graduated in person, preventing any shadow clones from taking his place. He cursed inwardly. That old man Sarutobi is really ruthless. Hinata gently comforted him. Lord Sansui, just endure a bit longer. You'll graduate tomorrow. The current Hinata was no longer the shy girl she once was. Her psychological therapy from Niji had filled her with confidence. Over these 6 years, Sansui discovered martial arts knowledge from various countries through Akira's database and saw Hinata as Gentle Fist. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What would happen if the Gentle Fist, Tai Chi, and Baji Quan were combined? After watching Hinata perform the Gentle Fist, a spark of inspiration popped into his head. What would a fusion of the Gentle Fist, Tai Chi, and Baji Quan be like? Sansui created the Steel Fist and brought Hinata along. When Naruto learned about the graduation test, he was stunned and screamed. Sansui immediately dug into Akira's database for the Baji Quan and Tai Chi of Huaxia and had Akira, this supercomputer, combine them with the Hyuga's Gentle Fist to devise a brand new fighting technique. He even whimsically named it the Steel Fist and downloaded the knowledge into Niji's program, asking Niji to teach it to himself and Hinata. As a result, the two grew closer, but Hinata still called him Lord Sansui. Despite several corrections, he simply gave up. Hinata also didn't let him down, practicing the Steel Fist to a decent level, directly overpowering Hyuga Hanabi, and all of Hinata's attention shifted to her. Hinata's combat skills were no longer just the Gentle Fist she had been taught. After discovering this, Hizashi became more interested in Sansui and often invited him to the Hyuga household for academic discussions. With the Steel Fist, Tai Chi, and Byakugan, Hinata easily defeated ordinary Chunin from the Hyuga clan, her strength quickly catching up to elite Chunin, just lacking in practical experience. Sansui suddenly buried his head in Hinata's arms, rubbing against her chin. "I need little Hinata's embrace to comfort me," Hinata exclaimed, her face flushed, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck while gently patting his back with the other hand. The commotion in the back row drew the attention of other girls, who gritted their teeth in jealousy. Damn it, she got ahead of us again. The ninja world was cruel, and life was short. The children matured early, and girls began to seek out their ideal partners. Sansui and Sasuke were already popular. Seeing Hinata secure Sansui, the other girls could only wail in their hearts. Hinata noticed the gazes and lowered her head even more, softly saying, "Lord Sansui, stop it." Sansui smiled mischievously. Shy Hinata is really cute. On stage, Irika could clearly see what was happening and was furious. Eating dog food in class. Have you considered the feelings of a single dog like me? But thinking of Sansui as the Uchiha elder and Hinata as the Hyuga heiress, he could only pretend not to see it. Finally, leaving behind a remark, "Prepare for the graduation test tomorrow," and quickly slipped away. After Sansui and the others packed their things and left, he turned to Naruto and said, "Naruto, come to Uchiha later." After school, Naruto's shrill scream echoed over the Uchiha residence. "What? The graduation test is about the three-body technique?" Naruto instantly lost color, standing there in a daze. Just a moment ago, Sansui had told him about the three-body technique for tomorrow's test. Not long ago, Sansui had informed Naruto about the upcoming three-body technique test for graduation. Naruto panicked. The graduation test on the three-body technique was a challenge for him, and Sansui was plotting against him. Naruto scratched his head in confusion, looking dazed. "I can't do the shadow clone technique. What if I can't graduate?" Sasuke crossed his arms and sneered. "You're at the bottom, not listening in class, and you can't even do the three-body technique?" Naruto immediately exploded. "Shut up, Sasuke. You couldn't even beat me last time. Do you want a rematch?" You should know, Naruto had the Nine Tails chakra interfering with his control, making it impossible to accurately manage his chakra. Plus, he had previously loved causing trouble to attract attention, so he hadn't made any progress with the three-body technique. But now, Naruto was also an excellent student and often ran to the Uchiha clan, practicing with Sansui and Sasuke, inheriting Minato's talent, excelling in taijutsu and shuriken throwing, and relying on his tough skin to suppress Sasuke even with fewer ninjutsu. Sasuke didn't even think before rejecting. Who wants to fight you, the bottom feeder? Naruto, unwilling to give up, suddenly thought of the exam tomorrow, and his face instantly fell. Sansui patted his shoulder. Don't worry, the exam isn't a bad thing for you. He then explained the scheme that Mizuki was trying to trick him into stealing the sealing book. Sansui was clear in his mind. This was all a play directed by the Third. How would Mizuki, a chunin, know where the sealing book was? How could a student like Naruto easily obtain it? The Third was watching with a crystal ball, but didn't send anyone to stop it. Who would believe he wasn't involved? Naruto hesitated. How could Mizuki-sensei? Sansui warned. You'll understand when the time comes. Don't tell anyone. The next day, during the graduation exam, Iruka called out, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke walked in with a tug, and under the watchful eye of the proctor, he perfectly demonstrated the three-body technique. Iruka nodded. Full marks? Sasuke pretended to leave the classroom, provoking Naruto as he did. Naruto immediately exploded in anger, and the two started fighting, putting on a show of their friendship through mutual beatings. Iruka looked at the roster and saw that the next student was Naruto Uzumaki, and he suddenly felt a headache coming on. Naruto used to be a troublemaker, and he had failed the shadow clone technique in the previous test. He rubbed his temples and shouted, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto pushed the door open, strode up to the teacher, and began forming hand seals. Transformation technique. He quickly made the hand seals. Transformation technique. Naruto's sexy jutsu blew everyone away. The shadow clone technique created a thick cloud of smoke, leaving the proctor stunned. Naruto shooted transformation technique and was instantly enveloped in a dense white smoke, making it impossible to see even a shadow of him. As the smoke slowly dissipated, the classroom erupted. Where was Naruto? All that remained was a stunningly beautiful girl with key parts obscured by thin smoke, gently twisting her body in a tempting manner. Sexy jutsu. A soft, charming voice echoed, and all the proctoring teachers were left wide-eyed, breathing heavily and feeling a surge of heat below. Iruka, having been single for over 20 years, couldn't withstand this blow. Blood gushed from his nose, but he still forced himself to rush forward and punch the girl on the head. Bang! After this punch, Iruka was stunned. What? The sensation in his hand was soft and squishy, definitely not Naruto's head. Looking down, he saw a wooden log on the ground. It was actually a substitution technique. The nearby teachers exploded. Did you not see him forming hand seals? When did he switch to the substitute? Iruka quickly scanned the classroom, but he couldn't find even half a shadow of Naruto. To be fair, in order to give the candidates room to perform, the desks and chairs had already been pushed against the walls. Just now, all the teachers had been completely entranced by the sexy jutsu, and hadn't noticed that a chair had quietly appeared against the wall. Ha ha ha, you all fell for it. Suddenly, the chair popped back into Naruto, who pointed at Iruka and laughed so hard he was slapping his thigh. The teachers immediately reacted, clapping their hands. He transformed into a chair while we were distracted. Brilliant. I give him full marks. Iruka's eyes turned red with emotion. Naruto, you passed the transformation technique and the substitution technique. The last item, shadow clone technique. As long as you pass this, you will be a true ninja. But as soon as Naruto heard this, he immediately became fidgety and stood frozen in place, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He really wanted to graduate on his own, but he had been practicing the shadow clone technique for a long time and still hadn't succeeded. Iruka thought he was just nervous and urged him, don't panic. Take your time. Naruto quickly wiped his sweat and steeled himself. I'm starting. He quickly formed the hand seals for the shadow clone technique, shouting in his heart, this time I must succeed. I absolutely cannot let Iruka-sensei down. Iruka watched him with hopeful eyes, not thinking too much about it. The next second, a layer of light blue chakra enveloped Naruto, and he roared with all his might. Shadow clone technique. Boom! A cloud of smoke exploded 10 times thicker than before, instantly filling the entire classroom, with smoke even seeping out through the cracks in the doors and windows. Like a raging fire. Outside, the three who were waiting for Naruto were dumbfounded, unable to hold back their comments. What the hell is going on in there? The smoke is about to blow the house down. Sasuke leaned against the wall, glancing at the smoke-filled classroom, rolling his eyes. What else? That idiot must be up to something again. Other students who had finished their exams gathered around, craning their necks to peek into the classroom. all curious about what was happening inside. Inside the classroom. Cough, cough. So uncomfortable. The smoke is too thick. I can't breathe. Naruto's shadow clone technique backfired. Mizuki caused trouble and was being watched, while Hanabi was clinging to him, giving Mizuki a headache. The classroom was in chaos, and when the smoke finally cleared, the room was filled with Naruto's limp, pale clones, looking like deflated dough. Iruka exploded. Idiot Naruto. What are you doing? Quickly dispel these failures. Naruto lowered his head and replied in a small voice. Oh. He didn't dare to look at Iruka's face. Iruka, furious, marked and fawned the grading sheet. Naruto, you failed the exam. The shadow clone technique, though basic, is crucial for a genin survival, and I will not let a student who cannot use it graduate. Mizuki quickly tried to smooth things over. His transformation technique and substitution technique were great. He is still an excellent student. Please make an exception. Iruka directly refused, insisting on his principles, collected the sheets, and left without looking back. Naruto walked out of the classroom feeling dejected, and Mizuki patted his shoulder to comfort him, then took Hanabi and Sasuke toward the academy gates, leaving Naruto alone in the setting sun. At dusk, the academy was bustling with parents picking up their children, while Naruto sat alone on a swing, looking particularly lonely. In a corner, Mizuki observed for a while before walking over to Naruto. This scene was all seen by Mizuki, who was not far away. Mizuki knew. He had already said everything he needed to say to Naruto yesterday. Whether he could grasp the opportunity would depend on him. He would help Naruto deal with the Nine Tails when the Land of Waves storyline came up. He turned to Hanabi and said, "Let's go." Hanabi worriedly asked, "Is Naruto okay?" Mizuki smiled. "Don't worry, this is his chance. The Book of Seals of Konoha is not something just anyone can read." Suddenly, he remembered something and asked with a headache, "Is Hanabi coming today?" Hanabi awkwardly nodded, "Yes. Ever since she found out that the Iron Fist was taught by Mizuki. She has been pestering me to learn and has been coming to the Uchiha clan more and more." Mizuki rubbed his temples. "Is your sister like this at home too?" Hanabi immediately replied, "No, she only acts like this when she is with you." Mizuki was speechless. No wonder there's so many weirdos in the ninja world. Parents don't care about their children's psychological issues at all. It turned out that Hanabi had pretended to be obedient in front of Hisashi. But once she got familiar with Mizuki, her little devil nature was exposed, clinging to him and acting cute every day, making him both helpless and overwhelmed. The following plot was the same as the original story. Naruto was informed by Mizuki that he still had a chance to graduate, provided he obtained the Book of Seals, and handed it over to Mizuki. That night, Naruto used his sexy jutsu to take down the Third Hokage. He stole the Book of Seals and turned the tables on Mizuki, and Iruka came to the rescue. Naruto rushed into the Third Hokage's office and used his sexy jutsu to directly take down the waiting Third Hokage. Then he found the Konoha sealing scroll in the office, grabbed it, and ran, causing a stir among a large group of Konoha ninjas. Naruto, carrying the scroll, ran wildly through the Konoha forest, unaware that the Umbu in the shadows were watching his every move, with the Third Hokage's telescope technique keeping an eye on him. When he reached the place he had agreed upon with Mizuki, he found a secluded corner, opened the Book of Seals, and began to flip through it. Multiple shadow clones. 8 gates, flying thunder god, impure world reincarnation. "This is so hard," he mumbled while scanning the book, his eyes flashing with blue data streams. The nanochips in his irises had already recorded the content. Naruto stared at the page for the multiple shadow clone technique. "If I can master this, I can graduate." Saying this, he closed the book, leaving only this page to start practicing. Outside the Hokage's office, the Konoha ninjas had gathered, waiting for orders, while the Third Hokage sat inside, smoking, watching everything through a crystal ball. This was a show he had orchestrated through Mizuki, a compensation for Naruto. On the other side, Mizuki, seeing that Naruto was causing a stir, knew the plan was working, and followed the traces to find where Naruto was training, his eyes fixed on the Book of Seals. "If I get this, I can ally with Lord Orochimaru and gain immense power," Mizuki urged. "Naruto, give me the Book of Seals. I'll let you graduate." He felt a murderous intent rising in his heart, fearing that the night would be long and dreams would multiply. Naruto instantly remembered Mizuki's words, "Be cunning." He quickly calculated, "I can run faster than Mizuki, lure him in front of the Umbu, and then play the sympathy card to clean him out." Naruto tucked the Book of Seals away and turned to run, but Mizuki, sensed something was off, reached back and shouted more forcefully, "Give me the book." As he was escaping, Naruto suddenly heard an urgent shout, Naruto, watch out. The next second, he was tackled to the ground. Thud, he heard the sound of a blade piercing flesh. Drip, drip. Iruka's back was oozing blood, staining his clothes red and dripping onto the ground. Naruto blankly touched the blood on his face, trembling as he shouted, Iruka, teacher. Mizuki stepped forward, seeing that it was Iruka who blocked his shuriken, and mocked. Oh, it's you. Don't you hate that nine-tailed brat? Why are you protecting him? Iruka tried to speak, but was interrupted by a violent cough. I cough. Naruto unleashed his tailed beast chakra. In an instant, he overwhelmed Mizuki to save Iruka, and the healing device lit up. Iruka was about to retort when a sudden sharp pain shot through his body, causing him to cough uncontrollably and unable to speak. Mizuki's giant shuriken had already injured him severely. He opened his hand that was covering his mouth, dark red blood trickling through his fingers. Naruto's pupils constricted, frozen in place. Iruka-sensei. No matter how sensible he was still just a child, and the scene before him shattered him. Iruka gasped for breath, ignoring Mizuki's mocking from behind, and lowered his head to shout at Naruto, Naruto, run! Mizuki, seeing he was being ignored, was not angry and shouted at Naruto, Demon Fox brat, give me the sealing book. Iruka wanted to speak again, but Naruto interrupted. Enough. I will never give you the book. He quickly stood in front of Iruka, determination etched on his face. Although Iruka had disrupted his plans, he felt a long-lost warmth from Iruka. Naruto declared word by word, I will protect Iruka-sensei. He looked at Mizuki calmly, his gaze as if he were looking at a corpse. Mizuki was about to mock, with you. But his laughter suddenly choked, staring at Naruto in terror, cold sweat pouring down. Look closely. Naruto was enveloped in orange-tailed beast chakra, exuding a terrifying aura. This was the first form of the tailed beast cloak. His pupils turned into slits, his teeth sharpened, and a chakra tail floated behind him. Naruto scoffed. Didn't you call me a demon fox? Are you scared now? The Umbu in the shadows panicked. The Jinchuriki is going berserk. Should we notify the third Hokage? The Umbu captain immediately stopped them. Calm down. This is different from the previous berserk situation. Naruto's consciousness is clear, and his chakra hasn't increased. Continue monitoring. He had seen Naruto go berserk before, but this situation was completely different. Naruto activated the forbidden technique he had just learned, Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, orange figures of him appeared all over the trees and ground. Mizuki's face turned pale. Trembling all over, how? How is this possible? You're just a dead last. He knew he was done for. Go. Naruto didn't waste time, commanding his clones to swarm in. Mizuki tried to escape, but was surrounded by the clones. With his pathetic strength, he had no room to resist and was instantly pinned to the ground, screams echoing. Naruto's main body walked to Iruka's side. Iruka-sensei, hold on a little longer. Iruka's face was pale, blood soaking through his front. He had already pulled out the shuriken and used chakra to temporarily stop the bleeding, straining to say, Naruto, hurry and notify the village. Naruto immediately took out a red healing device from his ninja tool pouch, pressed the switch, and placed it on Iruka's chest. I will treat you right away. Iruka was stunned. What is this? After Naruto activated the device, a stream of green chakra surged from it, covering the wound on Iruka's back. Naruto's medical device saved Iruka. Mizuki was beaten into a mosaic, and the third Hokage focused on Mizuki's advanced technology. Moments later, the pain in Iruka's back completely disappeared. The wound not only healed, but left no scar. He widened his eyes. This is... Now, aside from his pale complexion, he could move freely. Naruto looked at the shattered device, feeling pained. This was given to me by Brother Mizuki. He said it could only be used when injured, and he gave me a piece. Iruka scratched his head. He had seen ninja technique devices, but this medical type was the first time he had seen. He was considering buying a few spare ones later. What about Mizuki? Iruka suddenly remembered the culprit. Naruto dispelled the shadow clones, retracted the tailed beast chakra, and pointed at the twitching figure not far away. Look, over there. I didn't go easy on him. Letting him die would be too cheap. Iruka looked at the mosaic figure, stunned. Is that Mizuki? He recognized him only upon getting closer. From the hair color and tattered vest, Mizuki was swollen 3 times over, and even acquaintances might not recognize him. Iruka suddenly got angry. Naruto, you've caused a big mess. Stealing the sealing book is a serious crime. Naruto quickly lowered his head. It was Mizuki-sensei who tricked me. He said he would give me a chance to retake the exam if I stole it. He shifted all the blame onto Mizuki. Irika sighed and waved. Naruto, come here. Naruto walked over in confusion, and Irika suddenly took off his forehead protector and placed it on Naruto's head, ruffling his hair with a smile. Naruto, congratulations on graduating. Naruto was frozen in place. Graduated? Yesterday, Mizuki said that following his way could lead to graduation and learning powerful ninjutsu. And it turned out to be true. He excitedly lunged at Irika. Ha ha ha, I'm a genin now. Irika cried out in pain. Idiot. Be gentler. At that moment, the Umbu emerged from the shadows. With Irika's guarantee, they recovered the sealing book and dragged the still-twitching Mizuki away. Awaiting him was permanent imprisonment. The third Hokage watched from his office, smiling broadly, but his gaze stopped on the device Naruto had used. Wow, is this the new gadget Mizuki made? I should go visit him in a few days. He dispelled the jutsu and looked out at the night view of Konoha. The flying electric intelligence from Mizuki was incredible. The villagers' food and clothing, ninja tools, and luxury goods were all part of his business. The taxes paid each year equated to the rewards for all Konoha ninjas working tirelessly for a year. Moreover, Mizuki was not stingy. He earned a lot and spent happily. Mizuki was not a stingy person. He only enjoyed the joy of making money and was generous when it came to spending. Mizuki was rapidly boosting Konoha's reputation. Naruto and Sasuke shared an unexpected kiss, and Kakashi was going to get beaten badly. Mizuki took some profits from the fly electric intelligence and freely donated them to support Konoha's public infrastructure, basic instruction, and even helped civilian ninjas. This move directly boosted his reputation, and now, when mentioning Konoha, no one could forget about flying electric intelligence, making it a true symbol of Konoha. Moreover, flying electric intelligence had shares from multiple ninja clans. Later, the Sarutobi clan and other ninja clans could also share in the profits. And the vigilance of Konoha's higher-ups had significantly decreased. Seeing the benefits brought by flying electric intelligence, the higher-ups frequently greenlit its projects. Who wouldn't want more money? The next day, the third Hokage walked into the Hokage office with a smile. Everyone has worked hard. The Umbu have captured the culprit, and the sealing book has been retrieved. Everyone go and rest. The ninjas who had been busy all night sighed in relief and left one by one after bowing. The class division scene at the Ninja Academy was bustling, with students fighting over their forehead protectors. Naruto and Sasuke, this pair of rivals. We're at it again, Sasuke mocked. Did you steal that forehead protector? Naruto jumped onto the table, glaring at him and shouting. This was given to me personally by Irika-sensei. Dare to compete again? He had just learned a new ninjutsu and wanted to try it out. Suddenly, a classmate stood up, accidentally bumping into someone. Next second, the whole class fell silent. Naruto and Sasuke actually kissed. The girls covered their faces, peeking through their fingers with jealousy. The boys directly watched the show for fun. Once the two reacted and quickly separated, the classroom turned into chaos until Irika arrived to restore order. The class division was the same as in the original work, with Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura in one group, led by Kakashi Hitaki. But Mizuki's name was notably absent. While Irika was puzzled, someone transmitted a message. Uchiha Mizuki, the third Hokage wants you in his office. Mizuki knew it must be that the third Hokage saw the medical device, and it was a good opportunity to ask for some benefits. Naruto asked, Mizuki, why wasn't your name called? Mizuki waved his hand to bid farewell to Hinata, who was about to leave, lazily saying, I'm going to see the third Hokage. Let's see how he arranges things. Sasuke suddenly asked, Uncle San, do you know our teacher? He wanted to gather some intelligence in advance. Sanshui laughed. Of course, I know him well. Your teacher is Kakashi Hitaki, but I guess he'll be here in a bit. Before leaving, he specifically reminded them, by the way, if Kakashi has you take a test later, make sure to beat him up. Don't hold back for my sake. At the same time, as Sanshui was leaving, he said to Sasuke and the others, by the way, if Kakashi has you take a test later, make sure to beat him up. Don't hold back for my sake. Sanshui got a new position. Naruto, in his two-tailed form, would be bullying Kakashi, and the test would be explosive. Sasuke looked at Sanshui's gritted teeth expression as he left, and thoughtfully replied, Oh, not long after. Sanshui walked into the Hokage's office, and after a while, he came out with squinted eyes and a big smile on his face. He was overjoyed. He didn't expect the third Hokage to give him that position. It was such a surprise. He thought he would be busy for a while. And as he walked toward the Uchiha residence, he pondered. On the other side, in front of the Leaf Village Hero Monument, Kakashi looked up at the sun and suddenly slapped his head. Wait, did the third Hokage assign me 3 new students? He took out Jiraiya's book and flipped through it nonchalantly, saying, well, let them wait a bit longer. In the classroom, only Team 7's Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke were waiting impatiently for Kakashi. Bang! Kakashi pushed the door open and got hit on the head by a falling chalkboard eraser. He threw the eraser onto the desk and glared with his dead fish eyes. I am your teacher, Kakashi Hitaki. My first impression of you is quite annoying. He then shouted, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha, follow me. After taking the three to the rooftop of the academy for a brief self-introduction, they went to the training ground. Kakashi explained the rules and announced the start of the bell-stealing game. Sasuke thought to himself, as expected, it's this test. Sanshui told me to give it my all, just the right chance to test my training results. But Naruto was even faster. In an instant, he created several shadow clones and rushed towards Kakashi. Kakashi was stunned. This feeling is the Nine Tails? He thought it was ridiculous. It's just a test. And he's using Tail Beast power? Bang, bang, bang. Although Naruto enhanced his attributes with the Nine Tails chakra, he was still far from a seasoned Jonin. The clones were easily crushed by Kakashi. Kakashi pinned the unwilling Naruto down. Young man, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a tailed beast. I haven't even said start yet. He kicked Naruto back to Sasuke's side and hung the bell on his waist. The test starts now. As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke and Sakura instantly disappeared. Kakashi flipped through Ica Paradise, looking at Naruto with curiosity. Aren't you going to hide? He didn't take Naruto seriously at all, but regretted it the next second. Naruto unleashed the tailed beast chakra to its limit, his orange chakra deepening, a strong wind pressure sweeping around, creating a pit in the ground. Look closely. Naruto was on all fours, covered in Nine Tails characteristics, with two tails swaying behind him. You see, Naruto could freely use tailed beast chakra, all thanks to the ring Sanshui gave him. It contained a malicious reception device from Yaki that could purify negative emotions, ensuring his consciousness remained clear. Two tails were already Naruto's current limit. Kakashi quickly put away his book and stood ready. He was nervous. I can handle Naruto with one tail easily, but with two tails, I can't afford to underestimate him. Besides, who knows if Naruto will unleash even more tails? Moreover, who knows if Naruto will continue to amplify the tailed beast power? Naruto, in his tailed beast form, was hit by 1,000 years of pain. Sasuke showcased his Sharingan skills, leaving Kakashi dumbfounded. Sakura, hiding on the side, saw Naruto's appearance and instantly understood. That is, the fox spirit that people in the village talk about. The hatred emanating from the tailed beast's cloak made her feel like she had fallen into an ice cellar, hugging her shoulders and shivering. The evil feeling was too frightening. Sasuke hid in a tree, using his Sharingan to keep a close eye on the battlefield. He had practiced countless times with Naruto and had already developed a tacit understanding. Naruto would faint, and he would wait for an opportunity. Suddenly, Naruto gathered strength under his feet, causing the ground to crack open, and he vanished in a flash. The next second, he appeared behind Kakashi, his tailed beast chakra claws striking at Kakashi's waist. Bang! Kakashi exploded into smoke, leaving only a wooden stump on the ground. Another substitution technique. Naruto clawed through the smoke, quickly scanning for Kakashi's whereabouts, completely unaware that Kakashi had already circled around to his back. Hey Naruto, watch out behind you! Sakura shouted anxiously. Just as Naruto turned back, he saw Kakashi flashing behind him, forming the tiger hand sign with sparks of electricity at his fingertips. Try this. Leaf Village Taijutsu secret technique. 1,000 years of pain. To break the tailed beast cloak, Kakashi infused it with lightning chakra, increasing the speed and power to the max. Nanny. Naruto felt a gust of wind behind him, and the next second, a sharp pain shot from his lower back to the top of his head. There was no time to react. The lightning-infused 1,000 years of pain pierced through the tailed beast cloak like paper, ruthlessly penetrating. Aya! Naruto screamed as he flew up with his rear in the air. Plopping into the water, Sakura watched in shock, her face turning pale, quickly covering her back. That's too brutal. Thinking that this was her future teacher, she instantly felt her future was bleak, but for Sasuke's sake, she gritted her teeth and decided to endure. Naruto struggled to climb ashore, angrily shouting, Kakashi, how could you use such shameless ninjutsu? He limped a couple of steps before collapsing on the ground, the tailed beast cloak dissipating. It took him no time to recover. Kakashi flipped through his little yellow book. Naruto, Taijutsu is a required course. Showing your back to the enemy is really stupid. Sasuke, standing nearby, rolled his eyes. Two big idiots. He thought Kakashi would use fire release, but it turned out to be this boring taijutsu. Taking advantage of Kakashi reading, Sasuke swiftly threw a kunai, the whooshing sound piercing through the air, surrounding Kakashi. Uchiha's kunai, throwing technique? Truly impressive. Kakashi's dead fish eyes widened, hurriedly putting away his book, exploding into smoke again and leaving a wooden stump. TCH. Sasuke scoffed, taking the chance to move. His hiding place was exposed. He activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, scanning the surroundings. The stealth technique was just a display in front of his eyes. Found it. Sasuke locked onto Kakashi's position and threw 2 huge wind shuriken. Kakashi looked at the flying shuriken, surprised. How did he find me? Seeing Sasuke's 3-tomo Sharingan, he was even more confused. Last time he left, Sasuke only had 2 tomos. This kid, Sasuke, had only 2 tomos when he left on a mission. Sasuke's shadow windmill technique flipped Kakashi. Naruto hugged Kakashi's legs to assist, creating chaos with Jonin-level combat power. Kakashi was bewildered. How did he go straight to 3 tomos now? This is troublesome. He easily dodged the wind shuriken with a leap. Sasuke, with just this you can't do anything to me. Sasuke smirked and yanked the thin string in his hand. Oh really? The wind shuriken instantly separated into another one, making a turn in the air, continuing to chase Kakashi. This was the wind shuriken, shadow windmill. Yaraya. Kakashi's dead fish eyes finally showed some spirit as he pulled out a kunai to defend. Hiya! Naruto suddenly jumped out from a corner, grabbing Kakashi and restricting his movements. Now's the time. Sasuke saw the signal and knew it was a shadow clone. Immediately signaling with his fingers, countless ropes flew in from all directions, wrapping Kakashi and Naruto's clone into a dumpling. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. Sasuke spat out several flames, rushing along the ropes towards Kakashi. Kakashi, bound in place, feeling the heat, helplessly said, Hey, you can't kill someone like this. Sasuke shouted, Kakashi-sensei, we don't believe you'll die. Sanshui said to beat you up. Kakashi was instantly covered in black lines. So it was that brat. He was sure that Sanshui was definitely hiding in the corner, watching him make a fool of himself. The thought of losing and losing face, combined with Ming's unexpected cooperation, made Kakashi decide to take things seriously. Sanshui taught you well, so I'll be a bit more serious. As the dragon fire technique approached, Kakashi grinned and transformed into a bolt of lightning. Bang! The Naruto shadow clone tied to him was shocked and dissipated in smoke. This was the lightning release. Lightning clone, which could actively attack and paralyze. Sasuke, watch your back. The hidden Naruto's main body shouted. I know. Sasuke reacted quickly, pulling out a kunai to cut the rope, turning around to block Kakashi's attack. His 3-tomo Sharingan was fully activated, allowing him to see through all of Kakashi's movements, and the training ground was instantly filled with the sound of weapons colliding. Sakura, watching from the side, was completely stunned, her face pale. Sasuke and Naruto are so strong. I can't help at all. Am I dragging them down? Sasuke, let me help you. Naruto roared in his heart to the Nine Tails, give me your strength. The orange-tailed beast chakra wrapped around him again, transforming into a beam of light that rushed into the arena. With Naruto sharing the pressure, Sasuke finally caught his breath. But he was still being pressured by Kakashi. He finally understood that the battle experience of a Jonin was something he couldn't compare to. His eyes could keep up, but his body couldn't follow. Kakashi muttered, it should end now. He looked enviously at Naruto's shadow clone. This clone with tailed beast chakra was just too resilient. Kakashi put immense pressure on Sasuke. His eyes could follow Kakashi's movements, but his body couldn't keep up with his own eyes. It should end now. Kakashi muttered again, casting a gaze filled with envy at Naruto's clone. The Naruto clone also had the Nine Tails chakra at this moment, making it extremely resilient. Naruto stole the bell and counterattacked. Refusing Kakashi's teaching, Sakura was comforted to the point of breaking down. Kakashi couldn't help but mutter to himself, if I had Naruto's chakra, wouldn't I just take off? Thinking about it, he sped up his movements, a blue light flashing across the battlefield. Bang, bang, bang. Naruto's clone was continuously blown apart, and in just a few seconds, Naruto and Sasuke collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Kakashi crossed his arms and looked at the two of them, feeling complex. Although you didn't get the bells, your strength has already surpassed that of an average Chunin. Today's students are so strong. They actually pushed me to this point. Kakashi-sensei, we got the bells. Naruto interrupted him, still crackling with electricity, trembling as he held the bell above his head. Kakashi was stunned. Huh? He glanced at the bell in Naruto's hand, then looked back at his waist. He was shocked to find that the bell was actually gone. He exclaimed in his heart, "What the heck? Where did they steal it?" Lying on the ground, Naruto managed to smile. "During the close combat just now, I used my clone and transformation technique to switch the bell. All right, you did well." Kakashi sighed, preparing to follow the rules. He glanced at Sakura, who was walking out of the woods in a daze, and asked, "The rule only allows for 2 slots. Who do you 3 choose?" Sasuke helped Naruto stand up, and they exchanged glances, saying in unison, "Kakashi-sensei, let Sakura graduate. We don't need your teaching." Kakashi was immediately confused. "Wait, what are you guys saying? Why don't you need me to teach?" Without hesitation, Naruto threw the bell to the dazed Sakura. He and Sasuke's strength relied entirely on Sanshui's resources. It didn't matter whether Kakashi was there or not, but Sakura was weaker and needed the opportunity. "Don't do this." Kakashi rubbed his forehead and could only announce that all 3 had passed. Sakura's eyes turned red. "Sensei, can I really fight alongside them? When I hold them back?" Kakashi patted her shoulder. "The test is about teamwork. You don't need to compare yourself to them. You can't compete with your current self." But he thought in his heart, both of them are a Jinchuriki and an Uchiha. They're both top tier. How can you compare? Hearing this, Sakura felt even more desperate, tears streaming down her face. At this moment, Sansui was lounging in the office, staring at the big screen, watching the live broadcast. Kakashi's words just now made him spray his drink in joy. "Wow. Is this how you comfort people? Kakashi must be a natural black." As Naruto moved, he pulled at his wound, grimacing as he limped over to Sakura, grinning. "Sakura, you can do it." He really likes Sakura now. "Sasuke and I are good at fighting. You can learn medical ninjutsu. If you can heal, our chances of beating Kakashi will increase. Everyone has their strengths. Sasuke and I are good at fighting. And Sakura, you may not be good at combat, but you can learn medical ninjutsu to heal us. If you can master medical ninjutsu, then our chances of defeating Kakashi-sensei will also increase." Naruto comforted Sakura and expressed his views. Sakura took Naruto's hand. Sansui took over the Uchiha ruins, and the system suddenly activated the check-in. As a graduate of the Ninja Academy, Sakura had the capability, but standing next to Naruto and Sasuke made her seem particularly weak. "And Naruto." Sakura looked up, seeing Naruto's radiant smile in the sunlight. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She felt for the first time that Naruto wasn't so annoying. Naruto's looks were already high, perfectly inheriting Minato's features. But the whiskers on his face slightly ruined his charm. He reached out to Sakura, inviting her, "Come on. We 3 are teammates." Sakura looked at Naruto's swollen face, couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, and reached out to hold his hand, choosing to stand with him. Sasuke leaned against a big tree, watching coldly, internally complaining, "TCH, women are so troublesome. They only affect my growth." Kakashi stood beside them, his dead fish eyes wide, not speaking for a long time. "What happened? How did it turn into them testing me?" Looking at Naruto's dreamy expression and the shy Sakura, he exclaimed, "I'm done. I feel so full." Kakashi quickly announced, "Team 7 is officially formed. You can move freely for now and gather here tomorrow morning." After dropping the words, he disappeared. He had to go find Sansui to deepen their master-student relationship. On the other side, the Uchiha guard station in Konoha had long been abandoned. This place used to be filled with Uchiha clan members who did their utmost to maintain the village's security, but now it was left with weeds and dilapidated buildings, all surrounded by caution tape, and villagers couldn't enter. Sansui crossed the caution tape, looking at the damaged clan emblem on the wall, and sighed. People come and go. Back then, this was the pride of the Uchiha. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "But this place will be mine from now on. Kids, get to work." A large group of Shimaja behind him received the order and marched in to execute the program. This was the result of his negotiations with the Third Hokage earlier that morning. Sansui would help Naruto control the Nine Tails power. The Third would restore Uchiha's status, and he would recruit civilian ninjas to rebuild the guard team, even getting the surrounding land as a package. And in the future, Konoha prison would also be under his management. After all, everyone agreed that Sansui, with the Mangeki Sharingan, was the youngest S-class ninja in Konoha. After spending the whole morning, Sansui restored the place to its former glory and added some modern renovations, capable of withstanding explosive tags, combined with Uchiha barrier techniques, making it solid as a fortress. Just as he lay down in the police chief's office, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Detected storyline location. Do you want to check in? Sanshui was excited on the spot. TKO. I thought you were broken. Check in. Must check in. For the past few years, he had been wandering around Konoha without any system activity, and he didn't expect to trigger it today. The next second, the voice sounded again. Check-in successful. Storyline location is Uchiha Guard Station. Check-in successful. Storyline location is Uchiha Guard Station. Sansui received the time King dial. Kakashi refused to join the team, and Team 7 complained that the mission was too easy. System prompt. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Time King dial. Sansui stared at the dial in silence. TKO. You didn't take me to the wrong world? Send me to the masked realm, and I can be king. After the system issued the rewards, it disappeared without a response. Sansui was playing with the Night's Watch face and was delighted. Now he had the Time King and 2 Night Watch faces from Ark, along with a time-space driver. Capable of collecting historical data. He had tried it, and even non-Night Watch faces could be absorbed. The system rewards were likely night-related. Perhaps he could gain the power of the Omega Time King. The Omega Time King could freely use night powers, control time, destroy and create time and space, and was invincible in a single universe. He could also absorb powers from other systems, maximizing his potential. Damn, the future looked so promising. He took the fat house drink handed to him by Quan and watched the monitor as Kakashi performed the bell test. A voice came from outside. It's hard to find you. Sansui? It was Kakashi. Kakashi asked, why are so many Shimagia being modified? Sansui replied, the 3rd generation is restoring the Uchiha Guard, and I'm the minister. Are you coming? Kakashi immediately refused. No, it's too troublesome. After chatting for a while, Kakashi left. Sansui muttered, it's a pity for the son of White Fang. The Sharingan delayed his sword skills. He could have achieved even greater heights without it. He looked at the table with the plans for the intelligent machinery cult and shouted, Ark, is the preacher ready? Ark replied, in position. This plan was to help Shimagia awaken faster. There were only 20 so far, not enough. He wanted to create a loyal group to use in other dimensions later. The news of the restoration of the Uchiha Guard spread throughout Konoha. The 7th squad was formed, and life was different from what they imagined. Kakashi took a list. Today's task is to help the feudal lord's wife find her kitten. Naruto exploded. Why are we taking on this kind of lame task? Sasuke and Sakura also complained. These days were all about finding animals, weeding, and their enthusiasm was drained. In the past few days, the tasks they received were all trivial matters, like finding small animals or helping employers with farming. The enthusiasm of the group had been exhausted in these few days. The 7th squad was mentally breaking down from searching for cats every day. The 3rd generation gave them sea-level tasks, and Sansui joined the team to blow up the scene. In just a few days, the 7th squad had taken on the same task several times to help the feudal lord wife find her cat. As a result, today, they still had to look for this stupid cat. Kakashi sighed and spread his hands. There's nothing we can do. You're just genin, so you can only take on these tasks. Naruto and the others were on the verge of breaking down. Does this mean we have to do this kind of stuff until we become chunin? Kakashi quickly comforted them. Just finish this and I'll talk to the 3rd generation to get you some higher level tasks. Naruto instantly exploded with excitement. Hooray! Long live Kakashi-sensei. A few minutes later, they entered the Hokage's office with the cat in hand. Just as they walked in, a shadow flashed by, and the cat in Naruto's hands disappeared. The feudal lord's wife hugged the cat and rubbed her face against it. My poor little one, you're finally back. Naruto and the others helplessly thought, no wonder the cat runs away every day. Who could stand this? The feudal lord's wife thanked them while holding the cat, and they could still hear the cat's screams as she walked away. Sakura whispered, is this really okay? Naruto excitedly stared at the 3rd generation. What's the next task? The 3rd generation leisurely looked at the list and said, take care of children or help villagers move things. Naruto exploded on the spot. Old man, 3rd generation. I'm tired of doing this. Aren't there any high difficulty tasks? The 3rd generation glanced at Kakashi and hesitated. Then I'll give you a sea-level escort mission. Naruto excitedly shouted. Really? Are we escorting a feudal lord or a princess? The 3rd generation laughed and called, come in. An old man reeking of alcohol walked in, and Naruto looked at him with disdain. This is the target we need to protect? Completely different from what I imagined. The 3rd generation explained. This is the famous bridge builder from the land of waves, Tazuna. Tazuna immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. I'm being protected by a bunch of kids? Is the shortest one really a ninja? Naruto instantly exploded. Who are you calling short? Kakashi punched Naruto on the head and seriously told Tazuna. My disciples are all qualified ninjas and will ensure your safety. Tazuna nodded helplessly. That's best. Seeing that there was no problem, the third generation announced the task was established. Everyone go down and prepare. Suddenly, the third generation called Kakashi back. By the way, Sansui is also considered your disciple. Let him join you for the mission. Naruto jumped in excitement. Hooray! I get to go with Sansui. Sasuke thought for a moment. Sansui is already Kakashi's disciple? Sakura quickly prepared herself mentally. With Sansui around, I need to be ready. Sansui, huh? After hearing Sansui's name, Sakura decided to prepare herself mentally in advance. Sansui joined the 7th squad for the mission. The Ghost Brothers launched a surprise attack, and Sasuke's 3-tomo Sharingan took them down in an instant. Since Sasuke and Naruto were incredibly strong, Sansui, who spent time with them, surely wouldn't be weak. Kakashi shouted, "Everyone go back and prepare. See you at the village entrance tomorrow morning." The group dispersed, busy preparing for their first mission outside the village. The next morning, at the entrance of Konoha, the 7th squad gathered, with Sansui added to the mix. Sansui yawned. Why do I have to go on a mission with you all so early? Isn't it better to sleep in? Naruto excitedly shouted. Sansui, this is my first time leaving the village. Sansui poured cold water on him. No, it's just your first time. Sasuke and Sakura remained quiet, while Kakashi kept reading a little yellow book. Tazuna was filled with black lines. Can these people really protect me? He regretted it deeply, but he didn't have the money to delegate the task again. Once everyone was gathered, they set off, and they didn't encounter any danger along the way, leaving Naruto extremely disappointed. As they walked into a forest, the water on the ground was particularly conspicuous. Everyone except Sakura noticed something was off, but didn't say anything. Kakashi glanced at the puddle. The 7th squad hasn't seen blood. This is a perfect opportunity for real combat. Sansui, seeing Kakashi's lack of action, had a hunch. This is the Ghost Brothers' trap. He slowed his pace and fell to the back of the line with Kakashi. Naruto and Sasuke made no moves, but positioned themselves on either side of Tazuna and Sakura. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed. The first one. As the chain sound fell, Kakashi collapsed on a blade. Before anyone could react, another voice said, the second one. A shadow flashed by, and Sansui also fell into a pool of blood. Sakura was stunned. Kakashi-sensei. Sansui, Naruto, and Sasuke pulled out their kunai, vigilantly scanning the surroundings, but their minds were blank. The third one. The voice rang out again, and a gust of wind brushed past Naruto's left side. Bang! After a loud crash, 2 figures flew out and crashed against a tree. Sasuke put his hands in his pockets and activated his Sharingan. You really do have some guts. Sakura and Tazuna were confused. Did we just defeat the enemy? Following Sasuke's gaze, they saw 2 ninjas lying under the tree, already silent. Not bad. Their tactics and reactions were impressive. Sansui's voice came from above. Everyone looked up and saw Sansui and Kakashi standing on a tree. Kakashi praised. Sasuke used his Sharingan to perceive and counterattack, while Naruto protected the target. Well done. It turned out they had intentionally withdrawn to test the 7th squad's adaptability. Sasuke's 3-tomo Sharingan saw through the attack and took out the Ghost Brothers in an instant. His taijutsu was surprisingly strong. He hadn't even gone all out during the previous tests. Kakashi looked surprised. With Sasuke's current level and his 3-tomo, he might be able to take on Jainin. Sansui scared Tazuna into offering more money. The 7th squad boldly took on a B-level mission, and Kakashi made a serious remark. Great, you're okay. Naruto shouted happily when he saw Sansui was safe. Sasuke covered his face, helpless. You idiot. Naruto. You know Sansui's strength. Could those 2 losers kill him? Naruto awkwardly laughed. I was just a bit worried. It was too sudden, and he panicked for a moment. Kakashi clapped his hands and shouted, Quiet. I have something to ask Mr. Tazuna. He ignored the unconscious Ghost Brothers on the ground, staring at Tazuna with dead fish eyes. Stepping closer. Mr. Tazuna, this task was supposed to be a C rank, right? We're only supposed to deal with ordinary people, not ninjas. Explain. The intense pressure made Tazuna sweat. He was afraid they would abandon him and couldn't get a word out for a long time. Kakashi continued to press. A ninja appearing means the mission is at least B rank. You deliberately concealed this, and we have the right to abandon the mission. What is going on? Dazna panicked and quickly confessed. He is a bridge builder from the Land of Waves, being hunted by the villain Kato. I hired ninjas because I have no money. Kakashi turned to ask, What do you all think? Naruto said seriously, I choose to continue. We have to help the old man. This is also an opportunity for training. With Sansui and Kakashi here, he has nothing to fear. Sasuke leaned against a tree with his hands in his pockets, looking cool. I have no objections. It's a good opportunity for my uncle to see my progress. Sakura glanced at the two and followed suit. I have no objections either. Kakashi looked at Sansui beside Dazna and symbolically asked, Sansui, what about you? Sansui played with the cold gleam of a kunai, staring at Dazna. I have no objections, but old man, you need to pay more when the mission is over. Dazna was stunned. Is this a threat? I'll pay. I'll pay. Sansui patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I'll protect you. If you die, who will I ask for money? Kakashi announced with appreciation. Everyone agrees. The mission continues. Dazna bowed excitedly. On behalf of the people of the Land of Waves, thank you. If we repair the bridge, the Land of Waves will be saved. Sansui suddenly interjected. No problem. Just remember to pay. Dazna was left speechless. Kakashi raised his voice. No more nonsense. What I'm about to say is very important. Listen carefully, otherwise you might die. Kakashi-sensei, is it that serious? Naruto's killing intent awakened. Sasuke sensed the enemy's blood, and Kakashi taught the first lesson of being a ninja. Naruto swallowed hard, hesitatingly asked, Kakashi-sensei, is it that serious? Kakashi looked up at the sky, as if reminiscing, this is a very important choice. Killing is the fate of a ninja. From the day you become a ninja, killing and being killed will follow you for a lifetime. Protecting what is important and maintaining peace cannot be avoided. He glanced at Sansui and continued. Next, I will teach you the first lesson of being a ninja, killing. Naruto was dumbfounded, completely unprepared. Kakashi said sternly, this is a compulsory course. You can't avoid it. Saying this, he formed seals and created shadow clones to bring the unconscious brothers of the demon back. If you can't do it, go back to the village and be an ordinary person. Kakashi added, Sakura, Sansui, you don't have to participate. Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. Killing is too difficult for me. But Sansui was uninterested. Tch. I've already secretly left the village to take bounty missions and seen blood. Killing doesn't burden me at all. With a thud, the demon brothers were thrown in front of everyone. Sasuke took out a kunai and said calmly, I'll go first. But his fingers trembled slightly. He had seen corpses on the night of the massacre, but hesitated at the thought of killing someone himself. In the end, his gaze became determined, and he raised the kunai to stab fiercely at one person's heart. Blood flowed out along the kunai, and that person stopped breathing. Sasuke stood up, coldly watching Naruto, who hadn't moved. Naruto closed his eyes in pain. Seeing life slip away with his own eyes made him even more afraid. But he gritted his teeth. Damn it. If Sasuke can do it, I can't lose. Kakashi sighed as he looked at the hesitant Naruto. Kids in times of peace are still too forced. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a blade sliced through flesh. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. Naruto had actually used a kunai to cut another person's throat. Blood sprayed all over him. Kakashi felt frustrated and slapped his head. Damn. Did I put too much pressure on him? Naruto lowered his head. His hoarse voice interrupted him. Kakashi, Sensei, I understand now. The children of Konoha grew up listening to the legendary stories of Senju Hashirama. Naruto vowed to protect his teammates. Sansui rushed to seize the beheading sword, and Zabuza was taken aback. The children of Konoha all grew up listening to the legends of Senju Hashirama, longing for how he used would release to quell chaos and bring peace. Spending too much time with Sansui, Naruto was influenced by him and deeply understood that without strength, all thoughts were empty. Naruto tried to calm himself and said seriously, I vow to protect you all. What he wanted most now was to protect Team 7 during this mission. Slap. Kakashi slapped him on the forehead and said irritably, That's not for you to say, just do your own thing. I'm your teacher, and I'm not as weak as you think. But inside, he felt a bit depressed. Have I been looked down upon by my students? Sasuke thought silently. I don't need you to protect me. This is just a C-rank mission. What could happen? Besides, he felt that his strength was not much different from Naruto's. Sansui suddenly interjected. We are a team. We can't rely on just you. He didn't expect that the Naruto who hadn't killed much in the original story would actually take action this time. His arrival really changed Naruto a lot. After the brief interlude, everyone continued walking. Suddenly, a giant sword flew through the air with a whoosh. Is this the beheading sword? Sansui reached out and directly caught the flying sword. Kakashi's pupils constricted. That is the beheading sword of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and its user is Zabuza Momochi. Zabuza suddenly appeared, seeing his sword being snatched, and could only use the body flicker technique to jump onto a tree branch. Looking down at everyone, copy ninja Kakashi Hitaki, and there's a troublesome little brat. He saw the Uchiha clan emblem on Sansui's clothes and thought to himself, the little brat of the Uchiha clan is quite capable. To catch my sword, Sansui's strength is recognized by him. Hey, little brat, give me back my sword. Zabuza spoke with killing intent. Sansui raised an eyebrow. You say it's yours. So it's yours? Sorry, it's now a Uchiha collectible. Saying this, he pulled out a small object from his pocket and pressed it against the sword. Under Zabuza's glaring eyes, the Uchiha flame fan pattern was firmly imprinted on the beheading sword. A bloodthirsty light flickered in Zabuza's eyes. Damn little brat. That's my beloved sword. He didn't dare to be arrogant and immediately used the mist technique. Thick fog instantly enveloping everyone, preparing to use silent killing techniques. Naruto and the others quickly protected Dazna, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Zabuza took out his double-edged kunai, analyzing the situation, when he was interrupted by a gust of wind. A chilling aura approached, and Zabuza looked and almost cursed. That's a Jinchuriki? When did the ninja village allow Jinchuriki to roam freely? A strong wind pressure blew away the mist, and Naruto was wrapped in the tailed beast cloak, with two chakra tails gently swaying behind him. As the mist dispersed, everyone regained their vision, only to see Zabuza still in a daze. Good job, Naruto! Sasuke unleashed the great fire destruction. Naruto opened the tailed beast hammer against Zabuza, a genin crushing a jonin. Sasuke rarely praised Naruto. Good job. But in his heart, he added, but this mist is useless against me. He touched his forehead, feeling the power of the three Tomo Sharingan. This is the power of the Uchiha clan that can see through everything. Fire style, great fire destruction. Sasuke quickly formed seals, and a ball of scorching flames shot out, instantly covering Zabuza's position. Zabuza was stunned. How is that possible? Another Uchiha? Is this fire style something a genin should be able to do? He quickly used the body flicker technique to dodge, but before he could recover, a flash of orange light passed behind him. Wrapped in the tailed beast cloak, Naruto instantly appeared behind him, his fist carrying terrifying power, smashing into his back. Zabuza was directly sent flying, crashing through several trees before landing in a large pit. Kakashi watched with cold sweat. So they've been hiding their strength all along. If it were me, I would probably end up like this. The light of Naruto's movement in the air reminded him of his master, the fourth Hokage. Zabuza crawled out of the pit, gritting his teeth. Are the genin of Konoha this terrifying these days? 2 genin beat me. A jonin? My ribs are broken. He looked at Naruto, the Jinchuriki, Sasuke, 3 Tomo fire style, Sansui catching the big sword, and Kakashi, and his mentality broke down. How the hell am I supposed to play this? What have I done to deserve this lineup? Wanting to escape, but unable to let go of the dignity of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Seeing Kakashi watching him closely, he knew he couldn't run. Not long after, a violent roar echoed through the forest. If Zabuza didn't dodge Naruto's attack, his water clone would have been shattered by Sasuke. With his chakra running low, he looked at the somewhat exhausted Sasuke and the excited Naruto, completely stunned. He couldn't win at all. Moreover, Kakashi hadn't made a move the entire time. At this moment, the third Mizukage also joined in, becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back. Zabuza fell to the ground, questioning his soul. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Seeing him unmoving, the Mizukage and others stopped their attacks and watched coldly. Zabuza gritted his teeth and shouted, I'm done. I concede. He didn't want to die for Kato. The Mizukage laughed and said, that's the spirit. How much did Kato pay you? Is it worth risking your life? Zabuza was utterly exhausted. Damn it. Let all be destroyed. Sorry, Lord Zabuza. A voice of apology came, and Haku, dressed in the mist umbu attire, was controlled by the Mizukage and walked over. It turned out that from the beginning of the battle, the Mizukage had used a Sharingan to control Haku, who was hiding in the shadows. From the start of the battle, the Mizukage had split off his clone and used the power of his Sharingan to control Haku. The Mizukage decided to recruit Zabuza as his subordinate. With the kaleidoscope Sharingan on display and ice release abilities in hand, Zabuza was completely stunned. Damn Kakashi. So everything was under your control? The backup I left is long gone. He fell into doubt. Could the mission information have been leaked? No matter how hard he thought, there was no answer, so he could only grit his teeth and say, I lost this mission. I beg you, after Haku and I die, let us be buried together. Haku looked shocked. Lord Zabuza. The Mizukage touched his forehead and watched this scene, feeling unsurprised. It's normal for the real world to be different from the original story. He stared at Zabuza, pondering. This guy is an elite jonin. His assassination techniques are superb. Why not recruit him as a subordinate and make him my sharp blade? Lying on the ground, Zabuza waited for a response, but could only sigh. Being called a demon from the start. Now I'm actually defeated by 3 kids. How ironic. Suddenly the Mizukage spoke. I've decided to hire you and Haku as my bodyguards to work for me. You can refuse. Zabuza was stunned. What? You're letting me go? A genin has this right? The Mizukage looked at him as he got up, a strange red light flashing in his eyes. The kaleidoscope Sharingan was activated. Zabuza was petrified on the spot. Did I see that wrong? Is that the kaleidoscope? Uchiha Itachi used it to annihilate his clan. He understood in an instant. The kaleidoscope is on par with shadow level. The other party's status in Konoha is definitely not low. Unable to fight back or escape, he could only shout, I agree. The legendary demon, directly reduced to the Mizukage's subordinate. Moments later, the Mizukage looked at the 2 new dials in his hand with satisfaction. Zabuza and Haku's powers had all become his collectibles. The group continued toward the land of waves, with Zabuza, Haku, the Mizukage, and Kakashi walking at the back. Zabuza's injuries healed, and the Mizukage took a sample from his beheading sword for analysis. Returning the rest to him, Zabuza couldn't help but ask, Aren't you afraid I'll ambush you? You have no guard against me at all. Yet you healed me and returned my sword. The Mizukage squinted at him like he was prey. You can try. Zabuza quickly waved his hands. I was just saying. Don't hit me again. You genin are too monstrous. The group walked for most of the day without encountering an attack, and Dazna finally shouted, We're here. Everyone was settled in his home, and Dazna said, Don't worry, Kato wouldn't dare to act directly. He'll only obstruct during the bridge construction, fearing to be too obvious and provoke resistance. Dazna briefly introduced the situation here, and his daughter poured water for everyone. The Akatsuki organization's immortal duo launched an attack. The Mizukage used his Sharingan to instantly control Hyden, freezing scene. Dilapidated furniture, simple food, and malnourished people everywhere. The country had been horribly exploited by Kato. This meal made everyone see the tragic state of the land of waves, and the 3 genin from Team 7 felt that this food was hardly fit for human consumption. But Kakashi and Zabuza finished without changing their expressions. Compared to the previous mission where they only ate military rations, this was already considered good. A night passed without incident. The next morning, after a simple breakfast, Dazna took everyone to start building the bridge. Now, that Zabuza was one of them. Only one person was needed to protect Dazna on the bridge. Ninjas were a dimensional suppression against ordinary people. Kato's subordinates were easily crushed by Naruto and the others. Over the next few days, Naruto and Sasuke took turns protecting Dazna, while the others trained with Kakashi until 2 figures appeared on the bridge. Hyden was picking his nose and complaining. Why are we in this poor backwater? The people here aren't even worth sacrificing to the evil god, and the food is terrible. Kakuzu's eye twitched. Shut up. Intelligence says there's a huge bounty target here, one of which is worth 50 million Ryo. So, keep looking. Hyden could only hold his head and follow Kakuzu aimlessly. Dazna shouted on the bridge. Everyone, give it your all. We can finish in 2 days. With Konoha ninjas protecting us, no one fears Kato anymore, and everyone worked hard, finishing even earlier than expected. He wiped his sweat and saw the Mizukage walking over. He had noticed in these days that the Mizukage was the strongest among Konoha ninjas. Previously, all of Kato's subordinates had been frozen into ice sculptures by the Mizukage with a wave of his hand, and even in the sweltering summer, one could feel the chill. Dazna quickly told the workers to hide in a safe place, and not far away came the clear sound of bells, a black robe with red clouds, and a conical hat with wind chimes. The Mizukage was stunned. Why did the Akatsuki members come? As the 2 approached, the large red scythe behind them revealed their identities. The immortal duo Hyden and Kakuzu. Kakuzu looked at the portrait, then at the Mizukage, his eyes blazing. Found you. You're the 50 million Ryo target. Hyden revealed a bloodthirsty smile, pulled out his bloody scythe, and got into position. Since there is no mistake, I'm starting. The Mizukage smiled playfully. Hey, why do you just jump into action? It seems you came for the bounty. I wonder how much my head is worth. Kakuzu waited for a long time without seeing Hyden make a move, turned back to see Hyden in a daze. His pupils filled with Sharingan patterns. He was caught in a Jinjutsu. The Mizukage gently shook his head, his eyes revealing the 3-tomo Sharingan. You come to kill me without doing any homework? I'm from the Uchiha clan too. Here's a piece of advice. Don't easily make eye contact with Uchiha ninjas. Here's a piece of advice. Don't easily make eye contact with Uchiha ninjas. The Mizukage countered with ice release against Kakuzu. Hyden kept falling into the Genjutsu, and Kakashi rushed to support. Kakuzu and Hyden were old partners, having fought countless battles together, and Kakuzu was well aware of Hyden's abilities. Seeing Hyden caught in a Genjutsu, Kakuzu directly slapped him. Smack. Hyden was sent flying, and, at the same time, the Genjutsu was instantly. Hyden rubbed his reddened cheek as he got up, confused. Kakuzu, wasn't I offering a sacrifice to the evil god? Why's my face hurt so much? Kakuzu said impatiently, Idiot. The opponent is an Uchiha ninja. Don't make eye contact with him. Kakuzu began to calculate. He had the Earth Grudge Fear secret technique, and all 5 his hearts had independent consciousness, so he wasn't afraid of Genjutsu. But Hyden was just a decoration in front of an Uchiha, and this battle could only be fought by him. As an old monster who had survived since the era of the First Hokage, he could tell at a glance that something was off. Intelligence said the Mizukage was just a genin, but the ability to instantaneously control Hyden clearly indicated he had hidden cards. Kakuzu looked serious, hands forming seals, fire release, head hardening. A B-rank fire technique surged toward the Mizukage like a wave. The Mizukage raised an eyebrow calmly. Fire release? Unfortunately, it's useless against me. He pulled out a blue ice dial. Bloodline mastery, ice release. In the next second, Kakuzu's fire release was directly frozen into an ice sculpture, and the Mizukage manipulated it to smash toward Kakuzu. Kakuzu's face turned green. His mind filled with questions. Why would an Uchiha use ice release? This ice release can even freeze my fire release. He had already noticed the ice sculptures at the bridge's edge and had used fire release to test it, but he didn't expect to hit such a hard nut. As the ice release approached, Kakuzu rolled his hands in Earth Grudge Fear, revealing a mask in each hand. Lightning release, false darkness, wind release, pressure damage. Wind release blocks ice release. Lightning release sweeps across the sky, and with a loud bang, Kakuzu mutters to himself, This 50 million is not easy to earn. Next, I can only rely on Hyden, don't let me down. Meanwhile, in the forest near the Dazna family, Naruto and the others are training. Kakashi's expression suddenly changes as he looks toward the bridge. Such a commotion. Did something happen over at the Mizukage side? He shouts, You 3, keep training. I'm going to check the bridge. With that, he disappears in a blink. The battle on the bridge continues. Hyden takes advantage of the explosion to leap out from under the bridge, excitedly shouting, Got it. Mizukage is right in front of me. As long as I swing my scythe of bloodshed, I can declare his death. But Mizukage calmly turns around, locking eyes with Hyden, his Sharingan slowly rotating. Clang! Hyden instantly loses consciousness, the scythe slipping from his hand and crashing to the ground, plunging him into the world of Genjutsu. Kakuzu looks at Hyden, who has fallen asleep. Shaking his head in disbelief, T-Sich. The power of the Sharingan is really troublesome. Kakuzu sees Hyden knocked out and shakes his head in exasperation. Mizukage uses Kamui to make Kakuzu suffer. The immortal duo wants to escape, but there's no way out. Kakuzu curses inwardly. I have to rely on myself. He uses body flicker technique to flash behind Mizukage, his left hand reinforced with earth release aimed at Mizukage's back, and he punches down. Useless. Mizukage can sense malice. Kakuzu's movements are all visible to him. Just as the fist is about to land, an ice release mirror suddenly appears behind Mizukage. Crack! The ice mirror shatters like a spider web, unexpectedly blocking Kakuzu's heavy punch. Kakuzu is stunned. What? The reinforced earth spear punch can't break through the defense. Mizukage seizes the opportunity to form an extreme ice greatsword with ice release and turns to slash at Kakuzu's forehead. Kakuzu relies on his earth release defense to engage in close combat with Mizukage, even using earth grudge fear threads to entangle Mizukage while behind him. The fire release and lightning release masks begin to charge. At this distance, let's see how you dodge. But the next second, Kakuzu is dumbfounded. Whether it's the threads or the chakra blasts, they all pass through Mizukage and explode into the sea. Kakuzu's pupils constrict. What kind of jutsu is this? I'm not caught in a Genjutsu. What follows is even more absurd. No matter how Kakuzu attacks, he can't hurt Mizukage, while Mizukage's attacks can hit him hard. Kakuzu is thoroughly intimidated. I'm not fighting anymore. I'm out of here. If Hyden can be saved, great. If not, forget it. This kid is a monster. He starts attacking from a distance with ninjutsu, using the wind release and lightning release masks for cover, clearly trying to slip away. Mizukage laughs inwardly. Obito's Kimyui is really useful. My eyes are both Kimyui. Although they can only defend, the duration and convenience far exceed Obito's. And I can remain intangible while attacking. Kakuzu finds the opportunity, sending out Earth Grudge Fear threads to grab Hyden, while the wind release mask grabs him and shoots into the sky, leaving only the lightning release mask behind. Kakuzu watches the ground shrink away and breathes a sigh of relief. I survived from the first Hokage. Can't I escape if I can't win? But this kid knows time-space ninjutsu. I need to report this to the leader. The young ones are too explosive these days. Suddenly, Mizukage's voice comes. Can you really escape? I still have some questions I want to ask. Can you really escape? I still have some questions I want to ask. Mizukage summons Kamen Rider 01. In an instant, he blocks Kakuzu and Hyden, offering a price of 1 billion. Mizukage looks up at the sky, a playful smile on his face, and claps his hands. Summoning technique. A pink figure bursts out from the white smoke, chasing after the direction Kakuzu fled. It's the transformed Kamen Rider 01. This is the black technology of the ninja world. Mizukage can summon them regardless of distance, thanks to the core of the Shimajaya within him. Moreover, the flesh and blood Shimajaya has already made a contract scroll with Yaku, signing a blood pact to be summoned like a summoning beast in battle. With metal wings spread, 01's flying speed reaches 1.7 Mach, easily catching up to Kakuzu and the others. Hyden, who just broke free from a genjutsu, suddenly shouts, "What is that?" There's a pink light approaching from behind. Kakuzu is about to shout hurry, but 01's attack has already arrived. Bang! A loud crashing sound erupts as the wind release mask is kicked in half by 01. Kakuzu and Hyden fly through the air for a while before crashing heavily to the ground, creating 2 large craters. Hyden coughs up blood, unable to move due to the pain. Kakuzu, reinforced by Earth release, is not seriously harmed. Kakuzu is stunned. A flying ninja? This time, I've definitely lost. Mizukage follows closely, looking at the two who have given up resistance, and asks, "Not running anymore? Then answer me a question." Mizukage slowly approaches, looking down at Kakuzu in the crater. Kakuzu, a rogue ninja from Takigakure, bounty hunter. After failing to assassinate the first Hokage, you stole Earth Grudge Fear and defected, right? Tell me, how much bounty is on my head? Kakuzu's expression is complicated. Meeting for the first time, and you've seen through my bottom line? He honestly replies, "The underground black market offers 50 million Ryo." Mizukage strokes his chin, looking dissatisfied. Is that all? The pirates next door are worth over 1 billion. I have to surpass that. Kakuzu panics. That's already very high. The Konoha Guardian Ninja only gets 30 million, and you're just a genin. I'm curious who sets such a high price for you. Mizukage smiles. Do you know about Fudo intelligence? Kakuzu's eyes instantly light up. Of course. It's a rising force in the ninja world in recent years, with industries spread across the land of fire, monopolizing half the industry and cozying up to the feudal lords. Anyone who dares to provoke them gets eliminated. Mizukage casually says, "Fudo intelligence is my establishment." Kakuzu is dumbfounded. What the hell? He instantaneously figures it out. No wonder a genin can have a bounty of 50 million. The intel is still too scarce. To know, Uchiha Sasuke's bounty is not even 10 million. To know, as an orphan of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke's bounty is less than 10 million. Mizukage offers 1 billion for Kakuzu. Hyden anxiously seeks refuge, but instead gets restrained. Mizukage looks at Kakuzu and says, "I'll give you 50 million a month. You work for me. Deal?" He wants to take over the land of waves and needs someone of shadow-level strength. He needs to manage the Fudo intelligence industry. And with Zabuza and Haku not strong enough, Kakuzu is just right. Kakuzu's mind races. 50 million a month? Can I earn more than that bounty myself? Hyden, who has just recovered, panics. Hey, Kakuzu, are you really going to work for this kid? The leader won't. Ugh. Before he can finish, Kakuzu uses Earth Grudge Fear to block his mouth. Shut up. I'm thinking. Seeing Kakuzu not respond, Mizukage directly increases the offer. I'll give you 1 billion a month. Produce. You'll manage the financial affairs of the land of waves. Kakuzu immediately shouts, "Damn it, I'm in. 1 billion a month." He might not even be able to earn that with all his effort. Kakuzu's eyes light up with greed as he stands behind Mizukage to show his loyalty. Hyden is dumbfounded, tearing off the thread in his mouth and shouting, "What about me? What am I supposed to do? I can't go back and explain to the leader. Little brother, do you need someone? I'm also shadow level. Take me in." He doesn't want to lose face and wants to stay with Kakuzu. Mizuki's glances at Hyden, hesitating a bit. Hyden has immortality, and with the curse technique death is grasp. He can curse by taking blood. Although it's troublesome, he could be useful, like putting him in a different space and using the enemy's blood to make them die mysteriously. Hyden, seeing Mizuki hesitate, almost explodes with anger. Hey, I'm at least shadow level. Plus, I'm immortal. What are you hesitating for? Do you look down on me? Mizuki says, you can stay, but I need to add a safety measure. With that, he pulls out a hijacking driver and fastens it around Hyden's waist. Just as Hyden is curious about what this is, the next second he clutches his waist and screams, ugh. Ah. The hijacking driver transforms into a red-black data stream, drilling into his body. Mizuki relaxes. All right, from now on, you follow Kakuzu. This driver has a Nyaka chip that can control Hyden, so there's no worry about him causing trouble. Fate Duan gasped for breath. That last hit almost made me pass out. Jiao Du, watching from the side, nodded thoughtfully. It seems our abilities are fully known to him. Losing isn't unfair. That was clearly a sealing technique, used to restrain Fei Duan. Fei Dian's intelligence capabilities are terrifying. On the other side, on the bridge, Kakashi stood to one side, looking at the small yellow book in his hand. On the bridge, Kakashi stood to one side, looking at the small yellow book in his hand. Sansui recruited Jiao Du and Fei Duan as security, quickly cleared Kato and got a new player starter pack. The system checked in at the Land of Waves. Kakashi heard the noise, looked up with his dead fish eyes at Sansui and the dangerous-looking duo behind him. Is everything handled? Who are these two dangerous-looking guys? He was absolutely confident in Sansui's strength, and Sasuke and Naruto had also trained their basics enough, so they were just here to slack off. Sansui smiled and said, they're the new security I hired for the branch office, Jiao Du and Fei Duan. The next day, after Jiao Du and Fei Duan got familiar with Kakashi and the others, Sansui called them over. It was time to open the new player starter pack, Crush Kato. Sansui's plan was straightforward. Eliminate Kato and his subordinates. Take over all the power industries, reopen the shipping line, and turn the Land of Waves into Fei Dian's shipping base. Upon hearing this, Jiao Du's eyes lit up. Kato? That's a big shot in the ninja world. On the surface, he runs shipping, but secretly he smuggles and deals drugs, monopolizing the shipping in the Land of Waves, controlling the nation's wealth. Just thinking about taking over Kato's money makes Jiao Du want to rush over immediately, without needing Sansui to say more. He dragged Fei Duan out the door, heading straight for Kato's territory. Sansui sighed from behind. This employee enthusiasm is explosive. In the following days, Kato's influence was completely wiped out by the immortal duo. With no interference, the bridge in the Land of Waves was successfully completed, and there were two good news. First, Kato was killed by his subordinate ninjas. Actually, he was wiped out, and the people of the Land of Waves erupted in celebration. Second, the feudal lord of the Land of Waves went to Konoha to invite Fei Dian to set up operations. It should be noted that Fei Dian had been providing aid to underdeveloped small countries in recent years, and the Land of Waves was one of them, sending food and medicine. Kato was wary of Fei Dian and didn't dare to touch the aid teams, secretly enjoying having someone else support the people he wanted to exploit, which made the people of the Land of Waves hate Kato even more. Fei Dian's entry was met with great enthusiasm. On the bridge in the Land of Waves, Sansui looked at the Uchiha bridge in front of him, his expression a bit complex. Dazna knew he was the boss of Fei Dian, treating him with great respect, and even guessed his relationship with Jiao Du and Fei Duan, knowing that without Fei Dian, the Land of Waves would have no hope, and discussed with everyone to name the bridge this way. That afternoon, Team 7 returned to the village, and Sansui chose to stay. Fei Dian was just starting in the Land of Waves, and he needed to make decisions. Plus, the system suddenly went online. Detecting storyline location, Land of Waves Bridge. Check-in? Sansui immediately shouted. Check-in. Congratulations to the host for successful check-in. The check-in location does not match the original work. Congratulations to the host for successful check-in. The check-in location does not match the original work. Sansui received the Ajai dial after checking in. Teaching Jiao Du to make big money, Fei Dian monopolized the Land of Waves. Sansui looked at the system prompt in confusion. Detecting changes in the storyline at the Land of Waves, re-evaluating rewards. Congratulations to the host for successful check-in. The location is the Land of Waves. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the main rider, driving dial, Ajai. Sansui patted his chest in relief. That scared me. I almost thought the reward was gone. I came all the way to the land of waves for the system reward. If it was gone, I would have lost big. Thinking of Ajide, he became even more excited. It's actually Ajide. I remember, it has infinite evolution abilities. The next second, the yellow-orange Ajide dial appeared in his hand, and the information directly entered his mind. Ajide inherits the ancient power of light and can evolve infinitely. In the original work, it had various forms like earth, storm, and flame, and even defeated the strongest black god. Sansui clenched the dial and shouted, "Invincible!" Seizing the power of Otsutsuki Mamashiki, it settled. A few days later, on the bridge in the land of waves, Jiaodu walked over to Sansui. "You actually care about the lives of commoners?" That's surprising. For him, only money mattered. Sansui smiled and put away the dial, asking, "Where's Fei Duan? You guys are usually inseparable." Jiaodu paused. Fei Duan is still in the ritual. He just dealt with someone who didn't have eyes, so it can't be completed in a short time. Sansui turned around to enlighten him. "These commoners are all money. Don't look down on them." Upon hearing money, Jiaodu immediately got excited. Oh, ever since taking over Kato's assets, he's been counting money until his hands cramp. And he started looking at Sansui more favorably. Sansui smiled. "Today I'll give you a good lesson. Fei Dian will invest money to improve the environment in the land of waves, allowing them to build factories. On the surface, it looks like charity, right?" Jiaodu retorted. "Isn't it? The finances of the land of waves were under his control, and Fei Dian was pouring money in daily, which made him feel pained. If it weren't for Sansui's guarantee of profit, he wouldn't have agreed." Sansui shook his head. "You're wrong to think that way." Jiaodu was stunned. "Is there a trick to giving money?" In the Feidian Chamber of Commerce branch in the land of waves, Sansui called Jiaodu. Come, don't just chat, have some tea." After saying that, he drank it all in one gulp. After chatting for so long, he was already thirsty. Jiaodu responded lightly, still focused on how to make money. Sansui pointed at the map and said, "Jiaodu, look. We've invested a lot of money in the feudal lord of the land of waves. The land of waves is much smaller than the land of fire. Developing it won't cost much. Once developed, everyone in the country will have to work for me." He couldn't help but sigh. "We have to thank Kato. That guy exploited too harshly." Initially, Kato teamed up with the nobles to squeeze the land of waves dry. At first, Kato allied with the nobles to exploit the country of the land of waves. Sansui played Jiaodu. Fei Dian monopolized the land of waves, and the technology of the ninja world crushed it. But as Kato's influence rose, his face changed immediately. He turned around and started sucking the blood of the nobles, not letting them participate at all. The nobles complained, but they had no way to deal with Kato and could only be slowly drained. Jiaodu nodded. "I did see that, but I didn't see how to make money." He knew that developing the land of waves wasn't solely financed by Fei Dian. 70 was provided by the feudal lord and the nobles. The feudal lord of the land of waves was previously Kato's puppet, and only after Kato fell was he propped up by the nobles. They had long heard of Fei Dian's power and knew that transformation would benefit them. And they were even more eager to cooperate than Sansui, afraid of being rejected. Sansui asked, "Jiaodu, where do you think the supplies for transforming the land of waves are bought from?" Jiaodu stroked his chin. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Fei Dian. He instantly understood. Fei Dian's money was given to the feudal lord, but the materials for transformation were all provided by ourselves. Now the market of the land of waves is monopolized by Fei Dian, and the nobles can only find them to buy things. Other channels either have low stock or are more expensive, but the nobles are still willing. There are successful cases next door. Jiaodu was completely stunned. Good guy. Money goes out through the left hand, turns around, and comes back through the right hand, and it even increases. Sansui sipped his tea and said lightly, "You think this is the end? This is just the initial investment, making a little profit. When they enter the factory, that's when the maximum value will be realized." Jiaodu's eyes widened. This isn't over yet? He was completely shocked in the past. He had worked hard chasing bounties to earn that little money. While others sat here drinking tea, money went out for a spin and doubled. Now that's a master. Sansui smiled and said, "Next is the key. In this world, only my Fei Dian can play like this." Sansui was full of confidence. Only my Fei Dian has this strength. The technology of the 0-1 world crushes the ninja world. Talking about ninja tools, he doesn't use modern alloys, relying on Ark's computational power to predict that his technology is 15 ahead of the current craftsmanship in the ninja world, which is enough to create a gap that forces others to either invest heavily in research and development or become sales agents for Feidian Intelligent. He doesn't aim to wipe out competitors completely. Currently, he only monopolizes the markets of the fire country and the water country, while gradually expanding into other countries through production capacity. A small amount of fading intelligent products flows out and is snatched up in other countries, with merchants rushing to the fire country to buy and resell them for huge profits, followed by civilians doing small-scale reselling. Sansui not only doesn't stop this, but is also happy for them to help build a good reputation. Next, so on and so forth. I won't waste words here. Sansui plans infrastructure for the water country. When he returns to Konoha and meets Kankuro, he bluntly states that it's too ugly. Sansui tells Kakazu about the expansion plan for the water country, centered around the Fadian Intelligent Factory, with Magia responsible for building the factory, providing jobs for civilians to earn money, then expanding residential areas, entertainment areas, all covered by Fadian Intelligent. This not only gives workers and their families a stable life, but also offers free medical care, and safety is guaranteed. The most crucial point is that the descendants of employees can attend school for free. Education in the ninja world is hierarchical, and it's nearly impossible for commoners to study. For small country civilians, being able to eat enough is already a blessing. This move directly wins the support of most commoners, a benefit they could hardly imagine. Kakuzu gasps, still the familiar taste. Sansui uses a bit of money to create value for the commoners, who rely on Fadian Intelligent for their daily needs. And the money comes back around, enhancing Fadian Intelligent strength. He can't help but exclaim, "What a clever move. This can last a lifetime." However, ordinary people really can't pull this off. Nobles and ordinary merchants don't have Sansui's brains, nor do they have Fadian Intelligent strength. Getting them to spend money on the poor is harder than killing them. The more Kakuzu thinks about it, the more he admires it. A few years ago, he was still a Uchiha orphan, and now he is causing such a stir. A few days later, the Chunin exam is approaching, and the water country branch is getting on track. Sansui bids farewell to Kakuzu and returns to Konoha. Kakuzu and Haiden are stationed in the water country, while Zabuza and Haku are dispatched to other small countries for secret missions. At this time, Konoha is bustling with unfamiliar ninjas due to the Chunin exam. On top of a utility pole in Konoha, Sansui stands and can see the entire village. Ark updates him on the situation. The new Uchiha guard team is in operation, consisting of civilian ninjas and a small number of Uchiha clan ninjas, and the feedback is good. Konoha prison is also managed by them, overseen by Raikage team. Sansui looks at the transformed Konoha and sighs. Although he doesn't like the Konoha higher-ups in the original work, Konoha is moving in a positive direction now. The headquarters of Fadian Intelligent is located near the Hokage office, with a unique style that attracts ninjas from other villages to visit. And the surrounding area is the liveliest place in Konoha. Suddenly, a commotion arises from below. Sansui looks down to see Konohamaru leading a group running wildly in the street, with Sakura furiously chasing after them. Without needing to think, it's clear that Konohamaru's loose tongue has angered Sakura, and Naruto also gets dragged into it and receives a punch for not properly teaching Konohamaru, causing chaos in the street. Bang! The leading Konohamaru collides head-on with a strange ninja. This ninja has puppet master paint on his face and wears dark clothing, looking quite odd. Konohamaru thinks to himself, "This person is really strange." Sansui glances at the ninja and directly comments, "Kankuro from the Sand Village? He is indeed ugly. Far from me. Kankuro's face paint is terrible, and his looks aren't high either." The conflict below continues, with Kankuro frowning and saying, "You little brat, that hurts." Kankuro grabs Konohamaru, acting tough. Sansui appears to calm the situation, while Gaara observes in the shadows. Kankuro lifts Konohamaru with one hand, his face full of killing intent. "You little brat. Looking for death?" Konohamaru struggles desperately, finding it hard to breathe. The blonde girl next to him, Temari, panics and with her large fan on her back, urges, "Kankuro, stop. Be careful not to get taught a lesson." Kankuro irritably waves his hand. "You're so noisy. That monster isn't here. And this little brat is just perfect for me to relieve my boredom." Sakura rushes over and apologizes. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Please let him go. I can't afford anything happening to the third Hokage's grandson." Naruto steps in front of Sakura, glaring at Kankuro. "Let me handle it. How can my little brother be bullied by you? Your killing intent is even less than Zabuza's. What are you pretending for? But someone is faster than him." Slap! A stone hits Kankuro's wrist, causing him to let go in pain, and Konohamaru swiftly hides behind Sakura. Kankuro angrily shouts, "Damn, who ambushed me?" From the tree, Sasuke plays with the stone, looking down coldly. "What are you trying to do? running wild in someone else's village? Sakura excitedly shouts, Sasuke! But Konohamaru complains, Naruto is so useless. Naruto gets anxious. If it weren't for Sasuke stealing the limelight, I would have finished him off long ago. Kankuro shakes his painful wrist, visibly annoyed. Another annoying pretty boy. Temari, however, is infatuated. This guy is quite handsome. Kankuro is completely furious. Damn little brat, get down here. Saying this, he brings out the rat puppet behind him, wanting to make the Konoha brats suffer. Temari exclaims, You're going to use a crow? This commotion will be hard to explain. Suddenly, Sanshui's voice comes. San Ninja, if you want to start a war between the two countries, go ahead. Kankuro looks up to see Sanshui standing on the utility pole. Naruto excitedly waves. Brother Sanshui, you're back. Sasuke is also surprised. Uncle San? Is it really necessary for you to step in against these San ninjas? Temari is even more smitten. Another handsome guy, handsomer than the last one. Sanshui uses body flicker technique to appear in front of Kankuro. Do you know who you just grabbed? Kankuro dismissively replies. ISNT, he just a genin? Saying that, he gets ready to act. Sanshui points to Konohamaru. He is the third Hokage's grandson, Sarutobi Konohamaru. Kankuro is instantly stunned. I actually grabbed the Hokage's grandson? What terrible luck. Kankuro, enough. Everyone turns to see Gaara, with the word love carved on his forehead and panda eyes, hanging upside down from branch. Sasuke is startled. When did he arrive? Sanshui smiles and speaks. Oh, has this young man watched enough of the show? This is the man behind Naruto, the Sandstorm Gaara, the one-tail Jinchuriki. Gaara silently looks deeply at Sanshui. As the one-tail Jinchuriki, it's Gaara's first time feeling. That guy inside him is actually afraid. And he's calmed down a lot. He coldly scolds Kankuro. You're embarrassing the village. What do you think we came to Konoha for? Kankuro breaks out in cold sweat, quickly shifting the blame. It was them who bumped into us first. He knows Gaara all too well. If he annoys him, even his own brother would be in trouble. Gaara impatiently warns. If you don't want to die, shut up. Kankuro immediately admits his mistake. I was wrong. Sorry. It's my fault. He is nervously thinking. Will I die this time? Gaara doesn't pursue the matter anymore, turning into sand and appearing in front of Naruto and the others, sincerely apologizing. I apologize on behalf of my companion. Konohamaru hides behind Sakura and whispers. He is so fierce towards his companions. Sasuke also finds Gaara's gaze unpleasant. Gaara leaves with his companions after saying he hopes to see them at the Chunin exam. Sakura is confused. Chunin exam? Why didn't Kakashi-sensei say anything? Naruto scratches his head in confusion. What is the Chunin exam? Sakura explains with a headache. You have to pass the exam to be promoted from Genin to Chunin and take on higher level missions. Naruto immediately gets excited. I want to take the exam too. I'm sick of low-level missions. Sasuke also complains. That Kakashi guy. Why didn't he tell us such an important thing earlier? Sanshui was just about to speak when a light screen appeared on his arm, and the voice of a ninja came through. Lord Sanshui, please report to the Hokage office as soon as you return to the village. Konohamaru exclaimed enviously. So cool. I want one too. Sanshui smiled and said, This is a remote communication device tested by Fadian Intelligence, called a personal terminal. Each of you can take one to play with. He casually tossed out a silver wristband. This was developed by Yak with inspiration from the Predator, capable of remote communication and viewing holographic maps, currently only tested among the Umbu and Elite Jonin. Once worn, it would automatically bind and directly transmit usage methods to the user's brain, making it super user-friendly. After bidding farewell to Naruto, Sanshui arrived at the Hokage office. A large number of Jonin had already gathered, waiting for the third Hokage's instructions. The third Hokage scanned the room and spoke. Everyone is here, let's begin. I won't say much about the Chunin exams. Jonin leaders, step forward. Do you have any recommended disciples? Kakashi and others step forward, with Kakashi taking the lead. I'm Hatake Kakashi, leading Team 7, consisting of Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Uzumaki Naruto. I, Hatake Kakashi, recommend them to participate in the Chunin exams. Irika opposed sending students to take the Chunin exams. Sanshui tried to mediate, but the third Hokage surprisingly invited Sanshui to participate. When Irika heard Kakashi's words, he was shocked. What? Let them participate in the Chunin exams? Isn't it too early? But Yugao immediately spoke up. I'm Yugao leading my team, and I recommend Aburame Shino, Hyuga Hinata, and Inazuka Kiba to participate in my name. Asuma also followed up with his recommended disciples. The ninjas in the office began to discuss. This year, all of them are recommended? It's been a while since we've seen freshly graduated ninjas taking the Chunin exams. Iruka, anxious, shouted, "Please wait a moment." The third Hokage looked at him in confusion. Iruka, do you have any questions? Iruka wiped his cold sweat and firmly said, Hokage-sama, please listen to me. The ninjas recommended just now were all my students. Their abilities are excellent, but the Chunin exams can be deadly. They should first complete missions to gain experience. It's too early for them to participate now. Kakashi's dead fish eyes finally showed some spirit, retorting, I'm their leading teacher, and I understand their combat strength better than you. I believe they can pass. Besides, I was younger than Naruto when I became a Chunin. Iruka was even more dissatisfied. Now is a time of peace. We must prioritize their safety. They are just freshly graduated kids who can't handle emergencies. What is wrong with them facing some hardships? Ninjas aren't delicate flowers. Kakashi found him amusing. Iruka had no idea how extraordinary Naruto and Sasuke were. If they teamed up, even he would feel uneasy. Iruka shouted angrily, but it could be deadly. Seeing him lose his temper, Kakashi quickly calmed him down. I was joking, but one thing is certain. Naruto and the others are my subordinates, and I understand their true abilities better than you. Iruka still wouldn't back down, but they just graduated. Hyuga quickly tried to mediate. Kakashi, stop arguing. Iruka's stubbornness is coming out. At this moment, Sansui, who had been keeping a low profile, spoke up. Iruka-sensei, you should believe in your students and colleagues. Kakashi-senpai and the others are vouching for them. They must have confidence in their subordinates' abilities. Iruka looked around and finally fell silent. He was just a Chunin, while Kakashi and the others were outstanding Jonin. He should trust their judgment. The third Hokage smiled and stood up, ready to announce the results, but suddenly remembered something and looked at the dazed Sansui. Sansui, aren't you going to participate in this Chunin exam? Sansui came back to his senses and uncertainly pointed at himself. Are you sure you want me to participate? If I go to take the exam, isn't that like a max-level character slaughtering a beginner village? At this moment, the ninjas in the office looked at the third Hokage with some surprise. Sansui refusing the Chunin exam? Orochimaru came to steal the spotlight, but was regarded as a research talent. Everyone was familiar with Uchiha Sansui, captain of the Uchiha Guard, president of Fadian Intelligence, and holder of the Manjiki Sharingan. All impressive titles with strength to match. Sansui looked at the third Hokage and asked, Old man, do you want me to go to the Chunin exam and wipe out the other ninja villages? He understood the situation clearly. The Chunin exams were held twice a year, mostly to showcase the new generation's strength among allied nations, with more political significance than practical. However, the Sand Village brought a Jinchuriki, clearly intending to stir trouble. The third Hokage wanted to leverage him to enhance Konoha's prestige. The third Hokage smiled like a cunning old fox and vaguely replied, just do as you see fit. A village's ninja should rise through proper channels. Just don't be too excessive with the other ninja villages. Sansui rolled his eyes, but agreed. Seeing he had no objections, the third Hokage announced the meeting adjourned. The Chunin exam slots are set. Everyone can leave now. The next day, Team 7 gathered at the agreed location. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke had already prepared for the exam, but Kakashi arrived leisurely at noon, making excuses. I'm so sorry. I just helped an old lady cross the street and came late. Naruto and the others were used to it, only giving him resentful looks. Kakashi felt uneasy under their gazes and pulled out 3 qualification certificates. Hey, look at this. I personally recommend you to take the Chunin exam. Don't lose this document. If you feel you're not strong enough, you can opt out. Sakura took the certificate and complained. For something so important, you should have told us earlier. If it weren't for Sansui mentioning it yesterday, we would still be in the dark. Sasuke noticed Sansui's certificate was missing and asked, Is he not going? Kakashi explained. The third Hokage has arranged everything. Don't worry. Naruto inquired about the exam date, and Kakashi squinted, replying, 1 week from now, you all go prepare. Don't be late for the exam. After saying that, he dispelled his shadow clone, and Team 7 continued training for the exam. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha compound, a strange figure intruded and surveyed the surroundings. Sansui was somewhat surprised, his eyes lighting up. One of the legendary 3, Orochimaru? What brings you here? In his eyes, Orochimaru was a technological genius in the ninja world, and he needed to find a way to persuade him to come over. This was a rare research talent. Orochimaru looked at Sansui like he was prey, licking his lips with his tongue. the last genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sansui. I heard you like Itachi have awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Sansui-kun, I'm very eager to see it. According to information provided by an old friend from Konoha, Sansui's ocular techniques were not illusions like Uchiha Itachi's. Orochimaru attempted to seize the Mangeki, but was overwhelmed. Sansui brought up the topic of immortality, directly stating his interest in mechanical ascension. Orochimaru was confident. This time, he would secure Sansui's Sharingan. He was certain of it. Seeing Orochimaru's tongue action, Sansui felt a chill. He looks cool in the anime, but in reality, it's quite off-putting. He rarely showed humility. Thank you for your compliments, Orochimaru-senpai, but I'm still far from your level. Saying this, he activated his 3-tomo Sharingan and coldly stared at Orochimaru. Orochimaru was a research fanatic, and although his techniques were disgusting, their functionality was incredibly strong. Orochimaru's eyes lit up with excitement as he shouted, "Multiple snakes technique." A flurry of poisonous snakes shot out, attempting to test and attack. But the next second, he was bewildered. What is going on? Why did my technique pass through? He could clearly sense Sansui standing still, yet all the attacks missed. Sansui looked at the passing poisonous snakes and sighed. I really hate snakes. He walked straight towards Orochimaru. With Kamui activated, he could ignore any attack. As long as the opponent didn't use space ninjutsu, they couldn't harm him. This was invincibility. Cold sweat broke out on Orochimaru's forehead, and he quickly formed seals to unleash wave after wave of attacks. But it was all in vain. Ninjutsu and taijutsu passed through without affecting Sansui even a step. He instantly realized, damn, the opponent has space ocular techniques. Immediately using the body flicker technique to create distance, I focused on the patterns in Sansui's eyes. My heart racing. How can the Uchiha be so powerful? I have no way to counter their space ninjutsu. Sansui looked at the stopped Orochimaru and said calmly, "It seems you've recognized the gap, Orochimaru-senpai." Orochimaru crossed his arms, his eyes filled with caution. Sansui-kun, your eyes are indeed impressive. He calculated in his mind, I can't get the Sharingan for now, but there's Uchiha Sasuke. Capturing his body will work too. Sansui nodded. Indeed, they are remarkable eyes. Obito's Kamui is an invincible technique. Changing the subject, he continued, now that you've calmed down, let us talk business. Orochimaru-senpai, what are your thoughts on immortality? Immortality? Orochimaru's pupils shrank suddenly, shock on his face. Immortality is precisely what he seeks. He had entered middle age, transforming into a white phosphorus snake for the sake of immortality, developing the Edo Tensei. But he had to change bodies every 3 years, which would weaken his soul. He instantly understood, this kid has investigated me. Remembering the Shimagia he saw during his infiltration and associating it with the Akatsuki Sasori, he became interested. It seems he has also researched immortality. How intriguing. Orochimaru said with interest, my view on immortality is simple. Life has no meaning. Only eternity has meaning. He was filled with curiosity. There is too much knowledge in the ninja world, but human life is too short and fragile. Sansui's eyes lit up. That perspective is brilliant. Coincidentally, I also have a conclusion. Would you like to hear it, Orochimaru-senpai? Orochimaru's gaze became more intense. Oh? Do tell. Finally, he had encountered a junior with similar thoughts. Sansui declared firmly, flesh is weak, mechanical ascension. Flesh is weak, mechanical ascension. Sansui showcased his mechanical Sharingan, refusing Orochimaru's assistance. He waited for Konoha to collapse and seize the power of Hashirama. Sansui calmly stated, consciousness must be eternal. The body is merely a fragile waste that can be replaced at any time. Just as he finished speaking, a silver-haired, blue-eyed girl walked up to him. Mechanical ascension is indeed the path he is taking. The technology of biomechanical beings provided by the broken system, combined with Akatsuki's 0-1 technology tree, would allow him to succeed given time. The previous Uchiha faces in Shimagia had long been reset. This girl is Akatsuki's top masterpiece, possessing Uchiha blood and biological characteristics, indistinguishable from a real person. Upon seeing the girl, Orochimaru's snake-like eyes trembled. The girl closed her eyes and opened them again, and the eerie 3-tomo Sharingan appeared. He laughed out loud, ah-ha-ha-ha. Sansui-kun, you are actually ahead of me on this path. The girl could freely activate and deactivate her Sharingan, and with different hair and eye colors, all his doubts were dispelled. Both of them were fundamentally seeking the eternal soul, just by different means. Orochimaru pressed on. Then what is your goal? Sansui replied, reform. This world is like a windmill that has stopped turning. I want to blow a new wind into it. Orochimaru recalled the intelligence and tentatively asked, just like what you did in the Land of Waves? After Fei Jian intelligence moved in, the Land of Waves became a paradise for civilians. No wars, no hunger, no oppression. Sanshui nodded. That's just part of it. The Land of Waves is a small country, and the daimyo is just a puppet. With a bit of profit and threats from Fei Jian intelligence, they can bind people to death easily, taking over without taking the blame, and no one obstructs the execution of orders. Orochimaru's eyes grew even hotter. Sanshui-kun, I am becoming more and more interested in you. Do you want me to help you? He felt a divine aura radiating from Sanshui, which was particularly attractive. Sanshui felt uneasy under his gaze and quickly declined. Not for now, he thought to himself. Isn't Orochimaru's current body female? I hope he doesn't have any thoughts about me. That would be terrible. Orochimaru was a bit surprised, not expecting to be refused. Sanshui quietly stepped back, reminding him, Orochimaru-senpai, you have other matters to attend to in Konoha, right? He was waiting. Konoha's collapse plan was a great opportunity to capture the power of Senju Hashirama. He had long coveted Hashiramas would release and wanted to slap the tailed beast into submission for fun. Orochimaru asked, what I do next in Konoha won't affect your plan, will it? Sanshui answered, no, it won't. Orochimaru understood. It seems you are very clear about what I want to do. The Konoha high-ups are indeed bothersome. I understand. Today's goals had been achieved, and he felt quite satisfied. The day's objectives had been met, and there were even extra gains. Orochimaru slipped away. Sanshui ventured into the forest of death as examinees shouted about the dark schemes behind the scenes to snatch scrolls. Orochimaru summoned a giant snake to swallow himself, disappearing in a puff of white smoke. Sanshui said to the girl behind him, let us go, and then led her deep into the Uchiha base. There were Akatsuki monitors here, so he didn't fear Konoha knowing what just happened. The Nin exam began, and because of his strength and the special nature of his team, Sanshui skipped the written test and directly entered the second round in the Forest of Death to snatch scrolls. The exam rules were super simple. 26 teams were divided into 13 groups with Heaven and Earth scrolls, and you had to gather them at the center tower within 5 days to pass, and you also had to sign a life and death contract, allowing mutual killing to snatch scrolls. Immediately, an examinee exploded. Examiner, why does Uchiha Sanshui start with a scroll all by himself? This is a dark scheme. This guy didn't show up in the first round, and now suddenly appears with a scroll. Who can accept that? The scene became chaotic. Mitsuhashi Azuki, filled with killing intent, shouted, shut up, don't question Konoha's arrangements. He was the last to enter the forest, and he all alone. If you want to snatch, then go ahead. The examinees instantly quieted down. Just one person and he entered last? Isn't this a gift? No matter whether he had the Heaven or Earth scroll, they could just crush him to gather enough for promotion. Many began searching for where Sanshui was. Naruto looked around and didn't see him, puzzled. Where is Sanshui? The second round is about to start. Sasuke smirked. Don't worry about him. Let us have a competition to see who can snatch more scrolls. The written exam was too boring. I want to have some fun. Naruto scratched his head. All right. He thought to himself how Sasuke seemed a bit irritable. Sakura didn't speak, gripping her ninja tool pouch tightly. She was actually very anxious, only stabilizing slightly when she heard the sound of ninja tools clashing. Azuki gave the order, and the examinees all entered the Forest of Death. The second round officially began. After a while, Sanshui leisurely strolled to the entrance with snacks in hand. Azuki quickly approached, snatching a dumpling and stuffing it into her mouth. If you don't come, I'll disqualify you, little Sanshui. Sanshui smiled bitterly. Azuki-ne, you're too overbearing. At least leave me some. He had gotten familiar with Konoha's higher-ups and often ate with Azuki. But thinking about how she looked in Boruto, he quickly shook his head. Still, the current Azuki-ne is prettier. After finishing the dumpling, Azuki urged, why aren't you leaving yet? Sanshui looked at her regretfully. I'm going now. He then entered the Forest of Death. After entering the forest, Sanshui headed straight for the center. Sanshui encountered an ambush of 6 teams. Activating the Divine Spirit Possession, he sensed the Rain Ninjas, and Azuki detected Orochimaru's presence. Someone actually dared to ambush me. Akatsuki projected the surrounding situation onto Sanshui's retina. He closed his eyes and counted 1, 2, 6, a total of 6 teams. Interesting. In the Forest of Death, several Rain Ninjas were hiding in the grass. their eyes brightening upon seeing Sanshui finally here. Their small country's ninjas were weak, placing their hopes of advancement on Sanshui. 6 against 1. How could they possibly lose? Seeing Sanshui stop, the Rain ninjas knew they had been exposed and jumped out to surround him, the leader threatening. Konoha brat, are you Uchiha Sanshui? Hand over the scroll, and maybe we'll let you go. Sanshui remained completely calm, opening his right eye. I want the scroll. Come and take it. After gaining the power of the Aegis, his Sharingan evolved to develop a new ability, Divine Spirit Possession, allowing him to use knightly powers without a time-space activator, and even change into the original knight form. Golden energy formed horns of Aegis on both sides of his head, slowly unfolding. I hope you can entertain me for a bit. Here we go. In the next moment, Sanshui transformed into an afterimage and charged out. A chilling scream echoed through the forest, startling countless birds into flight. In just a few breaths, all 6 Rain ninjas fell. Sanshui walked over to the remaining Rain ninja, grabbed him by the neck with one hand, and lifted him up. You're all too weak. With a squeeze, there was a crack. The Rain ninja fell silent and was casually tossed aside. He glanced at the other ambush points. TSK, not coming out? Then, without looking back, he headed towards the center, not wanting to waste time here. The grass ninjas hiding in the shadows, who had been waiting for a chance, were stunned by this scene. Damn. Did Konoha let a monster in? They were drenched in cold sweat, not daring to breathe, fearing discovery. When they saw Sanshui glance at their hiding spot and then leave, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. The demon has finally left, but then they thought of the Rain Ninja scroll that had not been taken, and their hearts raced. This is a great opportunity. The other 3 teams thought the same, and a fierce battle for the scrolls soon erupted. On the outskirts of the Death Forest, Chief Examiner Akane received information. 3 grass ninjas have been found dead. Their deaths were extremely brutal. She looked at the bodies, touched the cursed seal on her shoulder, and her heart sank. It must be him, my teacher, Orochimaru. After a moment of silence, she instructed the other examiners. Report the situation to Lord Third Hokage immediately. Yes, Akane pursued Orochimaru. Sanshui encountered a disguised grass ninja, who delivered a bracelet with just one request. Seeing Akane's serious expression, the examiners knew things were not simple and hurried to the Hokage's office. Akane knew that her traitorous teacher, Orochimaru, was classified as an extremely dangerous individual, and returning to Konoha would surely bring trouble. She gritted her teeth, her gaze resolute. Even if it costs me my life, I will kill him. The cursed seal on her shoulder could blur her perception of Orochimaru's direction. She had to stop him before he caused any trouble. Under the setting sun, Akane plunged into the Death Forest. Before long, Sanshui's bracelet beeped, and Akane's voice came through. Minister Sanshui, Orochimaru's trace has been found on the outskirts of the Death Forest. I am in pursuit. He has already entered the forest, and he is extremely dangerous, so please be careful. Sanshui was bewildered. 0. He turned to look at Orochimaru beside him, and then at the bracelet, asking, Lord Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Orochimaru stared at Sanshui's bracelet, filled with curiosity. Sanshu-kun, I told you I am very interested in you. At this moment, he was disguised as a grass ninja, having observed from the sidelines when Sanshui fought the Rain Ninja. Sanshui felt uncomfortable under his gaze and quickly threw 2 bracelets at him. Here, take them, one for you, and do whatever you want with the other. Also, your disciple is about to catch on. Shouldn't you avoid him? Orochimaru put on the bracelet, received the usage information, and smiled satisfactorily. My little disciple won't find me for a while. By the way, how did you create these strange devices? Sanshui casually replied. They were left by my ancestors. I just made some slight modifications. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes in speculation. Sage of 6 Paths? He had heard that Sanshui claimed his technology came from an ancient Uchiha stone tablet that required a Sharingan to interpret. If it were left by the Sage of 6 Paths, it would make sense. Sanshui coldly urged him to leave. If you're satisfied, then hurry up and go. If it weren't for needing a scientist, I would have dealt with you already. Orochimaru smirked. Then I will take my leave. However, I plan to test Uchiha Sasuke's strength. Do you have any suggestions? Sanshui replied, just don't kill him. Upon hearing this, Sanshui had no objections. If Orochimaru gave Sasuke the cursed seal like in the original story, then Sasuke would have his first cheat. Although the cursed seal could forcibly increase strength, it would harm the body. But for Sanshui, who had 0-1 technology, it was nothing. Yake had researched that the purified Nine-Tails chakra had strong healing abilities, As long as the head and heart were not damaged, other injuries could be healed instantly. He could let Sasuke run wild. On the other side, Naruto and Sasuke were competing for scrolls. Orochimaru attacked with a giant serpent, and Sakura used water techniques to save the day. Naruto and Sasuke began their competition for scrolls. Every team they encountered was crushed by the two of them, and the scrolls were seized. Considering Sakura's safety, they separated and then regrouped. Sasuke tossed a scroll in the air and asked, "Loser, how many did you grab?" Naruto pulled out 2 earth scrolls from his ninja tool pouch. 2. How about you? Sasuke proudly held up 3 fingers. 3. He then took out 1 earth scroll and 2 heaven scrolls, and they had completed their scrolls. Naruto pouted, feeling dissatisfied. Sakura's efficiency following him was indeed not as good as when Sasuke acted alone. Sakura sighed, feeling disheartened. No matter how hard I practice, I can't catch up to these 2 freaks. Sakura looked at the extra scroll and suggested, "Let us hurry to the center of the Death Forest. Do you want to spend the night here?" Naruto nodded. "You're right. There are too many mosquitoes in the forest. We can't defend against them." But just as they were about to leave, the ground suddenly shook violently. Sasuke shouted, "Quick dodge!" Naruto quickly pulled the slow-moving Sakura away. The next second, a giant serpent burst out of the ground. If they had been a moment slower, they would have been swallowed. Standing on top of the giant serpent was a person disguised as a grass ninja, coldly staring at them. It was Orochimaru. Naruto activated his tailed beast cloak. "Sasuke, watch Sakura. I'll go see how strong he is." "I'm going in." He charged at Orochimaru. Sasuke shook his head helplessly. She is not a child. He could sense Sakura had made great progress and could handle ordinary genin without issue, so he didn't worry about her safety. Then Sasuke formed hand seals, fire style, great dragon fire technique. The fire dragon lunged at Orochimaru. Orochimaru squinted. Jinchuriki of a 9 tails? He hadn't expected to encounter Naruto. The giant serpent swung its tail to sweep bang. Naruto was hit and flew back like a broken kite, crashing through several trees before stopping. Facing Sasuke's great dragon fire, Orochimaru calmly formed hand seals. Wind style, great breakthrough. A gale howled, sending dirt flying and trees swaying. The fierce wind not only altered the fire dragon's trajectory, but also intensified the flames, sending them flying toward Sasuke. Sasuke was stunned. What? At that moment, Sakura calmly took out a dial and pressed it, and a mechanical voice sounded. Water style, water barrier. A water curtain about 4 to 5 meters high rose up, and the gale wrapped around the fire dragon, crashing hard against the water curtain, instantly filling the forest with mist. Orochimaru was surprised. "Oh, you actually blocked it?" To release this level of water style in a place without water is something an ordinary genin cannot achieve. He stared at Sakura's dial, recognizing it immediately. This is a ninja tool developed by Sansui. He silently praised. "What an impressive ninja tool." Sasuke looked at the vanished fire dragon, surprised. Did we block it? Sasuke was somewhat astonished at the disappearance of the fire dragon. He regretted not taking the ninja technique dial. Naruto and Sasuke teamed up to battle Orochimaru, setting the forest ablaze. As a traditional ninja, Sasuke preferred to learn ninjutsu for practical use. He had heard of Sansui's ninja technique dial, but hadn't he expected it to be so useful in actual combat. Now he regretted. If I had known, I would have taken a few to deal with emergencies. Naruto ran over, holding his stomach, his injuries rapidly healing under the 9 tails chakra. Sasuke. "Sakura, are you okay?" Sasuke replied. "We're fine, thanks to Sakura having Uncle San's ninja technique dial." He knew Naruto was tough with the 9 tail support, so he wasn't too worried. Naruto grinned. This guy is no ordinary ninja. That hit just now hurt like hell. The 9 tails can heal the wounds, but it can't stop the pain. Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue, watching Sasuke like prey. "With this little ability, you can't stop me. So, how do you want to play next?" Sakura grimaced. "This guy is disgusting." Naruto added, "Like a snake." But Sasuke was excited, trembling, his blood boiling. "No matter what, let's fight first." He felt this kind of pressure in a long time. Sasuke shouted, "Naruto, let's go." Naruto immediately responded, "Oh." More 9 tails chakra overflowed. 3 chakra tails swaying behind him, and he crouched like a beast, staring at Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyelids twitched. Can he really achieve this level? He has seen many Jinchuriki, but Naruto, wrapped in such dense tailed beast chakra, can still maintain his sanity. That's genius. Naruto, relying on his tailed beast cloak for defense, directly launched a surprise attack on Orochimaru. Sasuke also activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, taking advantage of Naruto's position at the front. quickly hand-signing and unleashing a barrage of jutsu, Jinjutsu, Sharingan, Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, Fire Style, Great Dragon Fire Technique, Fire Style, Great Fire Extinguishing Technique. He unleashed ninjutsu as if it were free, and the Death Forest was instantly engulfed in flames with thick smoke filling the air. He knew Naruto's tailed beast cloak was durable, so he used all his strength to unleash Fire Style. Sakura watched in awe. The forest has turned into a sea of fire, and Sasuke has once again exceeded her expectations. But this is too discouraging. They all graduated together. How can the gap be so large? She just couldn't understand. In the sea of fire, Orochimaru, trapped in an illusion, looked disdainfully at the chains binding him. Far inferior to Itachi, he easily broke free from the Jinjutsu, and when he looked up, he saw flames blocking out the sun. Exclaiming, "The range is incredible." The giant python, unaffected by the Jinjutsu, quickly wriggled its body to shield Orochimaru. Seeing this, Naruto created several shadow clones, all wrapped in tailed beast cloaks, ignoring the scorching flames as they reached out with chakra claws towards the giant python. Orochimaru's giant python was just an ordinary summoning beast. It couldn't compare to the defense of a tailed beast cloak. It was bombarded by Fire Style and could only passively endure the beating. The smell of burnt flesh wafting through the air. Fire Style struck the massive snake body, releasing the scent of charred flesh. Naruto took down the giant python in an instant. Orochimaru attempted a counterattack with Fire Style, but Sakura quickly used a B-rank ninjutsu to save the day. The giant python let out a painful wail, and before it could escape back to the summoning realm, Naruto and the shadow clones tore it into countless pieces. Without the protection of the summoning beast, Orochimaru was directly exposed to Sasuke's subsequent Fire Style attack. Boom! Sasuke's great fire extinguishing technique engulfed both Orochimaru and Naruto. Thick smoke filled the forest, and the Death Forest was completely ablaze. Amidst the thick smoke, Orochimaru lay on the ground, surprisingly unharmed by the Fire Style. He stood up in a strange posture, his golden slit pupils gazing into the distance. Oh my, this commotion has gotten out of hand. These kids today should not be underestimated. He knew this noise would alert Konoha, so he had to quickly achieve his goals and escape, while also leaving a deep impression on the kids. Young people can't be too reckless. Sasuke was panting heavily. Continuously using Fire Style had left him thirsty and exhausted. His chakra nearly depleted, but the next moment, his eyes widened in fear. How is this possible? That was my full-strength Fire Style. The Sharingan pierced through the smoke, and surprisingly saw that Orochimaru still had chakra responses and was even preparing to attack. He quickly shouted, "Naruto, get away!" Naruto was dazed, but immediately began to retreat, but it was already too late. What is that? A giant sword glimmering with a cold light sliced through the smoke, piercing. The sword tip broke through the Nine-Tails chakra, penetrating Naruto's shoulder and pinning him to the ground. Naruto struggled and shouted, "Damn it!" Two white snakes suddenly burst from the ground, wrapping around him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Orochimaru's voice came from the belly of the white snake. "Got you, Nine-Tails brat." Naruto looked at the white snake in terror, only to see hands extending from its mouth. With Orochimaru's upper body emerging, his left hand forming the characters for gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. "You have no business here, Nine-Tails." 5 elements sealing. He slapped Naruto's stomach, causing him to roll his eyes, the Nine-Tails chakra within him retracting entirely, and he fainted on the spot. "Naruto!" Sasuke shouted anxiously. He realized that Orochimaru had sealed the Nine-Tails chakra, but everything happened too quickly, leaving him no time to react. Sakura finally snapped back to reality, though panicked. She tightened her grip on her ninja tool pouch. "Sasuke, I have plenty of plates here." She didn't want to hold him back. Pulling out several plates and handing them to Sasuke. "Take these." Sasuke's eyes widened as he caught a total of 5 plates. The moment they touched, the information inside flooded into his mind. All B rank and above ninjutsu. His eye twitched as he looked at Sakura's bulging ninja tool pouch. These ninjutsu aren't cheap, right? With these, you could easily pass the Chunin exam. Who knows how many more you have hidden. This. Sakura displayed a 40 discount card. Orochimaru bit Sasuke and left the curse mark, while Hanabi pursued the culprit to report to the Third Hokage. Sakura said to Sasuke, "This is a 40 discount card for the Flying Thunder of Sanmizu. The key point is that Naruto is still in danger." Orochimaru put away the Kusanagi sword. Seeing the two chatting, he said in exasperation, I being underestimated? The next moment, his head flew directly in front of Sasuke. Sasuke was stunned. What kind of monster is this? Is he even human? Orochimaru released a murderous aura that enveloped the two. Sasuke tried to use the plates, but couldn't move, feeling a chill all over. How many people has this guy killed? Sakura fainted directly from the murderous aura. She had never seen such a situation. Orochimaru leaned in and bit Sasuke's neck, leaving the heaven curse mark. Sasuke groaned in pain, holding on, knowing he would gain immense power. Orochimaru glanced at his masterpiece, preparing to escape. Sasuke watched helplessly as Orochimaru retracted his neck, the curse mark's response growing stronger. And he finally fainted. Orochimaru, feeling benevolent, moved the three of them to a safe place, and upon seeing Sasuke's plates, he became interested. A little gadget from Samizu? He casually swiped a few from Sakura's pouch and slipped away with a smile. On the other side, Samizu watched the commotion in silence. Damn. How do I report this? I can't just say there was a gas explosion like the priest. Looking up, he saw the wind blowing and flames erupting, mixed with the chakra of the Nine Tails. Ridiculous. In the Death Forest, Hanabi chased after Orochimaru using the curse mark, drawn by the commotion from Naruto's side. That man is over there. Arriving at the scene, she gritted her teeth. Am I too late? After investigation, she confirmed that Orochimaru had fought with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Hanabi reported through her wristband. Lord Third. Orochimaru fought with Naruto here and has now escaped. Team 7 is all unconscious, but alive. She knew they couldn't win, so she reported first and continued to pursue. Suddenly, her pupils constricted. Is that a curse mark? So he returned to the village to target Sasuke. The third Hokage sat in his office, headache worsening as he looked at the image transmitted by Hanabi, showing the heaven curse mark on Sasuke's neck. The third Hokage sat in his office, feeling a headache looking at the image Hanabi transmitted from the scene. Clearly visible was the curse mark on Sasuke, heaven curse mark. The third Hokage ignited his smoke screen. Samizu laughed as Orochimaru was exposed, while Sakura pulled out a sealing plate to save Naruto. The curse mark. Orochimaru, the Uchiha orphan? The third Hokage took a deep breath of smoke and slowly exhaled. He knew that his beloved student and S-rank rogue ninja Orochimaru had returned to the village and left a curse mark on Sasuke, clearly targeting Sasuke's Sharingan. The third Hokage remained silent for a moment and immediately ordered the Konoha machinery to start. The entire village is to enter a state of alert. With a large number of Umbu dispatched to patrol and search for Orochimaru, he didn't inform all the Jonin, fearing the situation would escalate. And currently only a few Jonin and Umbu were aware of this matter. On the other side, Samizu watched the holographic projection of Orochimaru with glee. Now everyone knows you're here. Lord Orochimaru, this is getting interesting. He had just received the third's orders and knew Orochimaru had been exposed, eager to see how the other would carry out his plan to bring Konoha to ruin. Orochimaru, however, looked indifferent. Oh my, what can I do? Sasuke and Naruto are your students, right? Their strength surprised me. But this device of yours is truly amazing. He had already calculated that the curse mark he gave Sasuke would draw most of Konoha's attention, and no one would suspect that his real target was the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Samizu smugly said, Of course. Don't you see who brought them? Team 7 now causes more chaos than in the original story. Naruto and Sasuke can bully Jonin. And Sakura has developed her academic prowess, mastering fire, earth, water, wind, and lightning ninjutsu, and her theoretical knowledge is even stronger than that of Chunin in the Ninja Academy. Plus, she can obtain the sealing plates from Flying Thunder at a low price. She could win just by throwing money. They just lack practical experience. Orochimaru said, Well then, I'll take my leave, shut down the projection, and get ready. I'm about to meet the fourth Hokage, and I need to quickly eliminate Rasha to advance the plan for Konoha's collapse. In the Forest of Death, the Chunin exam is still ongoing. Ninjas from other villages are ruthless, and fighting for the scrolls means either death or injury. Late at night, Sakura moves the unconscious Naruto and Sasuke into a cave. Looking at the faint firelight inside, she wonders while organizing her ninja tool pouch. The terrifying ninja they encountered during the day one, but didn't take the scroll, only stealing a few dials? While bandaging the two, she suddenly discovers a seal on Naruto's stomach. This is the 5 Elements seal. She has seen it in books. It is used to seal the chakra of tailed beasts, and the opponent clearly used it to suppress the 9 tails. Sakura immediately takes out the 5 Elements unsealing dial that Sansui specifically asked her to bring. This is meant to deal with Naruto's tailed beast going out of control. The ninja technique dial 5 elements unsealing. This was specially given to Sakura by Sansui to suppress Naruto's tailed beast power going out of control. Naruto can only control 3 tails. Sakura digs out the unsealing dial to save the situation, while the red-haired girl encounters a giant bear in a desperate situation. Naruto has an evil purification device from Akatsuki on him, but it can't help him control more tailed beast chakra. At most, he can only control 3 tails. If a 4th tail emerges, he will lose control due to chakra overload. The seal will break, and he will go berserk, attacking anyone he sees, which is extremely dangerous. After searching through her ninja tool pouch for a long time, Sakura finally finds the 5 elements unsealing dial and exclaims with joy, "Great, I didn't lose it." She looks at the unconscious Naruto and Sasuke with determination. "You have always protected me. Now it's my turn to protect you." Sakura presses the dial, and blue chakra flames erupt from her hand as she presses down hard on Naruto's stomach. 5 elements unsealing. Naruto, just waking up, is stunned to see Sakura holding the 5 characters representing gold, wood, water, fire, and earth coming at him, and he shouts anxiously, "Wait. Sakura, what are you doing?" 5 elements unsealing. Sakura shouts, pressing her fingers firmly against Naruto's stomach. The impact creates a pit in the ground, and Naruto's scream echoes throughout the forest of death. After a while, with Sakura's explanation, Naruto learns, previously, the grass ninja sealed his 9 tails chakra, and Sakura was helping him unseal it. He touches his stomach and can clearly feel the 9 tails chakra coursing through his body, even repairing his injuries. Naruto looks at the still unconscious Sasuke and asks, "Why hasn't he woken up yet?" Sakura sighs. "The enemy left a technique on him. I don't know what it does, but it hurts his body. I don't have suitable sealing techniques, so I can only wait for him to wake up himself." She only has the 5 elements unsealing dial, which is useless. Naruto scratches his head. "Then I'll go out and find something to eat." He hasn't had a drop of water since he fainted, and all he can think about is food. Sakura nods, watching him leave the cave. On the other side, the red-haired girl is being chased by a giant bear, running and shouting, "Help! Is anyone there?" The forest in the twilight is eerily quiet, with no response. Her legs give out, and she falls to the ground, despairing. Am I really going to be eaten by a bear today? Dying at the hands of an enemy seems better than dying in the mouth of a bear. She remembers the countless bite marks on her mother's corpse, biting her lip and closing her eyes to wait for death. The giant bear roars as it approaches, its stench wafting into the girl's face. But after a long wait, the expected pain does not come. Moments later, she opens her eyes in confusion. Why hasn't the pain she imagined come yet? The giant bear collapses. Sansui saves Kankuro, calling himself a masked rider, while Team 7 is ambushed by ninjas. Thud, the sound of the giant creature falling echoes in the girl's ears, and the giant bear crashes to the ground. A frivolous voice comes from behind. "Oh, look what I found. There are actually 3 little mice hiding here." Naruto is excited. Now he can catch up to Sasuke. The bandage man in the lead is shocked. "What? Weren't you in the cave?" He clearly saw Naruto confirm there were no enemies and return to the cave. So how could he appear behind them? Shocked as they are, the Sound Ninja trio immediately distance themselves from Naruto, preparing for battle. Naruto claps his hands. "Idiots can't even tell the difference between shadow clones? Wait, why am I even telling you this?" Just as the bandage man is about to get angry, he suddenly collapses, and his teammate is also knocked out in an instant by Naruto's clone. With Naruto's current strength, crushing these small fries is incredibly easy. Naruto looks at the 3 on the ground and laughs. "Haha, a bunch of idiots. I told you it was a shadow clone." He rummages through the 3's ninja tool pouches, casually taking a scroll and putting it in his pocket before returning to the cave. Sakura asks lightly, "All sorted?" She is absolutely confident in Naruto's strength, having kept watch over the unconscious Sasuke. After Naruto nods, he worries. It's been all night. Why hasn't Sasuke woken up yet? The Chunin exam is only 5 days long, and now there are only 3 days left. Sakura checks and says, "Soon." The chakra fluctuations in his body are stabilizing. "You should wake up soon." The 2 quietly wait for Sasuke to wake up. Time flies, and in no time, the 5 days are over. The teams that gathered their scrolls arrive at the tall tower in the center of the Forest of Death. The candidates wait in the hall for the chief examiner's speech, greeting each other among teams from the same village. Before long, the third Hokage enters with Jonin from various villages. Red Bean speaks up. "First, congratulations. You have successfully passed the 2nd exam and entered the Chunin preliminaries." She scans the crowd, secretly amazed, This competition has been much more brutal than expected, with so few people passing. The teams that passed include Konoha's Team 3, Team 7, Team 8, Team 10, Gaara's team from the Sand Village, and the Uchiha Sansui and Yakushi Kabuto who received special treatment. The third Hokage was also very surprised. He didn't expect the new generation of Konoha to have come this far. No wonder Kakashi and the others wanted to guarantee it. Hondo continued. Next, I asked Lord Third Hokage to announce the rules for the third exam. Thank you. The third Hokage cleared his throat and stood up. Before announcing the rules for the third exam, I want to explain the true purpose of holding this exam. This time, the exam is organized by the allied nations to enhance friendship among the allied countries and improve the strength of the younger generation in each village. He rambled on for a while and finally said, I hope everyone takes this exam seriously. Then he turned it over to you, Moonlight Breeze. Thank you. Moonlight Breeze hosted the preliminaries. Naruto took out Kiba in one move, and Neji faced Hinata. After the third Hokage finished speaking, he nodded to the proctor for the third match and then turned to leave. All right, I'm the proctor for the third match, Moonlight Breeze. He coughed while speaking. Ahem. Next, I will explain that this is the preliminary round of the Chunin exam. Because the time is tight with the second round, ahem, the preliminaries will start immediately. If anyone feels unwell or lacks confidence, you can withdraw in advance. He coughed violently every time he spoke, finishing the rules under the strange gaze of the crowd. Sakura commented, Is this proctor really okay? He looks like he could drop dead at any moment. Naruto was still dozing off from the third Hokage's lengthy speech, while Sasuke was intently watching Gaara, interested. I really hope to fight that guy. Having just mastered the curse seal, he was looking for a capable opponent. Ino complained, We just barely got through the second round. Why is there no break? Shikamaru frowned. What a hassle. Choji was just focused on eating snacks. After a moment, Kabuto was the first to raise his hand to withdraw, saying he was too exhausted from the second round. When Moonlight Breeze saw that no one else was withdrawing, he announced, The preliminaries of the Chunin exam are now starting. The matchups are random, and the winners will qualify. The wall opened from the middle, revealing an electronic screen. First match, Uzumaki Naruto versus Inuzuka Kiba. Related candidates stay. Others go to the viewing platform. Kiba shouted excitedly, This is a sure win. My opponent is that idiot Naruto. When Naruto saw his opponent, he muttered, So, it's Kiba. I guess I should hold back a bit. But the next second, the entire arena was shocked. Naruto took Kiba down with one move, using only taijutsu. The speed was so fast that there was no suspense. Kiba fell to the ground unconscious, while his Rinnegan trembled beside him. The watching jonin and candidates were all dumbfounded. What? How is that possible? Just with taijutsu? Naruto cheered toward the audience, looking proud. The Konoha crowd couldn't believe it. This kid was completely different from the troublemaker they had heard about. Except for Kakashi. The other jonin looked as if they had seen a ghost, suspecting Naruto had been hiding his strength. The third Hokage, however, was beaming. He often used his crystal ball to watch Naruto train and was not surprised by this strength at all. Shikamaru glanced at Neji and sighed. Naruto's strength has increased so much? It must be because of him. What a headache. He had heard his father say that Neji was not simple and guessed that Neji was the strongest among them. Hinata Neji was also shocked. How is this possible? I can hardly see Naruto's speed. This clashed with his belief that fate was unchangeable for the first time. At this moment, Moonlight Breeze announced, Next match, Hyuga Neji versus Hyuga Hinata. Please prepare both candidates. Neji doubted if fate could be changed. Hinata was going to show her strength against Neji, and the secrets of the Hyuga branch family were about to be exposed. Could fate really be changed? Neji shook his head, dismissing this unrealistic thought. Ahem. Please. Hyuga Neji and Hyuga Hinata, come to the stage. Moonlight Breeze shouted again when no one responded. The third Hokage looked at the names on the screen. Deep in thought, main family and branch family? This match is interesting. Mitsu called out to Hinata, advising, Hinata, take it easy. He admired Neji. Being a branch family member trapped in the cage bird system, he could still comprehend the main family's secret techniques, which was remarkable. Hinata nodded gently and walked onto the stage. The two stood silently on either side of the arena for a long time. Neji spoke first. I didn't expect my opponent to be you, Lady Hinata. Hinata called out with concern, Neji and I. Neji's expression was serious. You've changed a lot over the years, filled with confidence. I hope you go all out. I want to see how big the gap between us is. Although he held prejudice against the main family due to his family's hatred, he also had feelings for Hinata, which were suppressed by anger. He understood that Hinata's transformation was all thanks to Uchiha Mitsu. Naruto curiously asked, "What is their relationship?" Mitsu crossed his arms and leaned against the railing, explaining, "They're both from the Hyuga clan. This clan has the Byakugan passed down from the Warring States period. And to protect the Byakugan, they split into the main family and the branch family." Sakura was surprised. "Relatives fighting?" Mitsu continued, "The main family has only one heir per generation, and the rest are branch family. The branch family must risk their lives to protect the main family, and even have to have cursed seals placed on them, with life and death decided by the main family. Hinata is the heir of the main family, and Neji is from the branch family. They are cousins." Just then, the arena moved. Hinata activated her Byakugan first, assumed a gentle fist stance, but did not attack. She decided to win against Neji using only traditional gentle fist. Neji also activated his Byakugan and directly attacked. The two used the same fighting style to engage, but the audience could see at a glance. Neji couldn't break through Hinata's defense at all. Every attack was easily diffused. After a while, Neji was panting from the high-intensity offense, while Hinata remained calm, showing no signs of fatigue. It was evident who was stronger and who was weaker. Neji forced a smile, feeling a bit disappointed. "Lady Hinata, you've really changed a lot." He began to doubt. Can fate really be changed? When he used to practice with Hinata, she was timid, but now not only was her gaze resolute, her strength had surpassed his. He still harbored resentment against the main family, but looking at Hinata before him, he asked himself, "Can I really go all out against her?" But could he really do that? Neji's fighting spirit began to waver. Hinata shouted her declaration to change fate, and the support for abolishing the branch family system was evident. Neji's heart began to waver, and he suddenly looked despondent. As if struck hard, Hinata looked at him with compassion. Neji and I. She had heard about Neji from her father and knew he had been carrying hatred and pain all along. They used to be very close as children, but everything changed after Uncle Hayashi passed away. Hinata recalled what Mitsu had said earlier and shouted to Neji, "Neji and I hope you understand. Fate is determined by heaven, but destiny is written by people." As soon as she finished speaking, bang, the two figures intertwined, and Neji was sent flying by Hinata's palm, crashing heavily to the ground. On the viewing platform, Rock Lee shouted anxiously, "Neji." He never expected that Neji would be pressed by Hinata. He knew Neji's strength best. Guy was also worried, fearing Neji would be discouraged after the match. Neji lay on the ground, murmuring, "Fate is determined by heaven, but destiny is written by people." The intense pain in his body told him that he had lost completely. He gave a self-deprecating smile, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stared blankly at the ceiling. "Ever since I was marked as a caged bird, I have had no freedom. Fate is truly laughable." After his father died, he felt as if the sky had fallen and could only attribute everything to fate. Hinata walked to Neji's side. "Wanted to help him up?" "Neji and you misunderstood Uncle Hayashi's matter back then. He left a letter." Neji was instantly shocked. What? My father left a letter? How come I didn't know? It couldn't be forged by the main family, could it? It's real," Hinata said earnestly. "And I want to abolish the Hyuga main and branch family system. Abolish the caged bird. We have always been one family." She was not only fighting for Neji, but also for her younger sister Hanabi. She couldn't let Hanabi be marked as a caged bird too. Neji was completely stunned. His brain overloaded. Hinata-sama. This is the ancestral system passed down in the Hyuga clan. Hinata, as the next generation's heir of the main family, publicly declared that she wanted to abolish it. This news had to be true. The only thought left in his mind was, the caged bird system is going to be abolished. Ningxi was about to mention the head of the family when he was interrupted by a voice from above. "I support the decision made by my daughter. It's Hizashi." He had long been dissatisfied with the branch family system and the caged bird. His twin brother, Hizashi, died because of this broken system. The third Hokage glanced at Hizashi in surprise. This Hizashi is a beneficiary of the branch family system, yet he actually supports its abolition. However, Sansui had a clear understanding, recalling that in Boruto, neither Hinata nor Hanabi had the caged bird seal on their foreheads. Sansui realized from Boruto that neither Hinata nor Hanabi had the caged bird seal on their foreheads, indicating that Hizashi had long abandoned the Hyuga branch family system. He had always been dissatisfied with this system, largely because of his brother Hyuga Hizashi. Their relationship was so good that Hizashi willingly sacrificed himself for him. Hizashi's hatred was not directed at his brother, but at the main family system. After Hizashi's death, Hisashi had wanted to abolish the branch family and the caged bird system more than once, and he did not treat the Third Hokage and the Elder Council kindly. Years ago, when the Cloud Village sent people to kidnap the main family's eldest daughter, they were shot dead on the spot when discovered, with irrefutable evidence. But the Cloud Village retaliated, pressuring Konoha to hand over Hisashi. Konoha's strength was not inferior to that of the Cloud Village, but the Elder Council insisted that, for the sake of Konoha, the Hyuga family should resolve this themselves. In the end, it was Hisashi who stood up and exchanged his life for Hisashi's survival, bringing peace to Konoha, but leaving the Hyuga family in grief. Sansui shifted his gaze back to the arena. Watching as Hinata walked over to Ningtsi and reached out her hand. Upon hearing Hisashi's words, Ningtsi finally believed it. After so many years, he felt warmth from his family for the first time. He knew how much pressure Hinata had to bear. After all, she was about to abolish a 1,000-year-old ancestral system. Ningtsi used Hinata's hand to stand up and said to Moonlight Gale, "Ahem, I concede." He only wanted to tell the other branch family ninjas that they no longer had to be bound by the caged bird. Moonlight Gale announced. In the second match, Hyuga Hinata wins. The electronic screen then displayed the next match. Match 3, Yamanaka Ino versus Yamanaka Shino. Please prepare, contestants. In the backstage resting area, medical ninjas treated Ningtsi's injuries. He sat on the edge of the bed waiting. Hinata said Hisashi would personally deliver their father's will. Soon, Hisashi knocked solemnly on the door. Ningtsi. He walked in and handed over a scroll. This is the truth about Hisashi's death. Ningtsi silently opened the scroll and immediately recognized his father's handwriting. It stated that Hisashi had been prepared to die back then, but Hisashi stopped him, saying he couldn't watch his brother die for a ridiculous reason and voluntarily sacrificed himself instead. Hisashi also mentioned in the letter that although he hated the main family, he willingly died to protect his brother and urged Ningtsi not to hate the main family. Upon reading this, Ningtsi was already in tears. He had always thought his father was forced to die, but unexpectedly, his father died smiling for his brother, and the long-standing resentment was finally resolved. At this moment, Hisashi suddenly knelt before Ningtsi and said with guilt, "Ningtsi, I'm sorry about Hisashi." Ningtsi, about Hisashi, I'm sorry. Hisashi had already knelt before Ningtsi when he opened the scroll. Hisashi's kneeling was not to seek Ningtsi's forgiveness. Being Hisashi's brother, he couldn't forgive himself. He only hoped Ningtsi would believe him and fulfill his brother's last wish by revealing the truth. Ningtsi looked up in shock at the sound. When did Hisashi kneel before him? Ningtsi was silent for a moment, sighed, and helped Hisashi up. Now that the main family was going to abolish the branch family system, the cage bird would also disappear and the truth of that year would surface. His hatred for the main family had long since vanished, and he chose to forgive completely. Meanwhile, the matches continued. In the third match, Ino versus Shino. Shino unleashed his insects, and Ino was taken aback, immediately conceding. She didn't want to be covered in bugs. Shino easily won with his female specialized insect techniques. In the fourth match, Sakura versus Tenten. Sakura relied on her understanding of ninjutsu and her seemingly overpowered ninjutsu dial, dominating the fight, and before long, Tenten couldn't fight anymore. Sakura won. In the fifth match, Shikamaru versus Temari. Just like in the original, Shikamaru got tired of the hassle and directly surrendered. The Leaf Jonin watching the stage were stunned, and Temari was confused, winning by accident. In the sixth match, Kankuro versus Choji. Choji's tough skin and meat made him chase Kankuro around, and Kankuro didn't dare to reveal his full strength, surrendering. Choji won. Soon it was time for the seventh match, Uchiha Sasuke versus Rock Lee. Moonlight Gale shouted, "Next, please welcome Uchiha Sasuke and Rock Lee to prepare." Sasuke, hands in his pockets, said unhappily, "I didn't expect my opponent to be you." The two had fought in front of the written test classroom before, and since they couldn't use large-scale ninjutsu indoors, Sasuke didn't perform well, and the taijutsu expert Lee surprisingly pressured him in the fight, which ended without a conclusion. "Now," Sasuke declared, "this time I will defeat you." With that, he used body flicker technique to flash to the center of the arena. Guy's eyes widened. He actually used body flicker technique. A genin can use this move? That's amazing. Body flicker technique is divided into three types. Physical body flicker relying on taijutsu chakra with a single trajectory that's easy to counter. Ordinary ninjutsu flicker relying on chakra nature to conceal the trajectory, suitable for escape and sneak attacks. And space-time flicker relying on space-time ninjutsu, which is difficult and consumes a lot of chakra, but once learned, it can ignore distance and interact with ninjutsu. Lee was super excited. This is great. Let's have an exciting match. He also used body flicker technique to reach the arena. Lee, give it your all. Guys shouted, energizing their youth. Sasuke activated his curse mark to enhance his leg, while Lee, shocked by the weight, was stunned. Guys stood in the stands, loudly cheering for Lee. Give it your all. Lee struck Guy's signature pose, giving a thumbs up and showing his white teeth. Don't worry, teacher Guy. I'll definitely unleash my youth. Guy became even more excited, mimicking the same action. The two flashed their smiles, leaving the audience with a blank expression. Kakashi was speechless. These two idiots are overdoing it. Gaara calmly stared at Sasuke's back, intrigued by him, but unfortunately couldn't fight for now. The entity inside him had settled down quite a bit. Naruto was also excited, shouting, Sasuke, don't lose to that bushy-browed guy. He really disliked Lee for trying to steal Sakura. Sakura looked at the two and recalled Lee's public confession earlier. Shivering, Lee was definitely not her type. When Moonlight Gale saw both of them in position, he announced, the match begins now. Lee took his starting position, transformed into a shadow, and instantly appeared beside Sasuke, kicking out. Sasuke firmly grabbed his leg and coldly snorted. I'm not who I used to be. Black flames surged from his shoulder, enveloping his whole body. The first stage of the curse mark was activated. Red Bean saw this scene, her pupils trembling. That's Orochimaru's curse mark? This kid can actually use it proficiently? Disguised as a sound ninja, Orochimaru on the stands couldn't help but admire. Truly worthy of Sasuke-kun. He can freely use stage 1. Even my strongest subordinate, Kimimaro, took a lot of time to master the curse mark. The match continued, and with the curse mark boosting him, Sasuke's power was even stronger than Lee's. Plus his Sharingan could see through all of Lee's movements. The two turned into shadows, entangled in a fierce battle. The arena filled with the sounds of fists and feet colliding. Sasuke seized Lee's opening and kicked out, but Lee reacted quickly, countering with Leaf Whirlwind, only to be kicked directly by Sasuke, crashing into the wall and falling down. Guy could tell at a glance that Lee couldn't win against Sasuke unless he used that move. Lee trembled as he got up, still wanting to fight. Guy shouted loudly, Lee, I allow you to use that. Kakashi was shocked. Hey, did you really teach him that move? Using it puts an enormous burden on the body. Guy nodded firmly. I believe in that kid. Lee instantly became fired up and began to remove the weight from his legs. Sasuke looked on in confusion. What's going on? I thought it was a child's toy, but when Lee removed the first set of weights, it crashed down with a loud thud, creating a big pit and kicking up dust. Sasuke was stunned. How is that possible? He has been carrying this thing all along? Just as the words left his mouth, Lee removed another set of weights, and another loud thud echoed. Thud! Lee dropped the weights, creating another big pit. With the 8 gates released, Sasuke was beaten to the point of being unable to rise again, and another big pit formed on the spot. The onlookers couldn't hold back. What the hell? Is this even human? A genin carrying such heavy stuff? This is outrageous. Kakashi asked Guy, has this child always been like this? Can his body handle it? Guy replied seriously, I believe in him. This child puts in the effort that ordinary people wouldn't dare to imagine, and that's how he has gained today's strength. Just as he finished speaking, Lee shouted angrily, 8 gates. Open the first gate. Open. Chakra erupted instantly. He continued to shout, it's not over yet. Open the second gate. Open. Open the third gate. Open. Open the fourth gate. Open. Open the fifth gate. His whole body was surrounded by green energy. Kakashi praised. He can actually open 5 gates? That's not just hard work. He really is a genius. Guy looked at Lee, knowing full well that he hadn't fully mastered the 5th gate, but was forcing himself to use it in order to completely crush Sasuke. Sakura was shocked. So strong. And this is just a genin? She glanced at Naruto, who was eager to try, and then calmed down, almost forgetting there was also a wall. The onlookers were captivated. Witnessing the 5 gates of the 8 gates in person is truly shocking. This is what live broadcasting is about. On the battlefield, Sasuke was in a daze. The Sharingan could see Lee's chakra exploding wildly. He had opened the curse seal to boost his body technique, but he didn't expect his opponent's ability to be even more explosive. Lee vanished in an instant, moving so fast that even Sasuke's 3-tomo Sharingan couldn't keep up. Bang! 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 Lee circled around Sasuke, unleashing a barrage of punches, leaving Sasuke no choice but to defend passively. He tried to use his Jinjutsu, only to find that Lee had actually closed his eyes. His opponent was attacking precisely through hearing and perception, rendering the Sharingan's illusion ineffective. Lee kicked Sasuke into the air and flashed behind him. Next, I'll take you down. Sasuke couldn't react at all. After being kicked away, he was tossed around like a ball by Lee. Naruto shouted anxiously, Sasuke. Kakashi shook his head. Sasuke has lost. The boost from the 8 gates is too overwhelming. He won't last until he exhausts himself. Before long, Sasuke screamed as he crashed to the ground. Unable to get back up, Lee closed the 8 gates and leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Using the 8 gates had taken a huge toll on his body. The damage from the 8 gates was no small matter for him. Sasuke felt frustrated losing to Lee. The ultimate showdown began, and the match between Sansui and Gaara ignited the entire arena. Sasuke looked at Lee with unwillingness, but found no way out. Lee had completely restrained him. From the start of the battle, he couldn't even form hand seals before being led by Lee's rhythm. The Sharingan Jinjutsu was ineffective, and he couldn't compete with the speed and power of Lee, who had opened 5 gates. It was too frustrating. If he had a different opponent, he would have won long ago. Moonlight Gale saw that Sasuke was unable to move and announced, the 7th match, Rock Lee wins. The electronic screen changed immediately, revealing the final match, Uchiha Sansui versus Gaara. He continued, now, please have Uchiha Sansui and Gaara prepare. Gaara looked at Sansui, noticing the Uchiha clan emblem on his collar. It turned out he was the one who had clashed with Konohamaru earlier. Because of Sansui, Shikaku was actually scared for the first time and chose to hide instead of invading Gaara's mind, allowing Gaara, who had never been able to sleep since childhood, to finally experience the bliss of sleep. This gave him a bit of affection for Sansui, and he thought, an opponent who can make a tailed beast afraid must be incredibly fun to fight. Thinking of this, Gaara actually smiled. Kankuro and Temari were completely stunned, their brains short-circuiting. This monster can actually smile? Is this still the Gaara we know? Remember, the Sand Ninja's sealing technique was ineffective. Shikaku wasn't sealed properly, and past hosts had all been corrupted into violent personalities. Gaara, moreover, had been betrayed by his father and Yashimu, sealing his heart and trusting no one but himself. Kankuro couldn't believe it. Temari, am I dreaming? Temari pinched him hard. If you feel pain, then you're not dreaming. Gaara withdrew his gaze and used sand instantaneously to flash to the arena. Sansui transformed into a black-red stream of malicious data, appearing on the field the next second. Smiling, little panda, I didn't expect my opponent to be you. Gaara stepped forward. I'm very interested in you. Sansui quickly waved his hand. No. I'm only interested in cute big sisters. You can keep that interest for Naruto. Moonlight Gale clearly knew how explosive the two were, quickly shouting, the 8th match. Uchiha Sansui versus Gaara now begins. After saying this, he immediately used the body flicker technique to escape, not wanting to stay a second longer. Gaara instantly switched to bloodthirsty mode, crazily stating, you make the thing inside me afraid. Killing you will definitely be super satisfying. Long-term influence from loneliness and Shikaku had already made his mind a bit unstable. Sansui sighed helplessly. Sigh, this is really troublesome. Little panda, you really should see a psychologist. Sigh, this is really troublesome. Little panda, I think you should see a psychologist. Sansui activated the Agit dial. The knight's kick tore through the arena, and Shikaku's shield was shattered, shocking everyone. But my heart is kind. I'll help you treat it for free. Sansui swatted away the sand that had gathered around him, took out the Agit dial, and gently pressed it. A mechanical voice sounded, Hey, Agit. Aji, 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 Aji. As the voice fell, a golden power radiating divinity burst forth, enveloping Sansui's entire body. Gaara sensed something was wrong, and more sand surged from the gourd, wildly expanding around him. Sansui looked at the increasing amount of sand and smiled. Oh, want to change the terrain? Little panda, that trick won't work on me. Gaara didn't speak, waving his hand as the sand formed a sand wave rushing toward Sansui. Useless. Sansui's hexagon opened above his head, emanating a dangerous aura. This was just borrowing Agit's power, but still had over 20 tons of strength. Even Shikaku's true form would be shaken by it. Gaara controlled the sand to attack several times, all of which were easily blocked. He knew in his heart, normal attacks wouldn't work. He had to let Shikaku out. Gaara gathered sand to wrap himself up, preparing to transform into his tailed beast form. The elite Sand Ninja Maki was alarmed. Damn it, how can he use that here? It completely disrupts the plan. This is too chaotic. Sakura wondered, is he not attacking anymore? Hiding in the sand to buy time? That's pointless. Naruto exclaimed, I've never seen Sansui in this state before. Has he developed a new ability? Sansui understood at a glance. Preparing to let Shikaku out? Not now. He slightly crouched down, and a gigantic Agit emblem appeared beneath his feet, slowly shrinking and gathering onto his right foot. Kakashi activated his Sharingan and was shocked. That's... He could see the extremely dangerous energy hidden within the emblem. Can a human really compress such great energy onto their foot? The Jounins were all dumbfounded. Rider kick. Night kick. Sanshui jumped into the air and delivered a standard night kick toward the sandball. Boom! The terrifying energy directly broke through Gaara's sand defense, exploding where Gaara was. Smoke instantly engulfed the entire arena, destroying half of it. If it weren't for the quick reaction of the Konoha barrier team, everyone present would have been in trouble. The audience was abuzz. Who can explain what that last move was? It seemed to be called a night kick. This is actually a taijutsu? After the smoke cleared, a gigantic black shadow appeared. It was a statue of Shikaku made of sand, but only half remained. The other half had been destroyed by the night kick. Sansui examined the statue, which now only had half a head. So this is the absolute defense of Shikaku's shield? It's worth noting that Shikaku's shield is made from compressing the hardest minerals underground into sand, which in the original work had blocked the full power of Kimimura's dance of the Shikigami. But now, this defense couldn't withstand Sansui's night kick, only slightly altering its trajectory in the air. But this defense cannot block Sansui's kick. It only slightly changes Sansui's trajectory in the air. Sansui punches through the sand armor. The 5-element seal locks down leaving suspense as the preliminaries come to a close. This kick nearly grazes Gaara's body. A sense of impending death fills his heart, and he screams in madness. If I get hit, I'm done for. The plan to hide in the sand and protect is completely ruined. Little Panda, step back. Sansui instantly flashes in front of Gaara, punching through the sand that protects him and slams the 5-element seal onto him. This seal also integrates the power of the ejecta. With one palm down, Gaara is embedded into the wall, his sand armor crumpling like paper. Seal patterns emerge at the point of impact, with the knight's emblem swirling in the center. The 5-element seal is originally meant to seal demon beasts, and with the added ejecta power, it's even more formidable. Can only stare helplessly, and Gaara's connection to the tailed beast is severed. Moonlight announces, in the 8th match, Uchiha Sansui wins. Sansui won without even opening the Mangeki. Gaara is carried off the field by the medical team. Sand Ninja Maki is panicking. Oh no, that's the Konoha sealing technique. Gaara can't release the tail beast, and the plan is ruined. He watches Sansui's destructive power in awe. The new generation of Konoha is terrifying. If even the Genin are like this, how strong must a Jonin be? He begins to lose faith in the Sand's collapse plan. Sakura, using her sensing technique, wonders, is that guy with dark circles the Jinchuriki? Kakashi squints. It seems so. He had already figured out that Gaara was the Jinchuriki, thinking to himself, what does the Sand Village want by bringing war weapons to Konoha? I need to investigate. Moonlight announces again. In the 8th match, Uchiha Sansui wins. The preliminaries are all over. He reports to the Third Hokage. A total of 8 people passed, 7 from Konoha and 1 from the Sand. The Third Hokage nods, surprised that Shikamaru let Maki through, and gives him an extra look. The Third Hokage tells the candidates, congratulations on winning the preliminaries. The official matches will be in a month, so give it your all. Sasuke is confused. Why not compete now? Kakashi explains, we need to invite the daimyo and the Kage to watch, so we have to wait a month. Sasuke pouts, how troublesome. At this moment, Moonlight speaks up. Alright, there's one last item, so I hope everyone can be patient. Now there's one last item, so I hope everyone can be patient. The draw will determine the match schedule. Sansui obtains the Dragon Knight dial, getting one step closer to the Time King. After the Third Hokage finishes speaking, Moonlight steps forward. The order of the official matches will be determined by drawing lots. He takes out a box and walks in front of everyone, and soon everyone has finished drawing lots. The match order is set. The first match is Naruto Uzumaki versus Choji Akimichi. The second match is Shino Aburame versus Sakura Haruno. The third match is Temari versus Hinata Hyuga, and the fourth match is Uchiha Sansui versus Rock Lee. The examiner records the order and nods to the Third Hokage. Choji puts down his snacks and shouts passionately, Naruto, I want to give up. Unlike Shikamaru, I'll fight with all my strength. However, Naruto looks a bit disappointed, fighting Choji. I'd rather fight big brother Sansui. Shino pushes up his sunglasses, thoughtfully looking at Sakura. Sakura turns pale, panicking. How can I fight Shino? Temari breathes a sigh of relief upon seeing the results. Thankfully, I didn't get matched up with those two freaks. She can't handle either Lee or Sanshui. Hinata's eyes flash with determination. I will work hard. I will not be a burden to Lord Sanshui. Sanshui smiles at Lee. Rock Lee? That's great. I can experience his 8 gates. Lee clenches his fists. Excitement bubbling. My opponent is Sanshui. I must face him with all my might. This is my youth. He remembers Sanshui's terrifying kick, setting a new goal. 1 month is enough to recover his body. Suddenly, a sound of electricity crackles. Detected that the host has completed the 2nd and 3rd matches of the Chunin exam. Rewards have been issued. Congratulations on obtaining the Knight's Dragon Riding Dial. Data streams flash through Sanshui's hands, and 2 dials appear. He murmurs, no reward for the first match. Was it because I didn't participate? The system is really generous this time, giving me the Dragon Riding and the Armor Dial. Now I'm ready to take off. The Armor Dial is self-explanatory. The second-line data can be manipulated in various ways, and the Super Mode can even traverse time and space. The Dragon Riding can sign a contract with the Mirror Monster and fight together, allowing travel back and forth to the Mirror World. This means I have the chance to obtain the Time King's 2nd stage dial, getting closer to the Time King. But he doesn't rush to the Mirror World. Now is not the time. I'm not clear about my power in the mirror. I'll wait until I obtain the power of the Otsutsuki. He strokes his chin, staying in the Hokage world while receiving rewards from the Night World. Could it be that both worlds truly exist? Then the peak of Hokage power is not my limit. Collecting powers from other worlds to enhance my strength and becoming a world traveler sounds great. Maybe I can visit worlds I was interested in my past life. For a moment, his desire for the power of the old Demon King has intensified. For a moment, Sanshui's thirst for the old Demon King's power has increased. The Third Hokage announces the end of the event. Moonlight encounters danger while scouting for information, and Sanshui comes to the rescue. The Third Hokage sees that the order for the 4th match has been determined and adds, "The results are out. Thank you all for your hard work today. We'll see you again in a month." After saying that, everyone gradually leaves the arena. Not long after, Kakashi bids farewell to Naruto and the others and finds Moonlight, something off with the Sand Ninja. Moonlight coughs and says, "Cough, cough. I noticed it too. That guy just now should be the Jinchuriki, right?" But without evidence, the Sand Ninja is still an ally. Saying it out loud without solid proof will only be seen as stirring up trouble. Kakashi feels a bit embarrassed. "I have something going on here, so I can't leave. I can only ask you to investigate." Moonlight nods in agreement. Both have been in the Umbu, and they know the importance of this matter. For him, it's just a simple reconnaissance mission. That night, at the temporary camp of the Sand Village, Maki and Kabuto's conversation is entirely overheard by Moonlight, who is hiding nearby. He is shocked. The Sand Ninja is actually colluding with the Sound Ninja in secret. "I need to report to the Third Hokage quickly." But just as he is about to run away, Maki has already noticed just a little mouse. After saying that, he disappears, and Kabuto also turns to leave. He still has to deal with the tasks Orochimaru assigned. On a moonlit night, Moonlight frantically escapes on a rooftop, but is blocked by Maki. Maki smiles coldly. "Examiner, what are you doing here alone? You should know that Moonlight is merely a special Jonin, whereas Maki is an experienced Jonin. The gap in strength between the two is enormous." Maki plays with him like a hunting game, showing no urgency. Moonlight grits his teeth and draws his sword. It's time to fight. He uses the Konoha style, 3-moon dance, creating 2 shadow clones to attack Maki's vital points from 3 directions. The main body strikes down from above, but is stunned. The sword 1T come out. The sword not only failed to cut through the defense, but also got stuck in Maki's shoulder armor. Maki sneers. "Is this the 3-moon dance? Not bad." He grips the sword and forms a wind blade with chakra, not forgetting a taunt. "You're so young and can use this technique. Konoha really has a lot of talent, but it's only natural that I can block it." After saying that, he grins maliciously. "Next, I'll send you on your way. My wind blade cannot be blocked." Just as the wind blade is about to slice through Moonlight, Sanshui helplessly sighs nearby. "Sigh. Looks like I have to step in again. Sigh, looks like I have to step in again." Sanshui watches the scene in front of him with a speechless expression and lets out a helpless sigh. Sanshui critiques Moonlight. Time stop to save the day, activating the illusion technique and earning the 0-1 dial. Sanshui can't help but criticize. "You can't move your sword, but you can't run? Why not use the Konoha substitution technique? Is this what you call a special Jonin?" He sits up from the balcony and takes out the Time King dial. "If I don't act now, Moonlight will be done for. Time stop for me. Smash. Voluto." Sanshui activates the time stop, surveying the small area that has been frozen. This is the world after time stop. The Time King's first phase has this ability. Although it's not lasting, it's enough to handle most situations. If it's just the two of us stopped in time, he can stop for 10 seconds. As long as the opponent doesn't have time-related abilities, they can't defeat me. 10 seconds is enough to do a lot. Sanshui moved the Moonlight Gale to a distant corner with a wave of his hand, restoring the flow of time. Maji felt a lightness in his hand, and the Moonlight Gale disappeared from his sight. The Moonlight Gale, on the other hand, looked confused. Why do we change positions? Is someone saving me? Maji, staring at Sanshui wearing a red fox mask and dressed in Umbu attire, was startled. Is he from the Konoha Umbu? This is bad. But then he thought, just one person. If I take him out along with that sickly guy, I can keep this under wraps. Maji seized the opportunity to spray toxic smoke, and Sanshui deliberately covered his eyes and screamed, "Ah, I am blind." Maji took advantage of this to slice his neck with a wind blade, and Sanshui covered his neck and spat blood. Then Maji instantly appeared in front of the Moonlight Gale and knocked him down with a palm strike. Seeing both of them lying in a pool of blood, Maji breathed a sigh of relief. I need to run quickly. He then disappeared into the night. But the next second, Sanshui was sitting on the rooftop, laughing. The Sharingan Jinjutsu is really useful. Even this veteran Jonin Maji didn't notice he had fallen into a Jinjutsu. However, the plan for Konoha's collapse still needed to follow the original story. The third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi had to step down. Suddenly, Sanshui looked at the dial in his hand and smiled. Tisk. I bet right. Saving the Moonlight Gale also triggered a sign-in reward. The Kamen Rider 01 driver dial. He confirmed his guess. As long as he was in the plot area, he could check in for rewards, but he still needed to verify the quality of the rewards. Sanshui stroked his chin, recalling. The next major event is Orochimaru's plan to collapse Konoha. The main plot that followed revolved around Orochimaru's plan to collapse Konoha. The Sand Shinobi and Sound Shinobi were going to massacre the village. Orochimaru, using Edo Tensei, summoned Hashirama and Tobirama, targeting the third Hokage. Sanshui's eyes lit up. This is a huge profit. I have a firm grasp on the power of Edo Tensei Hashirama and Tobirama. You can't imagine it. Sanshui directly chose not to save the third Hokage. Let him go in peace. He could also test the system's reward rules. It's stable. Don't be fooled by the third Hokage's politeness. It's all about calculating benefits, and he's also strangling Fei Dian Intelligence's neck. Sanshui sneered in his heart. Let Orochimaru take down the third Hokage. It doesn't matter who becomes Hokage. During the downtime, Fei Dian Intelligence could directly rise to the top. I am the uncrowned king of Konoha. Next, the excitement began, as it already set up a web in Konoha, binding most of the shinobi clans to Fei Dian Intelligence's interests. If they really rebelled to become Hokage, they would definitely rally support. But Sanshui looked down on it. What is a mere village head worth? I want to harness the power of the demon, crossing dimensions to become the dimensional king. This is just the beginning. His eyes glinted. While the system can still trigger, I need to quickly pull rewards. With the power of the Time King in hand, the next step must be to acquire the power of the Emperor Rider. With the dimensional wall, I can freely cross time and space to gather combat power. It's exhilarating. After many years, Sanshui finally revealed his fangs. Who can withstand this pressure? A month passed in the blink of an eye. Fei Dian Intelligence was causing chaos outside the Land of Fire, but Konoha remained calm, all waiting for the Chunin finals. The arena was packed today. Villagers, nobles, and ninjas from various villages all came, making it lively like a festival. Sanshui waved goodbye to Hayashi, Hanabi, and brought Hinata to the waiting area. As soon as they arrived, they saw Naruto looking nervous, and he greeted them with a smile. Yo, Naruto, you're here so early? Naruto had been training with Sasuke these days and hadn't traveled with him. Looking at the crowd, he was dazed. There are so many people today. Lee immediately chimed in. ISNT that right. Once the Chunin exam starts, many people from the surrounding villages come. The Konoha Guard is all out. Not only to maintain order, but also to prevent emergencies. They're busy flying around. At this moment, Nara Shikamaru approached with a stack of kunai. I'm the proctor Nara Shikamaru. Is everyone here? Those competing in the first match stay. Everyone else returned to the stands. Naruto and Choji stayed in place, while Sanshui and the others turned to head back to the stands. On the high platform, the third Hokage just sat down when the Umbu reported urgently. Lord Third, The recent actions of the Sand Shinobi seem suspicious. The earlier incident where Ma-Ji ambushed the Moonlight Gale and was saved by Sanshui, the Umbu, and the Third Hokage were already aware. But the Third Hokage, inexplicably confident, only ordered to seal the information and strengthen surveillance. Ma-Ji was still under Jinjutsu, thinking that all who knew were already dead. And he and T realized the plan had leaked early. Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, arrived late, and the Third Hokage immediately greeted him with a smile, both engaging in superficial small talk. Below, the arena was much larger than the preliminary rounds, and Shikamaru kept an eye on the audience, waiting for all important figures to arrive. Shikamaru shouted to start. Naruto smashed Choji with a kick, and Sakura countered a swarm of insects with fire release. "Pay attention," Shikamaru directly said. "Now, please have both candidates prepare. The match begins." Just as he finished speaking, he slipped away, leaving the arena to the two. Choji quickly showed off his chips and unleashed his big move, Human Bullet Tank. He turned into a ball and charged towards Naruto. Naruto wasn't too worried at all. Choji, that move won't work on me. The next second, he harnessed the Nine-Tails chakra and kicked the ball. Boom! A huge explosion occurred. Choji was kicked back into his human form, flying to the edge of the arena, unconscious. The entire audience was stunned. Orochimaru squinted and muttered, "The seal of the Nine-Tails has been lifted. This kid is using tailed beast power more skillfully." The Third Hokage quickly laughed it off. "That Naruto Uzumaki, our village #1 ninja in unpredictability." The first match of the Chunin exam ended directly, with Naruto winning by smashing Choji in one move. Although the audience wanted to see jutsu clashes, Naruto's small figure unleashing such great power still shocked everyone. You absolutely can't imagine. The Konoha 11 all thought Naruto winning was normal. In their eyes, aside from the unfathomable Sansui, Naruto, who could freely use Nine-Tails power, was firmly in first place, Sasuke in second, and Hinata, who could defeat Neji temporarily, in third. This was the new generation's recognized top three. Next, the excitement continued. Shikamaru shouted, "Second match, Yamanaka Ino versus Haruno Sakura. Are both ready?" The match begins. Ino greeted earnestly. "Nice to meet you, Sakura." Sakura was stunned. Nice to meet you, Ino. I didn't even remember who Ino was." Ino sighed helplessly. "So you really don't remember me?" The next second, Ino raised her hands, and countless mind transfer bugs swarmed out around her. Then, "I'm going in." She pushed down her sunglasses, and part of the swarm rushed toward Sakura. Sakura broke into a cold sweat, instinctively feeling fear. But she immediately remembered. The Yamanaka clan relies on bugs for combat. Fire release can counter it. Sakura threw shuriken with explosive tags to stall, while Ino calmly controlled the bugs to evade the explosions and continued charging. Sakura took the opportunity to jump back and create distance, pulling out a fire release ninja tool dial and pressing it. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The 7-meter diameter fireball rushed towards the swarm. Ino immediately felt it was tricky. So you can use this ninja tool to unleash this level of fire release? She had heard of ninja tool dials, but knew they were sealed with jutsu, only popular among Konoha's Jonin and Shunin, and not available to Genin. Sakura had been using this kind of ninja tool a lot since the preliminary rounds. Ino showcased her bugs and stunned the entire audience. Sakura's fire release cleared the field but was ineffective. Orochimaru was confused about the ninja tool. "Pay attention." Ino knew exactly. It's hard to say how many ninja tool dials Sakura has, but her bug's agility is maximized. Thinking she could win relying on this, she was overestimating herself. She quickly formulated a strategy, and the swarm rapidly retreated to a safe zone, while the bugs in the air used their companions as cover, circling around the great fireball and charging towards Sakura again. Next, the excitement continued. Boom! Another great fireball shot through the swarm. The ground was covered in charred bugs, and the smell was overwhelming. Sakura pinched her nose, panicked. This won't work. I need to find a way to get close to her. Looking up, the swarm was still swirling, and their numbers hadn't decreased much. She launched another fire release to blow back the bugs temporarily. But she was also pinned in place and couldn't reach Ino, creating a stalemate in the match. In the audience, Sansui calmly said, "If Sakura doesn't act soon, she is going to lose." Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Why is that? Dragging it out is clearly beneficial for Sakura. Shino is using chakra to hatch bugs, while Sakura is using the dial without consuming chakra. Shouldn't the ending be that Sakura wins? Mizu turned to laugh. Do you think Shino has no backup? Keep watching. On the arena, Shino continues to command the swarm of bugs to charge, and Sakura can only keep pressing the dial to defend. Shino suddenly narrowed his eyes. It's time. He received a message from the bugs and hatched another wave with the remaining chakra. Seeing that the swarm hadn't decreased much, Sakura became completely impatient and pressed the dial. Turn to ash. Fire style. Great fireball. 3 meteoric fireballs came crashing down, completely clearing the arena. The bugs had no time to hide, leaving only a small handful. This move blew the audience away, and they cheered until their voices were hoarse. Sakura was pleased. Now you have no bugs left. But Shino pointed with his finger where bugs were crawling. Not necessarily. The next second he shouted, secret technique. Insect ball. Before Sakura could react, she saw herself covered in bugs, and more bugs burst from the ground beneath her feet, instantly wrapping her into a bug ball. The arena was filled only with Sakura's screams, and the outcome was directly determined. Nara Shikamaru immediately announced, second match, Shino Aburame wins. Mizu turned to Naruto and said, see, Sakura lost. You should go comfort her later. You absolutely can't imagine. Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, was completely stunned and asked the third Hokage, what was that little girl holding just now? She could use that level of fire style without hand signs? The third Hokage stroked his beard, sounding very smug. It's just a little gadget developed in the village. Nothing to mention. Orochimaru immediately replied, Konoha village truly has a wealth of talent. Orochimaru was flattering. The third Hokage was beaming, and Hinata was stunned by the scene. Pay attention. With just one compliment from Orochimaru, the third Hokage's smile reached its peak. In the audience, after Mizu woke Naruto up, he immediately ran backstage, wanting to boost his affection with Sakura. Mizu turned to Hinata and said softly, little Hinata, you have to do your best. He was very confident in Hinata's strength. Hinata nodded in response. I will, Lord Mizu. After saying that, she jumped down from the audience platform. Shino also didn't want to be outdone and floated to the arena on her fan. Nara Shikamaru shouted, third match, Temari of Sand Ninja versus Hinata Hyuga of Konoha. Temari directly provoked. Little girl, hurry up and surrender. She opened the iron fan behind her, revealing 1 star. Knowing that her fan hides 3 stars, the more she reveals, the more powerful it becomes. Although she spoke boldly, she was actually frightened and directly opened the fan to 2 stars. Kankuro crossed his arms and mocked. Is it really necessary to be so cautious against a little girl? Gaara coldly retorted on the spot. Shut up, Kankuro. Don't disturb me from watching the match. Kankuro immediately fell silent, not daring to provoke Gaara. Ignoring Temari's provocation, Hinata directly assumed an offensive posture. Temari was displeased. How boring. She picked up the large fan and unleashed her technique. Wine style, cutting wind. A storm wrapped in invisible wind blades rushed forward, and with a bang, it only shredded Hinata's substitute wooden post. Temari's eyes widened. Substitute technique? The next second, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen and fell to the ground with a thud, dropping her fan, lying flat. But how could this happen? Temari lay on the ground, not even understanding how she lost. Hinata withdrew her fist and said to Nara Shikamaru, she has no combat ability left. I win. The whole arena was stunned. The audience discussed. What just happened? I didn't see it clearly. Even Orochimaru looked shocked. How could this speed be possible? With the substitute and body flicker technique, he didn't even see how Hinata got in front of Temari. The third Hokage stared at Hinata in contemplation. A remarkable genius has emerged from the Hyuga clan. Even Nin would fall to this move. Nara Shikamaru was stunned for a long time before coming to his senses and shouting. Third match, Hinata Hyuga of Konoha wins. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and complained. The lower ninjas nowadays are terrifying. In our time, knowing a few ninjutsu was already enough to be a Nin. Next up, high energy. Nara Shikamaru looked at the list, his forehead breaking out in a cold sweat. Next up is Konoha's Uchiha Mizu versus Rock Lee. Please prepare. Both candidates. The village is serious about this. Mizu's participation raised doubts. Lee opened the 5th gate and went all out. Kamen Rider 01 blew up the arena. Pay attention. Everyone was stunned. Does that prodigy Mizu still need to participate in the Nin exams? In the audience, Hinata returned to her position amidst her companion's congratulations. And Hayashi watched his surrounded daughter with a complex expression. She has never used her full strength in the family. Hanabi silently cheered, vowing to be as strong as her sister. Is it my turn? Mizu appeared in the arena with electronic light. Lee also looked serious. using the body flicker technique to rush to the center of the arena. My guy shouted, Lee, don't feel too pressured. Just unleash your youth. He knew that only by fighting strong opponents could one become stronger. Lee replied, I will, teacher guy. Nara Shikamaru shouted. Fourth match, Uchiha Mizu versus Rock Lee, now starting. After shouting, he quickly slipped away. These two are not to be trifled with. Best to keep a distance. Next up, high energy. Lee took a deep breath and directly opened the fifth gate of the 8 gates. The 8 gates. Fifth gate, the door of closing. Open. After a month of intense training with Guy, he could now maintain the power of the fifth gate for a long time. He assumed a stance. Mizu-kun, please teach me. Mizu raised an eyebrow. Oh, you've gotten stronger, Lee. He could see at a glance that Lee's power was stable, having mastered the fifth gate. He glanced back at Guy in the audience, pondering, but I haven't been idle either. Let's play a bit. The next second he shouted, Kamen Rider 01. Kamen Rider 01. The whole arena exploded. Mizu took out the 01 driver provided by the system and pressed it, instantly connecting Kamen Rider 01's data with Ark. Ark complained in his mind, TSK, another new power? The master is too greedy. The mechanical voice of a driver was extremely loud, and those who understood Mizu knew. He unlocked a new power again. Orochimaru frowned. Kamen Rider 01? Previously he used Ajikido, right? Could there be other rider powers? His eyes sparkled, eager to dig out Mizu's secrets. The third Hokage squinted. Is this a Mangeki Sharingan ability? It matches the intel from the Umbu. Sasuke was shocked and shouted, My uncle has obtained new power again. Kankuro leaned over. Can we figure out the principle? Maybe we can defeat him. Sasuke directly scoffed, looking at him with a gaze of disbelief. You can't even imagine my uncle's power. I've seen 3 types of rider dials, and I've never seen him use his full strength. Kankuro was stunned on the spot. What? Kankuro dropped his jaw in shock. Mizu knocked Lee out in an instant, and Orochimaru tore off his disguise to counterattack the third Hokage. Pay attention. Kankuro was directly stunned. Could it be that he hadn't used his full power when he fought Gaara? Sasuke was extremely proud. Of course, while the two were chatting, the outcome of the match had already been decided. Mizu played with Lee for a few moves and then knocked him out with a single strike. Keeping Lee's strength to defeat enemies is better than wasting it here. Nara Shikamaru immediately shouted, Fourth match, Uchiha Mizu wins. In the stands, the third Hokage let out a sigh of relief. The CHNIN exams have finally ended smoothly, with no movements from the sand and sound ninjas. But he didn't see that behind him, Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, was staring at him meaningfully. The next second, high energy, Orochimaru suddenly took the third Hokage hostage. Attack. The 4 sound ninjas immediately surrounded him, forming the 4 purple flames barrier. Feathers floated in the sky, and the Nirvana technique was activated, causing ordinary people and weak ninjas in the audience to fall asleep. The sand and sound ninjas suddenly went on the offensive, attacking the unaffected Konoha ninjas, and the audience turned into a battlefield. The third Hokage shouted sternly, Fourth Kazekage, what are you doing? He couldn't believe his ally would betray him. Orochimaru chuckled darkly. Ha, I'm not the Kazekage. I am your teacher. Saying this, he tore off his disguise, revealing his true identity. The third Hokage froze on the spot. Orochimaru was exceptionally pleased. Your expression is truly amusing. Hiruzen-sensei. The third Hokage forced himself to remain calm. Orochimaru. How could it be you? Where's the Kazekage? Orochimaru licked his lips, so who knows where the wind shadow is? He wouldn't say that the wind shadow has already been taken care of by him. The third Hokage paused for a moment. What exactly do you want to do? At this time, Konoha was in chaos with small-scale battles everywhere, and the number of guards was simply insufficient. The village was in disarray. Orochimaru released the third Hokage, spreading his arms. Konoha has decayed, and I want to inject it with new vitality. The third Hokage was furious. Are you joking? The Konoha I lead is thriving. Where's the decay? Orochimaru sneered mockingly, and the third Hokage became even angrier. Your so-called vitality is just the slaughter of comrades? Orochimaru waved his hand. Let's change the topic. Teacher Sarutobi, you are getting old, and I can achieve immortality. The third Hokage's heart ached. Are you still researching that thing? Foolish. Is there really such a thing as immortality? In a few decades, you will also become dust. Orochimaru laughed loudly. You are still the same. Saying this, he tore off a layer of disguise, and underneath was surprisingly a woman. The third Hokage was dumbfounded. Orochimaru transformed into a woman to showcase immortality. Shikaku exploded onto the scene, and the Edo Tensei was summoned. Pay attention. Sarutobi Hiruzen was directly shocked into silence. The woman's eyes were still the familiar snake pupils to him. Orochimaru, you actually... The third Hokage was completely stunned. Orochimaru let out an eerie laugh, stopping after a while. Teacher Sarutobi, seeing me like this, do you still think immortality is a lie? The third Hokage was utterly speechless. He had never thought that his disciples' pursuit of immortality would actually come true. Next, high energy. Boom! There was a sudden explosion at the center of Konoha, and thick smoke billowed, a huge shadow darting out. Great, I've finally come out. The whole place was stunned. That is, Shikaku. It turned out that the Sand Shinobi and Sound Shinobi were causing trouble to attract attention, releasing the One Tail as the core of the plan. The third Hokage's face turned ashen. Sand Hidden actually brought a Jinchuriki? Want to provoke war? He was trapped inside the barrier, and the Umbu simply couldn't withstand the tailed beast. He suddenly thought. Previously, Mizushira had reinforced the seal on the One Tail. It must have been Orochimaru who released it. Outside the barrier, the Umbu tried with their lives to test, only to find they couldn't break the barrier. The captain shouted urgently, "Quickly call for the sealing team for reinforcements. Leave a small team here to hold it. The others come with me to intercept the tailed beast." Just then, Mizushira ignored the Umbu's warnings and walked straight into the barrier. The Umbu and the Sound Shinobi Quartet were dumbfounded. This barrier is useless against him? How is that possible? Orochimaru glanced at Mizushira in disbelief. This kid also wants to get involved? But the third Hokage was overjoyed. It's you. Mizushira is at the level of a Kage. Now it's 2 against 1. The advantage is mine. But he didn't see Mizushira giving Orochimaru a reassuring look. His expression indicating he was just going with the flow, and his teammate was actually a traitor. Orochimaru immediately played along, restoring his original appearance. Little brat, you can actually break my barrier? Saying this, he raised the Kusanagi sword and charged forward. The third Hokage immediately blocked in front. Your opponent is me. Earth style, Earth Flow River. The ground turned into a mudslide, engulfing Orochimaru. Back in the day, I was soft-hearted and let you go. Today, let's put an end to this. Orochimaru emerged from the mud with a cold laugh. Little tricks won't work on me. Let me give you a gift. He clapped his hands. Edo Tensei. The third Hokage was shocked on the spot. That's the forbidden technique Edo Tensei invented by the second Hokage. This technique can summon the dead to fight, and the resurrected have an immortal body and infinite chakra. Only sealing techniques can deal with them. Edo Tensei is too tricky. Hashirama and Tobirama were summoned, and the third Hokage was under pressure, while Mizushira and the others collected their strength. Pay attention. Edo Tensei is extremely troublesome. Not only do the resurrected have immortal bodies, but using it once requires a living person as a sacrifice. At this moment, 2 coffins labeled first and second rose in front of Orochimaru, and the third coffin was already showing its head. The third Hokage angrily scolded, Orochimaru, you dare to toy with the souls of the deceased. We must stop the third one. He quickly formed hand seals and released shuriken shadow clones, pushing the third coffin back. Orochimaru, however, was indifferent. Only 2 came out? No problem. Having the first and second is enough to win. Boom! The coffin lid crashed to the ground with a huge sound, and the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, were controlled to walk out. Long time no see, monkey. You've aged too, Sarutobi. The 2 had stiff expressions. Their strength was not at its peak, but their aura was overwhelming. The third Hokage broke out in cold sweat. He knew all too well the power of these 2 brothers, and the pressure was immense. But having acted so tough earlier, he could only brace himself. Outside the barrier, the Umbu were all dumbfounded. These 2 are the first and second Hokage who founded Konoha. The squad leader broke out in a cold sweat. This is bad. With 2 of the legendary 3 ninjas missing, who can stop them? Konoha is about to change. Tobirama turned back, praising Orochimaru. To be able to summon us, you truly are impressive. Then he focused on Mizushira. Sarutobi, this boy beside you is from the Uchiha clan, right? He has the Manjiki Sharingan. Hashirama immediately retorted his brother. Tobirama, what are you saying? Yes, just an ordinary kid. Tobirama was about to argue, but Orochimaru interrupted directly. All right, everyone. I didn't summon you here to chat. Saying this, he inserted a kunai with a talisman into Hashirama and Tobirama's heads. Regardless of the era, we have to fight. Hashirama sighed helplessly, while Tobirama silently stared at the third Hokage and Mizushira. The next second, both of their bodies emitted white smoke, their skin returned to normal, and their eyes lost all emotion. Orochimaru shouted, "Let's begin." Hashirama and Tobirama charged directly at the third Hokage, and the three engaged in combat, while Orochimaru and Mizushira watched the show. Mizushira's eyes sparkled. Azura, reincarnator. The god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama? Even if Hashirama isn't at his peak, the power of wood release is still there. This power is his for the taking. Outside the barrier, the Umbu were confused. Why isn't he helping? A comrade explained, "Idiot. This is a battle of the three Hokages. How dare he interfere?" The Umbu exchanged barbs. Mizushira showcased his space-time ninjutsu, transforming into a Time King, shocking Shikaku. "Pay attention." One Umbu immediately rebutted his comrade, but the Umbu captain remained silent, staring at the barrier. He might really have the ability. The next second brought high energy. Senju Tobirama unleashed a torrent of water, directly flooding the roof. The terrain was extremely advantageous for him. Mizushira nodded beside him. In a non-water environment, he can release this amount of water ninjutsu. He truly is a man who has contracted with the sea. The water passed through his body, not harming him at all. The third Hokage stood on the earth flow wall, gasping for breath. He was getting old, and his stamina couldn't keep up. "All right, Lord Third, I will take over this battle. You can focus on fighting with your disciple." Mizushira crossed the earth flow wall to the third Hokage's side. The third Hokage's pupils constricted. "Space-time ninjutsu? I recognize this ninjutsu with just one glance. This kid is too monstrous. He can even master the most difficult space-time ninjutsu." Mizushira, however, was calm. "What do you think?" The third Hokage was silent for a moment. "Good, be careful." He focused on Orochimaru. Once the caster was dealt with, the Edo Tensei would disappear. Orochimaru also understood. Mizushira as target is Hashirama and Tobirama. First, the battlefield must be cleared. I don't like it all wet. Mizushira activated Kamui, absorbing all the water from the roof into another space. Looking at the clean battlefield, he nodded in satisfaction. Next, it's time to take down these two brothers. He took out the time driver and strapped it to his waist, pulled out the Time King dial, turned it, and pressed Z0. Transform. After the dial was activated and inserted into the driver, Mizushira pressed the middle button, and a silver clock phantom appeared behind him. It felt good to transform using the driver for the first time. He watched the time moving counterclockwise in the phantom and shouted, "Henshing." He forcefully turned the driver counterclockwise for a full turn. Rider time. The transformation sound effect exploded, and the world spun counterclockwise around him. The clock phantom transformed into an energy belt wrapping around him. Moments later, the energy burst apart, and Kamen Rider Zio made his appearance. Kamen Rider Zio. In the depths of his being, a voice seemed to shout, "Rejoice. The King of Time has been born." He gathered the power of all riders, transcending time, knowing the past and future. A new chapter of world history began. Outside the barrier, the Umbu were all dumbfounded. Is this an illusion? What is Zio? It's too explosive. They could feel Mizushira's aura even through the barrier, and even Shikaku, who was destroying Konoha, felt a chill in his heart. What kind of deity is this? Inside the barrier, Orochimaru watched with great interest. Interesting. Is this the power of a knight? Stronger than anyone I've seen before. It doesn't even seem like it belongs to this world. He thought to himself, so that's how it is. At this moment, his power has already surpassed mine. The third Hokage's jaw dropped. Sansui shattered Tobirama with a punch, stopping the power of Tobirama. Pay attention. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already seen the information about the Hyuga clan, which mentioned similar ninja tools like Sansui's that could at most pile people up to Jonin level. But now, with this device, Sansui's strength has directly surpassed that of a Kage. He was stunned. Does the enhancement differ based on the user? The battle changed in an instant. The third Hokage suppressed his thoughts and summoned the Monkey King to fight Orochimaru. Just as Sansui stood firm, Senju Tobirama took the initiative to test him, only to have his upper body shattered by a casual punch from Sansui. The body from Edo Tensei takes time to recover, and Sansui was amazed. The power of a knight is terrifying. That punch didn't even use any extra energy. Seeing his brother in trouble, Senju Hashirama clapped his hands and unleashed his ultimate move. Would release. The forest of the gods. Countless saplings burst through the roof, instantly growing into towering trees, turning the roof directly into a forest. Sansui was astonished. Is this the wood release that made the first Hokage famous? It's explosive. Outside the barrier, the Umbu were all dumbfounded, visibility blocked by trees, completely unaware of what was happening inside. It's important to note that these trees were all controlled by Hashirama, and could also absorb the enemy's chakra to grow, making them incredibly troublesome. Next, the action escalated. After recovering, Tobirama formed seals and cast an illusion technique. Dark walking technique. The entire battlefield turned dark, and the third Hokage was caught off guard and blinded. He had been dominating Orochimaru, but in an instant, he was on the defensive. However, Sansui had A-case vision, so the illusion had no effect on him. Then I'll take both of your powers. Sansui snapped his fingers to activate Time Stop, freezing Hashirama and Tobirama in place. He pulled out a blank dial and held it in front of Hashirama, which instantly absorbed the power of Edo Tensei Hashirama, turning into a reddish-brown dial. Ninja Control Senju Hashirama, Edo Tensei version. Then he absorbed Tobirama's power and got another dial. Ninja Control Senju Tobirama, Edo Tensei version. The souls of the two brothers were sealed into the dials, and their Edo bodies crumbled, revealing the bodies of Sound Ninja Sak and Jin inside. Neither of them died during the Chunin exams, but ended up in this situation, which was tragic. The illusion broke as Tobirama's soul disappeared, and the battle between the third Hokage and Orochimaru was nearing its end. The third Hokage exerted all his strength, but Orochimaru was as slippery as a snake. Even when blasted into two pieces, he could use a substitution technique to recover. The third Hokage gasped for breath. I'm old. I can't hold on. Orochimaru sneered. Teacher Sarutobi, you can't do it anymore. The third Hokage glanced at Sansui, who was leaning against a tree to dispel his transformation, thinking that he must have exhausted a lot fighting two Hokages, and suddenly shouted angrily, You actually toyed with the lives of your subordinates. The third Hokage angrily reprimanded Orochimaru. The Reaper Seal opened for slaughter, and the era of the ninja hero came to an end. Pay attention. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the bodies of Sak and Jin on the ground, scolding them on the spot. You actually toyed with the lives of your subordinates. Tears streamed down his face. How did his disciple become so unfamiliar? He instantly made a decision in his heart. Orochimaru coldly retorted. This is their opportunity to realize their own value. The third Hokage's rage reached its peak, and with hands forming the final seal, he shouted, Reaper's Seal. He was going to summon the Shinigami to drag Orochimaru down to the afterlife with him, forever eliminating future threats to Konoha. Reaper's Seal, the third Hokage shouted, and the Shinigami appeared behind him. Sansui and Orochimaru both felt a chill run down their spines, a cold wind blowing. Orochimaru was confused. What is he doing? Sansui activated his Sharingan to see clearly. His left eye had the spirit gathering technique, capable of collecting souls, but it wasn't fully developed yet. He understood that the Reaper Seal was a forbidden technique of the Uzumaki clan, summoning the Shinigami to devour the enemy's soul, with the cost being the user's soul would also be consumed, trapped eternally in the Shinigami's belly. However, this Shinigami was not real. It was a sealing vessel, which could be released through the Neiman Palace. As Orochimaru's partner, Sansui didn't want Orochimaru to be sealed like in the original story. So he immediately transmitted the information about the Reaper Seal to Orochimaru's wristband. Orochimaru understood instantly and decided on the spot not to use his real body, fearing he might get caught. Next, the action escalated. The third Hokage seized the opening, knocking the Kusanagi sword away with a single strike. And the Monkey King extended from the top of the Rui Jingu Bang to firmly pin down Orochimaru. Orochimaru panicked and used the Shadow Snake Hand to wrap around the Monkey King's arm. But the Monkey King refused to let go even when bitten. The third Hokage took the opportunity to flash in front of Orochimaru, pressing down on his shoulders with both hands. You're finished. The Shinigami reached in and pierced through the third Hokage's belly, drilling into Orochimaru's body. Orochimaru finally saw the Shinigami clearly. A figure in white robes, an old face, two horns, one hand holding a scythe, and the other holding prayer beads, with a terrifying gaze. The third Hokage roared, urging the Shinigami to act. And Orochimaru instantly lost control over his body. The Shinigami withdrew his hand, pulling out a portion of Orochimaru's soul and sealing it away. In the shadows, Orochimaru thought it was bad. He can actually grab my soul from clone. The loss of part of his soul caused him immense pain. The third Hokage's vision darkened. Just as he wanted to hold on and declare it was over, suddenly, with a sound, Orochimaru's real body burst out from the shadows, and the Kusanagi sword pierced right through him. The third Hokage coughed up blood and opened his eyes, only to realize he had sealed only the Earth clone. The Monkey King, lying on the ground, suffered from poison and could only weakly call out, "Sarutobi." The era of the ninja hero came to an end. Bang! The Monkey King retreated. Sanshui pretended to be weak to deceive the Umbu, while Jiraiya returned to fight against Gaara. Pay attention. The Monkey King was severely injured, and after a puff of white smoke, he returned to the summoning realm. He had been fighting with the Kusanagi sword for so long that he had reached his limit. Orochimaru gasped for breath, cursing, "You old immortal." The pain of having his soul cut by the Shinigami is unbearable for ordinary people. The body of Sarutobi Hiruzen fell to the ground without support. Sanshui watched this scene of master killing, shook his head, and complained, "Konoha really has a tradition of disciples killing their masters." Obito killed the Watergate couple. Orochimaru killed the third Hokage. Nagato killed Jiraiya. This attribute is too outrageous. He secretly vowed, "I will never take on a disciple." Orochimaru told Sanshui that the next part was up to him, forming seals to send a signal. The four sound ninjas immediately dispelled the purple flame barrier, helping Orochimaru retreat. Once the barrier was gone, the Umbu captain urgently shouted, "Go." A few Umbu members disappeared in an instant, and when they arrived, they only saw the third Hokage's body lying on the ground. The Umbu were all dumbfounded. How could this be? The third Hokage. I can't believe the strongest Hokage has just disappeared like this. Sanshui slowly walked out, supporting himself against a tree, pretending to be weak. The third Hokage has sacrificed himself. The Umbu quickly asked, "Sanshui, are you alright?" Sanshui sighed, "I'm fine. Just exhausted my chakra." The third Hokage risked his life to drive Orochimaru away, and I used all my strength to seal the first and second Hokage, leaving me with no strength to stop Orochimaru. The Umbu captain cautiously asked, "What should we do now?" It's important to know that Sanshui's identity is confidential, known only to a few high-ranking officials, and with the reputation of the Fei Lei Shin, he is very likely to be the next Hokage. Sanshui ordered, "Leave a team to guard the third Hokage's body. The morale of the Sound Ninjas has collapsed, and now it's time for a counterattack." He then asked, "What is the situation in Konoha?" The Umbu reported, "Jiraiya has returned and is fighting against Gaara. The enemy's offensive has weakened, and the villagers have all evacuated." Sanshui stood at the edge of the rooftop, looking at the giant red toad confronting Gaara, smiling. With such a big toad, it's hard to ignore. That S Gamabunta for sure. He waved his hand. "Order, the counterattack begins." Meanwhile, inside Konoha, the Sand Ninjas were all confused. There are no civilians in the houses. Is this the extent of Konoha's ninja counterattack? Something's off. Did you receive Lord Kazakage's orders? No. Maki's face turned pale, and he punched the wall. Since the plan began, the Kazakage had disappeared, and he was panicking. Maki shouted, "Quickly find the Kazakage." The plan continues. The Sand Ninjas could only grit their teeth and carry on. Just back in the village, Jiraiya looked serious, standing on the wall. Watching Konoha, the one-tail, Shikaku, and the giant snake summoned by the Sound Ninjas were crazily destroying buildings. Jiraiya returned to the battlefield. Jiraiya quickly summoned Fukasaku to deal with the giant snake, while the powerful Mizukage attacked Gaara. The news of the third Hokage's death shocked him. Pay attention. Jiraiya spotted the battlefield at a glance. Is it a tailed beast? An Orochimaru's summoning beast. He instantly realized, Konoha is under attack. Orochimaru must be targeting the old man. Hang in there, old man. In the next moment, high energy, Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals with both hands, targeting the three-headed serpent. Summoning technique. House stage collapse technique. Fukasaku, with a huge shadow, crashed down from the sky, stabbing a large short blade directly through the giant snake, pinning it to the ground. With a splat, the giant snake was heavily injured and sent back to the summoning realm. Jiraiya stood on Fukasaku's back, staring at Gaara. One down, now let's deal with this giant raccoon. The Konoha ninjas cheered on the spot. It's Lord Jiraiya. He's back. The ninjas, who were originally struggling, had their morale instantly boosted. Gaara saw Fukasaku and excitedly screamed, "I can finally have some fun and hit a sandbag. This is great." Previously, he was suffocated in the seal by the aura of the three waters, and killing the little ninjas was simply not satisfying. Fukasaku took a puff of smoke and helplessly complained, You call me out to fight a tailed beast? I can't handle it, no matter how bad he is. He knows that even the weakest tailed beast is not something he can take on. Jiraiya awkwardly laughed. Fukasaku, just help me out and hold on. Fukasaku rolled his eyes. I'll help this once. He pulled out the short blade and got into position. He has fought against the Nine Tails. Don't underestimate the raccoon. Just as the two giant beasts faced off, a crack suddenly opened in the sky. A red dragon-shaped giant beast flew out, hovering in the air. Jiraiya was stunned. Is that a dragon? Friend or foe? Fukasaku was troubled. It's hard to deal with it flying up there. We still don't know its intentions. The dragon circled around and locked on Gaara, opening its mouth to spit a fireball. Gaara quickly used wind release, air bullet. But the fireball reached a temperature of 5,000 C, easily breaking through and hitting him. Gaara roared in pain. You flying bug, I'll bring you down. The two giant beasts began to bombard each other, and Gaara was getting beaten the whole time. Fukasaku helplessly said, Jiraiya, I'm out of this. At that moment, an Umbu ninja rushed over. Lord Jiraiya, that's Lord Mizuki's summoning beast. The sand ninjas are invading, and the third Hokage has fallen. Jiraiya froze on the spot, his voice trembling. What did you say? The old man has fallen? How is that possible? The Umbu added. The third Hokage's opponent was the rogue ninja Orochimaru. Jiraiya was shocked, unable to believe it. How could it be? With the old man's strength, it shouldn't have ended like this. The eagle's cry sounded. Konoha launched a full counterattack. The three great clans took action and dominated the battlefield. Pay attention. Jiraiya's heart ached. If I had returned to the village sooner. With the old man. Just then, a cry of an eagle pierced the Konoha sky. He immediately snapped back from his guilt. Now is not the time to be sad. There are still enemies to deal with. The villagers had evacuated to the shelters, and this eagle cry was the signal to counterattack. On the other side, Mizuki coldly ordered Yakumo, let them play. The invaders in the village are not worthy of me using my hand. Yakumo directly lifted all permissions of the Konoha guard. Each guard has a hijacking device and key, and now everyone can transform into hijackers. Their combat power instantly boosted. The Konoha ninjas heard the eagle's cry and instantly sprang into action. Finally here, it's a signal. Prepare to crush the enemy. The entire Konoha ninja force moved, and the counterattack was fully launched. Next up, high energy. Guy and Kakashi fought back to back against the enemies, with Guy shouting, Lee, how's your body? Can you hold on? Little Lee, extremely excited. No problem. The healing dial you gave me has fully restored my body. The after effects of opening the fifth gate are all gone. Guy passionately shouted, Kakashi, let's see who can kill more. Kakashi replied coolly. The eagle's cry has sounded. The counterattack has begun. We need to speed up. The two chatted while killing, and screams filled the surroundings, with the enemies simply not enough to fight. On the other side, the Konoha ninjas were struggling to hold on. Their chakra was running low. They were surrounded by the sand ninjas, and the leading enemy sneered, kill them. Just as they were about to act, they suddenly froze in place. The sound ninjas were confused. Why can't I move? What kind of ninjutsu is this? This was Konoha's secret technique, shadow imitation jutsu. Narashikaku's footsteps approached, and the enemy's shadows crept toward their necks. What is this? The enemy's foreheads broke out in sweat, and the next second, Shikaku shouted, Shadow Strangulation Jutsu. With a series of cracking sounds, the enemy's necks were all twisted. The surrounding enemies were terrified and retreated, filled with fear. Shadows can actually kill? Before the enemies could react, a furious roar erupted. Multiplication Jutsu. A Kimichi Choji transformed into a small mountain, and two gigantic fists slammed down from the sky, instantly crushing all the enemies. Choji laughed. Shikaku, you're still so fast. Shikaku nodded and turned to ask Irika in the corner. Are you guys all right? Irika, covering his wound, was relieved. I'm fine. Thanks to your timely arrival. Shikaku waved his hand. You should thank yourselves for holding off the enemies so we could safely evacuate the villagers. The hijackers made their entrance. Konoha's counterattack crushed the enemy. The Sand Hidden signed the humiliation agreement, and Danzo lay in wait. Pay attention. Yamato Aoi arrived late, coldly stating, Now, it's our turn to counterattack. Behind him, a large group of armored people swept across the rooftops of Konoha. These were the hijackers transformed from the Konoha Guard. Their combat power instantly boosted. The Sand and Sound Ninja Coalition completely crumbled. Orochimaru had already fled. The fourth Kazekage was nowhere to be seen, and their alliance, Gaara, was jointly beaten back into the seal by Fukasaku and the dragon. Gaara was also captured alive by Konoha's sealing team. All major ninja clans, along with the guard, worked together, and the balance of victory completely tipped in Konoha's favor. A few hours later, as the sun set, Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha completely failed. On the rooftop, Jiraiya walked to the third Hokage's body, remaining silent for a long time. Old man, I was ultimately too late. Soon, news of the Sand and Sound Ninjas' defeat, the third Hokage's death, and the fourth Kazekage's disappearance spread throughout the ninja world. The Rock Hidden's Raikage immediately stirred, increasing troops at the borders to pick up the pieces. The Sand Hidden was completely panicked, with urgent reports from the borders, and Granny Chiyo had no choice but to come out and take charge. When negotiating with Konoha, Mizukage directly laid down the cards. No agreement? I'll let the Dragon and the Hijacker troops go tour the Sand Hidden, and even the One Tail will be under Konoha's management. Granny Chiyo gritted her teeth and signed the humiliation agreement under Mizukage's kind smile. The Sand Hidden must pay 1/5 of the task rewards as compensation, limit the number of ninjas, and allow Konoha to station troops. She could only plead, please help us quickly. The Sand Hidden can't hold on any longer. After communicating with Maki, Granny Chiyo understood. The Sand Hidden is just a clown, completely fooled by Orochimaru, and the fourth Kazekage is probably long gone. Just as she was about to return to the village, she received an urgent report. The Rock Ninjas began probing attacks on the Wind Country's defense line, and she could only rush back in a hurry. As night fell, a Root ninja knelt on one knee in front of the courtyard. Lord Danzo. Danzo had already gone to sleep and asked indifferently, how is it on Hisashi's side? He had been dismissed by the third Hokage and was under house arrest, relying on his subordinates for information. The Root ninja reported truthfully. The third Hokage has been confirmed dead. It was Orochimaru's doing. Danzo coldly said, all right, you can leave. Danzo lay in wait. Itachi received orders to scout Konoha, while Jiraiya refused to become Hokage. Pay attention. Danzo opened his eyes, staring into the darkness before him, his face showing no joy or sorrow. After a long time, he sighed, Hisashi, I didn't expect you to die like this. The next day, in the forest of the Land of Fire, Uchiha Itachi stood quietly. Suddenly, Kuro appeared from the trees, whispering, Itachi, something happened in Konoha. Itachi's expression changed slightly. What happened? Kuro explained. Orochimaru led the Sand and Sound Ninjas to invade. The third Hokage died in battle. Orochimaru was heavily injured and fled. Konoha won and was not destroyed. White Zetsu excitedly chimed in. The ninja world is going to be chaotic. Itachi frowned. Tell me more. White Zetsu continued to spill the beans. Konoha's combat power hasn't been significantly damaged, but the Sand Hidden is in dire straits. The Kazekage is missing. Ninjas have been captured, and the one-tailed Jinchuriki is also gone. Yenin and Yunin have increased their troops at the border, and yesterday Yenin even attacked the Wind Country. Itachi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Sasuke is safe. Kagaya was disappointed. Why aren't you surprised? Itachi coldly replied, I am a rogue ninja. Konoha has nothing to do with me, and I don't care if the ninja world is in chaos. Kagaya interrupted. The leader has ordered. Konoha is leaderless, and you need to investigate the situation. After saying that, he vanished into the trees. He knew Itachi would refuse. Itachi looked up at the sky. That's natural. Kisame stood up. Itachi-san, are you going to Konoha? Itachi nodded. Let us set off as soon as possible. A few days later in Konoha, it was drizzling. In front of the memorial stone, everyone was dressed in black, their faces filled with sorrow, taking turns to lay flowers in memory of the fallen heroes. Konoha suffered heavy losses in this battle, with many young lives forever frozen at this moment, their names engraved on the stone, all of them Konoha's pride. On the other side, in a secluded courtyard where Danzo was confined, a large number of Root members gathered. With the death of the third Hokage, Danzo bid farewell to his retirement and regained his freedom, with the old members of Root returning under his command. Leaning on his cane, Danzo looked at the information and shouted, collect all information on Uchiha Shinsui and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He was ecstatic inside. The third Hokage is dead. My chance to rise again has come. The position of Hokage is definitely mine. I have the Sharingan and would release. If I capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, no one in Konoha can defeat me. After the third Hokage was buried, everyone mourned in front of the memorial stone, and it was time to choose the new Hokage. The elders Mito, Kazuki, and Tsunade sought out Shinsui first, but he didn't want to be Hokage. The two elders had no choice but to set their sights on Jiraiya, who hadn't left yet. What? Jiraiya refused to be Hokage. Tsunade stepped in to help. Seeing that Shinsuke was being undermined by Naruto. Pay attention. When Jiraiya heard the suggestion of becoming Hokage, he exploded. Me? Being Hokage? Absolutely not. I refuse. Mito Kazuki and Tsunade's faces turned pale. When did being Hokage become a hot potato? The two elders grabbed Jiraiya and insisted that he recommend a candidate. Jiraiya was overwhelmed. How can I gather materials while being Hokage? He decided to push Tsunade, who had been raised freely. Mito Kazuki nodded. That's feasible. Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, has the right bloodline, and her strength is explosive. She's a good choice. Tsunade added, it's settled. Jiraiya, you go bring Tsunade back. Jiraiya, afraid of being entangled again, quickly said, first, announce that Tsunade is the 5th Hokage, and when she returns to the village, she will directly take office. The two elders agreed, and Mito Kazuki hurried to write a letter to confirm with the daimyo. Just like that, the new Hokage was decided. No one even thought of Danzo, directly kicking him out of the power center. A moment later, Jiraiya went to Shinsuke's residence. Before he could knock, the secretary has appeared. Lord Jiraiya, President Shinsuke has been waiting for you for a long time. Please follow me. When Jiraiya saw Yas, his eyes lit up, and he immediately struck up a conversation. Wow, what a cute lady. What is your name? Yas ignored him completely, leaving Jiraiya with no choice but to sigh and follow her. As soon as he entered the reception room, he heard someone shout, the rumored Sannin, the Toad Sage. Today's meeting reveals he's just a lecherous old man. As soon as Jiraiya entered, Naruto was even more direct, pointing at him and shouting, ah, it's that old man who peeked at the girl's bathhouse. His name seems to be Perverted Sage. Jiraiya was instantly furious, punching Naruto on the head. You're slandering me. That was for research. I am the Toad Sage of Mayaboka Mountain. Naruto covered his head and shot back. Humph. You old pervert. Shinsuke smiled and mediated. All right, Jiraiya, haven't you been caught peeking at the girl's bathhouse multiple times? Jiraiya plopped down on the sofa, quietly defending himself. I was doing research. Shinsuke took a sip of coffee and said lightly, did you come here just to argue about this? Then you can leave. Jiraiya put away his frivolity and said seriously, I am here to discuss the matter of the 5th Hokage. Shinsuke frowned. Didn't you choose someone already? Jiraiya was shocked. You know, the new Hokage is Tsunade. I didn't expect you to refuse the position of Hokage. Shinsuke shrugged. Didn't you refuse as well? Besides, I really have no interest in that position. Jiraiya waved his hand. I'm not suitable to be Hokage. How can I sit in the office all day handling documents? Jiraiya is teaching Naruto sage techniques. Itachi and Kisame broke into Konoha, with Asuma and Kurenai blocking their way. Pay attention. Shinsuke asked, so what is your purpose for coming this time? Jiraiya pointed directly at the dazed Naruto. Naruto. He had already investigated Shinsuke and knew his influence in Konoha, so he understood without needing to say much. Shinsuke's eyes flashed with disdain. Shimura Danzo, the third, just died, and this old man wants to stir up trouble? If he dares to come, I'll take Shinsuke's eyes first. Jiraiya nodded. This old guy has never done anything good. He will definitely try to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. I want to take Naruto away and teach him how to control the Nine-Tails. Little did he know, Naruto already knew how to use the Nine-Tails power. Shinsuke immediately agreed. Alright, with Jiraiya, Naruto can learn the Rinnegan and Sage techniques, and with his talent, he will quickly master the perfect Sage mode. At that time, he can directly benefit. It's simply delightful. He turned to Naruto and said, you go with this perverted old man. He is one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, and his strength is not low. Naruto looked disdainful but reluctantly agreed. Alright, who told Big Brother Shinsuke to ask? Jiraiya was unhappy. Hey, how many people want to be my disciple but don't have the qualifications? Naruto just said 2 words. Hee hee. Jiraiya declared, you little brat. I will definitely show you the power of this sage one day. The two of them left the residence one after the other. Next, it gets intense. Outside Konoha, 2 people dressed in black cloaks with red clouds and wearing conical hats stood outside the barrier. Itachi used his previous Umbu identity to give the signal and easily entered the village. Kisame sighed. It's surprisingly easy to infiltrate. Itachi looked at the familiar streets and murmured, Konoha is still the same. With the 3rd Hokage dead, the agreement with the village is likely to change. This time I came to warn the higher-ups that I am still here, and the agreement continues. In the Uchiha mansion, Shinsuke was playing with the dial of the sound ninja. When he suddenly reminded, Master, 2 intruders detected. They are the rogue ninja, Uchiha Itachi, and the rogue ninja, Kisame. A holographic projection popped up, clearly showing the two figures. Shinsui stared at the screen. So, it's them. It seems Otsutsuki Kinshiki is coming soon. He had always avoided changing the plot, fearing future variables. But once he obtains Otsutsuki's power, he will have no worries. On the streets of Konoha, Itachi and Kisame were stopped. Kurenai and Asuma spoke. You two are not from Konoha? Itachi removed his hat. Long time no see, Asuma-sensei. Kurenai. Upon seeing his face in Sharingan, Asuma was shocked. You are Uchiha Itachi, the one who slaughtered his own clan. What do you want to do coming back to the village? Kisame also took off his hat. His mist village rogue ninja, forehead protector very conspicuous. My name is Kisame Hoshigaki. I look forward to working with you. Asuma forced himself to remain calm. They're one TB and next time. I will smash you both right now. This is Konoha. Even if we can't win, there will be reinforcements. Kisame wasn't afraid at all and casually chatted with Itachi. Itachi-san, it seems the villagers really dislike you. Kurenai suddenly spoke. I recognize you. Kisame Hoshigaki, a rogue ninja from the mist. Kurenai exposed Kisame's background. Itachi countered with a Jinjutsu, and the Uchiha's signature technique appeared, leaving everyone stunned. Pay attention. Kurenai recognized Kisame and immediately revealed. You are one in the land of water for killing the daimyo. You both are S-rank rogue ninjas. Asuma pressed on. Itachi, you have the guts to come back to the village. What is your purpose this time? Kisame was annoyed and lifted Samahata. This guy is so annoying. Can we kill him? Itachi said calmly. We can't leave peacefully now, but don't go too far. Your moves are too eye-catching. With permission, Kisame flashed to Asuma's side and swung Samahata. Asuma, being a jounin, quickly used his weapon to block, but was shocked. What incredible strength. He was directly suppressed. Kurenai, hiding behind, used Jinjutsu to bind Itachi and Kisame in place, interrupting their attack. Itachi raised an eyebrow. Jinjutsu? Looking at himself being bound by trees. Kurenai rushed out from the trees with kunai. This is the end. Itachi's Sharingan turned, instantly reflecting the illusion technique. Being bound turned into Red himself. Red immediately bit his lip, bleeding, breaking free from control and dodging the shuriken. Itachi was a bit surprised, his foot not stopping as he kicked Red into the lake. Red used chakra to float on the water surface. Just as he was about to stand up, Itachi's voice came from behind. Truly worthy of you, Miss Red. But this is where it ends for you. At a critical moment, Kakashi suddenly appeared, blocking Itachi. On the other side, Asuma dodged Kisame's attack, using the chakra blade to cut Kisame's cheek. Kisame got angry and directly used ninjutsu, water release, water shark bomb technique. Kakashi shouted in sync. Water release. Water shark bomb technique. Two shark water bombs collided, splashing water everywhere. Red looked at Kakashi's shadow clone, surprised. Kakashi helplessly said, Yar. I was still worried you wouldn't be able to handle it. Kisame lifted his sword, pointing at Kakashi. You deserve my serious fight. Kakashi's shadow clone also prepared. But Itachi spoke, stop. If you fight seriously, you won't be safe. He had been on the same team as Kakashi in the Umbu, knowing very well about the other's strength, and feared Kisame's movements would be too loud. Itachi had just said he wouldn't take too long, ready to move, when suddenly a dragon's roar came from the sky. A giant red dragon flew over, and Kisame was stunned. What is that? Itachi was also shocked. Is that a dragon? Kakashi sighed. Looks like we've attracted that guy. That's the Musa dragon that Sansui fought against Shikako before. Sansui made his entrance. The kaleidoscope Sharingan exploded on the scene, and Guy came to the rescue but was advised to back off. Pay attention. The Musa dragon landed, and Sansui walked out from inside, shouting at Itachi facing off against Kakashi. Long time no see, Itachi Nizan. Itachi sighed. Long time no see, little Sansui. Itachi looked at Sansui, full of confusion. That knife clearly hit the vital spot back then. How did he survive? Sansui used to follow Itachi, Shursui, and Sasuke when he was young. And now, thinking back, he probably hated Itachi to death. After a moment of silence, Itachi spoke. I heard you open the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Quite capable. He had learned about Sansui from Zetsu and Cat Granny, but didn't he know how to face this former younger brother? Sansui replied casually. This is all thanks to you. Itachi ni. As he spoke, his right eye with 3 tomo spun rapidly, transforming into hands of varying lengths, with ancient Roman characters appearing around the edges. clearly resembling the crimson clock face eye of Kurumi Tokisaki. His left eye remained in the three-tomo form. Itachi immediately praised, "Truly excellent eyes." Only he understood the overwhelming pressure of this ocular power. Sansui's kaleidoscope was even stronger than his, with a pattern that had never existed in Uchiha history. Sansui also returned the compliment. "Your eyes are not bad either." He knew full well that Itachi's left eye was the strongest illusion Tsukuyami, and the right eye was Amaterasu, just not well represented in the original work. Kisame, putting away his sword, jumped over. "Mr. Itachi, is this your brother? His strength looks impressive." Taking advantage of the conversation, Asuma helped Red up from the lake to retreat. This situation was something they couldn't assist with. Itachi didn't stop them. It wasn't necessary. Suddenly, a green shadow fell. The Konoha Azure Beast, Might Guy, made his entrance. Guy struck a pose, then turned to see Sansui. "Oh, little Sansui is also here." Sansui spoke. "Next is Uchiha family business. No need to trouble the seniors." Kakashi and Guy exchanged glances and used body flicker technique to slip away. They had heard from the Umbu that Sansui single-handedly defeated 2 former Hokage. If it were them, they wouldn't be able to withstand even one. Itachi narrowed his eyes, activating his own kaleidoscope Sharingan. "Looks like you're quite confident in yourself." He knew very well that it wouldn't be easy to leave Konoha today. Itachi asked Sansui if he hated him. The kaleidoscope revealed the future. The marriage proposal scene exploded. "Pay attention," Itachi suddenly asked. "Do you hate me?" He was eager to know how Sansui viewed his extermination of the Uchiha clan. Sansui squinted and shook his head. "I don't hate you." He was not the Sansui in Itachi's memories. Where did the hate come from? Instead, he admired Itachi for sacrificing his entire clan for his beliefs, which was too unfair to the Uchiha. Sansui then countered, "Itachi Nizan, do you regret it?" "I know all about that night." Itachi's expression changed instantly. "You know everything?" Sansui pointed at his eye. "My eyes can see the past and the future, including the masked man who helped you, and his identity." Itachi was stunned. Only he and the masked man knew about this. Could it be that Sansui's eyes were truly that explosive? Seeing that Itachi didn't believe him, Sansui lightly said 2 words, "Shursui, crow." Itachi's eyes widened in shock. He had hidden Shursue's eyes in a crow, and Sansui actually knew too. This was beyond the explanation of intel. Nearby, Kisame was confused. Why are they standing still? Did Mr. Itachi cast an illusion? Indeed, the two had long entered the Tsukuyami world. Itachi suppressed his chaotic thoughts and urgently asked, "Who exactly is the masked man?" Sansui stroked his chin. "A talented Uchiha who can use space-time ninjutsu, but definitely not Madara. Obito is still useful, so his identity can't be revealed for now." Itachi nodded. He had already suspected the masked man's identity. Itachi then asked, "So what is your plan?" Sansui shrugged. "Of course, it's to revitalize the Uchiha. Let you and Sasuke branch out and have children." Itachi was immediately speechless. "We are both male. How can we have children?" Sansui laughed. "I'll have you two marry and have kids in Konoha to compensate for the sins you've committed." Itachi's expression was blank. "Do you think that's possible?" He had already personally dealt with his little girlfriend. How could he get married? Sansui confidently said, "No problem. I will make all of this possible." He knew Itachi's body was sick, and excessive use of the kaleidoscope combined with bad habits was problematic, but Akatsuki's technology could fix it in no time. Now, even if Itachi wanted to die, it would be difficult. Itachi helplessly shook his head, preparing to take action. "Since you're so confident, then defeat me." Sansui violently broke the Tsukuyami. Itachi spat blood and admitted defeat. All the higher-ups of Konoha were completely restrained. Pay attention. As soon as Itachi's words fell, the Tsukuyami world changed instantly. The blood-red full moon hung in the night sky, and the scene transformed directly into the night of the clan massacre. Sansui snapped his fingers, and with a loud crack, everything around shattered into pieces. In the real world, Itachi suddenly spat blood and knelt on the river's surface, covering his left eye. Shedding bloody tears, Kisame hurriedly supported him. "Mr. Itachi." Itachi wiped away the blood, struggling to stand. His ocular power far exceeds mine. The Tsukuyami was violently broken, and that overwhelming ocular power left him breathless. Sansui smiled and asked, "Itachi Nizan, what will you do next?" Itachi bitterly smiled. "I truly underestimated you." The backlash from the Tsukuyami caused his combat power to plummet, but he didn't expect that Sansui had long since become an eternal kaleidoscope, combining Obito's ocular power with his own. and merging with Hashirama's clock face, it was fully charged. Sansui crossed his arms. Don't struggle. Stay in Konoha. The matters of the Uchiha will soon be settled with Danzo. As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of magic puppets surrounded them, blocking the streets completely. Kisame lifted his sword and asked, Mr. Itachi? He was confident he could help Itachi escape, but Itachi shook his head. Forget it, this time I dragged you down. He had already seen with his kaleidoscope that Sansui was still hiding 5 strong chakra signatures around. Even with all his strength, he couldn't escape. Kisame immediately gave up resistance. The two were controlled by the magic puppets and followed behind Sansui, arriving at the Konoha guard's gate. Itachi looked at the Uchiha clan emblem above, filled with nostalgia. This place is actually in use again. Sansui said ahead, Konoha has changed a lot. I'll let you see the reforms soon. He was calculating in his heart that the dark chess pieces of the wave country should be ready. Finding the lake that connects to the moon or taking down the Uchiha would push the next step forward. Itachi suddenly asked, Zetsu said you entered the power center of Konoha. The higher-ups don't exclude you? Along the way, the villagers warmly greeted Sansui, his reputation outrageously high. It should be known that the Konoha higher-ups had always been wary of the Uchiha. How could they allow him to develop like this? Sansui laughed out loud. Exclude me? Impossible. They're already on the same boat as me. The two elders were already bought off, and the monthly dividends from Fadian intelligence made them have no thoughts. Sansui continued. The interests of Fadian intelligence have them tightly bound, and the same goes for the ninja clan. I'm dead, and they can't hold up the company. Besides, they can't beat me. One day, if the elders annoy him, they can just make them disappear. Itachi fell completely silent. He never expected that the higher-ups in Konoha had already been completely grasped by Mizujui. Danzo barged into the Hokage's office, shouting. He challenged Mizujui with would release, hiding his tricks with Kodoame Tsukumi. Pay attention. Itachi remained silent, slowly digesting Mizujui's words. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze and Konohamaru were handling administrative matters. The news that Itachi and Kisame had been taken to the security department had just reached them. Minato dismissed the Umbu, and Konohamaru questioned, Uchiha Itachi actually dared to infiltrate. Mizujui didn't kill him? That's unscientific. Itachi slaughtered his clan. Logically, Mizujui should hate him. But the Umbu said the two didn't even fight when they met. Minato's voice trembled. Unless he knows the truth. Unless he knows the truth of the matter. A familiar voice came from outside. Danzo slammed the door open and stormed in, angrily confronting them. You're going backward. Mixing with that kid. Have you forgotten the teacher's words? Uchiha cannot be trusted, and we can't let them develop. He slammed his cane on the ground, full of rage. Minato exploded on the spot. It's useless to vent your anger on us. If you have the ability, just crush him. Who doesn't know that Danzo went to trouble Mizujui back then and ended up retreating in disgrace? Konohamaru coldly asked, What do you want to do? Danzo snorted disdainfully. Just a mere Mangeki Sharingan. He hasn't reached Madara's level. Even if Madara is strong, didn't he also fall to the first Hokage's would release? Minato and Konohamaru were directly choked. It's as if you have would release. They had studied would release long ago. All the experimental ninjas were eroded to death by Hashirama's cells, and they could only archive the data. Danzo raised an eyebrow. Of course, their S would release in the Foundation. Have you forgotten the surviving boy from Orochimaru's experiments? The two finally remembered the heaven concealed that the third Hokage had snatched from Danzo. Konohamaru pointed out sharply. So what if heaven concealed has would release? Mizujui can defeat even the first Hokage. Heaven concealed is simply not enough. Danzo stroked his chin and proposed. With me and you here, as long as heaven concealed holds Mizujui back, I will bring the Foundation to support. You just need to send help. He already had a plan in mind. Intelligence said Mizujui exhausted his chakra after defeating the two Hokages. He has Izanagi, would release, and has even transplanted Shursue's eyes. He could win in the chaos by using Kodoame Tsukumi. He wouldn't tell his two old classmates about these trump cards. Danzo confidently declared he was 100% sure of causing trouble. The elders betrayed their teammates, and Mizujui was pushing for Itachi to get married. Pay attention. Minato asked, How confident are you? Danzo didn't hesitate. 100. Seeing him so arrogant, Minato asked again, When are you planning to act? Danzo sneered, Anytime. I've already contacted Heaven Concealed. As soon as you send people, we can strike. Minato and Konohamaru exchanged glances. All right, I'll gather the clan's ninjas right away. After Danzo finished speaking, he stood up to leave, needing to go back to prepare. However, Just as Danzo left, the two elders immediately betrayed their teammate. Without any hesitation, they directly passed the news of Danzo's plan to Mizujui. Are you kidding? Who wants to go against that freak Mizujui? They aren't stupid. Upon receiving the news, Mizujui was stunned. Danzo is going to strike at me? Is he out his mind? Seeing that Danzo wanted to use Heaven Concealed would release against him, he almost laughed out loud. Yamado's would release is only good for real estate landscaping. It's not enough to fight against the Kage, let alone now that he is dominating the ninja world. Itachi saw Mizujui smile and curiously asked, "What is so funny?" Mizujui handed over the intelligence scroll. The elder said Danzo wants to use would release ninjas against me. Itachi looked at the intelligence, his expression serious. Would release? The fame of Senju Hashirama's would release is well known, and Konoha actually has such a trump card hidden. Mizujui explained. Heaven Concealed has would release because he transplanted Hashirama's cells, and its power is only about 1/5 of Hashirama's. Itachi worriedly asked, "Do you need me to take action?" He was afraid Mizujui couldn't handle Danzo, and was still thinking of using Shirsue's eyes to control Heaven Concealed to turn against them. Mizujui waved his hand. "Don't worry about that old guy." "Itachi, what did you choose earlier?" He pointed to a pile of photos of girls on the table, each labeled with measurements, age, and preferences. He wasn't joking when he pushed for marriage before. Itachi looked disheartened, his face twitching, and quickly changed the subject. "How's Sasuke doing? Is he alright these years?" Mizujui smiled kindly. "You should worry about yourself first. If you don't have someone you like, I will take necessary measures." Itachi immediately trembled in fear, and Mizujui was secretly delighted. Persecuting Itachi was just too satisfying. On the other side, Jiraiya was taking Naruto to find Tsunade. Naruto followed behind, shouting, "Perverted sage! What ninjutsu are you going to teach me this time?" Jiraiya was displeased and ignored him. This brat learns way too fast. He originally planned for Naruto to learn the summoning jutsu for a week so he could take the opportunity to collect materials, but Naruto, using the Nine Tails chakra, summoned Gamabunta on his first try, leaving him without a chance to gather materials. Naruto was still boasting. "The things you taught me before were too easy. I learned it in one go. What explosive ninjutsu do you have? Teach me quickly." Jiraiya demonstrated the Rinnegan, blowing up a tree. Naruto was instantly excited and yelled for help from Konoha. "Pay attention." Naruto chased after Jiraiya, shouting, "Hurry and teach me new ninjutsu. Hirayari tortid angreli, no." He punched Naruto on the head. "I am one of Konoha's legendary three, the sage of Mount Mayaboku. If you call me a perverted sage again, I will cancel your ninjutsu lessons." Naruto, quick with his mouth, replied, "Okay, perverted frog sage." Jiraiya couldn't hold it in anymore. If he shouted that in front of the girls he was collecting materials from, his image would be ruined. He had to get rid of this brat. Suddenly, he stopped, gathered chakra in his palm, and formed a high-density chakra sphere, which he slammed into a large tree by the roadside. The trunk, which an adult couldn't hug, exploded into pieces. Naruto's eyes lit up, jumping and shouting, "Wow, this is so explosive. Teach me." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. "This is called Rinnegan. It doesn't require hand seals, super convenient, and can adjust its power with chakra, but it has to be used up close." Naruto anxiously tugged at his sleeve. "I don't care, I want to learn this." Jiraiya handed him a water balloon. First practice the second stage. Use chakra to blow it up. He also tossed him a storage scroll. "No cheating with the Nine Tails chakra. I'm going to head to check on Tsunade. You stay here and practice." After saying that, he turned and slipped away, conveniently taking Naruto's frog wallet. His disciple's money is perfect for collecting materials, right? He was secretly pleased. Without the Nine Tails, Naruto would surely practice until dark, and he could enjoy himself. Just after finishing teaching ninjutsu, chaos broke out in the ninja world. The Wagakure disregarded martial ethics, sending a large army across the border into the land of wind, while Kumogakure lurked behind, sharpening its claws, waiting for Tsunade to be unable to hold on and divide the spoils. Tsunade was holding on with the help of Chiyo, but their chakra was almost depleted, and they could only frantically send distress signals to Konoha, almost crying for help. In the Hokage's office, Minato, Konohamaru, Danzo, and Mizujui were gathered to discuss matters. Originally, Danzo had been kicked out, but relying on his control over the foundation and with Mizujui's nod, he squeezed back into the high-level circle. Minato squeezed the distress letter from Tsunade, frowning as he spoke. Is this Tsunade urging for help again? Konoha is discussing support for Tsunade. Danzo was so angry he slammed the door, while a Wagakure was directly stunned upon learning the news. Pay attention. Minato held the intelligence and asked, "What suggestions do you all have? Let's discuss together." Konohamaru pointed to the mountain of distress letters. "Sunigakure is about to collapse. We must step in. If Uwagakure crushes the Land of Wind, things will be even more troublesome. After all, they are still allies." Danzo coldly laughed on the spot. "Allies? When they invaded Konoha, why didn't they mention allies?" Konohamaru shot back. "They were deceived by Orochimaru. Protecting Sunigakure is beneficial for us." She understood Danzo too well. He must want to swallow the territory of the Land of Wind, but managing that broken place would only cost money. The three of them suddenly looked at Mitsuhi, who shrugged and said, "Don't look at me. I'm not familiar with these things and won't express an opinion." Tsunade then looked at Mito Gaten, wanting to see Mitsusui's attitude, but now they could only proceed according to the original plan. Mito Gaten cleared his throat and asked, "Is there any news from Tsunade?" Tsunade frowned and replied, "Not yet. Jiraiya has been gone for quite a while." Danzo remained silent for a moment before speaking. "The Umbu is too busy. Let my root go look for him." He couldn't shake Tsunade. After all, she was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and he had to refer to her as princess. So he could only choose to assist her. Seeing this, Mito Gaten said, "According to the agreement, support Sunigakure to deal with Uwagakure. Do you have any objections?" Mitsusui spoke first. "I agree." He even smiled at Danzo. Tsunade immediately followed. "I agree too." Danzo was furious. "You all have decided. Why call me here?" With 3 out of 4 agreeing, his opinion was as good as decoration. With a bang, Danzo slammed the door and left. In the end, Mito Gaten made the decision. Konoha will fully support Sunigakure. With the order given, Konoha sprang into action. A large number of ninjas quickly assembled. Half of the forces were to be sent to the front lines of the Land of Wind. Kakashi was appointed as the overall commander, with Nara Shikaku assisting. The news wasn't kept under wraps and soon was relayed back by spies from other villages. Over at Uwagakure, the third Hokage, Inoki, was stunned upon hearing the news. What? Konoha is deploying half of its forces? Are they crazy? In fact, Uwagakure had only sent less than a third of its forces, intending to take advantage of Sunigakure's weakness and had no intention of escalating the war. He gritted his teeth in anger. "Who is in charge of Konoha now?" The intelligence officer replied. "The third Hokage has died in battle. Now it's Mito Gaten, Tsunade, and Danzo who are in charge." Inoki muttered to himself, "Danzo. He can't understand how Sunigakure, which has betrayed Konoha, could still receive support." Inoki sought an alliance with Kumogakure. Tsunade was panicking, thinking that her winning streak was a bad omen, while the Raikage rolled up his sleeves to prepare for a fight. "Pay attention." Inoki slapped his thigh. "No wonder this is happening. Without Sarutobi Hiruzen's restraint, that kid Danzo finally shows his fangs." He was overwhelmed. Danzo was notorious for his hawkish stance. And Konoha's support for Sunigakure surely meant he wanted to take down Uwagakure as well. Inoki had no confidence in withstanding Konoha and Sunigakure teaming up. So he immediately shouted, "Quick, write a letter to the Raikage and discuss an alliance." Since he couldn't rely on Kirigakure, he had to pull Kumogakure in as an ally. He didn't believe that Uwagakure and Kumogakure together couldn't handle a half-damaged Sunigakure and Konoha that had just fought a battle. The letter quickly reached the fourth Raikage. Upon reading it, they laughed. "Uwagakure wants to ally with us? Are they trying to provoke the fourth Great Ninja War?" The letter clearly stated that both Sunigakure and Konoha were severely weakened, and an alliance could divide the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. I turned to Mabui and asked, "What do you think?" Mabui analyzed calmly. "We need to be cautious. Uwagakure wants to drag us into the mess. It's better to state our position, hold our ground, and wait for them to fight before looking for an opportunity to enter." But she could already see that A's eyes were shining with greed. He wanted to fight. A immediately made the decision. "All right, Mabui, write a letter to that old fossil Hokage. We're joining the battle." He then called for a pre-war meeting, and Mabui helplessly held her forehead. This was clearly preparing to roll up their sleeves and fight. The next day, the entire village of Kumogakure entered a state of war, recalling all outside ninjas, clearly indicating they were joining the fray. On the other side, Jiraiya, having learned from the girls that Tsunade was at Shortbook Street, rushed over with Naruto. In the casino on Shortbook Street, Tsunade was staring blankly at the mountain of chips. She hadn't lost a single bet from the coin machines to the dice. The winnings were enough to pay off her debts 5 times over, but she wasn't happy at all. According to her experience, a winning streak meant something bad was about to happen to herself or those around her. Tsunade immediately shouted, "Shizun, let's take the money and go." Shizun was confused. Lady Tsunade, we've been winning all along. Tsunade had never won before and had accumulated a mountain of debt, forcing her to hide everywhere. But Tsunade ignored her and silently walked out of the casino. After handling the chips, Shizen hurried to catch up and shouted, "Hey, Lady Tsunade, wait for me." Shizen found Tsunade in a dispute. Naruto was angrily criticizing Tsunade for acting young, and Jiraiya was panicking and covering his mouth. "Pay attention." Shizen rushed out of the casino, but Tsunade was already nowhere to be seen on the street. She complained, "It's so strange. Winning money, but not happy." While searching with her pet pig, Tsunade usually did this when she went to drink away her sorrows. Sure enough, Shizen found Tsunade in a tavern, sitting next to two strangers. As she approached, she heard Tsunade arguing with the two. Tsunade's cheeks were slightly flushed, drunkenly shouting, "Why should I be the fifth Hokage? Isn't it enough to have you, Jiraiya?" Jiraiya downed his drink and said solemnly, "The old man was killed by Orochimaru. Midogate, In, and Tsunade both think that only you are suitable to be Hokage." A flash of sadness crossed Tsunade's eyes, but she stubbornly replied, "What does that have to do with me? I don't care about the village's affairs." Naruto immediately reacted negatively, pointing at Tsunade and shouting, "How can a drunkard like you be Hokage? You can't even compare to Brother Mitsusui's pinky finger." Tsunade was confused. "Who is this kid?" Jiraiya awkwardly laughed and gave Naruto a flick on the head. "My new apprentice, Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto shouted in pain, "Perverted sage, that hurts." Tsunade ignored Naruto and asked Jiraiya, "Who is this Mitsusui you mentioned?" She was unconvinced. She was one of the legendary three, the #1 medical ninja in the ninja world, yet was being belittled by a brat. Just as Jiraiya was about to explain, Naruto interjected, "Brother Mitsusui is a genius Uchiha. He saved the village and is way better than you, you old hag." In Naruto's eyes, Jiraiya was already an old uncle, and Tsunade must be using a transformation technique to act young. Wasn't this the online scam Mitsusui talked about? Hearing old hag, Tsunade froze on the spot, her body trembling. With a loud crack, she crushed her wine glass, spilling alcohol everywhere. Shizen broke out in a cold sweat. Backing away with her pet pig, Tsunade was utterly furious. Jiraiya was also stunned, not reacting for a long time, and after a while, he rushed over to cover Naruto's mouth. "You little brat, what nonsense are you talking?" Naruto was still struggling. "You said she's about the same age as you. She is just acting young." Jiraiya was cursing inside, panicking. Last time Tsunade got angry, she sent him flying with a punch, breaking several ribs. Now that Tsunade was enraged, how could they discuss the fifth Hokage matter? Tsunade criticized the Hokage as useless. Naruto, in a rage, unleashed the three tails and was pressed down with one hand, prompting Jiraiya to urgently shout for a stop. "Pay attention." While everyone was lost in thought, Tsunade approached Naruto and Jiraiya with a stern expression. Jiraiya was so scared that he dropped Naruto and retreated to the corner. "Tsunade, this kid was just joking. Don't take it seriously. He had been beaten half to death last time by Tsunade, and the trauma was too deep." But Tsunade didn't make a move, walking past Naruto, and said in a low voice, "I see you value the Hokage position a lot. But let me tell you, Hokage is useless. Only fools would want to be one." Naruto exploded with anger. "How dare you say that about the Hokage who protects the village? I want to fight you." Tsunade laughed. "Fight me? You're not even qualified." She then wiggled a finger. Naruto couldn't hold back anymore and swung his fist. But Tsunade easily pressed him down with a single finger. Naruto was anxious, his eyes turning into slits, enveloped in orange chakra. He was going to borrow the Nine Tails power. Tsunade was taken aback. "Jinchuriki?" Jiraiya reminded from the side. "Be careful. He can control the amount of 4 tails." The surrounding people had already run away, so there was no need to worry about collateral damage. Tsunade murmured, "For tails?" The strength in her hand increased, pressing Naruto down even harder, even with 3 tails unleashed. Naruto couldn't break free and wanted to continue to enter the second form. Jiraiya hurriedly shouted for a stop. "Naruto, that's enough. There's no need to continue." He was afraid that if Naruto transformed into the 4 tails, it would be too destructive, and this trip was to ask Tsunade to become Hokage, not to fight. Naruto listened to this and withdrew the Nine Tails chakra, finally understanding the power of the Kage level. This woman could overpower him with sheer strength. If she went all out, he would have been done for. Tsunade let him go and praised, "This kid is quite good." She had seen many Jinchuriki, and Naruto's ability to control the 4 tails while maintaining his sanity was impressive. Jiraiya walked over to Tsunade, signaling Shizen to take Naruto away so they could talk privately. He said to Tsunade, "Let's have a drink, just the two of us." Without waiting for her agreement, he went straight to the front desk to get drinks and glasses, placing them on the table. Seeing this, Shizen pulled the still-stunned Naruto out of the shop. Since Jiraiya had said so, it was better to avoid the situation. Naruto's verbal jutsu hit Tsunade's memories. The gambling Rinnegan had caused trouble for Jiraiya, and the alliance between the Cloud and Stone villages was stirring up trouble. Pay attention. As Shizen led Naruto forward, he immediately unleashed his god-level verbal jutsu. "My dream is to become Hokage." Tsunade stared at his face. Momentarily stunned, her former lover and brother had both fervently claimed they wanted to be Hokage. Instantly lost in memories, her gaze softened. Jiraiya quickly seized the opportunity. "Are you really not going to take the Hokage position? That was your grandfather's lifelong work." But Tsunade shot back firmly. "So what? I refuse." Jiraiya leisurely picked up his drink. "It's no use. The daimyo of the Land of Fire has officially announced it. You're the next Hokage." Tsunade immediately exploded, snatching Jiraiya's drink and downing it. "Damn old man." After finishing, she glared at Jiraiya. "Aren't you afraid I'll just run away?" Jiraiya shrugged. "That's why they sent me. If necessary, I'll bring you back to Konoha tied up." He definitely didn't want to be Hokage. Just thinking about the mountain of paperwork in the office made his back chill, much worse than being killed. Tsunade fell silent for a moment before conceding. "Fine, but I have conditions." She narrowed her eyes at Jiraiya. "Naruto is the fourth son, right? I bet you he can't learn the Rinnegan within a week." Jiraiya verbally agreed, but was anxious inside. Naruto's talent was explosive, but could he really learn the Rinnegan in a week? Tsunade suddenly laughed. "Don't worry, if I win, I'll go back to Konoha." But the next sentence made Jiraiya's face turn pale. "But the gambling debt I owe, you will take care of it." Jiraiya gritted his teeth. Tsunade was notoriously a big spender, and the debts she had were probably piled high. He mentally shouted, "Naruto, you better give it your all. I'm betting my entire wallet on you." A farce ended with a wager. A week later, the situation in the ninja world changed dramatically. With Konoha joining, the battlefields of Suna and Iwa were directly pushed back, and the flames of war were suppressed at the borders of small countries. Granny Chiyo originally wanted to use Konoha's power to attack the Land of Earth, but was informed that Konoha would only protect the Land of Wind and would not participate in foreign wars, leading to her disappointment as she stomped her foot. What a great opportunity, and they wouldn't take the plunge. But before Granny Chiyo could finish handling the affairs of the village, a Suna intelligence officer rushed in. "Not good. The Cloud has agreed to ally with the Stone and is entering the war." The Cloud's entry broke the deadlock. Suna was in an uproar, and Konoha's black technology was transforming the wasteland into an oasis, with Gaara being chosen as the next Kazekage. Pay attention. The currently stalemated battlefield was about to be disrupted by a third force. The Cloud was about to ally with the Stone. The upper echelons of Suna panicked, doubting the alliance with Konoha, feeling they couldn't withstand the combined assault of Iwa and the Cloud. The meeting room was in chaos. Granny Chiyo sat at the head of the table and tapped it. "The Cloud is entering the fray soon. The war is about to escalate. I have called you here to discuss how Suna can protect itself and profit." Maki propped his chin and asked, "Urara, do we have any news from Konoha?" Urara shook his head. "Not yet. I've been responsible for contacting Konoha." T-shirt coldly snorted from the side, remaining silent throughout. He had opposed Granny Chiyo cooperating with Konoha from the start, but now Suna's living conditions were improving daily. The villagers fully supported Chiyo, and their goodwill toward Konoha was at an all-time high. After all, on the first day Konoha arrived, they used black technology to turn the barren Suna into an oasis, and the residents of Suna were almost worshipping Konoha ninjas as gods. The upper echelons of Suna were dumbfounded at the time. Is this something a person can achieve? It's simply outrageous. After arguing for a long time, the upper echelons of Suna finally realized they had lost their autonomy and could only follow Konoha's decisions. Maki analyzed. Konoha has half of its forces at the front lines in the Land of Wind, leaving the rear vulnerable. The Cloud will likely attack the Land of Fire directly. Granny Chiyo immediately decided. "Urara, go probe Konoha's intentions." Urara immediately agreed. Granny Chiyo changed the subject. "Next, let's discuss the new Kazekage candidate. Do you have any recommendations?" She was getting older, and handling political affairs was becoming increasingly difficult for her. Maki and Urara exchanged glances and simultaneously spoke. "I recommend Gaara for the 5th Kazekage." They had already discussed this. Gaara was the son of the 4th Kazekage. able to rally the old faction and strengthen the village's unity. T-shirt immediately opposed. Gaara is a Jinchuriki. He has lost control multiple times in the past. It's inappropriate to make him Kazekage, Urara explained. We have already asked Konoha to reinforce the seal, adding 2 4-symbol seals, just like the 4th did with the 9 tails. Shikaku won't be able to interfere with him. T-shirt wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Maki. Are you worried about Konoha's sealing techniques? T-shirt quickly waved his hand. Of course not. Konoha's sealing techniques can seal even the 9 tails. I'm not worried. Unlike our Suna. Make Gaara Kazekage. Tsunade returned to Konoha, and the upper echelons lined up to wait, while Mizuho was worried about her appearance. Pay attention. T-shirt couldn't pick on the sealing techniques. So he brought up Gaara's age. Gaara's age. Maki immediately interrupted. Age is not an issue. With Granny Chio assisting, how could there be problems? T-shirt was instantly at a loss for words, only able to begrudgingly say, I have no objections. He felt like he was just there to make up the numbers. Feeling unnecessary throughout the meeting, Granny Chio made the decision. It's settled then. Maki, this matter is up to you to handle. On the other side, Jiraiya brought Tsunade to the gate of Konoha. Tsunade looked at the familiar gate and sighed. After all these years, it's still the same. Jiraiya added, the village has changed a lot, but they haven't fully opened up. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Really? Then I need to take a good look. Not far from the gate, Mizuho, Tenketsu Kamachi, and Danzo had already brought people and were waiting anxiously. Mizuho hurriedly asked the Umbu, are they almost there? We've been waiting for 3 days. The Umbu captain calmly replied. Soon, Lord Jiraiya and the others are taking their time, enjoying the scenery on the way, so it's hard to determine the exact time. At this moment, Mizuho and Tenketsu arrived late. After the new Hokage takes office, they must give some face. Danzo noticed Mizuho, frowning tightly. How can this Uchiha brat meddle in power? When the war starts, let's see how proud you are. Tsunade was anxious as soon as she arrived in Konoha, pulling Jiraiya toward the Hokage building. Jiraiya stumbled from being pulled. Weren't you not in a hurry before? Tsunade chuckled lightly and didn't answer. She had hesitated before about whether to deal with Konoha's mess, but now she understood she couldn't just watch Konoha decline. After not walking long, they met Mizuho and the others. The surrounding Umbu dispersed for security, and Mizuho, Tenketsu Kamachi, and Danzo hurriedly stepped forward to greet her. Even the usually gloomy Danzo respectfully called her Princess Tsunade. Mizuho also stepped forward, looking straight at Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, I am Uchiha Mizuho, the current head of the Konoha Guard. Tsunade nodded, remembering this young man. She could sense a familiar feeling from him. Then, everyone quickly walked toward the Hokage building. The shadow of war loomed over Konoha, and they urgently needed Tsunade to stabilize the people's hearts. Along the way, Mizuho briefly explained the situation in Konoha. The losses in the battle against the Suna and Sound Ninja alliance weren't significant. We managed to recover some ground through negotiations with Suna. Danzo added, IWA is attacking Suna. We sent troops to help, but the Cloud is about to ally with IWA, and they're likely targeting us. The few of them chatted while hurrying, and soon they arrived at the Hokage building. Tsunade had also grasped the situation inside and outside the village. Her brows tightly knitted. She knew how difficult the situation Konoha was about to face would be. Tsunade officially announced her position as the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya immediately fled, and Tsunade's command stunned the upper echelons. Pay attention. Tsunade had only one thought in her mind. From now on, she would be the 5th Hokage of Konoha. She had no intention of backing down. Standing in the Hokage office, looking out the village, she was also contemplating, once things settled down, she should take the time to appreciate the scenery of the village. Actually, she wanted to find a place to gamble a bit. Tsurin Kaharu spoke first. We will assist Lady Tsunade in becoming the 5th Hokage. She even exchanged glances with Mito Gate Flame, indicating that the current situation was special and the appointment process should be simplified. Mito Gate Flame immediately piled up the accumulated paperwork on the desk. Lady Tsunade, feel free to ask any questions. I'll provide on-site training. Tsunade looked at the mountain of documents on the desk and was stunned. Was she going to have to work overtime on her first day as Hokage? Mito Gate Flame cleared his throat. This is just a part of it. Tsunade's gaze was fixed on him, and Mito Gate Flame nervously looked away. These official matters could only be approved by the Hokage, and during wartime, matters related to the war were prioritized, causing the paperwork to pile up. Jiraiya, since the atmosphere was off, casually dropped the line that he was leaving and directly took off with Mitsuki. Mission accomplished. Why stick around? Danzo also quietly left, though unwilling. He had to go plan how to deal with Cloud Village. The next day, the Konoha high-ranking officials gathered the major clans and ninjas to officially announce Tsunade as the 5th Hokage. Once the news was released, everyone was excited. Tsunade's prestige was too high. She had saved countless lives during the 2 Shinobi World Wars and established a medical ninja system. Both clans and civilian ninjas absolutely supported her. After a brief speech, Tsunade directly announced her first order. Konoha is entering a state of war and will dispatch forces to support the northern border against the Cloud Village's attack. Mito Gate Flame and Tsurun Koharu were stunned. This was different from what they had discussed yesterday. They had originally planned to negotiate with the Cloud Village to avoid a two-front war, but how could Tsunade go straight for a hard confrontation? Just as Tsurun Koharu was about to speak, Danzo interrupted. My roots are always ready to serve the 5th Hokage. Danzo was satisfied in his heart. This is what a Hokage should look like, much better than that old man Sarutobi who only talked about peace. Danzo wanted to stir things up. Mitsuki sought the moon passage, and Otsutsuki Urashiki parachuted onto the battlefield. Pay attention. Once the village enters a state of war, high-level combat forces must be sent to the front lines. Danzo was secretly pleased. There was so much operational space here, but he didn't know that Mitsuki could easily take him down now. Tsunade was surprised by Danzo's enthusiasm. This old schemer usually did all sorts of underhanded things. And now he was working hard to support her. Was he hiding something bad? Among the 3 elders of Konoha, only Danzo had real power. Mito Gate Flame and Tsurun Koharu had high statuses, but not many loyal ninjas under them. Danzo expressed his loyalty, and everyone present followed suit, with all shouting their full support for all of Tsunade's decisions. But Mitsuki didn't attend the meeting. He had something even more explosive to deal with. A message from Yazu arrived. The passage to the moon has been found. Mitsuki looked at the positioning map, sighing. Finally found it. Unexpectedly, the passage was at the border of the Land of Fire. Now the collection of Otsutsuki power was within reach. There was also a reincarnation eye on the moon, created by the Otsutsuki branch family, merging the entire clan's Byakugan, more like a weapon than a dojutsu. But what Mitsuki wanted was the true reincarnation eye of Otsutsuki SH10. As long as it had Otsutsuki chakra and Hyuga Byakugan, it would be fine. Hinata's Byakugan purity was enough, and he could casually obtain SH10 or Urashiki's chakra, just as Mitsuki was preparing to set off. News from the front disrupted the plan. A mysterious man suddenly appeared at the border of the Land of Wind. On the battlefield of the Land of Wind, Konoha was supporting Sunagakure, having already pushed Iwagakure out of the territory, while the Land of Rain had become a battlefield for major nations. Fortunately, there was the Akatsuki organization, so the flames of war did not affect the civilians. At the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind, sand and rock ninjas were fiercely battling, and no one noticed a tear in the sky above, for which a figure jumped out. The newcomer had pale skin, light blue hair, a forehead with 2 horns, wore white clothing, and had a conspicuous red, glowing fishing basket behind him. It was Otsutsuki Urashiki. This guy was the only fisherman of the Otsutsuki clan, referred to by SH10 as the outsider. He originally intended to collect tailed beast chakra, but ended up getting beaten badly by Boruto and Sasuke. So he traveled back in time to find an opportunity. Urashiki looked down at the battling ninjas and sneered. A bunch of foolish ants. Since I didn't find Boruto, I'll take your chakra. Saying this, he swung his red, glowing fishing rod, and the red chakra line connected to the fishing hook quickly extended. Urashiki instantly defeated the ninjas. The chakra was rapidly drained, and the battlefield fell silent in an instant, despite many Jainin present. They didn't even have a chance to resist against Urashiki. Urashiki tossed the chakra ball into his fishing basket, sneering. This chakra quality is really poor. It's barely better than nothing. He then looked up to confirm his direction, preparing to sneak into Konoha to find the tailed beasts. But just as he was about to move, a dragon's roar pierced the sky. Urashiki turned, only to see the crimson Wushuang Long descending with a masked rider form. And in the next second, the rider inserted a key into his weapon. Hercules Beetle's ability. Beetle ability, a powerful bow and arrow shot straight at Urashiki. Urashiki was shocked, raising his fishing rod to block. The impact was immense. This power was not chakra. It was a system he had never seen before. The rider looked at the flying Urashiki, disappointment written all over his face. Is this the outsider that Master Mitsuki cares about? No different from an ordinary person. At this moment, a red shadow descended, and Shun jumped out, laughing. "Rider, this guy doesn't seem impressive at all." The rider coldly asked. "You're not on a mission. What are you doing here?" Shun, removing his transformation, corrected. "You should address him as Lord God. With your strength, you deserve that title." The rider murmured, "A god? He knows best that if Mitsuki went all out, destroying this world would be a breeze." On the other side, Urashiki smashed a giant pit, barely saving his life with an yin-yang escape spherical barrier. He was still in shock. This world's sense of crisis far exceeded his imagination. But the next second, he became excited. "If I can acquire this unknown technology, my status in the Otsutsuki clan will absolutely soar." He used his Byakugan to observe the rider and also discovered Shun. Seeing Shun without armor, he sneered, reaching into his fishing basket to grab several balls of chakra flames. Shun noticed the movement and curiously asked, "What is that? What does this guy want to do?" Urashiki huffed and said nothing. Urashiki absorbed the chakra, exploding his battle power. The rider kicked empty air and had his leg broken, leaving Shun stunned. "Pay attention," Urashiki sneered while holding the chakra. "Although it's a subpar product, it's enough." He immediately refined the chakra into a pill and swallowed it. A large amount of chakra bursting through his skin and enveloping his entire body, his power skyrocketing. Shun squatted beside him, poking the sand ninja who had their chakra drained, and shouted to the rider, "This guy can absorb chakra to increase his strength. Should we help? It'll be troublesome if he runs away." The rider directly refused. No need. His gaze locked onto Urashiki in the sky, transforming his briefcase into a long sword. He exerted force under his feet and instantly disappeared. Sliding along the ground with his rider armor, he reached Urashiki's side in the blink of an eye, leaping into the air to execute a rider kick. "Human, take this." Urashiki raised his hand to open a black portal, and the rider, unable to stop his momentum, rushed inside. The next second, the portal opened behind Urashiki, and the rider's kick smashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. Shun sat on a branch, dumbfounded. This outsider can use time-space ninjutsu? That's just unreasonable. He knew that under the enhancement of the rider armor, the rider's speed and power surpassed that of an average shadow level. But this mysterious time-space ninjutsu was simply a bug. Urashiki looked at the pit and sighed. The power of physical techniques is great, but if you can't hit, it's useless. The rider's energy surged. Preparing to attack again, Urashiki laughed. "Still not giving up? Then let's play." He gave up on using time-space ninjutsu. This move consumed too much chakra, and there was no need to fight the rider to the death. His main target was the tailed beast chakra. The rider kicked towards Urashiki again. This time without seeing the portal, he smirked. Not dodging, more energy gathered in his feet. But Urashiki remained calm, blue Rinnegan appearing in his eyes, raising his red, glowing fishing rod. "I see through all your movements." With a puff, Mia fell from the sky. His leg was actually severed by a fishing rod. Sun was stunned at the scene. How could this be possible? Mia's body could withstand the 6 paths of pain and was wearing knight armor. Yet his leg was cut off like paper? On the other side, the legless Mia struggled to stand up, supported by his sword, being a biohuman. This minor injury didn't take away his combat ability. Pusher recognized that Mia was not human. Sansui and Hikari parachuted in to save the day, and the severed leg quickly regenerated, stabilizing the situation against Otsutsuki. "Pay attention." Pusher stared at Mia's severed leg, shocked. "You are not human?" The exposed area was steel, not flesh and blood. He instantly understood why he felt something was off when he first saw Mia, and probably Mia's companions felt the same. Pusher landed and laughed. "I'm increasingly interested in you. Use your skills if you have them, or die if you don't." Mia did not respond. His knight armor was not deactivated despite the heavy damage, only missing half a leg. For the first time, he felt powerless. He couldn't fight up close and had to switch to range attacks. Mia supported himself on one leg, inserted the scorpion key into the crossbow, and roared as he shot out a giant scorpion tail arrow, which split into a rain of arrows targeting Pusher. But he knew deep down that this attack wouldn't hurt Pusher. It was just a distraction. Pusher sneered. "This kind of attack is useless against me." He easily blocked the arrow rain with his yin-yang escape and raised his hand to activate the yellow spring Biosaka, intending to exile Mia to another dimension. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Your Excellency, taking and eating too much is excessive, isn't it?" A gold time gate adorned with dark golden clocks appeared out of nowhere. Pusher felt the oppressive force from the gate and couldn't help but step back, his face full of vigilance. This aura was too explosive. It turned out that an hour earlier, Sanshui had received news and purposely sent Mia to gather data on Otsutsuki and had just arrived. He stepped out of the time gate holding Hinata Hikari and comforted the disheveled Mia. You did well. The data has already been sent to Yaku. Mia lowered his head in acknowledgement, glaring fiercely at Pu Shi. Sanshui set Hikari down, his right eye glowing with the mark of the Time King. Next second, Mia's severed leg flew back and perfectly healed. Pu Shi was stunned. This healing ability is too outrageous. After recovering, Mia stood beside Sanshui, and Sun moved closer. Hikari widened her eyes in curiosity at Pu Shi. This person looks really strange. Is he from the Hyuga clan? After a moment of silence, Pu Shi couldn't help but ask, Who exactly are you? Sanshui raised an eyebrow and asked back, Me? Sanshui introduced himself as the Interest Demon King. Pu Shi fled to Lulan, attempting to unseal the seal, but was instead caught in an energy vortex. Pay attention. Pu Shi asked who Sanshui was, and Sanshui revealed a playful smile. I'm just a demon king driven by interest. He was contemplating whether to directly capture Pu Shi or keep him as a tool. Pu Shi, looking serious, scanned Sanshui with his Rinnegan. This chakra was abundant and pure, but why had he never seen it in the future? Could he be a lurking tough character? If he could steal this chakra, maybe the Rinnegan could upgrade again. Pu Shi then noticed that Sanshui's eyes resembled a degraded Rinnegan, and he muttered to himself, Could he be a descendant of that traitor Kaguya? After realizing this, he feigned politeness. I apologize. My name is Otsutsuki Pu Shi from beyond the heavens, with ties to your ancestors. Sanshui replied indifferently. Konoha village, Uchiha Sansui. Pu Shi touched his chakra reserves, feeling uneasy. He couldn't last in a long battle. If he continued, he would surely fall. He quickly switched to the red Rinnegan, preparing to escape. Uchiha Sansui, I'll remember that. We will meet again. After saying this, he leaped backward and disappeared into the yellow spring by Osaka. Sun took out the key and asked, Lord Sansui, should we pursue? Sansui shook his head. No need. Pu Shi is still in the Wind Country. Yaku is keeping an eye on him, and the direction he fled was exactly toward Lulan. Sanshui patted Hikari's head. Let's go. There are many things to do. Leading everyone into the golden dimensional wall. Just as they entered, a beam of dark golden light detached from him and flew far away. On the other side, Pu Shi landed in the ruins of Lulan, looking at the broken site with a cold smile. This is it. The massive chakra he had sensed earlier was nearby. Pu Shi opened his Byakugan to search and quickly found a seal with a trident kunai inserted in the center. When he touched the kunai, he was shocked. There was such terrifying chakra beneath the seal. This power could easily destroy the earth, much stronger than tailed beast chakra. Pu Shi laughed wildly, pulled out the kunai to unseal it. The dragon vein chakra erupted instantly, forming a massive energy vortex, and the world changed color. Just as Pu Shi was about to absorb the chakra, he was pulled into the vortex and disappeared. After a while, that dark golden light also dove into the vortex. Moments later, the vortex dissipated, the sky returned to normal, and the wind and sand blew, making the Lulan ruins revert to their usual appearance. As if nothing had ever happened, Sanshui and the others appeared at the border lake. Timestop set an anchor to control Pu Shi. The moon passage was hidden at the lake's bottom. Pay attention. At the border lake of the Land of Fire, a group of people bearing the Uchiha clan emblem waited quietly. Among them, a girl with white eyes was particularly eye-catching. The next second, the dark golden dimensional wall appeared, and Sanshui and the others walked out. Hikari looked up and asked, Lord Sanshui, why did you let that round-eyed guy go? Sanshui patted her head and casually played with a pale-colored disc imprinted with Pu Shi's face. I didn't let him go. As the Time King, isn't it reasonable to make some small moves while time is stopped? This disc is special in the time stop interval. He had already used his eye technique to set an anchor point on Pu Shi, allowing him to channel Pu Shi's powers into the disc, making Pu Shi his tool for collecting strength. And he left a backup plan waiting to surprise Pu Shi. At that moment, Hinata ran over, pulling Hikari's ear. You are causing trouble for Sansui again. Hikari cried out in pain, and Hinata apologized to Sansui. This child really doesn't make it easy. Sansui smiled and waved his hand. It's a small matter. I consider Hikari half my student, so taking care of her is only right. She has explosive talent, and it was already planned for her to train. Saying this, he pulled Hinata toward the center of the lake. He wanted both Hinata's sisters to awaken their Rinnegan, so he wouldn't have to do everything himself in the future. Hikari made a face behind them. Hateful older sister. It was originally my share. Sansui pointed at the lake and said, "The passage to the moon is right here in this lake." He asked everyone to step back, and when he touched the water, a light blue halo instantly covered the lake's surface. The next second, the blue light flashed, and the lake's surface disappeared, revealing a bottomless giant hole. The lake was just a special barrier that only those with Otsutsuki power could open. Sansui's chakra attached to his feet, and he leaped up the vertical cliff, with Hinata and the others closely following. After everyone entered, the cave was once again filled with lake water, as if nothing had happened. Walking inside the cave, Sansui recalled, "There are bubble illusions here that can trap people in their memories." Sure enough, before long, they saw floating bubbles. The cave was very bright, and the bubbles looked incredibly dreamlike in the light. Hikari exclaimed, "So beautiful." Hinata nodded in agreement. Sansui hurriedly shouted, "Don't touch. These are illusion traps." Sansui stopped Hikari from touching the illusion bubble. Kamui captured the giant crab, and the moon encountered puppets blocking it with lasers. "Pay attention." Sansui saw Hikari about to touch a bubble and quickly reminded her, "If you touch it, waking up will be difficult." Hikari nodded and reluctantly withdrew her hand. Suddenly, the cave shook, and a giant crab with red-patterned pincers sprang out from behind a bubble. This was a summoning beast left by Otsutsuki. Sansui stared at the crab, pondering, how much crab meat must there be in such a big one? The giant crab suddenly felt a tightness in its heart, as if it were being watched. Hinata and Hikari instantly stood in front of Sansui, ready to attack. "Be careful. What a big crab." Sansui blocked the two. "Don't be nervous. It can't hurt me." Saying this, he activated his Manjiki Sharingan and used Kamui to directly exile the giant crab to another dimension, just storing it for now. He would let Yakus study it when he returned. It might produce something good. Sansui called the two girls. "Let's go. We need to meet the descendants of the Hayamura clan." Hinata curiously asked, "Who is Hayamura?" Sansui replied, while walking, "Otsutsuki Hayamura, the second disciple of the Sage of Six Paths, and also your ancestor." The three great ocular techniques of the ninja world, along with the Uchiha, Hyuga, Uzumaki, and Senju clans, are all descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. Hanabi was shocked. Our ancestors actually have a connection to the Sage of Six Paths? While chatting, they arrived at their destination, the moon. Hanabi was confused. Weren't we supposed to go underground? How do we end up on the moon? Hinata pointed at the sky. Is that the sun? Sansui stared at the small black dot approaching from the distance and laughed. Someone has discovered us. He took out the Dragon Rider dial and pressed it. Ryoki. The unmatched dragon flew out from the dimensional barrier, wrapping the three of them and charging towards the artificial sun. As they approached the artificial sun, countless puppets sprang out to attack. But they couldn't stop the unmatched dragon at all. Suddenly, a massive yellow laser shot out from the artificial sun, hitting the unmatched dragon. The unmatched dragon roared in pain, and the puppets took the opportunity to throw energy balls, but it felt like a mere tickle. The unmatched dragon shook its tail to throw off the puppets, and Sansui opened the dimensional barrier to enter the interior of the artificial sun. Inside was a gigantic fortress, and more puppets rushed out. On the other side, in the Yuzuru Shrine, the father of Otsutsuki Shin stood in the center, forming seals that connected to the Rinnegan above the shrine. Sansui withstood the Golden Wheel rebirth explosion, crushing the descendants of Yuzuru. Hanabi barged into the shrine and was shocked to see the giant Rinnegan. Pay attention. As soon as Sansui and the others stepped on the moon, they were detected by Shin's father. He was stunned. These summoned beasts could actually withstand his Golden Wheel rebirth explosion? Back then, the clan that made them gasp for breath was completely defeated by this move. In his mind, this move was invincible. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Did something happen in the ninja world after the division and war between the clans? Before he could figure it out, there was a loud bang, and the shrine's main door was blasted open from the outside, with Sansui walking out of the smoke. Shin's father widened his eyes and quickly controlled the Rinnegan, unleashing another golden laser directly at Sansui. With a thunderous roar, the laser caused the ground to cave in, and dust filled the air. He laughed at the sight. Before, there was a dragon blocking it. Now let us see how you dodge. But while laughing, he suddenly coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The burden of using this Rinnegan was too great for his body. Are you that happy? The dust was dispersed with a wave of Sansui's hand, and he stood there completely unharmed. Shin's father's pupils shrank. How is this possible? I clearly saw you being hit by the laser. Sansui smirked disdainfully. The Golden Wheel rebirth explosion is nothing special. Perhaps no one in the current ninja world can withstand it, but I am the exception. I am the Demon King with the power of all knights. Do you think this Rinnegan can break through my defenses? Dream on. Shin's father, furious, decided to forcefully unleash the full power of the Golden Wheel rebirth explosion. Too slow. A voice suddenly rang in his ear, and everything went dark in front of him as Sansui grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and only one thought remained in his mind. A Haven T notified Shin. So boring. Sansui looked at the person in his hand with disdain. Repeatedly controlling puppets and shooting lasers, there was nothing new about it. At that moment, Hinata rushed in and saw Sansui unharmed, still holding a corpse, and hurriedly asked, "Lord Sansui, are you all right? Is this person the descendant of Yuzuru you mentioned?" Sansui nodded, casually throwing the corpse aside. This bloodline, diluted for who knows how many generations, is worthless, not even worth studying by Yak. He immediately expanded his perception, searching for Shin's location. Without the Rinnegan, Shin posed no threat at all. Outside the shrine, Hanabi was defending against the puppets' attacks when she suddenly noticed that all the puppets had stopped moving. She immediately realized the controller is gone. So she turned and ran into the shrine, and as soon as she entered, she was shocked by the sight before her. A massive yellow sphere of light floated in the air, surrounded by several rings made of unknown materials rotating around the sphere. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Sansui, what is this? It's so big." Hanabi was astonished to see the giant Rinnegan. Sansui assisted Hinata in controlling the power, and in the consciousness space, they encountered the protection of the golden, flowing light. "Pay attention." Hanabi stared at the glowing sphere above the shrine, curiously asking, "Brother Sansui, what is this? It's so big." Hinata, beside her, also listened intently, wanting to know the answer. Sansui walked beneath the Rinnegan and explained lightly, "This is the Rinnegan, but it is a defective product forcefully induced, with abilities far inferior to a true Rinnegan. Upon closer inspection, the outer white of this Rinnegan appeared a light golden color, and the center had a symmetrical petal pattern, making it especially beautiful." Hanabi's mouth fell open in shock. "This is the Rinnegan? It's actually this big?" She had heard from Hizashi that the Rinnegan could rival the Sharingan, but with this size, who could fit it in their eyes? Hinata also couldn't hold back. Would her eyes turn into this? It was completely unacceptable. "What are you thinking?" Sansui turned around to flick Hanabi on the forehead, saying irritably, "I already told you it's a defective product. This thing looks more like a large weapon, not a proper ocular technique." Hanabi quickly dodged behind Hinata, making a face at Sansui. She wouldn't be foolish enough to wait for a beating. Hinata helplessly glared at her sister and asked Sansui, "Lord, what do you plan to do with this eye? We need to finish our business and go back. It can be used as energy for Yak's base." Sansui sensed the power of the Rinnegan. Even if it was a defective product, it was enough to support the operation of a small world. He suddenly remembered, "This eye has a curse. Any bloodline other than Yuzuru's will have their chakra drained upon contact." "Hinata, only you can touch it. Give it a try." Hinata was stunned. "Me?" Hanabi urged from the side. "Sister, hurry up. I want to see you activate the Rinnegan." Sansui looked at Hinata gently. "Don't worry. This was fused from countless Byakugan of the branch family. You are a descendant of Yuzuru, so there will be no danger." Hinata nodded and slowly approached the Rinnegan. As she got closer, chakra surged out from her body, and the Rinnegan suddenly erupted with dazzling white light. Hinata's gaze became vacant, and her consciousness merged with the Rinnegan. Sansui's eyes revealed the emblem of the Ejecta Knight, radiating a holy aura. "Little Hinata, what you see is the residual consciousness of the branch family. I will help you control the power." In the dim consciousness space, Hinata's figure was like a small boat in the wind, about to sink at any moment. Suddenly, a golden stream of light pierced the sky and enveloped her. This was Lord Sansui's power. Hinata's figure instantly solidified, and, after opening her eyes, she grasped the history of the Otsutsuki on the moon from the information flow. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon had always held a belief in peace and carried it through to the end. The branch family stirred up war and destroyed the main family. Hinata controlled the Rinnegan, and when Shin sought revenge and fury, he was rejected. Pay attention. The Otsutsuki branch family did not recognize the main family's peaceful ideology. They believed that destroying the filthy lower realm was the true implementation of their ancestor, Yuzuru's will. Thus, a cataclysmic battle broke out between the branch family and the main family, ultimately leading to the destruction of the main family. And the branch family also paid a painful price merging most of their power into this induced Rinnegan. If the will of the descendants was not firm, they would definitely be controlled by the branch family's consciousness and turn into puppets that would destroy the ninja world. Unfortunately, they encountered a tough opponent. No matter how hard they tried, they could not shake Hinata, who was protected by the power of Ejikta. Before long, Hinata's dazed gaze regained focus, and she established a connection with the Rinnegan. The Otsutsuki chakra within the Rinnegan was drawn by her. A portion entered her body, and another portion was given to Hanabi. This was precisely the plan Sansui had set before coming to the moon, to help the sisters activate their Rinnegan. On the other side, somewhere outside the shrine, because the Rinnegan was being controlled by Hinata, the branch family's facilities lost power, and Shin, who had been hidden away by his father, woke up. He shouted for his father, his memory still stuck at the moment he was forcefully sealed. At that time, his father knew he had little time left and didn't want Shin, who bore the future of the branch family, to take risks, so after sealing him, he coldly went to the shrine. At some point, Shin appeared in the shrine, sensing that his father was dead, and he was enraged on the spot. "You damned invaders, I will make you accompany my father in death." He suddenly sensed a familiar fluctuation and exclaimed, "You are the princess of the Byakugan." Shin had seen Hinata long ago and knew she was the wife arranged for him by his father, but now Hinata was actually in someone else's arms. He was filled with rage. Lowly beings from the lower realm. "Let her go." As he spoke, he formed hand seals to communicate with the Rinnegan. His father had taught him how to control it, and in his eyes, the Rinnegan was invincible. Mere lower realm beings were simply not a match. He completely forgot that his father was also defeated by Sansui while using the Rinnegan. Sansui was taken aback. Is this guy always this brave? Hinata blushed, only then realizing she was in Sansui's arms, and quickly struggled to get out and stood in front of him. Although he was trying to seize control of the Rinnegan, it had already been completely mastered by her. Sansui gently pushed Hinata aside, took a step forward, and the knight emblem appeared in his eyes. He preferred to fight with knightly power now. Sharon was stunned. How can this be? The Rinnegan was actually rejecting him, and before he could react, his consciousness was kicked out of the communication space. He roared, "You shameless thieves! What have you done to the Rinnegan?" But as he shouted, he suddenly paused, a question popping into his mind. Wait. Sharon suspected that Hinata had been deceived. Sansui collected the Rinnegan control panel, and the Akatsuki organization's outer path golem revealed its true form. Look closely. Sharon suddenly recalled his father's words. Only those with ancestral bloodlines can touch the Rinnegan. He instantly realized it must be that Hinata had been deceived by this person before him, and had become a tool to control the Rinnegan. Just as he was about to call out to Hinata, a tremendous force yanked him off the ground. His throat was gripped by Sansui and lifted into the air. Unable to move at all, Sansui glanced at the Rinnegan above and said lightly, "Your confidence comes from this thing, right? Unfortunately, it's mine now." Sharon watched helplessly as Sansui took out a blank control panel, and in the instant the panel emitted a white light. The massive Rinnegan transformed into a stream of light and drilled into the panel. Tensigan. Rinnegan. The light yellow Rinnegan panel was completed, and Sansui glanced at it before tossing it to Hinata. This thing was useless in his hands. Sharon glared at Sansui with resentment. All the years of effort from the Otsutsuki branch family, completely ruined before my eyes. But he could do nothing but watch. Sansui assessed Sharon, contemplating how to deal with him. Killing him would be a waste. He had the purest Otsutsuki bloodline, could replicate genes, and could even be used as a seed to create a loyal race of henchmen. Sharon suddenly felt a chill all over, realizing that it would be difficult to die in the future. Hanabi circled around Sharon and said, "Sansui, brother, he looks like the one who defeated Uncle last time." Sansui replied that they were all part of the same race, while tossing Sharon into his Kamui space. He would take it back to give to Yaz as living research material. Then he turned to Hinata and her sister and said, "You won't be able to awaken the Rinnegan just by obtaining Otsutsuki chakra. You will have to endure the painful fetal movement first, and only then can you awaken." Hinata looked determined. "As long as I can help the adult, this little pain is nothing." Hanabi shouted along, "Me too. I won't lose to my sister." Sansui summoned a golden dimensional wall. Prepare to go back to Earth. He needed to quickly enhance the sisters' combat power to deal with the future Kinshiki, Mamashiki, and Kinshiki, so they could help him guard this back garden of the ninja world. On the other side, in the high tower of the rain-hidden village, the Akatsuki organization's headquarters was here. All members were S-rank rogue ninjas, wearing black cloaks with red clouds. and each had the strength to destroy small countries. Inside the tower room stood a bizarre humanoid figure with 9 eyes, its color resembling dry wood. This was the tool the Akatsuki used to collect tailed beast chakra in the shell of the 10 tails. It was called the Outer Path Golem. Pain summoned the Outer Path Golem to gather the Akatsuki members. The tailed beast collection plan was initiated, and Itachi and Kisame, injured, were tasked with capturing the 4 tails. Look, the leader of the Akatsuki, Pain, was standing on one of the golem's fingers. Before long, several illusory figures appeared, filling the golem's fingers. Pain looked around and said lightly, "Since you're all here, let's start." During this time, Kakuzu and Haiden had been extraordinarily efficient in making money, far exceeding Pain's expectations, bringing back huge sums to the organization regularly. This allowed Pain's 3-step plan to initiate its final stage. His plan was, first, to make money to pave the way, then build a mercenary organization to monopolize war, and finally collect the tailed beasts to conquer the world, using fear to exchange for peace. Previously, Uchiha Obito had been urging him to move on the tailed beasts, and now the time had finally come. Conan saw this and quickly spoke up. Pain. She knew Nagato's health was deteriorating. Using the Rinnegan extensively would definitely wear him out. But Pain interrupted her directly. "Shut up, Conan." The 3rd step of the organization, the tailed beast collection plan, officially begins. Pain looked up at Itachi and Kisame in the corner, asking unexpectedly, "How are you two doing?" They had previously been captured while scouting Konoha, so their escape was within Pain's expectations, but their defeat was unexpected for the entire organization. After all, Kisame's chakra was comparable to a tailed beast, and he could absorb chakra with his Samahata. Itachi had the Mangeki Sharingan. Yet the two of them still failed together. Capturing the 9 tails in Konoha was too difficult. Itachi replied with a pre-prepared excuse. "Thanks to Danzo, we escaped from Konoha." Upon hearing Danzo's name, Pain believed him a bit more. This was indeed the style of the dark side of the ninja world. He pondered that Danzo and Uchiha Sanshui, who controlled the Konoha Guard, were at odds, and he must be trying to stir trouble to create internal strife in Konoha, thereby weakening its strength. Zetsu added from the side, "That's indeed the case." Pain completely dismissed his doubts. Pain ordered everyone, "Next, we will assign the tailed beast capture missions. The great nations are now stirring, and it is the perfect time. We must quickly collect all the tailed beasts." He first looked at Kakuzu and Haiden. "You two are responsible for capturing the 2 tails and the 7 tails." Haiden complained irritably. "So troublesome. More work again?" Kakuzu shot back coldly. "Shut up, Haiden. Listen to the leader." Finally, Pain looked at Itachi and Kisame. "Given your injuries, you are responsible for capturing the 4 tails." Pain assigned the tailed beast missions. The Akatsuki members took their orders and acted, while Konoha faced intelligent shock as Danzo made his move. "Look." After assigning the tasks, Pain looked at Itachi and Kisame, waiting for their response. Itachi nodded in agreement, and Kisame grinned. "I listened to Mr. Itachi." Pain then ordered, "Deidara and Sasori, you are responsible for capturing the 1 tails and the 3 tails." Deidara teased Sasori. "I have no objections. What do you think, old man Sasori?" Sasori replied hoarsely, "I hate waiting." His lack of rebuttal was agreement. Pain continued, "The new members, Tobi and Zetsu, will collect tailed beast intelligence together." He mused internally. "I didn't expect Uchiha Obito to actually join under the alias Tobi. White," Zetsu added. "We are responsible for information transmission among the Uchiha." Tobi made a goofy gesture. "Okay, I will do my best. Are you capturing tailed beasts too, leader?" Pain replied expressionlessly. "Conan and I will capture the 5 tails, 6 tails, and then the 9 tails will also belong to me." Tobi feigned shock. "The leader is amazing. Capturing 3. Pain looked at him speechless. Is this really Uchiha Obito? At his age, still so playful. "All right, execute according to plan. Disperse." As Pain's voice fell, the illusory figures on the golem's finger all scattered. After everyone left, Conan became anxious. "Nagato, do you really trust Uchiha Obito's words that much?" Nagato replied coldly, "Conan, don't stop me. This is for the dream we had back then." Conan looked at him, unable to speak for a long time. Half a month later, the ninja world exploded. Except for Konoha, all Jinchuriki from other ninja villages were attacked by an unknown force. In the Konoha Hokage office, Tsunade clutched the urgent intelligence, her hands trembling. Gaara from Sunagakure had been kidnapped and was asking for help, while the 2 tails from Kyumogakure and the 4 tails and 5 tails from Wagakure had also been stolen. She was in agony. This unknown force would sooner or later target Naruto with the Nine Tails, but Naruto had gone off to train with Jiraiya. They needed to hurry and send someone to call them back. Just as she was about to give the order, Danzo entered with Minma and Shokaku. Danzo leaned on his cane, squinting. Princess Tsunade should have received the intelligence by now, right? All the Jinchuriki from the major ninja villages are in trouble. Minma and Shokaku stood behind, watching coldly. Tsunade looked up and retorted, "What do you want?" She knew Danzo too well. He must want to use protecting Naruto as an excuse to take him to the root. Minyan and Xiaochun, those opportunistic, useless people, are probably just waiting to watch the joke. Danzo exposes the Akatsuki organization hiding Orochimaru. Tsunade refuses to imprison Naruto, while Sanshui angrily confronts the old man. Pay attention. Danzo pretends to be respectful to Tsunade, but she knows very well what Danzo did back in the day. She hasn't forgotten a single incident. Danzo pulls out a scroll from his pocket and slams it on the table. These attacks on Jinchuriki were all done by the Akatsuki organization. He continues. The Akatsuki is filled with S-rank rogue ninjas from various ninja villages, including our village's Itachi Uchiha and one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Tsunade is immediately furious. What? Orochimaru is also in it. Back then, Orochimaru killed her master, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and she still can't understand why a former comrade would do such a cruel thing. Danzo watches Tsunade's reaction, secretly smiling in the corner of his eye. This is the effect he wanted. Tsunade suppresses her emotions, picks up the information, and sees it shaking in her hands. The legendary Rinnegan really appeared in the world. The first line of the information states that the leader of the Akatsuki has Rinnegan like that of the Sage of Six Paths. The second line mentions Kisame, saying his chakra is comparable to that of a tailed beast, and he wields the Samahata of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen. Danzo leisurely adds, I've already verified the Rinnegan matter. It can't be wrong. Tsunade takes a deep breath. Then what do you suggest we do now? Danzo, with his hands behind his back, looks out the window, his words laced with a knife. Don't let outsiders know about the Rinnegan. The priority is to capture the Nine Tails Naruto back to Konoha and restrict his freedom to prevent him from being targeted by the Akatsuki. Tsunade instantly retorts, Naruto is training with Jiraiya. You want to restrict his freedom? No way. She knows Danzo all too well. This old guy just wants to take Naruto to the root and implement his plans against the Nine Tails. Seeing one plan fail, Danzo tries another. Also, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame escaped from Konoha. This is the failure of the security team led by Sansui Uchiha. I propose we immediately remove him from his position. Tsunade is so angry she laughs. Just based on a failure, you want to remove the head of the security team? What's next? Are you eyeing my Hokage position? The expressions of Minyan and Xiaochun immediately change. The two understand each other. These two are going to clash. Let's see which way the wind blows, and then help the winning side. Just as Tsunade is about to argue with Danzo, an angry shout comes from outside. Then what about Itachi Uchiha slaughtering the entire Uchiha clan? Why don't you mention that? With a loud bang, the door to the Hokage's office is kicked open, and Sansui strides in with Izumi, his gaze sharp like a knife fixed on Danzo. Old man, do you have a grudge against me? I heard you want to remove my position. Sansui, with his time-traveling abilities, confronts Danzo. The Akatsuki is gathering tailed beasts to form the Ten Tails, and Tsunade is stunned by the unknown threat. Pay attention. Sansui walks right up to Danzo, a chilling smile on his lips. It's only been a few days, and this Aunt Danzo dares to jump around in front of him again? He has already made plans in his heart. The power that can be collected in this Hokage world is limited, and he needs to quickly resolve all troubles and go to other worlds to stir things up. You see, after Sansui obtained the Tsutsuki disc, the system directly granted him the power of the demon of the end. Although this power is still weak now, it will become stronger as he collects more discs. Even more exciting is that the system, which had been offline for a long time, actually repaired the world crossing panel. He no longer has to be trapped in the Naruto world. Originally, he came to discuss Tsutsuki intelligence with Tsunade, but unexpectedly, just as he arrived at the Hokage office door, he heard Danzo wanting to remove his position. How could he tolerate that? Danzo squints his eyes, his tone filled with hatred. Uchiha Sansui, mind your identity. But he is cursing himself for not having dealt with this brat decisively back then, which allowed him to grow into a threat that he can no longer suppress. Sansui completely ignores Danzo, turning to Tsunade. Recently, Jinchuriki have been attacked. I have important intelligence. The Akatsuki is in a hurry to collect tailed beasts to gather all the scattered tailed beasts and turn them into the 10 tails. Danzo bursts out laughing. Mocking. Are you telling fairy tales? The 10 tails? I've lived this long, with spies all over the ninja world, and I've never heard of such a thing. Even if I searched through the entire Uchiha clan, I wouldn't find the words 10 tails. Sanshui's gaze turns cold, and he retorts, You old man. Shut up and just stand there and listen. It's not your turn to interrupt. Danzo's face turns green with anger, but he can only grit his teeth and say, Fine. I want to see what kind of nonsense you can come up with. Sansui can't be bothered to waste words with him and continues. The Akatsuki is collecting containers for the tailed beasts, which is the body of the 10 tails. Called the Outer Path Demon Statue. We must do everything possible to ensure the safety of the Jinchuriki. If the Akatsuki gathers all the tailed beasts, the entire ninja world will be doomed. Danzo can no longer pretend, slamming his cane on the ground. Nonsense. If Lady Tsunade believes your nonsense, then I won't accompany you. With that, he darkens his face and pushes the door to leave. He initially wanted to secretly weaken Sanshui's power while he went to the border, but unexpectedly, this brat returns so quickly, ruining his plans, and he can only go back and rethink his strategy. In the Hokage office, Tsunade sends away all unrelated people, leaving only herself and Sansui. She taps her fingers on the table, her brow tightly furrowed, her mind racing to search for information about the 10 tails. But no matter how she searches, it's all blank. She knows nothing about this suddenly emerging 10 tails. Sansui throws down a scroll revealing secrets of the ninja world. To verify the authenticity of the Rinnegan, he invites Tsunade to awaken would release. Pay attention. Tsunade stares at Sansui, half-jokingly saying, The Uchiha kid. You didn't just make up this 10 tails to annoy Danzo, did you? As the granddaughter of the Senju clan, she has only heard from her grandfather that there are only 9-tailed beasts in the ninja world and doesn't believe in the 10 tails at all. Sansui doesn't waste time talking and directly slams a scroll on Tsunade's desk. Sister Tsunade, look at this. This is the information I've compiled about the Tsutsuki on the moon. Although I've deleted some parts, the core content remains unchanged. Tsunade picks up the scroll, and her expression instantly becomes serious. It's written that the origin of chakra is not the Sage of Six Paths, but his mother, Kagaya Tsutsuki. The scroll also records how the Sage of Six Paths and his brother, Hamura, sealed Kagaya on the moon, and Hamura's descendants moved to the moon to guard the seal. While the sage divided the 10 tails into 9 parts to become the 9-tailed beasts. Tsunade murmurs, Kagaya Tsutsuki. 10 tails. This completely overturns her understanding of the ninja world, grabbing Sanshui's hand and asking, How do you know all this? Sansui points to the sky. What else can I say? I've been to the moon, and I even helped little Hinata meet her relatives. Tsunade's eyes widen in surprise. You've been to the moon? Sansui looks at her and smiles. This youthful-looking old lady isn't bad. Tsunade ignores this comment and remains suspicious. How can you prove that all this is true? Then I will prove it to you. Sansui closes his eyes and opens them again, a hint of purple flashing in his eyes. Tsunade is shocked. Is this the Rinnegan? As a Kaga-level powerhouse, she can confirm that she hasn't fallen under any illusion. This Rinnegan is real. Sansui calmly says, Now can you be convinced? This Rinnegan was upgraded from the Sharingan after receiving Tsutsuki power, and it doesn't need the chakra of Senju Hashirama at all. Tsunade becomes vigilant. What exactly do you want to do? Sansui walks in front of her, sitting on the desk. Don't be nervous. I just need you to help me with a small favor. In return, I will help you awaken your grandfather's wood release. Tsunade is instantly dumbfounded. She feels that she is the one who is actually gaining an advantage. What is this kid really up to? Tsunade suspects Sansui has ulterior motives. Experiment to exchange for wood release, Hinata and Hanabi practice together to awaken. Pay attention. Tsunade is skeptical. A small favor can exchange for my grandfather's wood release that pacified the world? This kid isn't trying to take advantage of me, is he? She looks Sansui up and down, her face slightly reddening. This kid is indeed handsome. Though youthful, with good facial features and lines, his charm far exceeds his age. No wonder the 2 girls from the Hyuga family ran off with him. Sansui sees her blushing and feels a headache. Stop thinking about unnecessary things. I have an experiment and need your cooperation. Tsunade curiously asked, What does this have to do with the Otsutsuki clan? Sansui pointed to the sky. The Otsutsuki have not disappeared at all. In the future, there will be people coming to the ninja world. The experiment is to use their powers to enhance the bloodline of the ninja clan to stimulate potential for stronger combat power. Tsunade instantly understood. So that's why you came to me? She guessed that the experiment must be highly risky, Otherwise, he wouldn't have sought her out. Who has the ability to create and regenerate. After all, this technique allows for rapid recovery, and she wouldn't die even if cut in half. Sansui didn't expose her thoughts and only asked, "Tsunade, what do you think?" Tsunade immediately agreed. "Sure, I agree." She had long been fed up with being the Hokage and dealing with paperwork. She didn't even have time to enjoy her favorite gambling. So this experiment was a perfect excuse to avoid official documents. Sansui said, "Arrange it well, and come find me later at the Uchiha base." Tsunade asked again, "Should I keep an eye on Danzo?" Sansui's voice came from outside the door. "No need. That mere Danzo is just a pastime for me." In the yard of the Uchiha base, Hinata and Hanabi were practicing together, and it was clear that Hanabi was much stronger. The two could feel a terrifying power brewing in their eyes, but the pain was also becoming heavier. After their practice ended, with their breathing disordered, Hinata said, "Hanabi, you are much stronger than before." Hanabi suddenly saw Sansui and immediately jumped into his arms. "Brother Sansui, you're back." Hinata quickly pulled her sister down. "No rudeness allowed." Sansui smiled and said, "It's fine, little Hinata." Hanabi glared at her sister in discontent. If she didn't take the initiative, her brother-in-law would be taken by someone else. Sansui looked at the mess in the yard and sighed. "You still have the energy to train. It seems you both are quite spirited." Sansui was relieved about the ninja sisters. Pain quickly captured the six tails, and the Akatsuki members surrounded the eight tails. Pay attention. Sansui was initially worried about Hinata and Hanabi's health, but seeing that they still had energy to practice, he realized his worries were completely unnecessary. On the other side, a loud explosion suddenly echoed in the ninja world forest, where a wounded person lay at the center of the blast, pinned down by black rods and unable to move. Deva Pathpain walked over and said flatly, "Six tails. Capture complete." 4 Pain of the 6 paths. Capturing this tailed beast was like child's play. Not far away, Zetsu poked his head out from a tree. In white, Zetsu marveled. The Rinnegan is so unfair. The 6 tails had no power to fight back. Is this the power of a god? Black Zetsu hoarsely said, "Except for the 8 tails and 9 tails. All other tailed beasts have been captured." He secretly rejoiced. "We are one step closer to unsealing Mother Kagaya." In a cave in a land of rain, all members of the Akatsuki organization were present, using the Phantom Dragon 9 seals to extract tailed beast chakra. Deva Pathpain formed hand seals and said, "Only the 8 tails and 9 tails remain. Our goal will be achieved." Now, the 6 tails has already been sealed into the outer path golem, and the 7 tails is almost sealed as well. Kakuzu couldn't help but ask, "Leader, what do we do next?" The 8 tails is in the Cloud Village, and the 9 tails is in the Leaf Village. These 2 ninja villages definitely won't let go easily. The Cloud Village has been on high alert ever since they lost the 2 tails, making it extremely difficult to capture the 8 tails. And seizing the 9 tails would require a hard assault on the Leaf Village. Pain, with a blank expression, ordered, "Focus on sealing. I will take care of the 9 tails with Conan. The rest of you go capture the 8 tails." Upon hearing this, the Akatsuki members instantly felt at ease. Everyone was mobilized to capture the 8 tails. Wasn't this a sure win? The leader has the Rinnegan. Capturing the 9 tails will be no problem. Conan sighed beside him. She couldn't persuade Nagato at all. This was all planned between Nagato and Uchiha Obito. If they failed to capture the tailed beasts, they would directly declare war on the 5 great nations. Even more ruthless, Uchiha Obito had left a backup plan. He could use Hashirama cells to mass-produce 100,000 white Zetsu, and he had convinced Orochimaru to rejoin, using Edo Tensei to summon the deceased strong warriors as war machines. These immortal ninjas who could quickly recover their chakra were his confidence for igniting the 4th Great Ninja War. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ninja world, the sand and stone villages were still battling fiercely on the border. Completely unaware that the Akatsuki organization was about to steal all the tailed beasts, the Raikage realized the tailed beasts were being stolen. Inoki was furious at the betrayal, and Tsunade was dumbfounded while wandering around the Uchiha base. Pay attention. The Leaf and Cloud villages were just sitting nearby watching the show, only sending small forces into battle, and there were no major movements. However, both the Sand and Stone villages had reinforcements and were fighting intensely, causing the war to escalate. Just then, the 4th Raikage sensed something was wrong. Frontline intelligence reported that the Sand's Kazekage had gone missing before returning, and that the one tail had been forcibly extracted from him. The Stone Village's Jinchuriki had also disappeared during a mission, and their own 2 tails Jinchuriki was also missing. Only the Leaf Village had not lost a tailed beast so far. slammed his fist on the table and shouted angrily. What is that old man Inoki doing? He only reports now that the Jinchuriki are missing. Next to him, Mabui was sweating profusely. Stone's outdated communication technology could never compare to the clouds. She glanced at the Leaf Village's arm guard on her wrist and inwardly sighed. The Leaf's intelligence system is simply too powerful, relaying messages across thousands of miles instantly throughout the ninja world. A snorted. With things like this, what are we still fighting for? He wasn't foolish. The hidden forces could easily capture several Jinchuriki from different ninja villages, and they were definitely not simple. They would eventually set their sights on the Eight Tails in the cloud. He didn't want to sit back and watch, so he immediately instructed Mabui. Send a message to the Hokage. Call for a ceasefire. If this continues, no one will have a good outcome. On the other side, Inoki from the Stone Village received news that the cloud wanted to cease hostilities with the Leaf. And he was furious. That bastard Rakage. He just decides to stop fighting? How much have we sacrificed in the Stone Village? Just as he finished cursing, an Umbu handed him a scroll, and Inoki nearly had a heart attack upon seeing it. Han was actually captured? Why is this only being reported now? The Umbu wiped sweat and explained. The enemy ambushed the Jinchuriki squad 5 days ago on the front line. Inoki rubbed his temples. Dismissing the Umbu, Stone Village never prioritized Jinchuriki, and now that the war had gone too deep, the ninjas below had already built up hatred. They had finally gained an advantage. How could they just call it off? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. That damned fourth Rakage. Meanwhile, Tsunade, who rarely had a day off, arrived at the Uchiha base feeling relaxed. The closer she got to the base, the more confused she became. Surprisingly, the facilities here were even better than those in the village. Tsunade couldn't help but mutter, "Have I been in the office too long? Or am I hallucinating?" Tsunade suspected that the Uchiha base was hiding something. Noticing the terrifying Otsutsuki chakra, she vowed to uncover Sanshui's secret. Pay attention. Tsunade looked around the Uchiha base, unable to stop herself from murmuring. Why does this place look so different from my impression? She suddenly recalled Jiraiya's words when she first returned to the Leaf Village. He was referring to the changes here. At that moment, Izumi came over with a team of puppets. Hokage-sama, Sanshui-sama has been waiting for you for a long time. Please follow me. Tsunade followed Izumi deeper into the base, becoming more and more shocked. The equipment and buildings here completely surpassed her understanding. Watching the drones and transport machines, Tsunade marveled. This is simply not something that should exist in this world. Izumi brought her to a small courtyard. Here we are. You need to go in alone from here. Tsunade curiously walked into the courtyard, where she saw Sansui already preparing tea and waiting for her. Tsunade plopped down. You little brat. Why are you being so mysterious? When does this start? She had long been envious of her grandfather's wood release. If she could awaken it, maybe she could revive the Senju clan. Sansui took out a control dial. Anytime. Tsunade nodded, and Sansui pressed the dial and shouted, Ninja control. Otsutsuki purification. A burst of red chakra floated out, transforming into flowing light and entering Tsunade's body. Tsunade immediately broke out in a cold sweat. This chakra is too terrifying. It's even more intimidating than the pressure from tailed beasts. She panicked instantly. Sansui had said this was just one of the Otsutsuki clan's powers. If their clan were to come, the ninja world wouldn't be able to withstand it. Tsunade also noticed that Sansui's dial was different. The village's dial was for ninja techniques, but this one was for ninja control. She instantly realized, could ninja control mean that it can release ninjas? Combining what Kakashi and Jiraiya said, Sansui relied on ninja tools for every special move. She immediately smiled. I must uncover this little brat's secret. I want to see how much he really has hidden. At first, when that chakra entered Tsunade's body, it quickly spread throughout her entire body. As the chakra flowed through her veins, it integrated into every cell it passed. Tsunade suspected the experiment had failed. The life force in Sansui was active, and Danzo was looking for Tsunade, encountering Shizen in a daze. Pay attention. After a while, Tsunade felt no change in her body. Did Sansui mess up this experiment? Such strong chakra should be very violent. Why is there no reaction at all? But Sansui was different. With the power of the semi-QB, he could clearly sense that Tsunade's life force was slowly becoming active. He muttered softly. This time, there was actually no rejection response in the human experiment. The previous test subject were destroyed instantly after being injected with Otsutsuki chakra, cooling down within moments. The chakra given to Tsunade was modified and diluted. It had only been tested on animals and artificial humans before, and this was the first time on a human. Akatsuki also added through the monitor. It's probably because the dilution was too strong, reducing the degree of mutation, allowing it to be within the human tolerance range. Sansui stood up and said to the dazed Tsunade, "Sister Tsunade, you stay here for now. I'll have the elders help you with the village matters." Tsunade was thrilled, finally able to get away from official duties. Sansui called over dozens of subordinates and instructed, "If you feel unwell, just find them. Here, you are free." Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately rushed to the casino. "You really understand me. Let's go play a couple of rounds." Sansui watched her retreating figure speechlessly, but was calculating in his heart. The poo style that had disappeared for so long is probably fattened up. It's time to prepare to slaughter it for meat. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office of Konoha, Danzo, Mifune, and Shikuro gathered because of the ceasefire with the Cloud Village. Mifune asked Shizen, "Where's the 5th Hokage?" Shizen panicked. "Did Lord Tsunade not tell you? She went to help Lord Sansui at the Uchiha base." Mifune and Shikuro exchanged glances. Both dumbfounded. They had no idea about this matter, and quickly reached a tacit agreement. "We won't take the blame for this." But without Tsunade coming back, how would they respond to the Cloud Village? Danzo impatiently asked, "Where is that Uchiha brat? Let's go find him." I don't know." Faced with Danzo's questioning, Shizen was nearly in tears. What kind of bad luck was this? Shizen takes the blame for Sansui leaving the village. Tsunade hands the work to the elders. Itachi and Kisame encounter the explosion in the Cloud Village. Pay attention. Shizen internally cursed Tsunade 800 times. "She always left a mess for me to clean up." Her hands trembled in panic, flipping through the records, pointing to a line of text. "Lord Danzo, the records state that Uchiha Sansui left Konoha a few days ago." Danzo's face darkened. He knew Sansui could use time-space ninjutsu, making it impossible to track him down. Pressing further was futile. He impatiently said, "Forget it. Asking you won't yield any useful information." Mifune quickly turned to Danzo. "So what do we do next?" In the past, we relied on Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo for decisions. But with Hiruzen gone, we can only depend on Danzo now. Just as he was about to speak, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Mifune called for the person to enter. May pushed the door open and directly announced Tsunade's decision. Lord Tsunade said she wants to go train secret techniques with Uchiha Sansui, and the village work is left to the elders. Don't bother her with small matters. For major issues, contact the slug. As soon as she finished speaking, a small slug poked its head out from May's arms and politely said, "Please take care of me from now on. Just contact Lord Tsunade through me." Danzo's forehead twitched with suspicion. Why is she training at this time? The little slug immediately added, "Lord Tsunade said that this secret technique, once mastered, can suppress tailed beasts." Danzo's pupils shrank instantly. Tsunade is a descendant of the Senju, and a technique that can suppress tailed beasts can't be anything other than the wood release of Hashirama Senju. Regardless of its authenticity, it must be investigated. He immediately changed his tone. "All right, during Tsunade's absence, we will temporarily manage the village's affairs." Mifune and Shikuro hurriedly nodded. In wartime, they indeed needed Danzo, the Hawk faction, to take charge. May saw that the matter was settled and turned to leave. On the other side, in a small town in the land of lightning, Itachi and Kisame, dressed in black cloaks with red clouds, looked out of place in the surrounding environment. Kisame rubbed his face and complained, "This lousy place has such dry air. With the entire land of lightning under martial law, aren't we afraid of getting caught?" Itachi suddenly stopped, his gaze sweeping behind them. "There are several ninjas following us." Kisame immediately understood, reaching for the handle of his Samahata. "When do we strike?" Just in time to ask where the Eight Tails Jinchuriki is. But Itachi frowned. "Wait a bit longer. If we strike now, it will alert the snake. We need to wait for the news from the others." Kisame had no choice but to let go. "All right, I'll listen to you, Mr. Itachi." The two were just about to find a place to settle down when suddenly a loud explosion shook the ground. Amid the billowing smoke and dust, Itachi fixed his gaze on the direction of the sound and said in a deep voice, "That direction is the Cloud Village." Itachi activated his Manjiki Sharingan in an instant. Deidara detonated the Cloud Village with C3, and the Cloud Ninja were in chaos seeking help. Pay attention. Itachi stared at the explosion in the Cloud Village, knowing full well only that guy Deidara could create such a ruckus. The members of the organization had already made their move, and he had to put on a show as well. Itachi called out to Kisame, exchange a glance, and when he opened his eyes again, the crimson Manjiki Sharingan gleamed brightly. Kisame instantly understood. gripping Samahata with one hand, and his figure disappeared in a flash. On the other end of the street, Cloud Village's Umbu were hiding in a corner to monitor them. They looked too suspicious, but without evidence, they didn't dare to arrest them. Suddenly, an Umbu shouted, "Captain, one target has disappeared." The sensing ninja immediately panicked. "Not good." He asked right beside us. Just as the words fell, the sound of metal clashing exploded. In the midst of the shadows crossing, after a few screams, several corpses appeared on the ground. The Cloud Umbu captain crouched on the ground, trembling, with a horrific wound on his chest. "Who are you?" He was terrified. His opponent was definitely at the level of a Kage, and his subordinates had been wiped out in one encounter. Plus, there was still one who made a move to gauge their strength. He wanted to escape, turning into a flash of lightning to flee. Kisame landed on the ground, watching him run without pursuing. The rest is up to Mr. Itachi. The Umbu captain hid in a small alley, gasping for breath, just about to feel relieved when a strange voice came from behind. "Hee, you managed to escape?" He turned around to see a pair of eerie Mangeki Sharingan, and everything went black before he fainted. Not long after, Itachi emerged from the alley and said to Kisame, "Let us go to the Cloud Thunder Gorge." Meanwhile, above the Cloud Village, Deidara rode his explosive clay bird, shouting as he detonated, "Art is an explosion." Once again a loud boom, and the Cloud Village gained several large craters. He looked at his masterpiece, feeling ecstatic. Suddenly, several bolts of lightning shot over, but Deidara skillfully dodged them with his bird. Puzzled, why are only this few people trying to stop me? Not thinking too much about it, Deidara laughed maniacally. "Look you, this is art." C3 number 18. A bomb smashed down. At this moment, the Cloud Village was in complete chaos. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The northwest direction can't hold. The south is requesting support. We're about to collapse. The Cloud Village was under a surprise attack by multiple rogue ninjas at the Kage level. Deidara blew up 1/5 of the village, and Killer Bee encountered Kisame to intercept them. Pay attention. The Cloud Village was fiercely attacked from multiple directions, plunging into chaos. The higher-ups gathered in a room, shouting in madness. Who did this? Did the Konoha ninjas come? That's impossible. Mabui, trying to appear calm, grabbed an Umbu coming in and asked, "What is the enemy's background? How many people are there? Hurry up and report." The Umbu gasped for breath. Someone saw the enemies wearing black cloaks with red clouds. Looking at their forehead protectors, they're all rogue ninjas. An elder of the Cloud Village smashed his chair in anger. Rogue ninjas? They dare to attack the Cloud Village? They must be disguised. But then the Umbu brought new information, and the recent higher-ups picked it up and trembled. We have confirmed 4 enemies, each with Kage-level strength. As soon as this news broke, the room erupted into chaos. Raikage had just left the village. There weren't enough people left behind to defend. Someone shouted urgently, "Lord Killer Bee is still training at the Cloud Thunder Gorge. We still have hope. Quickly evacuate the villagers. Let the Umbu hold them off first." Another person cursed. Who leaked the information? Why did it have to be when Lord Raikage is not here? Mifune coldly watched the group of arguing elders, secretly complaining. No matter how powerful they were when they were young, now they're just a bunch of washed-up old fools. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, and a white light enveloped the entire room. The deafening explosion shattered the windows into pieces, and the intense shockwave sent everyone flying to the ground, causing the walls to tremble as if they would collapse. Someone lay on the ground, howling. Can someone tell me what the hell is happening? Outside, chaos reigned. Deidara had flattened 1/5 of the hidden Cloud Village. The roaring sound could be heard from several miles away, and those hidden Cloud ninjas who hadn't gone far all turned back towards the village, returned to the village at full speed. Something has happened. Over at the Cloud Thunder Gorge, Killer Bee, who was training, sensed that something was wrong. Just as he took a few steps towards the village, he was blocked by 2 figures. Kisame crossed his sword, Samahata, over his chest, blocking Killer Bee's path. "You must be the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, huh? Finally found you." Killer Bee twisted his body awkwardly while reciting, but yet dressed all strange. Obviously not good business. Feels like things are going bad. The voice of the 8 Tails echoed in his mind. Be careful. The aura from these 2 is not ordinary. They mean trouble." Killer Bee immediately switched to his rap mode. "You should call me Lord 8 Tails. Shark-faced idiot, don't block my way. Get lost." He was still concerned about the situation in the village, calculating how to quickly deal with these 2 and rush to help. Kisame's eyes turned red with rage. "I hate it when people call me Shark-face. Since you're the 8 Tails, don't struggle. Just come with us." Kisame launched a surprise attack on Killer Bee. The lightning blade countered, but he was caught by a Jinjutsu. The Eight Tails form exploded. Pay attention. Kisame vanished in a flash, reappearing right in front of Killer Bee, swinging Samahata down hard. Killer Bee reacted super quickly, drawing a short blade to block and pushing forcefully towards Kisame. Soon, your eyes will be like dead fish eyes. Get lost, idiot. He then drew all his short blades and began to engage Kisame in combat. The two had completely different sword styles. Killer Bee was like a porcupine, covered in blades, nearly impossible to defend against. Kisame fought with bold, sweeping strikes, ignoring his wounds as he wielded Samahata with incredible agility. After a while, Kisame seized a gap in Killer Bee's defense and sent him flying with a powerful strike. All flash and no substance. Useless. Killer Bee got up, all his knives dropped, and he made up his mind. It's time to get serious. He grabbed a blade, infused it with lightning chakra, and the blade glowed blue. Supersonic Thunderblade. His figure flashed right in front of Kisame. But Kisame laughed, raising Samahata to block. Trying to trick me? The result was that Killer Bee's blade exploded with electric sparks, enveloping Kisame. Idiot, you fell for it. This will paralyze you. Immediately afterward, red chakra wrapped around Killer Bee. Tailed Beast Cloak. 8 blades. Itachi, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them. Oh? Starting to use the power of the 8 tails? But Killer Bee suddenly became confused. There was nobody in front of him. Didn't he just paralyze Kisame? The 8 tails shouted in his mind. It's a Jinjutsu. That guy is from the Uchiha clan. Quickly used tailed beast transformation. Killer Bee snapped back to reality. No wonder I didn't notice. I have to use my real skills. Kisame exclaimed with excitement. Did Itachi's Jinjutsu fail? It seems like we need to fight to keep you in check. Samahata, in his hand, stirred, eager to devour the 8 tails chakra. Killer Bee pointed one hand to the sky, striking a strange pose. Let me show you all my true power. Form 2. The orange chakra instantly turned deep red, several thick tails swinging. The aura of the tailed beast exploded. Kisame looked at the now smaller tailed beast form of Killer Bee. Unfazed, stronger when facing strong opponents. Now that's more like it. Kisame absorbed chakra infinitely. Itachi summoned his Susanoo to grab Killer Bee. Amaterasu burned through the cloud Thundergorge. Pay attention. Samahata is too explosive. It can absorb the enemy's chakra indefinitely, helping Kisame recover health and stamina, making it feel effortless to fight, and can wear down opponents to death. Killer Bee, who had completed half-tailed beast transformation, didn't he care about that and unleashed his ultimate move, Lightning Plow Heat Blade. Him to take down one first and then deal with Itachi. Huenti made a move. Killer Bee was wrapped in lightning chakra, plus the tailed beast cloak buff, moving so fast he left afterimages. His body also covered in bones, capable of delivering devastating strikes on contact. Kisame could barely see his movements. The next second, there was a loud bang as Killer Bee landed a solid hit to Kisame's abdomen, sending him crashing into the cliff, rocks tumbling down, shaking mountain. Killer Bee dusted off his hands and turned to glare at Itachi. One down, now it's your turn. But the next second, he was stunned in place. Itachi didn't even lift his eyelids, summoning the upper half of the skeletal Susanoo. That bony hand reached out swiftly, grabbing him tightly. Killer Bee struggled desperately. What the hell is this thing? As he struggled, the deep red chakra on him gradually faded. The 8 tails shouted anxiously in his mind. The enemy can absorb chakra. Quick, use tailed beast transformation to escape. Killer Bee immediately sprouted his natural octopus tail, managing to pry open Susanoo's grip, but Kisame crawled out from the pile of rubble. Samahata flying over and directly sucking away all the tailed beast chakra he had just gathered. Killer Bee was dumbfounded. The tailed beast transformation actually failed. Over here, the gaping hole in Kisame's abdomen was healing at a visible speed thanks to Samahata. He walked over to Itachi, lifting Samahata and gesturing at Killer Bee's legs. Itachi-san, should we chop off his legs so he can't run away? Itachi nodded in agreement. But Killer Bee seized a moment to half-tailed beast transform again, slipping out of Susanoo's grasp. Itachi didn't pursue. Suddenly, blood tears flowed from his right eye as he coldly shouted, Amaterasu! A ball of black flame burst forth, chasing after Killer Bee like a missile, instantly engulfing him. Amaterasu is said to be fire from the center of the sun. It will not cease until the target is completely burnt. Killer Bee's shrill screams echoed throughout the cloud Thundergorge as he rolled around, trying to extinguish the flames. But the fire wouldn't go out, igniting the surrounding rivers and valleys. Finally, he could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Itachi saw he had lost his resistance and immediately extinguished Amaterasu. They needed him alive. A dead Jinchuriki was useless to the Akatsuki. Once the black flames were gone, the Susanoo enveloping Itachi also vanished. Itachi suddenly covered his mouth and began to cough. Cough, cough. Itachi coughed up blood, but continued to command the retreat. The Raikage slammed the table in anger. Tsunade, caught off guard, awakened her would release, leaving the elders stunned. Pay attention. Itachi covered his mouth, coughing violently, blood dripping through his fingers onto the ground. Seeing this, Kisame quickly stepped forward to support him. Itachi-san, are you all right? Itachi waved his hand. I'm fine. Just overuse my ocular power. Signal the retreat. The Eight Tails has been captured. We need to hurry while the Hidden Cloud hasn't reacted. On the other side, Akatsuki members in the Hidden Cloud village also began to withdraw. The people of the Hidden Cloud looked at their devastated village, still in shock when another piece of bad news came. The Umbu discovered signs of a great battle in the Cloud Thundergorge. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee is missing and is likely captured. The news quickly reached the ears of the Fourth Raikage in Konoha. He slammed the table, unable to believe it. What did you say? The village was attacked while I was away? Heavy losses? Even that guy. He clenched his fists. The Hidden Cloud strength was second only to Konoha, and they hadn't even entered the battlefield yet. Yet someone dared to cause trouble. The guards quickly replied. The enemies are rogue ninjas of the shadow level, wearing matching uniforms. They should be the ones who collected the tailed beast before. The Raikage suppressed his anger. First, seal the news and stabilize the village. Has Konoha not responded yet? He had originally come to discuss a ceasefire and hold a 5 Kage summit. Now with the tailed beast lost, he needed to resolve this matter as quickly as possible. The guards helplessly replied, We didn't TC the 5th Hokage, just contacted the higher-ups of Konoha. Results should be coming soon. The Raikage had nowhere to vent his anger, and his newly replaced table suffered again. A few days ago in Konoha, Danzo and others already knew that Tsunade wasn't training and was spending all her time at the casino. They rushed to find Tsunade, who was having a great time, wanting to educate her, but Tsunade immediately showed off a technique. A small sapling burst out of the ground beside her. Midogate in and others were left stuttering. This is the wood release of the first Hokage. Danzo was also confused. He had been watching Tsunade, and all she did was eat and go to the casino to spend money. How did she awaken wood release? Could it be that the Senju clan can awaken their bloodline through gambling? He couldn't help but think of the gambling-loving Hashirama Senju. Both of them were indeed capable of wood release. Danzo realized that Tsunade's wood release outclassed Yamato. The Mizukage was discussing a surprise attack on Yunin, while the Raikage sought peace and benefits. Notice, Danzo reached out to touch the small sapling in front of him, and the vitality he felt at his fingertips left him stunned. This intensity meant that Yamato, the wood release ninja under him, was not even worthy of carrying her shoes. He was frantically drumming up thoughts in his mind. When did Tsunade hide the secret of wood release? He couldn't find any clues no matter how hard he tried. Tsunade was not patient enough to waste time with them. After demonstrating wood release, she kicked Midogate in and the others out. Get lost if you have nothing to do. Don't waste my vacation. On the way back to the root base, Danzo was filled with thoughts of Tsunade's wood release. Someone was bound to lose sleep that night. The next morning, a loud knocking sound echoed outside the Mizukage's office, and the Umbu respectfully announced, Urgent news from the Land of Lightning. The Elder Council requests your presence in the Hokage office for a meeting. Midogate yawned and pushed open the office door, where only the Elder Council and the clan heads were present. Seeing him arrive late, no one dared to make a sound. It was known that Mido was the pinnacle of strength in Konoha's new generation, having awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, and the reorganized Uchiha clan was the top faction in Konoha. Who would dare challenge him? Midogate quickly took a seat and pulled out the intelligence to read. The Akatsuki organization launched a surprise attack on Yunin yesterday, and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki has been confirmed to be captured. Today we need to discuss two main issues. First, we must prevent the Akatsuki from making their next move and ensure the safety of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Second, the Raikage is coming to Konoha to discuss a ceasefire, and we need to negotiate benefits, specifically what we want. As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent. Previously, everyone looked down on the Akatsuki, thinking they were just a bunch of rogue ninjas playing house, and Danzo had even killed their former leader. But now, The Akatsuki dared to directly invade Yunin to steal the tailed beast, which was incredibly powerful. What if they turned around and came to Konoha to steal the Nine Tails? It's important to note that the Akatsuki has 10 S-rank members, and their leader, Pain, possesses the Rinnegan, making their strength unfathomable. Mito Gate paused and emphasized, "The Raikage is coming to seek peace. We cannot let ourselves be at a disadvantage. Land, resources, ninjutsu scrolls. We must demand everything we need. The reason for gathering everyone today is to finalize what benefits we want." Danzo opposed the ceasefire and wanted to exhaust Yunin. Mito Gate set the tone to defend against the Akatsuki, and Konoha aimed to seize the Seven Tails while ignoring Takigakure. Notice, Danzo rested his chin on his hand, his tone icy. What did Yunin say about this? His inner calculations were running wild. He didn't want Konoha and Yunin to make peace. If the fighting continued, his wood release and Sharingan would come into play, and the plan to control the Nine Tails would have a chance. But he was also worried that fighting would spread their forces thin. If the Nine Tails were taken by the Akatsuki, all his plans would fall apart. At this moment, someone suggested, "Let's convene a meeting of the 5 Kage. First, we crush the Akatsuki, and then we reclaim our respective tailed beasts." Danzo scoffed at once. They think too beautifully. He was well aware. Yunin had just suffered a heavy blow. The 8 tails had been captured, and they would have to spend money to rebuild their village. Their strength had already declined. Meanwhile, Konoha had been hiding in the shadows, only sending a small number of troops to help Tsunegakure defend the borders, delivering some weapons and supplies, which hadn't harmed their foundation. If the fighting continued, Konoha would win without a doubt. Danzo's eyes turned, and he said, "I think we should stall for time. Just say Tsunade isn't here, and keep Yunin hanging." He specifically looked at Mito, the one in the main seat. Everyone knew who called the shots in Konoha now. In the past, the Elder Council always used the sacrifice for Konoha as a pretext. The ninja clans were already tired of hearing it. But under Mito's leadership with the Flying Thunder God technique, they could share real profits, and the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akamichi clans could leverage this business to grow their strength significantly. Now, Mito's opinion represented the opinion of all major ninja clans. Mito Gate quickly chimed in. "I agree to the ceasefire. The Akatsuki has been too explosive lately if we don't resolve them first. The Nine Tails won't be safe either. It's more reliable to deal with the Akatsuki before dividing the tailed beasts." Danzo directly exposed him. "Stop pretending. Aren't you just eyeing the 7 tails?" Mito Gate didn't hide it either. The other tailed beasts have hosts, and Takigakure's strength doesn't qualify to keep the 7 tails. As soon as these words were spoken, no one in the room opposed. Iwagakure and Yunin were weaker than Konoha now, and Tsunegakure was even more obedient to Konoha. As for Takigakure, their opinions were simply disregarded. The Elder Council voted in favor of Danzo. Pain's stronghold bombarded Konoha, while the Raikage urgently expressed loyalty. Notice, after the Elder Council finished stating their thoughts, they all looked at Mito. Seeing that he had no intention of intervening, they voted to make decisions, all following Danzo's lead. This result was already anticipated by the ninja clans. After the death of the Third Hokage, Danzo had become the undisputed authority in the Elder Council, and Mito Gate and Tsunade were merely supporting roles, unable to influence any decision. Just as the Konoha higher-ups were still bickering, Pain and Konan had already reached the outskirts of Konoha. Devapath raised his hand and wiped out the outer sentry posts, leaving no survivors. Nagato, through Devapath's eyes, stared at Konoha's tall walls, filled with hatred and chaos. This place had given him a childhood trauma he could never forget. In a war between great nations, small nations became a buffer zone. The land of rain had been ravaged this way back in the day, and now he wanted Konoha to taste that pain. Devapath assigned tasks to Konan, split into 2 teams. The diversion team, Azura Path and Animal Path, will attract fire. The exploration team, Devapath, Human Path, and Hell Path will search for the 9 tails. Konan, you join the exploration team for safety. As soon as she finished speaking, Azura Path directly threw Animal Path into the sky over Konoha, and Devapath's voice turned icy. At this moment, let the world feel pain. The Konoha barrier team had just sensed the intruders and sounded the alarm when it was already too late. At the moment Animal Path landed, the summoning technique exploded into a cloud of smoke, and a massive centipede crashed into the commercial street, twisting its body and demolishing buildings, turning everything into ruins. Other pains were also busy, openly blowing up houses and causing destruction while secretly searching for information on the Nine Tails. Animal Path wasn't done yet. It summoned hellhounds, Yada no Kagami, and a bunch of summoning beasts, turning Konoha into chaos, with villagers crying and running everywhere. On the other side, the door to the Raikage room was slammed open, and a Cloud Ninja, panicking, stammered, "Raikage-sama, it's bad. Konoha is under attack by an unknown force." The Raikage's first reaction was the Akatsuki, but he felt something was off. They had just fought Yunin yesterday. How could they possibly attack Konoha so quickly? But then he thought that since he had just arrived in Konoha, they would definitely be suspicious of them. To eliminate suspicion and still seek Konoha's help, the Raikage quickly ordered, "Tell our people not to act rashly. Go find Konoha's high-level officials and ask if they need assistance. If they do, we will do our utmost to help them fend off the external threat." The Raikage watched the apocalyptic scene in Konoha. Danzo schemed to seize command, while Tsunade angrily summoned a giant slug. Notice, the Raikage wasted no time, immediately ordering his subordinates to contact Konoha while openly expressing goodwill from Yunin. As soon as his subordinates exited the room, Konoha was rocked by continuous explosions, shaking the windows and confirming the attack by a formidable enemy. The Raikage's location was close to the center of Konoha. He pushed open the window and looked out, his eyes widening in shock. Several gigantic figures were wildly smashing buildings. Black smoke and sparks engulfed the sky, and the streets that were once bustling with people were now filled with broken walls and rubble, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. In the Hokage's office, the high-ranking officials were still in their meeting when the Umbu kicked the door open, panic evident on their foreheads. Report. The Barrier Corps said that the enemy first invaded from the air, initially thinking it was just one person, but now the village is under attack on 3 sides, making it impossible to confirm the number of enemies. Mito Gate Enzo stood up, his voice trembling. "What did you say? The enemy is at our doorstep." Tori Nara Koharu pressed for more. "Have we identified the enemy? Is it the Akatsuki?" The Umbu leader buried his head low. "Sorry, no intelligence. We haven't even figured out their ninjutsu style." Danzo glanced at the 2 panicking elders, sneering in his heart. "It depends on my maneuvering." He quickly calculated. Let the Umbu hold off the enemy and suffer losses, shifting the blame to Tsunade. Send the Uchiha to evacuate the villagers, suppress their reputation, and take the opportunity to eliminate troublemakers. Danzo immediately ordered, "Umbu, engage the enemy to prevent destruction." The guard team evacuates the villagers. Other ninja clans assist the Umbu in guarding the village entrance. The Umbu immediately executed the orders, and everyone followed suit without objection. With only Mito watching, Yako had said that the invader was pain, and he wanted Konoha to be reborn from destruction. On the other side, Ino ran into Tsunade while rushing to the Hokage building, grabbing her and shouting, "Lady Tsunade, the village is under attack. The hospital is overflowing with injured." Tsunade frowned. "I came here for that. Let us go." Upon reaching the top floor, Tsunade saw the summoning beast destroying the village, clenching her fists in anger. "Bastard! How dare you destroy the village built by my grandfather?" She bit her finger and slammed it on the ground, summoning jutsu. With a bang, a giant slug emerged from the smoke. Tsunade summoned the slug to heal the whole battlefield. The Raikage was suspicious after being rejected, while Pain interrogated, pressing for Naruto's whereabouts. "Look closely." The giant slug emerged from the smoke, and as Tsunade began forming hand seals, it started to split into countless smaller slugs. Tsunade released the seal on her forehead, unleashing years of accumulated chakra. These smaller slugs would continue to split, attaching themselves to every Konoha ninja to help them heal and recover their strength. The ninjas on the battlefield were stunned. "This is the slug of the 5th Hokage. My injuries are healing. This is incredible." No matter which corner of the village, every ninja had small slugs on them, boosting their morale directly. Having the 5th as a battlefield healer made them fearless. Meanwhile, Konoha's Umbu went to the cloud-hidden courtyard to send a message. "Thank you for your goodwill, Raikage. You all can just stay safe. We will handle the village's affairs ourselves." Darui exploded on the spot. "Is Konoha looking down on us?" Ki quickly advised, "Calm down. I sense that Konoha still has Umbu reserves. They must have confidence." The Raikage gazed into the distance, deep in thought. Konoha Ayasen team making big moves. What are they planning? On Pain's side, he captured a Konoha ninja to interrogate about Naruto's whereabouts, but the other party refused to speak. Nagato hid behind the scenes without any intel, and Deva Path directly approached the Hokage building, focusing on Tsunade at the rooftop. Capturing Tsunade will surely reveal Naruto's location. At the top of the Hokage building, Tsunade sat cross-legged, channeling chakra, surrounded by 4 Umbu. Uzuki Yugao suddenly shouted, "There is someone above." The Umbu immediately drew their weapons, and Deva Path floated down from the air. Tsunade stared at his Rinnegan. "You are the leader of the Akatsuki? What do you want with the tailed beasts?" Deva Path replied calmly, "Long time no see, Lady Tsunade." Tsunade was taken aback. "You are that kid from the Land of Rain back then?" She remembered the 3 orphans she and Jiraiya had saved during the war, not expecting Jiraiya's student to be attacking Konoha. Deva Path's face was expressionless. "It seems you remember. Where's Naruto?" Tsunade sneered. "Who knows?" Deva Path's gaze turned cold. "It seems I must force you to reveal his location." Pain urged for surrender, but was rejected. Exerting pressure, Tsunade was speechless as Deva Path ascended, preparing a powerful attack. "Pay attention," Deva Path coldly stated. "We have almost captured all 9-tailed beasts. The balance among great nations has long been broken, and keeping the 9 tails now serves no purpose." He wanted to add one last persuasive comment. After all, without Tsunade and the others back then, those 3 orphans would have perished in the Land of Rain. Tsunade exploded with anger, chakra bursting forth, cracking the ground around her. "Don't underestimate Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto will never be handed over to you." In her eyes, Naruto was not just a Jinchuriki, but a native Konoha ninja. She could never trade a comrade for safety. Deva Path's eyes turned icy, his Rinnegan magnifying instantly, unleashing a chakra more terrifying than Tsunade's. Enveloping her and the Umbu, Tsunade and the others struggled to remain standing, their clothes flapping wildly. Uzuki Yugao's expression turned serious. "This chakra is too overwhelming. What other terrifying trump cards does he have?" Deva Path taunted. "Now you understand a bit of pain, huh? You are enraged at losing the tailed beasts, at the village being attacked, but do you understand the pain we felt when great nations brought war to small ones? Can you still claim to bring peace?" Nagato, hiding behind the scenes, had eyes as cold as ice. Tsunade furrowed her brow, unable to refute, only able to urgently say, "Konoha's past was wrong, but I will never allow you to destroy my village." Deva Path scoffed. "How hypocritical. The peace of great nations is violence against small nations. Is our resistance wrong?" Tsunade fell silent, and Deva Path issued a final ultimatum. "One last time, hand over the 9 tails Jinchuriki." Tsunade only sneered and did not respond. Deva Path closed his eyes. "It seems you have made your choice. Then I will let you see how meaningless your persistence is." Tsunade suddenly sensed something was wrong and hurriedly shouted, "Pain, what are you planning to do?" But Deva Path had already manipulated repulsion to fly into the sky, shouting, "Those who do not understand pain will never comprehend true peace." At that moment, outside Konoha, the animal path quickly formed hand seals, summoning Jutsu, summoning the other pains, and Konin. Nagato wanted to gather everyone's power to unleash a super Shinra Tensei on Konoha. Konin anxiously shouted, "Nagato, wait. Your body can't handle using that technique again." But Nagato didn't listen at all. His eyes only focused on capturing the 9 tails. Meanwhile, in the Root headquarters underground, all Root members knelt with their heads bowed, and Danzo stood in the center, unable to hide his smirk. With this, Tsunade's era is completely over. He knows everything about the situation above. Tsunade has already exhausted most of her chakra healing from the Yin Seal. And now, there's only that little brat from the Uchiha clan, Sansui. A Root ninja couldn't help but advise, "Sir, should we go up and assist? If the village is gone, no matter how we plan, it won't make any sense." Danzo laughed derisively. "You underestimate Tsunade too much. Since she has used the slug technique, there won't be too many casualties. Besides, with that brat Sansui's Mangeki Sharingan supporting her, even if a few people die, to me, it's just necessary casualties." He had already calculated in his mind. Just wait for the Akatsuki organization and Sansui to fight to the death, and then he would bring people out to pick up the pieces, saving Konoha while securing his position as the leader. Danzo was obsessed with being Hokage and waiting for the chance to reap the benefits. Sansui's barrier blocked Shinra Tensei, and time-space ninjutsu played with pain. Pay attention. Becoming Hokage was Danzo's dead obsession, and to achieve his goal, he felt it was worth sacrificing some of Konoha's interests. Danzo firmly believed that the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived, and he would be the final winner. At the Uchiha encampment, when pain flew into the sky, Sansui directly activated an improved version of the Uchiha defensive barrier. Unexpectedly, this barrier actually blocked Shinra Tensei. Sanshui looked at the thin light curtain and sighed. The power of the Tsutsuki is so useful. I was originally prepared to supplement the power of the Azura Path. But it seems that this barrier can withstand the Ten Tails Tailed Beast Bomb without any problem. This is an upgraded version of the barrier infused with Tsutsuki Chakra. Sanshui got up from the recliner and stretched. Guests are coming. I need to entertain them. As soon as he opened the barrier, the animal path summoned the Deva Path. And the other 5 paths of pain landed as well. All 6 paths of pain were present. As soon as the Deva Path landed, it saw the logo of Flying Thunder God and felt suspicious. At that moment, Sanshui slowly walked closer, and the Deva Path asked, "Where's Naruto Uzumaki? Where's Uchiha Madara?" Sanshui crossed his arms. "I won't betray my teammates." Nagato was startled. This brat actually knows I control corpses? But he still felt confident, even if exposed, and could not defeat pain. The Deva Path coldly said, "Then let me show you pain." The Azura Path immediately pulled out its wrist, and several rockets shot towards Sanshui. Sanshui calmly snapped his fingers. "It will be troublesome if you break my stuff." A dark golden light curtain instantly enveloped everyone, and the next second, pain was all transported to the center of Konoha's big pit. The Deva Path was stunned. Is this time-space ninjutsu? He had no way to deal with time-space ninjutsu, let alone that Sanshui could instantly teleport and block the attack. This level of control was unheard of. Sanshui smiled and said, "Now it officially begins. I hope you can hold on for a while longer, my new toy." He planned to test the waters of this battle using only ninja-side abilities, finally experiencing Uchiha Madara's feelings. The ninja world is too small. There isn't even anyone who can withstand his full firepower. Sanshui shattered the Azura Path with a punch. Opening his dark golden Rinnegan, Nagato was stunned on the spot. "Pay attention," Sanshui sneered in his heart. The power in his hands, just a little bit, these mortals couldn't withstand it. However, the Deva Path arrogantly shouted, "Are you kidding me? I am the god of this world, Pain the god." While speaking, the 6 paths of pain quickly rearranged. The Hell Path stayed back, while the Human Path and Animal Path protected the Deva Path. And the Azura Path gathered strength at its feet, turning into a shadow and rushing towards Sanshui. Sanshui scoffed. "With your eyes, you dare to call yourself a god?" He gathered chakra in his fist and smashed down at the charging Azura Path with a bang. The Azura Path was smashed into pieces like a rag doll, its torso embedded directly into the ground. Sanshui took out a blank dial and pressed it against the remains of the Azura Path. "I also have the Rinnegan." Nagato watched this scene through the Deva Path and sneered. "Don't be ridiculous." Jiraiya-sensei said that only the child of prophecy has the Rinnegan. But the next second, the dial began to absorb the Azura Path's chakra, even showing a large headshot of the Azura Path. Although Nagato felt a bit uneasy, he didn't take it seriously. What kind of wave could this little chakra cause? Immediately after, Sanshui pressed the dial and raised an eyebrow at the Deva Path. Smiling, "I technique control Rinnegan." As a mechanical voice fell, he opened his eyes, revealing a pair of dark golden Rinnegan. The Deva Path froze on the spot, and Nagato, outside Konoha, shouted in disbelief. "How is this possible?" Konan saw Nagato's pale face and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong, Nagato? What happened?" But Nagato ignored her, his mind in chaos. How could the Rinnegan be on someone else? Was the prophecy of the child of prophecy false? On the other side, Tsunade, struggling to crawl out from inside the slug's body, leaned against a broken wall, panting. The Yin seal on her head had long disappeared. If it weren't for Sanshui helping her initially awaken the sage body, she would have already fainted from chakra exhaustion. An explosion echoed in the distance, and Tsunade was furious. Who is still fighting? Let's go take a look. Yuzuki Wing quickly followed, but suddenly widened her eyes. Tsunade's wounds were healing rapidly. Her heart raced. This is the sage body of the first Hokage. Could it be that Tsunade really went to Sanshui's place? But she didn't dare think too much. Quickly catching up with Tsunade, her mind filled with thoughts of protecting the Hokage. Sanshui hard against Pain's siege. Opening the Rinnegan for a counterattack, Tsunade was stunned. "Pay attention." Nagato, through the Deva Path, stared at Sanshui, feeling explosive rage. How could that Uchiha brat have the Rinnegan? He could clearly feel that ocular power, almost breaking his defenses directly. Jiraiya had long said that he was the child of prophecy foretold by the sage of Myaboku, and the Rinnegan was the best proof. After Yahiko's death, he was even more convinced he was a god. But now Sanshui revealed the Rinnegan right in front of him. Nagato could only force himself to suppress his panic. This must be an illusion. Nagato immediately manipulated pain to attack, and the Azura path joined its hands and shouted, summoning technique. Hellhounds and bullfighting dogs instantly appeared, lowering their heads and charging towards Sansui. The Hell path was also busy, quickly repairing the shattered Azura path. He now wanted to figure out Sansui's bottom line. Sansui shrugged. Looks like I'll have a talk with force. Several faint green chakras erupted from his body as he reached out to block the two giant beasts charging at him, no matter how hard they tried. They couldn't move forward even an inch. Just as the Azura path was repaired, it opened fire, shooting a laser cannon mixed with countless missiles towards Sansui, the explosion booming, and thick smoke instantly enveloping the battlefield. The Deva path narrowed its eyes, watching the smoke, pondering, did I succeed? However, the smoke quickly dissipated, and Sansui was standing there completely unharmed, smiling and saying, the power of the Rinnegan is really good. It turned out that he had just used the Rinnegan to control repulsion, blocking all attacks outside, even with dark golden Rinnegan in his eyes. He could still use the abilities of the Rinnegan. Seeing the probe was ineffective, Nagato directly unleashed a big move, sending the Azura path, human path, and Hungry Ghost path to charge head-on. The Azura path raised its hand and shouted, rocket punch. Its wrist filled with chakra exploded, and its fist, carrying strong impact, smashed towards Sansui's face. Too slow. Sansui slightly tilted his head, easily dodging the punch. But just as he dodged, the animal path summoned a chameleon, stone panda, rhinoceros, and centipede, blocking in front of pain, and commanded the summoned beasts to attack. The rhinoceros and centipede pounced and bit, while the Yada no Kagami dropped burning giant eggs from above, and a human path and hungry ghost path also encircled. Sansui was being attacked from all directions. Tsunade, who had just arrived, saw this scene, her heart instantly in her throat. That Uchiha kid, even if she is one of the Sannin, she feels this offensive is tricky. But Sansui remained calm, looking up at the Deva path and shouting, don't you know the power of the Rinnegan yet, Nagato? Shinra Tensei. Sansui's Shinra Tensei instantly obliterated the summoned beasts. Nagato overexerted the ground explosion, and Tsunade was dumbfounded. Pay attention. As soon as Sansui's voice fell, a terrifying repulsion exploded in all directions. The deep pit in the center of Konoha deepened further, and everything around him was blown away. The summoned beasts were directly torn to nothingness by the repulsion, while the human path and hungry ghost path barely managed to dodge at a distance. Seeing this, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. I almost forgot that this brat also has the Rinnegan. She quickly gathered chakra at her feet to resist the aftereffects of the repulsion. Nagato outside of Konoha was completely panicked, his face changing dramatically. What? Looking at the familiar Shinra Tensei, he had to accept reality. Sansui's Rinnegan was real. Nagato anxiously began to overdraw his life force, blood streaming from his nose and the corners of his mouth, his body nearly at its limit. Conan worried, try to stop him, don't do this. You'll lose your life. But Nagato shouted, don't stop me. It's the only way to win. He placed all his hopes on the next move, determined to defeat Sansui. Sansui leisurely spoke. The game is over. Suddenly, a chakra of green tinged with white surged in his eyes, enveloping his entire body, shining like burning flames. This was the Rinnegan chakra mode. Nagato was momentarily stunned, his tone changing. What is this? A Sharingan technique? Nagato dared not delay, urging the Deva path to join his hands and frantically gather chakra, preparing to seal Sansui with the Chibaku Tensei. At the same time, he controlled the other paths of pain, except for the Hell path, to launch a full-scale attack. Azura path, human path, and hungry ghost path coordinated seamlessly, while the animal path continuously summoned beasts to disrupt. But in Rinnegan mode, Sansui easily handled everything with taijutsu, overwhelming them as Pain's attacks couldn't even touch him. On the sidelines, Tsunade's expression grew increasingly serious, internally exclaiming, this kid's strength is too explosive. The more she watched, the more shocked she became, secretly pondering, with this level, even my teacher probably wouldn't be able to defeat him, not to mention Sansui's ever-emerging bizarre abilities. Just his current taijutsu already far surpassed the level of a Kage. Sansui activated the Rinnegan to summon the truth-seeking balls. The golden wheel of reincarnation exploded and crushed, while Pain's absorption technique failed. Look closely. The 6 paths of Pain surrounded Sansui, launching a frenzied attack, but Sansui remained as steady as Mount Tai. Tsunade couldn't help but gasp. If it were me, I would have been defeated under such an onslaught. The Konoha ninjas had already transmitted Pain's intel to her. The 6 paths each had their own abilities. Deva Path could repel anything. Asura Path was full of weapons. Human Path could extract souls. Hungry Ghost Path could absorb jutsu. Animal Path could summon, and the Hell Path's ability was unknown. Standing behind Tsunade, Yuzuki Yuya's mood was extremely complicated. This kid's strength is even more terrifying than the intel suggested, and he is younger than everyone in the Umbu. He is bound to grow stronger. The more she thought, the more anxious she became. What if Sansui had malicious intentions towards Konoha? She quickly shook her head, not daring to think further, hoping he was still a Konoha ninja. Sansui leaped back to create distance, wanting to test the new abilities of the Rinnegan chakra mode. With a thought, a pitch-black truth-seeking ball formed in front of him. This thing is said to ignore all ninjutsu, even if touched by the Edo Tensei body. It would be destroyed, but it consumes a lot of chakra. One ball used up 1/8 of his chakra. The human path charged from behind, and Sansui casually punched it away, then transformed the truth-seeking ball into a long sword, turning to slash at the incoming Asura Path. With a sound, the Asura Path was split in half like paper. Nagato didn't care about the Asura Path, commanding the human path and Hungry Ghost Path to continue their assault. Sansui's long sword was instantly covered in golden light. The game is over, Nagato. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. The golden sword aura, several dozen meters in diameter, roared towards the 6 paths of pain, leaving Tsunade dumbfounded. This slash is too explosive. Even the strongest of the Iron Country, Mikazuki, absolutely couldn't achieve this. Nagato panicked, immediately ordering the Hungry Ghost Path to unleash its absorption technique, a pale light membrane enveloping his body. The Deva Path arrogantly shouted, with the Rinnegan, "I can absorb any ninjutsu. Your technique is useless." Sansui sneered, raising his hand to point at the Hungry Ghost Path. "Not necessarily. Just wait and see. You should know that the Rinnegan chakra mode is at the 6 paths level, and the Hungry Ghost Path's absorption technique can't withstand it." Sansui's sword aura hit Pain instantly. The Kamui received the explosion. One sword shattered the Chibaku Tensei. Look closely. The golden sword aura swept through, tearing the Hungry Ghost Path's body apart, like cutting tofu. The Deva Path was completely stunned, shouting, "What?" quickly directing the remaining Pain to dodge. But the sword aura's range was too large, leaving no place to escape. The human path and animal path were instantly cut down, and the Deva Path desperately pushed his hands apart. Shinra Tensei. Boom! The sword aura and repulsive force violently collided, white light blinding everyone's eyes. The terrifying energy exploding on the spot. Tsunade gritted her teeth and cursed. Is this kid crazy? Using such explosive techniques in the village. Konoha is going to be destroyed again. Yuzuki Yuya's reacted quickly, throwing herself to the ground to avoid being swept away by the shockwave. Fortunately, Sansui didn't truly disregard Konoha. He immediately activated Kamui, a black vortex sucking in all the overflowing explosions, sending them into Obito's dimension. When the smoke cleared, the pit in the center of Konoha had deepened significantly, and Tsunade peeked over, astonished. To even observe, one would have to lie on the edge of the pit to look down. The Deva Path of Pain leaned against the wall, panting, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Just now, Nagato had risked everything to transmit chakra to him to barely keep Yahiko's body intact. But before he could recover, the sky suddenly darkened. The gravitational core floated beneath the sun, blocking most of the sunlight. The Deva Path roared as he clapped his hands. Chibaku Tensei. The terrifying gravity erupted instantly, tearing the earth and mountains into fragments flying into the sky, the ground shaking like an earthquake. Tsunade clung tightly to a broken wall to avoid being swept away, watching the increasingly large stone ball in the sky, filled with helplessness. Is this really something humans can do? This is the power of the Sage of 6 Paths? The Rinnegan is too outrageous. Sansui, however, smiled, saying, "Chibaku Tensei, is that all?" He raised the golden long sword in his hand, its light shining even brighter, and slashed at the sky again with the second sword aura. The half-formed Chibaku Tensei was sliced in half with a crack, and debris rained down like a meteor shower. The Deva Path of Pain was completely dumbfounded, his eyes wide. This destructive power, he can actually use a second time so easily? Are you even human? Nagato, hiding far away, for the first time felt the urge to retreat. I just came to capture the Nine Tails. How did I encounter such a monster? What is the point of fighting? After using Shinra Tensei and Chibaku Tensei consecutively, the Deva path had already lost the strength to resist. Sansui, in Rinnegan mode, flashed and easily pinned the Deva path to the ground, reaching out to remove the chakra receiver from his body, following the signal to lock onto the direction. Found it. As soon as the words fell, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The surviving Konoha ninjas looked on, dumbfounded, for a long time before someone muttered, "Is this the confrontation between Rinnegan users? It's too terrifying. We're not even in the same world." Tsunade felt despondent. Sansui sought Nagato, piercing through the lie of peace. Look closely. Tsunade sidestepped to avoid falling rocks, her beautiful eyes fixed on the direction Sansui disappeared. She suddenly felt that her awakened wood release was simply inadequate. She couldn't even touch the edge of Sansui's combat strength, instantly losing all hope. The Konoha ninjas present were all dumbfounded, finally realizing Sansui's true strength. They were stunned for a long time in the aftermath. The gap between them and Sansui widened immensely, filled with a sense of helplessness. To them, Sansui was a new god. Some even had fervor in their eyes. After Hashirama Senju, Konoha has another god. On the other side, Sansui stopped in the forest outside Konoha, looking at the towering giant tree and laughing. Not fleeing interesting. He reached out to rip it apart, only to find that the tree was disguised with paper by Conan. Sunlight streamed through, revealing Nagato, who had become nothing but skin and bones. Leaning against a puppet, gasping for breath, with Conan standing in front of him, surrounded by white paper, extremely vigilant. Nagato said to Conan, "Relax." Then he looked at Sansui and forced a smile. "Nice to meet you. I am Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization." Sansui replied indifferently. "Speak directly." He assessed Nagato. His once bright red hair was now completely white. The Rinnegan had drained him nearly to the brink. Nagato spoke. "I know what you did in the small country. We are of the same kind." He said that Fadian intelligence supports the poor to avoid conflict. Believing this is the embryonic form of peace. But Sansui shook his head. "I am not like you, and your plan is too naive." Nagato was puzzled. "Isn't it all for peace?" Sansui held his forehead with one hand. "You capture tailed beasts to use as weapons to deter great powers. How long can this peace last? Using force to suppress the ninja world is just seeking hegemony. You're not qualified. And behind you is Obito and Black Zetsu making trouble. When everyone unites to resist, your peace will collapse immediately." Nagato was unconvinced and retorted, "Isn't that how it works? Gather the power of the tailed beast to bring pain to the great nations, and they won't dare to fight." Sansui soulfully questioned Nagato, exposing the lie of peace and incorporating the Akatsuki leader. "Look closely," Nagato shouted excitedly. "We must let the great nations know pain, no fear. Only then will the ninja world have true peace. I will keep a close eye on the 5 great nations." The more he spoke, the more determined he became. Thinking this was the only way, Sansui sighed and decided to use a ready-made example to wake him up. "Let me tell you, back when the first Hokage Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara worked together to suppress the ninja world, they distributed the 9-tailed beasts to each ninja village, wanting to exchange peace for balanced power. Don't you think this scene is exactly what you want to do?" Nagato and Conan were stunned. It's not just similar. It's like they were cut from the same mold. The only difference is that Hashirama and Madara had overwhelming power, while you must first capture all the tailed beasts to compete with the 5 great nations. Sansui then added a sharp remark, smiling as he asked, "But tell me, even now, is the ninja world really at peace?" Nagato was instantly speechless. The answer was too obvious. Once Hashirama died, that bit of peace immediately shattered. If it were him, once he was gone, how long could peace last? Sansui pressed on, throwing out a soul-searching question. Even if you can suppress the 5 great nations, what comes next? How do you plan to proceed? You can't rely on yourself for a lifetime, right? Nagato fell completely silent. He had no successor, and his body was on the verge of collapse, unable to last much longer. Sansui shook his finger. "Do you think I'm the same kind of person as you? Wrong. What I am playing is something only I can do in the entire ninja world. My goal is a community of shared human destiny." Nagato and Conan were stunned. They had never even heard this term before. Sansui explained, "Now, whether big nations or small nations, they only think of their own interests, which is why they fight every day. If we turn the entire ninja world into a real whole, how many problems would there be? Nagato then realized that Sanshui's ambition was the entire ninja world. He hurriedly asked, would the 5 great nations agree? That's impossible. Sansui sneered. They don't need to agree. The daimyos and nobles are just a minority. The real voice ultimately lies with ordinary people. He didn't say more. Those who should understand already understood. Nagato closed his eyes and pondered for a long time, recalling examples of how the land of waves and the land of fire had been changed by Sansui. He also thought that if Sansui wanted to kill him, he would have done so long ago and wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Finally, he opened his eyes. What do you need me to do? Sansui immediately smiled. Very simple. Contribute to the community of shared human destiny. This is also achieving the peace you desire. Seeing another powerful character about to join, Sansui felt overjoyed. But Nagato shook his head with a bitter smile. What can I do with this broken body of mine? Sanshui's medicine saves Nagato. Half of the Akatsuki are undercover. Nagato is stunned. Look closely. Nagato knew better than anyone. His body had endured too many brutal battles and couldn't hold out much longer. What puzzled him even more was that with Sanshui's overwhelming power, he had no need to ask for his help. Sansui glanced at his bony figure and said lightly, healing your body is a small matter for me. You should know that Nagato's vitality has been drained by the Rinnegan. While I possess the power of Otsutsuki Kagaya and unique alchemy techniques, the pills I refine can restore vitality and extend lifespan. Using them to heal Nagato is extravagant. But who asked Nagato to be a character I liked before my reincarnation and now a potential employee? Sansui directly walked up to Nagato, and a red glowing pill appeared in his palm. If you trust me, just take this. Conan hesitated for a few seconds when he approached, but finally lowered her guard. Since Nagato trusted Sansui, she had to trust him too. At the same time, her eyes were fixed on the pill. Having lived this long, she had never seen anything that could heal a damaged body. Nagato stared at the pill without any hesitation, picked it up, and swallowed it. If Sansui wanted to kill him, he would have done so long ago and wouldn't bother with this. As soon as the pill was swallowed, a massive amount of chakra erupted within him, white smoke rising all over his body, and the exhausted cells absorbed energy like rain after a drought. In the blink of an eye, his white hair turned red, and his bony body transformed back into a strong figure. Even his leg that had been severely injured by Hanzo the salamander was completely healed. Nagato jumped down from the puppet, clenched his fists, and felt the continuous chakra flowing within him, stronger than during his peak. Conan cheered on the spot. Great. Nagato, you are finally restored. Nagato immediately knelt on one knee, bowed his head, and shouted, I, Nagato Uzumaki, will follow you from now on. Conan also followed suit, and Sansui hurriedly helped them up. We are all employees of the same company. There's no need for this kneeling. Nagato hurriedly reminded. In the Akatsuki, there are Obito and Zetsu making trouble. They won't let it go easily. And Uchiha. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Sansui. You don't need to worry about this. Itachi, Kisame, Haiden, and Kakuzu are already my employees. Nagato and Conan were immediately stunned, their eyes wide. There are only a few official members in the Akatsuki, and half of them are Sansui's people. Nagato could guess that Itachi was an undercover agent, but Haiden and Kakuzu had also surrendered. So, in the entire Akatsuki, only Deidara and Sasori were left to listen to him. Nagato suddenly felt a bit difficult. Sansui exposed that Madara is a fake. The Time King's eyes stabilized the situation. Black Zetsu's plan is collapsing. Look closely. This was not the end. Even more shocking news was to come. Sansui revealed a playful smile. As for Uchiha Madara and Zetsu, that so-called Madara is just an Uchiha descendant pretending to be him. Zetsu's identity is also not simple. Nagato was immediately stunned, his mouth twitching. Are you saying I've been deceived by fake Madara all this time? Fear surged in his heart. How did Sansui know so many secrets? Conan shot him a glance. She had warned him long ago, but Nagato had been too stubborn to listen. Before Nagato could think more, Sansui's Rinnegan transformed back into a 3-tomo Sharingan, then quickly spun, turning into the Time King's eye with a clock pattern. He spoke. There's one more thing I haven't mentioned. I'm also the Time King who understands the past and future. The aura of the Time King erupted instantly, then quickly disappeared, but Nagato and Conan's backs were already drenched in cold sweat. This oppressive feeling was terrifying. Nagato was still staring at the Time King's eye, pondering. Could there be a connection between the Sharingan and the Rinnegan? Is there something wrong with the origin of my Rinnegan? But he didn't dare to ask more and buried his doubts deep in his heart. Sanshui waved his hand to summon the dimensional barrier. Leave the mess of the Akatsuki to the fake Madara. We are going back to the base. After saying that, he took the two away. On the other side, Zetsu crawled out from the tree, his face full of disbelief. He had watched the entire battle. After confirming that Sanshui had a complete Rinnegan, he hurriedly retreated. White Zetsu exclaimed, "That little brat can actually replicate the Rinnegan. Is it a kaleidoscope ocular technique?" Black Zetsu said nothing. He could only guess. After all, Obito's Kimui and Shursue's Kodoeme Tsukumi were both incredible. But he still sensed the power of Otsutsuki from Sanshui, and his heart was filled with doubts. Could this kid have obtained the inheritance of Waihai Village? The more Black Zetsu thought about it, the more anxious he became. He had been planning for thousands of years, and he was just a tailed beast away from success. But then Sanshui popped up. Nagato couldn't even defeat him. And now he could replicate bloodlines. He was no longer in control of the Rinnegan. With the Moon Eye plan on the verge of collapse, Black Zetsu gritted his teeth in unwillingness. Is it possible that thousands of years of hard work will go to waste? If left unchecked, continuing to lurk. Black Zetsu has a backup plan. Obito gets slapped in the face, and Danzo seizes the opportunity to cause trouble. Pay attention. Black Zetsu, anxious and restless, thinks, if I miss this chance to release my mother, how many more years will I have to wait for the next opportunity? Suddenly, an idea pops into his head. Resurrect Uchiha Madara with Edo Tensei, and maybe there will be a chance. But then he thinks again. With Sasuke already having opened the Mangekyou Sharingan, he will definitely see the modified stone tablet, and might even get involved in the Moon Eye plan, if Madara fails. Sasuke will be the next candidate. Black Zetsu calculates internally and somberly says, Nagato failed to capture the Nine Tails. I must quickly inform Obito to activate the backup plan. After saying this, he swiftly burrows underground. His plan won't be so easily thwarted. On the other side, outside the Akatsuki base in Amigakure, Obito glares at Orochimaru with murderous intent. You traitor, how dare you show up here? Orochimaru, however, licks his lips and disdainfully says, don't misunderstand, I'm here to discuss cooperation. Uchiha Madara. He had learned from Sasuke that Obito was an imposter, and this time he came to cooperate in igniting the Fourth Shinobi World War. Obito crosses his arms and scoffs. Cooperation? I'm not interested. After all, the collection of tail beasts is nearly complete. They're just waiting for Nagato to bring back the Nine Tails, and the Moon Eye plan can be activated right away. There's no need to team up with Orochimaru. Orochimaru, unhurried, replies, don't be so quick to refuse. He glances at Kabuto beside him, and Kabuto immediately puts his hands together. Edo Tensei. Several coffins crash to the ground, and as the lids open, there lie the second Tsuchikage, Mu, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, the second Mizukage, Jinjetsu, and the third Reikage. Obito is stunned. These are all big names in the shinobi world. Orochimaru's eyes turn icy. I want to completely destroy Konoha and kill all its shinobi. Obito doesn't doubt it. After all, Orochimaru failed to invade Konoha years ago, was sealed, and it's normal for him to hate Konoha. But before Obito could respond, Zetsu suddenly emerges from the wall behind him, poking half his body out and saying, Nagato failed, he didn't capture the Nine Tails. Obito is instantly bewildered, feeling like he's been slapped. He can only grit his teeth and turn to Orochimaru, saying, all right, let's talk about cooperation again. Orochimaru agrees with a smile, and Obito quickly heads into the base. Let's not discuss it here. Let's go inside and talk details. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Danzo seizes the opportunity to act as soon as he sees that Sasuke is not around. Numerous root shinobi swiftly surround the Uchiha compound, just waiting to cause trouble. Danzo takes advantage of the situation, surround the Uchiha and capture the Nine Tails. Sasuke and Naruto are in a tough battle. Pay attention. Danzo strides boldly into Uchiha territory with his guards, feeling elated. Finally, he has seized the opportunity. He has long been brewing mischief, clutching Uchiha Shursue's Kodoeme Tsukumi, just waiting for Sasuke to chase pain away from the village so he can capture the Nine Tails. Once Sasuke returns, he will use Kodoeme Tsukumi to control him and seize all the power Sasuke has. Danzo contemplates further, thinking that Tsunade has used a large-scale slug technique, and she must be exhausted and unconscious. This time, the position of Hokage is his for the taking. With a command, numerous root shinobi scatter and rush into nearby houses. Searching for Naruto, intelligence says that before Pain's invasion, Naruto was here. Yamanaka Ino reports. Lord Danzo, although this place is often cleaned, there are no signs of anyone living here. Danzo takes a couple of steps forward and coldly commands. Continue searching toward the center. We must find Uzumaki Naruto. In his eyes, the Uchiha are already a mere shadow of their former selves. In Konoha, only Sasuke and Sasuke are left of the pure-blood Uchiha, hardly worth mentioning. On the other side, in a courtyard at the center of the Uchiha compound, a huge monitor clearly displays the movements of the root. Naruto and Sasuke are focused on the screen, and Sasuke instantly recognizes Danzo at the forefront, clenching his fists and rushing toward the door. It's the root. I'm going to stop them. Naruto shouts anxiously. Sasuke, Brother Sansui told us to wait here, but Sasuke doesn't look back. Naruto scratches his head, conflicted for a while, and then decides to follow. He can't just watch Sasuke take it on alone. Just as he steps outside and hasn't gone far, Sasuke runs into a root shinobi, directly activating his Sharingan and pulling the opponent into a Jinjutsu, easily resolving the situation. But as soon as that shinobi dies, Sasuke's position is immediately exposed. Before long, numerous root shinobi fill the street corner, and Danzo, flanked by his subordinates, approaches with cold eyes, looking at Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. Capture him. Elite J, Nin-level root shinobi rush in. This group is stronger than ordinary shinobi of the same level, and many are jonin. Sasuke quickly finds himself entangled and unable to escape, with explosions and lightning ringing out in the streets. Boom! Sasuke is knocked away by an attack, crashing hard against a wall, clutching his chest, and coughing up blood. If this continues, he won't be able to hold on. Sasuke knows Naruto must be nearby, so he shouts, Naruto, are you not going to make your move? Naruto immediately jumps down from the rooftop, landing beside Sasuke, his tone filled with concern. Huh? Are you okay, Sasuke? I'm here to help. But the suppressed smile at the corner of his mouth makes Sasuke's lips twitch. This guy just wants to see him make a fool of himself. Danzo's eyes light up as he watches Naruto. The power of the Nine Tails is right in front of him. He quickly shouts to his subordinates beside him. You guys too. Help me buy some time. With just the two of them, they can't possibly hold me back. Danzo starts to unseal the seals on himself. This upcoming battle must rely on wood release and Sharingan's power. Moreover, in Konoha, he must control Naruto as quickly as possible. There can be no delays. Yamanaka Ino and Yamanaka F quickly nod in agreement and prepare to attack. Both of them are well aware of Naruto's ability to control the Nine Tails, feeling a heavy pressure, but they also know that if they just buy some time, they can manage. On the other side, Tsunade has just caught her breath when she suddenly senses an evil aura coming from the Uchiha compound, startling her. This feeling is a Nine Tails. What on earth is happening? She quickly leads a portion of her Umbu, sprinting through the ruins of Konoha. Pondering, could there be enemies trying to seize the Nine Tails at this time? But just halfway through, a more terrifying scene appears. A giant, hairless fox suddenly appears above the Uchiha compound, followed by a deafening roar, and fiery red fur rapidly grows all over its body, with nine tails swaying behind it. Unmistakably, the Nine Tails. Tsunade's heart sinks. Naruto must be in trouble. She urges the Umbu, hurry, faster. Meanwhile, in the underground base of Nango River, a dark golden light curtain sweeps across as Sansui returns with Nagato and Konan. Lei immediately reports, Lord Sansui, you haven't been gone long. But Danzo has already attacked Sasuke and Naruto with the Root organization. He quietly complains. If it weren't for worrying about affecting the plan, he could crush the Root organization by himself. Sansui is a bit surprised. He thought Danzo would recognize the gap in strength. He didn't expect that old man would actually dare to act. At this moment, a container holding Pain's corpse slowly rises from underground, and Sansui points at the corpse, saying, these things belong to their rightful owner. Nagato and Konan see him still concerned about these, and their regard for Sansui increases. Nagato remembers that his leg injury is also related to Danzo and volunteers. Do you need me to handle Danzo? No one can recognize my true form now. Sansui waves his hand. No need. I'll handle him myself. After saying this, he vanishes from the base. Lei then tells Nagato and Konan, you two follow me. Let's familiarize yourselves with the environment first. Back at the Uchiha compound, all around are collapsed houses, and the Nine Tails stands amidst the ruins, shouting in Naruto's voice, you guys are really annoying. With a flick of its tail, it sends all the thrown ninja tools flying away. Sasuke stood on top of the Nine Tails' head, surveying his surroundings, where countless Root members were densely packed. His chakra had long run out, What worried him even more was that old man Danzo was secretly preparing something, especially that purple-skinned bodyguard, who felt particularly threatening to him. Sasuke was exhausted. Danzo activated Izanagi, and the Nine Tails was bound and absorbing chakra. Pay attention. If Naruto weren't the Jinchuriki, they would have lost this battle long ago. Yamanaka Kinji suddenly appeared above Sasuke like a ghost, shouting, "Secret technique, poison mist technique." His hands filled with nano-poison bugs, and with a blow, it turned into a deep purple toxic mist enveloping Sasuke. Sasuke gritted his teeth, gathering his last bit of chakra in his mouth, spewing flames to block the toxic mist. But his Sharingan returned to its normal state. He really had no chakra left. Sasuke collapsed on the Nine Tails' head, shouting, "Naruto, if we don't come up with a plan, we're done for." Naruto, in a panic, replied, "I know, but I'm stuck here because of the bombardment." This complete Nine Tails form was a trick, and the device given by Yamato couldn't sustain extracting the Nine Tails chakra. Meanwhile, Danzo removed the last seal from his arm, revealing a Sharingan on one arm. The Sharingan spun wildly before settling down, and Danzo coldly said, "It's time to end this." He wanted to quickly capture Naruto, while Yamato was absent. The Root ninjas didn't approach the Nine Tails closely, using ninjutsu for long-range suppression, while Yamanaka Kinji occasionally unleashed poison bugs for sneak attacks. Naruto and Sasuke were quickly unable to hold on. Danzo emerged from the crowd, forming hand seals and shouting, "You owe in me Izanagi." After activating it, the Root ninjas scattered and concealed themselves, aiming to eliminate traces that exposed Danzo's secrets. Naruto was confused. Where did they go? Sasuke pointed to the other side. "Look, Danzo is coming." Naruto recognized Danzo. "Isn't that the old man we saw in Hokage's office?" Sasuke shouted urgently. "Don't be foolish." He asked the enemy. "Attack quickly." Danzo leaped into the air to grab Sasuke, but Naruto controlled the Nine Tails to swat him away. Yet the next moment, Danzo appeared under the Nine Tails' feet. Naruto warned, "Watch out beneath you." Just as Sasuke shouted, the ground shook, and countless saplings broke through the earth, growing wildly. Danzo sneered. Too late. Releasing the suppression of Hashirama's cells, his arms sprouted countless tree branches that grew into towering trees, instantly binding the Nine Tails. Naruto struggled desperately. "Damn it, my chakra is being drained by this thing." No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the tree bind. Danzo was absorbing Naruto's chakra. When he grabbed the Nine Tails, he encountered Tsunade and immediately attacked. Pay attention. The wood release, entangling Naruto, crazily absorbed his chakra, treating chakra as nourishment. Before long, Danzo appeared beside the giant tree like a phantom, feeling pleased. Naruto is definitely going to lose. Would release crushes tailed beasts. He then canceled Izanagi. One Sharingan on his arm slowly closed, sighing. After all these years, Uchiha's Izanagi is still so useful. You should know, Izanagi is the ultimate ocular technique of the Uchiha, capable of turning unfavorable factors into dreams and favorable ones into reality. Danzo could only figure out a 1-minute effect, immunizing against death damage and enhancing ninjutsu and taijutsu. He looked at the blind Sharingan, contemplating. Still 9 minutes left? After all, the transplanted Sharingan has a time discrepancy. He used 1 to capture Naruto, leaving 9 left, which means he has 9 minutes to use them. At this moment, Yamato walked over, carrying the bound Naruto. "Lord Danzo, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails has been sealed." Danzo frowned. "Where is Uchiha Sasuke?" Yamato lowered his head in apology. "I couldn't find any trace of him." Danzo didn't dwell on it. Hiding his arm in his clothing, retreat. But he felt uneasy. After such a long fight, not a single puppet from Yamato had shown up. Just as Danzo was preparing to escape with his men, Tsunade and her team ran into him. Tsunade looked puzzled. "Shimura Danzo? What are you doing here?" Danzo felt even more flustered. How is Tsunade not unconscious? She used a large-scale slug technique. Even with the Een seal, her chakra should have been exhausted. Tsunade quickly sensed something was wrong. "What are you planning with so many people? Why didn't T-Root show up during Pain's invasion?" Combining with the recent rampage of the Nine Tails, she instantly realized Danzo was taking advantage of the chaos to attack Naruto. The Umbu quickly became alert, and the atmosphere became tense. Danzo's eyes flashed coldly. He was pushed to a dead end. Tsunade angrily shouted, "Danzo, where's Naruto?" Danzo suddenly attacked, throwing away his cane and charging at Tsunade. Reaching for her neck, "Princess Tsunade, I'm sorry. I must ask you to faint." Tsunade reacted faster, dodging the grab. Tsunade struck Danzo with her monstrous strength. Danzo activated Izanagi, and Sasuke encountered Yamato for reinforcements. Pay attention. Tsunade gathered chakra, delivering a punch to Danzo's back. Her unique monstrous strength slammed Danzo into the ground, creating a pit several meters deep. As the two clashed, the surrounding Umbu and Root members began to fight. Root had the numbers, and the Umbu fell into a bitter struggle. Tsunade quickly sensed something was off and jumped out of the pit. Bang! The Danzo in the pit had actually turned into a tree stump. A substitution technique? Tsunade looked up and saw that only a few of her Umbu were barely holding on, cursing inwardly. This is bad. In the previous urgency, she had only brought a small number of Umbu. Just as Tsunade was distracted for a moment, Danzo suddenly unleashed ninjutsu. Wind release. Vacuum wave. A series of wind blades flew towards Tsunade, shattering everything in their path. Tsunade immediately used her Heaven's Guard, concentrating chakra in her feet and smashing the ground, lifting large chunks of earth to block in front of her. Danzo stood on the rooftop, praising, truly worthy of Princess Tsunade. But his hands didn't stop, quickly forming seals to activate Izanagi. He was getting older, his fighting power was declining, and he could only rely on this external force for assistance. After activating Izanagi, Danzo regained that omnipotent feeling and quickly suppressed this thought to focus on the battle. Tsunade emerged from the smoke, full of anger. Danzo, you bastard. She had already noticed that Danzo's arm had been pretending to be injured, but that ninjutsu just now clearly proved his arm was fine. At this moment, Root had controlled the remaining Umbu, and Danzo looked down from above. Stop struggling. You are already a hindrance to Konoha. After saying that, he joined the attack, with speed and strength far greater than before. Tsunade was shocked. Danzo's arm actually has the feeling of Sharingan and would release. She angrily asked, "What is wrong with your arm?" Danzo casually replied, "Just a little trick." Under the enhancement of his Izanagi, he didn't even dodge. All attacks turned into dreams, and he couldn't die at all. Tsunade couldn't deal fatal damage, but Danzo could continue attacking, turning the battle into a war of attrition. Danzo just wanted to put Tsunade to sleep and take over as Hokage. On the other side, Sasuke had finally managed to escape from Danzo's grasp and was running to get reinforcements, only to encounter Yamato, who was coming leisurely. Yamato stopped, crossing his arms and teasing, "Oh, it's Sasuke. It's the first time I've seen you so disheveled." Sasuke met Yamato for reinforcements. Tsunade activated Sage Mode, and Danzo's mentality exploded. Pay attention. Sasuke had never been in such a miserable situation since his debut. Even Yamato teased, "It's rare to see you beaten like this." Upon seeing Yamato, Sasuke calmed down instead and quickly said, "Uncle Yamato, Naruto was captured by Danzo. He has the power of our clan and can use would release." Yamato handed him a healing plate. "I know the specifics. Go handle the main issue first." He looked at the surrounding ruins, his anger boiling. He purposely led pain away to avoid affecting this place. Yet Danzo had turned his territory into this. It was simply unforgivable. Yamato marched ahead, and Sasuke followed obediently after recovering. Soon, the two arrived at the battlefield, where Tsunade and Danzo were still at stalemate. Tsunade was overflowing with life force. The high-intensity battle activated Sage Mode, and chakra continuously surged outward. Danzo, on the other hand, relied on his Izanagi to sustain himself. Looking down at his arm, only 4 Sharingan remained open, and his mentality was nearly exploding. Tsunade was recovering faster than he could attack, and he simply couldn't move her. Sanshui casually crushed the surrounding Root ninjas and observed Tsunade. The Sage Body. He pondered in his heart that while Tsunade had the Sage Body, she lacked would release, which was precisely the Yang release power he possessed. Meanwhile, Tsunade punched Danzo away, but he transformed into an illusion and disappeared. Confused about how this jutsu could reverse life and death, she watched as Danzo reappeared, with one of his Sharingan closing. Only 3 minutes left. Danzo took a deep breath, ready to fight, but then turned to see Sansui returning, making the situation even worse. Tsunade followed Danzo's gaze and saw Sansui sitting on a stone platform, surrounded by the corpses of Root ninjas, while Sasuke glared at Danzo with a look of hatred. Sansui greeted her with a smile. "Hey Tsunade, how does it feel to awaken the Sage Body?" Tsunade looked down at herself. All her battle injuries had healed, and her chakra seemed to be endless. Filled with doubt, Sage Body? Tsunade had awakened the Sage Body. Failing at wood release, Sansui supplemented with yang release for a counterattack. Look closely. Tsunade discovered she had gained the ability to heal without hand signs. Wasn't this the skill of her grandfather, Hashirama Senju? Excited to find she had the same ability as her grandfather, her mind was filled with thoughts of Hashirama's wood release. Tsunade immediately formed hand seals from memory and shouted, "Wood release! Birth of the tree world!" Danzo trembled at the side. If Tsunade really could use wood release, he wouldn't need to fight at all. But a gust of wind blew, and nothing happened. Not even a single leaf emerged. Tsunade was stunned. Where's my wood release? The hand seals were correct. She stood awkwardly in place, scratching her foot. Danzo breathed a sigh of relief and mocked. Even the granddaughter of the first Hokage can't master wood release. Tsunade turned to see Sansui stifling a laugh, which made her furious. You little brat, you're doing this on purpose. Didn't you say I'd awaken wood release? Sansui struggled to hold back his laughter and explained, I only said you awaken the sage body, not that you'd master wood release. He shook his trembling shoulders, clearly uncomfortable. Wood release wasn't that simple. If it could be achieved by combining water and earth chakra, it would have been commonplace in the ninja world. Even Konoha's many experiments with Senju clan members had failed. Okay, enough laughing. Here are the final conditions. Sansui tossed out a white disc, and the yang released chakra rapidly merged into Tsunade's body. Tsunade looked at her hand in confusion. Is that it? I don't feel anything. But Danzo's face turned pale. He could sense Tsunade's life energy soaring to an unprecedented height, completely out of his control, and he wanted to flee on the spot. Sansui saw through his intentions and gave him a meaningful look, causing Danzo to step back in fear. He doesn't plan to let me go. Tsunade was half convinced, but decided to try a simple ninjutsu. After forming hand seals, she clapped her hands. Wood release. Great force technique. Countless spiked wooden vines shot out from her arms, moving so fast that Danzo couldn't dodge. Damn Sansui. Danzo's words were cut off as the vines wrapped around him like a zongzi, his body instantly torn to shreds. Tsunade couldn't believe it. I did it. But Sansui pointed ahead. It's not over yet. Sure enough, Danzo reappeared thanks to his Anaji, with two Sharingan still open on his arms. Knowing he couldn't defeat Tsunade, he looked up at Sansui on the roof. Only by using the Kodoe Mitsukami to control Sansui could he break the situation. Sansui raised an eyebrow. Oh, do you want to attack me? Sansui activated his Sharingan to see through Danzo. Kodoe Mitsukami was ineffective, and Danzo was still grinning foolishly. Look closely. Sansui narrowed his eyes, his crimson Sharingan suddenly appearing, clearly seeing Danzo's state. He was down to two Sharingan, and this old man was completely cornered. Sasuke pulled out a kunai. Glaring at Tsunade, the prey was stolen. He then fixed his gaze on Danzo, pondering. In a one-on-one, I'm not afraid of him. Suddenly, Danzo formed hand seals and shouted, summoning technique. Dream taper. With a roar, a giant dream taper appeared, opening its mouth wide and starting to inhale. Tsunade quickly gathered chakra to resist the suction, while Sasuke clung to the wall to stabilize himself, exclaiming, What kind of monster is this? Sansui stood firmly in place, calmly explaining, This is a dream taper, known for eating dreams. It looks just like a big elephant. Danzo moved freely in the suction storm, accelerating with his Anaji, forming hand seals as he shouted, Wind release. Vacuum wave. Several wind blades flew against the wind towards Sansui and Sasuke. Sasuke reacted quickly, unleashing a fireball that surged with the wind, directly blasting the dream taper back to the summoning realm. Seizing the opportunity, Danzo leaped in front of Sansui, opening his right eye to stare, Kodoe Mitsukami. Sasuke panicked. Not good. That's Shursui's eye technique. It can control a person's consciousness. He quickly retreated, praying that Sansui hadn't been affected. If Sansui was controlled, they would have no chance of winning. Danzo laughed heartily. Haha, I've won. My right eye has returned to 3 Tomo. Konoha is mine. But he didn't know that Sansui's consciousness entered a spiritual space, where the dusk sky hung a moon with Shursui's eye pattern. A force tried to control his consciousness, but the power of the Asura instantly erupted, driving out the eye power, and the power of the Asura became even more violent, directly swallowing the eye power that had been lurking. Sansui's consciousness returned to his body, disdainfully saying, Kodoe Mitsukami is just like that. Meanwhile, Danzo continued to laugh madly, completely unaware of the anomaly. At this moment, Danzo pointed at Tsunade and arrogantly shouted, Princess Tsunade, I advise you to surrender. I controlled Sanshui. You are bound to lose. Tsunade quickly jumped to Sasuke's side, urgently asking, "What's the situation now?" Sasuke said solemnly, "That's Konoha Tsukumi. Konoha Tsukumi is ineffective." Sanshui counterattacked Danzo, while Obito frantically searched for the Rinnegan. "Look closely," Sasuke explained with anger. Konoha Tsukumi can completely dominate the opponent. It was supposed to be Shirsui's eye technique, but it was stolen by Danzo. Tsunade panicked on the spot. Sanshui's strength was something she and Sasuke couldn't withstand. Suddenly, with a splatter, everyone's attention was drawn. Danzo spat blood, looking in disbelief at the knife that pierced his chest. Konoha Tsukumi was clearly activated. How could this be possible? Sansui released his hand, coldly saying, "You're really noisy." Sasuke shouted excitedly, "Great. Uncle is fine." Tsunade patted her chest, relieved. "This kid is really scary." Danzo struggled to turn around and questioned, "How did you dodge Konoha Tsukumi?" He had already canceled his Anaji, and the truth-seeking ball had pierced his heart, making him undoubtedly doomed. Sansui disdainfully replied, "What a joke. You think you can control me? Shirsui's eye is just an ordinary Mangeki Sharingan and can't affect my power at all." Before Danzo could finish speaking, his pupils dilated. Darkness in the ninja world had completely cooled. Sasuke kicked Danzo's corpse, still feeling a lingering fear. Is he really dead this time? The previous revival was too terrifying. Sansui collected Danzo's 2-3-tomo Sharingan, including the one that had degraded from Shirsui, into a container and said, "Having some means, yet using on your own people." Then Sansui said to Tsunade, "You can deal with Danzo's forces. The rest is up to you." With that, he took Sasuke and disappeared through the dimensional wall. Tsunade looked at Danzo's corpse with a bitter smile. It's a pity that the old ninja was corrupted by desire. A few days later, news of the Akatsuki's attack on Konoha spread throughout the ninja world, with Kumovikure and Konoha being struck in succession, while Awagakure was stirring restlessly. Inside Konoha, Tsunade publicly revealed Danzo's crimes, inciting public outrage, taking the opportunity to dissolve the Elder Council and removing Mito Menyen and Shinji Kamaru from their positions. The Shimura clan was also ostracized, destined for decline. Meanwhile, news of the upcoming 5 Kage summit spread, aimed at dealing with the Akatsuki and seizing the tailed beasts. In the Rain Country Akatsuki base, Obito regained his identity as Madara and asked, "Did Nagato fail?" Black Zetsu and White Zetsu confirmed. Sansui defeated Nagato. Obito stared at the outer path statue and asked urgently, "What about the Rinnegan?" Black Zetsu replied, "It should have been recovered by Sansui. I've already sent a clone to check." He was still pondering whether to tell Obito about the power of the Otsutsuki clan in Sansui. Obito panicked without the Rinnegan. Resurrecting the Ten Tails and activating the infinite Tsukuyami was just talk. It was a dead end. He murmured, "Lin." Obito sought Orochimaru to resurrect Madara. Sansui obtained the Law Master's clock, and Tsunade and the other 5 Kage were having a meeting. "Pay attention." Obito lowered his head, clenched his fists. He wanted to create a world only for Lin, but the key Rinnegan was gone. Yet suddenly, his eyes became resolute. "I haven't lost yet. There's still a way. Find Orochimaru to use the reanimation jutsu to bring back Madara, and rely on Madara as Rinnegan to activate the infinite Tsukuyami. Just don't know if the resurrected Madara will listen to him." Black Zetsu walked up behind Obito. "Looks like you have a plan." Obito looked up at the sun and disappeared using Kamui. "I'm off to find Orochimaru. Madara's corpse is still in his Kamui space." Black Zetsu stroked his chin and thought, "Orochimaru, huh?" Then also burrowed underground. Half a month later, in Konoha, Sansui was sitting on a rooftop tossing a clock. This was the main clock given during the system sign-in when Pain attacked the Witch Rider, known as the Law Master. He could control the 4 elements of fire, earth, wind, and water with explosive combat power. Below, the villagers in Shimaji were enthusiastically rebuilding. Thanks to them, Yamato didn't have to check his chakra every day, or else he'd be dreaming, shouting, "I really have none left. Don't come near." At this moment, Hinata jumped onto the rooftop, leaned on Sanshui's shoulder, her face flushed and heart racing. Sanshui's aura is so charming. Ever since awakening her Byakugan, she was even more attracted to Sansui. Sansui smiled and said, "Little Hinata, you adapted well to the Byakugan." Hinata's water blue eyes were incredibly beautiful. Hinata felt a bit guilty. "Thanks to you, I grasped it at a preliminary level, but if I had learned it earlier, you and T have had to fight pain alone." Sansui patted her head. "There will be plenty of opportunities to help me in the future." Once Hinata and Hanabi fully master the Byakugan, they could directly step into the Six Paths level and help him share a lot. Hinata obediently nodded. On the other side, at the entrance of Konoha, Tsunade and Shizen were waiting. The 5 Kage meeting was about to start, and they had to head to the land of Iron early. Tsunade squeezed a bottle of sake and took a swig, dissatisfied. Why hasn't that brat Sansui shown up yet? Shizen advised. Lady Tsunade, watch your image. Tsunade rolled her eyes. I saved the whole village. What's wrong with having a drink? Suddenly, Shizen waved her hand and shouted. Sansui-sama, we're over here. Tsunade saw Sansui and quickly tossed away the empty sake bottle, straightening her clothes. Shizen was dumbfounded. Why did Lady Tsunade suddenly care about her image? Too suspicious. Sansui approached. Sorry, I got held up by something. Thanks for waiting. Sansui was late to the 5 Kage meeting. Obito displayed 100,000 white zetsu, shocking Orochimaru. Pay attention. Sansui rubbed his nose and explained to Tsunade. She had notified him yesterday to serve as a bodyguard for the 5 Kage meeting, but he ended up being late. Soon, Sansui joined Tsunade's team, greeting the familiar ninjas, and the bodyguard team set off for the land of Iron. On the way, Sansui wondered. Tsunade's strength is so explosive now, plus Yamato and Kakashi, 2 J-nin, I really don't need to protect her at all. Why was I specifically designated? After all, Yamato has Hashirama SLs and can use wood release, being an elite from the Umbu. Kakashi is the top technician of Konoha, having copied thousands of jutsu and even fought Kagaya. With him around, Tsunade is completely safe. Tsunade had a worried look. I have a feeling this 5 Kage meeting isn't simple. The person behind this will definitely cause trouble. With all 5 great nations Kage present, if they're all taken out at once, it would be a disaster. Bringing Sansui is to ensure safety. On the other side, at the Akatsuki base, Obito and Black Zetsu found Orochimaru, who was conducting an experiment, and got straight to the point. Orochimaru, help me resurrect someone. We're about to declare war on the 5 great nations. His current plan was stalling, and he needed to resurrect Madara quickly. Orochimaru put down the scroll, licking his lips, and asked, helping you start a ninja world war? That comes with conditions, Madara. Obito threw out the bait, the power of the Uchiha and Senju fusion. Don't you want to know? After the war, I'll even give you a pair of Sharingan. He had a stash of Sharingan in his warehouse, so he wasn't lacking, and everyone knew Orochimaru's thirst for Sharingan. Orochimaru took the flesh Obito handed over, feeling tempted but still skeptical. With just the people I can resurrect, we want to be able to take on the 5 great nations, right? Do you have any trump cards? Obito called out, and a white Zetsu emerged from the ground. Orochimaru was surprised. Isn't this the Zetsu from the organization? Only the white part. Obito said lightly. I have 100,000 of these guys. Most of them are nin. Over the years, he had relied on the Outer Path Golem and Hashirama SLs to replicate white Zetsu, amassing an army of 100,000. Individually, white Zetsu are weak, but in numbers 100,000 can easily crush. Orochimaru's pupils constricted, stunned. 100,000. He gasped. Ninja from the 5 great nations above nin don't even add up to 100,000. With this trump card, plus the tailed beasts and reanimation jutsu, Obito could indeed go head-to-head with the ninja world. Knowing the trump card, Orochimaru didn't ask further. Secretly pleased. This is going to be very interesting. Orochimaru began the reanimation jutsu. For Madara, Obito hurried to combine the tailed beasts, but Madara complained it was too slow. Pay attention. Orochimaru wondered if Sansui had any countermeasures, then began forming hand seals, shouting, Reanimation jutsu. The white Zetsu on the ground let out a mournful scream as its body was covered in dirt, and soon the figure of Uchiha Madara appeared, eyes closed. Wearing layered samurai armor, Orochimaru stared at the resurrected Madara, eyes wide. This is... Obito took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Long time no see. Uchiha Madara. Madara opened his eyes and complained. Finally, the day has come. Nagato has finally grown up. Too slow, Obito. He initially thought it was Nagato who used the Rinnegan to resurrect him, but quickly sensed something was off. This isn't Rinnegan revival. It's some other technique. Orochimaru looked at Madara warily, shocked beyond belief. Only by facing Madara did he realize how intense the pressure was. Madara crossed his arms, displeased, and asked, What's the kid Obito up to? This isn't Rinnegan revival. Black Zetsu quickly stepped forward, using a hoarse voice to explain the situation while secretly concealing the matter of the Rinnegan. After hearing the intel, Madara raised an eyebrow. Oh? There's actually an impressive junior? He was extremely interested in Sansui, another young Mangeki Uchiha with unfathomable strength. His inherent warlike genes ignited, eager to fight Sansui immediately. Madara glanced at Obito. Well then, what is the plan next? Obito hurriedly said, the 5 Kage meeting is coming up. I plan to take the opportunity to start a ninja world war and deal with them all. But Nagato was defeated by Sansui, and the Rinnegan can't be reclaimed. Madara fell silent. So this brat is having me clean up the mess. Then, Madara turned to Orochimaru and praised. You must be Obito's collaborator, huh? A pretty good guy. Orochimaru quickly responded respectfully. He dared not have any thoughts toward Madara. The pressure of just standing there was unbearable. Obito hurriedly said, Madara, let us combine the tailed beasts first. Madara looked at him in surprise. Why is this brat so anxious? But he didn't see refuse. As he also wanted to obtain the power of the Sage of 6 Paths, Madara asked, have you collected the 9 Tails chakra? Obito pointed to the coffin by the wall. Those 2 are from the Cloud Village, Gold and Silver brothers. They have 9 Tails chakra. Madara opened his eyes again. The Rinnegan instantly appearing, and he formed hand seals, shouting, Outer Path Golem. With a loud bang, the aura of the Outer Path Golem spread out instantly. The Outer Path Golem devoured the Gold and Silver brothers. Obito crashed the 5 Kage meeting, declaring war on the spot. Pay attention. A burst of smoke exploded, and the massive figure of the Outer Path Golem stood directly in the spacious room. It supported itself with its hands, its 9-eyed head exposed. Its form as dry as old wood, the pressure reaching its peak. Obito urged the dazed Orochimaru. Don't just stand there. It's your turn. Orochimaru was in a daze, feeling like he was on a roller coaster. Mizushui hadn't mentioned any of this to him at all. How could Uchiha, like Obito, have the Rinnegan? He was filled with questions, but had no one to ask. And he felt that Mizushui definitely knew the inside story, but just wouldn't tell him. It wasn't until Obito called out again that Orochimaru snapped back to reality and hurriedly opened the coffin that contained the golden and silver horns. As soon as the golden and silver horns crawled out of the coffin, they looked around in confusion. Where are we? But before they could finish their sentence, a gust of wind swept in, and both of them were directly swallowed whole by the Outer Path's Geto statue. All 9-tailed beast chakra was now gathered. The 10 tails was about to descend. On the other side, the 5 Kage meeting in the Land of Iron was already packed with people. Konoha was led by Tsunade, with Mizushui and Kakashi as bodyguards. Suna was represented by Gaara, with Kankuro and Temari by his side. IWA was led by Anoki, protected by Akatsuchi and Kuratsuchi. Kyumo was represented by Reikage, Durui, and Kishi nearby, and Kiri was led by Terumi Mei, with Ao and Chijiro following. As soon as Gaara and Anoki met, they exploded. Suna and IWA had only just stopped fighting. Gaara rarely swore. How come you old coot who's half buried in the ground is still alive? Anoki was so angry that his beard bristled. Well, you know, you little brat. Suna has no one left, and that's why you became Kazekage? Your father sold out Suna, and you still have the nerve to be proud? Terumi may watch from the side, feeling envious. Suna had almost been wiped out by IWA, but had soared after mixing with Konoha, while Kiri, after the internal conflict, was in a weak state. She couldn't help but think, if only Kiri could mix with Konoha. She quickly shook her head, suppressing the thought. I am the Mizukage, how can I think like that? The host of the meeting, Mifune, quickly stepped forward to persuade. Everyone, please stop. We're not here to argue. It's for the safety of the ninja world. But no one paid him any mind until Tsunade and Reikage spoke in deep tones, finally calming the scene. This time there was no Sasuke causing trouble, and the meeting proceeded smoothly. Just after exchanging intelligence, Mifune was about to discuss strategies against the Akatsuki when suddenly the air twisted and Obito's figure emerged directly from it. Mifune's heart stopped in fear as he hurriedly jumped back to create distance. Obito barged into the 5 Kage meeting to declare war. The Moon Eye plan was revealed, igniting the Ninja World War. Look out! Obito grinned at the tense crowd. Everyone's here? That saves me the trouble of looking for you. He then casually sat down on the table behind him, greeting them in Madara's voice. Reikage exploded on the spot, lightning crackling around him. Damn it! Hand over Killer Bee. Tsunade quickly intervened. Calm down. He can use space-time ninjutsu. You won't be able to hurt him. Let's hear what he has to say first. A snorted coldly, suppressing his chakra. He had to trust Konoha's intelligence for now. Obito's scarlet Sharingan swept over everyone, his tone icy. I am Uchiha Madara. Here to declare war on you and the 5 great nations behind you. Madara is still alive, declaring war right off the bat. The moment those words left his mouth, the whole venue exploded. Onoki broke out in a cold sweat. Madara was his lifelong nightmare. Terumi Mei was stunned. Is the Akatsuki's goal really this insane? Gaara shot back. You relic of the old era should be buried in a coffin. All you know is plotting schemes. Obito wasn't angry. Instead, he looked at Mizushui behind Tsunade. Mizushui was smiling at him, and Obito felt a sinking feeling. There was no way to attack the 5 Kage today, but he still spoke up. Since you don't understand, let me tell you about the Moon Eye plan. After explaining his plan to plunge the world into illusion for peace, Terumi Mei immediately countered. What kind of joke is that? Gaara also coldly remarked. Is this your way of avoiding reality? Peace must be achieved in reality to be meaningful. Obito sighed. Negotiating is useless. Then let's use war to speak. I have collected the tailed beasts. You can't win. He glanced at Mizushui, thinking that even if Mizushui was strong, he couldn't withstand the combined attacks of the 6-tailed beasts. Obito stood up, his voice firm. The 4th Great Ninja War. I declare war here. Next time we meet, it will be on the battlefield. After saying that, he vanished directly. Onoki was stunned. Is he serious? Do I have to fight in another ninja war? Gaara added. What you did before is no different from the ninja war. Onoki was anxious. My situation is different. No. Why am I even explaining this to you? You village selling brat. The 5 Kage erupted into chaos. Tsunade was elected as the leader of the allied forces. And Mizushui's identity shocked Onoki. Look out. Onoki crossed his arms, hovering in the air with a cold snort. What? Do you want to fight? Gaara's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty gleam. I wouldn't mind ordering an attack on the land of Earth right now. He had not been swayed by Naruto's words too many times. His violent nature was still intact. Onoki exploded on the spot, quickly glancing at Reikage. You should support me. But he pretended not to see. If he moves, Konoha will definitely act. If Mizushui gets involved, Kyumo is finished. Mifune wiped his sweat and pounded the table. Stop arguing. We need to discuss how to respond to Madara's declaration of war. Terumi Mei also quickly urged. Now is not the time to dwell on the past. We need to deal with the Akatsuki first. She didn't want to lose her home right after becoming Mizukage. Onoki threw out a key question. Alliances are fine, but who will lead? We can't have favoritism toward our own villages. Gaara coldly shot back. It won't be you. Onoki was so angry that he almost passed out. Fortunately, Kuratsuchi quickly eased his mind. Reikage suddenly spoke up. I propose Tsunade. She can lead us to crush Madara and the tailed beasts. Terumi Mei immediately agreed. I concur. Gaara quickly added, I agree too. He inwardly lamented. Suna mixing with Konoha, and I was a step behind. At this moment, Onoki noticed Mizushui beside Tsunade, staring at the flame fan badge on his collar, and asked, Is this young man also an Uchiha? Mizushui calmly looked up. What? Do you have a problem? Onoki quickly replied, No, just curious. I've heard that only 2 Uchihas are left in Konoha. Who are you? He was the strongest SanshuiGets who had lived for a long time and was skilled in dust release. Mizushui answered, I am Uchiha Mizushui. Onoki instantly reacted. So it's you. The legendary genius of the Kage level. And you can use the Manjiki. Plus you're the founder of the Flying Thunder God. How impressive. Uchiha truly is a cradle of genius. Konoha doesn't cherish you. Mizushui also politely replied, You're not bad either. The strongest SanshuiGets is no exaggeration. As the two exchanged compliments, the 5 Kage meeting came to an end. The 5 great nations officially allied, and the Ninja Alliance was established, with Tsunade as the overall commander. The daimyos had no objections. After all, the Akatsuki was too terrifying. After the meeting, the Kage from each village set off on their way back. Mizushui encountered the real Madara blocking their path. Madara invited him to join, but was refused, and a great battle was about to break out. Look out! On the way back to the village, Mizushui stopped in front of a large bridge. This was the bridge where Sasuke fought Danzo in the original story, but unfortunately, Danzo had long since fallen. Tsunade quickly asked, What's wrong? Mizushui looked up at the distance. There is someone ahead. They saw a person in samurai armor sitting on a pillar of the bridge, standing up and brushing off the dust. You finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. It was Uchiha Madara. He had long heard about an impressive junior and couldn't sit still, coming directly to wait for Mizushui. But unfortunately, he was currently in the state of Edo Tensei and couldn't fully enjoy the battle. Tsunade was shocked on the spot. You are Madara? The others were also puzzled. Is he the real Madara? Then who was that in the meeting? Instantly, everyone entered a state of alert. This person before them and the Madara from the meeting exuded completely different levels of aura. Madara landed in front of everyone, eyeing Mizutsui with interest, surprisingly sensing a sense of crisis from this young man, his desire for battle rising. I am Uchiha Madara. This is our first meeting, right, Junior? Tsunade stepped forward, staring at him intently. So, it's really you. This Edo Tensei is the work of Orochimaru, isn't it? Madara glanced at Tsunade's ine seal, showing little interest. The granddaughter of Hashirama, Senju Tsunade. I'm not here to find you. A Senju who can't use would release? I'm not interested. Sansui quickly understood. So you're here to find me. It's clear in my heart that this is Madara being resurrected, itching for a fight. After all, Madara is the final big boss in the later part of Naruto Shippuden. If it weren't for being backstabbed by Black Zetsu, he could fight even better than Kagaya. Madara ignored Tsunade and directly extended an olive branch. You have a Mangeki Sharingan. You should know the contents of the 6-path stone tablet, right? How about joining my Eye of the Moon plan? Sansui stroked his chin. The proposal sounds tempting, but I refuse. He could activate infinite Tsukuyomi himself. Why would he need to team up with Madara? Madara was taken aback. Why? Sansui smirked. What I Uchiha Sansui love most is telling self-righteous guys no. Tsunade was left speechless. Making jokes at a time like this is really inappropriate. Shizen let out a sigh of relief. It's good that he refused. Otherwise, he really can't beat Sansui. Madara pouted, retracted his hand, and picked up the fan behind him, preparing to attack. Humph. So boring. Since we can't reach an agreement, let me test your strength. Sansui quickly shouted to Tsunade and the others. Stay back. If we start fighting, I won't be able to protect you. You have to know, Madara is now in Edo Tensei. He can freely create chakra and ocular power. The area of effect will definitely be devastating. Sansui and Madara clashed Susanoo. The bridge was instantly shattered, and the audience was left dumbfounded. Pay attention. Sansui knew in his heart that if Madara used Tenpenki-I, Tsunade and the others would definitely be wiped out by the aftermath. Madara watched this scene with great interest, not in a hurry to attack. Does this junior really think he can fight him alone? Tsunade only reminded him to be careful and quickly led the others to evacuate. She knew clearly. Sansui is a freak. His strength is not a concern. If something really happens, she will go up to support. Madara's eyes glowed with the crimson Mangeki. Can we start now? Sansui also activated his Mangeki, but one eye was red while the other looked like a clock. Completely different styles. Madara looked puzzled. This eye is really strange. It even looks like a clock. You should know that Uchiha's Mangeki usually has simple patterns. Sansui is the first case. Without saying more, Madara directly formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Flames rolled towards Sansui like a wall. Sansui raised an eyebrow. Completely unbothered. Water release. Water barrier. With the Toby's clock, his water release was instantly maxed out. Without borrowing from the river below the bridge, water surged around him, forming a water curtain that enveloped him. With his massive chakra, the water curtain firmly blocked the flames, not allowing even a bit to break through. Madara clicked his tongue. So annoying. Just like that Toby guy. Seeing that long-range attacks were ineffective, he dashed into the smoke where water and fire mingled. Ready to duel Sansui in taijutsu. In the distance, Tsunade and the others watched from a high point, Shizun feeling apprehensive. That fire release is too explosive. Even from as far away, I can feel the heat. Tsunade was also surprised. He blocked it without a water source. His water release skills are no worse than Toby's grandpa. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed, and the bridge collapsed, smoke billowing into the sky. Two gigantic figures emerged from the smoke. It was Susanoo. Tsunade broke out in a cold sweat. This pressure is too strong. It's not something a human can possess. The onlookers were directly shaken. How do we deal with two Susanoo? There's simply no way to fight. In the ruins, the dark gold and deep blue Susanoo faced off, and Madara excitedly said, as expected, you also activated Susanoo. In the smoke, Madara transformed into a shadow and charged towards Sansui, swinging a punch. Sansui also met it with a punch, relying solely on his Sharingan to see Madara's movements. You want to fight me in taijutsu? You got the wrong person. The power of Azura surged within him, concentrating the strength of the night in his fist. This punch could even take down a tailed beast. At the moment of impact, the shockwave shattered the bridge into pieces. Sansui leaped out of the smoke, suddenly feeling a chill behind him. Sansui and Madara's Susanoo clashed. Tenpenki descended, and Tsunade firmly believed Sanshui could break the situation. Pay attention. Sanshui turned around and saw a gigantic skeletal hand made of chakra smashing towards him. He grinned. So you're angry now? Dark gold chakra erupted from his eyes, and ribs quickly formed, firmly blocking the bone hand. Madara, unwilling to back down, increased the strength of the deep blue bone hand, even growing veins and flesh. Susanoo directly upgraded. Sanshui also increased his ocular power output. I have that too. His skeletal structure rapidly extended, flesh forming along with it, and his half-body Susanoo was directly completed. As the smoke cleared, Madara's miserable state was revealed. Only his head, neck, and left arm were intact, while the rest was completely gone. Luckily, Edo Tensei allows for rapid recovery, floating in Susanoo. He sighed. You're the first to reach this level in Taijutsu, but you're still a bit short of the red mist. Sanshui was somewhat surprised. Not up to the 8 gates level? Then he thought, guy's 8th gate can distort space. My knight's power is indeed a bit lacking. But he didn't say it out loud. Ajura was just one of his powers. He hadn't even activated the knight form yet. Madara suddenly raised both hands to form seals, and Susanoo followed suit. His main body and Susanoo simultaneously formed 3 different seals. He sneered. In the exploration of the Sharingan, you are far inferior to me. Tenpenki. Chakra surged wildly. The sky instantly darkened, and meteorites, blocking the sun, burst through the clouds, causing nearby animals to flee in a panic, creating an apocalyptic scene. The onlookers in the distance were left dumbfounded. Is this for real? This is the power of a god, right? Kakashi panicked. Lady Tsunade, should we retreat? We're still in the meteorite range. But Tsunade remained calm. We won't leave. I believe he has a way. She recalled how Sanshui had once sliced through Pain's Chibaku Tensei and wondered, how strong must Grandpa have been to defeat Madara back then? Madara crossed his arms, waiting to see how Sanshui would respond. So what will you do next? This move is supposed to be a mutual destruction technique, but he is Edo Tensei, so he isn't afraid of being hit by meteorites. Sanshui slightly raised his head, a flash of the Azura and Knight emblem in his eyes. This is Tenpenki. Experiencing it personally reveals how shocking it is. Sanshui activated his knight form to smash the meteorites. The second one was directly sliced into fireworks, leaving Madara stunned. Pay attention. Sanshui looked up at the falling meteorites and quietly increased his ocular power output. This technique felt like a natural disaster. The pressure was overwhelming. An ordinary shadow-level ninja, unprepared, would definitely meet their end here. But he wasn't an ordinary ninja. He was a passing knight. Madara's move directly pushed Sanshui to activate the second stage. He used his ocular technique, Divine Spirit Possession, allowing the knight's power to attach to his physical body, enabling him to access up to 80 of the knight's combat power. Golden energy instantly enveloped his entire body, protecting him like armor, and 6 overlapping horns unfolded above his head. He was most adept at using Azura's power. Madara stared at him with his Sharingan, growing increasingly puzzled. This energy isn't chakra at all. Is it an ocular technique? Before he could figure out, Sanshui suddenly leaped, defying the laws of physics, and kicked towards a meteorite, executing a standard knight kick pose. The onlooking Umbu were completely bewildered. What's he trying to do? Kick the meteorite? Is he crazy? But Kakashi focused on that golden stream of light and said gravely, he can do it. This energy is harder than a tailed beast's cloak. Tsunade nodded. This kid never does anything without confidence. Madara was also shocked. This junior actually wants to use taijutsu to break Tenpenki. That punch was impressive, but this is too crazy. But the next moment, Sanshui gathered all the power of the Azura clock in his leg while in midair, shouting, break for me. Then he used the rebound force to land steadily. At first, the meteorite was silent, and Kakashi muttered, did he fail? Just as he finished speaking, a loud bang erupted, and the meteorite suddenly shattered, instantly turning to dust that rained down. Madara's eyes widened, his jaw almost dropping. He actually crushed the meteorite in one blow. This power is too explosive. Before everyone could recover, another meteor fell even faster. Madara sneered. How will you deal with the second one? Uchiha Sansui? Sansui was already prepared, standing on the ground and crazily absorbing the life force of the earth, until his body reached its limit. The surrounding space suddenly cracked like glass, revealing the world of mirrors, and the time limit sword flew out directly, which he caught with one hand. Knight's ultimate slash. The moment Sansui swung his sword, a terrifying sword aura tore through the sky, accompanied by a golden clock effect. Even the surrounding space distorted. In just one encounter, the second meteor was directly sliced into a sky full of splendid fireworks. Exploding in the air, Madara unleashed his complete Susanoo to show off. Sansui absorbed the energy of the earth to take the lead. The dark golden Susanoo with a dial created a spectacle. Pay attention. The sky full of fireworks was dazzling, but concealed a deadly power that could tear everything apart. Madara slowly opened his eyes, staring down at Sansui, his tone finally becoming a bit serious. Quite capable. I admit I underestimated you before. Just as the words fell, Madara's chakra surged wildly, like a flood breaching a dam, rushing towards Susanoo. The original Susanoo instantly wrapped in the Yatagarasu armor, its lines sharp, the momentum tightening the surrounding air. He floated to the head of Susanoo, looking down at Sansui. With the power of an ordinary Sharingan, your Susanoo can only reach this stage at most. But I have the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The potential of Susanoo is far scarier than you think. As he spoke, Madara controlled Susanoo to draw out a giant chakra sword, the blade shimmering coldly, and swung it fiercely down at Sansui. You just used that world-destroying move. Your chakra must be running low, right? If you have no other moves, this battle will end here. Sansui, however, grinned, showing no panic. Who said I only have the power of an ordinary Sharingan? The dial of his Rinnegan within him instantly activated. A powerful force surged into Susanoo. In an instant, a similarly sized dark golden Susanoo rose from the ground, raising its hand to firmly block the giant sword without even a slight shake. Madara was stunned, his eyes filled with astonishment. What? He doesn't have the eternal eye. How can he manifest such a large Susanoo? Sansui stroked his chin, instead feeling a bit eager. I haven't seen a complete Susanoo yet, can you show me? Let me open my eyes? Madara's competitive spirit was ignited. He snorted coldly. Fine. Let you witness the true power of Susanoo, the embodiment of destruction. His chakra surged, shockwaves sweeping around, the ground trembling. The next second, the massive complete Susanoo rose from the ground, clad in samurai armor, multiple arms holding giant swords. The nearby mountains looked like pebbles in front of it. Madara laughed wildly atop Susanoo. Feel fear. This is the power of a god. Slicing mountains and meteors is like child's play. Sansui looked up, his Susanoo only reaching the knee of Madara's, yet he remained calm, the ground beneath his feet glowing. An endless stream of energy flowing into Susanoo. Madara squinted his eyes. This kid can absorb the energy of the earth? His chakra hasn't decreased at all. This must be his eye technique. Before he could think more, Sansui's dark golden Susanoo grew rapidly, soon becoming complete. The dark golden armor was imposing. With 5 night dials hanging on the right side of its chest, the dials of the Rinnegan and Yatagarasu glowing, while the other 3 were blank. Sansui activated the high-grade Gundam to crush Madara. The knight kicked and unleashed a mushroom cloud, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Pay attention. Kakashi touched the Sharingan given to him by Obito, murmuring, what kind of great power is this? No wonder he could contend with the first Hokage in the final battle. Tsunade also recalled the sealing book, so only what release can counter it. Madara died at the hands of my great-grandfather back then. Sansui closed his eyes, staying in the gem on Susanoo's forehead, instantly getting new information about Susanoo. Controlling the dials can give Susanoo buffs, stacking up to 5 types of powers. Now the Rinnegan and Yatagarasu dials are lit. Susanoo can also absorb the energy of the earth, cutting the maintenance cost in half. And its height surpasses Madara's by half a head. He complained internally. Riding a Gundam is thrilling, but I have to adapt to the height. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Madara controlled Susanoo to charge over an outrageous speed, such a large volume, still so agile. The golden and blue giants collided, and Madara's Susanoo immediately fell into a disadvantage. Sansui activated the Yatagarasu dial. His calculation power maxed out. Too weak. Too weak. Too weak. Every move of Madara was anticipated, making the fight frustrating. As the two retreated, Madara was still confused. Why can he always see through me? Sansui wouldn't give him a chance, controlling Susanoo to jump. It's over. Knight's kick. The dark golden Susanoo transformed into a stream of light and kicked forward. Madara panicked on the spot, quickly forming hand seals. Would release. Would golem technique. A giant wooden figure rose from the ground, and Susanoo condensed 4 chakra swords. Don't get cocky. For blue sword auras enveloped the wooden figure and Sansui together. Sansui roared. Susanu's forehead unfolded into a hexagon, pouring all its power into its legs. The knight's kick directly ignored the sword, aura, and the wooden figure, piercing through the wooden figure and kicking solidly against Madara's Susanu. Boom! A mushroom cloud shot up into the sky, shockwaves sweeping around, directly altering the battlefield's terrain. Yamato was stunned on the spot. How could Madara use the first Hokage's would release? Kakashi shouted urgently, "Don't worry about it. Quickly set up defenses." He activated Earth Flow Wall, and Yamato supplemented with would release, barely blocking the aftermath. Tsunade was still in shock. Why does Madara know would release? Meanwhile, the original bridge had already been blown into a massive pit. Cough cough. Sansui waved away the thick smoke in front of him, trying to disperse the surrounding mist. Sansui blew Madara up, but let him go. Madara conceded to battle in the Ten Tails form, leaving everyone stunned. Pay attention. Sansui looked at the chaos around him and muttered, "I think I may have played too hard." From above, the scale of the pit was no different from the one that destroyed Konoha, with Madara lying in the center of the pit, slowly recovering his body through Edo Tensei. Madara stared at the sky, still feeling lingering fear from that kick. This little brat is too terrifying. I can't beat him now. Once I obtain the power of the Sage of Six Paths, I will definitely win. Sansui landed beside him. Go back. Madara, your current means are useless against me. Madara glanced at him sideways. Aren't you going to seal me while you have the chance? So confident? Sansui smiled instead. Ten Tails. Wait until you become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Then come challenge me. After saying that, he released Susanoo and reached out his hand towards Madara. This battle was thrilling. It's good to leave a rival. Madara was not pretentious, grabbing his hand to stand up, still puzzled. Why not seal me? Sansui patted his shoulder. That's meaningless. I'm waiting to see you become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, so I can fight you with all my strength. After saying that, he walked towards Tsunade, turning back to throw him something. By the way, your Rinnegan. Here you go. Madara held the container with the Rinnegan. Watching Sansui's back suddenly laugh heartily. I acknowledge you. Uchiha Sansui, when I have the power of the Ten Tails, I will fight you. I will make you join the Moon Eye Plan. Sansui didn't look back. When it gets me first. Over here, Tsunade quickly asked. Why did you let him go? If he causes destruction, no one can stop him. Sansui waved his hand. Don't worry, he can't beat me. I still want to see who is stronger between the Rinnegan and the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. The Umbu looked at him as if he were a god, and Sansui called everyone. Let us go. Let us go. There is still a lot to do back in the village. But he was calculating in his heart. What will Obito do next? Madara will definitely be revived. It just depends on whether Obito can get the Ten Tails. In the Akatsuki organization's secret base, Madara jumped down from the sky. Orochimaru quickly greeted him, thinking to himself, I wonder who won between those two. Zetsu emerged from the ground, unable to contain himself. Lord Madara, I didn't expect even you to lose to Uchiha Sansui. Madara activated the Rinnegan and summoned the Ten Tails. Obito prepared the eyes for battle. The Ninja World War was about to explode. Pay attention. Zetsu was panicking. If Madara lost, the plan to revive Mother seems even more hopeless. Orochimaru's pupils instantly shrank to pinpoints upon hearing Madara's defeat. What? Uchiha Madara actually lost? Just standing there, Madara put immense pressure on him. Not to mention that Sansui had even defeated the reanimated Madara. This kid is too terrifying. Madara suddenly raised the glass container in his hand and said coldly, Absolute. There is still a chance. Orochimaru stared at the Rinnegan inside the container, unable to resist, licking his lips, feeling excited. It's a pity I can't defeat Madara. Otherwise, I'd really want to steal that Rinnegan. Kurizetsu was also stunned. The Rinnegan? There are only 2 pairs in the ninja world. Could it be recovered for Nagato? Madara replied nonchalantly. It's from that kid, Sansui. Kurizetsu was dumbfounded. Uchiha, Sansui voluntarily gave it to you? That's unreasonable. It's a foolish act of aiding the enemy. Madara sneered. He has absolute confidence in his own strength. Kurizetsu, however, was ecstatic. The Rinnegan is back. The Ten Tails Jinchuriki is stable, and we're one step closer to reviving Mother. Kurizetsu quickly asked, Lord Madara, what is next? Madara clenched the container, his voice filled with arrogance. Of course, we will start a war. I want all ninjas and all Kage to witness my duel with Uchiha Sansui. Orochimaru, listening nearby, was speechless. You're starting the Ninja World War just for this? That's too boring. Madara changed the subject. But first, I need to be revived. He tossed the container to Kurizetsu. Take this to Obito. He knows what to do. Just as Kurizetsu was about to leave, Madara called him back, activated his Sharingan, and used a Genjutsu to convey the new plan to him. Seeing this, Orochimaru silently turned and slipped towards the laboratory. There's no need for me to get involved in the next matter. Madara walked towards the outer path golem. It's no longer just a golem. It has transformed into the Ten Tails. The current Ten Tails resembled a beast, with a wooden body featuring a huge single eye, 10 massive tails floating behind it, filled with the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts. Madara stood beside the Ten Tails, feeling that power with a fervent gaze. Wait for me, Uchiha Sanshui. Soon, I will master this power and become the second sage of 6 paths. On the other side, Obito looked at the Rinnegan in Kurizetsu's hand, shocked. This, wasn't it in Sanshui's hands? Did Lord Madara take it back? Kurizetsu urged, stop dawdling. Hurry and transplant it. You have Hashirama cells, so it will adapt easily. Obito took the Rinnegan, frowning. What plan does Madara have this time? Obito gouged out his left Sharingan to install the Rinnegan. The Ten Tails threatened Konoha, and the allied forces were panicking. Pay attention. Without a word, Obito directly reached up and gouged out his left eye's 3-tomo Sharingan. It was originally left to activate Izanagi. Immediately after, he flipped the Rinnegan into his eye socket. As soon as he finished, the Hashirama cells instantly activated, and the Rinnegan began to establish a connection with Obito's body. An overwhelmingly massive chakra exploded from within him, and Obito gritted his teeth to suppress the rampaging energy, his mind instantly filled with the Rinnegan's 6 paths power system. He gently touched his right eye, astonished. Just one Rinnegan carries such strong chakra? If I had a pair, I wouldn't be able to control it at all. Kurizetsu coldly said from the side. Very good, you're adapting quite well. Next, go to the outer path golem and meet Lord Madara. Obito leisurely put his Sharingan back into the Kamui space, complaining. That guy Madara is so eager to be revived, but Kurizetsu suddenly disappeared, leaving only one line. Now is not the time for revival. Obito raised an eyebrow and smiled. This is interesting. Then he also vanished using Kamui. In the next moment, Obito and Madara, along with the Ten Tails, suddenly appeared in the Land of Rain. Obito controlled the Ten Tails, rampaging through the surrounding villages, leaving destruction in their wake. Madara sat atop the Ten Tails, mocking. The partners you found are too pathetic. As soon as the declaration of war was made, the Akatsuki organization defected. Obito scoffed. They're just a bunch of rabble. In front of the Ten Tails, they aren't even worthy of carrying shoes. Soon, a desperate plea for help rushed into the Hokage's office in Konoha. Report. The Akatsuki organization, along with the Ten Tails, is attacking the Land of Rain. Tsunade threw the letter onto the table, urgently asking, what do we do now? The Ninja Alliance is still being organized and hasn't even formed a proper structure. It's just a hollow name. Kakashi frowned at the map. Their target must be Naruto. We need to stop them first. Suddenly, an Umbu burst in to report. Not good. The other 4 great ninja villages were ambushed by reanimated powerful figures, White Zetsu. But the Ten Tails is still charging towards Konoha. Mito Hanabi added, we currently have about 40,000 ninjas above the Genin level available. Nijutsu was shocked. 40,000? That's way more than I expected. You have to know that ninjas are already scarce. Commoners can barely make it to Chunin. 40,000 is an astronomical number. Tsunade interrupted him by banging on the table. Now is not the time to discuss numbers. We need to think of a way to stop the Ten Tails. Sansui reformed Konoha's system to train 40,000 ninjas. The Ten Tails threatened, and Konoha's confidence soared. Pay attention. In these years, it was all thanks to Uchiha Sansui opening up the Uchiha clan SB to D-rank ninjutsu. Common ninjas finally had a way to rise, but to obtain ninjutsu, they had to register with Fade Yin Intelligence and complete missions to earn contribution points. This was all approved by Tsunade, effectively splitting part of the mission system from the Hokage and managed by Sansui, with most commissions still going to Konoha's finances. Tsunade waved her hand decisively. Forget about it. First, we need to stop Madara. We can't let the flames of war reach the Land of Fire. The rest, I'll negotiate with the other village Kage while fighting. With a single order, Konoha's war machine was fully operational. Unlike the original story, now, with Sansui backing them, Konoha's confidence was sky high, whether it was the Ten Tails or Madara. They would fight first and talk later. You must know that the news of Sansui defeating Madara alone had already spread throughout Konoha, and the higher-ups used it as a morale boost. Madara is nothing but a defeated opponent of Lord Sansui. The Ten Tails is nothing in front of the new god. Soon, a large number of ninjas gathered, with Jonin leading the charge to support other villages. And the Kage from various villages were also on their way to Konoha. Tsunade's plan was to use Konoha's high-end combat power to liberate other fronts and concentrate all efforts against Madara. Obito and the Ten Tails. At the border of the Land of Fire, the ground shook. The one-eyed Ten Tails charged forward, followed by a large number of white Zetsu. Obito stood atop the Ten Tails and asked, "Why not use Kimui to teleport the Ten Tails over?" Madara replied calmly, "Your power isn't enough, and the Ten Tails isn't complete yet. We need to seize the chakra of the Nine Tails or Eight Tails to accelerate its transformation." Obito pouted. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki is too slippery. He only gave a single Tails chakra. As he spoke, he focused on a distant black dot, his mind racing. Konoha's reinforcements were incredibly fast. Thanks to Fei Dian Intelligence's branches and Sansui's mirror world, ninjas could teleport to designated locations in an instant. And with the cooperation of ninjutsu dials, white Zetsu were cut down like cabbages. The first to support Sunagakure. Gaara also arrived through the mirror world, looking at the closed teleportation gate and marveling. Sansui's space ninjutsu talent is insane. Truly terrifying. Obito manipulated the Ten Tails to swat away Konoha ninjas and asked again, "Madara, is Sansui really not stopping us?" Madara helplessly said, "To him, we are like children." Last time, he didn't even use his full power, but Obito refused to accept this. "Once I become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, I will definitely be able to defeat him." Madara activated Susanoo to torment Tsunade. The Nine Tails shattered the Ten Tails' arm, and the allied forces were still being overwhelmed. Pay attention. Obito remained stubborn. How could we possibly be unable to defeat the power of the Sage of Six Paths? But at this moment, the Ten Tails had just entered its second stage, moving from crawling to standing, looking as thin as a bamboo pole. The Konoha ninjas had dragged them for a whole hour, bombarding the Ten Tails with ninjutsu like it was free, leaving it battered and in a pitiful state. Madara raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Where are these ninjas getting so much chakra? Obito tossed him a ninjutsu dial. "It's all thanks to that brat Sansui's broken gadget. You can use this to cast ninjutsu." Madara accepted the dial and jumped down from the Ten Tails. "All right, it's time to make a move. We can't just waste time here." Madara opened his Manjiki Sharingan to scan around, confirming that Sansui was quiet and directly activated would release. Would clone jutsu. Wooden figures emerged, all transforming into his likeness. Guy broke out in a cold sweat. "Everyone be careful. Madara is about to make a move." The Ten Tails was just a mindless beast. Madara standing still put immense pressure on the allied forces. Ban sneered. "A bunch of gravel relying on external objects dares to jump around in front of me?" He charged into the battlefield like a cannonball with his clones. The ninjas were too crowded to use large-scale ninjutsu and could only resort to taijutsu. However, in front of Ban, who had experienced the Warring States period, this was a one-sided massacre. Tsunade saw that things were not going well and hurriedly joined in. She used would release to create clones that spread out, while her main body charged in front of Ban and punched down. Super strength. Ban was sent flying, crashing into the rocks, but stood up as if nothing had happened, brushing off the dust. "You're the granddaughter of Hashirama? You can use would release? Too bad, you're nowhere near as good as your grandfather." Tsunade activated her Byakugan power, the mark on her forehead enveloping her whole body. "Don't underestimate me." Suddenly, a roar erupted, and a beam of light blasted through the battlefield, striking the Ten Tails. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose, and one of the Ten Tails' arms was directly blown off. Ban looked up. "Nine Tails? Saves us from going to Konoha." Taking advantage of the moment, Tsunade charged again, her fist aimed at Ban's head. But this time, it was blocked by deep blue bones, followed by a chakra blade piercing through her abdomen. Ban sneered. "Say that again. You're far inferior to your grandfather." The allied forces gasped. "It's Susanoo." Several deep blue Susanoo rose from the ground, and all of Ban's clones activated Susanoo. Ban controlled Susanoo to swing its sword. Without Mitsusui intervening, you can't win. Just as it seemed Tsunade was about to be thrown away and cut in half. She gripped the blade with both hands and pulled hard. Using the momentum to charge in front of Ban, her severely injured abdomen seemed fine as she punched the ribs of Susanoo. "Die for me." Crack! Susanoo's half-body was directly shattered by this punch. Ban crushed Tsunade and drew the nine tails. Obito summoned the six tails to surround Naruto, while Mitsusui watched the show, waiting for an opportunity. Pay attention. Ban was surprised to see Tsunade. How can she unleash such terrifying power while heavily injured? Even Hashirama probably can't do that. A fierce wind pressure erupted around him, and Susanoo immediately ascended to its third stage. Wearing armor, Susanoo grabbed Tsunade, squeezing her tightly. Ban sneered. The one who can break my Susanoo can only do this much. Let us see how you move now. As he slowly increased the pressure, Tsunade spat out a mouthful of blood. Naruto shouted anxiously, "Grandma Tsunade!" Transforming into the nine tails, he charged frantically towards Ban, trying to save Tsunade. Ban glanced at the charging nine tails, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Not running away, but coming to deliver yourself? How interesting. But just as Naruto took a few steps, he was blocked by a group of people, each one with a single Sharingan and Rinnegan. Looking eerie, the nine tails warned from within Naruto, "Be careful. They have the chakra of tailed beasts. Something s off." Obito used Kimui to appear beside Naruto, the Jinchuriki behind him parting ways. "You're the protagonist of this war. Where do you want to go?" Naruto saw through it at a glance. These are controlled Jinchuriki, right? The intel about pain has spread. Rinnegan is used to control corpses as puppets. You all look disgusting. Obito pressed. Where is Uchiha Mitsusui? He hasn't shown up after so long. What does he want to do? Even though Ban said Mitsusui wouldn't intervene, he still felt uneasy. Naruto pouted. How would I know where he is? But I will never become a puppet like you. Obito snorted coldly, just talking big, with a thought. The nearby Jinchuriki instantly transformed into their tailed beast forms. 2 to 7-tailed beasts, massive creatures that surrounded Naruto in the blink of an eye. Naruto was dumbfounded. Didn't they say all the tailed beasts were sealed? How can they still transform? The nine tails scoffed. What are you panicking for? It's just residual chakra. Their strength is far from enough. Obito stood on top of the seven tails, coldly stating, "The idle chit-chat ends here. Let us get to it." But the next second, an unexpected event occurred. A wooden dragon suddenly burst out of the ground, quickly wrapping around the nine tails' body, crazily absorbing chakra and growing larger. Naruto instantly felt weak all over. What's going on? The chakra is running out too quickly. The nine tails gritted its teeth within Naruto. Damn it. It's that Uchiha Madara. He is the one I hate the most. Obito was also stunned. This would release technique can only be used by Madara. At this moment, Ban landed beside Obito, arms crossed, watching the ensnared nine tails. Too slow, Obito. My clones can handle the allied forces. Now I'll focus on sealing the nine tails. He sat cross-legged, eyes filled with anticipation. Once I swallow the nine tails, the 10 tails will soon be complete, and the power of Sage of Six Paths will soon be mine. On the high ground on the other side of the battlefield, Met looked at the dire situation below, anxious. Lord Mitsusui, Konoha is about to collapse. If you don't intervene soon, it will be too late. Mitsusui remained calm, shaking his head. No, it's not time yet. Mitsusui sent knights to rescue Tsunade. Tsunade counterattacked with wood release, causing Ban's clone to be blasted away. Pay attention. Mitsusui watched Tsunade, who was almost out of breath under Susanoo's grip. With a face full of exasperation, she awakened wood release. How can she still only use brute force? Her fighting style hasn't changed at all. He turned to Wong. How are the other battlefields? Wong quickly reported. With our equipment enhancement, the remaining time to seal the reanimated bodies is short. It's just that White Zetsu is causing trouble in the allied forces. We'll have to wait for the cleanup. The Wind Country is the fastest. The magic machine has already been deployed. Mitsusui instructed. Make sure the recovery work is done. Wong nodded and went through the mirror world to the Lightning Country. This battle was mainly to take the powers of Six Paths Madara and Obito, and also to use the magic machine to collect the abilities of the reanimated strongman. Suddenly, Sun shouted, Lord Mitsusui, look, that fox kid is wrapped up by the wooden dragon. The nine tails was getting smaller as the wooden dragon absorbed it, and Naruto could only struggle aimlessly. Mitsusui scanned around but didn't see Sasuke. Where did that kid Sasuke go? Forget it. He gave Met a look, and Met immediately transformed into Kamen Rider Met, drawing back an arrow with a crossbow. Hercules Beetle's ability. A terrifying energy arrow shot straight into the sky, aimed at Ban's Susanoo. Meanwhile, Tsunade coughed and spat blood. The wood-release chakra and the residual chakra of Otsutsuki began to activate within her. Her body cycling between damage and recovery. Banso, Shalboding, the granddaughter of Hashirama, Today you will fall. Just as Susanoo was about to unleash its power, the energy arrow came crashing down. Boom! Susanoo couldn't withstand it, and Ban was blown away, giving Tsunade the chance to break free. Tsunade wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, realizing her recovery ability increased. My organs were squeezed. Bones should be broken. How come I'm fine? Suddenly, her eyes widened. It's the Otsutsuki chakra injected by Mitsusui. It hasn't disappeared and is still increasing. On the other side, Ban's wooden clone crawled out of the pit, Susanoo's arms blown off, muttering. This power is similar to what Mitsusui had last time. Is he here to save Tsunade? Saying that, he activated Susanoo again. My main body is almost done. Let us play a little longer. Tsunade suddenly slapped her head. I'm such an idiot. How could I forget the wood release that Mitsusui helped me awaken? She recalled the hand signs for the sealing technique. Wood release. Wood clone technique. Trees burst from the ground and grew wildly, transforming into a giant wooden figure that lifted her above its head. Ban looked at the wooden figure. His expression complex. So, it's this technique. I do find it somewhat nostalgic. Sasuke poked Ban, but was instead beaten up. Ban revived and seized the 10 tails, while Obito waited for an opportunity. Pay attention. Ban controlled Susanoo to leap out of the pit, landing near Tsunade, excitement in his eyes. This is how it should be. Tsunade, let me see the limit of your wood release. Saying that, he commanded Susanoo and the wooden figure to start fighting. On the other side, the Nine Tails chakra was almost completely absorbed by the wooden dragon, and Naruto was utterly exhausted. Obito asked Ban, can we get started now? Ban nodded. It's been dragged on for too long. Just as he manipulated the wooden dragon to bring Naruto over, a sudden sound of something piercing the air came from behind. A relic of the old era. Go to your coffin. A blade pierced through Ban's chest. Obito was stunned. Is Sasuke that brave? Doesn't he know Ban is reanimated? Ban looked down at his chest, equally speechless. Then pushed himself up and kicked Sasuke away. Another double Mangeki. Too bad your brain doesn't work well. Sasuke was also dumbfounded. How didn't he die? Ban pulled out the blade and explained. I'm reanimated, with an immortal body. Your attack is useless. Sasuke gritted his teeth and activated Amaterasu, the pitch-black flames enveloping Obito. However, Obito used Kemui, and the flames burned as if they were igniting the air. At that moment, the wooden dragon transferred the chakra it absorbed to the 10 tails, and the seal of the 9 tails was almost complete. The 10 tails transformed from a skeletal figure into a robust form. Only the 9 tails chakra hadn't merged yet, so it wasn't in its complete form. Madara formed hand seals with one hand. I don't have time to play with you. It's time to absorb the 10 tails. In the Akatsuki base, a specially made white Zetsu extended a chakra rod and, under Orochimaru's observation, activated the outer path, samsara of heavenly life. White smoke erupted from Madara's body, and the characteristics of the impure world completely vanished. He laughed at the sky. This is what it feels like to be alive. Sasuke's eyes lit up. Now Madara can be killed. Obito also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't control myself to use samsara of heavenly life. Now I just need to wait for the opportunity. Just as Madara said that the next target was the 10 tails, his Rinnegan eyes turned to ashes. He had planned it from the start, with one eye in Obito's possession and the other with white Zetsu. Sasuke seized the opportunity and charged forward. Madara has no eyes. He raised his hand, using Chidori to stab at Madara's side. Madara merely chuckled. These things are not enough to concern me. Obito secretly absorbed the 10 tails to become a sage of 6 paths. Naruto was revived and activated the truth-seeking orbs, while Sasuke awakened his Rinnegan. Pay attention. Even without eyes, Madara is completely unfazed. Suddenly, Itachi's voice came from behind. Get back. Sasuke. Without a second thought, Sasuke dodged, and Itachi unleashed the Yasaka Magatama, a massive red chakra, shuriken hurtling toward Madara. This was the strongest ninjutsu only possible in the second form of Susanoo. Madara calmly watched the Magatama approach, shouted Susanoo, and a deep blue Susanoo appeared to shield him. Boom! After the explosion, Madara emerged from the smoke unscathed. Itachi landed beside Sasuke, bewildered. How can he use Susanoo without eyes? Sasuke excitedly said, Brother, you're here. They actually had a day to fight side by side. Just as everyone focused on Madara, Obito suddenly shouted, Drink. Seizing the opportunity, he used the 6 paths, 10 tails coffin seal, absorbing all the 10 tails beneath him into his body. Tsunade had just worked hard to shatter Madara's clone when she turned to see this scene and panicked. He absorbed the Ten Tails. As mentioned by Sanmizu, absorbing the Ten Tails grants the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Ordinary ninjas were of no use, even if they activated the hijacking device. They could only exchange a few moves with Madara's clone Susanoo. Taking advantage of Madara's distraction, Sasuke dragged Naruto's body next to Itachi. Itachi looked at him. The tailed beast has been extracted. There's no saving him. But Sasuke pulled out the tailed beast cloak and healing dial. It can be saved. The tailed beast cloak contains chakra from 6 tailed beasts, and the healing dial is an enhanced version given by Sanmizu, infused with sage chakra. Before Itachi could react, Naruto opened his eyes, grabbed Sasuke's hand, and shouted, "Give me your hand." Sasuke suddenly felt a surge of power coursing through his body. In his left eye transformed into a purple, 6-tomo Rinnegan. Naruto stood up, 9 truth-seeking orbs floating behind him. An old man taught me a new power to fight against the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. He even said that the mark on my left hand was given to me by him. Itachi fell silent. How did these two suddenly become so strong? Sasuke regained his focus, staring at Obito who had absorbed the Ten Tails. That's not important now. We have to stop him from casting infinite Tsukuyami. He turned to Itachi and said, "Brother Itachi, I'll leave Madara to you from now on." Naruto used his Yang release to revive Itachi. Obito, losing his mind, tortured Naruto and Sasuke while the truth-seeking orbs exploded across the battlefield. Pay attention. Naruto raised his hand and slapped Itachi's shoulder with his Yang release power. A surge of Yang release energy instantly flowing into Itachi's body. Itachi was stunned. All the chakra I consumed has completely recovered. He immediately nodded. Madara has no eyes. I can definitely hold him off. Madara, sensing that Obito had absorbed the Ten Tails, wore a wicked smile. This kid actually took the 6 Paths power first. Perfect. Let him test Sanmizu's trump card. He sat down cross-legged, ignoring the alert Itachi, and secretly instructed Black Zetsu to contact Orochimaru. Get everything prepared before I become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Itachi stared at Madara, feeling anxious for Sasuke. Those two must not get into trouble. Sanmizu watched Sasuke and Naruto being captured, shaking his head. Still too green. When Mei asked if he should intervene, Sanmizu calmly replied, "No need. Someone will come to save them." As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke and Naruto suddenly vanished. And Obito's truth-seeking orb bizarrely bounced back. The next second, the allied forces exclaimed, "It's the first to Fourth Hokage." The Konoha ninjas erupted in excitement. The previous Hokages were all legends in the ninja world. Naruto was still dazed when he found himself saved next to the Hokages, and Tobirama, even more ruthless, directly transferred Obito's tailed beast orbs back, creating a loud explosion that severed Obito's lower body. Obito was left with only his upper half, but moved as if unbothered. Hashirama dropped the line, "I'll leave this to you. I'm going to meet Madara," and charged toward Madara. Only he could defeat Madara. Tobirama sighed, "It's time to go." Minato and Hiruzen immediately nodded and cautiously attacked Obito. Minato suddenly froze, sensing his flying thunder god mark on Obito, exclaiming, "The person that night was you, Obito?" Minato unleashed his attacks as a teacher. Obito awakened the 6 Paths and slashed at Tobirama, while Madara seized the Rinnegan and counterattacked. Pay attention. Obito's appearance had drastically changed, but Minato still recognized him. This was his student, Uchiha Obito. On his back, there was still the flying thunder god mark he had left that night during the Nine Tails incident. Minato instantly flashed behind Obito, his expression complex as he smashed out a Rasengan. Obito was nearly unconscious, but upon seeing Minato, he instantly regained clarity. "Teacher." The image of Rin's smiling face floated in his mind, and he murmured, "Rin." Tobirama and Hiruzen seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. Surrounding the dazed Obito, Tobirama saw Minato stop and urgently asked, "Fourth Hokage, what's wrong?" Minato apologized. "He is my disciple." Hiruzen, while attacking, was astonished. "Obito? Didn't he die in the Third Great Ninja War? How'd he end up like this?" Tobirama ignored this, tossing a bunch of explosive tags onto Obito. "Fourth, monkey, stay back." Hiruzen quickly retreated. "It's a mutual explosive tag. It's a forbidden technique." The explosion lasted for half an hour, leaving the ground in ruins. Tobirama regained his form with a cold smile. This should turn him to ash. Suddenly, a cold wind swept in, and Tobirama was instantly severed at the waist. Obito tried to finish him off, but Tobirama escaped using the flying thunder god. Minato was stunned. He has changed again. Obito was draped in the Six Paths robe, with the truth-seeking balls lined up behind him, holding the Six Paths staff, his aura terrifying enough to explode. Hiruzen analyzed. He has regained his sanity. His power is even greater now. Naruto anxiously asked, "Second Grandpa, are you all right?" Tobirama wanted to say that Edo Tensei could restore him, but he found his lower body unresponsive. He stared at Obito's staff. Could this weapon counter Edo Tensei? On the other side, Madara sat cross-legged, waiting for Obito to lose, when he suddenly sensed a familiar chakra, the presence of Hashirama. Unexpected entertainment. With a thought, a white Zetsu hand emerged from the ground. Itachi, seeing this, activated his third stage, Susanoo, and swung his Totsuka sword at Madara. But Madara activated his own Susanoo to block it, and white Zetsu handed him a Rinnegan, which he directly pressed into his eye socket. Hashirama's cells allowed him to use it instantly. Madara opened his eyes, the light of the pale purple Rinnegan glowing. "Don't get in my way, Junior." Itachi panicked. "Oh no, I couldn't stop him from getting the Rinnegan." Madara unleashed the Rinne Rebirth to torment Itachi. Hashirama's sage art clashed with Madara's complete Susanoo, and the allied forces were left dumbfounded. Is the battle from the Warring States period this explosive? Obito looked at the distant battle and turned to Naruto and the others. "I need to take care of you all quickly and activate the infinite Tsukuyami first." Naruto shouted urgently, "Be careful. His truth-seeking balls are immune to all ninjutsu." Tobirama added, "They also counter Edo Tensei." He looked at his lower half lying on the ground, helplessly saying, "I can only use water release for support. It's up to you all in a frontal battle." Naruto wrapped himself in golden chakra, transforming the truth-seeking ball into two short sticks in his hands. "I'll take the lead. Only the truth-seeking ball can deal with the truth-seeking ball." Obito's expression grew serious. Naruto can actually use six-path sage techniques? How'd he manage that? On the high platform, Mitsuki focused on the scene below and muttered, "Six paths Obito, Sage Hashirama, Minato, Hiruzen. It's time to reel them in." The next targets are six paths Obito and Kagaya Otsutsuki. Madara, having enjoyed himself, began to unleash his full power. "Hashirama, this time I've definitely won." Hashirama retorted, "Don't joke around. I will stop you." He clasped his hands together and shouted, "Sage art would release true several thousand hands." Madara's Rinne Rebirth instantly absorbed Hashirama's sage power. Mitsuki secretly equipped a power gauge, and Obito wielded the God Spear to torment Naruto. Pay attention. Behind Hashirama's giant Buddha, countless arms rained down with a thunderous force, smashing Madara's Susanoo. In the past, this move could break through Madara's perfect Susanoo, but now with the Rinnegan, the situation had completely reversed. Madara suddenly shouted, "Rinne Rebirth." Hashirama was unexpectedly struck by a tremendous force and flew away, as if hit by a dump truck, crashing heavily to the ground. Without Hashirama's energy, the giant Buddha instantly collapsed into splinters. Madara flashed to Hashirama's side, grabbing him by the neck. "There's no time to waste." Saying this, he pierced Hashirama's entire body with several black chakra rods, pinning him to the ground. "I'll be taking your sage chakra." Madara crazily devoured Hashirama's sage chakra, and once he finished, the imprint of Hashirama's face on his chest lit up with sage mode patterns. He casually threw Hashirama to the ground and turned to leave. Obito was becoming more and more like the Sage of Six Paths, and he needed to weaken him quickly, or he wouldn't be able to fight back. Hashirama had not yet recovered when the space in front of him suddenly shattered, and Mitsuki emerged, shaking a blank power gauge. "Lord Hashirama, you look too pathetic." Hashirama urgently reminded, "You need to be careful of Madara's Rinne Rebirth. Only the Mangeki might notice." Before he could finish, Mitsuki reached out and pulled out the black rods from Hashirama's body, leaving Hashirama stunned. These black rods interfere with chakra, and he doesn't care at all? Mitsuki pressed the gauge, and Hashirama's power instantly transformed into an energy stream that drilled into the gauge. Ninja control. Thousand hands Hashirama. He then stuffed the gauge into Hashirama's chest. "Borrowing your power. No need for your consent." After saying this, he summoned the unmatched dragon, charging into the mirror world with the still reacting Hashirama, leaving chaos behind. On the other side, Obito glared at Naruto and the others, shouting madly, "Let you witness the power of the Sage of Six Paths." Ten-tail spear. The truth-seeking balls behind him rapidly gathered in his hand, merging into a gigantic sword shaped like DNA, pitch black and exuding a terrifying aura. Naruto hurriedly tried to merge his own truth-seeking ball, but ended up producing a long stick. Stunned, "It's the same truth-seeking ball. Why can I only make a stick?" Obito sneered, "Useless. This is the creation god sword, used to create the first piece of land in the world." He swung the 10-tailed spear, crashing down towards Naruto with an overwhelming force. This sword of the heart, empowered by his will, was ridiculously hard, and even the truth-seeking ball couldn't block it. Guy opened the 8 gates to attack Obito. Minato instantly entered Sage Fox mode, and Naruto prepared to test tactics. Pay attention. The truth-seeking ball stick in Naruto's hand was directly split in half by Obito's 10-tailed spear. Seeing this, Minato immediately used Flying Thunder God to pull Naruto away. "Naruto, be careful." At the same time, Tobirama launched Water Release, Hard Vortex Water Blade, and Hiruzen unleashed 5 elements, Great Exploding Wave Technique. Both attacks smashed into Obito. Obito swung the 10-tailed spear, easily dispersing the ninjutsu. "I told you. Ordinary ninjutsu is useless against me." Suddenly, Guy shouted, "If ninjutsu doesn't work, how about taijutsu?" Day Tiger. Blue steam enveloped him, and with the 8th gate open to the 7th gate, the tiger-shaped air cannon instantly engulfed Obito. Guy shouted, "This move compresses air and spreads it. You can only tank it." Obito was caught off guard and staggered, but the 10 tails healed his wounds instantly. He lifted the 10 tails spear to slash at Guy. "After obtaining 6 paths power, you're the first to hurt me," Minato shouted urgently. "Guy, be careful." But Guy had no Flying Thunder God marks nearby to save him. Tobirama, lying on the ground, panicked. Is the only taijutsu master going to be lost? Guy looked at the incoming 10-tailed spear, desperately dodging, and used a tiger to barely change the sword trajectory, but he was still hit in the arm, crying out in pain as he fell to the ground. "My left arm is broken." Minato breathed a sigh of relief. "Thankfully, it's not serious." Tobirama created shadow clones. Fourth, used the clones to feint and create an opportunity for Naruto. Minato immediately followed suit. His body cannot be touched by the truth-seeking balls. Obito saw that Guy was not dead and swung the Tenseigan spear at him. "I must deal with you first." Opening the 7th gate is explosive enough. Opening the Death Gate would be even more troublesome. Naruto seized the opportunity and threw out the Sage Art, Spiraling Shuriken. The truth-seeking balls cannot block Sage techniques. He tapped Minato's fist to convey information, and Minato instantly understood. After closing his eyes, his whole body was enveloped in golden chakra, instantly entering Sage Fox mode. Obito sensed the spiraling shuriken and abandoned his attack on Guy, turning around to swat away the ninjutsu. These troublesome guys. But Naruto was excited and raised his fist, just as I predicted. The test was successful. It's time to fight for real. Saying this, he shouted, "Multi-Shadow, Clone Jutsu." Naruto's clones flooded Obito. Minato used Flying Thunder God to launch a surprise attack, with Tobirama helping to block Madara. Look closely. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with Naruto's shadow clones, and Naruto shouted, "Everyone attack." All the clones responded in unison, each gripping 2 spiraling shurikens, the buzzing sound making one's scalp tingle. Obito looked at the countless clones and shurikens, his head aching. "This won't do. I must strike first." He swung the Tenseigan spear, and wherever it went, there were sounds of clones shattering, but more clones emerged, raining shurikens down on him. The pressure on Obito skyrocketed. Naruto's main body was hidden among the clones, making it impossible to find him. Worse still, Tobirama and Minato occasionally used Flying Thunder God to kite him, hitting and running, leaving Obito defenseless. Furious, he wanted to use a barrier to clear the field, when suddenly he heard Minato's voice behind him. "Obito, once the Flying Thunder God mark is established, it will never fall off." Minato flashed behind Obito, dragging a massive Rinnegan towards him. Obito had long been prepared, flames erupting from behind as he swatted Minato away, only to find it was a shadow clone. Obito cursed, "All these boring ninjutsu." But by this time, several clones had already rushed up to him, throwing shurikens. Obito flew into the air, using the truth-seeking balls to create another Tenseigan spear, sweeping around to clear the clones, but Naruto's clones were like cockroaches that wouldn't die, rushing forward one after another to throw shurikens, instantly blocking Obito's line of sight. Obito quickly wrapped himself in the truth-seeking balls for defense. But the shurikens enhanced by Sage techniques were too fierce, and the truth-seeking balls actually began to crack. Crack! A fissure formed in the truth-seeking balls, and Obito was stunned. How is this possible? Naruto didn't bother reasoning with him. The clones were bombarding him like artillery, and Obito's surroundings were filled with explosions, drowning him. On the other side, Madara watched coldly. Obito has no means of countering. He's going to lose. He had no intention of helping. Obito only had half of the Six Paths robe, while Naruto had the complete Six Paths Sage technique. If it dragged on, Obito would undoubtedly lose. Suddenly, a dragon's roar sounded, and the unparalleled dragon brought Tobirama and Hashirama over, with Tobirama greeting. Yo, Madara, what a coincidence. Madara shifted back slightly. You actually brought Hashirama. Tobirama used wood release to create a chair and sat down. Don't worry, he won't attack you. Once you become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, your opponent will be me. Hashirama nodded as well, and Madara sneered. Hashirama is not my opponent at all right now. Madara declared he would defeat Hashirama in an instant. Obito furiously unleashed the tailed beast balls, combining with Sasuke and Naruto to clash against the Tenseigan spear. Look closely, Madara disdainfully said. Even if we fight again, I can easily deal with Hashirama. Hashirama's mouth twitched. He really couldn't win, especially against Madara's strange Rinnegan, which was impossible to defend against. Seeing that Obito was at a disadvantage, Hashirama urged Madara, aren't you going to help your companion? Madara sneered. There's no need. The only one who can become the second sage of Six Paths is me. In his eyes, Obito was merely a tool for resurrection from the beginning. Now, at most a pawn to test Tobirama's trump card, but Obito couldn't even defeat Naruto and Sasuke, so he had to step up himself. Madara stared at Sasuke and Naruto on the battlefield, pondering. Sharingan Rinnegan combined with Six Paths Sage techniques. Did the two divide the power of the Six Paths? How did Tobirama do it? He quickly shook his head. There's no way there could be a complete Six Paths power. It must be special to Sasuke and Naruto. At this moment, Obito was hit on the head by Naruto, directly releasing the 10 tails, a circle of tailed beast balls exploding forward. Naruto's main body was rescued by Minato using Flying Thunder God, but all the clones vanished. Naruto was left in shock. This destructive power is too explosive. The ground has lost several layers. Obito flew up, pouring all his chakra into the Tenseigan spear, angrily slashing at everyone. I've finally found you. Madara scoffed. Obito is finished. It's my turn now. Hashirama shouted urgently, Madara, stop. But Madara disappeared from his spot. Even if my brother is in front of me, he can't stop me. Over here, Naruto nodded at Sasuke, transforming into the Nine Tails, with a black Sharingan floating behind him. Sasuke activated Susanoo and wrapped it around the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails wielding a chakra great sword to take the Tenseigan spear head on, the two stalemating. Before Obito could react, Naruto commanded the truth-seeking balls to form 6 spiraling shurikens. Obito was stunned. In this competition, you still have enough energy left? Minato flashed above Obito, dragging an unstable wind release spiraling shuriken. Thanks to the experience passed on by Naruto, he formed on the first try. Tobirama also unleashed water release, water dragon bullet. Guy shouted daytime tiger, and Sasuke and the others all unleashed their ultimate techniques, all crashing down on Obito. Obito was in despair. No, it can't be. I can't believe I'm going to lose here. Naruto and Sasuke crushed Obito. Madara reached for Obito's eyes, pressing them into his own eye socket. Obito groaned in pain, his eye socket hollow. Naruto was nearly furious. Madara, how can you be so ruthless to your comrade? Kagaya emerged from the ground, wrapping around Obito and standing behind Madara. Madara opened his Rinnegan and Sharingan. If you don't make a move, I'll go first. Sasuke shouted. Naruto, be careful. There's another Madara sneaking up behind you. Madara's main body flashed next to Naruto, and just as Naruto attempted to dodge, he was immobilized from behind. Madara instantly sucked him into the Kamui space. Sasuke swung his sword at Madara but passed right through him, stunned. This is Obito's ability. You took the Aegis for this. In the Kamui space, Naruto was anxiously spinning around. Where is this? Sasuke and the others can't defeat Madara, but he had no ability to break the space, so he could only stare. Outside, Sasuke instantly understood. You want to separate me and Naruto? Madara summoned the Outer Path Golem. First, I'll crush you separately, then find Tobirama. Tobirama shouted, Kakashi, stop him. Use your eye technique to cut the golem. Madara activated Susanoo and swung a large sword at Kakashi, who dodged while struggling to aim at the golem's head. At this moment, someone shouted, Kakashi-sensei, I'll buy you some time. Sasuke activated his complete Susanoo. Madara summoned the Rinnegan to seal the tailed beasts. instantly transforming into the 6 paths, 10 tails, Jinchuriki. Look closely. Sasuke charged forward, summoning his complete Susanoo, a giant in purple samurai armor, stunning the battlefield. Madara, however, was not the least bit flustered. With the Rinnegan, opening Susanoo is quite normal, right? Saying this, he split off a bunch of wooden clones, all activating Susanoo to rush towards everyone. It's enough to entangle you all. Madara leaped onto the head of the outer path golem, gazing coldly at the 9-tailed beasts. It's time to put collars on these beasts. Killer Bee transformed into the 8 tails and shouted, "Gather the tailed beasts." We can win against Madara, but the 2 tails panicked. His eyes are just like the sage of 6 paths. Madara directly activated the Rinnegan. Rinnegan, Sasuke shouted, "Be careful." If Madara is sneaking around to the tailed beasts. The shadow of Madara can only be seen by Sasuke, who sneers. Without the 6 paths sage technique, you can't hurt the shadow. All 9-tailed beasts have been knocked down. After forming hand seals, Madara's outer path golem spits out 9 chakra chains, instantly wrapping around the necks of the tailed beasts. These chains are also weakening their power. Gaara angrily shouts, "Damn it, Shikaku!" But he is entangled by a Susanoo clone and can't save him at all. Kakashi gasps, "Sasuke, haven't you cleared the clones yet?" His chakra is almost depleted. He can barely hold off one Susanoo clone. Sasuke swings his chakra blade to clear the clones, but Madara's clones keep regenerating like an infinite respawn. They can't be cleared. If you rush at Madara, you're done for. They can only watch helplessly as Madara seals the tailed beasts. Finally, it's done. The 9-tailed beasts are sealed into the golem. The 10 tails reappears, and its power skyrockets. Madara lands and forms the 10 tails coffin seal, instantly absorbing the 10 tails into his body. White spreads across his body. Madara dons the 6 paths robe, his limbs turn black, 9 truth-seeking balls line up behind him, and he holds the 6 paths staff. He has directly become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. He laughs maniacally. The power of the sage of 6 paths is all mine. In the Kamui space, Naruto is as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. How do I get out? Something must be happening outside. But no matter how he tries, it's useless. He can only sit cross-legged and force himself to calm down. I need to think of a way. There must be a way out. Madara raises his staff, inspecting his skin, filled with excitement. This layer of skin is made of 10 tails cells. Madara activates his invincible 6 paths mode. Sasuke's heavenly hand technique is countered, and Naruto is going crazy in the trapped space. Pay attention. Madara's 10 tails Jinchuriki skin is absurd. It can nullify most ninjutsu and dramatically increase ninjutsu resistance, relying on the 10 tails power to play Yin-Yang release to the extreme. Even more exaggerated is that he can activate Kamui while possessing an immortal body of a sage, placing him in an unbeatable position in the ninja world, truly invincible. After clearing Madara's clones, Sasuke urgently lands in front of Minato, 4th Hokage. Is there a way to release Naruto from the alternate space? Minato shakes his head helplessly. I have no clues. Flying Thunder God requires coordinates. I can't sense that space at all. Tobirama asks his clone to carry him and suddenly inquires. Madara's eyes now are from the same person as Kakashi, right? Kakashi touches his eye. It's a gift from Obito from years ago, and he nods. Yes, Lord Tobirama. Tobirama presses on. Then what can your eye technique do? Kakashi smiles wryly. It can only send things into the alternate space. I can't retrieve people from inside. Tobirama grumbles. Where's that Uchiha kid from Mitsui? Is he going to drop the ball at a critical moment? He wants to get killed, right? Sasuke opens his eyes, his ocular power surging. Uncle Mitsui has his own plans. Don't rely on him. Besides, you can't depend on others for everything. He forces himself to calm down and analyzes the battlefield. Ninjutsu is useless against Madara, and his close combat experience is not as good as the opponent's. He can only endure. At this time, Madara raises his 6-path staff and points it towards them. The truth-seeking balls moving with his thoughts. Taking care of you will be just an appetizer before dealing with Mitsui. Several truth-seeking balls shoot towards the group like cannonballs. Sasuke stares at Madara. He doesn't see the shadow of the wheel grave. The distance is just within the range of his heavenly hand technique, and he decides. Good opportunity. Crush him. Sasuke instantly swaps positions with the truth-seeking balls behind Madara, using his heavenly hand technique, and stabs fiercely towards Madara's heart. Minato dodges a truth-seeking ball and shouts, "Well done, Sasuke." But Tobirama suddenly yells, "4th Hokage, don't celebrate too early." The blade pierced Madara's body without drawing blood. And Madara's expression didn't change at all. Minato is stunned. And the next moment is even more ridiculous. Sasuke suddenly floats in the air, unable to move. Madara leisurely walks through the blade and turns to stare at Sasuke. So that's it. Your eye technique can swap positions? Quite interesting. He glances at the truth-seeking balls behind him, having already figured out Sasuke's abilities. Madara sneers. But I'm in a hurry and don't have time to play with you. On the other side, Naruto in the Kamui space is almost going crazy, unable to find an exit. Damn it. Something must be happening outside. Sasuke and the others can't possibly defeat Madara. But no matter how he tries, he can't break the space. He can only sit cross-legged and force himself to calm down. No, I need to think of a way. There must be a way out. Madara snatches the blade to stab Sasuke. Minato uses Flying Thunder God to save the day, while Mitsui wields the Time King dial to break the situation. Pay attention. Madara directly snatches the blade from Sasuke's hands, aiming at his heart with a cold smile. If we disagree, then farewell. Saying this, he thrusts the blade forward. Tobirama urgently shouts, Fourth Hokage. Minato has already moved, using the Flying Thunder God mark on Sasuke to flash over and block the blade, teleporting away with Sasuke. Tobirama breathes a sigh of relief. I'm glad I made it. The ninja world would be finished without Sasuke. But Madara mocks. Another boring ninjutsu invented by Tobirama. Do you think it can save him? Minato looks confused. Sasuke was clearly saved. But Tobirama suddenly has a bad premonition. And Sasuke feels a chill down his spine. It's not just him that got transferred. It's also the shadow of Madara's wheel grave. Before Sasuke can speak, the shadow of the wheel grave grabs his neck. Madara's voice comes. Goodbye, Sasuke. With a crisp crack. Minato and Tobirama watch helplessly as Sasuke's neck twists at an odd angle. Blood sprays out, and he collapses to the ground, lifeless. Tobirama is stunned. Did the Uchiha kid die? There's no chakra fluctuation. Is it an illusion or an ocular technique? After checking, Minato solemnly says, his neck was broken. Tsunade rushes over, takes a look, and shakes her head. This injury is beyond saving. Kakashi, in despair, looks at his hands. One disciple is missing, and the other is dead. I can't do anything. Guy steps forward, gritting his teeth, ready to open the 8th gate of death. No one else can die today. Kakashi urgently shouts, don't open it. You'll die. Not far away, Mitsui fiddles with the dark golden dial, raising an eyebrow. Oh my, Sasuke actually died? This is the Time King's second stage dial, a weapon capable of reversing time and changing the future. Hashirama looks at Madara. His expression complex. It's time to deal with him. Madara, however, finds it boring. He taps his staff, releasing the 10 tails from within him. This time the 10 tails transforms directly into the God Tree form. The God Tree grows rapidly, far exceeding the mountains, with a Rinnegan Sharingan hidden in the flower bud at its top. When the time comes, this I will reflect on the moon, unleashing infinite Tsukuyomi on the entire world, dragging everyone into the illusionary world. In the Kamui space, Naruto finally thinks of a way, forming hand seals and shouting. Summoning technique. A giant toad appears, and Naruto urgently shouts, Gamatsu, quickly return to Mount Myaboku, and have Fukasaku Sage use reverse summoning to get me out. Gamatsu scratches his head, dispelling the summoning technique and rushing back to report. Madara reclaims his Rinnegan and searches for Mitsui. The Time King dial revives Sasuke. An infinite Tsukuyomi reflects in the night sky. Pay attention. Madara shouts absolute, digs out Obito's eye, and retrieves his Rinnegan from Black Zetsu. Finally, both Rinnegan return to their master. Madara feels the power within him and is filled with confidence. Next, I'll crush Uchiha Mitsui. But just as he looks for Mitsui, Mitsui appears beside Minato and the others. Daybreaker, anxious, questions Mitsui. What exactly are you waiting for? Why come now? It would have been better to team up against Madara earlier. Mitsui makes a shushing gesture, raises the Time King dial, and gently presses it. In the next second, Sasuke on the ground suddenly starts twitching strangely, and everyone is dumbfounded. Is he coming back to life? After a while, Sasuke stands up dazed, murmuring, I think I saw my dad and talked to him for a bit. Guy is so scared he exits the 8th gate mode. What the hell? The person who just died came back to life as if nothing happened. Tobirama is also stunned, his mind racing. Revival techniques have a cost. How is he not tired at all? What kind of ability is this? Mitsui waves his hand. Sasuke's matter is resolved. Now it's time to deal with Madara. After saying this, he transforms into a flow of malicious characters and instantly disappears, leaving a group of people still in shock, frozen in place. On the other side, Madara couldn't find Shinju and decided to give up. Let's start the infinite Tsukuyomi. He flew into the sky and removed the headpiece that resembled a forehead protector, with the power of reincarnation close to the moon. The Eye of the Moon should be activated, right? But after waiting for a long time without any movement, the god tree suddenly whispered, "Absorb me. Take everything into your body." Madara landed on top of the god tree and placed his hand on the flower bud. Instantly, the god tree was completely absorbed by him. Only then did Madara understand. The god tree was the original form of the Ten Tails. This was the power of the chakra fruit. I am now an eternal deity. Suddenly, the Eye of the Moon appeared on his forehead, and a massive Rinnegan was reflected on the moon, hanging in the night sky. Tsunade exclaimed, "Is that the Eye of the Ten Tails?" Guy said solemnly, "Madara's plan has succeeded. The infinite Tsukuyomi is coming." Sasuke urgently summoned his complete Susanoo, using its wings to protect everyone. Susanoo can block the light of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Everyone hold on a bit longer. Madara formed seals and shouted, "Now, become one." The phantom of Kagaya, Otsutsuki, enveloped the sky. Blinding white light instantly covered the ninja world. Everywhere was shrouded in the light of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Only Shinsui was still working methodically. In the original position of the god tree, endless malicious characters gathered into Shinju, who said calmly, "This light means Madara has activated the infinite Tsukuyomi. Shinju is immune to the infinite Tsukuyomi." Black Zetsu turned against Madara, aiming for his heart. Kagaya's resurrection countdown began. Pay attention. Shinju was staring at the light of the infinite Tsukuyomi, which couldn't trap him in an illusion at all. When the light weakened and ended, Sasuke retracted the Susanoo wings. At that moment, the earth shook violently, thick trees uprooted, wrapping around everyone trapped in the illusion. And the entire ninja world was basically engulfed in eternal illusion. Sasuke was anxious. "We have to support Shinju quickly. There's no time to wait." He controlled Susanoo to rush towards Madara. On the other side, Black Zetsu looked at everything before him, grinning from ear to ear. "It's finally happening. My mother Kagaya Otsutsuki is about to be unsealed." Madara fell from the sky, standing opposite Shinju, raising his staff and shouting, "It's just the two of us left to fight Shinju." But Shinju smiled. "Not necessarily, Madara. It's not just us two." He had seen through Black Zetsu's little tricks long ago. Just as Madara was about to mention Black Zetsu, as his will manifested, a hand suddenly reached out from his chest. Madara trembled and turned around. "Black Zetsu, what are you doing? Didn't I create you with Yin Yang release?" But in the next second, his control over his body plummeted. Black Zetsu detached from Obito's body and wrapped around Madara. "I am not your will. I am my mother Kagaya's will." Saying this, he controlled Madara's body, pouring in all the collected chakra. Chakra erupted from behind Madara, and his body began to deform terrifyingly, only held together by Black Zetsu to avoid exploding. Shinju clapped. "This performance is truly wonderful." Madara was completely stunned. Impossible. The Six Path Sage's stone tablet didn't say this. Black Zetsu directly shattered his arrogance. "I have lived longer than you and changed the tablet long ago." Only then did Madara realize he had treated Obito as a pawn. And in the end, he was the pawn. He had overlooked all the suspicious points about Black Zetsu, and now his body was bound by power, unable to move. Black Zetsu wrapped around Madara while saying to Shinju, "I must thank you. Returning the Rinnegan to Madara is what brought him this far." Those trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi had their chakra all funneled into Madara through the god tree, and Madara's body swelled larger and larger, like a meatball about to explode. At that moment, Tobirama, Hashirama, and others arrived, all stunned. "What's going on? Why has Madara turned into a giant tumor?" Sasuke leaned closer to Shinju. "Uncle, what's wrong with Madara? Isn't Black Zetsu on his side?" Shinju explained, "Black Zetsu is Kagaya's will. He wants to use Madara's body as a medium to resurrect Kagaya." After saying this, he took a step back, waiting to see what happened next. Shinju pushed chakra into Madara, reverse summoning to save Naruto, Kagaya's unsealing debut. Pay attention. A massive amount of chakra suddenly erupted from where Shinju had just stood and rushed into Madara's body. Madara let out a miserable scream, feeling like he was being exploded from the inside. It was simply torture. Tobirama watched this scene, mocking. The once arrogant Madara has fallen to this point. He deserves it. Hashirama immediately rebutted. "He just went astray. His nature is not bad." When everyone saw that Shinju did not stop Black Zetsu, they did not dare to step forward. Shinju must have a reason for doing this. Sasuke suddenly thought of Naruto. "Uncle, Naruto is trapped in a different space by Madara. Do you have a way to save him? Shinju turned to look at Minato. Fourth Hokage, you can use the Mayaboka mountain summoning technique, right? Minato was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized, forming seals and shouting. Summoning jutsu, Gamabunta suddenly appeared, holding a pipe and squinting at the transformed Madara without any nonsense. Directly reverse summoning. From the smoke came Naruto's excited shout. I, Naruto Uzumaki, am back. Guy's eyes widened in shock. He was actually able to be saved like this? Kakashi explained. The summoning contract is mutual. Summoning beasts can reverse summon. At this moment, Black Zetsu shouted, It doesn't matter if Naruto comes back. Your chakra is all my mother's nourishment. His technique was about to be completed, and he was wrapped around Madara's expanding body. Only Madara's Rinnegan remained outside, slowly disappearing. Kakashi stared at Madara. It's coming. His hair grew longer, and his body began to shrink. Shinju looked expectantly. We're finally going to see Kaguya Otsutsuki. This boss battle relies entirely on Black Zetsu's guidance. He's just a fool. Madara's body continued to shrink, still larger than a normal person. Then he was enveloped in white light, his form gradually revealing. What appeared before everyone was a beautiful woman with blue-white long hair, horns on her head, and a Rinnegan on her forehead. Tsunade exclaimed, She is Kaguya. Tobirama gritted his teeth. Another evil Uchiha. Hashirama was directly dumbfounded. Why did Madara turn into a woman? Kaguya had just been unsealed and was still dazed. Without Shinju's words, Naruto and the others stood guard in place. The scene fell eerily quiet for a few seconds. Then Kaguya fixed her gaze on Shinju, warily speaking. You carry the aura of Kaguya and the village of Yui. Kaguya fears her children's shadows. Shinju's eyes turned into a new form, shocking everyone. Pay attention. Kaguya, having been sealed by her son in the past, still held onto shadows in her heart. Black Zetsu hid in her sleeve, anxiously urging, Mom, Shinju has the power of Yui and the village of Yui. His strength is explosive. You must be careful. In Black Zetsu's eyes, the threat from Naruto and Sasuke was not even on the same level as Shinju. Kaguya sensed the familiar aura from Shinju, and tears suddenly fell. Her two sons' figures seemed to appear before her, awakening the maternal instinct hidden in her heart. Naruto was bewildered. Why is she suddenly crying? Is this the mother of the sage of six paths? Sasuke stared at Kaguya, shocked to the point of speechlessness. The amount of chakra she has compared to Madara. He is just a little brother. Black Zetsu quickly explained. Shinju's chakra now is almost identical to that of Yui and the village of Yui. Shinju closed his eyes and then opened them. The powers of the rebirth, I, and Rinnegan erupted instantly. The chakra of the rebirth, I encountered the power of the Rinnegan, directly giving birth to the power of the six paths, and the two powers merged into dazzling blue-white chakra. The truth-seeking balls behind him arranged into the form of Yin-Yang Taiji. The blue-white chakra cloak gently wrapped around his body, and Shinju looked at his palm, smiling. I just had a sudden idea to try it, and it actually worked. This power is stronger than an ordinary six paths, but still slightly weaker than Ten Tails Madara. Kaguya instantly wiped away her tears, her gaze turning extremely cold. No matter what chakra it is, in the end, it will all belong to me. She feared that the Otsutsuki clan would discover this place. So she had to collect all the chakra and use the infinite Tsukuyomi to create a large army of white Zetsu. Shinju saw through her thoughts at a glance and internally mocked. What a foolish beauty, never explaining why she does this. All her conflicts with her sons were accumulated like this. Then Shinju deliberately spoke, his tone extremely calm. Kaguya, you're the second Otsutsuki person I have encountered. Black Zetsu exploded on the spot. What? There are other Otsutsuki? This was never in the information collected by White Zetsu. He quickly said to Kaguya, Mom, he doesn't seem to be bluffing. We need to be cautious. Kaguya stared at Sanshui, full of suspicion. How can you prove that what you said is true? How can a mere human survive in the hands of Otsutsuki? Kaguya was frightened by the mention of Pu Shi. Sanshui revealed his identity as the King of Time, calling for a stop to time and preparing to attack. Pay attention. Even now, with her overwhelming power, Kaguya feels she can't defeat the other Otsutsuki. Otherwise, she wouldn't be going to such lengths to prepare. Sanshui directly dropped a bombshell. There's someone named Otsutsuki Pu Shi who uses a red glowing fishing rod to hook people's chakra. Upon hearing this, Kaguya panicked. She knew too well who Pu Shi was, which meant that the other Otsutsuki were already on their way to the ninja world. It's important to know that Kaguya used to be a servant of Otsutsuki Ishiki, with a status even lower than Kinshiki's. 1,000 years ago, she came to the ninja world with Ishiki to plant the god tree, intending to sacrifice Ishiki to feed the Ten Tails. Instead, she ambushed Ishiki, fed him to the Ten Tails, and consumed the chakra fruit herself, becoming the goddess of rabbit. This was a complete betrayal to the Otsutsuki, so hearing that Pushur was coming made her anxious. Black Zetsu urged Mom, first, crush Sansui, absorb Naruto and Sasuke's chakra, then deal with the main family. Kaguya didn't waste time. In the next second, the space around Sansui twisted, and the two disappeared, appearing in a snowy landscape. Sasuke went crazy. Not this space ninjutsu again. Where'd they go? The others could only stare blankly, but Naruto suddenly shouted, Obito is still alive. Kakashi rushed over. Although Obito had been drained of the tailed beast, he wasn't dead yet. Naruto directly used Yin-Yang release to heal him. He knows time-space ninjutsu. We need to ask him where Kaguya took Sansui. Obito looked at Kakashi, filled with self-mockery. His obsession was nothing but a joke. Just like Madara, he had become a pawn in the icy space. Kaguya raised her hand and summoned countless ice spikes to smash into Sansui. I'll settle this right here. Sansui used his chakra light sword to slice them all apart, complaining. After talking for so long, it's all for nothing. Then he took out the Time King second stage dial. His eyes wild with confidence. I never said I was a mere human. I'm the king of time. Black Zetsu was so scared he lost his mind, Mom. Act quickly. Don't let him use that. Kaguya instantly unleashed her gray bones attack. Several gray bones shot forward like arrows. Sansui shouted at the air, time. Stop for me. Sansui stopped time, nullifying Kaguya's power. Black Zetsu understood the truth. The king would not settle accounts just yet. Pay attention. Sansui shouted time. Stop for me. He slammed his hand down. Voluto, pressing the Time King second stage dial. A strange force swept across the entire area. Everything in the snowy space came to a standstill. Kaguya was still wearing her fierce expression as she released the gray bones. Even the flying ice shards were suspended in midair. Sansui walked up to Kaguya, reaching out to touch her cheek, thinking to himself, so time stopping doesn't affect touch. Her skin is quite smooth. After having his fun, he took out a blank dial, aimed it at Kaguya with a sneer. Otsutsuki Kaguya, I'll be taking your power. In the next second, he released the time stop, and Kaguya screamed. Where's my chakra? Why is it gone? She frantically looked within herself. She couldn't feel even the basic chakra, let alone the Ten Tails chakra, and was completely stunned. Black Zetsu crawled out from Kaguya's sleeve. Seeing her like this, was terrified. Mom, how did you become a mere human? Turning his head, he caught sight of the dial in Sansui's hand. There was actually an imprint of Kaguya's image on it, and he instantly realized, it was you. Sansui toyed with the silver-white dial, speaking confidently. Losing all your power is the punishment for your betrayal of the Otsutsuki and for stirring the ninja world. Kaguya trembled with anger, rushing forward to snatch the dial, but was gently pushed down by Sansui. Black Zetsu stared at Sansui, voice trembling. Who are you really? This ability is not something from the ninja world. Sansui raised an eyebrow. I already said, aside from being Uchiha, I am also the king of time. Black Zetsu's mind raced, suddenly shouting, I understand. Your Rinnegan, 6 paths power, all come from stealing time from others, right? No wonder you get stronger every time we meet. Sansui stroked his chin, smiling as he admitted. The details are off, but the general direction is correct. Black Zetsu completely gave up resistance, drooping his head to ask, what will you do with us? So many tragedies in the ninja world were caused by us. Kaguya also muttered in despair. How can I fight the main family without power? I'm done for. But Sansui put away the dial and waved his hand. There's no rush on how to deal with you. I still have an agreement to fulfill. Sansui stopped time to summon 6 paths Madara. The Otsutsuki form exploded. The world trembled, shocking Madara. Pay attention. Sansui shook his head. Pressed the Time King second stage dial. The time in the ninja world was directly interfered with, and a figure appeared as time and space twisted. 6 paths Madara regained consciousness. Looking at his own hands in shock. Didn't I already die? Sansui smiled and spoke. Madara, do you remember? We still have an agreement to fulfill. He resurrected Madara from another timeline, and Kaguya did not return to seal him. Madara stared at the surging 6 paths chakra within him, both shocked and angry. What did you do to me? I was clearly ambushed by Black Zetsu and became Kaguya's vessel. Sansui pointed at Kaguya behind him. She is Otsutsuki Kaguya, but her power has been sealed by me. Right now, she is just a mere human. According to our agreement, I will let you experience my full power. Madara instantly lost interest in Kaguya, his eyes full of anticipation. Good. I want to see if you have the courage to face me. In the next second, the time-space driver appeared at Sanshui's waist. He took out the Decade 21 driving dial. This was a special gear that included the powers from the Heisei era's new and old 10 years, even the Reiwa 01 powers. A reward for defeating 6 Paths Obito. As the dial was fitted to the driver, other main rider dials transformed into light and converged, revealing the Chuku Oma Time King dial. Even more explosive, dark golden energy erupted from Sanshui's body, and the white driver turned golden, transforming into the Oma driver. Madara broke out in a cold sweat, his body instinctively wanting to flee. This oppressive feeling is terrifying. What is going on? Sansui grinned and shouted the transformation slogan, forcefully pushing the driver. Blessing moment. A majestic voice echoed, and a gigantic ancient dial appeared beneath him. The earth cracked open with countless fissures, and lava surged forth. The hands of the dial turned to a specific moment. The lava flowed backward, and a golden strap wrapped around Sanshui's entire body, accompanied by the roar of the King of Benevolence, the King of Goodness, the King of Supremacy, the King of Strength. Golden lightning enveloped the entire area. 0 Uma Time King. As the Uma form emerged, the world changed color, the entire planet looking like an apocalypse. Madara watched the raging natural chakra, completely dumbfounded. This power actually makes the heavens tremble. Sanshui's voice came from behind a mask, with a hint of embarrassment. Oh, sorry. It's my first time using this power. I couldn't control it. Sansui retracted his power, inviting Madara to battle. Madara quickly surrendered, gathering the power of the 6 paths to shock the ninja world. Pay attention. Sansui pulled back the leaking power into his body, and the surrounding chaotic phenomena slowly calmed down. He beckoned to Madara with a relaxed tone. Come on, let us continue our previous contest. As a result, Madara clanged his sage's staff to the ground, raised both hands, and directly shouted, I surrender. What is the point of fighting? The power gap between the two sides was so great that it felt hopeless. Even the 6 paths power couldn't touch Sansui's edge. Madara was combative, but not foolish. Sansui clicked his tongue, raised his hand to seal Madara's power into the driving dial, then turned to the stunned Kaguya and Black Zetsu. Become my subordinates, and I will return your powers to you. Do you want to do it? It's important to know that these powers had long been recorded by the Oma driver. Returning them was just opening a port. Sansui could take back the powers anytime without affecting his own use. Madara didn't think twice. I agree. In the ninja world, the strong are respected. Serving you is not shameful. Kaguya came back to her senses at Black Zetsu's call and softly replied, I also agree. Sansui took out 2 dials and handed one to each of them. Their respective powers instantly transformed into streams of light and returned to their bodies. Obito felt the surging chakra within him and directly transformed back into the Ten Tails Jinchuriki form, unable to help but exclaim, all my power is back. This is amazing. Kaguya then resumed her icy demeanor, saying, the Tsutsuki clan already knows about the situation in the ninja world and will definitely send someone to conquer it. Sansui waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about that. I will entertain them well. After saying this, he removed the Otsutsuki armor. This power was too overwhelming, and he hadn't fully mastered it yet, fearing he might accidentally lose control. Then he waved his hand to open a dark golden barrier, and with Obito and Kaguya, they teleported and appeared in front of Naruto and the others in an instant. Sasuke saw Sansui and his heart, which had been hanging in the balance, finally relaxed. Uncle, I'm so glad you're okay. Just as Naruto sighed in relief, he caught sight of Obito and Kaguya behind Sansui and jumped up, shouting, Uchiha Obito! Kaguya, Tsutsuki! What are you doing here? The entire crowd instantly tensed up, and Tobarama's eyelids twitched violently. Obito is actually not dead? How is that possible? Kakashi stared at the 2 powerful figures, feeling the pressure rise dramatically. One Obito is already tricky enough, and now there's Kaguya too. How are we supposed to fight this battle? Seeing this, Sansui shouted, everyone calm down. They are our allies now, not enemies. He then walked over to Obito, who was looking bewildered, and directly inserted the Ten Tails control dial into his body. In the next moment, the complete power of the Ten Tails erupted within Obito, and he instantly transformed into the perfect Ten Tails Jinchuriki, donned in a long robe with the same pattern as Obito and Kaguya. his chakra fluctuation approaching the level of the Sage of Six Paths. The third Sage of Six Paths in the ninja world, Sage of Six Paths Obito, officially made his debut. Sansui gifted power to awaken Obito, opening the dimensional barrier to capture Urashiki. The Six Paths team surrounded the strong enemy. Pay attention. Obito opened his eyes, staring at Sansui with confusion. Why did you give me the power of the Sage of Six Paths? This power is so precious. Sansui smiled faintly. I need you to possess this power, that's all. As he spoke, the divine brilliance of Ajikata inadvertently radiated, warming the soul and making those around him unable to resist wanting to draw closer. Obito trembled as he looked at his blood-soaked hands, his eyes reddening. Need me? A person with blood on their hands can still be needed? Sansui grasped his hand and smiled. People must look forward. You don't want Rin's world to be ruined by enemies, do you? Hearing Rin's name, Obito's gaze instantly became resolute. He wanted to die with honor so that Rin could see he was stronger than Kakashi. Sasuke seized the key point and asked Uncle, who are the enemies you mentioned? Kaguya and Obito have already been dealt with. Sansui explained, it's the Tsutsuki clan. They are either hiding outside the world or have already entered the ninja world, each possessing Rinnegan and overwhelming power. After saying this, he casually opened a dark golden dimensional barrier and reached his hand inside. On the other side, underground in the Lulon ruins, Urashiki had just finished absorbing the dragon vein chakra and awakened a third golden Rinnegan on his forehead, arrogantly thinking, this time I'm going to crush Sansui and make Kaguya taste despair. But as soon as he flew into the sky, he sensed something was off, surrounded by massive trees wrapped in cocoons. Before he could react, a hand suddenly grabbed the back of his neck and pulled him into the dimensional barrier. Who ambushed me? On the other side of the dimensional barrier, Sansui threw the wildly struggling Urashiki onto the ground, cheerfully greeting him. We meet again, little brother Urashiki. Urashiki glared at Sansui, but didn't realize that Naruto, Sasuke, Kaguya, Obito, and others were standing behind him. It should be noted that these few were all starting from the Sage of Six Paths level and intentionally concealed their presence. Urashiki was completely unaware and could only dumbly stare at Sansui, completely oblivious to being surrounded by the Six Paths team. Urashiki arrogantly displayed his new power. The Six Paths team surrounded him, and he was beaten mercilessly by Obito. Pay attention. Naruto stared at Urashiki, then turned his gaze to Obito, unable to help but speak. He really looks a lot like you. Obito raised an eyebrow and glared at Naruto unhappily. What kind of joke is that? How could I be like him? The two exchanged glances, and the atmosphere instantly became a bit amusing. However, Obito was fixated on Urashiki, itching to strike. This kid looks pretty strong. I hope I can hit him a bit longer. It will be quite satisfying. Kaguya's expression darkened upon seeing Urashiki. Now, it was 6 against 1. With Sansui as a powerful ally, it was impossible to lose. Urashiki completely failed to sense the danger, opened his golden Rinnegan on his forehead, and his eyes turned into blue Rinnegan, revealing red hooks, shouting arrogantly, I'm not the same as before. I have super strong power that you've never seen before. Your chakra is mine. Sansui couldn't help but laugh, pointing behind Urashiki. Oh, is that so? You might want to check what's behind you first. Urashiki looked dismissively. What could be behind me? But when he turned around, he stood dumbfounded on the spot, the fishing rod clattering to the ground. What? Why are there so many people? 3 of them have the chakra of the 10 tails. And Kaguya? He was completely stunned, having never anticipated being surrounded. Obito grinned maliciously as he stepped forward. You're Urashiki from the Tsutsuki clan, right? Remember, my name is Uchiha Obito. Urashiki panicked and tried to escape by activating the yellow spring Biosaka behind him. I'll fight you next time. Sasuke directly activated his heavenly hand power, swapping positions with Urashiki in an instant. Want to run? No way. Urashiki saw that Obito and Kaguya had already blocked his escape route completely, and he could only raise his hands and shout, I surrender. I won't fight anymore. Obito completely ignored him, stepping forward and grabbing Urashiki by the neck, lifting him up. Surrender? Too late. Urashiki struggled desperately, his face turning red. I've surrendered. Don't go too far. Obito's eyes became even fiercer. He had been holding in anger for so long, and now that he finally had a punching bag, how could he let go easily? The surrounding Naruto, Sasuke, and others watched, not stepping in stop. After all, Urashiki was also from the Tsutsuki clan, so it was normal to teach him a lesson. Sansui ordered to punish Urashiki. The Six Paths team cleaned up the mess, and the world shuttling function was restored. Pay attention. Sanshui spoke to Obito, and one sentence made Urashiki completely despair. I won't ask for your opinion. Obito, go ahead. It should be noted that Sanshui could control time. So even if Urashiki died, reviving him would only take the blink of an eye. Upon hearing this, Obito didn't think twice and swung his fist at Urashiki. With 5 shadows joining in, the sound of fists hitting flesh mixed with Urashiki's screams, echoing through the skies. After thoroughly enjoying the fight, Obito rubbed his fists and walked over to Sanshui, his face full of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Urashiki lay on the ground, battered and bruised, in a twisted position, blood splattered everywhere. But fortunately, his body was tough, and his wounds were healing rapidly. Sanshui turned to Kaguya and asked, "Do you want to kill him? Now would be the perfect time." Kaguya shook her head, staring at Urashiki with a chilling smile. Alive, he is more useful than dead. Can I dispose of him at will? Sanshui waved his hand. It's up to you. He had already planned, using Urashiki to exchange for the test subject, Shurin. After all, he had killed Shurin's father and taken Rinnegan. So there was some sentiment there, and Urashiki was just right for studying the Tsutsuki genes. Kaguya explained, he has pure Tsutsuki blood. Utilizing him well is better than killing him. Sanshui suddenly remembered, by the way, you have a descendant named Tsutsuki Shurin, who was a descendant left on the moon by Yumura. Black Zetsu immediately added that Kaguya finally understood. Sanshui clapped his hands. The matter is settled. Now it's time to clean up the mess you left behind. The people from the ninja world are still in the cocoon of the divine tree. In fact, he was even more anxious in his heart. After collecting Kaguya and Obito's powers, not only had he awakened the power of the demon, but the system had also restored the world shuttling function. Then Obito made hand seals and shouted, "Infinite Tsukuyami, release." The divine tree realm instantly vanished. And with a thought from Sanshui, he teleported everyone to the Uchiha stronghold. As for the Sage of 6 Paths who has been secretly observing, it's unclear why he hasn't shown himself, leaving Sanshui's plan to control the dial in vain. On the other side, with the release of Infinite Tsukuyami, people in the ninja world are gradually waking up from their dreams. Some are still trapped in illusions, unable to extricate themselves, and can only face reality. Sanshui's spiritual energy can bring about reform. Hanabi awakens the void power, and the ninja world turns into a cyberpunk setting. Pay attention. The mechanical god sect that Uchiha Sansui created is finally making its move, taking advantage of the spiritual emptiness and confusion after the 4th Great Ninja War. They directly start spreading spiritual energy that is much more powerful than chakra. This stuff can absorb power from higher dimensions, directly crushing chakra in terms of combat power, and even has the characteristics of sage techniques, easily connecting with natural energy. The key point is that spiritual energy has extremely high adaptability. Followers of the mechanical god sect can easily use it and only need to test their mental strength to advance. In no time, it completely replaces chakra and becomes the mainstream in the ninja world. After the 4th Great Ninja War, Sansui accomplished his goal of collecting powerful figures from the 6 Paths and immediately lifted the technological restrictions, allowing Fey Electric Intelligence to spread a large amount of technology. As a result, instead of turning into Earth-style architecture, they created a Japanese cyberpunk style, making Konoha both traditional and technological, super cool. The Uchiha base also moved to the core of Konoha, and Sanshui's Chinese-style courtyard stood right in the center. Yaz was holding a ball of spiritual energy and asked, "Are you sending spiritual energy to defend against the Otsutsuki?" Sanshui, sitting in a chair, playing with spiritual energy, replied, "Those guys are too deep in hiding. We can't defend against them. It's better to directly enhance the ninja's combat power and cut off their roots." Kaguya stood behind him as a maid. Sanshui was about to leave this world, and spiritual energy was his backup plan. With the help of spiritual energy, Madara and the others could become stronger to deal with the Otsutsuki. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and Hanabi rushed in excitedly. "Brother-in-law, the spiritual energy you taught is so much fun." She raised her fair hand to show off, with Hinata chasing behind. "Hanabi, slow down." Hanabi manipulated the energy in her hands, transforming it into flames, then lightning, then ice, and finally into a dreamy purple sphere. Sanshui's eyes widened in surprise. This is void energy. Only Hanabi in the entire ninja world has awakened this ability, and the space around the energy is distorted. Yaz was also astonished. Miss Hanabi will definitely be a game changer in the future. She could be Lord Sanshui's right-hand assistant. In no time, Hanabi's void energy dissipated. She couldn't yet control such powerful energy. Sansui gently asked, I just taught you spiritual energy yesterday, and you can do this today? This talent is too absurd. Hanabi was confused. Void? What is void? Hinata quickly leaned in. Is this energy dangerous? She hasn't fully mastered it yet. The void spiritual energy is terrifying. Sansui provides the power to control the dial, and the ninja world is integrating into a golden age. Pay attention. Carelessly developing time-space ninjutsu is extremely dangerous. However, Sansui smiled and lightly tapped Hanabi's forehead. The next second, a dreamy purple void spiritual energy emerged from his palm. Strictly speaking, this energy isn't necessarily time-space ninjutsu. Kaguya stared at that ball of energy, instantly feeling a chill all over her body. She sensed an aura that could corrupt everything, frightening her to the point that her eyes went wide. Immediately afterward, Sansui wrapped his palm in void spiritual energy and pressed it against the wooden table in front of him. The purple energy spread like a spiderweb, instantly dyeing the entire tabletop purple. Yaz immediately sensed something was off and gently touched the edge of the table. With a loud bang, the solid wood table collapsed into fine sawdust. Yaz exclaimed while holding the sawdust. This can destroy the structure of objects? In actual combat, armor wouldn't be able to withstand it. It could spread all over the body in seconds. Hinata's face turned pale. That's terrifying. What if Hanabi can't control it at such a young age? But Hanabi's eyes sparkled with admiration, staring at Sansui. So, it could be used like this. So cool. Sansui explained. It's not about changing materials. It's about weakening strength. To put it in terms of the games I played in my previous life, it can reduce the enemy's defense and even weaken their physical strength to zero. You know the consequences. Saying this, he took out a blank control dial and turned it into flowing light, inserting it into Hanabi's body. This is a limiter. You can control the intensity of the void spiritual energy yourself and practice gradually. Then Sansui turned to Hinata and her sister, his gaze resting on their blue Rinnegan. How's your mastery of the Rinnegan's power? Hinata confidently puffed out her chest. We can fully control it. We can help you fight at any time. Now the two of them had already surpassed the level of Kage and could go toe-to-toe with Naruto and Sasuke. Coupled with Hanabi's void spiritual energy, the previous balance of combat power was completely broken. Sansui nodded in satisfaction. With you watching over the ninja world, I can rest assured. It's important to note that the ninja world has now been thoroughly integrated. Madara is fully promoting the human community plan. The wind and water countries, seeing they couldn't win, actively merged into the fire country. The earth and lightning countries resisted for a while, but eventually surrendered, and all countries completely became one. Sansui looked at the map of the ninja world on the wall, a smile on his face. Once the internal integration is complete, this world will usher in a golden age. Spiritual energy is much more powerful than chakra, and the future will definitely be explosive. He felt secretly pleased. I didn't expect to have opened 2 of the 3 ascension paths of the stars. Sansui is preparing for interdimensional travel. Exposing the truth of the dimensions, the Shinki space hides the teleportation portal. Pay attention. Sansui shook his head, muttering. Only the genetic ascension is left undone. I don't know when I'll have time. After saying that, he prepared to go to the Shinki space, where the interworld teleportation portal is already ready. Hinata quickly grabbed him, looking worried. Lord Sansui, why does this sound like you're arranging your affairs? Sansui tapped her forehead. What are you thinking with that little head of yours? Yaz immediately cooperated, projecting countless planets in front of everyone. This planet is just a drop in the ocean. There are other universes beyond the cosmos. Lord Sansui calls them dimensions. Kaguya was confused. She only knew about traveling between planets and had never heard of anything beyond the universe. Hanabi stared at the projection, suddenly enlightened. So you mean, the place we live is a planet, and there are many such worlds in the universe? Sansui slid the projection, the starry sky shrinking from galaxies to nebulae, then to star regions, finally transforming into a cosmic sphere. I want to go see other universes. Right now, I don't fully master the ability to travel, so I can only go alone. The power of the Time King can help me locate the Hokage universe, so I'm not afraid of getting trapped. Hinata worriedly said, You must be careful. Hanabi drooped her head. Can I go with you? I want to see the new world. Sansui patted her head. Once I settle things, I'll take you over. After saying that, Sansui phased into the Shinki space, his voice echoing. I'll leave this to you. It's important to know that Fey Electric Intelligence now has almost absolute control in the ninja world, and the 4 members of the Thunder Group have installed the 6 Paths auxiliary system, relying entirely on Sharon and Purishiki as guinea pigs. Yaz immediately organized. Let's go. To the meeting room, Madara and Obito are waiting to discuss internal integration. The Hinata sisters followed, while Kagaya dove into the Yellow Springs. In the Shinki space, unlike Obito's space, it was all desert, devoid of life, with only a massive Rinnegan floating in the sky, emitting golden light to illuminate the surroundings. Researching here, no one could disturb. Meanwhile, the system panel had already turned dim and lifeless. Sansui charged through the teleportation portal back to Earth. He unexpectedly entered the world of the Time King, where Gates angrily bombarded Zhuangwu. Pay attention. Many characters on the system panel were blurred, but the world travel section still appeared relatively normal. Sansui reached out and touched the panel, and the screen instantly flashed with arcs of electricity. A few seconds later, a massive teleportation portal appeared directly in front of him, glowing in deep blue light, making it impossible to see what was hidden behind. He shouted at the system, "Where does this lead?" But there was no response. Sansui laughed and cursed. I really have to rely on myself. After saying that, he directly dove into the portal, his Time King armor wrapping around him in an instant. No matter what danger lay behind the door, he was the Time King and had nothing to fear. A blinding white light flashed, and when Sansui opened his eyes, he was stunned. This is Earth? I'm back. Surrounded by familiar Japanese streets and Japanese Genshin Impact billboards, passers-by pointed at him, saying, "This person is dressed too strangely. Is he cosplaying as Gundam? So cool. I want to take a photo with him. Dressing so conspicuously is just seeking attention." Sansui confirmed from the crowd's comments that he had returned to Earth, but he wasn't sure if it was his original Earth. After all, this broken system always had tricks up its sleeve. He hurriedly ducked into an alley to remove his armor, only to forget that his ninja outfit was even more eye-catching. Fortunately, he changed into casual clothes, making him less conspicuous. He checked the world's brief history on his phone and found it almost identical to the Earth in his memory, until a red robot suddenly zipped past from the sky. Sansui was stunned. Isn't that Gates' time-space demon machine? I've actually entered the world of the Time King. He wondered to himself, now that I'm the king of evil, will I conflict with Tokim's Esko for 1968? Meanwhile, in 2068, on the throne of the Time King, the elderly Esko stared at the screen showing the emergence of the king of evil, his tone filled with nostalgia. "My friend, you have finally come." He also watched the scene of young Esko pushing a cart to school and smiled. "I can't wait to see what kind of future you choose." In a residential house in 2018, Yu trembled as he watched the news report. "It's the king of evil. I need to hurry and inform Aura and Swerves. They support the new king's plans, and now it's completely over." Just as Sansui was pondering, he suddenly heard an angry roar. "Damn it, I will kill you." Looking up, he saw Gates controlling the time-space demon machine, frantically attacking Esko, who was hiding under a building. Gates' pursuit of Esko was blocked. Sansui observed the unfolding drama, while the time thief was startled to see the king of evil appear. Pay attention. The demon machine got stuck outside the building, and Gates angrily slammed the control panel. How could he, who came from 2068 to hunt the king of evil, be stopped by such a minor obstacle? He jumped directly out of the demon machine and continued to chase Esko. As a Kamen Rider, he easily caught up with the ordinary high school student Esko, shouting angrily, "Time King, I will kill you here and save the future." Esko collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, and desperately shouted, "I'm just an ordinary student. First, I faced monsters, and now I'm being chased by a robot. I'm so unlucky." He closed his eyes, waiting for the attack, but Gates hesitated, raising his fist but unable to strike. Looking at Esko's student uniform, he hesitated and grabbed Esko's collar, demanding, "Why do you want to become the Time King?" Esko struggled to breathe. "I don't even know what the Time King is." Gates, irritated, threw Esko away, and he crashed into a wall, losing consciousness. Sansui witnessed everything, stroking his chin and muttering, "This isn't right. How is it different from my memory? Where's Tsukuyumi? Wasn't she supposed to take Esko through time to escape the chase?" Unbeknownst to anyone, not far away, a girl in a white dress and black stockings was staring at Sansui, her expression one of shock. This girl was Tsukuyumi. She shouted in her heart, "Gates has the wrong person. The one in front of me is the real king of evil. In the future, he will wave his hand to annihilate the resistance army. It's too terrifying." On the other side, The time thieves were gathered in a bar where time was paused. Swerves had just taken a sip of his drink when URU brought news. The king of evil has come to this era. Ora was stunned. Impossible. He dealing with the resistance in the future. But then he saw the photo on URU's phone. The king of evil was even making a peace sign at the camera. Swerves forced himself to stay calm. It might not be real. We're the most sensitive to time-space fluctuations. If he came, we would have known. Ora quickly agreed. Right? If he were to act, he would have crushed us by now. This must be fake. Finally, Swerves ordered. Let us continue with our plan and secretly investigate the identity of that fake king of evil. Swerves investigates the king of evil. Sansui transforms into Ajikido. Gates doubts the identity. Pay attention. After Swerves made the decision, he left the bar. He needed to find out what was going on with the king of evil quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep. As a time thief, he directly traveled to 2068 to check if the real king of evil was still in the future. URU and Ora also disappeared. They had already chosen their first candidate for an unusual Kamen Rider and were planning to create a Kamen Rider build. On the deserted street, Tsukuyami was trembling in fear, her mind filled with images of her companions being turned into dust by the king of evil. Just as she was relieved not to be discovered, she looked up and saw Sansui smiling at her, causing her legs to give out and fall to the ground. However, Sansui used his teleportation technique to catch her, shouting, "Sister, be careful." Tsukuyami was confused. Aren't you here to kill me? Sansui waved his hand with a smile. I'm a 5-star good citizen. There's someone committing a crime over there. I have to stop them. As he spoke, a transformation ring appeared at his waist, and in a blinding flash, the earth form Ajikido made its appearance. This was the disguise he had prepared to openly deal with Gates. Tsukuyami looked at his back, her mind filled with questions. Isn't this the king of evil? Did I see it wrong? On the other side, Gates was conflicted about whether to kill Esko when suddenly he was blasted away by a tremendous force. Sansui, brushing off flames from his military blade, pointed the sword tip at Gates. Stop! What do you want to do to this innocent boy? Gates shouted angrily. Do you know how terrifying he will be in the future? After saying that, he took out the ride watch and transformed, bursting into super speed. You will pay the price. Sansui didn't even look at him, raising his military sword and shouting. I'm just passing by as Ajikido. Seeing you bully others, I can't stand by. His terrifying perception locked onto Gates' trajectory, and with a slash of the military sword to the side, there was a loud bang. And Gates crashed into the ground, creating a massive pit, his armor disintegrating as he fell unconscious. Sansui scratched his head. Oops. It seems like I used too much force. Tsukuyami quickly ran over, shouting, Gates. Sansui tossed the military sword aside. Don't worry, he is not dead. Tsukuyami turned to stare at Sansui, her eyes determined. She had seen with her own eyes that the king of evil was this boy in front of her. Sansui, disguised as Ajikido, slipped away. Tsukuyami exposed the future, and Esko was stunned to see the blank ride watch. Pay attention. Tsukuyami stared at Sansui, her mind filled with questions. He clearly looks like the king of evil. How did he turn into another Kamen Rider? Sansui raised his phone. I called an ambulance. It's on the way. See you later. Tsukuyami hurriedly chased after him, asking, Who are you really? The information in her hand stated that Esko would be the future king of evil, but Sansui's appearance made her begin to doubt, even entertaining the thought of there being two kings of evil, quickly dismissing this absurd idea. Kamen Rider powers are unique. Sansui's voice grew fainter. I told you, I'm just passing by as Ajikido. He was already overjoyed. Coming to the Kamen Rider world, of course, he wanted to have fun and collect various Kamen Rider powers. You see, his collection of powers was just recorded in the King of Evil Driver, and it wouldn't strip away others' powers and histories like Esko. Completely unaffected Esko becoming king. Tsukuyami watched the direction Sansui disappeared, then glanced at Gates on the ground, helplessly muttering, What a chaotic guy. Not long after, the ambulance arrived, and she helped the medical staff load Gates and Esko onto the vehicle. After all, it was Gates who caused this mess, and she, as his companion, had to clean up the aftermath. In the hospital, as soon as Esko opened his eyes, he saw a strange ceiling, and when he tried to sit up, a sharp pain shot through his waist. Tsukuyami explained, This is the hospital, Tokime Esko. Esko was confused. You know me? Tsukuyami pulled out a future tablet and rattled off his information. Born on April 28, 2000, living in his uncle's watch shop. Esko hurriedly shouted, Enough! Who are you? How do you know so much about me? Tsukuyami slapped her forehead. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Tsukuyami. And the one next to me who hasn't woken up is Gates, the Red Rider who fought you today. We came from 2068 to stop you from becoming the king of evil." As she spoke, she played a video of the king of evil slaughtering the resistance army. And after Esco watched it, he was directly dumbfounded. "I will become such a vicious demon king in the future." His dream was to become a king. But this was completely different from what he had imagined. Suddenly, Zhuangwu pulled out a blank dial. "Oh right, I met a strange person this morning. He gave me this and warned me to be careful of the red robot." Yudu looked at the dial and was shocked. "What is this?" Yudu checked the blank dial. Sanshui sneaked into Zhuangwu's house, and Gates, feeling frustrated, encountered a formidable opponent. "Pay attention." Yudu snatched the blank dial from Zhuangwu's hand and examined it closely. There was not a trace of power on it. This meant that Zhuangwu couldn't transform into the Omega World King yet, and she instantly breathed a sigh of relief. The plan to stop him hasn't failed after all. Just keep an eye on him, and the future will be saved. Yudu quickly asked, "Do you know Obito? He saved you. Maybe you have a clue." Zhuangwu scratched his head and thought for a long time. "Obito? I've never heard that name." After saying that, regardless of the pain in his body, he grabbed something and rushed out the door. "If I don't get back to my uncle's shop, he'll start to worry." Yudu watched him run away, helplessly complaining. Everyone is so reckless. But in her heart, she was calculating. "Obito looks like he's not over 18. I'll check every high school student in the city, and I'm sure I can find him." On the rooftop of a residential building at dusk, a mysterious figure removed his hood. It was Waz. He stared at Zhuangwu rushing home with his brow furrowed. How could Obito appear here? This scene isn't even in the book. But he currently didn't have the ability to control the dial, and he couldn't deal with Sansui at all. He could only anxiously pace in circles, leaving a remark about the trouble before disappearing. As Zhuangwu burst into the 9-to-5 hall, he shouted, "What are you doing in my house?" He saw Gates, Yudu, and a stranger sitting at the dining table. Yudu smiled and pointed upstairs. "We're tenants. We stay here to keep an eye on you." Gates, however, was glaring at Sansui, his eyes nearly bursting with fire. This guy had previously crushed him in one blow, which was a great humiliation. He clenched his fists, vowing, "I will definitely make this Obito pay." Sansui put down his chopsticks and greeted him with a smile. "Hey, Zhuangwu is back." Zhuangwu was confused. "Who are you?" "I don't know you." His uncle came over with drinks and was also stunned. "Aren't you friends?" "He said he was familiar with you, so I let him stay for free." Sansui took a sip of coffee and leisurely said, "I'm Uchiha Sansui. I saved you this morning. Remember?" Zhuangwu suddenly realized, his eyes brightening. "You are Obito?" He quickly scooted over to sit next to Sansui, looking very enthusiastic. His uncle nervously examined Zhuangwu. "Did something happen to you? Are you hurt?" Zhuangwu quickly waved his hand. "It's nothing. I solved it early." He even secretly nudged Sansui with his elbow, trying to get more information. Zhuangwu asked about Kamen Rider. Sansui encountered a battle with Rabbit, and Zhuangwu immediately displayed the characteristics of the Demon King. "Pay attention." Zhuangwu excitedly leaned closer to Sansui. "So, you can transform like Gates into that armor person?" Sansui brushed his hand away. "It's Kamen Rider." Zhuangwu's eyes lit up. Kamen Rider is so cool. He immediately bombarded Sansui with questions, eager to know every detail. Meanwhile, Yudu and Gates were pondering. "Uchiha Sansui? I've never heard of that surname. He even tricked us, clearly not familiar with Zhuangwu, but claiming to be friends to sneak in." Yudu spoke first. "I'm Yudu, a tenant here." He pointed to Gates. "This is Gates, he lives with me." Gates forced a smile, but he was still seething inside. He hadn't avenged the humiliation from last time yet. Sansui returned Gates a mysterious smile. "I'm Uchiha Sansui. I just said that." Gates suddenly shivered, feeling as if he was being watched. Little did he know that Sansui had already set his sights on his rebirth, savior form, as a collectible. Thus, the Time King Quartet barely got acquainted. By night, everyone was fast asleep when suddenly, the Time King 2 dial in Sansui's driver flickered with light. The next second, Sansui found himself appearing drowsily on a hill. A loud explosion in the distance startled him awake. He looked up and saw Kamen Rider Build's user, Sento Kiryu, standing before him. Build was startled and took a step back. "Who are you? Why do I no longer have Build's powers?" Sansui ignored him and walked to the edge of the hill to look down. The Heisei riders were in a fierce battle with monsters. Suddenly, a meteor fell, shaking the ground, and then a huge time demon machine flew out, landing across from him. Sansui was bewildered. Is this Gates or Yudu controlling it? When the cockpit opened, Zhuangwu jumped down. Build squinted. You're also a Kamen Rider? Zhuang Wu raised the build dial and waved it. Your power is with me. Sanshui tentatively asked. You're Zhuang Wu, right? Zhuang Wu tilted his head. You know me? Saying this, he inserted the dial into the driver. Rider armor time. The build armor immediately attached to him, and with a kick, he sent a monster flying, leaping into the air, then executed a finishing move, instantly clearing all the monsters and riders. Build looked at the empty battlefield, panicking. On what basis can you use my power? Zhuang Wu scratched his head. I'm Kamen Rider Zio, the Demon King who aims to collect all rider powers. After saying that, he turned to look at Sanshui, confused. How did this person know him? Sanshui disappeared with the dial. The morning encounter with monsters attacked, and Gates and Yu-Du rushed out quickly. Pay attention. Zhuang Wu stared at Sanshui, puzzled. I've never seen you before. Who are you? How do you know my name? Just as Sanshui was about to answer, suddenly his whole body began to flicker. He knew time was running out, so he hurriedly threw a blank rider dial over. Take this. It will give you immense power in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into golden particles and vanished. Zhuang Wu held the dial and muttered, Uchiha Sanshui? What a strange person. He didn't notice that a trace of Omega World power flickered within the dial. The next morning, the knocking on the door of a 9-to-5 hall woke Sanshui up. Zhuang Wu shouted from outside, Get up for breakfast. Sanshui yawned as he opened the door, feeling as exhausted as if he had run dozens of kilometers. He greeted his uncle, Yu-Du, and Gates, then sat down tiredly. Memories of last night suddenly flooded back. This seems like the Time King's ability unconsciously activated. The scenes in the dream might be real events from a parallel timeline. His uncle asked with concern, Didn't he rest well? Is there something wrong with the room? Sanshui waved his hand, just not used to the environment. But in his heart, he pondered, Zhuang Wu in the dream seems to have a personality like the young Omega World King from 2068, but why was I there? Yu-Du took the opportunity to ask, Where are you from? Uchiha is a rare surname. Sanshui casually replied, I'm technically from Huaxia. Uchiha is a Japanese surname I chose for myself. Gates was about to refute, but Zhuang Wu excitedly shouted, You can choose your own surname? That's amazing. His uncle nodded. No wonder your temperament is different. Turns out you're from the etiquette capital. Suddenly, the TV displayed news. Monsters have attacked citizens in the city center. The police are already in action. Citizens do not approach. Yu-Du and Gates' expressions changed drastically, and they exchanged a glance before getting up. Thank you for your hospitality. The two rushed out the door. Ordinary people must not be harmed. Zhuang Wu asked, Aren't you going? Can't you transform into a Jido? Sanshui smiled as he wiped his mouth. Gates is enough. By the way, you're going to be late for school. Zhuang Wu looked at the time and grabbed his things to run. Sanshui turned off the TV and muttered, The time thief should act now. I'll get to see that guy soon. I'm really looking forward to it. Then he also got up. I'm full too. Thank you for your hospitality. Zhuang Wu encounters monsters to save friends. The blank dial glows, vowing to become the benevolent Demon King. Pay attention. On Zhuang Wu's way to school, he suddenly found chaos ahead, with people running in all directions in a panic. He threw down his bike and rushed against the flow of people, hearing someone shout, Zhuang Wu, don't come over. He looked closely. An alien Kamen Rider was choking his friend in the air, looking terrifying. Zhuang Wu panicked. Didn't he, Gates, and Yu-Du go to deal with it? Why are they still here? Without giving him much time to think, the otherworldly Kamen Rider increased his strength, and his friend let out a scream. Zhuang Wu rushed forward without thinking, only to be slapped away by the opponent. The blank night dial in his pocket fell to the ground, instantly emitting white light. The words of Tsukuyomi from yesterday echoed in his mind. This dial will make you the Demon King that destroys everything. Zhuang Wu picked up the dial, his heart wavering for a moment, but he still charged forward to save his friend, only to be caught by the otherworldly Kamen Rider again. Without activating the powers of the Time King, he was just an ordinary person. In this critical moment, Tsukuyomi rushed over, shooting to drive away the otherworldly Kamen Rider and saving Zhuang Wu. But she was shocked. Gates had clearly already destroyed it. How could it come back to life? Taking advantage of Tsukuyomi and the otherworldly Kamen Rider being entangled, Zhuang Wu focused on the dial and made a determination. I want to become a king, to make the world better and everyone happier. Tsukuyomi turned back and shouted urgently, Put down the dial. Don't be foolish. But she couldn't free herself to stop him. At that moment, Waz suddenly appeared, smiling and saying, You must become a king. Tsukuyomi was stunned. How are you here? Waz took off his hood. The powers of the Time King are the strongest. They can control the past and the future. But Zhuang Wu's dial showed no change. He was still conflicted. Will I become a cruel demon king? Tsukuyomi hurriedly advised, don't become a demon king. Unexpectedly, Zhuang Wu suddenly shouted, I want to become a demon king, but I want to be a benevolent and righteous demon king. This statement left Waz and Tsukuyomi dumbfounded. Huh? This is different from what was written in the book. Just as the two of them were in a daze. The blank dial in Zhuang Wu's hand suddenly transformed into the Time King as control dial. Waz quickly took out the time-space driver, kneeling on the ground. Demon King. Please use it. You know how to transform. Zhuang Wu took the driver, and a belt automatically appeared at his waist to secure it. He gently turned the Time King dial, and the Phantom of the Time King immediately emerged on the dial. Zhuang Wu transformed into the Time King, dominating the scene. He defeated the otherworldly Kamen Rider in seconds, and Gates angrily asked for the reason behind his ascension to kingship. Pay attention. Zero. The dial emitted a prompt sound, and Zhuang Wu's momentum instantly surged. He coldly inserted the dial into the time-space driver, and a huge clock phantom appeared behind him. The oppressive aura of the Time King sweeping across the entire area. Transformation. As soon as Zhuang Wu's voice fell, a heavy bell rang. Rider time. Kamen Rider Zio. Energy belts surrounded his body, and the Time King armor instantly covered him. Kamen Riders making his entrance. Zhuang Wu raised his hand to feel the power. Overwhelmed with excitement. Is this the feeling of being a Kamen Rider? It's incredible. In the distance, Mitsu pulled out his phone to take pictures frantically. The Time King's first transformation must collect. Waz, kneeling on the ground, burst into flames and stood up, roaring, celebrate. The King of Time has been born. He gathers all the powers of the riders, transcending time and space. As Kamen Rider Zio, Tsukuyomi watched in astonishment. As Zhuang Wu confidently charged forward, throwing a punch at the otherworldly Kamen Rider. The situation turned around instantly. The otherworldly Kamen Rider was beaten back, quickly throwing a burning basketball in retaliation. Zhuang Wu had no experience and was knocked to the ground, but fortunately, the armor absorbed the impact and he wasn't hurt. Just as he was worried about not having a weapon, a purple light shot out, and the time sword gun floated in front of him. The sword. The driver emitted a prompt sound. The otherworldly Kamen Rider attacked again, and Zhuang Wu instinctively swung the sword to defend, deflecting the basketball and charging up, striking the otherworldly Kamen Rider down to his knees with one sword. The otherworldly Kamen Rider panicked, gathering all his energy into a basketball to smash toward Zhuang Wu. Zhuang Wu instinctively inserted the dial into the sword slot. Finish time. Zero. Goody goody slash. He swung the sword high in the air, and the purple sword light directly sliced through the otherworldly Kamen Rider, causing an explosion that reverted him from his transformation, leaving him unconscious. Zhuang Wu marveled. Is this the power of a demon king? So fierce. Tsukuyomi's face turned pale. Every effort was in vain. The future hadn't changed at all. At that moment, Gates rushed over, directly shouting at Zhuang Wu. Why do you want to become a demon king? Zhuang Wu's gaze was firm. This is the path I chose. No, it's the path I was meant to walk. Zhuang Wu refused to back down, showing the aura of a king. Mitsu blocked Gates, and the logic of counterattack shocked everyone. Pay attention. Facing Gates' questioning, Zhuang Wu stood tall, speaking as if it were a matter of course. I was already prepared to be a benevolent and righteous demon king. This attitude instantly struck Gates. His mind flashed to the appearance of the Demon King in 2068, who was just as arrogant. With you guys, you can't defeat me, because I was born to be a king. The face of the Demon King overlapped with Zhuang Wu's current face. Gates clenched the dial on his arm, his eyes turning fierce. Then I can only cut off your path here. Before Zhuang Wu could understand the situation, Gates had already transformed into Kamen Rider Gates, pulling out the Ghost Rider dial and inserting it into the driver. Rider armor time. Ghost. The Ghost Rider armor instantly enveloped him, and he threw out 4 cloaked phantoms, charging at Zhuang Wu die. Demon King of the Amagats. Zhuang Wu quickly waved his hand. Wait, I don't want to fight you. But Gates didn't listen at all, landing a punch right in front of him, forcing Zhuang Wu to only be able to passively block. Within seconds, Zhuang Wu was caught off guard by Gates, knocked down to the ground. Gates stepped on the time driver, shouting, Finish time. Ghost. 0 mega. Time burst. His right foot was charged with ghost energy, ready to kick down. Zhuang Wu clutched his chest, sweating in panic. This is really the end. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and Gates was hit and knocked away, rolling several times before stopping. Shouting angrily, Who dares to ruin my plans? Mitsu, sharpening his flaming military knife, slowly walked out, teasingly saying, "Gates, have you never pondered question? This time and space is the past for you. But for Zhuangwu, it's the present and the future. Have you ever thought that him becoming the Demon King in the future might just be forced out by you now?" Gates froze on the spot, his eyes wide. It was me who forced him? Mitsu then turned to the dazed Tsukuyumi. "I've been watching these days. Does Zhuangwu's character resemble that of a cruel Demon King? He dared to charge at the otherworldly Kamen Rider bare-chested to save his friend. That character speaks for itself." After saying that, without waiting for Tsukuyumi to respond, he directly unleashed the power of Agito, the armor instantly covering his body, holding the sword in front of Zhuangwu. Gates stood there, his mind racing. Ever since I came from 2068, I've been chasing him and fighting without stopping. Am I not preventing him, but instead becoming a force for his growth? The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became, and his movements stopped. Seeing him in a daze, Mitsu pushed Zhuangwu aside. "What are you still doing? Hurry and run." Zhuangwu glanced at Gates, then at Mitsu, who was blocking the way, and without hesitation, he turned and ran away into the distance. Zhuangwu rode off on his motorcycle. Gates transformed into Drive and encountered a trap, while the otherworldly Kamen Rider revived infinitely. Pay attention. Zhuangwu didn't think much and instinctively summoned his motorcycle, revving the throttle to escape. Gates struggled to get up. Just as he was about to chase, he was blocked by Mitsu. Gates shouted angrily, "Are you going to stop me? Do you know how many people he will kill in the future?" In his eyes, Mitsu was just protecting the Demon King, which was utterly unreasonable. Mitsu, however, smiled and retorted, "The future you speak of is just something that hasn't happened to me. Why should I act against someone in the present because of something that hasn't happened?" He didn't want to see Gates' furious expression. If this was all he could do, then this supposed savior was too weak. Gates was left speechless by the retort, pulling out the drive dial and inserting it into the driver. Rider armor time. Drive. The shoulder armor popped out 2 ugly tires, and the drive powers enveloped him. "As long as I can defeat you, that's all that matters." Mitsu was still waiting for him to make a move, but Gates suddenly turned into an afterimage and slipped right past him. The flaming military knife in Mitsu's hand clattered to the ground, leaving him stunned. Wasn't he going to fight me? Why did he run away? This thick-browed and big-eyed guy actually played tricks. Tsukuyumi nearby burst out laughing. "Forgive me for having a low sense of humor, but this scene is just too strong." Gates chased for half a day without seeing even a shadow of Zhuangwu and was feeling frustrated when Uedu suddenly messaged, "The aberrant Kamen Rider has appeared again. It's causing destruction." Gates was shocked. "I just smashed it this morning and Zhuangwu hit it again. How is it still alive?" Uedu, looking at the tablet, was also confused. It was eliminated twice in a row. How did it come back? At this moment, Sansui suddenly approached. "Aberrant Kamen Rider? Leave it to me." After saying that, he immediately bolted. He had just let slip too much and needed to make a quick escape. Uedu clicked his tongue. This guy is really suspicious. He runs pretty fast. He quickly notified Gates to deal with the aberrant Kamen Rider first, and put Zhuangwu's matter on hold. On the other side of the street, Sansui appeared directly in front of the aberrant Kamen Rider, greeting it while swinging his sword. With a loud bang, the aberrant Kamen Rider exploded on the spot. But the next second, another unharmed aberrant Kamen Rider walked out from behind a car. Sansui frowned. This is a bit troublesome. Sansui encountered a time stop. Was rejected in his plea for allegiance. Zhuangwu searched for Kamen Rider power. Pay attention. Sansui stared at the newly emerged aberrant Kamen Rider and muttered, "To defeat it, do I need to use the corresponding rider power?" As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly appeared. "Useless. Without Kamen Rider power, you can't kill it at all." Saying this, he used time stop to freeze Sansui. Sansui chuckled inwardly. The feeling of being frozen in time is quite peculiar. He did not resist, allowing the time stop to take effect. Seeing the aberrant Kamen Rider obediently following behind him, all jumped in front of Sansui, completely ignoring the immobile Sansui. "You are Yujita, right? Ally with me, and I will support you as the new king." He even reached out to touch Sansui's chest armor, making Sansui feel uncomfortable. What's with this little guy being so touchy? Seeing Sansui not reacting, then remembered he hadn't released the time stop and waved his hand to let Sansui move again. Sansui moved his arms and refused. "Ally with you? You're thinking too much." The next second, he gathered energy on his flame sword and slashed at and the aberrant Kamen Rider. The aberrant Kamen Rider tried to block with a baseball bat, but instantly teleported to a distance, leaving the aberrant Kamen Rider to be sliced apart. only to emerge again from a corner. All mocked. Without Kamen Rider power, you can't win at all. But Sansui shouted, if I can't, then what about them? Gates and Zhuangwu transformed into Kamen Riders and rushed over. Gates looked at the aberrant Kamen Rider with a dark expression. This thing can't be killed? I've smashed it several times. While Sansui was cutting down the ambushing aberrant Kamen Rider, he said, we need to use Kamen Rider power. Upon hearing this, Zhuangwu turned around and ran. I'm going to get Kamen Rider power. Gates was stunned, and only then realized the time travel device in the sky. He wants to go back in time. Sansui didn't look back. Leave this to me, you hurry. But in his heart, he was calculating. I need to let those two interact more to exploit the power of the Time King's third stage. Seeing that Sansui wouldn't ally with him, Ol shook his head and disappeared. I need to stop Zhuangwu, otherwise I'll be laughed at by Aura and Swolas. Once everyone left, Sansui took out a blank driver disc from his pocket. Sansui drew the power of the aberrant Kamen Rider. Aura creates a new monster. A mysterious voice disturbs Sansui. Pay attention. Sansui pondered while holding the blank driver disc. I have the power of the Time King, but I didn't bring the aberrant Kamen Rider disc. Now is the perfect time to fill that gap. Maybe I can even activate the aberrant version of the Time King, or even create an aberrant version of the Time King of Fate. At this moment, the stubborn aberrant Kamen Rider wanted to sneak up again, and Sansui frowned. What a brainless guy, I'm starting to get annoyed. He raised his hand and aimed at the aberrant Kamen Rider. The blank disc instantly took effect, pinning it in place. The power within the aberrant Kamen Rider began to surge crazily into Sansui's disc. In just a few minutes, the originally blank disc changed appearance. A purple-black color base with the face of the aberrant Kamen Rider printed on the front, and the exclusive disc was directly in hand. On the other side, Zhuangwu successfully obtained Kamen Rider power from Banjin through his charismatic personality. He then joined up with Gates, who had just unlocked new powers, and the two teamed up to completely smash the main body of the aberrant Kamen Rider. The aberrant Kamen Rider from the 2018 timeline instantly distorted and vanished. Without its main body, this aberrant projection from another timeline had no reason to exist anymore. Sansui held the newly acquired aberrant Kamen Rider disc, feeling the power inside. I have obtained the power of the aberrant Kamen Rider, but it still feels like the power hidden within hasn't been truly unleashed. In the 2017 timeline, Ol looked at the destroyed disc and stubbornly said, Humph, this time, consider yourselves lucky, but I will not give up my plan to support a new king. After saying this, he vanished. Still pondering, why would that guy from the future help Zhuangwu? Gates was clearly trying to kill Zhuangwu, and I saw it all clearly. Gates glared in the direction Ol had disappeared, angrily swinging his weapon. Damn it, he got away again. If I don't deal with this little brat, there will definitely be more aberrant Kamen Riders. Zhuangwu remained calm, waving goodbye to the amnesiac Banjin and Long, pulling Gates straight to the time travel device. He had realized that, as a king, everything in front of him was a test, and he must become the benevolent and righteous demon king. Just as things settled down, the time thief, Aura, started causing trouble. She traveled back to 2016 and found Ida, immediately saying, your son will die from heart disease because he misses the best treatment window. Desperate to save his son, Ida was naturally transformed into an aberrant Exade by Aura. The 2018 timeline instantly changed. An unbeatable game began to spread, and anyone who came into contact with it mysteriously disappeared. Sansui watched all of this, but he had no time to care, his face marked with dark circles, looking listless. During this time, a continuous stream of voices floated in his ears, the words sounding familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had heard them. Sansui was being tormented by the voice. Responding to the summons to traverse dimensions, he angrily confronted the dirty Yin protecting Sakura. Pay attention. Sansui, being cautious, had not responded to that mysterious voice. But as a result, the voice looped the same phrase day and night, tormenting him and causing him to not sleep well for several days. Sansui was worried. At this rate, I'll end up with panda eyes and die in this world. He tried to analyze it using the power of fate. But as soon as he touched that power, he felt a pulling sensation, clearly not belonging to this timeline. Sansui couldn't stand it anymore, just as he resolved to respond. The voice sounded again, this time quite urgently, a complete phrase floating into his ears. Your body is entrusted to my command. My fate is attached to your sword. Let the wheel of traversal appear, guardian of the scales. Sansui roared. I agree. Stop bothering me. As soon as he finished speaking, a peculiar power enveloped him. and two images instantly appeared in his mind. He could actually control two bodies, with his main body still in the Time King world while his consciousness drifted to another timeline. Sanshui immediately realized, isn't this the summoning phrase of the Black Heart Holy Grail? Just as he steadied himself, he angrily shouted, "So was you calling me all along? Annoying fly." The scene shifted to the basement of the Matu residence, where Matu Zangian stood on a high platform, with Matu Sakura beside him holding a blank book. Zangian sneered inwardly. "This book is just useless comfort." He pointed with his cane at the insect pool. "I adopted you just for this moment. To transform you using the imprint insect." Saying this, he pushed Sakura off the high platform while muttering, "Who told my kid to be useless?" But he didn't see that Sakura was not afraid at all. Instead, she was very excited. In midair, Sakura hugged the book tightly, silently reciting the summoning phrase. The book instantly shone, a beam of white light flashed, and Sanshui emerged, draped in celestial robes, holding the six-path staff, with 9 Taoist beads floating behind him. Coldly speaking, "It was you who kept calling me nonstop, right?" He felt the power of the 6 paths within him. Staring at Zangian with disgust, this old man exuded a stench of decay, and his soul radiated a vibe of decline. It was too disgusting. Sanshui instantly confronted Zangian. Sakura, holding the book, unexpectedly revealed the Chronicle of Fate, her identity exposed, raising questions. "Pay attention." Sanshui saw through it at a glance. This old man must have used some secret technique to live so long. Next to him, the little girl was knocked back by his sudden appearance and fell in the corner, her book emitting a white light to protect her. This book gave Sanshui a sense of familiarity, but Sakura was just a harmless child, so he didn't pay much attention. Turning his gaze to the dirty yin, Sanshui said with disgust, "This environment is really disgusting." He raised his staff and pointed at the void, and an invisible force instantly cleared away all the insects. Yin was stunned. A heroic spirit? Impossible. It's not even the time for the Holy Grail War. How did you come out? Catching sight of Sakura's book, he immediately reacted. "It must be the Tosaka family that is setting me up." Yin panicked and shouted to Sakura, "Quickly stop him." But Sakura slowly stood up, only looking at him coldly. With a hint of mockery, she had long known that everything in the dream was real. Sanshui floated above Yin. "I remember now. You are Matu Zangian." He reached out and pressed his hand on Yan's head, his eyes turning into the Sharingan. Human realm. The pressure from the Sharingan rendered Yin unable to move, and he could only watch as Sanshui read his memories. Sanshui quickly sifted through and soon understood. This was before the Fourth War. Yin had just adopted Sakura and was preparing to transform her. Suddenly, a childish voice rang out. "Are you the Demon King?" Sanshui was stunned. Someone actually knew his identity. Turning around, he exclaimed, "The Chronicles of the Demon King? How do you have this thing?" With a casual wave, Yan's soul was extracted. Looking at the book in Sakura's hands, Sanshui was full of questions. How did Waza's book end up in another world? What is that guy up to? But Sakura remained calm, not scared at all. The book foretold that you would come, and it was indeed correct. Sanshui was curious. "Can I take a look at this book?" Sakura respectfully handed it over. "Of course, Demon King." Some time ago, Sakura had a dream in which she experienced her entire life from childhood to adulthood. Sakura encountered the Demon King in her dream and changed her fate. Sanshui invested in her, and Yin became a pawn. Pay attention. The tragic experiences of the past had long become nightmares for Sakura, leaving her in a daze for quite a while, until the Chronicles of the Demon King appeared. She had a new dream, in which a time Demon King directly rewrote her destiny. Both dreams felt real and came true one by one, which was Sakura's secret hidden deep in her heart. Sanshui opened the book handed to him by Sakura, but found it completely blank. He closed the book and opened it again, still nothing. He returned the book and hesitantly asked, "Do you really know me?" But Sakura opened the book and read clearly. "Your name is Sanshui? You can understand the past and future, transcend time and space, and have ended endless wars to save a world." Sanshui helplessly rubbed his forehead. "It seems that it really is my problem." He got straight to the point and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Sakura directly revealed the back of her hand. There were 3 dark golden knight emblem command seals to participate in the Holy Grail War and end this absurdity. "I apologize for binding you with the command seals for now." Sanshui didn't take care. "No problem. I can let my true self descend at any time. I've already memorized the coordinates of this world and can also collect hero powers." Sakura suddenly showed fatigue. Maintaining Sanshui's physical form was too strenuous for her as a novice magician. Seeing this, Sanshui gently patted her shoulder and injected a chakra seed. Relax. Sakura instantly felt less tired, feeling the new power flowing within her, and exclaimed, "The power of the Demon King is amazing." Sanshui took out a blank driving dial and handed it to Sakura. "Hold this. It can communicate with the Demon King driver and adjust all recorded powers to protect you." He had already calculated that Sakura had a null attribute, was a descendant of a magician family, and had high potential in the future. This was a guaranteed investment. Sakura felt an unprecedented warmth from Sanshui, as if she had found a support, and asked, "What should we do next?" Sanshui patted her little head and smiled. "Let us take a good look around this world. But we have to follow the script. That old guy still needs to be used." Sakura was confused. "Use Yin?" Sanshui looked understanding. "Think about it. Although Yin is disgusting, someone has to run errands for us. Right? If we did everything ourselves, it would be too tiring." Sanshui made Yin into a driving dial, uncovering the truth of the Holy Grail. Zhuangwu was once again stopped by time. "Pay attention." While speaking, Sanshui made Yin into a driving dial, and when he activated it, Yin immediately knelt down beside him, not knowing that he was just an ordinary old man. Sakura obediently stood behind Sanshui, watching her grandfather resurrect, surprised. "So souls can also be imprisoned?" Sanshui spoke gently. "Just call me brother, don't be so formal." Since the Chronicles of the Demon King recognized Sakura, she qualified to be his vassal. And the power of the Demon King became restless after coming into contact with the book, indicating that the book was indeed related to him. Sakura softly called Sanshui brother, her eyes full of fervor. Sanshui saved her from a tragic fate, and she had long relied on him. Sanshui took Sakura's hand. "Let us go. It feels uncomfortable staying here." On the way, he organized Yan's memories. The Holy Grail War is a large-scale magical ritual, gathering magic power over 60 years. Selecting 7 people to summon heroic spirits to fight, and the final winner can wish for something with the Holy Grail. The 3 families each have their roles, but they hide a secret. After heroic spirits die, they are collected by the small Holy Grail. And the large Holy Grail will use the heroic spirits to return and create a door to the outside world. Sanshui smiled. "This is a piece of cake for me." He diverted his attention to Zhuangwu and was stunned. It really is the Time King? He was once again stopped by the time thief. He also discovered that the flow of time in the 2 worlds was different. In the Holy Grail world, a lot of time had passed, while in the Time King world, only a few minutes had gone by. Sanshui felt that there was no need to intervene. Zhuangwu and Gates, this pair of buddies, are more than enough to deal with the anomaly Xaid. However, he was curious. What would happen if I enter the mirror world? I previously tried without an opposite side. Perhaps I need to rely on the anomaly Dragon Knight. On the other side, in the Matu Mansion's hall, Yin called his son Tsuya and grandson Shinji. With a gloomy expression, the youngest daughter of the Tosaka family will be the Matu heir. Treat her well, or bear the consequences. He sneered and disappeared, leaving Tsuruya, who had long anticipated this, and Shinji, who was shocked. Tsuruya reminded Shinji, "Remember the old man's words." Besides notifying the family, Yin was also pondering about his other son who ran away from home, Matu Korea. Yin urgently sent a message to Korea. Sanshui exposed the conditions for leaving Sakura, and the little loli faced a choice. Pay attention. Yin used his methods to send out the message, and Matu Korea was extremely anxious upon receiving it. He knew Yan's character all too well and understood how treacherous the Matu family's magical inheritance was. The scene shifted to the courtyard of the Matu mansion, where Yin, summoned by the dial, lost consciousness and was entirely under Sanshui's command. This courtyard was prepared by Sanshui, who had specifically instructed that no one should approach. Sanshui hated being disturbed. He had checked, and it was now 1995. Japan's technology at this time was significantly behind that of the Time King world. While accompanying Sakura on a shopping trip, Sanshui contemplated his 3 goals: to understand why the Chronicles of the Demon King were here, to collect heroic powers, and to accumulate the evil of this world to strengthen Arkansas. After chatting with Sakura, he learned that this book only recorded the basic information about the Time Demon King, such as how he suppressed the ninja world to enforce peace, but had no details or future hints, far inferior to Waz's book. Sanshui was directly disappointed. I wanted to know the follow-up script. However, he planned to cultivate Sakura well to be his vassal. Sakura had null talent and could manipulate space. Even in the original work, no one taught her, and she could open null space for defense, swallowing enemies. Sanshui pondered. Even if I don't understand space, I can pull Bo Feng Shui men to teach her. He is a master of space ninjutsu. In the courtyard, Sakura lay in Sanshui's arms basking in the sun, obediently making Sansui feel like a father. Having a daughter is really nice. Sakura raised the blank driving dial, curiously asking, "Brother Sansui, what is this?" Sansui patted her head. "It can unleash your potential. Once you make up your mind, it will change." Then he threw out a test. "After the Holy Grail War, I will leave. As a reward, I guarantee that you will have no worries for the rest of your life." Sakura immediately frowned, no longer finding it comforting to touch her head, tears welling up in her eyes as she pulled his hand. "Brother Misue, please don't go, okay? You're the only one who is good to me in this world." Misue quickly reassured her. "I haven't finished speaking. You can become my vassal and leave with me." Sakura was stunned. Leaving this malicious world seemed great, but she couldn't bear to part with her sister. After a brief moment of thought, Sakura made her choice. Sakura abandoned her sister to pursue the Demon King. The Arc Dial awakened, and chakra rapidly filled the battlefield. "Pay attention." Sakura decisively gave up her sister, quickly ran to Misue's side, her eyes firm. "I choose to become Brother Misue's vassal and follow you forever." As soon as she finished speaking, the blank dial in her arms instantly glowed, and then the arc dial appeared in her hand, the prompt sound of arc ringing out. The moment Misue saw the arc dial, he was stunned. In the end, can't escape the cycle of history? I thought E's power would suit her better. After all, the virtual space transmitting black holes is top-notch. I didn't expect the most fitting one to be Arc. Well, Arc is Arkansas. He simply released the permissions, and the arc dial transformed into a stream of crimson data, swiftly drilling into Sakura's body. Sakura fully trusted Misue and allowed Arc to merge with her. Although Arc's style didn't match her aesthetic, she had no complaints for the sake of Brother Misue. Soon, Sakura discovered she could absorb malice to enhance her strength, and she made a silent determination. Brother Misue is the Demon King, and there must be many enemies. From now on, I will block all these enemies. The young girl buried the seed of protection deep in her heart. Misue reached out and pinched Sakura's little face, smiling as he sat up. "I accept your loyalty. Next, I will teach you to use your new power. Do you want to learn? This power is much easier to use than a magician's magic." Sakura immediately nodded. "I want to." As a descendant of a magical family, she was more mature than her peers and understood very well how important power is. If it weren't for Misue's appearance, she would have fallen into the hell of the Matu family long ago. Misue continued. "This power is called chakra." Chakra? Sakura heard this word for the first time, her face full of curiosity. Misue placed his hand on her forehead, guiding the chakra seed within her body to begin catalyzing. "Feel it well. The sensation of chakra flowing within you. You should know that this move by Misue is like the sage of 6 paths passing on his power. Even someone not from a Naruto world can refine chakra under his guidance." Moreover, the arc within Sakura was also assisting her in sensing and refining, making the speed skyrocket. While guiding the flow of chakra, Misue explained, "Chakra is different from magic. It's extracted from the cells of the body. Magicians rely on magic circuits, but chakra only requires good physical condition to practice." Sakura's magical talent was already top-notch, and using this talent to practice chakra was like having a cheat. After just 5 minutes, Sakura was able to independently complete chakra operation. Another 3 minutes later, she directly refined chakra herself. Misue immediately gave a thumbs up. As expected of Sakura, this speed is incredible. Even geniuses from famous clans in the ninja world can't be this fast. Sakura was so excited that she grabbed Misue's hand, and a surge of crimson chakra erupted from her palm, with malicious characters floating within. Misue looked at this chakra, nodding in satisfaction. "Not bad. This taste is enough for Arc." Sakura looked at Misue with her big watery eyes, her face full of anticipation as she asked, "How did I do, Brother Misue?" Misue brought Sakura to meet everyone. The Demon King's calendar sparked controversy, and Arc helped Sakura learn knowledge in an instant. "Pay attention." Misue hugged Sakura, patted her head, and praised, "My Sakura is the best. She's my proud vassal." The little girl was so soft that she melted Misue's heart. Raising a daughter is too delightful. Sakura squinted her eyes in enjoyment, thinking to herself, "I wish it could always be like this." After some time, in the 9 to 5 hall, Shugo Tsukuyumi and Gates saw Sakura and were immediately stunned. "In just a few days, you even have a child?" Tsukuyumi's brain malfunctioned, and Gates and Shugo also looked incredulous. Where did Misue find such a cute little one? Misue smiled and introduced. This is my vassal, Matu Sakura. Don't underestimate her. She's super powerful. Sakura voluntarily gave up the Tosaka surname, as her father Tosaka Toki was the one who sent her to the Matu family. However, she was also grateful. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have met brother Misue. Sakura greeted the three, and despite being a child, her demeanor was that of an adult, leaving them even more confused. Suddenly, Waz appeared, staring at the omniversal calendar in Sakura's hand, and shouted, "How do you have this book?" He quickly checked his own book, confirming it was still there before feeling relieved. "Where did you get this book?" Hyuga was happy, but Gates angrily shouted, "Waz, you traitor! You actually allied with the Time King." Tsukuyami was also puzzled. Misue took the book from Sakura's hand and waved it in front of everyone. "It's just a child's toy. A replica of your book." Except for Sakura, everyone else saw only blank pages. Waz clicked his tongue. "I wouldn't stoop to arguing with a child. She's a Demon King admirer, and I'm happy to promote the Demon King." However, he was secretly doubtful. Saying this little girl is dangerous is a joke, right? Sakura ignored their arguments, looking around curiously. Is this the world of the Demon King? Ark's ability instantly activated, and a large amount of information flooded her mind. This ability was comparable to a supercomputer, allowing her to learn things incredibly fast. Misue brought her here, not only to fulfill his promise of following him, but also because there was still a year until the Holy Grail War, and he wanted to wait for the summoning of key heroic spirits, such as Gilgamesh, King Arthur, and Lancelot, whose abilities he was very interested in. Gilgamesh has the king's treasury, the Sword of Rupture, and the Chains of Heaven. King Arthur has the bloodline of dragons, while Lancelot has infinite martial skills. Especially the king's treasury, which holds all the weapons of human heroic spirits from the past, present, and future. Misue locked onto the Holy Grail target. The Time Invaders conspired, and Damitsu declared his ambition to establish a nation. Pay attention. Misue stared at Gilgamesh's treasury with envy. As long as I know the true name, I can unleash the strongest power. If used well, I would have countless trump cards. Lancelot's knights, not dying from barehanded and infinite martial skills, made him even more excited. Though he was strong, weapon skills were his weakness. With these two abilities, he would instantly become a weapon master, able to turn anything he picks up into a noble phantasm. This was his core goal for fighting in the Holy Grail War. The scene shifted back to the 9-to-5 hall, and after listening to Sakura's background, everyone showed sympathy. This little girl is too pitiful. If Misue hadn't saved her, her life would have been ruined. Misue didn't mention that Sakura came from another world. He only talked about her being from a backward village, inwardly criticizing. Only Tosaka Toki could do something like this. On the other side, the Time Invaders were holding a meeting in a high-rise restaurant. Suarez was anxious, holding the blank dial. "We can't wait any longer. There's still no news from the Demon King of the Omniversal Era. We need to take the initiative," Aura helplessly said. "The new king we previously supported has all been crushed by the Time King. It would be better to find a strong knight." She suddenly asked URU, "How about persuading Ajikido to be the new king?" URU was confused. Who would go? That guy is super violent. Aura rolled her eyes and left. "Talking to you is useless. I'll make my own plan." URU looked at himself in the mirror, full of confusion. Suddenly, the television broadcasted news, and the host shouted, "Big news! The Dan family has announced independence and nation building." The screen cut to the scene, with Danmitsu standing atop a castle, looking down at the reporters and citizens, arrogantly proclaiming, "I am King Danmitsu. From now on, the company is independent. This is my territory. All laws are useless." A reporter angrily shouted, "Establishing a nation? That's treason. Who would allow such an absurd thing?" People around immediately joined in denouncing Danmitsu. Danmitsu's expression turned cold. Dare you defy the king's decree? He thought these people were all rabble, unworthy of being his subjects, and casually pulled out a coin, throwing it at the leading reporter. Tanlidu. The coin turns into a monster and slaughters the city. Zhuang Wu shouted against the king. Weiling Lu's murderous intent was blocked. Look, in front of everyone, the coin burrowed into the reporter's body, and, the next second, the reporter transformed into a monster of desire and charged into the crowd, killing indiscriminately. Screams and cries exploded into chaos. Tanlita looked at this scene and laughed maniacally. "This is the consequence of defying me. He is now my loyal servant. Who else dares to resist?" The television screen suddenly switched away, and the new reporter shouted, "Tanlidu is taking advantage of the chaos to kidnap members of Congress as hostages. What is the government doing?" Gates immediately turned off the TV, his expression serious. It must be the time thief's doing. Was quickly advised Zhuang Wu. Your Majesty the Demon King, you must defeat him quickly. There can only be one king. Sanshui, holding little Sakura, fanned the flames beside them. Go Zhuang Wu. The road to kingship cannot be blocked by this guy. Yet, Tsukiyomi became anxious. Put the little girl down first. I feel like you're abducting her. Little Sakura glared at Tsukiyomi, her eyes almost bursting with crimson characters. Dare to stop me, and Brother Sanshui, I'll kill you. Sanshui quickly patted little Sakura's head to interrupt her. Sakura is willingly staying in my arms. What does it have to do with you? Little Sakura immediately squinted her eyes in enjoyment, while Tsukiyomi could only hold his breath and pretend not to see. Was watched all this, his heart sinking. This little girl is indeed dangerous. Sanshui wasn't lying to me. Zhuang Wu, however, was excited. I will defeat him, but first, I need to ask him how to be a king. Waz was dumbfounded. Your Majesty the Demon King, your personality is too different from what's in the book. Gates, anxious, pulled Zhuang Wu and rushed. Stop talking nonsense. Let us go. Tsukiyomi looked at the two's backs in shock. They were fighting to the death before. Now why are they so close? Sanshui laughed. Don't underestimate their bond. It's just like Naruto and Sasuke. Tsukiyomi rolled his eyes and followed Waz and Sanshui. When they arrived at Tan Lidu's palace, Zhuang Wu and Gates had already defeated the guarding monsters of desire, and Tan Lidu impatiently walked out. Who is so bold as to stop me from claiming the throne? Gates pointed at him and shouted angrily. You're the one created by the time thief, right? Tan Lidu immediately exploded with rage. Watch your attitude. You should call me King Tan Lidu. Zhuang Wu quickly asked. You're the king on TV? Tan Lidu became even more excited. Exactly. After I gained the power of Ozu, I am no longer Tan Lidu, but King Tan Lidu. Saying this, he directly transformed into the monster Ozu. Gates stepped back in fear, muttering, Is this guy out of his mind? Tan Lidu glared at him and shouted, Kid, get out of my way. Tan Lidu specifically targeted Gates. Zhuang Wu exploded and killed the monster Ozu, while Sanshui's sword energy saved the day. Look, Tan Lidu arrogantly said to Zhuang Wu. Next, I will show you the majesty of a king. After saying that, his gaze directly locked onto Gates. Zhuang Wu was to his liking. He just needed to crush this defier. Gates was stunned. What? The next second, the monster Ozu rushed towards him, and Gates shouted in panic. This guy is really insane. Gates struggled to withstand the attack, while Zhuang Wu quickly pulled out the dial to summon the rider armor to help. On the top floor of the castle, Yu watched coldly. Time King, I want to see how you handle my chosen one. With Zhuang Wu's help, Gates finally caught his breath, but Tan Lidu admired Zhuang Wu even more. Kid, daring to fight a king for your friend. I'm even more satisfied with you. Zhuang Wu discarded the drill and summoned the time sword gun, preparing to use his finishing move. Sorry, I need to resolve this here. Sanshui said the king must eliminate threats. You're not the king I envision at all. Tan Lidu instantly exploded. Dare to question the king? You will face my wrath. He gathered all his power, ready to unleash his anger. Finish time. Zhuang Wu's belt emitted a prompt sound, but Tan Lidu didn't take it seriously, relying on the power of the monster Ozu to charge forward, resulting in vortex time break. A white line directly immobilized him. Tan Lidu was dumbfounded. As a king, I can't break free. Zhuang Wu charged down from above, and Gates took the opportunity to deliver a night kick, their figures passing through the monster Ozu as the explosion sounded. The monster's dial fell to the ground. Sanshui shook his head. This guy is too arrogant. He didn't even utilize the power of the monster Ozu. Yu gritted his teeth and appeared using time stop. The monster Ozu isn't so easy to defeat. Without the Ozu power, you can't win. He reached out to stuff the dial back into Tan Lidu's body, but Zhuang Wu rushed over to stop him, only to be frozen in place by Yu's wave of his hand. Time King was once again stopped in time. Gates anxiously signaled to Zhuang Wu with his eyes. Use your time ability quickly. Zhuang Wu glared back. I don't know how to use it. How do I use it? Just as Yu was about to stuff the dial in, a terrifying sword energy slashed over. Yu hurriedly stopped, raising his hand to stop the sword energy, and Sanshui's voice came through. I really can't watch this anymore. Sanshui swung his knife and pushed Yu back. The monster dragon tooth appeared in the mirror, and Zhuang Wu acquired the Ozu armor. Look, Sanshui held the flaming military knife, clearly the initiator of the sword energy. Zhuang Wu and Gates' time stop was instantly lifted, and Yu, frightened, used his time ability to flee in a panic, not daring to stop and catch his breath until he escaped Sanshui's sight. This was the first time he had been so close to death. A moment's delay would have resulted in him being cut in half. You angrily roared in his heart. Damn you, Yujito. I'll remember you. He turned and initiated his plan, preparing to sign a contract with the Dragon Tooth of the Mirror World. Summoning the monster Dragon Tooth. This ISNT the power of this world. The Time King and Yujito definitely can't win. After saying that, he stood in front of the mirror, reaching out to take the blank dial. The plan succeeded. Suddenly, a terrifying figure emerged in the mirror. The monster Dragon Tooth. After you fled, Zhuangwu and Gates resumed their actions. Earlier, Zhuangwu's finishing move had kicked Tan Lidu away, breaking through the castle wall and creating a large hole. Gates disdainfully said, "And you want to claim the throne with this? You're far worse than Zhuangwu." Tan Lidu lay in the ruins, long since unconscious. Sanshui flashed to Tan Lidu's front and picked up the monster OZU dial from the ground. Gates became anxious, quick to destroy it. It'll be trouble if the time thief steals it. Sanshui backed up his power and threw the dial to Zhuangwu. You take it. The Time King can use the full power of the knights. The monster knights can too. Zhuangwu hesitated to catch it, wondering, can I use it? Will there be side effects? Waz suddenly appeared, holding the OZU driving dial. Your Majesty the Demon King used the power of OZU himself. This was something he had snatched from a bystander, fearing Zhuangwu would use the monster dial. Zhuangwu excitedly took it. Waz, thank you so much. Sanshui lost interest upon seeing this. So boring. I wanted to see if the monster dial could affect the time drive. Zhuangwu inserted the OZU dial into the driver, summoning the OZU armor and the prompt sound of rider armor. 000 rang out. Waz excitedly shouted, Celebrate. Your Majesty the Demon King has once again obtained the power of a knight. Zhuangwu looked at his armor, with tiger claws on his arms, an eagle-eyed helmet, and locust components on his legs. The power of OZU was completely in hand. Little Sakura, hiding in the distance, watched Waz, lost in thought. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. The monster Dragon Tooth burst forth from the mirror, and Gates hadn't reacted yet when he was struck by a slash, screaming and retreating repeatedly. Zhuangwu glared at the monster Dragon Tooth. Gates fell to the ground, clutching his chest. Even with armor protection, he was still injured. Zhuangwu recognized at a glance. This form, its Dragon Tooth. Sanshui saw through the monster Dragon Tooth. Gates' attack was rebounded, and Zhuangwu poured cold water. Look! Sanshui stared at that pitch-black knight, instantly seeing through its details. This is the mirror world version of Dragon Knight. The monster Dragon Tooth transformed from the mirror image of Shinji. This guy's abilities are extremely tricky. He can use mirrors to rebound attacks. In the original work, Gates almost killed himself with his own finishing move, and he can freely travel through the mirror world, attacking from various angles. For Zhuangwu right now, he is definitely a tough opponent. As the otherworldly Dragon Tooth was about to strike again, Zhuangwu immediately rushed forward to engage in close combat. Relying on the speed of the Yu's armor, he used the Tiger Claw to fiercely suppress the offensive. However, the otherworldly Dragon Tooth raised its Dragon Claw and shot black fireballs, completely covering Zhuangwu's attack path. Be careful, Your Majesty, Waz shouted anxiously, but it was too late. Zhuangwu was bombarded and crouched awkwardly on the ground, surrounded by large craters and debris. Gates finally regained his composure and pulled out the charioteer dial to unleash maximum firepower with a tire. But the otherworldly Dragon Tooth stood defenseless, and Zhuangwu immediately sensed something was wrong. This strange behavior must have a problem. Gates, feeling underestimated, shouted angrily, I'll show you how tough I am, and charged in without listening to warnings. The firepower tire struck the otherworldly Dragon Tooth, and after the explosion, it howled in pain and knelt down. Gates sneered, pretending to be confident, just as he was about to unleash his finishing move when an unexpected event occurred. The otherworldly Dragon Tooth erupted with shattered mirrors, reflecting the two figures, and then launched an attack just like Gates had before, rushing out from the mirror. There was no way to dodge. Gates was blasted away by his own attack and fell heavily to the ground. Tsukuyami looked on in shock. This otherworldly knight is too powerful, much stronger than previous enemies. Zhuangwu hurriedly ran over to be on guard and asked, Are you okay? Gates, clutching his chest, stood up. I'm fine for now. It can rebound our attacks. Just as Gates was about to make a new move, Zhuangwu asked in confusion, What are you going to do? Gates stood firm. My finishing move has delayed damage. I can take this opportunity to finish him. He was about to unleash a time explosion, but Zhuangwu poured cold water on him. But only the corresponding knight's power can defeat him. Without the power of a Dragon Knight, we can't win. Gates fought desperately in melee. Sansui fed Sakura while dodging the otherworldly Dragon Tooth, and Zhuang Wu and Gates were severely defeated. Watch out! Gates' actions were extremely risky. If the otherworldly Dragon Tooth could rebound the finishing move, he would definitely be killed by his own attack. The otherworldly Dragon Tooth was already close. And Gates shouted helplessly, "What do you suggest we do? This battle is too frustrating." Zhuang Wu gritted his teeth. "There's no other way. Let's engage in melee and find an opportunity." After saying that, he leaped forward and kicked the otherworldly Dragon Tooth back, but this little attack caused no damage. The otherworldly Dragon Tooth immediately extended its dragon claw to spray black fireballs, and Gates could only flee awkwardly. Skills would be rebounded, and he couldn't deal damage up close. It was simply unsolvable. Tsukuyumi anxiously looked at Sansui, who was still feeding little Sakura a cake. Tsukuyumi thought to herself, "What time is it? And you're still feeding her?" "Not in a hurry at all." Sansui completely ignored her and smiled at Sakura. "The food in this world is pretty good, right?" Little Sakura nodded with her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster. Suddenly, Timebreaker all appeared, proudly pointing at the otherworldly Dragon Tooth. "Yajita, look at how explosive the knight I chose is. Now that I've changed my mind, I can still support you as king." He hadn't given up on winning over Sansui. After all, Sansui was strong enough to deal with the Time King. Little Sakura was instantly impatient, thinking, "If it were me, I would have turned these people to ashes long ago." Sansui patted her head to comfort her. Sansui smiled and declined. "Your proposal is good, but I refuse." All was stunned. "You refuse me again?" Sansui deliberately paused, then added, "I, Uchiha Sansui, like to tell self-righteous guys no." All instantly lost his composure. "You mean you never even looked at me properly?" He angrily cursed, calling Sansui a bastard with a bad personality, turned around, and disappeared, not forgetting to let the otherworldly Dragon Tooth strike hard. Tsukuyumi helplessly complained, "You're too much of a burden." As expected, once Soul left, the otherworldly Dragon Tooth went berserk, using its rebound ability to pressure Zhuang Wu and Gates in close combat, like a level 2 big boss. Before long, the two were beaten to the point of losing their armor and fell heavily to the ground. Gates gasped, "This guy is ridiculously strong." The otherworldly Dragon Tooth swung its big sword, slowly closing in on them, the sense of oppression at its peak. Zhuang Wu's heart raced. Should I ask Sansui for help? Zhuang Wu rejected asking Sansui. Sakura transformed into a data stream to block the enemy, and Tsukuyumi was shocked. "Watch out." Gates struggled to back away and tentatively asked Zhuang Wu, "Should we ask Sansui for help?" After all, Sansui had already agreed with Zhuang Wu that as a reward for being a resident in the morning and evening, he would help him once in times of danger. But this opportunity was only once. Zhuang Wu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, fully aware. There are many enemies on the road to becoming king. Placing all hope on Sansui is foolish. He gritted his teeth and transformed into the Time King. "I will rely on my own strength to defeat him." Gates transformed as well. "Then I won't back down either." He didn't know when it started, but he was influenced by Zhuang Wu, thinking Zhuang Wu could possibly become a benevolent king. But ideals are beautiful, while reality is harsh. The two were already heavily injured and barely transformed. As soon as they touched the otherworldly Dragon Tooth, they were sent flying. Sansui, covering his eyes from behind, couldn't bear to watch. "What kind of mindless strategy is this? Do you really just charge in? I taught you all for nothing." Tsukuyumi shouted anxiously. "Zhuang Wu, Gates." She watched the two lose their armor and fall to the ground, turning to look at Sansui with pleading eyes. "Aren't you going to help? If this continues, they will die." Sansui shook his head helplessly. "I just wanted to train Zhuang Wu. I didn't expect him to be this weak." Saying this, he stopped suppressing Sakura. Such a trivial otherworldly Dragon Tooth was just right for Sakura to practice. Sakura immediately understood, transforming into a crimson data stream and swiftly blocking in front of the otherworldly Dragon Tooth. Tsukuyumi exploded. "Sansui, are you crazy? She could die." As she spoke, she pulled out her phone, controlling the dial to transform into a handgun, eager to rush in and save Sakura, completely forgetting Sakura's earlier abnormal behavior. Sansui stopped her. "Don't panic. Stay calm. She has this ability." Tsukuyumi finally realized that Sakura had just transformed into light to move. Now she was radiating a dangerous aura, surrounded by crimson glow. She actually forgot that Sakura was a descendant of a demon family, but she still felt distressed. Even if she has the strength, she's still a child. How can a child protect an adult? It's too absurd. Sanshui recalled the ninja world. In our world, it's normal for kids her age to go to battle. During the Warring States period, ninja children had to fight alongside adults. Even after the ninja villages were established, they had to practice physical techniques and chakra from a young age. Tsukuyomi, however, grasped the key point and asked in shock, "Our world?" Sansui revealed his identity as a world traveler. Sakura transformed into Ark and crushed the opponent. And Tsukuyomi was envious of her figure. "Watch out!" Tsukuyomi caught the key point in Sanshui's words. "Uchiha Sansui, you're not from this world?" No wonder he had the Uchiha surname, and that sharp aura didn't seem like an ordinary person. It all made sense now. Sansui confidently admitted, "Yes, I'm a world traveler. After all, he is not the only one who can travel between worlds. Right, Wang Xiaoming?" Upon hearing this, Tsukuyomi's eyes lit up. "A traveler? That sounds so romantic. You can see different scenery and people, right?" But she also guessed that Sanshui's original world must have been extremely cruel, making children go to battle. Who would do that unless pushed to the brink? At this moment, Sakura was confronting the otherworldly dragon Tooth. All was furious when he saw this scene. "Yujita, do you look down on me? You actually let a little girl fight." He ordered the otherworldly dragon Tooth to attack, but the aura around Sakura suddenly exploded, making even the otherworldly dragon Tooth hesitate to approach. Ark guided the malice of the planet, transforming it into power and infusing it into Sakura's body, while also carefully controlling the amount to prevent her from being overwhelmed. Sakura's eyes glowed even redder, her aura more terrifying than the otherworldly night. "The king allows me to strike. You must die." Tsukuyomi, watching from the side, was stunned. Why does it feel like Sakura is the real villain? All was even more terrified. She's just a child. How can she be this strong? Facing Ark's malice, the feeling of despair made him tremble in fear. Next, things got intense. A large number of malicious characters transformed into the ArkDriver on Sakura's waist. And the prompt sound for ArkDriver, 0NE, was explosive. Ark was also teaching Sakura how to transform in her mind, and the malicious characters transformed into Ark's secret key. Sakura decisively inserted the key and shouted, "Transform. Singularize. Destruction. Annihilation. Despair. Perish." Conclusion 1. A cold sound effect echoed as malicious characters wrapped around Sakura. A flash of crimson light igniting. The knight in black and white made an entrance. Sakura transformed into her adult form, the black bodysuit outlining her perfect figure. The white chest armor accented with red lines was stunning, and the red-eyed mask exuded danger, resembling a white demon that seduced all beings. Tsukuyomi felt a pang of jealousy, looking down at her own chest and then at Sakura's, her mindset crumbling. How can two women have such a disparity in figure? "I'm completely defeated." Sakura was cute normally, but now her figure was even more crushing, filling Tsukuyomi with a sense of defeat. Sakura toyed with the aberrant dragon fawn. She swiftly eliminated all, leaving everyone stunned. Look closely. The commotion of Sakura transforming into Akyuki caught the eyes of Gates and Zhuangwu, who were lying down. Gates nervously swallowed, fear evident in his eyes. So, Mizuki was telling the truth. This little girl is truly dangerous. Though Zhuangwu was shocked, he tried to calm himself. "Stay calm, Gates. Sakura is usually quite normal. As Mizuki's follower, she shouldn't attack us." Ulf suddenly broke the silence, shouting at the aberrant dragon fawn, "Go for it. Test your strength on me. If I can't win, I can always reset the dial." After all, aberrant knights can only be defeated by matching strength. It's common knowledge. The aberrant dragon fawn immediately charged forward with a large sword, but Sakura, under Akiyuki's calculations, had already predicted all attack methods and chosen the best evasion plan. She seemed almost capable of foreseeing the future. Sakura casually twisted her body, narrowly avoiding the aberrant dragon fawn's sword, dodging all fiery attacks while strolling leisurely. Ult was stunned. What is happening? All of the aberrant dragon fawn's attacks missed? The aberrant dragon fawn closed in to attack, but couldn't even touch the hem of Sakura's clothes. After repeating this dozens of times, his mentality exploded. This isn't fighting at all. It's just being toyed with like a fool. Zhuangwu, Gates, and Tsukuyomi were also bewildered, thinking, is this the operation of a master? It's too absurd. Sakura dodged the large sword once more, stopping to say, "That's enough. I've familiarized myself with the strength. Avoiding is not my style. It's time to counterattack." The aberrant dragon fawn seized the moment when Sakura stopped, swinging his blade with all his might, thinking with a sneer. Finally caught an opportunity. You must be afraid of my rebound ability. But Sakura's mask glowed red, and she caught the large sword with one hand. The aberrant dragon Fong was stunned. How is that possible? Pushing hard against the sword but not budging an inch. He had no choice but to abandon his weapon and leap into the car glass, hiding in the mirror world to ambush. He was genuinely afraid. Pure strength couldn't compete with Sakura. Sakura didn't pursue. She crushed the large sword into pieces with a squeeze, disdainfully glancing at the fragments. Such trash weapons don't deserve to be used. She raised her hand to press on the ArkDriver, and red lasers shot up around her, transforming a briefcase crossbow from a phantom into a solid entity. ArkDriver's 3D printing ability could create all weapons in the database. Sakura quickly drew the bow. The arrowhead firmly aimed it all in the distance, coldly stating, "Die." As her words fell, a massive scorpion tail energy arrow shot out, heading straight for Ul's position. Sakura understood the principle of prioritizing the elimination of the opposing master. Ul's current role was no different. Sakura faced a double-sided ambush. The spatial ability counterattacked. Ul was stunned by the breach. Look closely. Just as Sakura shot the energy arrow, the aberrant dragon Fong leapt out from the glass, claws lunging at Sakura's neck. Tsukuyami shouted urgently, "Watch out." Sakura was in the midst of launching an attack and couldn't divide her focus, and it seemed she was about to be hit. But Ul coldly sneered, raising his hand to freeze the energy arrow in midair. Gates angrily pounded the ground. The time thief can stop time at will? This is impossible to fight back. Ul casually pushed, redirecting the energy arrow towards Sakura herself. Sakura's attack was about to hit her. Waz quickly said to Zhuangwu, "Your Majesty, we need the power of the Dragon Knight to crush the aberrant knight." Zhuangwu's eyes lit up. "Where is the Dragon Knight? We need to find him to harness the dial." But Ul interjected. "He is the aberrant Dragon Fong. Even with the power of the Dragon Knight, he can't win." Gates immediately glared at Waz. "Are you playing us? Spreading false information?" Waz panicked. "I said it's a possibility. Your Majesty, make a decision quickly." Ul disdainfully released the time stop, and the energy arrow, with immense force, surged towards Sakura. He glanced at Mizuki, finding him calmly sitting and fishing, wondering, does this little girl have a trump card? The next moment, a crimson ripple suddenly appeared before Sakura, and the energy arrow passed through, striking the aberrant dragon, Fong, sneaking up from behind. Gates' eyes widened. It went through? How is that possible? Zhuangwu shouted excitedly. Amazing. Tsukuyami speculated. Could she manipulate space? But Ul was unconvinced. Just a little trick. Saying this, he watched as the aberrant dragon Fong struggled to get up. He was waiting to see the aberrant dragon Fong rebound with an attack. Sure enough, a broken mirror appeared before the aberrant dragon Fong, and the Sakura in the mirror picked up the crossbow, shooting out the same energy arrow. Gates turned pale. This ability is too unreasonable. But Sakura had already prepared a virtual space gate, and the crimson ripple appeared again. Mizuki understood. Sakura's spatial ability has been enhanced by ArkDriver, making it impossible to hit her. Ul stared at the crimson ripple, suddenly shaking in shock. What she controls is the ability of space. Sakura's spatial ability crushed. The knight kicked the aberrant dragon Fong in seconds, while Ul fled with the dial. Look closely. Sakura skillfully used her spatial ability. The energy arrow rushed into the crimson ripple, directly disappearing without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Zhuangwu's eyes brightened. Gates, no need to look for the Dragon Knight dial anymore. Saying this, he took out the Time King dial to transform. Let's go. Gates transformed as well, ready to launch a revenge battle. The two crossed past Sakura and unleashed their finishing move on the aberrant Dragon Fong. Finish time. Two prompt sounds exploded. Time break. Time crush. Time burst. Time explosion. With a furious kick from the knight, the aberrant Dragon Fong hurriedly activated a counterattack, and the mirror immediately reflected the two kicking legs. Sakura had no choice but to intervene. If Zhuangwu and the others died, Mizuki would be unhappy. She pressed her belt, and Akiyuki's crazed voice echoed. Malice, terror, rage, hatred, despair, struggle, intent to kill, annihilation, complete destruction, death. The malicious energy on Sakura soared to its peak, her aura directly overwhelming the entire field. Perfect conclusion. Learning end. Sakura leaped up, channeling all her energy in her foot. Ul was stunned. This flying kick is explosive. Her strength is still increasing. Zhuangwu and Gates hurriedly dodged, watching Sakura solo the entire scene. The aberrant dragon Fong was pinned in place by the aura, struggling in fear. The next moment, Sakura, with the aura of destruction, executed a knight's kick, smashing down on the aberrant dragon Fong like a meteor. With a loud boom, the explosion engulfed the aberrant dragon Fong. He didn't even have time to counterattack before completely vanishing. The aberrant dragon Fong's dial fell to the ground, and just as Sakura was about to pick it up, suddenly activated time stop. This time the range was huge. Even Tsukuyomi in the distance was frozen. Snatched the dial and released the time stop. Sakura's vision blurred. The dial was gone, and she saw tossing the dial from across. Your companion is truly special. They can maintain their sanity, even with evil powers. After saying this, he used time stop to evade Sakura's attempt to grab it. Sakura pouted. So boring. Just as she was about to chase, had already run far away. This time, you win. Next time, you won't be so lucky, Ajito. Time King. Left with a harsh remark. Sakura's request for a reward was interrupted, and Tsukuyomi noticed something unusual. Look closely. Dropped his harsh words and slipped away using time stop. He was feeling frustrated. He had set out with such confidence, but ended up retreating in embarrassment. He would definitely be mocked by Aura and Swerus for a long time. On the other side, Gates and Zhuangwu stared at Sakura as if she were a monster. This little girl not only possessed a power that the aberrant dragon Tooth couldn't replicate, but she also defeated an enemy that had given them a tough fight with a single move. Seeing Sakura revert from her transformation, the two broke out in cold sweat. This is not just dangerous. It's like a nuclear weapon switch in the hands of a child. Sakura noticed their gaze and curiously asked, "What are you looking at?" Zhuangwu and Gates exchanged glances and quickly praised her. "Sakura, you were amazing. You easily took down an enemy we couldn't handle. That last kick was so cool." Hearing this made Sakura extremely happy, and she dashed into Sanshui's arms. "Brother Sanshui, did you see how I performed just now?" Sanshui patted her head and praised her. "You truly are my retainer. You easily dealt with an enemy that even the legendary Demon King couldn't defeat." Sakura instantly lit up and hugged Sanshui tightly. She finally felt useful and was no longer afraid of being abandoned. Tsukuyomi and Zhuangwu watched this scene with mixed feelings. Gates looked worried. What if Sanshui leaves Sakura? Will she go berserk? Tsukuyomi pushed him. "Don't think nonsense. Sanshui is so strong. How could anything happen?" Zhuangwu also smiled in agreement. "That's right. Everyone can see Sanshui's strength." Waz suddenly spoke up. "Your Majesty the Demon King, to completely crush the aberrant Dragon Tooth, we need to find the Dragon Knight. He is the mirror counterpart of the Dragon Knight, and we need the Dragon Knight's power." Zhuangwu immediately pulled Gates. "Let's go. We need to find the one who can transform into the Dragon Knight." Sakura leaned against Sanshui's embrace, looking up with her little face. "Brother Sanshui, can I have a reward?" Sanshui pinched her cheek. "What do you want?" Just as Sakura was about to speak, Tsukuyomi suddenly shouted, "Look over there." She pointed at the car window that the Dragon Knight had used earlier, which emanated an eerie feeling. Sakura became irritated. Why is this woman back again? Ruining my good moment. The glass concealed a trap. Gates was dragged into the mirror world, and Sanshui rushed to save him. "Pay attention." Sanshui's mouth curled up as he stood up, holding Sakura's small hand and walking forward, while asking, "Is something wrong?" Gates rushed to the car, bent down to look at the glass, and quickly noticed something off. Through the mirror, he saw the aberrant Dragon Tooth not far behind him. This guy had clearly been defeated by Sakura. He must have been revived by the time thief. Gates shouted that there was an enemy and quickly stood up to pull out his transformation device. Zhuangwu was startled and immediately scanned the surroundings warily, but he couldn't see a shadow of an enemy. "Gates, what's wrong?" Tsukuyomi pointed at the car glass and asked, "Is that piece of glass problematic?" Gates stammered and couldn't speak, staring blankly at the empty street. He had clearly seen the aberrant Dragon Tooth in a mirror just now, so why was it absent in reality? He looked back at the glass and became even more panicked. The aberrant Dragon Tooth was actually standing right next to him. Gates was sweating profusely and was about to distance himself from the glass when Zhuangwu and Tsukuyomi also realized something was wrong and hurriedly searched for the enemy's traces. "Gates, get away from that mirror." Tsukuyomi suddenly reacted and shouted urgently, but it was already too late. Gates suddenly let out a scream as he was violently pulled into the glass by an unknown force. "Zhuangwu, be careful of the..." He hadn't finished his sentence before he vanished into the glass. Zhuangwu shouted anxiously, "Gates." Tsukuyomi slapped her hand in frustration. "It's all my fault. If I had noticed sooner, Gates wouldn't have been trapped." Without thinking, Zhuangwu rushed to the glass, reached out to touch it, and his finger went straight through, feeling like air. He withdrew his hand and said, "Gates must have been dragged into the mirror world." Tsukuyomi quickly asked, "What do you plan to do?" Zhuangwu's eyes were resolute. "I will go save him. If you want to be a king, you must protect your companions." Saying this, he charged into the glass without hesitation. Waz was startled and shouted, "Your Majesty the Demon King," and followed him, but was bounced back by the glass. At that moment, the glass had returned to normal. Waz panicked. "This is bad. Zhuangwu and Gates have lost contact with us. That's the home turf of the aberrant dragon tooth. They can't win." Tsukuyomi was also anxiously pacing when suddenly her eyes lit up, remembering that they had the powerful Sanshui. So she quickly looked at him. "Sanshui, do you have a way to enter the mirror world?" Sanshui walked over to the storefront's glass window and casually replied, "I do, but only I can go." Sanshui opened the mirror door to face danger. In the mirror, Zhuangwu encountered a powerful enemy, and a giant palace suddenly appeared. Pay attention. Because of the previous disturbances caused by the aberrant knights, everyone had fled. Sanshui placed his hand on the glass, and a silver ripple spread from his palm, transforming into a light curtain in an instant. Tsukuyomi covered her mouth and exclaimed, "How can you use this ability in human form?" Waz also stared at the light curtain, murmuring, "I think I've seen this ability somewhere." Sanshui pinched Sakura's chubby little face. "Sakura, you stay here to protect them and the portal. There may be aberrant knights coming from behind, so you all will guard this place." Sakura nodded reluctantly. She knew this door was crucial to whether Sanshui could return, and in significant matters, she was very rational. Sanshui simply explained, "This is an ability I inadvertently comprehended after inheriting the power of Uchiha." After speaking, he turned and stepped into the light curtain. He had already thought it through. The mirror world might have his opposite. If he brought Sakura along and the other side had the same power, it would be extremely dangerous for her. As soon as Sanshui entered the light curtain on the glass quickly shrank down to a point. A large amount of malice suddenly emerged around Sakura, and Tsukuyomi quickly comforted her. "Sakura-chan, stay calm. Sanshui is just going to save someone. He hasn't left." Waz pulled Tsukuyomi back. "She hasn't gone berserk. She just wants to protect the light curtain. Don't get too close. We can't gauge her state." Tsukuyomi was still worried, but that power doesn't look good for her. Now, back to the mirror world. As soon as Zhuangwu was dragged in, he encountered his mirror counterpart. The mirror Zhuangwu transformed into the Time King and fiercely attacked Zhuangwu, who could only transform to fight back. The two fought fiercely, and suddenly the ground shook violently, and a massive palace rose from the center of the city. The wind howled, and dark clouds quickly enveloped the sky, resembling the end of the world. Both Zhuangwu and Mirror Zhuangwu stopped fighting and stared blankly at the distant giant palace. The Mirror Zhuangwu spoke with fear. "It's that guy. I thought he wouldn't come out." Zhuangwu quickly asked, "Do you know that palace?" The Mirror Zhuangwu detransformed and coldly said, "There's no point in fighting you now. If we don't deal with that guy, neither of us can return to the real world." Zhuangwu was taken aback. "You want to go to the real world?" The Mirror Zhuangwu revealed Sanshui's identity. The awakening of the time demon in the mirror shocked Zhuangwu with joy. "Pay attention." Zhuangwu caught the key point in Mirror Zhuangwu's words and pressed. "And that guy you mentioned, who exactly is he?" The Mirror Zhuangwu rolled his eyes and mocked. "You're too naive. If you want to be a king, you can rely on yourself." Then he unabashedly admitted, "I originally wanted to defeat you and take everything from you in the real world, but now the situation has changed." The Mirror Zhuangwu's tone grew serious. "But now we must join forces to defeat the just awakened Time Demon King." Zhuangwu was completely dumbfounded. "You mean the Time Demon King? I heard that name from Tsukuyomi and Gates. I know my future self is a ruthless Demon King, but why would he appear here?" The Mirror Zhuangwu saw his confusion and explained, "That guy is not us. He is Uchiha Sanshui from another world, and that palace is called the Throne of Time. The mirror world changes with reality, and as soon as Sanshui enters, it triggers a butterfly effect, and the people in the mirror also synchronize to some of the information." After hearing this, Zhuangwu was overjoyed. Sanshui is actually the Time Demon King from another world? He was so excited there was actually a king guiding him in his growth. How cool was that? Once they got out, he definitely wanted to ask how to be a benevolent king. The mirror Zhuangwu looked at the reaction of his counterpart and was speechless. "This is not what I expected." "Stop dawdling. He just woke up. His strength hasn't recovered yet. And we don't have much time." Mirror Zhuangwu kicked open a car by the roadside, shoved the dazed Zhuangwu into the passenger seat, and took the driver's seat himself, slamming the accelerator as they sped towards the Throne of Time. Zhuangwu was pressed back into the seat by the force, crying out, "Slow down. I haven't buckled my seatbelt." But Mirror Zhuangwu just laughed. "I'm just like you, I don't have a driver's license. And there are no other cars in this mirror world." On the other side, Sanshui passed through the silver curtain into the mirror world and was immediately pulled by a force. He looked up and saw a grand ancient palace standing amid modern buildings. The contrast was striking. Sanshui scoffed. "So you're hiding there, my mirror self. This night world will indeed give birth to another me, and I will claim your power." Now looking inside the throne of time, the reverse dials of all the knights from Heisei floated in the air, and suddenly a light mass descended onto the throne. All the dials instantly transformed into flowing light, coiling around the waist of the light mass as they condensed into the Omamori driver. The light mass dispersed, revealing the figure of Mirror Sanshui, who stood up from the throne and said softly, "I never expected to awaken in this way." Mirror Sanshui transformed into Omamori and played rough. Sanshui controlled the scene with one hand, tormenting the mirror image, while Zhuangwu struggled with motion sickness. "Pay attention." Mirror Sanshui casually pushed the Omamori driver, triggering the transformation on the spot. The power of Omamori overflowed, causing the ground to crack open, and scorching lava erupted everywhere. Last moment, the king of utmost benevolence, utmost goodness, utmost supremacy, utmost strength, Omamori Z0. As the sound effect fell, golden lightning was all absorbed into his body. And Mirror Sanshui directly transformed into the reverse version of Omamori Time King. He clenched his fists to feel the power, murmuring, "The power of Time King is not here." But there's no rush to take it. Then with a thought, 7 reverse dials of the Showa Knights floated before him, all drawn into his palm. It's a pity these might not be enough. The abilities of the main body are too explosive. On the other side, Sanshui arrived at the throne of time first, looking at the extravagant building and internally complaining, "My mirror self is too flashy, like a nouveau riche. I must teach him a lesson, so he knows who the boss is." He touched the gilded door, which suddenly swung open with a thud, revealing the throne and the Omamori statue behind it. Mirror Sanshui's voice came from the throne. "If you're here, don't just stand at the door." Sanshui looked up in surprise to see that his mirror self had already transformed into Omamori, smiling. "You didn't run away and even lured me here, quite confident, huh?" He stepped into the hall, his aura growing stronger, stopping at the center. "I don't like looking up at others, do you understand?" Mirror Sanshui stubbornly maintained his imposing demeanor. "I like making you look up." Sanshui directly reached out and grasped the air. The power of time and space flowed. And Mirror Sanshui was instantly pulled to his side. Sanshui patted his shoulder. "It's easier to talk when you're closer." Mirror Sanshui felt panic inside, but still retorted, "Who do you think you are? This king is the only true king." Sanshui displayed a kind smile, which made Mirror Sanshui more anxious. Yet he couldn't help but retort, "This king will make you look good." The next second, continuous screams echoed from the throne of time. Meanwhile, Zhuangwu and Mirror Zhuangwu finally reached the main entrance. Mirror Zhuangwu rushed up the steps. "Hurry. His power is still recovering. We don't have time." Zhuangwu, feeling dizzy, got out of the car and leaned against it, unable to speak. "Wait for me, I'm carsick." Mirror Zhuangwu rolled his eyes. Enough already. Mirror Zhuangwu was frustrated with Zhuangwu's weakness. Sanshui played chess, tormenting the mirror image, while Zhuangwu stumbled into the hall in a daze. "Pay attention." Mirror Zhuangwu looked at Zhuangwu, who was leaning against the car, dizzy and unable to stand, and bluntly criticized with such a weak body. "How can you be a king? It's time sensitive. And you're still carsick? I'm really fed up." I'll be fine soon." Zhuangwu forced himself to suppress the nausea churning in his stomach, clenching his fist to calm down. But just over a minute later, Mirror Zhuangwu could no longer wait, grabbing Zhuangwu's hand and charging forward. "There's no time to waste. If we delay any longer, who knows what will happen." Just as they reached the palace entrance, several screams suddenly echoed from inside. Mirror Zhuangwu stopped abruptly. Are there others here? Could it be the otherworldly dragon tooth got here first? But Zhuangwu perked up. That voice sounds like Senior Sanshui. He must have entered first and is fighting the Mirror Omamori Time King alone. The two exchanged a glance, instantly reaching a consensus. First save Sanshui, then settle their grudges. Mirror Zhuangwu gritted his teeth and pushed open the heavy door with all his strength. A blinding light flashed, and when the two saw the scene inside, they were stunned in place. Where was the fighting? The two Sanshuis were sitting in the center of the hall, playing chess. And the screams were actually coming from Mirror Sanshui. "No, it can't be. How could I lose?" Mirror Sanshui stared at the chessboard, disbelief written all over his face. Just now, Sanshui casually placed a piece and had completely surrounded his large dragon. Sanshui raised an eyebrow with a light chuckle. The evidence is right in front of you. You lost. Time rewinds half an hour. At first, Sanshui did indeed beat up Mirror Sanshui to make him understand not to be too arrogant. But Mirror Sanshui, with a bruised face, still stubbornly claimed he was the true king and insisted on competing. Seeing Sanshui about to strike again, Mirror Sanshui hurriedly called for a stop. Wait. A king must determine victory in a civilized way. Let's play Go, how about it? Sanshui hesitated but still agreed. All right, best of 5. He had the Ark's computing power as support, so he wasn't worried at all. Mirror Sanshui, however, secretly felt pleased. He had the computing power of all the supercomputers in the mirror world backing him, and his main body was just a Go novice. This would be an easy win, but who knew? After 5 games, Mirror Sanshui only won once. Now he was completely broken, shoving the chess table aside. Pieces scattering everywhere. You must have cheated. I have supercomputing power. How could I lose to you? Sanshui shrugged. Aren't you also relying on the Ark to cheat? Mirror Sanshui's momentum instantly surged, staring fiercely at Sanshui. How could I lose with the computing power of all the world's supercomputers? How did you do it? Mirror Sanshui's delaying tactic backfired. Sanshui unleashed the stellar computing power, while Mirror Zhuangwu sacrificed to assist Zhuangwu. Pay attention. Mirror Sanshui had been playing chess with Sanshui as a delaying tactic all along. Now the power of Omamori within him had nearly matched Sanshui's over time. It was time to strike, but he was still curious. If it's purely based on Ark's computing power, how could I lose? Sanshui calmly replied. Want to know? I'll tell you. My Ark can convert cosmic stellar energy into computing power. The technology in this world is too backward. Mirror Sanshui suddenly realized that Sanshui was not from this world and could connect to the original world, and he was instantly convinced to borrow the power of the stars. That's indeed impressive. Zhuangwu's eyes sparkled like stars, filled with admiration. Using stars as computing power? That's incredible. I really want to see Senior Sanshui's world. But beside him, Mirror Zhuangwu was drenched in sweat. Looking up at Mirror Sanshui, his legs feeling weak, he was originally a fragment of the power of Mirror Omamori. And just standing in front of the other was becoming unbearable. Mirror Sanshui glanced down at the two, clearly not taking them seriously. You guys are here. Then he fixed his gaze on Sanshui. Want to take my power? Then let's fight. As soon as he finished speaking, a brutal aura instantly swept across the entire area. A whirlwind mixed with a suffocating sensation rushed towards them. Zhuangwu and Mirror Zhuangwu were directly pressed to the ground, unable to move. Zhuangwu struggled to lift his head. So terrifying. Just the aura is making it impossible for me to move. Mirror Zhuangwu lay on the ground unwillingly. At this level of battle, they couldn't intervene at all unless the two combined their powers. He glanced at Zhuangwu and instantly made a decision. Sanshui also transformed into Omamori Time King. The two Omamoris standing in opposition, like looking in a mirror. Mirror Sanshui restrained his aura, but Sanshui from beginning to end did not reveal a hint of breath. It was clear who was strong and who was weak. Suddenly, Mirror Zhuangwu's whole body began to glow, his power starting to go out of control. And he quickly tossed the Time King dial to Zhuangwu. Take this. Zhuangwu caught the dial, and his own dial flew out as well, merging with it to form a new dial, Time King Second Stage. This is the power of the unity of light and darkness. Zhuangwu was confused. What do you want to do? Mirror Zhuangwu smiled and said, Don't get me wrong, I just have no choice. Fight with my power. After saying that, he transformed into light and returned to the belt of Mirror Fuma. Mirror Fuma's power grew even stronger, but he didn't care. Although he took some of his power, it didn't have much impact. Sanshui quietly watched all this and did not stop it, only asking, Are you ready? The two Fomos clashed, destroying the heavens and the earth. Their ultimate moves collided, tearing apart the planet's surface, and Zhuangwu looked dumbfounded. Pay attention. Sanshui was absolutely confident in his strength, which is why he allowed Mirror Sanshui to increase his power. Mirror Sanshui snorted coldly. Let us start. He pressed the Dragon Knight dial in his hand, and with a roar of a dragon, a massive, unmatched dragon spiraled above the palace, suddenly charging towards Sanshui. Sanshui took out the hollow eye dial to counterattack, kicking out a huge ceiling stamp that accurately smashed into the mouth of the unmatched dragon. With a loud bang, the unmatched dragon was directly blown to smithereens. Mirror Sanshui charged out from the flames, transforming into Moon Knight and kicking towards Sanshui's face. instantly turning the surroundings from day to night, with a full moon hanging in the sky. This attack is too weak. A blazing abyssal flame army knife appeared in Sanshui's hand, and he slashed at Mirror Sanshui. Mirror Sanshui roared. The Moon Knight's ultimate kick had 30T of kicking power, plus the power of Fuma. As the two powers clashed, a terrifying shockwave exploded, sending debris from the floor and buildings flying everywhere. Zhuangwu hurriedly hid behind a wall, watching the palace sway precariously in the aftermath. The magnificent palace turned into ruins. After the shockwave passed, Zhuangwu pushed away the debris on his body, and when he looked up, he saw the two still locked in a stalemate. Mirror Sanshui's kick was blocked by the flame army knife, and a Moon Knight stamp appeared beneath Sanshui. Sanshui tightened his grip on the knife. The dark gold Fuma power wrapped around the blade, and he slashed down on Mirror Sanshui. Mirror Sanshui used the momentum to jump back, summoned the Creation Knight, and fired a cannonball of red energy. I told you it's useless. Sanshui easily sliced through the energy bullet, and the shrapnel blew up the palace's support columns. Mirror Sanshui looked at the ruins, feeling heartbroken. We need to change places. He pressed the dial, and the space instantly twisted, bringing even Zhuangwu to an open area. Mirror Sanshui activated the Fuma driver. I will use this move to determine the victor. The moment of ending. I will unleash the Fuma ultimate move. Sanshui also activated the driver. It would have been better to do this sooner instead of dragging it out. The moment of ending. Two deep voices echoed. An invisible pressure enveloped the entire area. The two jumped simultaneously, their back-mounted pointers unfurling, gathering the power to destroy the heavens and the earth in their legs. Fuma Zero ultimate strike. The dual sound exploded, and the two collided fiercely in mid-air. The power of Fuma clashed, directly overturning the planet's surface, and magma burst from the earth, shooting into the sky. The sky was covered in volcanic ash, sunlight could not penetrate, and night fell instantly. The energy glow around the two became the only light in this world. Zhuangwu awakened to resist the aftershock of the second stage. Sanshui sealed Mirror Fuma. The power of time, King began to show. Pay attention. Zhuangwu looked at the scene of the world collapsing around him, his heart racing. Am I going to die here? He quickly took out the Time King's second stage dial, knowing that if he didn't T-transform, he would be killed by the battle's aftershocks. Zhuangwu quickly turned the knob, splitting the second stage dial in half and inserting it into the driver. Transform. The transformation process was compressed, and in the next second, he stood in the new form of Time King second stage. This form awakened as he accepted his inner darkness, symbolizing the acceptance of the past and moving towards the future, even knowing that the future might turn him into an evil king. He did not change his obsession with being a benevolent and righteous king. This power is incredible. Zhuangwu felt the power within him. Shocked, Time King's second stage can restrain all knights and can defeat alien knights without collecting corresponding powers. He can also foresee the future, see through all attacks, and even reverse time to change the future, definitely standing on an undefeated ground. He looked at the two Fomos fighting in the distance, unable to help but think, how terrifying must the power of Fuma be? On the other side, Sanshui was still paying attention to Zhuangwu while exchanging moves, and when he saw him transform into the second stage, he chuckled. Quite capable, huh? You should know. The old Demon King once overthrew the history of Heisei Knights with the second stage. While reminiscing, Sanshui increased his kicking power, gradually gaining the upper hand in the power clash. Mirror Fuma exerted all his strength, but realized his defense was about to be broken. I still can't defeat you. It's over. Sanshui kicked through Mirror Fuma's body, and as he landed, a loud explosion erupted behind him, flames shooting into the sky. Sanshui said lightly, you, born in this world, ultimately have limits to your power, while I do not. He walked to the center of the explosion, picking up the floating dark gold dial. It was the Fuma Time King driving dial. Sanshui's thoughts moved, and the apocalyptic scenes around began to reverse. Moments later, the planet returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Zhuangwu looked dumbfounded. This is simply the power of a deity. Sanshui landed in front of him. Soon, you will also gain the power of Fuma. Zhuangwu quickly asked, did you completely defeat him? Sanshui shook the dial in his hand. No, I just sealed him. Fuma is hard to kill, unless he wants to die himself. Seal. Sanshui brought Zhuangwu back to the team. Sakura's hardcore counterattack, you capturing hostages went wrong. Pay attention. Zhuangwu stared at the Fuma dial in Sanshui's hand, his eyes shining. so impressive. He suddenly thought, maybe he could use this move to defeat his future self. But he couldn't figure out how Sansui did it. Sansui snapped his fingers. All right, let us go back. There's a problem to solve. The space around the two instantly twisted, and they returned to the real world. Just as they returned, they encountered a major incident. The alien dragon tooth was causing trouble again, attacking Gates, Tsukuyomi, and Sakura. Fortunately, with Sakura's ache form around, the alien dragon tooth didn't gain any advantage and started playing dirty, specifically targeting the soft targets. Tsukuyomi nervously warned, everyone be careful. He had just failed in a sneak attack and had hidden back in the mirror world. Gates transformed into the Spirit Knight armor form. The cloaked phantom vigilantly scanning the surroundings, angrily cursing. That bastard is as slippery as an eel. If he can't win, he plays dirty. It's infuriating. The alien dragon tooth hid behind the glass, observing, locking his target on Tsukuyomi. He thought Sakura and Gates were difficult. Capturing Tsukuyomi would threaten both. Taking advantage of Tsukuyomi's moment of distraction, the alien dragon tooth suddenly leaped out from the side, reaching out to grab Tsukuyomi. Gates shouted, Tsukuyomi, be careful, get down. The cloaked phantom quickly attacked, but it was no use against the tough-skinned alien dragon tooth. Tsukuyomi let out a terrible scream as he was captured, his arm broken. You also jumped out to mock. Now you have no way out, huh? Give up resisting, or she'll lose her life. The alien dragon tooth pressed a large knife against Tsukuyomi's neck, blood flowing down the blade. Gates had no choice but to drop his weapon. How despicable. You urged Sakura to give up resisting, but Sakura coldly laughed. Why should I listen to you? She raised her hand and shot at the alien dragon tooth with her briefcase crossbow. The alien dragon tooth was startled and instinctively pushed Tsukuyomi to the ground, causing Tsukuyomi to cry out in pain. An energy arrow also flew out from the mirror world, and the two arrows collided and canceled each other out. Gates, in despair, shouted, Sakura, are you crazy? You almost blew up Tsukuyomi. You was also dumbfounded. This woman doesn't care about her comrades at all? Now that she's grabbing Tsukuyomi to threaten Sakura is completely useless. Instead, it distracts her from protecting Tsukuyomi. Let Sakura take them all down. Sakura, regardless of Gates' obstruction, placed her hand on the ArkDriver. Gates tried to stop her, but was directly slapped away. Sakura pressed the driver, and Ark's voice echoed. Malice, terror, anger. Gates struggled and shouted, Stop. Tsukuyomi is still in his hands. The aberrant dragon Fong panicked as well. The mirror world passage behind him expanded, and a pitch-black giant dragon flew out, swirling overhead, ready to attack. Sakura gathered all the malice at her feet. Perfect conclusion. Learning complete. This time she didn't hold back. She aimed to smash both URU and the aberrant dragon Fong. The aberrant dragon Fong charged up with the giant dragon, and Tsukuyomi closed her eyes in despair. She had started to wonder if Mitsusui would come to save her, but immediately dismissed the thought. Mitsusui was still in the mirror world. How could he make it in time? Gates cried out in pain, calling for Tsukuyomi, thinking she was surely doomed. At this critical moment, on the other side of the street, Mitsusui and the second stage form of Zaiwu emerged from the silver curtain. Mitsusui glanced at the scene and sneered. The time thief is still resorting to such lowly tactics? He directly used the power of the Time King, causing time around them to rapidly rewind to the moment Sakura was about to unleash her ultimate move. Mitsusui said to Zaiwu, leave the aberrant dragon Fong to you. Get familiar with the ability. Then he flashed to Sakura's side. This girl needed proper guidance. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to get along with her companions, and her mental state would become a big problem. Sakura saw Mitsusui and exclaimed in surprise, Brother Mitsusui. Tsukuyomi, covered in cold sweat, gasped. I'm not dead? She clearly remembered being engulfed by the attack. How did they return to the starting point? Zaiwu nodded seriously. I will completely smash him. The second stage power surged within him, and he felt invincible. Gates looked at Zaiwu with a complex expression. He has become so much stronger, more and more like a demon king. You. Realizing too late, exclaimed in shock. Time has been artificially altered. As a time thief, she was extremely sensitive to the flow of time. Just now, that segment of time was definitely forced to rewind. Zaiwu in second stage crushed the aberrant dragon Fong. Mitsusui rescued Tsukuyomi in an instant, and URU watched in disbelief. Pay attention. URU focused on Zaiwu in his second stage and suddenly understood. Ajikata couldn't control time. Only the Time King Takidawa Zaiwu could. Zaiwu had obviously unlocked a new form, and the more URU thought about it, the more anxious she became. If this continues, if Zio truly becomes the Demon King of Time, they wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. First, save Tsukuyami. Mitsusui pointed, and the silver light curtain directly passed through the aberrant dragon fang, wrapping Tsukuyami inside. You watched as Tsukuyami was rescued right under the nose of the aberrant dragon fang, feeling helpless to the point of wanting to spit blood. Ajikata actually has spatial abilities? This is too tricky. Mitsusui caught Tsukuyami as she emerged from the light curtain, his palm glowing green as he used healing magic. Tsukuyami's eyes widened. You can heal too? That's incredible. Mitsusui smiled and said, in our world, out of necessity, I learned a bit. Soon, Tsukuyami's injuries healed, leaving only her bones needing rest. Meanwhile, Sakura, in her armor, was seething with jealousy. This woman is stealing my position again. Over on Zaiwu's side, he had already engaged the aberrant dragon fang in battle. After Tsukuyami was rescued, he was completely unrestrained. The Time King in second stage could see into the future. The aberrant dragon fang's attacks, defenses, and resistances were all predicted clearly by Zaiwu before the aberrant dragon fang could even make a move. Zaiwu already knew what he was going to do and directly suppressed him in battle. Why are you suddenly so strong? The aberrant dragon fang was kicked away, crashing to the ground in frustration. He had only been absent for half a day, and Zaiwu's strength had skyrocketed this much. Mitsusui observed the battle situation, calculating the data. The initial form of the Time King has a punch power of 8, 2T, kick power of 19, 0T, and in the second stage, it skyrocketed to punch power of 25, 2T, and kick power of 58, 3T. This is simply an absurd enhancement. You rolled her eyes, knowing the aberrant dragon fang was bound to lose. Sure enough, Zaiwu crouched down to grasp the strongest ultimate sword. The aberrant dragon fang hurriedly jumped into the air, merging the pitch-black, unmatched dragon into his leg, delivering a knight's kick. However, Zaiwu calmly pressed the sword's trigger, swinging the sword to unleash a massive sword energy accompanied by a clock illusion. Overlord slash. Overlord slash. Zaiwu roared, and the sword energy effortlessly sliced through the aberrant dragon fang's body, exploding him into a fireball. Zaiwu lowered his sword, watching the disappearing figure of the aberrant dragon fang, coldly stating, "It's over." Zaiwu instantly shattered the aberrant dial. Waz celebrated with enthusiasm, while Sakura sought praise. Pay attention. After the aberrant dragon fang was blown apart, a piece of the aberrant dial fell to the ground, followed by a crunch as it shattered into dust. This meant he was completely finished, and the time thief could no longer revive him. Gates immediately rushed over, patting Zaiwu's shoulder excitedly. "We won. Zaiwu, you were incredible." Zaiwu looked at Mitsusui with excitement. "Senior Mitsusui, I did it." In his heart, Mitsusui not only saved them, but also guided him to become a king. Being recognized was more important than anything. Mitsusui rarely praised him. Well done. He understood that Zaiwu had made tremendous progress, transforming from a battle novice into a character capable of using abilities to suppress and eliminate enemies. Small issues could be gradually corrected. Zaiwu instantly felt motivated. "I will continue to work hard and become a benevolent and righteous king." Tsukuyami also sighed in relief. The previous pressure from the aberrant dragon fang had suffocated her, but now she could finally relax. However, Sakura tugged at Mitsusui's sleeve, pitifully seeking praise. "Brother Mitsusui." She felt she had made contributions too. Why wasn't she praised? Mitsusui smiled and patted her head. "Sakura-chan is also great. But remember, don't easily abandon your companions. Going solo 1T work, and don't rely too much on Ark. Think for yourself." Sakura squinted and nodded, but inwardly murmured, "Who decides who my companions are?" At this moment, Waz suddenly appeared in front of Zaiwu holding the record of the Demon King's descent, startling Zaiwu. "When did you pop up?" Waz smiled apologetically. "Your Majesty the Demon King, sorry to startle you. My professional illness kicked in, and I felt uncomfortable not celebrating." Zaiwu reluctantly agreed, and Waz immediately straightened his attire, speaking solemnly. "Let us celebrate. This is the King's triumph. He stands above all knights. The Time King who understands the past and future." At this moment, he transforms into Kamen Rider Zaiwu in second stage, and a new history has begun. Gates rolled his eyes. Why didn't this guy act like this in the Resistance? So sycophantic. Tsukuyami also wore a blank expression, completely unable to understand. Sakura, however, stroked her chin in thought. "As a vassal of Brother Mitsusui, I should celebrate too. But what should the title of king be? Mitsusui watched Waz's entire middle schooler speech, silently criticizing. As expected of you, being able to say such embarrassing things without changing your expression, your middle school spirit is about to overflow. The Time Thief unleashes the ultimate move. Flying Flow mutates into the Time King. Fake Ajikata ambush. Pay attention. Just the thought of having to celebrate his transformation into a new form like Waz made Mitsusui's scalp tingle. I can't accept that. It's just too awkward. While they were bickering, the Time Thieves secretly gathered together. Ola played with her hair, sighing. Even the knights from the mirror world lost. That old man was really something in his youth. The aberrant knights they sent out were completely smashed. Not a single one won. Suarez sat on the sofa, cunningly stating, Xiaowu has a second stage already? It's time for that little guy to make his appearance. You curiously asked. What should we do? Suarez smiled. No need to act. He will be locked in a life and death struggle with Xiaowu. Saying that, he took out a blank dial, and with a flash of light, it transformed into an aberrant Time King dial. Ola was stunned. This pattern is the Time King? Suarez tossed the dial behind him. That's right. Xiaowu's growth exceeded expectations. Perhaps we can force out the power of the Demon King ahead of time. He was also calculating, wanting to seize the power of Kamen Rider Galaxy. That was a force capable of borrowing planetary strength. A young boy rushed out to grab the dial, his eyes wild. Finally, I can fight Xiaowu. I've been waiting for this for so long. Suarez walked up to him. Kaguraga Furyu, your chance has come. Defeat Zhuangwu and you will be the new king. Furyu pressed the dial against his chest without hesitation, transforming into the different species Time King. Suarez then handed a pile of blank dials to Aura and URU. Take these to build your army. URU was shocked while handing over the dials. The power of this different species Time King actually surpasses that of a second tier. Furyu clenched the dial, roaring as he leaped over the guardrail. I will avenge my parents. Meanwhile, Zhuangwu and others in the CAF obtained the Dragon Knight dial and was immediately congratulated. Congratulations, Demon King. You've taken another step on your path of growth. Zhuangwu, however, looked worried. Where do we find the next night dial? Gates suddenly pointed to the square. Look over there. Zhuangwu was stunned. Isn't that Sanshui's Agito? Gates rolled his eyes. Idiot. Sanshui is right here. Zhuangwu finally realized something was wrong. Tsukuyami pulled out a pistol and aimed at that Agito, nervously shouting, Everyone be careful. His belt is off. The Emperor Rider transformed into Agito and started trouble. Zhuangwu saved Gates from the second tier as the different species Time King launched a surprise attack. Pay attention. Tsukuyami noticed something was wrong at a glance and pointed at that Agito, shouting, His belt is unfamiliar. It's not even a time-space driver. That Agito spoke. I heard there's a Demon King here. I'd love to meet him. The person was none other than the Emperor Rider, Tsukasa Kadoya, transformed into Agito. Gates immediately jumped up to transform. Sure enough, it's an enemy. Sanshui pointed at the crowd. Is it really okay to transform in public? Gates was anxious. There's no choice. We need to figure out what he wants first. Zhuangwu also transformed into the Time King, following Gates to charge forward. The Emperor Rider wiped his flame sword, similar to Sanshui's, and rushed at Gates. Gates barely dodged, based on the instincts honed for being beaten by Sanshui. Not bad reaction. The Emperor Rider kicked Gates away, pulling out a finishing card and inserting it into the driver. Final attack ride. Agit. Seeing that familiar movement, Zhuangwu quickly shouted, Gates, be careful. It's that move. The night patterns on the ground instantly gathered under the Emperor Rider's feet, and he jumped up to unleash a night kick. Gates panicked. It's too fast. No time to dodge. At a critical moment, Zhuangwu pulled out the second tier dial and inserted it into his belt, instantly transforming into Time King's second tier. He grabbed the time limit sword and rushed in front of Gates. Night. Slash. One sword slashed towards the Emperor Rider's foot, sending him flying and forcing him to revert from Agito back to his original form. The Emperor Rider got up, pointing at Zhuangwu. So it's you. This pink guy causing trouble. This is your true form, right? Gates aimed his weapon at him. How many forms can you transform into? The Emperor Rider pulled out the Hibiki card. To deal with you. This is just right. Kamen Ride. Hibiki. In a burst of flame, the Emperor Rider transformed directly into Hibiki. Zhuangwu gravely warned, Gates, be careful. He's very strong. Gates also transformed into the Spirit Rider form. Floating in the air. You can transform. So can I. The Emperor Rider swung his sound impact stick, sending several fireballs crashing towards Gates. Gates blocked the fireballs. but his hand got burned. It's so hot. Just as Zhuangwu was about to warn him, a deep purple clock, sword energy, suddenly hit him. A knight resembling Time King stood on high, shouting, "Tokiwa Zhuangwu, your opponent is me." Tsukimi looked at that knight, feeling familiar. This is... Was immediately concluded, "It's a different species knight." Gates exclaimed, "It's a different species, Time King." The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. Worriedly looking at Zhuangwu, different species knights typically drain the corresponding main knight's power. Would Zhuangwu be in danger now? The Emperor Rider locked onto Gates and ruthlessly attacked. Zhuangwu was suppressed by the different species Time King, and Suvoras focused on Sanshui. Pay attention. The Emperor Rider saw that Gates was distracted and immediately pulled out the finishing card to insert into the driver. Daring to be distracted in front of me? A light sphere instantly enveloped Gates, forming a huge phantom drum that pinned him in place. Gates panicked. What the hell is this? I can't move at all. The Emperor Rider swayed his sound impact stick, slowly walking towards Gates, speaking arrogantly. Next, let the curtain fall completely. Zhuangwu turned around and saw Gates' miserable state, wanting to rush over to help, but the different species Time King jumped down from above, blocking his path. "I told you, your opponent is me, Zhuangwu." The different species Time King brandished a spear, clearly not allowing Zhuangwu to save Gates. Zhuangwu had to stop, frowning and roaring, "Damn it! Who are you?" The different species Time King shouted while attacking. "Kaguragawa Furyu, that's my name. I will take everything that belongs to me." The spear, radiating a purple glow, crashed through Zhuangwu's defenses, grazing his knight armor and sparking a flurry of flames. Zhuangwu staggered but managed to stand firm, feeling an explosion of emotions inside. This guy's power actually suppresses me? I thought the second tier could handle the Time Thief, but I didn't expect they had such a ruthless move hidden. Furyu sneered. "Back then, you weren't the only one chosen. Looking at you, you must have forgotten, right?" He split the spear in two and unleashed several purple sword energies towards Zhuangwu. Zhuangwu swung the time limit sword to block, shouting, "I'm working hard to become a benevolent king, not some naturally born king." The two clashed in power, and the terrifying pressure exploded wave after wave, making the surrounding air tremble. On the other side, the Emperor Rider completed his finishing move against the locked Gates with a forceful swing of the sound impact stick. With a loud bang, Gates was directly blasted away, forcibly reverting from his transformation, crashing to the ground and gasping in pain. The Emperor Rider brushed off the dust from his hands, disdainfully saying, "The Demon King's companions are nothing like this." He turned to focus on the battlefield between Zhuangwu and Furyu, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. "It's time for me to intervene." At that moment, time and space suddenly paused for a moment, and Suvoras appeared next to Sansui. Sakura immediately glared at him, radiating hostility, but Suvoras was unfazed, sitting directly in the chair next to Sansui, staring at him and slowly speaking. "Kamen Rider Agito, I will tentatively refer to you as such. I can clearly feel that you harbor a terrifyingly powerful force within you." Sansui shocked Suvoras with the Omamori dial. White was appeared and recognized Gates as the savior. "Pay attention." Suvoras moved closer to Sansui, casually asking, "What are you planning by staying next to the Time King and teaching him?" He was already shocked. The power within Sansui was terrifying to an absurd degree, but he couldn't understand why Sansui, who was so strong, would help Zhuangwu. Did he also want to seize the power of Omamori? The more Suvoras thought about it, the more vigilant he became, preparing to compete with Sansui for the power. Sansui noticed his little thoughts, but was completely unconcerned. The gap in their strength was like that of a human to an ant. There was no need to take him seriously. He calmly replied, "I'm not interested in Omamori Time King." Suvoras frowned on the spot. "Who would believe that? If you're not interested, why do all this?" Sansui smiled. "Don't believe me? Then look at this." He opened his hand, and a dark golden dial floated in his palm, prominently displaying the image of Omamori Time King. Suvoras stood up abruptly, his eyes wide. How is this possible? The power in the dial is exactly the same as that of the 68-year-old Demon King. But he was confused again, since the Omamori dial had appeared. Why could Zhuangwu still use the power of Time King? This simply didn't make sense. On the other side, Gates looked at the Emperor Riders retreating back, shouting weakly, "Don't go." The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. When did I start dragging Zhuangwu down? Yer. Why is the savior so downcast? Waz's voice suddenly rang out. Gates was furious. "Waz, are you here, mock me too?" But the next moment he was stunned. The real Waz was shouting at him. "Gates, That's not me. Gates struggled to turn around, looking at the Waz in white clothes in front of him, his face full of questions. Who are you? White Waz placed one hand on his chest and respectfully bowed. I am White Waz, my savior. He comes from another timeline, where Gates defeated the Demon King of Time and saved the world. Waz was dumbfounded. The other me actually went to support Gates? He must be seriously ill. Tsukuyami also looked doubtful. Gates killed the Demon King of Time? Why does that sound so unbelievable? Gates himself was confused. When did I become a savior? Who spread the rumor that I killed the Demon King of Time? He was well aware of his own strength. If he really could win, he wouldn't have run back from 2068 to cause trouble. In the distance, Swartz heard Waz's words and was also taken aback, turning to Mizusawa. That guy, is he your doing? Mizusawa controlled Swartz to cause trouble. Waz was boosting Gates' combat power, with the Emperor as the target. Pay attention. Swartz was filled with doubts. When did Gates become so strong? He even soloed the Demon King of Time? That's quite a boast. If he really had that strength, how could he have been beaten up by the Emperor like that? This sudden appearance of Waz must be a fraud. Mizusawa waved his hand. Don't misunderstand. I'm not that bored. Waz is not my person. His goal is very clear. To cultivate Tsunetomo and obtain the power of the true king. Waz is a product born from the new timeline after Tsunetomo accepted the possibility of the Demon King. Seeing Mizusawa reveal the Demon King dial, Swartz immediately became submissive. This old fox couldn't fail to see something was off. Mizusawa dared to reveal such a big secret. He might want to silence him afterward. Moreover, he knew very well that the Demon King dial in Mizusawa's hands was genuine, and he absolutely couldn't win. He suddenly remembered what URU had said earlier and instantly realized. The Demon King of Time that appeared that day was actually Mizusawa. Mizusawa put away the dial and walked toward the railing. You are quite perceptive. Continue to force Tsunetomo to awaken the power of the Demon King. Don't touch his uncle. And feel free with the rest. Keeping Swartz around is still useful. Let him deal with the time administration and save me the trouble. Swartz quickly agreed and transformed into a shadow to slip away. It's much safer to mix with Mizusawa than to snatch the power of the Demon King. On the other side, Waz held the electronic future diary and said to Gates, Savior, I will help you obtain stronger power. And then defeating the Demon King of Time will be a piece of cake. Gates was bewildered. Can we not mention the Demon King of Time? I can't even beat the Emperor. How could I defeat the Demon King of Time? But then Gates thought, if I had the power of the Savior, maybe I could help Tsunetomo realize his dream. He had long since lost hostility toward Tsunetomo, and the two were now comrades fighting side by side. Waz didn't notice his thoughts and continued. Your gaze has changed, so let's start from defeating the Emperor. I will help you. After saying that, he summoned his unique driver. Waz transformed into Kamen Rider. The Emperor, in his Kabuto form, began to dominate the battle, and Gates was preparing to use his Revitalizer form. Pay attention. Waz summoned a green-themed Exceed driver, which was clearly hiding explosive power different from this timeline. He inserted the dial into the side of the belt and gently pushed. Transform. Action. Projection. Future time. Amazing. Era. Future. Kamen Rider Votes. Waz. With his unique transformation sound effect, Kamen Rider Waz from another timeline appeared before everyone. Tsukuyami was stunned. He could transform too? Is the Waz next to him hiding his strength? She stared at Waz with suspicion, and Waz quickly waved his hand. Don't misunderstand. I really don't have that ability. But he already had an idea in his heart. Kamen Rider Waz's power was originally supposed to be mine. The Emperor looked at Waz and Gates with interest. Another one who doesn't know the height of the sky. He pulled out the Kabuto card. Kamen Ride. Kabuto. This form is just right for dealing with you. Saying that, he cracked his knuckles, making a satisfying sound. Waz quickly flipped through the book to introduce. That's Kabuto. Revered as the sun god, he can travel through time with his own power. Tsukuyami was stunned. He can travel through time by himself? We still have to rely on the time machine. That's too terrifying. In the next moment, the Emperor activated Clock on. Time Ascend, and his speed was instantly maxed out. In his eyes, everyone became slow motion. Waz hadn't reacted yet when the Emperor vanished, and then a tremendous force struck him, sending him flying through the air. The Emperor unleashed a barrage of attacks on Waz in midair, and Waz couldn't see the attacks clearly, only able to passively take the hits. Finally, the Emperor delivered a rider kick, smashing Waz into the ground and creating a large pit. Waz's armor was sparking with electric arcs, clearly injured. Gates, being the closest, could only see a shadow circling around Waz, and when the shadow stopped, he realized it was the Emperor in Kabuto form, panicking. This speed is too fast. We can't even touch him. Waz crawled out of the pit, his gaze cold. Damn it. I didn't want to use this so soon, but you forced me. The Emperor stopped his actions, curious. Oh, you still have a hidden card? I want to see. Was snorted coldly. Pitiful guy. Prepare to worship under the brilliance of my savior. I went through a lot of effort to get this thing. Otherwise, I would have arrived in this era long ago. Was presented the revitalizer dial. Gates powered up to save Tsunetomo, while the Emperor waited for his new toy. Pay attention. Was pulled out a special blank driver dial and rushed to Gates. Savior. This dial contains your explosive power. Use it quickly to obtain this revitalizer. Was went through a lot of effort. Gates paused for a moment before picking up the dial. As soon as he touched it, it activated, and the blank pattern instantly transformed into an hourglass style. The Emperor, nearby, was impatiently polishing his card sword. These guys are moving too slowly. Mizusawa saw the dial from a distance and understood. It's actually the revitalizer Gates. I thought it would take a long time. I didn't expect Was to synthesize it directly, saving a lot of trouble. Gates pressed the dial, and suddenly intense pain surged through him, causing him to wince. Was. You actually set me up. Was, however, laughed. Want to take ridiculously strong power? How can it be no cost? Hang in there, and you'll be able to smash the Demon King today. Just as Gates hesitated about whether to let go, he suddenly heard Tsunetomo scream. He saw Tsunetomo being kicked by the alien Demon King into the square, creating a large pit and lying motionless inside. The alien Demon King walked to the edge of the pit, sneering, Tsunetomo, I will take everything from you. Gates became furious, forgetting everything else, and inserted the dial into the time driver. Rider time. Kamen Rider Go Eyes. Re-VVE. Fierce. Fierce. A brand new power enveloped Gates. Metallic technology armor covering his entire body, and he even had a time-folding claw chainsaw in his hand. Was ecstatic, shouting in celebration. Celebrate. The savior who expels evil and leads to a new future. He is Kamen Rider Savior Gates. This moment is the arrival of the savior. He laughed maniacally. Once Gates masters this power, it will be Tsunetomo's end. The Emperor frowned, interrupting. So annoying. So much nonsense. But excitement flashed in his eyes. His defeated opponent actually got a new toy, just right for him to play with. Was hurriedly urged Gates. Quickly smash the Emperor. The chance to kill Tsunetomo is here. Gates stared at the Emperor. So you are the Emperor? Don't block me. I don't want to fight you. The alien Demon King is about to go all out against Tsunetomo. He doesn't have time to waste with the Emperor. Gates counterattacked in storm form. The Emperor's time ascend was ineffective, and Tsunetomo found his savior. Pay attention. The Emperor looked at Tsunetomo, raising an eyebrow. You don't want to fight me? Looks like you want to help that Demon King? Let us see what you're made of. Gates cursed inwardly and charged directly at the Emperor. Having just obtained a new form, he was bursting with energy. The Emperor sneered, naive. As soon as the clock on transformation was activated, Gates immediately raised his hand to defend, his heart sinking. Not this move again. Dien transformed into a shadow, unleashing a flurry of attacks on Gates. But Gates was bewildered. Why doesn't it hurt? Although he couldn't see clearly, he surprisingly wasn't injured. Was beside him was anxious. Savior, your power is far beyond this. Only then did Gates realize, instinctively adjusting the hourglass dial on his waist. Sneed time. Revi. Revive Gale. The armor instantly changed color and form, and Gates unlocked Gale mode on the spot. Dien paused to observe for a moment, disdainfully saying, just a color change? Still no way to deal with it. As he spoke, he swung his sword and charged forward, but this time Gates actually saw his movements clearly. Gates grinned. So that's how it is. His left arm ejected the time-folding claw, faster than Dien, and charged forward. It's my turn to counterattack. Tsukuyami watched as the two turned into shadows, interweaving. And the next moment heard Dien exclaim. Gates had knocked him out of his transformation state with a single claw. As Dien just got back up, Gates landed a punch on his back. Gates swiftly switched to the fierce form, revving the chainsaw in his hand. Noko slash. The shockwave sent Dien flying, smashing through obstacles along the way. Zhuangwu had just recovered when he saw this scene and was stunned. Wow. What an explosive scene. Gates actually shattered that night. But the aberrant Time King didn't give Zhuangwu time to react. Lunging at him with a spear charged with energy. You should worry about yourself first. Relying on his second-level precognitive ability, Zhuangwu barely blocked with his sword. But the aberrant Time King taunted him up close. You can't win against me. Just accept your fate. Seeing Zhuangwu struggling to hold on, a shadow suddenly rushed over. It was Gates, who had just defeated Dien. Waz looked at Gates, gasping for breath, his expression serious. This form relies on compressing or extending time. Continuing to use, it will be too much for his body to handle. Tsukuyomi panicked. So, if Gates keeps using it, something will happen? Waz was indeed up to no good. Mitsuboshi squinted at the stunning Gates, whispering, "Reviver." Gates. Mitsuboshi transformed into 0-1 to battle the end. The power of the Demon King concealed in armor. Waz watched in awe. Look, the Reviver Gates has hardly faced any setbacks in the original timeline. With power surpassing the second level of Time King, he can crush aberrant knights without needing to correspond with the dial. In the later stages, he can't beat the ultimate boss like Swartz, but in another timeline, he can wield the full power of a knight and transform into Sovereign Gates, whose strength rivals the Time King of the Imperial era. Now, that's a true savior. However, relying on Sovereign Gates to crush the Demon King of the Night is still an uphill battle. Suddenly, Tsukasa Kadoya emerged from the silver aurora curtain, unceremoniously sitting beside Mitsuboshi. "Are you another Agito?" He even took the tea that Sakura made for Mitsuboshi, grabbing a small cookie and stuffing it into his mouth. "This tastes good." Sakura's face darkened the entire time, exuding dark energy. If it weren't for wanting to be a lady, she would have long since beaten this guy up. Mitsuboshi glanced at Dien, coldly saying, "Agito is just part of my power. If you're here to mooch food and drink, get lost." Dien put down his food and suddenly stood up. "Let's fight. I want to figure out your origins through battle." Saying this, he took out his driver and placed it at his waist, pulling out the Dien card and tossing it in. "Kamen Ride. Decade." Mitsuboshi raised an eyebrow. "You might die fighting me." He also took out the time-space driver, and a 0-1 dial appeared in his hand. 0-1. The dial inserted into the driver, and a huge mechanical locust suddenly appeared, leaping into the air and attaching itself to Mitsuboshi. "Rog Rise. Jump Up Rise. Rising Hopper." The 0-1 tech armor covered his entire body, and the driver at his waist transformed into the Haiden 0-1 driver. Dien was stunned. "The driver can change too?" Mitsuboshi drew the briefcase sword, smirking. "This knight's power is just right for you." His time-space driver had already been modified by the power of the Demon King. The appearance was a facade, but its essence was the demon driver, and it could also manifest knight equipment, although it was the basic form of 0-1. The armor was coated in a layer of dark golden luster, with the power of the Demon King flowing along the patterns, looking spectacular. Waz was drawn in by the commotion and immediately saw the power of the Demon King on Mitsuboshi, gasping. "And Master Demon King?" Mitsuboshi unleashed sword energy that shook the entire area. Dien activated his complete form, launching a finishing kick towards 0-1. Pay attention. The power of the Demon King on Mitsuboshi was absurdly strong, and Waz was left stunned. "Damn. And Master Demon King? Could it be that the Demon King has personally arrived?" Tsukuyomi followed his gaze to see Mitsuboshi's 0-1 and Dien standing at opposite corners, their auras fully charged. Dien stared at Mitsuboshi, his tone excited. "You're indeed not simple." Mitsuboshi slung the briefcase, sword over his shoulder, feeling invincible. "I'll give you a chance. If you can take the power of 0-1 from me, your god mode can evolve. You know, if Dien gathers the powers of 0-1 and Time King, he can awaken Dien 21, gathering the powers of 21 main riders. However, this form was defeated by a weakened version of the Demon King on its first appearance. After all, the Demon King has the perpetual 60-40 advantage. Only Zhuang Wu can defeat him. Then I must give it a try." Dien pulled out the Carbox sword, but Mitsuboshi directly attacked, swinging the briefcase sword to unleash a sky-high sword energy. Dien couldn't hold back. This power is too exaggerated. He quickly opened the Aurora curtain to hide. The sword energy missed its target and flew straight towards the battlefield, where Zhuang Wu, Gates, and the aberrant Time King hurriedly dodged. What the heck is that? It's actually sword energy. The sword energy collided with a skyscraper, splitting it in two and exploding into a sea of flames. Mitsuboshi glared at the Aurora curtain. "Where are you hiding from? Where's that arrogance from earlier?" "Tsukasa." Dien suddenly emerged from the curtain, holding the K-touch screen. "To fight you, I have to go all out." He inserted the Dien complete knight card into the K-touch screen, pressing the knight emblem. Kamen, Agit, Ryuki. Final Kamen Ride. Decade. Pushing the driver. An old 10-year main rider's final form card appeared on his chest. Dien's complete form, directly unlocking the ancestral tattoo mode. One imposing aura, Mitsuboshi praised. Dien took out the final attack drive card and inserted it into the driver. Enhance. Dimension Kick. Magenta energy enveloped his right foot. The old 10-year knight card blocking in front of Mitsuboshi as Diend leapt into the air. Disappear from me. The knight kick pierced through the card, buffing all the way, with a terrifying power of 60T aimed at Mitsuboshi's chest armor. Mitsuboshi activated the driver, the sound effect exploding. Rising impact. High jump impact. Mitsuboshi and Diend kicked out their ultimate moves. Swartz paused time to steal the home, and Diend's power was robbed. Watch closely. The energy on Mitsuboshi's leg instantly transformed into locust legs, fiercely leaping from the ground, directly colliding with Diend's finishing kick. Boom! At the moment they collided, a terrifying explosion sent shockwaves, and amidst the swirling smoke, they both landed simultaneously. Waz stared at the two, calmly speaking. Both of their powers are explosive, but I don't have high hopes for Diend. Just as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. The first to stagger and fall was actually Mitsuboshi. His 0-1 armor shattered, revealing his human form, with blood at the corners of his mouth. Mitsuboshi wiped the blood, helplessly saying, holding up against the complete form knight kick in basic form is still too much. The 0-1 finishing kick was only 49T, and even if the power of the Demon King was enhanced to 58T, it still fell 2T short of Diend's over 60T power. And this time Diend was clearly pushed to his limits, his power exceeding its maximum. Tsukuyomi's eyes widened. Mitsuboshi actually lost? How is that possible? But Waz shook his head. He didn't lose. He was just playing around. Sanshui has only used the basic form from beginning to end. But Dicky has already revealed all his cards. Dicky gasped for breath, his armor cracked. I guess I won this round, right? You have to keep your word. Sanshui threw the 0-1 dial over. Of course. I never lie. Just as the dial reached Dicky's hand, it suddenly burst into dazzling light, transforming directly into a 0-1 knight card. But the next second, time around them came to a halt. Swallows emerged from the corner, coldly laughing at the immobilized Dicky. Finally. I've waited for this moment. Dicky, I accept your power. He pointed the blank dial at Dicky, forcibly absorbing his power, and soon fashioned a variant Dicky dial, arrogantly declaring, Dicky is nothing special. After saying that, he transformed into a shadow and slipped away. Time resumed flowing, and Dicky was left dumbfounded. Why is my power draining? Could be the time thief's doing? Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, separating part of his power into dials earlier, which prevented him from being completely drained. Waz shouted from a distance, it's Swallows. That variant Time King must be behind this. Gates gritted his teeth in anger. This guy's too devious. Swallows, however, stood in front of the variant Time King, looking pleased as he addressed everyone. Sorry to interrupt, but I have an announcement to make. Swallows will crown Filiu as king. Dicky will relinquish his power as a mere pawn. Pay attention. Sanshui, who was originally an unexpected variable, has now become Swallow's loyal subject. Since Sanshui allows him to continue executing his plan, Swallows boldly declared, before the Day of Omens, I will ensure that Gakukawa Filiu ascends to the throne. You all make the best sacrifices. After saying that, he waved his hand and left with the variant Time King. Gates rushed to where Swallows had disappeared, stomping his feet in frustration. Damn it, he got away again. The reviver form can't even break the time stop ability. It's completely useless. Zhuang Wu detransformed, covered in injuries, and weakly said, forget it, Gates, let's not worry about him for now. Tsukuyomi quickly called for an ambulance, and Waz became anxious. Your Majesty, are you okay? But Zhuang Wu was concerned about Sanshui. How is Senior Sanshui doing? Tsukuyomi reassured him, don't worry. Swallows has taken Dicky's power. He is now just an ordinary human. He can't defeat Sanshui. Soon, the ambulance arrived, and Zhuang Wu used his time power to restore the damaged buildings to their original state before being lifted onto the stretcher, with Waz following him to the hospital. Tsukuyomi and Gates found Sanshui and Dicky sighed as he looked at the ambulance. I lost this round. You didn't even go all out. Suddenly, Dicky pulled out a special dial from the Aurora curtain. Inside was the remaining half of his Dicky power, and he could also insert an additional dial. He threw the dial to Gates, and the 0-1 card merged within Gates. Take this if you want to help the Demon King. Gates was momentarily stunned. Just a second ago you were hitting me, and now you're giving me power? Sanshui asked Dicky where he was going next, and Dicky shrugged. Who knows? I've given you my power. Now you have to protect my safety. Gates clenched his fists. Furious. You want me to be your bodyguard? Dicky even took out a camera to snap a photo of Gates in anger. It looks good on camera. Just as Gates was about to rush over to snatch the camera, Tsukuyomi suddenly shouted, Wait, did we forget about Waz? We haven't seen him at all. Gates instantly calmed down. After all, the reviver form was given by Waz, but he had no idea what Waz was plotting. If he let him kill Zhuang Wu, he definitely couldn't do that. At that moment, the hidden Waz suddenly appeared, confused. My savior, what do you mean? According to his memory, Gates should have been extremely hateful towards Zhuang Wu, but now it was completely different. Waz pressured Gates to kill Zhuang Wu. Sanshui shrugged and left. As the time, thieves gathered. Waz held the future diary, questioning Gates' soul. My savior, what exactly are you doing? Gates turned to see him and immediately became alert. While Tsukuyami followed up with a question, what are you planning to do to Zhuang Wu? She intuitively felt that Waz was extremely dangerous. Even if he helped Gates increase his power, he must have ulterior motives. Waz smiled at Gates. Where you are, I will be. He opened the diary and found that the current timeline didn't match the future. How could things be so chaotic when he had just arrived? Gates was extremely annoyed. You just won't leave me alone. Waz continued to persuade. You must crush the Demon King and save the world. Gates turned against him. Impossible. I won't lay a hand on Zhuang Wu. I just want to work with Zhuang Wu to create a new future, making him the benevolent king. Waz tried to persuade him again, but Manyashiko directly confronted him. You're really annoying. Waz immediately countered. You, a squanderer, have had your power taken by Swallows. What qualification do you have to criticize me? Manyashiko sneered. At least I can defeat you in seconds. What about you? Waz was hit where it hurt and turned back to Gates. Do you really want to collude with the Demon King? Gates stood firm. I will guide Zhuang Wu down the right path. The Demon King is a thing of the past. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Gates, Waz left with a parting remark about hoping he wouldn't regret it, while secretly calculating. If Gates won't cooperate, then I'll be the savior. Manyashiko frowned. Are we just going to let him go? That's too dangerous. Sanshui shrugged. I'm strong enough. Why worry about someone plotting behind my back? Manyashiko retorted. Just because you're strong doesn't mean they are. He pointed at Gates and Tsukuyami, who were heading to the hospital. Sanshui patted his shoulder. Trust your companions. Didn't you also give your power to Gates? After saying that, he pulled Sakura and transformed into golden particles, slipping away back to his 9-to-5 job. Manyashiko was stunned. Who leaves their companions behind like this? Complaining aside, he walked into the Aurora curtain. Dickie's power was gone, but the Aurora curtain was his own skill. So what was there to fear? On the other side, at the time Thief's gathering point, Swallows, Ulla, URU, and Gakukawa Filiu stood on either side, clearly planning something big. Swallows boosted Filiu. Waz sought cooperation, but was instead confronted. URU slapped his thigh in regret. We could have directly crushed the Time King, but it was ruined by the suddenly appearing Waz. Such a good opportunity only comes once. At that moment, Swallows, URU, and Ulla were all lurking in the dark, watching the entire battle unfold, and were extremely satisfied with Gakukawa Filiu's performance. Truly a trump card hidden by Swallows. If Gates hadn't intervened, the Time King would have been finished long ago. Swallows, however, remained calm. What's the rush? There are plenty of opportunities. The Time King can increase his combat power, and the variant Time King can too. He initially planned to wait until Zhuang Wu gathered all the main rider powers before unleashing Filiu as a trump card. But using it early was also fine. It would serve as high-intensity training for Zhuang Wu. Upon hearing that he could increase his power, Filiu's eyes lit up. As long as I can defeat Zhuang Wu, I'm willing to do anything. Swallows pointed his hand at Fili, and all the variant dials within him flew out, merging into a stream of black energy in the air, directly pouring into the variant Time King dial in Filiu's hand. This power will grow stronger with your hatred. Swallows sneered. Once this power fully hatches, Filiu's strength will be enough to pin Gates the Reviver to the ground. He waved his hand. Go complete your revenge. You know what to do, right? Filiu clenched the dial. His eyes filled with killing intent. He was supposed to be the chosen one. He had to take everything from Zhuang Wu. Ulla watched Filiu's back and frowned. Can he really do it? I always feel it's unreliable. Swallows mysteriously smiled. Don't worry. He's the most qualified Avenger. After saying that, he ruffled URU's hair and turned to disappear. URU brushed his hair aside, muttering, Swallows is getting less serious. But deep down, he secretly felt that this version of Swallows was much easier to get along with, and that sense of closeness wasn't bad. Suddenly, Waz's voice came from the side. Finally, I found you all. He transformed from a phantom to a solid form, and as soon as he stood still, Aura activated her taunting mode. Oh, isn't this the lost dog? If it weren't for you giving Gates a cheat, the Time King would have died 800 times already. You'll also raised his fist in caution. You are our enemy. Why did you suddenly appear? White clenched his fist, suppressing his anger. After all, he was a follower of the future savior. When had he ever been treated this way? But for the sake of the plan, he could only back down. Don't get me wrong. I'm not an enemy. You want to kill the Time King, and I want it too. Our goals align. Aura rolled her eyes. Who would believe that? What you've done is completely unrelated to our plan. White showed a video of the Time King being killed to seek cooperation. The Time Thief agreed to help him obtain the power of the final rider. Pay attention. White was already furious, and you'll added salt to his wounds. Why are you wandering around our territory instead of sticking to your savior? This hit a sore spot for White. He never expected that the savior Gates, who was supposed to kill the Time King, was now so close with Zhuang Wu. If he had known, he would never have given Gates a cheat. White clenched his fists, forcing down his anger, and opened the future diary. My goal is to support Gates as the savior and conveniently crush the Time King. Our objectives are completely aligned. He projected the scene from the diary where the resurrected Gates killed the Time King, pointing at the screen and shouting, "This is the future that should be." Aura stared at the screen, pondering for a few seconds. I'll reluctantly believe you this once. Tell me, what do you need our help with? We won't get involved in dangerous matters. White immediately breathed a sigh of relief and narrowed his eyes. You don't need to fight. I can handle the Time King myself. I just need you to help me obtain the power of the past nights. For you, it should be a piece of cake. Yul tugged at Aura's sleeve and whispered, right now, it's just the two of us who can act. Sweru's attitude is unclear, and if the remaining abnormal knights fail to contract, we'll just be ornaments. But Aura waved her hand. Let him finish his plan first. Seeing this, White quickly continued. What I want is the power of the final rider, Kaido Daiki. Once I have this power, defeating the Time King is a sure thing. Aura's eyes lit up instantly. Obtaining a knight's power is a piece of cake for the Time Thief. She immediately set a condition. No problem. But you must contract with me as an abnormal knight, and you have to leave the power of Kamen Rider Waz with me for safekeeping. So you don't pull any tricks. White nodded without a second thought. Deal. In his eyes, the power of the final rider combined with his own future power would double his combat strength. The power of Kamen Rider Waz was hardly worth mentioning. Seeing his straightforward agreement, Aura promptly decided, great. It's settled then. White was transformed into the abnormal final rider, and Sweru calculated everything from the shadows. Pay attention. Aura twisted her body, stepping closer to White. Yul raised his hand towards him, and the blank dial in his hand instantly lit up, remotely extracting the power of Kamen Rider Waz and sealing it into the dial with a whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the blank dial transformed into a special dial imprinted with the name Waz, glowing with an eerie light. Aura then picked up another blank dial, pressed the activation button, and slapped it on White Waz's chest, coldly shouting, "The end." The abnormal final rider dial activated on the spot, burrowing into White Waz's body like a living creature. Black energy swirled with blue arcs, and White Waz's form surged as he transformed into the abnormal final rider, throwing his head back and laughing maniacally. With this explosive power, I can snatch Gates' savior power and even take the Time King's power. At that point, I'll be invincible. Even the Demon King and the Savior will have to kneel to me. Aura stared at him, her tone icy. Be satisfied, but don't forget to fulfill your promise. White suppressed his madness, gritting his teeth. I don't need you to remind me. After saying that, his figure flickered and vanished. His first step was to seize Gates' power. As soon as White left, Sweru stepped out from the shadows, clapping his hands. Well done. He had been secretly watching the whole scene, letting White confront the Time King, which was just the right opportunity to give Zhuang Wu a hard push. Aura rolled her eyes. You didn't even go far. You're such an old fox. But Yul's eyes widened. Sweru, did you know White would come? Sweru posed mysteriously. Everything is guided by fate. Aura rolled her eyes in response. Cut the act. You clearly had the news figured out beforehand. Sweru was too lazy to argue with her and continued. Zhuang Wu is the chosen one, favored by fate, and will automatically attract people around him to help him walk the path of kings that has long been predetermined. Yul's eyes sparkled with admiration. Sweru, you're amazing. You can even see through such mysterious fate. But Aura immediately retorted. Then why do we go to such great lengths, creating abnormal knights and pushing Zhuang Wu? What was the point? Are you indirectly admitting that Zhuang Wu should be the king? Sweru looked at her as if she were a fool. Of course. It's to support the new king. That's the goal of us time thieves. Did you forget? Aura was stunned by his retort, clutching her stomach and frowning in confusion. Why can't I suddenly understand what you're really planning? Suoru calculated everything. White Waz was laying in wait for Gates, while Zhuang Wu encountered a tough opponent while searching for the dial. Pay attention. Aura stared at Suoru, internally criticizing him. Why can't this guy just speak straightforwardly? Why does he have to beat around the bush? Suoru sighed and explained. What I mean is that Zhuang Wu, born to be a king, relies on fate's favor. But that doesn't mean he can't be defeated. White Waz was also drawn in by Zhuang Wu's fate. We can just use him to crush Zhuang Wu. He secretly felt pleased. Only I have the strategy to become a king. Everyone else seems brainless. Aura suddenly reacted. Even Kagaya Fuyu was drawn in by fate? Suoru waved his hand. You wouldn't understand if I explained. Just remember that fate is on our side right now. We need to take advantage of this to pull the Time King down from his throne. Yule's eyes sparkled. Suoru, you're incredible. I'll listen to you. You can't be wrong. Aura rolled her eyes, muttering. That sounds nice, but in the end, it's just the two of us doing the work. It's really troublesome. As soon as she finished speaking, the three turned around and dispersed, each busy with their own matters. This world finally welcomed a brief period of calm, with no monsters causing destruction and no disasters knocking at the door. Tsukimi was assigned by Murasame to be Sakura's teacher, keeping a close watch on her during class. After all, Murasame said that knowledge is the most explosive weapon. Zhuang Wu, Gates, and Waz, however, were busy to the point of exhaustion. They were just missing the last main rider dial, which was the Den-O dial. Zhuang Wu scratched his head, looking troubled. Why has it taken so long? We haven't even seen a shadow of the Den-O dial. Gates was also extremely frustrated, yelling at the air. Waz could have just told us the location. In such a big city, we're like headless flies. How long will it take to find it? What if the one who transforms into Den-O isn't even here? Then we'll never gather them all. But Waz was determined not to help, refusing to reveal even a hint of information. Zhuang Wu suddenly stopped being frustrated and seriously said to Gates, I don't recognize the power obtained by cheating from Waz. The power between knights must be transmitted through trust between people, not forcibly taken or collected. As soon as he said this, Gates was stunned. He hadn't noticed during this time that Zhuang Wu had grown so much, completely different from before. Murasame, who was observing from the shadows, secretly nodded. Not bad. Not bad. Everything is going according to plan. Steady. Meanwhile, on the other side, White Waz, transformed into the abnormal final rider, was crouching on a distant rooftop, his eyes fixed coldly on Gates below. My savior, I'm giving you one last chance. He clenched his fists, determined. If Gates continues to stick with Zhuang Wu, then I'll completely abandon that thought and directly seize his savior power. Murasame wanted to meet the old F-Ma. Waz swallowed the transformation device and mutated into the final form, and Gates was anxious. Pay attention. Zhuang Wu's responsible demeanor clearly shows he can walk the path of a true king. However, Sanshui was calculating in his heart. He had to meet the future old Fong Mo Shi Wang soon. After making such a big commotion, old Zhuang Wu didn't react at all, which indicates that the current path is exactly what he wants his past self to take. After all, the power of Fong Mo allowed the old Fong Mo in 2068 to become independent from the River of Time, and the past has no influence on him. After resting, the group quickly split up to act. Gates went alone to the corners of the city to look for clues about the fake Kamen Rider Den-O. As soon as he turned the corner, he stopped. He could clearly feel someone was following him. Gates leaned against the wall and shouted, Come out. I know you're there. This sneaky style definitely wasn't he the time thief. Time thieves are always straightforward. There was only one answer. Waz. Waz appeared, clapping his hands. As expected of a savior, you actually discovered me. He stared at Gates, his eyes filled with greed. I'll be direct. The power of the mutated Time King has been enhanced, and I'm ready to seek revenge on Zhuang Wu. Join me in taking down the Time King. Opportunities wait for no one. Gates was stunned. The mutated Time King can get stronger? But he didn't trust Waz at all and directly refused. I can't take on Zhuang Wu. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Gates, Waz didn't waste words. He took out a mutated rider transformation device and popped it into his mouth. Gates was dumbfounded. Are you crazy? You can eat that? Aren't you afraid of choking? Purple-black light emanated from the device, flowing down by Waz's esophagus, and the trajectory of the light was clearly visible. The next second, the sound effect of the end. Final form exploded, energy enveloping Waz, and the mutated final form appeared directly. Gates was shocked. You actually asked the time thief for help? He quickly took out the time-space driver and strapped it to his waist. Zhuang Wu originally couldn't defeat the mutated Time King, and now that the opponent had gotten stronger, it was definitely dangerous. He had to quickly take down by Waz to provide support. Gates inserted the Gates device and the Reviver device into the driver. During this time, he hadn't been idle and had already mastered the Reviver form. Gates controlled the Reviver, but was left with after effects. By Waz's extraction was interrupted, and Kai Dong came to the rescue. Pay attention. After a period of practice, Gates finally mastered the power of the Reviver. But he also discovered a major problem. Using this power put an extreme burden on his body, and prolonged use would cause irreversible damage. But right now, he couldn't care about that. Zhuang Wu was in danger, and after effects didn't matter at all. Bai Waz watched Gates transform, slowly raising his hand to aim at him. That's right. Use your power to take me down. Gates quickly defended himself, but a beam of colorful light instantly enveloped him, making it impossible to resist. The power within Gates flowed along the light towards Bai Waz, who sneered, "Leave the Savior's business to me. Killing the Time King is a sure thing." Gates was furious and shouted, but couldn't move. His power was about to be drained. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out. "I can't let you have your way." The Aurora Curtain appeared, directly sweeping Gates away. Bai Waz exploded with anger. "Who is ruining my good deed?" Turning around, he saw Kai Dong standing at the entrance, grinning at him. Kai Dong shrugged. "I was wondering why the final form's power was unstable and disappearing. Turns out it's you messing with it." He had originally come to find treasures and Sure, following the fluctuations in power, and just happened to catch Bai Waz siphoning Gates' power, directly labeling Bai Waz as despicable. Bai Waz, however, didn't care. "I've finished my business. Even if Gates is rescued, he has done for." After saying that, he disappeared. He had already absorbed most of Gates' power and was just waiting for the mutated Time King to strike Zhuang Wu to deliver the final blow. Kai Dong sighed and decided to stay in this world for now, as he could feel Sure was also present. He released Gates from the Aurora Curtain, who weakly thanked him. "Thank you." Kai Dong smiled. "My name is Kai Dong. Let's take care of each other from now on." But Gates was eager to get up. "I'm in Guan Yu and Gates. I don't have time to chat. I need to help Zhuang Wu." After saying that, he staggered away, pulling out his phone to contact Zhuang Wu. Kai Dong shook his head, watching his back. Even in this state, he is still thinking of others. But he was calculating in his heart. Since Gates is the savior, it wouldn't hurt to give him a hand. He quietly followed behind Gates, muttering to himself, "I want to see what kind of person Zhuang Wu really is." Kagekawa Hate arrived in the second stage to bully Zhuang Wu. Zhuang Wu urgently called for Minyashi Sure to come to the rescue. Pay attention. Kagekawa Hate approached Zhuang Wu, power boiling within him. He could clearly feel that Zhuang Wu was nearby. Since encountering the Time Thief, Hate had already mastered the power of the Time King's second stage, and his combat power directly crushed the first stage of the mutated Time King, even able to rewrite history. But he despised playing dirty. He wanted to take Zhuang Wu down openly and humiliate him severely. On the other hand, Zhuang Wu was wandering alone in the city. Tsukuyumi was at home teaching Sakura, while Waz and Gates were looking for clues separately. The three acted more efficiently when apart and had agreed to contact each other via phone. In case of danger, they would rely on Minyashi Sure's Aurora Curtain for remote teleportation. This was also the reason Gates had the aura of the Emperor Rider. It was all part of Sanshui's prearranged plan. Suddenly, Hate blocked Zhuang Wu's path. "Zhuang Wu, you seem to be having a pretty good time lately." Zhuang Wu looked at the familiar face and couldn't recall who it was for a long time. Hate was silent for a moment and took out the mutated Time King device. "Looks like you've forgotten, so let me help you remember." As soon as Zhuang Wu saw the device, he panicked. "Ah, you're Kagekawa Hate." Last time, he couldn't even defeat Hate when he transformed into the second stage of the Time King, relying entirely on Gates for rescue. Now, facing him alone, he just wanted to run away quickly. Zhuang Wu secretly took out his phone to message Minyashi Sure, but Hate immediately saw through him. Thinking of running away? No way. He pressed the mutated Time King device to his waist, golden energy wrapping around his body, and the sound effect of Z0. Time King's second stage exploded. The mutated Time King second stage appeared, with shoulder armor resembling the Fong Mo Time King, thick armor shining with golden patterns, and the oppressive feeling was overwhelming. Zhuang Wu's face turned pale with fear. "Your power has actually increased again?" He hurriedly tapped his phone frantically, but there was no response from Minyashi Sure. Hate sneered, "Tremble. This is the power of a king. Hurry up and transform. Don't tell me you've already given up on resistance." Zhuang Wu had no choice but to harden his resolve and transform into the Time King's second stage, feeling a little bit safe with the armor on. However, Hate mocked. The mutated Time King's second stage against the Time King's second stage. How fair this is. Zhuang Wu rolled his eyes. Fairness? You're on a completely different level of combat power. Zhuang Wu was surrounded and kicked, urgently calling for reinforcements. Gates exploded with power, but encountered time issues. Pay attention. Zhuang Wu looked at Hate's mutated Time King second stage, frantically complaining in his heart. You could beat the first stage and pin me down. Now that you're in the second stage, it's even worse. What is the point of fairness? He looked around. There were no signs of the Aurora Curtain. Not even a shadow. Everyone had already hidden away, and there was no movement from Manyashi Sure. Zhuang Wu was so anxious he was about to cry. Manyashi Sure, what are you doing? On the other side, Manyashi Sure looked at the numerous unread messages on his phone, feeling a bit guilty. Isn't it bad for us to do this? Meanwhile, Sanshui was calmly fishing by the lake, saying, Don't worry. Swears will handle it. Manyashi Sure raised his eyebrows. I just regret not going to see the excitement. He put away his phone and got up. Are you going or not? Sanshui immediately dropped his fishing rod. Let us go. Not because he had been fishing without any luck all afternoon. The two directly entered the Aurora Curtain. The weak Gates hurriedly found Zhuang Wu, dumbfounded. Hate was surrounding Zhuang Wu with a mutated Armored Rider, Creation Rider, and Spirit Rider, all kicking him. Zhuang Wu swung his sword and knocked down the mutated Armored Rider. But the sky instantly changed from afternoon to evening, and the mutated Armored Rider immediately revived and continued to attack. Hate laughed maniacally. I can control time. You can't win at all. Zhuang Wu dodged the Spirit Rider's punch and urgently shouted, What do you want to do? Fei Lu's punch hit him in the chest, and Zhuang Wu flew out like a cannonball, crashing to the ground and lying there unable to move. Fei Lu frowned. So boring. He ordered the Aberrant Knights to finish him off. Seeing this, Gates, disregarding his physical burden, forcibly transformed into the Reviver. Gale. He staggered for a moment, turning into an afterimage and charging forward, unleashing 100 blast time explosion. In an instant, he took out all the Aberrant Knights. Amid the explosion, Gates stood in front of Zhuang Wu. Are you okay? Fei Lu glared at Gates with fierce eyes. You're stronger than Zhuang Wu, but not enough in front of me. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky turned completely dark, transforming into deep night. Those Aberrant Knights that had just been defeated had all revived. Gates looked up at the starry sky, completely stunned. He can actually change time? Zhuang Wu risked his life to hold him off and let Gates escape. Waz obtained the Deno card, and Minyashur was anxiously waiting for a rescue. Pay attention. Gates watched the resurrected Aberrant Knights, feeling dazed, while Zhuang Wu clutched his chest, coughing and unable to straighten up. His power has increased again, and it's so sinister. We can't beat him. After finally catching his breath, Zhuang Wu tightly grabbed Gates' shoulder. Listen, I'll hold him off. You hurry and find Senior Sanshui. Unable to contact Minyashur, only Gates' Gale form could escape. Every life counts. Gates exploded in anger without thinking. Let me run alone? No way. He patted Zhuang Wu's shoulder, and the two stood side by side. If they dared to face the Demon Time King, why fear an Aberrant Time King? Meanwhile, Waz was holding a card with a puzzled expression. This is the power of the last night? Kai Dong Dashi pointed at the card. The power of Deno is hidden inside, no doubt about it. Waz flipped the card to the front and immediately saw the image of Kamen Rider Deno, realizing, no wonder I couldn't find it even if I searched high and low. It was already taken by someone. He weighed the card repeatedly, wondering, can this card be inserted into the time-space driver? Seeing him hesitate, Kai Dong Dashi asked proactively, and Waz quickly waved his hand. I was overthinking it. Thank you for your help, Mr. Kai Dong. Seizing the opportunity, Kai Dong Dashi asked, I'm looking for Minyashur. Do you know where he is? Waz paused, since the Emperor Rider also fought using night cards. This person must have something to do with Minyashur. He didn't hesitate to sell out his teammate. He lives in the 9-to-5 hall, right next to the Demon King. As soon as Kai Dong Dashi got the news, he immediately took his leave. Waz tightened his grip on the card. I need to hurry and deliver this to the Demon King. He felt anxious, sensing that Zhuang Wu's side was definitely in danger. On the other side, Zhuang Wu and Gates were being chased by the Aberrant Knights like stray dogs. Minyashur watched anxiously. Aren't you going to lend a hand? Sanshui, however, was as calm as a seasoned dog. Just an Aberrant Time King. I believe they can hold on. If I step in, won't this game lose all suspense? Only by forcing Zhuang Wu into a corner can SanshuiGets trigger the Uma power hidden within him. Minyashur, holding a gun, made a stunning rescue. The Deno card instantly transformed into a dial, and Zhuang Wu gathered key combat power. Pay attention. Now the Time King was at the third stage. While the Emperor Time King didn't even have a shadow, Zhuang-Wu's path to kingship was still long. Sanshui wasn't necessarily forcing Zhuang-Wu to unleash the Uma power. Once Zhuang-Wu gathered the true power of all the main riders, he could lure out the Time Management Bureau hidden behind the scenes. By then, he could also get new knight powers, especially from the head of the Time Management Bureau, whose strength would be explosive. Minyashur could no longer hold back his eagerness. If you won't go, then I'll go myself. Just in time to play with the aberrant Time King. Sanshui held a dark golden dial, his power subtly fluctuating. He was recently developing a new way to use power, and it would soon be ready, which was also a secondary reason for not interfering with the plot. He calmly waved his hand. You go ahead with your skills. You can definitely handle Fei Lu. Minyashur immediately opened a dimensional wall and jumped in, right into the path of Gates, who was being chased to the brink of collapse by the aberrant knights. Gates, taking the hits, shouted, Minyashur, you're finally here. If you were any later, Zhuang-Wu and I would be done for. Zhuang-Wu looked up and was dumbfounded. Minyashur was actually holding an assault rifle. The next second, gunfire erupted, and bullets rained down on the aberrant knights. The aberrant knights laughed. With this broken gun, can it break our defense? Minyashur was anxious. What are you waiting for? Hurry and run. Zhuang-Wu and Gates seized the opportunity to escape to safety, with Zhuang-Wu filled with questions. Where did you get this gun? It's restricted. You can't normally get one. Minyashur casually tossed away the empty gun. Oh, just a collectible. Gates suddenly pulled out the Den-O card and handed it to Zhuang-Wu. I ran into Waz on the way, and he told me to give this to you. Minyashur was stunned upon seeing the card. How did the Den-O card end up with you? That's not scientific. Zhuang-Wu was troubled holding the card. But it's just a card. It can't be used in the time-space driver. Gates turned to Minyashur. Weren't you able to turn cards into dials before? Hurry and help. Minyashur, however, pointed at the card in Gates' hand, speaking very calmly. You don't need me to do anything. Just look for yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the Den-O card in Gates' hand flashed with light, instantly transforming into the Den-O dial. Zhuang-Wu and Gates were both stunned, exclaiming in unison, how did it suddenly change? This is too mysterious. Zhuang-Wu instantly transformed into the Emperor Time King, unleashing a powerful presence. The Heisei riders joined the fray, and the time for counterattack had arrived. Pay attention. Zhuang-Wu was still in shock when Gates directly shoved the Den-O dial into his hands. Don't worry about that. Just try it. As soon as Zhuang-Wu took the dial, it lit up instantly, causing the other dials in the 9-to-5 hall to light up as well, with all powers activating and transforming into beams of light flying above Zhuang-Wu, finally merging into a large golden dial. The Emperor Time King. Zhuang-Wu stared at the large golden dial in his hands, his eyes wide. This is incredible. Gates immediately recognized its significance. This is definitely the key for us to defeat the aberrant Time King. Hurry and transform. Minyashur also leaned in. Hurry up. I want to see how powerful the new form of my junior is. Zhuang-Wu didn't hesitate, pressing the Emperor Time King dial into the driver. Emperor Time King. The next second, the stone sculptures of 20 Heisei riders appeared behind him, with a large clock in the center showing rotating hands. As the sound effects of Rider Time, Kamen Rider Zio, Grand Time, exploded, the names of Kamen Riders Agito, Decade, W, and others were called out one by one, with celebratory music playing loudly. Celebrate. Kamen Rider Grand Zio. As the music faded, the riders transformed into sculptures imprinted on Zhuang-Wu's body. Golden armor paired with rider sculptures, making him look invincible. Zhuang-Wu looked at his hands, feeling the power within him. Punching power 58T. Kicking power 129. 2T. He can even summon the riders to battle, wield knight weapons. The head sculpture can even stop time, reverse time, and the summoned riders are effectively immortal. At this moment, Waz was attracted by the commotion, and upon seeing the Emperor Time King, he was ecstatic. Demon King, you've finally obtained the power of the Emperor. He smiled and shouted, this moment doesn't need celebration. Feel the birth of the new king. Gates pushed Waz. Where have you been? You show up only at a critical moment. Zhuang-Wu quickly said, you came just in time. We need to counterattack Fei Lu. If we crush him, the aberrant knights will disappear. Minyashur raised an eyebrow. Are you planning to go find him directly? I don't think much of your plan. Don't take it too lightly. Zhuang-Wu faced a massive shift in time and space. His uncle poked him in the waist with a carrot, as Fei Lu became the king of the world. Pay attention. Zhuang-Wu and the others couldn't fathom the abilities of the aberrant Time King at the second stage, and Minyashur was anxious. Charging in recklessly is just asking for trouble. You'll definitely suffer a huge loss. But Gates, clenching his fists with shining eyes, said, "What else are we waiting for? Let's charge in and beat that show-off Fei Lu down." Zhuang Wu just opened his mouth. "Then we'll need you, Minya sure, to activate the Aurora barrier." Before he could finish, everything before his eyes suddenly spun chaotically. In the next moment, Gates, Waz, and Minyashi all vanished, leaving Zhuang Wu standing alone on a street that was both strange and familiar. The entire city was dilapidated and desolate, completely different from its former prosperity. He shouted Minyashi's name several times, but there was not even an echo. Gritting his teeth, he headed towards the 9-to-5 hall. He would find them there. Gates and the others were most likely waiting for him. On the other side, Sanshui was watching from outside of time and space. Shocked, the history of this world had actually been altered. He guessed immediately that it was the work of Filiu using the power of the otherworldly Time King. And his heart tightened. He hoped nothing happened to Sakura. He quickly opened a dimensional wall and headed straight for the 9-to-5 hall. Filiu was standing at the entrance of a luxurious palace, surrounded by statues of otherworldly knights. He had long since transformed the world beyond recognition, proclaimed himself king, and taken everything from Zhuang Wu, just waiting to see the look of despair on Zhuang Wu's face. Ola walked over, frowning as he advised, rushing to use this power. "Aren't you afraid of unexpected consequences? It would be more prudent to wait until after defeating Zhuang Wu." But Filiu coldly laughed, his face full of madness. "I can't wait. With Emperor Kiva's help, finding him is too much trouble. Only by altering the world like this can I force him out and let him taste the bitterness of being forsaken by all." Ola rolled his eyes dramatically and vanished. Zhuang Wu finally reached the 9-to-5 hall and pushed the door open, habitually shouting, "Uncle, I'm back." The next second, his uncle, wielding a weapon, lunged at him, stabbing at his side. Zhuang Wu screamed in pain. "Uncle, are you crazy? What are you doing?" But his uncle, trembling, held up half a radish, pointing at him and shouting, "Demon King, get out of here." Zhuang Wu was confused. A radish? Even if it's a radish, getting stabbed in the side still hurts. He wanted to ask further, but his uncle, gritting his teeth, lunged at him again with the radish. Zhuang Wu was being stabbed by a radish. The Filiu refuge was being slaughtered, and Gates was confronting the otherworldly knights head-on. "Watch closely." Zhuang Wu dodged his uncle's radish stab, snatched the weapon, and urgently shouted, "Uncle, it's me, Zhuang Wu. Zhuang Shunichiro is gone." Seeing that Zhuang Wu hadn't attacked and looked familiar, his uncle slowly lowered his guard. Zhuang Wu then noticed that the 9-to-5 hall had completely changed. It was filled with clutter, crowded with the injured, and women were busy taking care of the wounded, all of them warily watching him. Zhuang Wu pointed at the injured and asked, "Uncle, what is going on? Who are these people?" His uncle sighed. "This is the Resistance Organization S Rescue Center. They're all brothers who fought against the enemy." Zhuang Wu was stunned. Resistance Organization? When did Japan have this organization? He caught sight of weapons and ammunition in the corner, confirming it wasn't a dream. Who were they resisting that could cause such severe injuries? What on earth happened to this world? Before Zhuang Wu could ask further, the communication device suddenly exploded with noise. "This is Tsukuyami. Otherworldly knights have breached the Filiu refuge. Requesting support. Requesting support." Zhuang Wu's heart jumped in his throat. "Uncle, where's the Filiu refuge? Tsukuyami can't handle the otherworldly knights." His uncle quickly pointed to the map. "It's on the east side of the city. Hurry." Zhuang Wu took a quick look at the map and dashed out. "Wait for me, Tsukuyami." His uncle watched his retreating figure and muttered, "What's with this young man?" He didn't even fully say his name before running off. Zhuang Wu ran frantically with only one thought in mind. If he found Tsukuyami, he would know where Gates was and understand what was wrong with this broken world. Meanwhile, the Filiu refuge had already turned into hell with a loud crash. The refuge's door was smashed in, and 2 otherworldly knights stormed in, their terrifying appearance making people weak with fear. The crowd screamed and fled. "The monsters are here to kill again. Run. My leg is broken. Someone pull me." The resistance fighters fired wildly, but the bullets hitting the otherworldly knights felt like mere tickles. The otherworldly knights casually swatted people away, killing them as easily as crushing ants. Gates heard the commotion and immediately transformed into Kamen Rider, charging forward, while Tsukuyami clenched her fists and followed closely behind. Showing no signs of panic, she had known she would face these monsters, but she didn't expect the enemy to break through the defenses so quickly. As the two arrived, they saw the otherworldly knights mercilessly attacking civilians. The scene so tragic, it made one's eyes redden. Gates angrily crushed the armrest. Sanshui's stand-in instantaneously took down the otherworldly knight, and Zhuangwu was shocked to see Kamen Rider Agito explode onto the scene. Watch closely. Gates' eyes turned red with fury as he deformed the nearby armrest, shouting at Tsukuyami. I'll take care of these two monsters. You quickly lead everyone to escape. Tsukuyami immediately nodded. Don't worry. I'll organize the evacuation right away. As soon as she finished speaking, Gates charged forward, blocking the attacks of otherworldly Moon Knight and otherworldly Ozu, creating a path for the civilians to escape. Seeing Gates act, the resistance fighters also raised their guns and shot wildly. But the bullets hitting the otherworldly knights didn't even spark. The crowd stomped their feet in frustration. Damn it. These useless guns can't penetrate their defenses. Is humanity really powerless against these monsters? While Tsukuyami fired to stop otherworldly Ozu's pursuit, she shouted to the resistance fighters, don't fight them head on here. Quickly take the injured away. Staying here will only get you killed. But before the crowd could retreat far, an unexpected event occurred. Otherworldly Ozu suddenly circled behind Tsukuyami and grabbed her by the neck. Gates quickly dodged a heavy punch from otherworldly Moon Knight, shouting, Tsukuyami, get out of the way. But he was tightly entangled by otherworldly Moon Knight and couldn't provide support. Tsukuyami's face turned red from being choked. And just as she was about to suffocate, a ripple suddenly appeared in the nearby space, and Sansui stepped out from the dimensional wall, just in time. Almost let the beautiful lady get into trouble. Behind him, dark golden energy gathered frantically, and in the blink of an eye, the upper half of Kamen Rider Agito formed, the aura instantly filling the air. Sansui crossed his arms and coldly stated, You monster, it's time for you to exit the stage. As soon as he finished speaking, Agito's lower body instantly solidified, his head six-angled and leaping into the air. Rider kick. With a kick engulfed in dark golden flames, he struck otherworldly Ozu, causing the otherworldly knight to explode into brilliant fireworks. Sansui stepped forward to help Tsukuyami up, putting on a gentlemanly demeanor as he asked, Beautiful lady, are you all right? Tsukuyami pointed at Agito, her face full of confusion. Are you also a Kamen Rider? Sansui smiled and shook his head. I'm not. He is my stand-in. I'm just a passing stand-in user. Tsukuyami was still pondering what a stand-in was when Zhuangwu's voice suddenly came from the entrance. Senior Sansui, what are you doing here? Zhuangwu had just witnessed Agito take down a monster in an instant, but as he approached, he was puzzled. Who summoned Agito next to Senior Sansui? Meanwhile, Gates, seeing Tsukuyami safe, finally breathed a sigh of relief, but kept a wary eye on Sansui, coldly asking, Who are you? Why are you here? Zhuangwu charged in to save Gates, but was countered by a chainsaw to the back, while all stopped to save the Time King. Watch closely. With the biggest weakness gone, Gates could finally fight otherworldly Moon Knight with all his strength. Zhuangwu hurriedly ran to Sansui and Tsukuyami's side, frowning at the battlefield. Why isn't Gates using his reviver form? Wouldn't that allow him to easily kill these otherworldly knights? While transforming, he suddenly recalled his uncle's reaction and felt a jolt in his heart. It wasn't that his uncle didn't recognize him. It was that this world had already changed. Gates either didn't have the reviver form or his memories had been altered. He wasn't the Gates Zhuangwu knew. Kamen Rider. Zhuangwu rapidly chanted the transformation, his golden armor adorned with senior reliefs, dazzlingly spectacular. He charged at otherworldly Moon Knight, delivering a flurry of punches, directly pinning the opponent to the ground, allowing Gates to finally catch his breath. But as Gates watched Zhuangwu's back, unfamiliar memories suddenly surged in his mind. He was the Time King, the Demon King I've always wanted to defeat. Zhuangwu had just taken down otherworldly Moon Knight and hadn't had time to turn back when Gates suddenly pulled out the reviver dial. Reviver Gates. Fierce. With a chainsaw, he lunged at Zhuangwu's back. Zhuangwu, caught off guard, fell to the ground, clutching his back in pain. Gates, are you crazy? Why are you stabbing me? Gates, however, had red eyes. Demon King. You must be plotting something. Udo quickly rushed over to stop him. He just helped us kill the aberrant knight. There's no hostility. Gates didn't listen at all, pressing the chainsaw directly against Zhuangwu's chest. You were deceived by him. This world has become like this because of him. Saying that, he swung down fiercely, and Zhuangwu screamed, clutching his chest and retreating repeatedly. Just as it seemed Gates was about to go for the kill, time suddenly stopped around them. You walked out from the corner, taunting. If you don't run now, you're done for. I'm only helping you this once. Zhuang Wu clutched his chest and hurriedly fled, feeling both wronged and angry. The whole world is like my enemy. This must be the doing of the time thief. We were set up by them. Once Zhuang Wu ran far away, URU released the time stop. Gates recognized him at a glance. Furious. Time thief. You really are helping the Demon King. Just now. I almost took him out. URU shrugged. Swura said it's useful for our plan that the Time King is alive. He can't die here. After saying that, he turned and vanished using his time abilities. Gates was furious and sought to settle accounts with the time thief. With Sanshui's stand, Yujito's fist wind stunned Gates. Look closely. Gates watched as the time thief and Zhuang Wu disappeared without a trace, clenching his fists and stomping his feet in anger. Damn time thief brat. If I catch him next time, he'll pay for this. At that moment, Sansui leisurely walked over. You're Gates, right? I'm Uchiha Sansui, a stand user. Gates suddenly realized that the person who saved Udo was still here and quickly spoke. I'm Gates, and this is Udo. Thank you for helping us fight the aberrant knight just now. Sansui turned the conversation. Don't just thank me. I have to say something fair. Zhuang Wu was stabbed with your chainsaw and punched, yet he didn't fight back at all. Do you two have some misunderstanding? Udo quickly chimed in. Yeah, Gates. I think Zhuang Wu is a nice guy, not at all like the Demon King in Legends. He even helped us take out the aberrant knight just now. Gates transformed back, scratching his nose a bit flustered. Even you say that. But he clearly became the Time King. That's the Demon King I've been trying to fight against. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Suddenly recalling his earlier question and turning to Sansui. By the way, Mr. Sansui, what exactly is a stand user? It sounds impressive. Sansui pointed at Yujito, floating behind him, speaking in a very cool tone. See this? This guy behind me is my stand. Yujito burns with dark golden flames, and the devices on him are flashing. Radiating en overwhelming aura. Sansui explained. When Filiu altered the world history, I was expelled to the outer side of time and space. And I took the opportunity to develop a new ability, manifesting knights with mental energy, plus the power of the Demon King. And there you have it, a stand. Moreover, if the stand gets hurt, I feel pain too. Just now, taking out the aberrant was all thanks to it. As he spoke, he raised his hand to retract Yujito, his eyes smiling. Most importantly, this stand doesn't need to go through a transformation process. It can attack whenever it wants, super agile. As soon as he finished speaking, Yujito suddenly appeared in front of Gates, its fist aimed right at his face. The powerful punch wind made Gates' cheeks hurt. His hair was blown all over the place, but the fist stopped just 1 centimeter from his nose. Sansui smiled as he retracted Yujito. Did you see that? It's that sudden, ordinary people can't react at all. It's perfect for surprise attacks. Gates' heart raced, his hands trembling a bit, a look of fear on his face. Wow. If that punch had really come down, I wouldn't have been able to dodge it. You would have taken me out. This stand is just too explosive. Sansui clapped his hands, casually. All right, let's drop this topic. Sansui searches for Sakura and encounters coldness. Zhuang Wu breaks through Filiu's conspiracy. Waz turns against him and kneels to the new king. Look closely. Sansui took out a photo of Sakura, asking Gates, and you do. Have you seen this little girl? He was worried. Sakura had not been in contact, and now all communications were cut off, making it impossible to find her. Yudu took the photo and examined it carefully. This girl is pretty cute, but I haven't seen her. Gates shook his head too. Sorry, we haven't seen her. Sansui put away the photo. I still have to find her, so goodbye. After saying that, he turned to leave, and Gates looked at his back, murmuring, that girl can't be his relative, and with the world in such chaos, I hope nothing happens to her. On the other side, Zhuang Wu, clutching his wound, wandered aimlessly, accidentally stumbling into a place. Standing in the center was a row of giant stone statues, all aberrant knights. In the very middle, surprisingly, was the transformation statue of Kakagawa Filiu. Zhuang Wu was stunned. Filiu has altered the entire world's history? At that moment, Filiu walked out in a king's outfit, smiling. Zhuang Wu, your expression is really interesting. Zhuang Wu angrily asked, why did you change the world? Filiu walked up to him and grabbed his collar. I'll say it one last time. I want to defeat you and take everything from you. After saying that, he forcefully pushed Zhuang Wu to the edge of the pool. Now everyone is against you. You have no chance left. Zhuang Wu propped himself up and looked up, still not realizing what was happening when Waz suddenly appeared, coldly looking at him, kneeling on one knee before Fili. You are the new king. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. Zhuang Wu was dumbfounded. Waz, why are you helping him? Didn't you always support me to become king? Was open the Fengma descending history. The pages were all blank. The history of Fengma is gone, so I naturally must pledge loyalty to the new king. At that moment, White Waz walked out from behind Filiu, striking a victorious pose. Zhuang Wu, this is my world. The savior Gates wants to kill you. Zhuang Wu then understood. He had stumbled into another timeline, the future after Gates defeated him. But he clenched his fists. Even so, I won't give up. The current me is no longer the old me. Zhuang Wu calmly analyzed the battle situation. The emperor summoned knights for an explosive scene, and Filiu was pushed to the corner. Look closely. Zhuang Wu calmed down to analyze the situation. The enemies in front of him were Filiu, White Waz, and Waz, with Waz not showing any hostility, so the main targets would be Filiu and White Waz. He touched the emperor's dial in his pocket, feeling confident. This game isn't necessarily a loss. Seeing Zhuang Wu not surrender, Filiu transformed into the Aberrant Time King, with the army of Aberrant Knights glaring hungrily behind him. Dare to resist? With a single command, I can tear you apart. Zhuang Wu climbed up from the pool, his wet clothes sticking to him, but his gaze was resolute. He pulled out the time-space driver and strapped it to his waist, inserting the Time King and Emperor dials. Emperor Time King. In a flash, he transformed, golden armor with reliefs, looking incredibly cool. Filiu was envious, his teeth itching. So you've gained more power. This should have all been mine. Zhuang Wu pointed at him with one hand. I will crush your ambitions and restore the world. Filiu charged first, the two clashing fiercely, with Aberrant Knights surrounding them for sneak attacks. Zhuang Wu initially had the upper hand, but he couldn't withstand the continuous harassment from the Aberrant Knights, gradually falling behind and being knocked down to the ground by Filiu's punch. Waz shook his head from the side. Demon King, why not use your ability to summon knights? Filiu raised a spear, aiming for Zhuang Wu's head, the spear radiating eerie energy dye. This hit will seriously injure you. Zhuang Wu lay on the ground, laughing. I almost forgot to use this move. He raised his hand to press the relief on his body. Kong Wu. A portal opened, and Kong Wu, accompanied by the finishing knight, kicked down fiercely, hitting Filiu hard. The sealing energy flowed through the spear into Filiu's body, and Filiu was caught off guard and blasted away. The Aberrant Knights swarmed in, and Zhuang Wu stood up, pressing multiple reliefs. I understand how to play now. Multiple portals opened, and numerous knights charged out with their finishing moves. Aura, hiding nearby, was stunned. He can actually summon so many knights at once? The knights' finishing moves pierced through the bodies of the Aberrant Knights. With explosions ringing out, all the Aberrant Knights were taken out. Filiu was also cornered by several knights' enhanced kicks. His breath unstable. You actually cleared all my Aberrant Knights. You're quite strong. Zhuang Wu summoned the Titan Sword of Kong Wu, charging forward and shouting. No more talking. Let us see the true skills. Fei Lu charged forward with a spear. Your attack is meaningless. The two collided fiercely once again. Zhuang Wu and Fei Lu engaged in a weapon struggle. Min Yashur carried a cannon to intervene, and a conflict arose again in the 9-5 hall. Watch closely. The weapon struggle between Zhuang Wu and Fei Lu sparks fly. Suddenly, Fei Lu used his ability to manipulate time, and in an instant, it turned to night, reviving all the defeated alien knights and surrounding Zhuang Wu tightly. Zhuang Wu cursed inwardly. You are really annoying. He suddenly exerted force to break through the defense, and the Titan sword slashed at Fei Lu's armor, but Fei Lu instantly healed himself by manipulating time. Give up. This is my territory. You can't win. While the two were in a stalemate, Baiwazi suddenly transformed into an alien knight and joined the battle. The one-on-two situation directly broke the balance, and Zhuang Wu instantly fell into a disadvantage, even summoning the main knight for help. The main knight was entangled by the alien knights, and Baiwazi also summoned miscellaneous soldiers to harass. Zhuang Wu was sweating in anxiety. If this continues, I'm done for. He endured while looking for an opportunity to escape, but the summoned knights were quickly defeated, and in the end, he was left all alone struggling to hold on. At this life-and-death moment, a missile exploded at Fei Lu's feet. Min Yashur, carrying a smoking launcher, shouted, Demon King, come quickly. Zhuang Wu was both surprised and delighted. Mr. Min Yashur. At the moment Fei Lu was stunned by the missile, Zhuang Wu followed Min Yashur and ran away, disappearing in an instant. Baiwazi was dumbfounded. Someone actually helped him. The Emperor Rider hasn't lost his memory? Fei Lu sneered. Even with his help, it's just a matter of prolonging the inevitable. The Emperor Rider has long lost his transformation ability. Bai Z waved his hand. I won't attack Gates for now. I'll wait for him to defeat Zhuang Wu before I make my move. Fei Lu sighed. You're really cunning. After a brief discussion, the two parted ways. Min Yashir ran with Zhuang Wu. Let's get back to safety. Zhuang Wu asked, where to? Min Yashir answered, to the 9 to 5 hall. Upon arriving at the shelter of the 9 to 5 hall, as soon as Zhuang Wu and Min Yashir entered, the atmosphere instantly froze. Gates pointed at Zhuang Wu and shouted angrily, It's you, Demon King. How'd you find this place? As the leader, he would not allow threats to come in. Zhuang Wu hurriedly waved his hands. Don't be excited. I mean no harm. I don't want to fight anymore. Just as Gates was about to take action, someone shouted from the side, Wait, Gates. Tsukuyami stopped Gates to prevent conflict. Sanshui and Sakura appeared, and everyone formed an anti-Fei Lu alliance. Watch closely. Tsukuyami grabbed Gates, who was about to transform, and urgently shouted, Don't act yet. Let's see what his purpose is. Gates, however, reddened his eyes. What is there to see? He is the Demon King. Keeping him around will bring danger to everyone. The shelter is full of the injured. If a real fight breaks out, we won't be able to withstand it, and the losses will be unbearable for anyone. Min Yashir quickly mediated, Everyone calm down. Don't draw swords at the first sight of each other. If you're worried, let's find a safe place to sit down and talk. Only then can we clarify things. Gates gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger, no longer impulsively taking action. Just then, footsteps were heard in the room. Sanshui walked out holding Sakura's little hand. Zhuang Wu's eyes lit up, and he shouted in surprise, Senior Sanshui, you're actually here. I thought it would be hard to see you again after we parted. Sanshui smiled apologetically. I was busy looking for Sakura's whereabouts and didn't pay attention to you. Sorry. Zhuang Wu looked at the unharmed Sakura and sighed with relief. As long as Sakura is okay, that's good. This world is so chaotic. It's too dangerous for a little girl to act alone. Tsukuyami and Gates were both stunned, with Tsukuyami pointing at the two. Actually know each other already? Gates was even more shocked. Sanshui had just arrived at the shelter and used her miraculous ability to heal many seriously injured people, making her synonymous with kindness in everyone's hearts. How could she know the notorious Demon King? The contrast was too great. Sanshui didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. I apologize for keeping it from you for so long. I do know Zhuang Wu. Moreover, this world has long been secretly altered, and your memories and perceptions have all been affected. Tsukuyami and Gates were instantly dumbfounded, with Gates scratching his head. The world has been altered? This sounds too much like a myth. How could humans possibly do such a thing? Zhuang Wu quickly added, It was the alien time King Kagawa Fei Lu who did it. As long as we join forces to defeat him, the world can return to normal, and all the alien knights in the city will disappear. Gates stroked his chin, pondering. Could they really eliminate all the alien knights at once? He was very interested in this. He suddenly fixed his gaze on Zhuang Wu, his tone serious. I can help you defeat Fei Lu, but if you dare to deceive me, once we deal with him, I will personally kill you. I won't go easy. Zhuang Wu smiled wryly and nodded. If I deceive you, you can handle me however you want, and I won't complain. While a few people were in serious negotiations, on the other side, Min Yashir was crazily eating. He had already swallowed several pieces of bread from the table and, after finishing, secretly stuffed some into his hat, fearing others would see him, with only Sakura standing quietly beside him, silently observing everything. After a brief exchange, everyone temporarily set aside their conflicts and reached a temporary consensus. Regardless of past grievances, there was only one objective now. They set their sights on defeating Fei Lu. Suddenly, a meteor appeared in the sky, and the main characters transformed to face the battle. Watch closely. Everyone has reached a consensus. There is only one goal: to defeat the alien time king Fei Lu and end the disaster in the world. Gates was so anxious he started pacing. Where's Fei Lu's lair? I want to charge in and defeat him right now. Zhuang Wu immediately replied. In the castle on the edge of the city. I've been there before. After confirming the target, Zhuang Wu turned to the seemingly transparent Min Yashir. Mr. Min Yashir, will you help us? Min Yashir, chewing on bread, replied indistinctly. Help. Definitely help. Everyone immediately set off. While on the other side, the time thieves had all gathered around Fei Lu. Aura was surprised to see Swallows had also come. Why did you come in person? Swallows pointed to the sky. Look up. Everyone looked up and saw a small bright spot in the sky that kept getting bigger. Bai Z's expression changed. It's a meteor. It's rapidly crashing into Earth. You looked skeptical. How could there suddenly be a meteor? It can't be a comet, right? Swallows clapped his hands. Forget about the meteor. Intelligence says Zhuang Wu has brought companions. Let's deal with the immediate trouble first. Fei Lu exploded in anger. Zhuang Wu dares to come? Last time he ran away with his tail between his legs. He is my prey. I will take care of him. Swallows nodded. Fine, Zhuang Wu is yours. Bai Zi closed his book. Then Gates is mine. I have completely lost hope in this savior. He must be defeated. Not long after, the main characters arrived at the courtyard, where Fei Lu and Bai Zi were already waiting. Fei Lu mocked. Zhuang Wu, you actually delivered yourself to my door. Saying this, he transformed into the alien Time King, and Bai Zi also transformed into an alien knight. Seeing this, Gates fully believed Zhuang Wu. It really is your doing. Minyashur took out the Emperor ArkDriver and hung it on his waist, leaving Zhuang Wu stunned. Mr. Minyashur, you can still transform into the Emperor Rider? Minyashur threw out the Emperor Rider card. This is a treasure given by a friend. Don't be dazed. Quickly transform and fight. The three shouted in unison to transform. Emperor Rider, Time King, revive Gates. After a flashy light effect, the three transformed into Kamen Riders, with Minyashur's simple transformation standing out among them. Fei Lu ordered, kill them. The army of alien knights surged forward, ready to tear Zhuang Wu and the others apart. Zhuang Wu summoned the main knights for a chaotic battle. The meteor crashed into the arena, and the Galaxy Knight descended with cosmic power. Watch closely. Zhuang Wu shouted, leave Fei Lu to me. You all go defeat the time thieves. Saying this, he pressed the relief, and the Heisei main knights were instantly summoned, landing and charging into the crowd of alien knights, engaging in fierce battles with their opponents. The scene became a chaotic mess, with the main knights and alien knights fighting fiercely. Gates and Minyashur exchanged glances. Let's go. Deal with the time thieves. The two rushed forward. Once they defeated the time thieves, the alien Time King would have no backing. White was suddenly transformed and blocked Gates. Savior, your opponent is me. Murasame noticed White was and suddenly thought of Kaido. What's that guy up to now? Gates switched to his swift form and charged. Mr. Murasame, I'll leave the time thief to you. Just as Murasame was about to move, he saw the time thief trio waiting on the opposite side. Suarez sneered. Murasame, I've taken your imperial power. How can you still transform? Murasame tilted his head and teased. I want to know why too. In fact, he had separated half of his power in advance, fearing this day would come. Suarez, not wanting to waste time, transformed into a different type of imperial rider. Let us see what you're made of. The two immediately started fighting. At this moment, the battlefield was a mess. Mitsubo, Sakura, Tsukuyomi, Waz, and others were watching from the side. White Waz was chasing Gates and beating him up. Zhuang Wu and Fei Lu were battling with their subordinates. Only Yuar and Aura were hiding far away. Suddenly, Sakura pointed to the sky and shouted, There's a strange aura in the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a light mass dragging a light trail, heading straight for the center of the battlefield. Mitsubo saw through it at a glance. It's Kamen Rider Galaxy, a tough character who can manipulate cosmic powers. Zhuang Wu and the others can't possibly win. Just as he finished speaking, the light mass revealed its true form. It was a small meteorite. With a loud bang, it smashed into the ground, sending shockwaves that knocked everyone down. Zhuang Wu, covered in dirt, got up. Why did a meteorite suddenly fall? Gates shouted from a distance. A meteorite is coming down. White was didn't he give Gates a chance to breathe and continue to press him. Murasame stared at the meteorite pit and asked Suarez, Did you do this? Trying to wipe us out with a drip strategy? Suarez directly cursed. Idiot. Am I that stupid? The Galaxy Knight meteorite appeared. One punch sent Fei Lu flying, while Mitsubo's dark gold rib defense exploded. Watch closely. Suarez coldly laughed while focusing on the meteorite pit. Just wait, he will come out soon. Just as Murasame shifted his attention, a figure emerged from the pit. Wearing strange armor and dragging a cloak, he stopped right in front of Zhuang Wu and Fei Lu. Zhuang Wu quickly asked, Who are you? Friend or foe? But Fei Lu exploded first. No kidding. He is definitely an enemy. He charged forward with a spear, wanting to vent all his frustration from the destroyed palace onto the opponent. Rude intruder. The strange knight raised his hand and threw a punch, which seemed ordinary but sent Fei Lu flying like a cannonball. The entire venue froze, and everyone was dumbfounded. What the heck? Fei Lu, who couldn't even beat Zhuang Wu, was actually one shot. This fighting power is too explosive. The knight scanned the area and coldly declared, I am Kamen Rider Galaxy, here to destroy this world. He immediately locked onto Mitsubo as the most dangerous target and transformed into an afterimage, charging straight at him. Prepare to die. This operation left everyone dumbfounded. Suara stroked his chin and wondered if this guy was bold or just stupid, daring to provoke Mitsubo. Murasame nodded in agreement. I have to give you a thumbs up. That's some commendable courage. Fei Lu was even more terrified, glad he hadn't recklessly provoked Mitsubo, or he would have been the one to get one shot. Sakura transformed into Akira, holding the briefcase sword and standing protectively in front of Mitsubo. Her gaze firm. If you want to hurt my brother Mitsubo, you'll have to step over my dead body. Galaxy completely ignored Sakura, gathering an energy ball with a destructive aura, and hurled it directly at Mitsubo. That's enough, Sakura. Mitsubo gently moved Sakura behind him. And just as the energy ball was about to hit, the dark golden energy suddenly erupted, forming a massive ribcage that shielded both of them completely. With a loud bang, the explosion sent surrounding debris flying, but the ribcage only cracked a few lines. Galaxy stood there in shock, disbelief written all over his face. This is impossible. My strongest attack couldn't even break his defense? Tsukumi looked at the ribcage, swallowing hard. What is that? It's like a human ribcage. That's too absurd. Fei Lu patted his chest, relieved. Good thing I didn't mess with Mitsubo, or I wouldn't even know how I died. Zhuangwu stared at the burning golden chakra flames on the ribcage, his eyes sparkling. So cool. Is this the strength of Senior Mitsubo? Mitsubo activated Susanoo to defend against Galaxy. He transformed into Evolve's black hole form, and Galaxy cowardly retreated to attack Zhuangwu. Watch closely. Zhuangwu fixated on Mitsubo's dark golden rib defense, his eyes sparkling. Senior Mitsubo can use magic? That is so cool. In the next second, Mitsubo's kaleidoscope Sharingan's power surged. This was Susanoo, enhanced by the power of the demon. Even in its first stage, it could easily withstand Galaxy's big move. He took out a white dial, staring at Galaxy with a sneer. Aren't you from the universe? Then I'll use an equally ranked rider to play with you. The moment he pressed the dial, the sound effects exploded. Are you ready? Black hole, revolution, fuhaha. Mitsubo transformed into Kamen Rider EVOL in black hole form. His armor was white on top and black on the bottom, adorned with dark golden patterns. And an invisible aura instantly spread, forcing Galaxy to take a step back. Galaxy, with disbelief on his face. You actually got stronger again. The sense of threat has multiplied several times. But Galaxy still pretended to be tough. I am a knight from the universe. You are just an ant on a broken planet. You can't win against me. This world is destined to be destroyed by me. As he spoke, he crazily drew energy from the universe, the planetary fragments on his body shining blindingly, trying to overpower Mitsubo with cosmic power. Mitsubo was immediately annoyed. Stop acting cool. Cosmic trash, shut up. He raised his leg and delivered a side kick, instantly creating a miniature black hole at his feet, distorting the surrounding matter. Galaxy was tightly pulled by the black hole's gravity, and he panicked. He can actually create a black hole artificially. He struggled with all his might to manipulate the gravity, barely breaking free, and ran away from Mitsubo. If he couldn't win, he wanted to change targets. He scanned the area, locking onto Zhuangwu and Fei Lu. I'll take care of you two obstacles first, then deal with Mitsubo. With that, he transformed into an afterimage and charged straight at Zhuangwu. Gates, quick to react, shouted. Zhuangwu, be careful. He is coming for you. Get out of the way. Suarez was still calmly watching the show, but suddenly squinted. He noticed Mitsubo had quietly raised his hand, palm facing the rapidly moving Galaxy, clearly about to make a move. Mitsubo activated the universal attraction to pull Galaxy back. The ground exploded and the sky fell, leaving everyone stunned. Watch closely. Mitsubo shouted angrily at Galaxy, who was trying to run away mid-fight. Running away halfway is not acceptable. Come back. Universal attraction. A gravitational core appeared in his palm, and his eye power locked onto Galaxy's trajectory. Under the boost of Evolve's black hole form, the gravity skyrocketed several levels. At this moment, Galaxy was rushing to kill Zhuangwu, already gathering an energy ball with a destructive aura in his hand. Zhuangwu tightened his grip on the time limit sword, ready to counterattack, when he suddenly noticed Galaxy's body flying backward, and the speed was increasing. Zhuangwu was stunned. Huh, what is going on? Although Galaxy was being pulled away, the energy ball was still flying toward him. Zhuangwu quickly swung his sword, Overlord Slash. The moment the sword touched the energy ball, an eye-piercing white light exploded. Not good. Danger. Zhuangwu dove behind a building to hide, and the next second, the explosion flattened Fei Lu's courtyard. Fei Lu, caught off guard, was blasted away, and the others quickly scattered to avoid it. Meanwhile, Galaxy watched the surrounding scenery rapidly retreat, looking completely confused. What is happening? In just a few breaths, I was pulled in front of Mitsubo. Mitsubo reached out and pressed down on Galaxy's head, forcefully pushing it down. Boom! Galaxy's head was directly embedded in the ground, creating a terrifying crack in the surface. Mitsubo grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Where's that arrogance from before? Dare to call me an ant? Without waiting for Galaxy to speak, he threw him into the sky. Just as Galaxy was about to feel relieved, he looked down and was instantly dumbfounded. Mitsubo's palm split open, revealing a huge cannon with a dark gravitational core floating in his palm. Even light was being sucked in. Sansui activated the gravity core, clasped his hands together, and shouted, "Earth explosion, heaven star." The Milky Way wanted to struggle, but was too late. The gravity core struck his back, taking him high into the sky to block the sun. In the next second, gravity surged countless times, and the earth, mountains, and building debris were all sucked into the sky, forming a massive rock ball in just a minute. Everyone was completely stunned, and someone asked in a trembling voice, "Is that a satellite? This power can change the terrain. It's simply godlike." With the sunlight blocked, the sky instantly darkened, and everyone's gaze was locked onto Sansui, filled with shock and fear. Sakura proudly showcased Sansui. The crowd ignored the chaos among the big shots. The Milky Way dial was in hand. Pay attention. Sakura transformed back into her human form, holding a book nearly as big as her chest. Looking smug, this group finally understood how powerful Brother Sansui was. But she knew in her heart that this was just the tip of the iceberg of Brother Sansui's strength. His immortal form, reincarnation eye, and complete Susanoo had yet to be displayed. Sansui sat calmly in a chair and spoke lightly. "The intruders have been dealt with. You can continue fighting." His voice was not loud, but precisely reached everyone's ears. Sakura obediently stood behind him, coldly watching everyone. In her eyes, these people were like gladiators in a duel arena, fighting to perform for Brother Sansui. Olzu stared at the rock ball in the sky, trembling in fear. "Sweras, can we really overthrow the Time King?" The Milky Way was easily dealt with. We aren't even enough to fill his teeth. Aura forced himself to remain calm and patted his shoulder. "Don't be afraid. If he wanted to strike, he would have already. We can control time." Sweras did not respond and turned to Mandashi. "Let's continue." Mandashi drew his cardbox sword and charged forward. No matter how strong Sansui was, it wouldn't shake his determination. Zhuangwu stared excitedly at the rock ball and shouted, "Senior Sansui is too amazing. This power is godlike." He had long become a little fan of Sansui, eager to learn how to use this ability. Fei Lu had a complicated expression. He knew Sansui was not using his full power, but even so, he did not give up. "Zhuangwu, look over here." Seizing the moment while Zhuangwu was distracted, he launched a surprise attack with his spear. Zhuangwu, hurt and coming back to his senses, hurriedly defended but still got injured. On the other side, Gates was once again being beaten by Whitewash. The scene exactly the same as before, with everyone tacitly ignoring Sansui. No one wanted to provoke this big shot who struck with lethal moves. Sansui looked up at the Earth explosion, Heaven Star. Next, it's your turn to be dealt with, Milky Way. He understood that the Milky Way was the embodiment of pure power, an entity that came from the distortion of time and space in the original work. He took out a blank dial and aimed it at the seal, instantly absorbing the Milky Way's power. Kamen Rider, Milky Way. An exclusive dial landed in Sansui's hand, and the Milky Way's power was completely in his grasp. Sansui played with the Milky Way dial in his hand. Sansui backed up Milky Way's power for Sakura. Feeding her taiyaki as a pet sister, Gates got the royal form to blow up the scene. Pay attention. Sansui finished backing up the Milky Way's power in the driver and casually threw the dial to Sakura. "The power of the Milky Way is yours now." Sakura solemnly received it and tucked it into her pocket. She knew too well how powerful this force was. Brother Sansui's trust made her secretly determined. She had to become stronger so that she wouldn't need to rely on her brother when danger came. Seeing Sakura's serious little face, Sansui frowned slightly. "Sakura, don't be so serious. Come here." Sakura walked over to him in confusion, and Sansui smiled. "Open your mouth." When Sakura opened her mouth, he took out freshly made taiyaki from the dimensional wall, adjusted it to a suitable temperature, and fed a small piece into her mouth. Sakura's eyes lit up instantly. It's my favorite taiyaki. She squinted her eyes, chewing happily, filled with happiness. Sanshui then presented a plate of taiyaki and oolong tea floating in front of her. Eat slowly. There's plenty. Watching Sakura regain her childlike demeanor, Sanshui's lips also curled up. On the other side, the battle was nearing its end. Suarez and Mandashi watched as powerful moves filled the sky, engaging in close combat. All while acting, they were merely playing with flashy light pollution, not truly putting in lethal blows. Meanwhile, Gates, being beaten by White Waz, finally awaited his savior. Kaido Daiki shouted, "Gates, I have a gift for you." Throwing a rider card. The card merged in the air into something resembling the Emperor's dial and landed at Gates' feet with a thud. Gates lunged to pick up the dial, dodging White Waz's attack. And the dial chimed. Royal Gates. White Waz was stunned. How is this possible? The savior has become stronger again. Kaido Daiki urged. Quick, transform and give it a try. Gates pressed the dial, turning the time driver, and suddenly a large number of dials appeared around him. The transformation sound effect exploded. Rider time. Kamen Rider Go Eyes. Majesty time. Kamen Rider. Jeets Majesty. After a concert-like special effect, Royal Gates made his appearance, cloaked, covered in dials, both imposing and with a hint of contrast. Black Waz immediately felt his professional instincts kick in, stepping forward unnaturally, saying, "Celebrate." Black Waz congratulated Royal Gates. Gates instantly countered White Waz. Fei Lu unleashed a major attack to knock Gates down. Pay attention. Black Waz loudly congratulated. The true savior who redeems his people from dark suffering and retrieves the light of the future, named Kamen Rider Royal Gates. This was the moment of his birth. As soon as the words fell, Gates flicked his cloak and confidently charged at White Waz, his royal power surging within him. He felt invincible. Glancing at Zhuang Wu's predicament, Gates decided to resolve things quickly, pressing the termination switch and rotating the driver. El Salvatore time burst. He leapt into the air, 20 Phantom Vice Riders appearing behind him, instantly merging into his body, and delivered a rider kick at White Waz. White Waz panicked, unleashing all his defenses, but in front of Royal Gates, that defense was as fragile as paper. Gates penetrated his body on the spot, and White Waz was defeated instantly. The only enemies left on the field were Suarez and Fei Lu. The transformed White Waz was defeated, the dial falling to the ground and shattering into pieces. He lay on the ground unwillingly. Why can you keep getting stronger? Gates looked confused. I don't know. The royal form was given to me by Kaido Daiki. Black Waz jumped out. Leave this to me. You go help Zhuang Wu. The next second, right in front of Gates, he swallowed White Waz whole and licked his lips. Now he won't cause any trouble. Gates felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly turned to support Zhuang Wu. At this moment, Zhuang Wu was entangled with Fei Lu, fighting while adapting to the Emperor's power, gradually able to exchange blows with the abnormal Time King. Fei Lu aggressively attacked Zhuang Wu's openings. Give up. Your body is already covered in wounds. Zhuang Wu rolled to dodge, throwing the Titan's sword. Fei Lu slapped the sword away, charging up to deal a lethal blow. I've had enough fun. Now it's time to finish you. Just then, Gates arrived. Fei Lu sneered. White Waz is actually down. Perfect. Let's clean up together. He raised his hand, unleashing a long-prepared, full-force attack towards the two. Gates was quick, pushing Zhuang Wu aside and bracing himself for the impact. Though Royal Gates was strong, he couldn't withstand the full-force strike from the abnormal Time King and let out a terrible scream, crashing to the ground, unable to get up. Gates sacrificed himself to save Zhuang Wu. Under a sneak attack from the abnormal Spirit Rider, Zhuang Wu angrily surged with the power of the demon. Pay attention. Zhuang Wu was pushed aside by Gates, avoiding Fei Lu's lethal strike, but Gates fell to the ground. Zhuang Wu hurriedly crawled over. Gates struggled to speak. I'm Fine. But the rider armor on him was sparking with arcs of electricity, and in the next second, he was forced to cancel his transformation, returning to human form. Zhuang Wu's face darkened. Gates had suffered like this to save him. His anger surged to the top of his head. Kagakawa Fei Lu. Fei Lu, however, looked satisfied. You finally understand my feelings a bit. Not waiting for Zhuang Wu to speak, Fei Lu brought up old grievances. Back then in the car, my parents and a whole bus of people all died. Because of you, I will slowly collect this debt. Saying this, he pointed at Gates. Puffed. With a crisp sound, Zhuang Wu looked down in shock. An alien spirit rider had emerged from the ground, directly piercing Gates' chest. Gates looked at his chest in disbelief, coughing up blood mixed with organ fragments. Zhuang Wu touched the blood on his face armor, finally believing it was real, Gates was undoubtedly doomed. Suarez and Minyashur caught a glimpse of this scene while fighting, muttering, "Filiu has gone too far. Gates' heart is gone. There's no saving him." On the other side, Sanshui was feeding Sakura and glanced over, shocked. This is going to force out the Oma Wang? But he quickly reassured himself. Even if Zhuang Wu became Oma, he could still conceal the fluctuations as long as he got the veteran driver dial. Zhuang Wu noticed Gates' body growing cold and quickly took out the second-tier Time King dial, hoping to save him by reversing time. But when he pressed the dial, there was no response. Filiu laughed wildly. "Want to reverse time? Have you consulted my alien Time King's second tier? I can control time and space too." Zhuang Wu was completely enraged, an unnamed fire burning through his soul. Gates suddenly had a moment of clarity, grabbing Zhuang Wu's chest armor. "Quickly become Oma Wang. I believe in you." Before he could finish, his hand fell to the ground. Tsukimi cried out, "Gates!" Zhuang Wu's expression darkened. The power of Oma surging wildly within him, golden patterns beginning to crawl up his waist driver. Filiu, however, still held firm. Useless rage. "Next, it's your turn." Tokime Zhuang Wu. Filiu summoned aliens to surround Zhuang Wu. Suarez called upon the 5 major villains. Zhuang Wu activated Oma, overpowering the scene. "Pay attention." Kakawawa, Filiu sneered, pointing at Zhuang Wu, as hordes of alien knights rushed towards the furious Zhuang Wu. Suarez and the halted Minya watched the spectacle, with Suarez even clapping. "Wonderful. You actually forced out the power of Oma." But then he thought, all the credit was taken by Filiu. How could he claim his reward from Sansui? No way. He had to stir up some trouble. Ignoring Minya, Suarez directly revealed his trump card. A curtain of auroras appeared behind Filiu, with countless figures surging out. The 5 leading figures exuded overwhelming pressure. It was Sagittarius, the god of games, Zero, and Utopia, all with the strongest villains from other worlds. Minya rolled his eyes. "You actually learned this move? You've grasped the power of the Imperial Riders." If he faced Suarez alone, it would still take some effort. The 5 major villains stood before Filiu, followed by a large number of monsters and flying creatures, filling the sky, making the already ruined world even more chaotic. Suarez was satisfied. Now, this is the final show. Minya couldn't be bothered to deal with him, turning to dismantle the Aurora Curtain if he didn't act. The monsters would never end. Was transformed into ninja form, frowning. "Too tricky. Zhuang Wu's aura is also off." Filiu looked at the sea of monsters, completely elated. "Zhuang Wu, you're completely done for. With you and those few companions, how could I possibly lose?" Saying this, he unleashed his killing move, charging at Zhuang Wu, aiming for his vital points. But Zhuang Wu completely ignored him, calmly shouting, "Transform." Filiu was dumbfounded. "Are you crazy? It's this time, and you're still pretending?" The next second, a terrifying pressure slammed down. Filiu was forced to stop, watching in disbelief as Zhuang Wu's driver transformed into the dark gold Oma driver. Zhuang Wu activated the sides of the driver, and the ground erupted with a massive phantom clock, splitting the earth open with a bottomless chasm. Filiu panicked. "Impossible. How'd you get stronger again?" Before he could complete his transformation, he was pinned to the ground. High-temperature lava spewed from the ground crevice. The energy ring surrounding Zhuang Wu shrank, and a majestic voice resounded. "Blessing time. The most benevolent, the most virtuous, the highest, the strongest king, Oma Z0." Zhuang Wu transformed into Oma Wang. A single punch sent Filiu flying, and all 5 major villains were crushed. "Pay attention." As a majestic voice fell, all anomalies were absorbed into Zhuang Wu's body. Oma Wang made his first appearance in this era. You panicked on the spot, struggling to speak. "Impossible. The day of Oma hasn't arrived yet. How could the Time King?" Although Aura was scared, she quickly understood. You're wrong. Today is the day of Oma." Suarez stared at Zhuang Wu, his eyes filled with greed. "I really want to take that power." Seeing Sansui unresponsive, he secretly ordered, "All monsters, attack Oma Wang." The 5 major villains led the charge, and Filiu regained his composure. No matter what, Zhuang Wu must die today. Sansui watched in silence. Although the plot has deviated, Zhuang Wu has ultimately become Oma. Just right for this kid to experience the worth of Oma. After Zhuang Wu transformed, he directly pressured Waz to celebrate. Waz first froze. Is the old Demon King here? Only to react and be forced to operate. Celebrate. The ultimate Time King who transcends time and understands the past and future. He is Oma Wang. At this moment, history turns to its final chapter. Just as Waz was celebrating, the enemy's attacks were all frozen in midair by an invisible force, unable to move. Feel you, not believing in evil, charged up to strike. And Zhuang Wu sneered. You think you can win against me with the power of all knights? A punch directly pierced through Filiu, smashing his remnants into the ground, exploding into fireworks. You and Aura were dumbfounded. This power is too terrifying. Even more shocking came next. Zhuang Wu used non-repeating techniques, taking out the 5 major villains one by one. These once formidable characters couldn't withstand even one of his moves. Zhuang Wu finally felt the terror of Uma. He had only used a small portion of his power. He looked up at the flying monsters in the sky and then locked his gaze on the distant Swerus, the root cause of all chaos. Next is you. What a powerful force, Swerus exclaimed, watching all the bosses he summoned being taken down by Zhuang Wu one punch at a time. This crushing level of strength was simply not on the same level. Zhuang Wu walked up to Swerus, pointing at him with one hand. Swerus, do you have any last words? All suffering will end today, Swerus said bluntly. At this point, what else is there to say? If before he wanted to steal the power of Uma, now he was just Sanshui's lackey. Swerus was no match for Uma. Sanshui intervened to protect his lackey, putting all the pressure on Waz. Pay attention. Swerus now completely looked down on the power of Uma. Zhuang Wu's strength was far from Sanshui's, but the two had enmity, so they still confronted each other directly. The moment they made contact, Swerus was overwhelmed, gasping for breath. He simply couldn't withstand the power of Uma. Even if Zhuang Wu had just awakened, he was not someone he could mess with. Zhuang Wu crushed forward, forcing Swerus to retreat step by step, quickly signaling to the onlooking Sanshui, hurry and save me. If you don't come, your loyal lackey will be done for. Sanshui gently woke Sakura, who was curled up like a kitten in his arms. Wake up, Swerus is going to be beaten to death. Sakura rubbed against his chest, reluctantly jumping down. It's rare to spend time with brother. Sanshui patted her head. Be good. I'll compensate you later. Just as Sanshui walked up to Zhuang Wu, he saw Zhuang Wu about to unleash the Uma, finishing move to end Swerus. Wait, Zhuang Wu. Sanshui quickly shouted to stop. Zhuang Wu halted his action, looking puzzled. Senior Sanshui, why are you stopping me? It turned out that after transforming into Uma, Zhuang Wu entered the Uma chat room and learned that Waz was from the Time Management Bureau. And he also heard from the old Demon King. Sanshui once gave the old Demon King a dial, helping him break out of the encirclement of the Time Management Bureau, making him an absolute ally. So Zhuang Wu chose to trust Sanshui, waiting for him to explain. Sanshui pointed at Swerus. Keeping him alive is useful. You know about the Time Management Bureau, right? They're the biggest enemy. They are dissatisfied with the Heisei era, and once you collect all the main rider dials, they will come to steal the Emperor dial, destroying Heisei history. Zhuang Wu frowned. But I'm now Uma. The Time Management Bureau won't intervene, right? Sanshui smiled. Don't worry. I've already isolated the timeline of your transformation into Uma. They won't notice. After saying this, Sanshui coldly glanced at Waz. You will keep this a secret, right? All eyes instantly focused on Waz, the pressure rising to the max. Waz wiped his cold sweat and quickly pledged his loyalty. I will keep it a secret. My Lord Demon King, you can always trust your loyal retainer. He exchanged glances with Sverus. Keep you around to help us fight against the Time Management Bureau. Sverus immediately understood, quickly storing all summoned monsters and strange beings into the dimensional wall, then stood behind Mizu like a loyal minister. Aura and URU quickly followed suit. There must be a reason for Sverus' actions. Sakura was immediately displeased, glaring at Sverus. Is this rookie trying to take my job? As long as Mizu and II is safe, that's all that matters. Her death glare scared Sverus and the others back a few steps before Sakura finally withdrew her gaze. Sverus wiped his sweat. This little girl looks cute, but she's surprisingly ruthless. His loyalty to Mizu increased. He dared not betray her for fear of being taken out. Zhuang Wu ignored this and focused on Mizu, pressing for answers. What did you just say you intercepted? My demon time? Mizu explained. I extracted your demon time timeline separately. And in the eyes of the Time Management Bureau, you still look the same. He stretched out his hand, a blank dial floating in his palm. And in the next second, his figure vanished into another space, where all past, present, and future could be seen. When Mizu returned, Zhuang Wu's demon power began to fade, and his armor and driver reverted to their original forms. Zhuang Wu and Waz were dumbfounded. How is this possible? The demon power is as if it never existed. Looking at Mizu's hand, the blank dial transformed into the dark golden demon time, King Dial. Sverres was completely convinced. Even the demon power can't withstand Mizu's strength. This is terrifying. Zhuangwu pointed at the dial, wanting to ask, but Mizu directly tossed it over. Take it, use it when needed. Next, we prepare to deal with the Time Management Bureau while the world hasn't restored yet. Lure them over. Zhuangwu caught the dial, formulating a plan in his mind. Once this is over, I will revive Gates and the innocent, reset the world so that no one is reborn with painful memories. Once ready, they began. Mizu reached into the dimensional wall, pulled out the ride watch, and tossed it to Zhuangwu. After catching it, Zhuangwu restored the Emperor Time King Dial back to the Heisei 20 main rider's dial. Zhuangwu switched to the ride watch to attract the Time Management Bureau. The Balkis throne made its appearance, and the Emperor transformed to confront it. Watch closely. Zhuangwu switched the future ride watch for the true ride watch given by Mizu. The Emperor Time King Dial instantly reappeared, directly triggering the invisible switch. The Time Management Bureau immediately locked onto this timeline. Middle-aged Zhuangwu confirmed that Zhuangwu collected the true Heisei main rider dials and immediately ordered, kill the false king. Erase the history of Heisei riders. In the next second, a massive building with a throne emerged from the ground. Everyone's attention was drawn to it, and was quickly reminded Zhuangwu, "My Lord Demon King, be careful. The head of the Time Management Bureau, Tokiwa S0UG0, is terrifying." Zhuangwu nodded. He already knew from the demon chat room that the biggest threat was Kamen Rider Balkis. This guy can nullify Heisei Rider's abilities. He's a complete rogue. Zhuangwu stared at the throne and realized. Mizu Senpai and Sverres are here because he possesses the power of an anomalous rider, using the anomaly to confront Balkis. Senpai has calculated this step. Seeing this, Mizu gestured for Zhuangwu to ascend the throne. Go. The Time Management Bureau is definitely waiting for you to sit down for a sneak attack. Waz immediately complied. "My Lord Demon King, please." Meanwhile, the heavily injured Fury lay on the ground, filled with jealousy. "Why can you reach the top?" "I'm not satisfied." But no one paid him any mind, as everyone focused on Zhuangwu as he stepped closer to the throne. Tsukuyami held Gates' corpse, watching as Zhuangwu's hand just touched the edge of the throne. Suddenly a light pushed him down. Several people dressed like Waz appeared, and the red-clad middle-aged leader directly sat on the throne. Tokiwa Zhuangwu. The false king should exit the stage. This man was indeed Tokiwa S0UG0. Waz immediately pledged his loyalty to him, while Zhuangwu coldly questioned, "Who are you?" Tokiwa S0UG0 sneered. "I am the head of the Time Management Bureau. The Heisei era should say goodbye." Saying this, he took out the Balkis ride watch and turned it. "Balkis, insert into the driver and transform." Zhuangwu dodged the flame attack, pulled out the Emperor dial. Emperor Time King. Lightspeed transformation. Tokiwa S0UG0 raised an eyebrow. "Oh, the false king still wants to stop me?" Balkis crushed the Heisei riders. Zhuangwu revived Gates, the royal form rescuing the situation. Watch closely. Balkis and the Emperor Time King faced off directly. Tokiwa S0UG0 looked disdainfully. The mere power of Heisei riders is nothing to mention. As soon as he finished speaking, Matoi, Daiki, and Sverres jumped out from the dimensional wall, standing in a row with Zhuangwu. Emperor, Anomalous Emperor, and Emperor Time King, three battle powers gathered. Tokiwa S0UG0 rubbed his forehead in resignation. "Just you guys? You can't possibly defeat me. The power of Heisei riders is trash to me." He drew the shadow sword and charged directly into the three, attacking wildly. Zhuangwu finally understood what it meant to not break defense at all. Their attacks were all ignored, and Balkis could withstand the damage and brutally beat Zhuangwu. Every strike a critical hit. This was simply impossible to fight unless using demon power. "Useless. Your attacks mean nothing to me." Tokiwa S0UG0 casually stabbed at the riders summoned by Zhuangwu, whether in final form or berserk form. None could break through his defense. Sverres panted. A gruesome wound opened on his chest. "The anomalous armor is like thin paper. My damage to him is like just scratching the skin." Matoi Daiki dodged a fatal blow and shouted urgently, "Zhuangwu, revive Gates. He is the future rider. Maybe he can handle this monster." Zhuangwu decisively pulled out the second phase Time King dial. "You guys hold on first, I'll go bring Gates back." Matoi Daiki took a deep breath and charged up again, while Sverres could only struggle to hold on. Zhuangwu reached Gates' side and activated the dial. After awakening the demon power, his time manipulation ability skyrocketed, and reviving Gates was no problem. Tsukumi watched as Gates on the ground trembled crazily, then stood up with a dazed expression. Where am I? Zhuangwu pulled him and ran. Transform quickly. There's no time. Gates transformed into royal form while running. Just in time to hear a scream. Matoi Daiki was sent flying and landed at their feet. A long time no see, Gates. Matoi Daiki lay on the ground, struggling to greet him, while Gates widened his eyes. You died too? At this moment, Sphera's voice came. Zhuangwu, hurry up. I can't hold on much longer. Under Balkus's frenzied attacks, even with anomalous emperor abilities, Sphera's was on the verge of collapsing. Zhuangwu pushed Gates to confront Balkus. The great demon machine opened a time-space tunnel, and Sakura brought Akira to the rescue. Watch closely. Zhuangwu held onto the just-revived Gates, explaining and reminding. Balkus is the enemy. Heisei power can't touch him. You are the future rider. You can handle him. Sphera's is now an ally. Don't accidentally hurt him. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly pushed the still-dazed Gates in front of Balkus. Gates was stunned. Sphera's is an ally? Didn't I die? His memories just restored. He hadn't sorted things out yet, when Balkus kicked him away, raising the shadow, sword straight for his neck. Gates, in pain, suddenly regained his senses and angrily punched the sword. Zhuangwu, Matoi Daiki, and Sphera's were all stunned. Is Gates going crazy? That sword can penetrate rider armor. Just as the shadow sword was about to stab into Gates' face, Sphera's urgently opened the dimensional wall to save him. Balkus scoffed derisively. Is that all you've got? You can only live a few more minutes. He immediately awakened all the great demon machines underground, planning to use them to build a time tunnel to erase the entire Heisei era along with its people and history and restart the era. The great demon machines buzzed and flew into the sky, forming a circle, and the ethereal time-space tunnel directly manifested with a strong suction force pulling. All people born in Heisei were being sucked up into the sky, with only Zhuangwu and a few others barely able to stabilize themselves with rider power. Zhuangwu quickly used Gates to rewind time and heal his injuries, his brow furrowed. We must crush Balkus. But the Heisei power felt like a mere tickle against him. This guy is too unreasonable. Just as he touched the second stage of the Time King dial, intending to pull out the trump card, Sanshui, who was watching from behind, suddenly spoke up. Sakura, go help them out. Sakura immediately nodded in response. Okay, brother Sanshui. She stepped forward quickly, her obedient demeanor disappearing, coldly staring at the still smug Balkus, internally complaining. Zhuangwu and his group are so useless. I have to step in. I must show off my strength in front of brother Sanshui. The next second, the transformation sound effect exploded. Authorization successful. Kamen Haida Ichigo. The suction of the time tunnel was still rising. Debris and building wreckage on the ground were swept into the sky, and the cries for help from the Heisei citizens echoed. Zhuangwu, Minyashur, and Swaruzi were struggling against the suction, unable to approach Balkus at all. Balkus looked at the chaotic scene, his mouth almost curling up to the sky. Useless. The Heisei era will definitely perish today. None of you can stop me. Gates covered his recently healed hand, staring at Balkus with gritted teeth, but thinking about how the opponent was immune to Heisei power. He didn't dare to rush in recklessly. At this stalemate, Sakura's Kamen Rider Ichigo armor glowed with dark purple light. She clenched her fist, and with a push of her feet, she charged out, her speed leaving an afterimage, directly approaching the still arrogant Balkus. Sakura, powered by Kamen Rider Ichigo, went wild, predicting and crushing Balkus. Even with his severed arm restored, he was still being hunted down. Look closely. This ruined world is filled with negative energy, all becoming nutrients for Ichigo. The white red-eyed demon appeared. Raiwa, Knight, Ichigo. This time it's different. The Ichigo database from the Naruto world has cross-world connectivity. In this world, no one can escape Ichigo's calculations. With microsecond-level predictions, even if the enemy can foresee the future, they can be counter-predicted, making you doubt your life. Zhuangwu was shocked to see Sakura land in front of him. Sakura? He didn't know much about Ichigo, but he stood by Sakura's side. He would never let the little girl fight alone. Gates also warily stepped forward. Who is this knight? Doesn't he look like a good person? Minyashur quickly explained. She asked the little girl beside Sanshui. Saying this, he took out the God Master card. If he was outdone by a little girl, how would he mix in afterward? Swaruzi was even more excited. Lord Sanshui is truly surrounded by hidden talents. With this negative energy boost, how strong must she be? Balkus wiped his spinning sword, looking disdainful. Another one? Whatever. They're all Heisei knights. They can't hurt me. The time tunnel has opened. and he just needs to deal with these resistors. Sakura's pupils flashed with data flow, and with a burst of strength, she instantly disappeared. The briefcase, sword printing in the air, grabbed by her and lunged at Balkus. She leaped and swung the sword down, her speed so fast it left an afterimage. Zhuang Wu and the others were dumbfounded. So fast. Is she causing such chaos just with her physical body? What is even more outrageous is that Sakura seemed to know Balkus's actions in advance. Every sword broke through his defenses, hitting his weak points precisely. Balkus was stunned. What? He could only cover his head and protect his vital areas, unable to even defend. After a series of piercing screams, Balkus was directly defeated. The members of the Time Management Bureau were stunned. Director, are you okay? The members of the Time Management Bureau were all dumbfounded. An invincible director was actually defeated by a woman. Balkus covered his shoulder, his left arm falling to the ground, but not bleeding. He picked up his arm and pressed it back, the severed limb merging back like liquid. You're definitely not using Heisei power. Sakura tilted her head, raised the briefcase, sword again, this time aiming directly at Balkus's head. Can you still recover? I want to see if your head can be reattached. Balkus could reattach his head. Sakura pursued him relentlessly, while Suruzi snatched the dial to give to Zhuang Wu. Look closely. Balkus was decapitated by Sakura, yet he could still reattach it. Zhuang Wu watched Sakura's overwhelming assault, exclaiming, Sakura's strength is terrifying. The Balkus who had been dominating them before was now being chased and beaten by Sakura. This contrast completely broke Zhuang Wu's defense. Was quickly comforted. Don't be discouraged, your majesty. You have the power of the Demon King. She is not your opponent. But Suruzi noticed the key, no? Ichigo can hurt Balkus, which means it's not Heisei power. Balkus only targets Heisei knights. Others from different eras have to rely on pure strength. Gates was stunned. Then why can't I hurt him? I'm a future knight. Sanshui walked over to explain. You come from 2068. But after Zhuang Wu became the Demon King, no new knights were born. He is the Heisei Gravekeeper, and you're considered an extension of Heisei, so you're naturally ineffective. Zhuang Wu scratched his head awkwardly. So the Heisei era was dragged to 2068 because of me? The members of the Time Management Bureau couldn't bear to watch any longer. We can't let the director get beaten. Go. The lower moon must transform into Zongjizi. The upper moon must transform into Zamonas. But just as they took out their dials, Suruzi had his eyes on them. Dare to transform under my nose? You're asking for death. He reached out to open the dimensional wall and directly snatched the dials from the two. The lower moon shouted angrily, Give the dials back. Suruzi sneered. Things that have come into my hands, you think you can take them back? After playing with them for a bit and discovering they were the powers of digital knights, he immediately looked down on them. Just like that, he threw the dial to Zhuang Wu. Zhuang Wu, this thing is for you. Zhuang Wu caught it, looking confused. Where did this come from? I was too busy watching Sakura fight Balkus. Can it liquefy the body? Sakura looked at Balkus's arm restored to its original state, and Ichigo instantly analyzed the principle. This elemental ability is indeed tricky, but Sakura didn't take it seriously. It's just that. Strong recovery doesn't mean it can fight. Otherwise, it wouldn't be getting beaten by me for so long. Balkus threw his hand down to gamble on Filiu. Sakura was ordered to slack off, while Suruzi was ambushed. Look closely. Balkus swept towards the upper and lower moons in the distance, but they were blocked, feeling a jolt of anxiety. His subordinates can't handle Suruzi, and he is being pressured by Ichigo. If this goes on, he'll definitely lose. He stubbornly stared at Sakura, questioning, Are you really from the Heisei era? Sakura raised her hand to summon the briefcase crossbow, coldly saying, I'm not from this world, and Ichigo is definitely not the power of your era. Balkus lowered his head, urgently thinking of strategy, his gaze suddenly locking onto the dying Filiu on the ground. If Zhuang Wu can become the Demon King, maybe Filiu can too. As long as he can be revived, he can turn around and deal with Sakura and Zhuang Wu. Seeing him not moving for a long time, Sakura sighed in disappointment. You're giving up just like that? How boring. Saying this, she pulled back the crossbow, the purple violent power instantly condensing into an arrow, aiming at Balkus to shoot. Balkus panicked and quickly summoned a bunch of demon soldiers to block in front of him, but the soldiers were all smashed to bits by the crossbow bolt. But after the smoke cleared, he actually disappeared into thin air. Sakura immediately activated Ichigo's perception, and Zhuang Wu urgently shouted. He went to Filiu's side, suddenly realizing he wants to use Filiu to cause trouble. Quickly stop him. Gates rushed in without thinking, and Suruzi also opened the dimensional wall to rush over, stubbornly saying, "Do you think I'll let him have his way? No way." Sanshui, however, stroked his chin. Watching the show, is he trying to force out an abnormal demon? The three-demon battle scene is about to unfold. Immediately transmitted instructions to Sakura. Let up a bit. Let us see what he really wants to do. Even if an abnormal demon emerges, I can still handle it. Sakura obediently slowed down her movements, completely entering slacking off mode. Seeing no one blocking him, Balkus turned to focus on Suruzi, who had just emerged from the dimensional wall, and swung his spinning sword with an energy beam directly at him. With a thud, Suruzi didn't even react and was immediately struck down. Minyashur watched clearly from the side, shaking his head helplessly. This Suruzi is too unguarded. Balkus didn't have time to care about the down Suruzi, rushing a few steps to Filiu's side, reaching out to press against his forehead, not knowing what power he was transmitting. Zhuangwu and Gates were about to catch up, but were suddenly stopped by the miscellaneous members of the Time Management Bureau. Want to disturb the director? First, you have to get past us. Zhuangwu was furious, pulling out the Chong Huang dial. Don't block the way. Gates also activated his royal form, and the two launched a fierce attack on the minions. Swalizi sent someone to their doom. Balks created a variant of the Yoma, leaving the audience stunned. Look closely. Swalizi directly walked into a beating, and Min Yasi was baffled. This guy can't be releasing water from the Pacific, can he? Seeing Swalizi's lack of resistance, Balks picked up Filiu from the ground, and in the flow of time power, Filiu's injuries instantly healed, standing up unscathed. Filiu asked on the spot, "Why did you save me?" Having witnessed the terror of Oma, he didn't think he could be of any help. Balks sneered, "I choose you to be the new Shadow Warrior. The chance to defeat Zhuangwu is right in front of you. Do you want it?" He summoned a bunch of vassals to block Zhuangwu and the others, forcing them into a brawl. Defeating Tokiwa Zhuangwu? Filiu's eyes instantly lit up. Defeating Zhuangwu was his obsession. He knew Balks was the head of the Time Administration, with terrifying power, and decisively gritted his teeth. I wanted to defeat him, no matter the cost. Balks was extremely satisfied, injecting power while materializing the Showa Glory 7's dial. This was his trump card against Oma, and he urgently needed teammates to share the firepower. And Filiu was just the right fit. I will give you the power to crush the Time King. Now you're the king of Showa, ending the Heisei era. As soon as he finished speaking, the Glory 7's dial flew into Filiu's body, accompanied by the sound of a bell, and Filiu transformed again. Zhuangwu and the others finally cleared the vassals and looked up, all dumbfounded, Gates' voice trembling. "Look at that." Swalizi was shocked. Impossible. Zhuangwu stared at the familiar yet strange figure, shouting, "It's the variant Oma Time King." The same driver, resembling armor, and the grotesque face of the variant knight. Couldn't be mistaken. This development completely exceeded expectations. Swalizi, Minyasi, and Gates couldn't intervene. Even Sakura hesitated. Yaku calculated the win rate to be less than 0.01. Balks was also stunned. I thought Filiu would transform into the new king of Showa, but I didn't expect he actually stole Oma's power. He instantly became delighted. This is a huge profit. Stepping back a few paces, he shouted, "Very well. The Time King is yours now." Balks bet that Filiu wouldn't turn against him. Sanmizu dispersed the energy waves, and Zhuangwu pulled out the Oma dial to blow up the scene. Look closely. Balks was not afraid of Filiu turning against him. If he dared to let him transform into the variant Oma, he had the ability to take back the power. Filiu was intoxicated by the power within him. This terrifying energy made him feel completely exhilarated. This is the power of a king? It's explosive. Facing Zhuangwu, he waved his hand, and an invisible force erupted, severely injuring Zhuangwu, Gates, and Minyasi, causing them to kneel in pain as their transformations were undone. Filiu laughed wildly. "Zhuangwu, despair. In front of me, the new king. You don't even have the qualification to resist." Balks watched with great satisfaction. The Heisei era. "Today, it ends in my hands." Sakura knelt on one knee, the malice on her body almost solidifying, her heart roaring with rage. "I can't accept this. Filiu is desecrating the power of the king. I'm too weak. I can't protect Sanmizu Naikan at all." She urgently called for more power from Yaku. But just as Yaku was about to respond, Sanmizu's warm hand suddenly landed on her head. "Enough, Sakura." Sanmizu gently helped her smooth her hair, and Yaku immediately understood to revoke the authorization. Sakura, blushing, wanted to argue, but Sanmizu spoke first. "You've already done great. No need to push yourself." Zhuangwu struggled to get up from the ground, reminding with a face full of black lines. Senior Sanmizu, the focus now is on dealing with the enemy. Seeing this, Filiu became even more arrogant, disregarding even Sanmizu. There can only be one king in this world, and that is me. You all can accompany the Heisei era to the grave. With that, he raised his hand to release a wave of destructive energy, enveloping the entire scene with an aura of devastation. Just as the energy wave was about to hit everyone, Sanmizu, under Filiu's shocked gaze, raised his hand and dispersed the energy wave with a slap. The far should end. Zhuang Wu, make your move. Zhuang Wu instantly became spirited, as if all his previous injuries were feigned. Got it, Senior Sanmizu. Filiu was stunned on the spot. A terrifying thought surged in his mind. You have been acting all along, waiting for me to transform into the variant Oma? Zhuang Wu smiled as he took out the Oma Time King dial. Pressing the button under Filiu's dazed gaze, the suffocating sound effect instantly exploded. Oma Time King. Baox was dumbfounded, his face full of disbelief. Impossible. This Tokiwa Zhuang Wu shouldn't have the power of Oma. He suddenly turned to look at Waz, instantly petrified. Waz was staring at Zhuang Wu with a fanatical expression, clearly having turned against him long ago. Baox relied on Waz's intel to get to this timeline. Trying to escape, he encountered two Oma. Zhuang Wu transformed into a new form, causing a scene. Look closely. Baox managed to reach this timeline entirely thanks to the intel given by Waz. Now that Waz had turned against him, he only had one thought, to run away quickly. But just as he turned around, he felt a chilling gaze behind him, and he trembled as he looked back. There were actually two Oma Time Kings staring at him. Baox was stunned. Why are there two Oma? By the time he regained his senses, there was no second one. Only Sanmizu was smiling at him, and that smile was unsettling. Baox's heart sank. It's over. Now, there's no way to escape. On the other side, Filiu was going wild. Zhuang Wu, don't think you're the only one with Oma. My variant Oma is not afraid of you, he said, madly channeling the power within him, ready to clash head-on. Zhuang Wu, however, pulled out the Oma dial and inserted it into the armor slot, turning the time-space driver, the sound effect directly exploding. King time. Kamen Rider Zio. Oma. The brand new armor made its appearance. Not just the ordinary Oma Time King, but the Time King Oma form. Baox broke out in a cold sweat, seeing Zhuang Wu's new form. All thoughts of resistance vanished. With Sanmizu, this old fox, watching, he was afraid that even if he had any crooked thoughts, he would be immediately dealt with. He completely gave up. I'm tired. Do whatever you want. What king? What Heisei history? I won't serve anymore. A huge statue of the Oma Time King rose behind Zhuang Wu, coldly explaining. Only Oma can withstand the power of Oma. But my form is different. It can open a new future, allowing Reiwa Knights to continue to be born. He was no longer the naive boy he once was. Pointing at Filiu. You have been obsessed and ignorant. Today, I must send you on your way. Filiu was unwilling to back down. The power of the variant Oma erupting wildly, distorting the surrounding time and space. Zhuang Wu was also unyielding, the dark golden Oma energy spreading instantly. The two terrifying powers colliding together, the atmosphere tense to the extreme. In this moment of tension, Waz suddenly jumped out, raising the Oma descending chronicle and shouting. Although it's a bit late, I'm betting my dignity to say, Waz tore the book celebrating Zhuang Wu. Sanmizu pulled out the ArkDriver to transform, the Ten Tails Divine Tree Phantom exploding. Look closely, Waz shouted while holding the Oma Descending Chronicle. Celebrate. Zhuang Wu has now become the Time King Oma, inheriting the power of the Demon King, creating a brand new history. He will crush the false king and ascend to the throne. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, directly tearing the chronicle. This book is already useless. A brand new history is right in front of us, Waz exclaimed. This feeling is simply amazing. Tsukuyumi covered her head helplessly. Waz is still the same. As the time and space twisted, she and everyone affected by Filiu regained their memories. Sanmizu saw this and was very happy, since it has come to this. I will also help out. Saying this, he pulled out his ArkDriver, and in the confused gazes of Zhuang Wu and Filiu, he attached it to his waist and shouted, Omazio Driver, transform. The moment he pushed both hands, huge phantoms appeared one after another. The most eye-catching was a bizarre, towering tree. If Naruto were here, he would definitely shout in confusion. Why is there another god tree? Under the divine tree. The left side is filled with Kamen Riders, with Omazio in the center along with the ultimate forms of God Master 21. while the right side is dominated by Naruto characters, with the Otsutsuki clan leading the front. 10-tailed beasts of various forms surround the divine tree, creating a terrifying sense of oppression that sweeps across the venue. This is the first time Mizu has showcased a full victory stance. Most people present have never witnessed such power, and the fear of the unknown is palpable. The phantom flickers for a few seconds, transforming into an energy light band that wraps around Mizu as the ArkDriver erupts with a majestic sound effect. Blessing time. Supreme. Strongest. Most virtuous. Holiest of kings. Omazeo. Zhuang Wu exclaims in surprise. Mizu-senpai is actually taking action personally? A single Mizu causing such a commotion? Fei Lu can no longer hold back. Zhuang Wu's Oma was already difficult enough to deal with, and now there's an even stronger one. Sakura gazes at Mizu with fervent admiration. Mizu and Ai's power is becoming more explosive. Tsukuyami has a flash of understanding in his mind. So the Oma I saw back then was Mizu, not Zhuang Wu from 68 years ago. Waz observes Mizu's form carefully. He can transform into Oma too. He is clad in a white robe adorned with a pitch-black magatama. This must be the power of a sage. Mizu raises the six-path staff, feeling the power within him. This form is still being used for the first time. The congratulatory phrases have changed. The power within him is centered around Oma, and has also enhanced Yagakoro, Yajido, and the power of the six paths. Yagakoro is an old partner. Yajido is super satisfying for crushing enemies, and the power of the six paths is strong and easy to use. Alright, let's get started. As Mizu's voice falls, his figure disappears from his spot. When he reappears, he is already in front of the otherworldly Oma. Without any movement, the terrifying pressure has already overwhelmed Kakawawa Fei Lu. In the Naruto world, Mizu is not someone to be trifled with. Whether directly or indirectly, the number of people killed by Mizu is not small. The terrifying killing intent causes the temperature around to drop instantly. Kakawawa Fei Lu, relying on his strong will, barely awakens from the illusion formed by the killing intent. Although you are very strong, I will not admit defeat. Kakawawa Fei Lu grits his teeth and launches an attack on Mizu. He uses all his strength, throwing a punch. If Tsukasa Kadoya were to receive such an attack, even transformed into the God Master 21 form, he would be instantly killed. But this terrifying blow is easily blocked by Mizu. No, he didn't even defend. Waz witnesses everything and exclaims loudly. Kakawawa Fei Lu's attack is effortlessly blocked by the Sage Robe, formed by Mizu's six paths power. His full force strike didn't even break Mizu's defense. So this is it. Your power is only this much? Mizu looks up and grabs Kakawawa Fei Lu's hand, while his other hand clenches into a fist and strikes fiercely at Kakawawa Fei Lu's abdomen. The terrifying power penetrates through Kakawawa Fei Lu's body and explodes out the back. The city behind Kakawawa Fei Lu is directly erased from the middle. Oh no, I didn't control the power well enough. Mizu looks regretfully at what he has caused. From space, it looks like a large part of the continental plate has been directly removed. In one sentence, that is, Mizu has directly given Mother Earth a middle parting. I'm fine. Kakawawa Fei Lu kneels down in confusion. After a while, he finally comes to his senses. He trembles and reaches out to touch his entire body, realizing he hasn't sustained any injuries. He was penetrated by that kind of power, and he is actually unharmed? What kind of terrifying control is this? Has his mastery over power reached such a level? Kakawawa Fei Lu turns back, looking at the more devastated city behind him. The newly created horrifying wounds make him break out in a cold sweat. Watching the destruction caused by Mizu, Zhuang Wu stares at Kakawawa Fei Lu with eager anticipation. He also wants to test the power of Omazeo and see just how strong it is. After all, this world will revert time after the battle ends. Before that, everyone can enjoy the battle to the fullest. After becoming Omazeo, Zhuang Wu has also experienced what it feels like to be in a high place where one cannot withstand the cold. Previously, for Zhuang Wu, it was like an insurmountable mountain, Swaruz. Under the power of Omazeo, it can only be instantly killed. In Mizu's actions against Kakawawa Fei Lu, Zhuang Wu can understand. This is Mizu-senpai testing his own power, and Kakawawa Fei Lu, possessing the power of Omazeo, is a very good punching bag. Just then, a dimensional wall opens. My friend, how can you not call me for such a delightful event? The voice arrives before the person does. Chapter 324. The Old Demon King appears. As soon as the words fell, a familiar figure stepped out from the dimensional wall. The spectators present instantly felt their pupils tremble. Another Omagatsumi king has arrived. Gates and Tsukiyomi felt a shiver run through them at the sound of that familiar tone. This is the Omagatsumi king from 2068. Without a doubt, that terrifying guy actually chased down to the past. The events that occurred in the future world flashed through their minds. This Omagatsumi king is certainly not a good person. It could even be said that he is utterly vicious. He shattered the human civilization of the future world, killing countless people with a mere wave of his hand. Even the resistance organization that Gates and Tsukiyomi belonged to was crushed in a single attack by this Omagatsumi king, forcing Gates to use the time-space demon machine to return to the past to confront the young king in his early years. One could say that the elderly Zhuangwu became a nightmare in Gates and Tsukiyomi's memories. It left a deep impression in their minds. Of course, this is a stereotype. In reality, it is not quite so. At least, there are certain discrepancies. This is all part of the scheme of the head of the Time Management Bureau. Unable to defeat Zhuangwu in his Omagatsumi form, they could only resort to underhanded tactics. Do you want to join on the fun too? Sansui put down the limp Kakagawa Hiryu and joked with the old demon king. Right now, there are already 3 Omagatsumi kings present. With this lineup, how could they possibly lose? Did you not see that Balkus, who had become a mere bystander, was completely short-circuited? It was one thing to face one Omagatsumi king, but suddenly there were 3. It was like the power of Omagatsumi was free-flowing, increasing as they fought. Let us not talk about this for now. The old demon king approached Sansui, casually tossing Kakagawa Hiryu to Zhuangwu before turning to say, I mainly came here to catch up with you. This little guy doesn't need my help. TSK, you've also become arrogant. Aren't you afraid of crashing and burning in your youth? Seeing Kakagawa Hiryu being sent away, Sansui didn't mind. He and the old demon king chatted back and forth. The scenes from the previous dream made him realize that the dream he had was likely a timeline he had accidentally intruded upon. However, Sansui had never been able to confirm which timeline it was. The arrival of the old demon king made Sansui understand that the target he had unintentionally invested in was actually the young version of the old demon king. If he were to crash, I would obviously step in. Of course, you're here watching, aren't you? You really trust me, don't you? Aren't you afraid I'll betray you? Sansui noticed the old demon king's inexplicable trust in him and felt surprised. Logically, the old demon king's personality shouldn't be like this. Through their conversation, Sansui could feel that the old demon king's personality differed somewhat from that in the original work. Let's not talk about that for now. The old demon king chuckled lightly, reaching out his hand in front of him. He gathered the power of Omagatsumi, forming a dial that fell into his palm. The Omagatsumi king wields the dial. What is this? Sansui looked down at the dial in the old demon king's hand, somewhat surprised. Why suddenly present this to me? Am I someone who covets the power of Omagatsumi? Is he looking down on me? I can't help you much. This is the most valuable thing I can offer. Take it. This is my help, a small return. The old demon king said sincerely. He then grasped Sansui's hand and stuffed the Omagatsumi king's dial into his palm. Because that dial Sansui had given to the old demon king had saved him from becoming a lonely figure at a critical moment. It had also become the last ray of light that saved him when he fell into darkness. After receiving the Omagatsumi dial, a look of shock crossed Sansui's face. This dial carried all the experiences and techniques the old demon king had accumulated in becoming the Omagatsumi king. In certain aspects, it could also help Sansui avoid more detours. At the same time, Sansui could directly connect to Zhuangwu's Omagatsumi king chat room, synchronously obtaining various night dials collected by Zhuangwu from different timelines, as well as sharing various intelligence. If necessary, he could even summon a large number of Zhuangwu's Omagatsumi kings to assist in battle. This gift will be a great help to me. Thank you, Sansui said solemnly to the old demon king. He then let the Omagatsumi dial transform into data and enter the Omagatsumi driver at his waist. As long as it can help you, that's good. I thought it wouldn't be very useful to you. The old demon king secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought that Sansui would look down on the gift he presented. After all, the power Sansui had displayed was something even he found terrifying. No, that is not quite right. In terms of using the power of Omagatsumi, you far surpass me. Having a senior as a guide is the best thing, Sansui humbly said, not looking down on the old demon king. The old demon king single-handedly flattened an entire Heisei main knight with a second-class transformation. Then he transformed into the Omagatsumi king on the day of Omagatsumi, and later, he single-handedly crushed the entire Time Management Bureau, making them lose confidence. Furthermore, he guarded the world alone until 2068. This record is undoubtedly remarkable. I can't dare to call you senior. If it weren't for the dial you gave me back then, I wouldn't be who I am today. The dial is merely an external force. What truly relies on is you as a person. While Sansui and the old Demon King reminisced, Zhuangwu also began to take action. He stretched his body while walking towards Kakagawa Hiryu. Now, let me also try the power of the Omagutsumi King. Chapter 325. How to Deal with the Time Management Bureau. Zhuangwu was excited, stepping towards Kagawa Hiryu with determination. After a long search, he finally found a qualified punching bag. How could he not have some fun with it? Facing the eager Zhuangwu, Kagawa Hiryu chose not to give up immediately. The two Demon Time Kings nearby had a clear attitude of watching the show. This way, Kagawa Hiryu only had to face Zhuangwu alone. In a pure, one-on-one match, there was still a chance to win. Gritting his teeth, Kagawa Hiryu stood tall. The power within him surged again, and his body began to recover quickly. Has he finally mustered the courage to face me? Zhuangwu also enveloped himself in the power of the demon, igniting dark golden energy flames around his body. Without doing this, how could he seize everything from you? Kagawa Hiryu strode towards Zhuangwu. At this point, there was nothing left to fear. As long as he won, Kagawa Hiryu could become king. The current predicament had only this option to resolve it. If he directly gave up resistance, Kagawa Hiryu didn't know what he would face. The two stopped about 2 meters apart. After a brief pause, they exchanged cold smirks and collided. Since both had recently acquired the power of the demon, they wanted to test their limits. Thus, in mutual probing, they exerted all their strength. Although it was a literal exchange of fists and kicks, the terrifying power of the demon still affected the surrounding space. As the two powerful forces clashed, terrifying shockwaves spread outwards. The surrounding space-time became increasingly unstable. One could even see torn spatial rifts in the sky. Seeing this, Sansui furrowed his brow. If this continued, the two might be fine, but those watching nearby like Tsukuyami, Matoi Shirjima, and Gates could be in trouble. So, under the grateful gazes of several people, Sansui wrapped them in a layer of barrier. Meanwhile, Sansui, the old Demon King, and the Time Management Bureau, along with the Time Thieves, watched the scene with calm expressions, like elementary school students watching a fight between Zhuangwu and Kagawa Hiryu. This scene was truly hard to watch. There was no technique involved, just sheer brute force. Forget it, let them play for now. Let's discuss how the Time Management Bureau should handle this. Sansui's gaze fell on the dazed Balkis, casually mentioning it. No matter how many timelines there were, the Time Management Bureau had only one. If not handled properly, they might stab them in the back. Although it wouldn't be fatal, it would be quite troublesome. It was like trying to sleep at night with a mosquito buzzing in your ear. You couldn't easily catch it. It was very slippery. These little mice could be kept around for entertainment. The old Demon King disdainfully glanced at Balkis, completely disregarding him. A player of this level didn't even have a chance to get to the table. Only Sansui was cautious and concerned about the existence of these people. The old Demon King stated that as long as he wanted, these mice could be crushed at any time. When Balkis felt the old Demon King's gaze on him, he suddenly shivered. This snapped him out of his previous trance about the soul's 3 questions. Who am I? I am the head of the Time Management Bureau. Now transform into Balkis. Where am I? I am in the timeline where Zhuangwu collects the Heisei main rider dials. What should I do? Eradicate the Heisei rider history. What the hell? Balkis instantly exploded when the gazes of the two Demon Time Kings turned towards him. Do the two big shots have any orders for me? Balkis quickly set aside his dignity and approached them, looking like a sycophant. Fun. Sansui pointed at Balkis, issuing a wordless mockery. The old Demon King couldn't help but laugh as well. It must be said that keeping the Time Management Bureau around certainly provided a lot of amusement. If even the old Demon King didn't care, then Sansui naturally wouldn't care about the fate of the Time Management Bureau either. At this moment, only Balkis quietly let out a sigh of relief. Now, he'd save his life. Chapter 326, Sansui. I'll take half of the power of the odd Demon King, Kagawa Hiryu. This guy is left to you to handle. After saying this, Sansui walked over to Sakura's side. Having stayed in this world long enough, it was time to leave. Zhuangwu had already begun to grasp the power of the odd Demon King. There was little significance for Sansui to continue staying here. The old Demon King nodded, understanding that Sansui should prepare to leave soon. When are you leaving? After things are settled here. Sansui looked around the broken world, mentally counting the things he had gained since arriving here. The most valuable was the odd Demon King's control dial from the old Demon King. Next was the power of the King of Gates, Kamen Rider Gates, Kamen Rider Galaxy, Box, and other writers. In short, the harvest from coming to the King-S world was not too shabby. Sakura ran over and then detransformed. She held a book titled The Arrival of the Odd Demon King in her hands, proudly following behind Sansui. What a bunch of amateurs. Now you've seen how powerful Big Brother Sansui is, right? This one thought. Sansui is actually also the Odd Demon King. Gates said with a complex expression. Doesn't this mean that his targets for revenge have increased? No. His only target for revenge is Zhuang Wu. Almost got sidetracked. You. Tsukuyami looked at Sansui with some fear. No wonder the Odd Demon King he saw back then didn't make any crazy moves. It turns out he is not the same person as the Odd Demon King he knew. Greetings, your majesties the Demon Kings. What showed no obvious emotional changes and respectfully addressed both Sansui and the old Demon King. Lord Sansui, you see. Suruzi ran over, rubbing his hands like a fly. Just kidding. Sansui looked as if he was about to leave, and if he didn't come over to get familiar. Wouldn't the things he had claimed back then fly away? Oh, look at my memory. I almost forgot about you. Upon seeing Suruzi, Sansui remembered that there was still something he hadn't done. As a lackey, Suruzi performed well enough. It's only right to give him a little sweetness. Granting him the power of the odd demon is easy. ISNT it right here, ready to use? Sansui's gaze fell on Kagawa Hiryu, who was still entangled in battle. The atypical odd demon king also possessed a certain amount of odd demon power. It would be sufficient to extract half of it from him and give it to Suruzi. What? You want to ask why Suruzi doesn't go directly to take the atypical odd demon-s style himself? Don't ask. The answer is that Suruzi can't beat him. No matter how bad he is still an odd demon king. The power Suruzi possesses is not enough to pose a threat to Kagawa Hiryu. Kagawa Hiryu, I will take half of your power. Sansui raised his hand, aiming at the atypical odd demon king that Kagawa Hiryu had transformed into. A blank dial materialized in Sansui's hand. Meanwhile, Kagawa Hiryu, who was exchanging blows with Zhuang Wu, suddenly felt a chill on his back. He felt a wave of weakness, and the power within him began to dissipate. What is happening? Out of the corner of his eye, Kagawa Hiryu saw the culprit behind his weakening power. Sansui was holding a blank dial, and his power was being extracted by the other party. Damn it, that power belongs to me. To have it taken away right in front of my eyes. But Kagawa Hiryu didn't have time to regret. Before he could think more, Zhuang Wu's rider kick had already slammed into Kagawa Hiryu's face. Boom! With a loud noise, Kagawa Hiryu's figure vanished under Zhuang Wu's finishing move. Sai, is that it? Zhuang Wu walked to the spot where Kagawa Hiryu had disappeared and picked up the atypical odd demon control dial that had fallen to the ground. This thing must be kept safe. If it gets lost, it would cause a big mess. Here you go. Sansui tossed the youth version of the odd demon king control dial to Suruzi. With Suruzi's strength, he might not even be able to fully convert half of that odd demon power into his own. Thank you very much. I swear my loyalty to you. Suruzi excitedly caught the dial and then looked at Sansui with fervor. This guy really gives without holding back. Such a boss who doesn't just paint a big cake must be firmly held on to. Thus, Suruzi immediately declared his loyalty to Sansui. Seeing this, Aura and URU exchanged glances and also declared their loyalty to Sansui. There's no way. Since their leader has sworn loyalty, they can't remain indifferent. Take it. You just gained power, and you're used to me ISNT2 significant yet. Sansui waved his hand casually, then took Sakura's hand and walked into the dimensional wall. The loyalty of the Time Thieves was an unexpected joy. Suruzi, as the boss in the Time King TV series, was not lacking in strength or intelligence. Some things could indeed be left to Suruzi to handle. After all, Sansui couldn't do everything himself. It's only right to have some people as lackeys. Chapter 327, The Recreated New World. Alright, stop looking. The person has already been turned to ashes by you. What else are you searching for? The old demon king walked beside Zhuang Wu, reminding him. Since just now, Zhuang Wu had been staring blankly at the place where Kagawa Hiryu had disappeared. No, it should be said, the place where he had died. Everything has already ended. However, there is still one thing. That is to reshape this time and space according to Zhuang Wu's thoughts. Only then can everything return to the right track. I understand. Zhuang Wu came to his senses, tightening the dial in his hand. It was really hard for Zhuang Wu to evaluate Kagawa Hiryu. He had tried multiple times to rescue the other from the shadows of the past. But the result was that he was hurt by the other time and again. This world can't hold on much longer, so hurry up and do what you need to do. The old demon king patted the young version of himself on the shoulder and then stepped into the dimensional wall in front of him. There was no need for him to stay here any longer. In this timeline, the young version of himself would step into his new future. All of this was part of the old demon king's plan. Opening up a new future was also what the old demon king wanted to do. Moreover, the new future of this timeline would not affect the old demon king's timeline. In short, he could happily take advantage of the powers of his juniors again. The old demon king stepped into the dimensional wall with a hint of joy. Indeed, Zhuangwu looked at the increasingly destroyed space around him and made up his mind. Since the Time Management Bureau is within controllable range, then let this world return to what it should be. As Zhuangwu activated the power of the Omega within him, this world was completely destroyed. Yes, Zhuangwu used the power of the Omega King to destroy his own world. This world was already beyond repair, and rather than forcing a repair to make it operate, it would be better to overturn everything and start anew. Zhuangwu used his power to protect Gates and others. Immediately after, 21 new worlds were separated and created by Zhuangwu from his own world. The worlds of the other knights would continue to progress along their original paths. The 21st world would be the world of the Reiwa era. This is Kamen Rider 01. In the new world, Zhuangwu and others would return to a peaceful campus life. Probably outside the world, Sanmizu held Sakura in his arms, witnessing Zhuangwu's series of actions. I must say, the ability to create worlds at will is indeed quite astonishing. Looking at the endless stars emitting their own brilliance in the starry sky, while the surroundings were as silent as death. Sakura, are you scared? Sanmizu looked down at Sakura in his arms, asking with some concern. After all, staying in such a place would be unbearable for someone with claustrophobia. With Sanmizu and I here, Sakura is not afraid. Although Sakura said this, her hand still tightly clutched the corner of Sanmizu's clothes. The magnificent cosmic space indeed makes one reluctant to leave. But the darkness of the cosmic space, which also makes it hard to sense the space, is indeed not a very good environment. Let's go to the new world created by Zhuangwu. Sanmizu led the way, stepping into the dimensional wall in front of them once again. On the other side of the dimensional wall, there was sunshine, blue skies, and a familiar city. Still on Earth, this land feels safe. Sanmizu set Sakura down, breathing in the faint floral scent in the air and sighing. Yes. Sakura nodded in agreement. In a cosmic space, just now, thankfully Sanmizu and I was there to accompany her. If Sakura had been alone in that place, even without any life-threatening danger, she would have gone crazy. Not a moment longer. All right, let's take a break. Let's also take a little vacation. Sanmizu held Sakura's hand and walked toward the 9-to-5 hall. I believe Zhuangwu will leave a room for him. If that kid forgets, then Sanmizu will let Zhuangwu know what it means to receive care from senior. Happy times always pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a year has quietly gone by. One day, while Sanmizu was enjoying the rare, peaceful life, a strange female voice suddenly rang in his ears. Thy body is entrusted to my command. My fate is attached to thy sword. Responding to the call of the Holy Grail, obeying this will, wise one, respond to me. I am the one who accomplishes all good deeds in the world. I am the one who gathers all evils in the world. Entangled with the 3 great words of power for 7 days. Appear, O guardian of the scales, through the wheel of suppression. Sanmizu instantly looked confused. What the heck? This again? Are these magicians so bored? Already having a master, can a heroic spirit still be summoned a second time? Moreover, is it a cross-world summoning? Sanmizu decided to pretend he didn't hear it and ignored the voice in his ears. He picked up his tea and took a small sip. Good tea. Sakura's tea skills are really getting better. I'm glad Sanmizu and I likes it. Sakura showed a cute smile as she was praised by the one she liked. Continuing like this isn't bad. Sakura gazed at Sanmizu, feeling incredibly happy in her heart. Only in this peaceful life does Sakura feel that the distance between her and Sanmizu and I isn't so far. On the other side, the female voice that had not received a response repeated the same words, but this time her voice grew more urgent. What does this mean? BVD, it's not over yet. Is it? Sigh, I won't ignore her. Haha, she's getting anxious. Only Sanmizu didn't notice that behind him, a black time-space wormhole suddenly appeared silently. Sanmizu and I, be careful. Chapter 328. Hello, are you my master? What? Hearing Sakura's call, Mizu already sensed something was off behind him. Just as Mizu was about to summon his power to escape, the wormhole behind him moved faster. In the blink of an eye, the black wormhole swallowed Mizu whole. Brother Mizu, accompanied by Sakura's scream, Mizu vanished from the spot. How could this happen? Why is this happening? Sakura was momentarily stunned. Then her anger ignited within her. Why can't I do anything? Calm down, Sakura. Yaku's voice prompted in Sakura's mind. She could sense that her connection with Mizu had not been interrupted. This meant Mizu was not in serious danger at that moment. First, calm Sakura down, then seek help from Zhuang Wu in this world. Just as Sakura and Yaku were about to set off to find Zhuang Wu, a familiar dimensional wall appeared before Sakura. It's Brother Mizu's dimensional wall. Sakura excitedly pointed at the dimensional wall in front of her. This is definitely Brother Mizu's dimensional wall. Unlike the dimensional wall of the old Demon King, Mizu's dimensional wall was influenced by the power within him. At the edge of the original dimensional wall, dark black hook jewels appeared as embellishments. And these hook jewels were the key Sakura could identify. However, the dimensional wall before Sakura remained still and no one stepped out from it. It's like it's inviting you. Sakura. Yaku analyzed for a moment and reminded Sakura. With the malice of two worlds enhancing her, Yaku's power had undergone a qualitative change. Under her protective power, Yaku did not think anything could harm Sakura. I understand. Sakura pondered for a moment and resolutely stepped into the dimensional wall. Since it was Brother Mizu's invitation, she naturally had to follow him. Without further thought, Sakura rushed directly into the dimensional wall. Damn it, why isn't it working? A girl with twin tails stared angrily at the magic circle before her. She had recited the summoning spell for servants several times, but the magic circle in front of her still showed no signs of movement. It shouldn't be like this. As the young lady of the magical heritage, Tosaka Rin believed that what she had prepared was flawless. Every step was executed perfectly. But why was this happening? With the pride of the Tosaka family, Rin would not allow herself to fail in the servant summoning process. However, the fact that she had not succeeded in summoning a servant had been a blow to her self-esteem. Tosaka Rin carefully glanced at the command seal on the back of her hand, then stared speechlessly at the magic circle before her. The command seal showed no issues, indicating that her identity was correct. If so, one last time, if this time still fails, then Tosaka Rin would have to seek help from the church and ask the priest to see what went wrong. However, in doing so, the Tosaka family's reputation would. It must succeed. Tosaka Rin silently chanted in her heart. She once again channeled her magical power and recited the summoning spell. Your body is entrusted to my command. My fate is bound to your sword. Respond to the call of the Holy Grail. Obey this will. Answer me. You who understand the principles. I am the one who accomplishes all good deeds in the world. I am the one who embodies all evil in the world. Entwined by the three great incantations of the seven heavens. Appear through the wheel of suppression, guardian of the scales. Tosaka Rin completed the spell at lightning speed and fixed her gaze on the magic circle. Finally, there was a change. Tosaka Rin noticed the magic circle gradually emitting white light, and her heart let out a sigh of relief. Then the magic circle emitted a blinding white light, quickly enveloping the entire space. Tosaka Rin had to cover her eyes with her hand to shield herself from the dazzling light. At the same time, a terrifying magical power was brewing within the magic circle. What's happening? Tosaka Rin could sense the magic circle becoming increasingly dangerous. The master didn't say anything about this happening? Tosaka Rin seemed to sense something and, disregarding the family teachings to maintain composure, rushed out of the room. At this moment, the magic circle was like an extremely unstable bomb. If she stayed any longer, Tosaka Rin couldn't guarantee what would happen. Just as Tosaka Rin burst out of the room, prepared for summoning a servant, and quickly constructed a defensive spell using gem magic, a terrifying heat wave surged from behind her. With a deafening explosion, the house where Tosaka Rin had been turned into a pile of debris. Fortunately, Tosaka Rin managed to dodge in time. Otherwise, she would have likely become the first master to die due to summoning a servant. Damn it, my house! Tosaka Rin snapped back to reality from the explosion, looking at the scene before her and letting out a scream. This was the house she had always lived in, and now it was gone. And the culprit behind all this was currently beneath the rubble. Cough cough. Accompanied by a cough, a larger piece of wall debris was pushed aside. A figure emerged from below, standing atop the ruins. He looked at Tosaka Rin with interest and said, "Hello, are you my master?" Chapter 329, Rin Tosaka. Servant, show me your panel. Time rewinds to the moment when Sanshui was swallowed by the wormhole. Feeling the weightlessness beneath her feet and the changes in the surrounding space, Sanshui knew she was being forcibly pulled into a passage to another world. The only forces capable of such immense power must be the two great counterforces from the type moon world. The consciousness of the earth, Gaia, and the consciousness of humanity, Aleia. Both are counterforces, yet they share a subtle relationship. For Gaia, as long as the earth is fine, it doesn't matter whether humanity survives or not. And for Aleia, as long as humanity is fine, the destruction of the earth is irrelevant. However, the current issue is that humanity cannot escape its dependence on the earth. Meanwhile, the earth sometimes needs the protection of a portion of humanity. This relatively bizarre, symbiotic relationship is how the two great counterforces in the Type Moon world interact. The Throne of Heroes in the Type Moon world exists based on Aleia. Those who form a contract with Aleia or the legendary heroes who fall will come to the Throne of Heroes. From then on, they become Aleia's laborers. This summoning ritual has been long conspired by Gaia and Aleia. The last time, Sanshui used the power of the Demon King of the End to actively escape the Type Moon world. This time, the two great counterforces will impose certain restrictions on Sanshui's true form, mainly suppressing the ability to traverse worlds at will. This is why Sanshui felt her power being somewhat weakened while passing through the wormhole. To stabilize Sanshui's emotions, the two great counterforces also left a message. Simply put, it was to help them with their work. In return, Sanshui would receive very generous rewards. As for what the rewards were, the counterforces did not specify. Oh great, are they starting to paint a pretty picture now? Sanshui rolled her eyes, silently thinking. If these two dare to fool her later, she wouldn't mind using her panel to catch these two counterforces as pets. Let them experience what it means to easily invite a god, but hard to send one away. As she was about to reach the exit, due to the power of the Demon King within Sanshui, the summoning magic circle was invaded by the power of the Demon King. The stability among the magic circles began to be affected, and the magical energy surged instantly, like a pressure cooker being constantly pressurized. And this pressure peaked the moment Sanshui landed. The next moment, a violent explosion heralded Sanshui's arrival, and the powerful energy wave obliterated everything around. In this terrifying explosion, Sanshui herself was unharmed. She was merely covered by the debris of the surrounding buildings after having time to release her energy shield. What kind of bizarre happenings are there every day? Sanshui reached out and easily pushed aside the debris pressing down on her. With a flash of light before her eyes, Sanshui stood up from the rubble. Utilizing the bright moonlight in the sky, Sanshui slightly lowered her head to look at the somewhat disheveled girl not far away. After pondering for a moment, Sanshui decided to temporarily adhere to the professional ethics of a servant. She opened her mouth and said playfully, "Hello, are you my master?" It worked. Rin Tosaka looked around in shock. If she hadn't reacted in time, she might have died in the destruction caused by this servant's arrival. However, Rin Tosaka looked at her courtyard, now reduced to ruins, with a sense of collapse. The destruction, it made Rin Tosaka, who was already not very wealthy due to practicing gem magic, even worse off. This was all her money. "Servant, I am your master." Rin Tosaka forced down her anger and maintained the grace of a noble lady as she walked up to Sanshui. She gazed at the extremely handsome face of the boy before her and raised her hand. On the back of Rin Tosaka's pure white hand, a flame-like command seal swore her current status. "Servant, let me see your information." Rin Tosaka commanded. If this summoned servant did not meet her expectations, Rin Tosaka would definitely find a way to make the servant compensate her for her losses. "As you wish, my master." Sanshui's lips curled slightly as he displayed his panel in front of Rin Tosaka. At the same time, he was also curious about what kind of rating he would have in the Holy Grail. Name: Uchiha Sanshui class. Savior strength. B endurance. B magic. A luck. B class skills. Magic resistance. C resistance to magic. Independent action. A can act independently without a master. 6 paths power. Greatly increases the user's strength, recovery, and defense when used. Demon King power. A possesses the ability to freely reshape and destroy time and space. Possesses noble phantasm. Demon King driver. A tool for transforming into the Demon King of the End. What is all this? Rin Tosaka stared at Sanshui's panel, completely stunned. If only looking at the attributes, they were all quite ordinary. Compared to the information about other servants that Rin Tosaka learned from her teacher, Sanshui's panel could only be considered mediocre, all at upper middle level. But the problem lies in Sanshui's class skills and what they provide. For instance, the 6 paths power rated at A, which can greatly enhance the user's strength. And the subsequent description of the Demon King power that can freely destroy and reshape time and space. Rin Tosaka could recognize these words individually, but together they made her brain somewhat malfunction. It seems like she's hit the jackpot. Chapter 330, Sansui. In my spare time, I'm a Demon King. Awesome. Tosaka Rin excitedly waved her little fists in the air. The servant she summoned seems to be even stronger than she imagined. Moreover, the servant's class is actually Savior. This is a class Tosaka Rin has never heard of before. In the previous Holy Grail Wars, there were usually 7 classes of servants: Saber, Lancer, Archer, Rider, Caster, Assassin, and Berserker. The class of these servants can indicate their strengths. What kind of past does this servant named Uchiha Sansui have? Can he really destroy and reshape time and space? Such an outrageous ability Tosaka Rin has only seen in myths. Master, you seem very happy. Sansui approached Tosaka Rin and looked at the girl before him. Tosaka Rin is Sakura's older sister. After Sakura was adopted by the Matsu family, Tosaka Rin inherited the magical legacy of the Tosaka family. Judging by her age, Tosaka Rin seems to be a high school student. Hello, servant. My name is Tosaka Rin, and I look forward to working with you in the future. Tosaka Rin extended her hand, showing a friendly demeanor. Maintaining a relatively harmonious relationship with the servant is key to winning the Holy Grail War. Tosaka Rin doesn't want to waste her precious 3 command seals on resolving conflicts with her servant. Hello, master. My name is Uchiha Sansui, class Savior. Sansui shook hands with Tosaka Rin, raising an eyebrow as he stated his class. Claiming to be a savior was somewhat difficult for Sansui. It's just too cringy. Sansui felt he was past that age. However, why did the Holy Grail designate him as a savior this time? Strange. Where are you from? Can I learn about your deeds? Tosaka Rin blinked her beautiful eyes, curiously staring at Sansui. The surname Uchiha is quite rare. Servants summoned by the Holy Grail are generally great heroes from human history, regardless of their morality. They leave behind deeds and legends that have been passed down through human civilization. And this boy named Uchiha Sansui, why was he given the title of Savior by the Holy Grail? This is something Tosaka Rin is eager to understand. Me. Sansui raised a hand to point at his nose, momentarily dumbfounded by Tosaka Rin's question. Where am I from? This question stumped Sansui. If you were to say his identity before crossing over, he was a pure-blooded Chinese. And after crossing over, he is a true member of the Uchiha clan. I can be considered a member of the Uchiha clan, I guess. Huh? Tosaka Rin was full of question marks as she stared at Sansui. What are you even saying? I asked where you are from, and you tell me you are from the Uchiha clan? Tosaka Rin tried to correct her words, thinking perhaps the other party misunderstood her meaning. Maybe it's a bit presumptuous, but which country are you from? My country is the Land of Fire, and I come from Konoha village. My main job is to be a ninja, and in my spare time, I'm a king, but a demon king. Sansui rubbed his nose and answered truthfully. He indeed comes from a land of fire and is a person from Konoha village. Being a ninja is Sansui's main profession in the Naruto world, but he is also a demon king. That's certainly the case. Tosaka Rin wiped the sweat from her forehead, trying to comprehend the meaning of Sansui's words. The other party is a ninja from the Land of Fire, living in Konoha village, and in his spare time, he is a demon king? All right, master, let's change places to continue our conversation. Sansui snapped his fingers. The things around them were rapidly retreating. The surrounding ruined small buildings quickly returned to their original form. Tosaka Rin stared blankly at the changes around her. Everything happening now exceeded her understanding. What kind of ability is this? It was as if the current time was being rewound to before the explosion. This doesn't seem right. Such an ability was not listed in the servants panel. To prove she wasn't mistaken, Tosaka Rin opened Sansui's panel again. Then, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. What is this? She saw that Sansui's panel suddenly had an additional column for inherent skills. Time manipulation, able to manipulate time at will, such as rewinding or pausing time, etc. Chapter 331. As the king of time, I can stop time, right? Time manipulation? Rin Tosaka rubbed her eyes, confirming once again that she wasn't mistaken. The panel indeed displayed time manipulation. But when did this ability appear? Rin remembered that when she first looked at Mizu's panel, this ability didn't exist at all. Are you talking about this? Mizu also glanced at his panel. The data is indeed quite abstract. It's probably something the Holy Grail temporarily filled out since it didn't have its own information. It's likely that this abstract panel will change after the official battle starts or as he reveals other abilities. As the King of Time, I possess the ability to manipulate time at will. That is quite reasonable, right? The King of Time. Hearing Mizu's explanation, Rin recalled the incredible scene from earlier. Her servant could actually manipulate time at will. This also meant that Mizu could pause time at will, right? If that's the case, then victory in this Holy Grail war is already in the bag for her. Servant, can you pause time? Rin asked Mizu. She needed to understand Mizu's ability to coordinate with him in the upcoming battles. Yes, I can probably pause it for about 5 seconds. Mizu thought briefly and gave a number similar to a certain stand. Of course, anyone who truly believed this would be a fool. Only able to stop time for 5 seconds. How could he be the King of Time? Don't you think so? A certain king who has always been stopped in time? 5 seconds. Rin exclaimed. Stopping time is not the same as reversing time. Stopping time can completely change the situation and is a decisive ability. She initially thought Mizu could only stop time for an instant, but it turned out to be as long as 5 seconds. You have to know, in a battle, even a 1-second difference can determine victory or defeat. And during 5 seconds, a lot can be done. Amazing. I can't wait to get the Holy Grail. Rin was filled with excitement, as if the Holy Grail was right in front of her. It's no wonder Rin was so eager. Obtaining the Holy Grail has always been the goal of the Tosaka family. Even her father died in the last Holy Grail War. Her father, Tokiomi Tosaka, he dreamed of obtaining the Holy Grail and reaching the root. This time, Rin was infinitely closer to fulfilling the long-held dream of the Tosaka family. How could she not be excited? All right, my master. It's getting late. You should rest, Mizu said, glancing at the clock beside him. It was already 2 a.m. What? It's already 2 o'clock? Rin came back to her senses at Mizu's reminder. She looked up at the clock on the wall, which showed 2:49. Damn it. She had been so focused on summoning her servant and was so excited that she completely forgot the time. Rin hurriedly headed to her bedroom, forgetting her usual grace. She's still at school tomorrow. If she didn't sleep now, it would be hard to keep going tomorrow. At the moment, she entered her bedroom. Rin seemed to think of something and turned back to Mizu, saying, Servant, you must not enter my room without permission. Rest assured, my master, I don't like them small. Mizu replied, and then vanished from Rin's sight. Rin stood there in a daze for a moment, then looked down blankly. Damn servant, are you saying I'm too small? That night, Rin's anger lasted for quite a while. However, Mizu was no longer in Rin's room. On the roof of the Tosaka house, Mizu leaned against the wall, gazing at the bright moon hanging high in the night sky. He never expected to be summoned by Rin Tosaka. Originally, the working-class hero, Shiro, was replaced by Mizu. How interesting. He just didn't know which path this world would take. The Fifth Holy Grail War has many plot lines. At that moment, his inhibitions also transmitted the tasks he needed to accomplish into Mizu's mind. First, deal with the evil of this world. Second, repatriate the escaping heroic spirit, Gilgamesh. Third, recover the Holy Grail. These tasks posed no difficulty for Mizu. The first task, dealing with the evil of this world. The evil of this world consists of all malice in the human realm. Ordinary servants who come into contact with this world's evil will become corrupted. Meanwhile, this evil will bring endless destruction and disaster to the world. For most people in this world, this evil is a nightmare to be avoided. But for Mizu, this evil is an absolute supplement to enhance Yaku's strength. As a conceptual, God-level existence, this evil will only become nourishment for Yaku. The second task, repatriating the King of Heroes, is similarly not challenging for Mizu. In fact, Mizu can take advantage of the plot to pick up the pieces. Mizu has plenty of ways to enhance Shiro's strength, letting him compete with the King of Heroes while Mizu watches the fun from the sidelines. The third task, however, is more troublesome, recovering the Holy Grail. Besides the greater Holy Grail, there are 2 smaller Holy Grails in this world. One is definitely the vessel for the smaller Holy Grail, Ilia. The other, after being modified by Zokenmatu, has become a smaller Holy Grail. Well, let us think about the Holy Grail issues later. The next day, Rin walked into the classroom with dark circles under her eyes. Damn servant, it's all because of him, Rin murmured, unable to hide her fatigue. Perhaps it was because of Mizu, or perhaps because of her excitement. In any case, Rin had a sleepless night. Just as Rin was about to lay her head on the desk to catch up on sleep, a warning from Mizu reached her ears. Be careful, master. I sense an unusual presence. Chapter 332. Rin Tosaka almost slept to death. What? Rin Tosaka's drowsiness was instantly awakened by Mizu's words. She sensed the presence of an enemy. Is there a master wanting to start a battle during the day? This doesn't conform to the rules set by the church. If there really is a master daring to act during the day, aren't they afraid of the church intervening? Since there were other classmates in the classroom, Rin Tosaka quietly asked the spirit form of Mizu beside her, "Servant, are you sure you didn't misinterpret anything? There are unwritten rules for participating in the Holy Grail War, forbidding servants from attacking during the day." Rin Tosaka confirmed the information again, still somewhat skeptical. "Yes, master. I sense the presence of other servants, although their presence is somewhat distant." Mizu closed his eyes and activated his sensing ability. Under his terrifying perception, he could detect that there had been servants monitoring the area around the school. Huh, is the distance quite far? What the heck? Hearing that the enemy was far away, Rin Tosaka let out a sigh of relief. Although she had a certain level of confidence in her own abilities, the thought of facing other masters and servants for the first time made her feel nervous. The enemy had been lingering around the school, not knowing what they wanted to do. But just in case, it's better to be cautious. Master, Mizu reminded Rin Tosaka. No matter how strong I am, I can't protect you every moment. If the worst happens, then I'd have to use the King of Time's second phase to revive you. Ah, all right. Mizu scratched his head, realizing that being this cautious might not be necessary. With the ability to control time and the powerful healing ability of Yongdan, as long as he wanted to protect someone, it would be hard for them to die. I understand. Rin Tosaka nodded, then tilted her head and fell asleep on the desk. Knowing that it didn't involve her much, she, who had been sleepless all night, just wanted to lie on the desk and sleep. With Mizu guarding her side, Rin Tosaka felt relatively at ease. Time flew by quickly. Just like that, Rin Tosaka slept until evening. Throughout the day, no one came to disturb her. After a series of meaningless groans, Rin Tosaka finally opened her eyes. This sleep was quite comfortable. However, Rin Tosaka quickly noticed that her body felt somewhat weak. What's going on? Rin Tosaka propped herself up and looked around. Outside the window was a dusk scene, indicating that it was evening. The students who should have left school were all collapsed on the ground or on their desks. Seeing this scene, Rin Tosaka's pupils instantly constricted. The scene before her was clearly an enemy attack. But why didn't her servant wake her up? Rin Tosaka angrily called out to her servant. She really couldn't understand what Mizu was up to. Thankfully, she woke up early. Otherwise, Rin Tosaka would have been taken out in her sleep. "Oh, master, you're awake?" Mizu materialized in place and greeted Rin Tosaka. It seemed that Rin Tosaka had a good sleep quality. After waking up, she quickly showed a vibrant appearance. "Servant, what were you doing all this time? Why didn't you wake me up?" Rin Tosaka shouted at Mizu with rage. The enemy had a knife to her neck, and her servant actually let them do as they pleased. "Calm down, master. I saw you sleeping so soundly that I couldn't bear to wake you. Besides, isn't this pretty good?" Mizu pointed at Rin Tosaka, indicating her to notice her own changes. Realizing her surroundings, Rin Tosaka finally reacted. She was unaware that the weak feeling she had experienced had disappeared. Rin Tosaka looked up at Mizu, who only smiled slightly at her. "Master, don't forget. I am the King of Time. Even if you die, I can bring you back," Mizu confidently said to Rin Tosaka. A mere fatal wound he didn't care about, let alone the current situation of continuous damage. While Rin Tosaka was sleeping, Mizu had already shared the power of Yongdan with her. And now, the power of Yongdan had started to take effect. The damage from the surrounding barrier to Rin Tosaka was rapidly recovering under the powerful force of Yongdan. At this moment, Rin Tosaka noticed that a layer of blood red had covered the classroom without her realizing it. It's a barrier. That's right. The enemy had activated a type of barrier that encompassed the entire school area. Mizu expressed what Rin Tosaka wanted to say, while also adding, "Under the effect of this barrier, living beings inside will gradually lose their blood. And since you, master, are a magician, the damage to you is minimal. But for the ordinary people within the range." Chapter 333, Rider Debut. Are you not afraid of the church taking punitive action by releasing such a large-scale barrier? Tosaka Rin immediately stood up and rushed out of the classroom. She needed to defeat the enemy's servant as quickly as possible before things got serious. After all, most of the students inside the barrier were unconscious. Their lives were already in great danger. Tosaka Rin took the main responsibility for the attack initiated by the enemy's servant upon herself. The Tosaka family. As a prominent magic family in the area, participating in the Holy Grail War was not a secret. For the enemy master, gathering information about Tosaka Rin was not difficult. So the answer was obvious. The enemy master launched the attack on her first. Tosaka Rin quickly ran through the school building, searching for signs of the enemy master and servant. Did the servant sense the enemy's movements? Tosaka Rin hid in a corner, gripping a gemstone and cautiously surveying her surroundings. I sense the enemy outside, and they're not moving. Mizusawa closed his eyes, placing his hand on his forehead to activate his perception ability. There's only one of them, standing in the open space beside the school building. They are confidently releasing their own aura. This feeling, it's as if they're declaring war on everyone around them. This is a provocation. Mizusawa quickly came to his conclusion. Master, it seems the enemy is waiting for us. Huh? Tosaka Rin paused for a moment, then decisively stood up quickly. This was the pride of being the eldest daughter of the Tosaka family. And it was Tosaka Rin's response. Tosaka Rin was not afraid of any challenger. She also believed in the unreliable servant she summoned. Because during her daytime sleep, part of Mizusawa's experiences were transmitted to Tosaka Rin in her dreams. Regarding the part of Mizusawa's strength displayed in the dream, Tosaka Rin could only say it was breathtaking. It was because of this that Tosaka Rin chose to trust her servant. He had enough strength to protect himself. Outside the school building, a tall woman with purple hair that reached her knees stood still in place. She was quietly waiting, without any unnecessary movements. Have they arrived? Noticing someone approaching her, Medusa slightly turned her head to stare at the entrance of the school building. She was the one who activated this strange barrier. Originally, she wanted to absorb a little blood from some people to gain magic power, but unexpectedly found a pleasant surprise. She discovered a master and a servant. After communicating with her master, Medusa received the command to begin this operation. If she could kill a group of servants and masters at the start of the Holy Grail War, it would relieve a significant amount of pressure. Is it you who initiated this attack? Why target ordinary people? Tosaka Rin slowly walked to face Medusa, holding the gemstone aimed at her. Mizusawa then appeared in front of Tosaka Rin, looking at Medusa with a relaxed expression. He displayed an attitude that completely disregarded the opponent. TCH, what arrogant masters and servants. Medusa, wearing the magic eyes that seal her magical powers. Although she lost her vision, she could still sense everything around her through magic power. The arrogance radiating from the two of them indicated that they had strong confidence in their own strength. Servant Rider, I hereby challenge you all. Medusa took an attacking stance and said to Mizusawa and Tosaka Rin. Seeing this, Mizusawa's magic power flowed, and his attire transformed into the black robes of the Uchiha clan. Servant Savior, I accept your challenge. It has been a long time since anyone has challenged me. You are the first. When in Rome, Mizusawa also referred to himself according to his class. Savior, huh? Medusa murmured, then resolutely launched her assault. She transformed into a shadow. Approaching Mizusawa and Tosaka Rin at an invisible speed, Medusa's specialty was high mobility and brute strength for close combat with enemies. Mizusawa naturally knew this. Master, stand behind me. Mizusawa shielded Tosaka Rin behind him, and 6 staves appeared in his hands. You like close combat? Too bad. You picked the wrong opponent. Chapter 334. Sanshui. Activating the enhanced state. 1 strike to defeat. What more is there to say? Medusa waved her hands and grabbed the unmarked short sword, her figure racing around Sanshui and Rin Tosaka at high speed. To the observer, this enemy, which was difficult to capture with the eyes, seemed impossible to defend against. However, for Sanshui, who came from a ninja background, engaging in a battle of instant movement was one of the essentials of being a ninja. Sanshui. Rin Tosaka softly called out Sanshui's name while raising her hand to look at the command spell in her palm. If Sanshui were to fall into a disadvantage, Rin Tosaka would immediately use the command spell to provide auxiliary enhancement. The command spell for a heroic spirit is not merely an order. The correct use is to enhance the servant. It seems I've been underestimated. Sanshui chuckled lightly, gently tapping the ground with the 6-path staff. In an instant, Sanshui's hair changed from black to white. Clad in a long robe representing the power of the sage, several orbs of the 6 paths appeared behind him in a neatly arranged pattern. As the master, Rin Tosaka could still see Sanshui's status panel at this moment. All of Sanshui's attributes had been raised to A, and the exclusive skill section had added several professional skills. Professional skills, 6 paths mode, EX seal the powerful otherworldly beasts that devour the world within oneself. By suppressing them with one's own strong will, gain the ability to touch the principles of all things and control the myriad phenomena of the world. Nine-tailed reincarnation eye. EX the divine eye that controls life and death, possessing a power of vision countless times stronger than an ordinary reincarnation eye. Seeking Tao orb. It contains the might of all phenomena, capable of freely changing shape for the caster's attack or defense. Its power can easily destroy a large forest. Looking at the changes in Sanshui's panel, Rin Tosaka was completely stunned. Whose servant changes their panel alongside the battle. Moreover, this professional ability is simply too outrageous, right? This one, is he really a hero in human history? Rin Tosaka internally roared with her doubts. Sanshui's strength was simply beyond human. Rider, have you seen my full power form? As soon as Sanshui finished speaking, an incredibly terrifying pressure erupted instantly, utilizing the King of Time's dial, sealing the tailed beast. The 10 tails. At this moment, Sanshui was in the perfect form of the 10 tails Jinchuriki, without worrying about the 10 tail zone while resisting. He could unleash the power of the 6 paths to the fullest. At the same time, the 6 paths mode greatly enhanced Sanshui's reflexes, perception, strength, ninjutsu power, and chakra amount. Under the 6 paths state, Sanshui's mere presence instantly suppressed Medusa, who was in high-speed automatic mode, rendering her unable to move. This, one overwhelming aura. Medusa's beautiful face was pressed firmly against the ground, her body feeling as if it were encased in ice. She tried hard to move her body to launch a counterattack, but her body simply couldn't make that move. This suffocating sense of oppression. It was just like the divine beings from Medusa's memories. Sanshui merely relied on his own aura to immobilize Rider. Rin Tosaka watched in shock as Sanshui leisurely walked up to Medusa. Medusa trembled as she raised her beautiful head, her eyes covered by the mystic eyes of death. Locking onto Sanshui's gaze. I'm glad you can challenge me, but unfortunately. Sanshui raised the 6-path staff in his left hand. The next moment, the 6-path staff instantly pierced through Medusa's body. Under the destructive power of the seeking Tao orb, Medusa's body began to collapse like shattered glass. This battle was a complete and utter annihilation of Medusa by Sanshui. It was brutally simple. Even Medusa, until death, was unable to use her noble phantasm. Being able to see me in this form is, in a way, a sign of respect for you. The 6-path staff transformed into the seeking Tao orb. Floating in front of Sanshui, Sanshui extended his hand, and the seeking Tao orb landed in his palm. Then the seeking Tao orb emitted a dark golden glow, and a dial appeared in Sanshui's hand. Heroic spirit dial, Medusa, and as for the servant Medusa, after her death, she was not absorbed by the Holy Grail. Instead, she was captured by Sanshui's power of Omoi and turned into a dial. A nice collectible. Sanshui nodded in satisfaction as the traces of the 6 paths mode gradually faded. With Medusa's death, the barrier enveloping the school lost its source of magic and was broken. Everything around returned to its original state. The students who had been unconscious in the school began to gradually awaken. And all of this was witnessed by Shinji Matu, who was hiding in the shadows. The servant he borrowed from his sister was gone, just like that. The enemy's servant was despairingly powerful. In just one encounter, Rider was suppressed and killed. But Rider's death was an incredibly troublesome matter for Shinji Matu, because he had no idea how to explain it to his sister. This is a huge problem. Shinji Matu's face was filled with fear. After secretly keeping a distance, he turned and ran, terrified that the servant behind him would notice and start hunting him down. Chapter 335. Rin Tosaka. Let's start the hunt. The performance on the panel is far less shocking than the actual battle. Wow, this is incredible. After realizing it, Rin Tosaka rushed over to Mitsui with a look of a little fangirl. The strength of this servant far exceeded Rin Tosaka's imagination. With just one move, he had eliminated Rider. It seemed that Mitsui hadn't even used his full strength. At this rate, Rin Tosaka couldn't suppress her excitement. It's settled. This time in the Holy Grail War, Rin Tosaka, is sure to win. By the way, did you just say that was your peak form? Rin Tosaka asked curiously, recalling Mitsui's words to Rider. Peak form? Of course not. That was just a way to fool people. Mitsui raised an eyebrow and expressionlessly put away the panel. The 6 paths mode couldn't possibly be Mitsui's peak form. It could only be considered a relatively normalized combat mode. The true form of Mitsui using his full strength was precisely the state of merging the power of the Demon King in the Six Paths mode. Not only did it possess all the abilities of the Demon King, but also had the multiple characteristics of the Six Paths mode, a powerful recovery ability and vitality. Moreover, the Six Paths mode could also amplify the power of the Demon King. This was Mitsui's trump card. Then he lightly tapped Rin Tosaka's head and said, "Now that the barrier has been broken, let's clean up the mess." Ouch! Rin Tosaka let out a cry of pain, covering her head. Damn! Why does it feel like my servant is getting more and more audacious? However, upon hearing that the barrier had been broken, Rin Tosaka turned and ran into the school building. Having stayed in the barrier for so long, those people probably... Rin Tosaka quickly dialed an emergency number and then walked into the nearest classroom. Phew! Luckily, it was just a case of blood loss, and they were a bit weak. After checking several students and teachers, Rin Tosaka concluded these people were not in life-threatening danger. They had just fainted from excessive blood loss. It seems that the local servant, Ryder, also didn't want to escalate the situation. By the way, has that master not shown up all this time? Rin Tosaka leaned against the railing on the rooftop, watching the ambulance rush over while chatting with Mitsui. Of course he has. I've already marked him. Do you need me to take care of him? With Mitsui's perceptive ability, he naturally noticed Shinji Matu hiding in the shadows. While dealing with Medusa, Mitsui also placed a flying thunder god mark on Shinji Matu. Shinji Matu once had an outrageous operation, the 12 trials of the hero who killed 7 with 1 life. So he was jokingly referred to as Second Master. And if Rin Tosaka wanted to kill Second Master, it would be a simple matter for Mitsui. No. Rin Tosaka frowned, thought for a moment, and shook her head. This master had already lost his servant, meaning he had lost the qualification to continue participating in the Holy Grail War. Killing him now wouldn't mean much. No need to kill him. He poses no threat to us anymore. The strength displayed by Mitsui made Rin Tosaka's heart undergo a certain change at this moment. To put it simply, Rin Tosaka was feeling a bit inflated. This was the confidence brought by strength. The first day of the Holy Grail War came to a close just like that. The news was being broadcast on television. At Suigunhara Academy, due to a large-scale poisoning incident among students, all students were announced to be on leave until further notice. Several students with weak constitutions had died in this incident. Until the public outcry is resolved, Suigunhara Academy will be temporarily closed indefinitely. This also meant Rin Tosaka was completely liberated and no longer had to go to school during the day. Awesome. After learning this news, Rin Tosaka mourned for the unfortunate students for a moment before immediately, excitedly, dragging Mitsui out of the house. Why? Because it was now dark and windy. The perfect time for a group of magicians to secretly engage in the Holy Grail War. Mitsui, let's continue hunting other servants today. Rin Tosaka took the lead. Walking at the front, there was not a trace of fear on her face. This scene made Mitsui feel his mouth twitch. This girl has a big heart. Although Mitsui has some outrageous resurrection and healing abilities, there is one very important point. Not dying doesn't mean that one won't feel pain. This feeling, I believe most people don't want to experience the sensation of dying multiple times. Master, I still want to remind you, although I can heal injuries, you will still feel pain after getting hurt. Mitsui, hanging behind Rin Tosaka, advised. It's fine. I believe you will protect me well, right? As a servant, it's your duty to protect your master. Upon hearing Mitsui's words, Rin Tosaka turned around and said with a proud tone, that being said, you should be careful, master, because the enemy has already infiltrated around us. Chapter 336. My name is Uchiha. Huh. Hearing Sanshui say that the enemy is approaching, Rin Tosaka decisively turned around and dodged behind Sanshui. This is not the time to be temperamental. Rin Tosaka can still distinguish the situation. Aren't you coming out? Sanshui ignored Rin Tosaka's actions and looked up at a corner. The Sharingan had already been activated, and 3 black tomo were slowly spinning in his eyes. In the vision of the Sharingan, entities like servants are like bright lights in the dark, impossible to hide. TCH, have I been discovered? A strange voice sounded, and a man walked out from the corner. He had short blue hair and a long ponytail that reached his waist. His red pupils, blue eyebrows, and green earrings were quite striking. He wore silver shoulder armor and held a crimson spear. This outfit is definitely the spinning lancer, Si Chulin. Hey, servant over there, are you Lancer? Rin Tosaka poked her head out from behind Sanshui and asked Si Chulin. This guy sneaks over, and at first glance, he doesn't look like a good person. So Rin Tosaka deliberately acted very cautiously. She knew that Sanshui's strength was immense, but a master is also a servant's weakness. If the master is captured or killed, it will have a certain impact on the servant. Rin Tosaka would avoid falling into such a situation to prevent it from putting Sansui in a disadvantageous position. Miss over there doesn't need to be afraid. My current target is the one in front of you. Si Chulin grinned and raised a spear, pointing it directly at Sansui. The ability to see through his movements indicates that the opponent's strength is not weak. Moreover, his eyes, are they some unknown magical eyes? Si Chulin gathered the available information from the scene to prepare for the upcoming battle. I assume you want to challenge me? Sansui looked at Si Chulin and said lightly. He knew that Si Chulin had come to gather intelligence on all the heroic spirits under the orders of his master. Kiritsugu Amiya. According to the original plot, he should have been lurking for an opportunity to strike when Medusa released her barrier. Logically, Si Chulin should not show such a clueless demeanor upon seeing his Six Paths mode. So what is this inexplicable situation? Has the plot changed? Whatever. I'll know after giving it a try. Challenge you? If you say so, then so be it. Si Chulin became even more excited upon hearing this. The more confident the opponent appeared, the more it indicated their confidence in their own strength. Si Chulin personally liked to challenge many strong opponents, and he would give his all in battle. In that case, you go first, and I'll see. The jewel of the seeking path transformed into the shape of a sword in Sansui's hand, with the opponent wielding a noble phantasm. It was only fitting for Sansui to use the jewel of the seeking path as a weapon. A sword? Are you Saber? While conversing, Si Chulin quickly launched his attack. He closed the distance to Sansui in an instant, raising his spear to unleash a deadly offensive. In extreme time, the clash of sword and spear echoed through the silent night sky. Compared to Si Chulin, who fought like a beast, Sansui's movements appeared very clean and neat. He was able to precisely deflect Si Chulin's attacks each time and counter with even more exquisite swordsmanship. Is this the battle between servants? Rin Tosaka watched the two figures in front of her, who were difficult to distinguish in their movements, with a shocked expression. This kind of power, far beyond that of ordinary humans, was displayed at this moment. After a brief and intense exchange, the two figures separated and landed on either side. You, what class are you? An unknown heroic spirit? Si Chulin panted heavily, shocked by the high-intensity battle. The unfamiliar heroic spirit in front of him was terrifyingly strong. Every attack he launched with all his might was easily blocked by the opponent. Each of his movements seemed to be seen through by the other. It was quite eerie. Me? I don't mind telling you. Sansui lowered his sword, and the jewel of the seeking path reverted to a sphere floating behind him. It seemed that the opponent truly had never seen his Six Paths form. As for his class and true name, what would it matter to tell him? Unlike other heroic spirits, Sansui didn't care about revealing his true name, because Sansui was not a person from this world at all. Laughable. Even if the opponent knew his name and class, they wouldn't know how to counter him. My name is Uchiha, Sansui, Class Savior. Chapter 337, A Lucky Loser. Uchiha, Mitsui. Si Chulin stroked his chin, searching his mind for information about Uchiha Mitsui. After a long while, he still couldn't recall any deeds or legends related to Mitsui. Moreover, the opponent's class was actually one of the special classes, the Savior. It was Si Chulin's first time fighting against a servant of his class. Indeed, their strength was extraordinary. Si Chulin sighed inwardly. At the same time, he tightened his grip on the spear in his hand. Although the master had restricted Si Chulin's abilities with a command spell, that was based on the premise that he couldn't kill the opponent. At this moment, Si Chulin was ready to unleash his noble phantasm. Let's test the waters with this. Given the opponent has strength, this move might not be enough to kill them. Mitsui, you idiot, what are you doing? Mitsui's straightforward introduction infuriated Rin Tosaka. No matter how strong you are, such an arrogant attitude is unacceptable. What if you carelessly reveal information about yourself, and the enemy seizes the opportunity? That foolish servant. Don't worry, master. After calming Rin Tosaka, Mitsui explained to Si Chulin, who was lost in thought. I'll be straightforward. I am not a servant from this world. I see. Si Chulin understood the opponent's identity. Uchiha Mitsui was likely a servant from outside this world. No wonder there were no legends about him in this world. In that case, Savior, if you could take my attack. Si Chulin bent down, preparing to charge his attack. The spear in his hand emitted a violent energy wave. But the next moment, Si Chulin halted his charge. His attention was drawn to a faint sound nearby. It was a witness, an ordinary person who didn't belong to the magicians. Si Chulin quickly made his judgment. According to the command given by his master, Si Chulin had to temporarily abandon the Savior in front of him and prioritize the task of eliminating the witness. Hey, savior. See Chulin turn around and called out to Mitsui, tilting his head. Wait for me to deal with this little mouse, and then we can continue fighting. In the Holy Grail War, all major magicians have an unspoken rule. Everything about this war, including the magicians, must not be exposed to the general public. Magicians will use various means to eliminate all witnesses. And the unfortunate person discovered by Si Chulin was originally the protagonist of the Fifth Holy Grail War, Shiro Amiya. With Mitsui's perception, it was confirmed that the person was indeed Shiro Amiya. The convergence of timelines? How interesting. Master, should we go and take a look? Mitsui let Si Chulin leave and turned back to ask Rin Tosaka. Let's follow him. Rin Tosaka nodded and followed Mitsui in the direction Si Chulin had left. On the other side, in the street, a figure was running frantically. This person was Shiro Amiya. After finishing cleaning for the archery club, Shiro Amiya was on his way home, as usual. Passing by a small alley, he was attracted by the sounds of fighting coming from inside. With the mindset that someone might need help, Shiro Amiya bravely walked into the alley. However, he inadvertently witnessed the scene of Mitsui and Si Chulin fighting each other. Then, when Si Chulin clearly spotted him, Shiro Amiya began to flee wildly. Seeing his home getting closer while the danger was moving away, Shiro Amiya sighed in relief. Great. It seems like I've escaped danger. But the next second, Shiro Amiya felt a sharp pain in his chest. A voice echoed from behind him. You really can run, little mouse. As the words fell, Si Chulin pulled out the spear that had pierced Shiro Amiya's chest, accompanied by a spray of blood. Shiro Amiya collapsed into a pool of blood. Sigh, you can only blame your bad luck. Si Chulin gently shook his head, becoming incorporeal and vanishing from the spot. Leaving Shiro Amiya lying on the ground, his life signs gradually fading. A short while later, Mitsui, along with Rin Tosaka, arrived beside Shiro Amiya's corpse. Master, this unlucky fellow seems to be a student from your academy. Chapter 338. The Time King's second stage dial appears again. He is. Rin Tosaka stepped forward upon hearing this and recognized Shiro Amiya lying on the ground. Lying there was Rin Tosaka's old acquaintance, Shiro Amiya, often the target of Rin Tosaka's pranks. Sigh. Rin Tosaka let out a sigh, preparing to go and collect Shiro Amiya's body. After all, they were classmates. One could only blame his bad luck. He hadn't returned this late and witnessed the war between magicians. Thus, he was silenced by Lancer. Master, he still has a heartbeat. Mizu noticed something was off with the body in front of him. Shiro Amiya, who should have been dead, suddenly regained a faint heartbeat. Is he really the protagonist of this world? With such severe injuries, he was still in a near-death state. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been long gone. Wait, Mizu took a closer look and noticed something unusual within Shiro Amiya. I see. It's the Avalon sheath. I almost forgot about that. The sheath of King Arthur's holy sword was placed inside Shiro Amiya by Kiritsugu Amiya. The sheath itself has powerful healing properties. However, if held by someone other than Arthur himself, the recovery ability is greatly diminished. This is also why Shiro Amiya is currently in a near-death state. He can still be saved. Rin Tosaka took off her gemstone pendant, intending to use it to heal Shiro Amiya. This was a relic of Rin Tosaka's father, containing powerful gemstone magic. The magic within it could even bring someone back to life. Master, wait a moment. Mizu reached out to stop Rin Tosaka, then cleared his throat. You seem to have forgotten something. Mizu, Rin Tosaka, then remembered her servant's abilities, compared to the preciousness of the gemstone pendant. Mizu's time manipulation ability seemed much more practical. Let me do it. Master, you step back. Mizu activated the power of the Time King, manifesting the Time King second stage dial in his hand. Not to mention anything else, just based on the Avalon sheath within Shiro Amiya, it's worth Mizu's intervention. Time King, second stage. As the Time King's second stage was activated, Shiro Amiya on the ground began to convulse wildly. This sight gave Rin Tosaka an inexplicable chill. If she were to be revived by Mizu, would she also display such a grotesque manner? It was a bit hard to accept. Don't get me wrong, Master. I have multiple ways to revive people. This is just the least favorable one. Sensing Rin Tosaka's tension, Mizu comforted her. Shiro Amiya's grotesque behavior was actually a manifestation of his personal time reversal. If Mizu were to use the Time King's ability to change the future, it wouldn't need to be as delightfully cruel as it is now. I hope so. Rin Tosaka silently watched as Shiro Amiya gradually calmed down, secretly murmuring in her heart. Shiro Amiya suddenly sat up, as if awakened from a terrifying nightmare. He instinctively reached out to touch his chest, then froze. The hole in his shirt and the blood around him all told Shiro Amiya about what had just happened. Wait, wasn't I killed by that monster? Shiro Amiya finally reacted, exclaiming loudly. The last image he saw before losing consciousness was the red spearhead piercing through his chest. Amiya-kun, could you please be quieter? It's the middle of the night and you'll disturb the peace, okay? Rin Tosaka covered her buzzing ears from Shiro Amiya's shout, trying to remind him. Huh? Tosaka, how'd you end up here? Hearing the familiar voice, Shiro Amiya looked up to see Rin Tosaka's dissatisfied gaze. Just now you were. All right, enough. Forget everything that just happened and go home obediently. Shiro Amiya wanted to ask more, but was interrupted by Rin Tosaka. As an ordinary person, he shouldn't get involved in the war of magicians. If they're essay next time, even his own servant might not intervene. So forgetting all this is the best choice for Shiro Amiya. How could I possibly forget? I was killed by him. Shiro Amiya suddenly became emotionally agitated, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Perhaps the pressure of facing death had affected him significantly. Listen, forget all this and go home. Rin Tosaka didn't provide further explanation and turned to leave. At this point, she had already done her best. Shiro Amiya wanted to stop Rin Tosaka, but met the suddenly appearing Mizu's gaze. Upon witnessing those eerie Sharingan eyes, Shiro Amiya lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he found himself in his own courtyard. Everything that just happened felt like a dream. Chapter 339, The Hunt for Si Chulin. Shiro Amiya held his head with his hand, looking somewhat dazed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shiro looked down at his shirt, stained with blood. That was not a dream. His chest had been pierced by a weapon. Then he lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he saw Rin Tosaka with a stranger. Next, he saw those incredibly enchanting eyes. The fragmented memories quickly reassembled in Shiro's mind. Soon, he recalled everything he had experienced. However, he felt extremely unwilling. Damn it, Shiro, dragging his exhausted body, prepared to return indoors. It had come to this. He could only rest first and then think about the future. Yet, Shiro had no clues about the Holy Grail War or the servants. Wait, Shiro's gaze landed on the back of his hand, where a strange pattern was imprinted. What is this? Why did it suddenly appear on his hand? Shiro leaned in closer, carefully observing the pattern on his hand. It was a red sword-shaped emblem, divided into 3 segments. When Shiro tried to touch the command seal with his hand, a blinding light burst forth. In the intense glow, a strange voice came from above. What a surprise, kid! Si Chulin dropped down from the roof in front of Shiro, still holding his signature spear. I was a bit worried, so I came to check on you. I didn't expect you to survive such an attack. It's you. Shiro's pupils contracted as he quickly jumped up from the ground. He grabbed a nearby baseball bat and reinforced it with simple magic. The man in front of him, he was the one who had killed him on the street before. What nice expression. Si Chulin twirled his spear and assumed an attack stance. I really don't know how this kid survived such severe injuries. However, this time, I won't let any accidents happen. Si Chulin decided to watch Shiro die completely before leaving. What a joke. Shiro tightened his grip on the bat, feeling immense pressure in his heart. He had no chance against this terrifying guy in front of him, but that didn't mean Shiro would completely give up resisting. His life had been saved by Kiritsugu Amiya. Shiro didn't want to die meaninglessly like this. Si Chulin smiled slightly, but his movements didn't pause at all. The opponent showed no signs of retreat, which was commendable. But ultimately, he was just an ordinary person, with no ability in the face of a servant's power. Damn it. Facing Si Chulin's sudden attack, Shiro instinctively raised the baseball bat to defend himself. Bang! With just one move, Si Chulin easily knocked Shiro flying. You can be proud of being able to block my attack. Si Chulin walked leisurely toward the nearby storage room. The door of the storage room was smashed open by Shiro's body. Cough! Shiro groaned in pain as he crawled up from the ground. Avalon within him silently played its role, slowly healing his injuries. Meanwhile, the baseball bat he used to defend against Si Chulin's attack had already warped into a strange shape. You can still stand up? It seems you really are not an ordinary person. Si Chulin's gaze fell on the command seal that Shiro was wiping blood off of. Interesting. I didn't expect you to be the 7th one. What 7th? Shiro, barely standing, picked up the fallen baseball bat. This poor baseball bat had become his only weapon. If it weren't for the magical reinforcement, it would have broken into several pieces by now. You don't need to know, just die. Si Chulin didn't plan to explain anything further and launched another attack. This time, the target was directly aimed at Shiro's heart. A master without a summoned servant. But there will be no chance to summon one anymore. Shiro gritted his teeth and raised the baseball bat to attempt a counterattack. Of course, all of this was futile. In front of the hero, Chulin. Every action Shiro took was meaningless. The outcome had already been determined. All of this was witnessed by the two onlookers nearby. Mizushima, are we not going to intervene? Rin Tosaka frowned slightly, staring intently at Chulin's movements. The opponent's relentless actions made Rin very unhappy. Not yet, it's not the time. Mizushima squinted, speaking slowly. That storage room is no ordinary place. Inside is a magic circle drawn by King Arthur himself. Next, the legendary King Arthur will make her appearance. Chapter 340. May I ask, are you my master? The battle below continues. Just as Chulin prepares to pierce Shiro Amiya's chest, the command seal in Shiro's hand emits an even more dazzling light. At the same time, the magic circle in the storage room seems to respond to the command seal and begins to operate. Chulin is forced to halt his attack. He stretches out his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light. Shiro Amiya also falls to the ground in shock at the sudden change. What is happening? Shiro looks in astonishment at everything unfolding before him. Servant Saber, responding to the summoning, arrives at this place. A cold, serene female voice pierces through the light, and gradually, the brightness dissipates. A girl dressed in knight's armor stands quietly in place. Clearly, the voice just now came from her. Chulin does not intervene in the unfolding events. Shiro's successful summoning of servant only excites Chulin further. This means that the upcoming battle will not be so dull. May I ask, are you my master? The girl speaks again, confirming whether the person before her is her master. However, Shiro, shocked by the current situation, struggles to respond. Did Amiya become a master too? And even summon Saber? Rin Tosaka watches the development of the situation, which has far exceeded her expectations. From any angle, Shiro does not seem like a qualified magus. Why would the Holy Grail choose someone like him to be a master? It's tantamount to sending him to his death. Mizuki, did you foresee all this? Rin recalls Mizuki's earlier words and turns to him. No matter when, he always seems to be calm and unhurried, as if everything is under his control. And everything about Shiro, his servant seems to have already seen through. If you say so, then it must be true. Mizuki responds to Rin with a mysterious smile and continues to gaze below. The silly-haired king has finally appeared. TCH. Rin clicks her tongue and skillfully opens Mizuki's panel. She notices that another ability has appeared in his skill list. Omniscient and almighty, as the ruler of time. He surpasses all knights, able to transcend time and space, knowing the past and future. As expected, Rin clicks her tongue, wearing a knowing expression. The servant she summoned undoubtedly hides a great secret. Throughout the Holy Grail War, Rin has never heard of a servant-s panel changing back and forth like this. Rin keenly senses a malicious gaze coming from a distance. She closes the panel and looks toward a certain spot. She sees a blonde-haired, red-eyed woman standing directly on a nearby street lamp. Her cold gaze is fixed on Rin and Mizuki. Who is she? Why is she there? Rin immediately realizes that this woman is no ordinary person. Her behavior could possibly indicate she is an enemy. Just as Rin is about to speak and warn Mizuki, an inexplicable pressure renders her speechless, her mouth agape, but unable to make any sound. What is happening? Rin feels as if her body is weighed down by 1,000 pounds, unable to move. Even speaking, which is usually so easy, is impossible at this moment. It must be that woman. A flash of an image crosses Rin's mind. The strange woman standing on the street lamp just moments ago. Mizuki, currently engrossed in the fierce battle between the silly-haired king, Artoria, and Chulin below, is oblivious to Rin's distress. At this moment, in his ordinary state, his perception does not sense anything unusual. Finally, you've come. Uchiha, Mizuki. The girl glares at the man in the distance, an unnamed flame of anger rising within her. The girl's name is Gilgamesh, the legendary king of heroes. In the last Holy Grail War, she experienced humiliation at Mizuki's hands. This time, she will make Mizuki repay it slowly. Oh, have you actually noticed me? The dazzling woman catches Rin's attention. Before Rin can make a move, the woman completely controls her. She does not want her grand entrance to be disrupted by anyone. Before that, let that little girl stay quiet for a while. Then, the dazzling woman squints her eyes, and golden ripples appear beside her. The chains of heaven emerge from within. Using the chains of heaven to bind that person is just perfect. Chapter 341. Little cutie, we meet again. After the servant contract was established, Artoria immediately stood aside and launched an attack on Chulin. using the Wind King barrier to conceal the length of her weapon. Artoria managed to gain the upper hand in close combat, fiercely striking Si Chulin. Your weapon is so shameless. Seizing the opportunity, Si Chulin distanced himself from Artoria. The weapon in Artoria's hand was quite challenging for him. The invisible trajectories of the attacks could only be defended against by intuition. Si Chulin, your martial skills are commendable. In a brief skirmish, Artoria recognized Si Chulin's identity. The hero from Northern Ireland's legends, the Son of Light, Si Chulin. You actually recognized me. Si Chulin took up a stance and began to activate his noble phantasm. The current battle was not in his favor. So Si Chulin prepared to determine the outcome of the fight with his noble phantasm. Si Chulin's noble phantasm is called the Spear of Piercing Death Thorns. It is a weapon that removes causality. When activated, it first creates a fatal strike that pierces the opponent's heart, and then the cause follows. Hence, it can also be called the Guaranteed Hit Spear, impossible to defend against. However, the effects of this noble phantasm will vary based on actual circumstances. The movements of Si Chulin preparing his noble phantasm naturally caught Artoria's attention. Recognizing Si Chulin, Artoria was well aware of his noble phantasm. She raised the tip of her sword, her face serious and ready. The atmosphere of the scene gradually became tense. Just then, a scream pierced the night sky. What? There is someone else. Si Chulin and Artoria immediately halted their actions and looked up together. A figure fell from the roof of a nearby building and landed on the ground. Ouch, what are you doing? Sansui rubbed his sore waist as he got up from the ground. Who knows what that little girl Rin Tasaka was thinking, kicking him from behind. It's you. Si Chulin looked at Sansui in shock, his inner thoughts shaken. The situation on the battlefield had changed. Sansui would likely side with Saber now. At this rate, Si Chulin felt he would have to explain himself here. It's not yet time for him to exit the scene. With this in mind, Si Chulin began to prepare to turn and flee. You. Artoria stood frozen in place upon seeing Sansui's face. How could she encounter him during this Holy Grail war? Some memories floated back to Artoria's mind. I seem to also be a king. However, I am a demon king who rules the entire world. The indifferent expression of the other party was deeply etched in Artoria's mind. Demon king, ruling the world. Artoria instantly understood that this was in direct opposition to her belief in chivalry. But after truly understanding the other party, Artoria realized how wrong she had been. Master, you are being a bit excessive. Sansui looked slightly displeased at the rooftop he had hidden behind, where Rin Tasaka was. However, upon seeing her, Sansui's pupils suddenly contracted. A blonde beauty appeared next to Rin Tasaka. She leaned down against Rin's shoulder while looking at Sansui below, a playful smile on her face. Oh no, I've been ambushed. The Time King S-Dial instantly appeared in Sansui's hand, ready for him to use his time stop ability at any moment. The blonde beauty merely watched Sansui's actions quietly before speaking. Little cutie, we meet again. Sansui was confused, looking at her in bewilderment. Have we met before? Why don't I have any impression of this blonde elder sister? Before Sansui could gather his thoughts, several chains suddenly wrapped around him like a python. In just an instant, Sansui was firmly pinned in place by the chains. Several golden ripples floated in the void around Sansui, from which the chains emerged. All right, now you can't move. The blonde beauty nodded in satisfaction, surveying her handiwork. The other party's divinity was indeed not low, allowing the heavenly lock to emit almost a golden glow. However, seeing Sansui's confused expression, which didn't seem like an act, made the blonde beauty rest her chin on her hand, beginning to ponder. According to the conventions of the Holy Grail War, it was possible that this Uchiha Sansui was seeing her for the first time, whereas the Uchiha Sansui from a fourth war had met her before. After a moment of contemplation, the blonde beauty thought of an answer in her mind. If that is the case, then this could become quite fun. Chapter 342. No one can escape the chains of heaven. Little cutie. Si Chulin looked as if he had seen a ghost, staring at Mash Kirilite. How could these words come from that annoying woman? The king of heroes, Gilgamesh. Artoria slightly raised her head, warily watching Mash on the roof. Although Mash was dressed in ordinary clothes, Artoria immediately recognized her identity. She, like Artoria, was a servant who participated in the Fourth Holy Grail War. Class, Archer. Master, T-Saka Tokiomi. However, it was unexpected that the King of Heroes could survive to this day after the Fourth Holy Grail War. Artoria, having witnessed Mash's strength, knew her terrifying power was undeniable. Therefore, compared to the threat posed by Si Chulin, Artoria regarded Mash as the primary enemy. What? Samizu looked at Mash in shock after learning her identity from King Arthur. Samizu didn't know much about the plot of the Type Moon world. In Samizu's impression, Gilgamesh's noble phantasm and the Sword of Rupture were particularly memorable. He was clearly male, but now, how did that ancient figure, who spoke so incoherently, turn into a woman? The atmosphere in the arena was somewhat delicate. Sichulin was preparing to flee, while Artoria was on guard against Mash. Samizu was bound by the chains of heaven from Mash, with unclear intentions. Don't try to break free from the chains of heaven. Samizu, they are prepared for beings like you filled with divinity. Mash smiled gleefully, raising the corners of her mouth, as she leaped over T-Saka Rin and landed a distance from ground. Although Rin couldn't move her body, her eyes shone brightly as she shifted her gaze between Mash and Samizu. Through their simple dialogue, it was clear they knew each other. Rin's intuition told her that there must be some unspeakable secret between the two. Oh, is that so? Samizu remained calm, showing no signs of panic. He had naturally heard of the noble phantasm, the chains of heaven. It is one of the rare divine noble phantasms in the Type Moon world. Its characteristic is simply explained. The power of the chains of heaven increases according to the divinity of the bound target. In the original Fifth Holy Grail War, Gilgamesh used the chains of heaven to bind the demigod hero Heracles from Greek mythology. And now, these chains of heaven were being used against Samizu, thanks to the power belonging to Akatsuki and the development of the mechanical divine religion in the Naruto world. The faith of an entire world was bestowed upon Samizu through the Akatsuki dial. The divinity within Samizu, if placed in the age of gods, could rely on the power of faith to ignite divine fire and achieve divinity. What other means do you have? Show them to me. Mash stepped forward, playfully lifting Samizu's chin and speaking in a teasing tone. In Mash's eyes, Samizu, bound by the chains of heaven, was like a piece of meat on a cutting board, ready for her to butcher. No god can escape the binding of the chains of heaven. Absolutely not. Samizu dodged Mash's finger and then closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the pattern of the kaleidoscope Sharingan appeared in his eyes. The power Samizu possessed was not limited to just the strength of knights. It should be known that his surname is Uchiha. In a Naruto world, Samizu had collected everyone's powers. He had all the abilities of the kaleidoscope, including the most overpowered one, Kamui, which he obtained from Kakashi Hitaki early on. The Manjiki Sharingan. Mash stared at Samizu in slight surprise, but she still chose to trust her noble phantasm. Mash did not believe that Samizu could escape the chains of heaven with just a mere eye technique. But the next moment, Mash was completely dumbfounded. Samizu, looking relaxed, effortlessly penetrated the chains of heaven. This is impossible. The corners of Mash's mouth twitched slightly. Samizu had truly escaped the binding of the chains of heaven. You bastard. I never expected you to be able to break free from the chains of heaven. After a brief surprise, Mash quickly regained her composure. Relying on her rich combat experience, she immediately retreated swiftly. To hope to win in close combat against the opponent was something Mash couldn't even dare to imagine. As she retreated, the King of Heroes unleashed his attack. In an instant, thousands of noble phantasms, wrapped in golden magical light, poured down, tearing the night sky into honeycomb-like fragments. Countless unnamed noble phantasms. Each strike contained enough power to shatter a servant's spirit core. However, they merely passed through Samizu's phantom, turning the ground beneath him into ruins. Yet none of this caused him any harm or obstruction. Useless. 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 Samizu ignored the various noble phantasms passing through him and stepped closer to Mash step by step. Being inexplicably kicked off the rooftop and then bound like a dumpling made Samizu feel annoyed. So even though he had a good temper, he was feeling frustrated at this moment. Next, it was his turn. Brace yourself, bastard. Don't think that just because you turn into a woman, you'll hold back. Chapter 343. It is the embodiment of destruction. So many powerful treasures can't hit him. Sichulin looked on in shock as Mitsuwa and Mashu clashed directly. He marveled at the endless treasures that Mashu unleashed while feeling confused by Mitsuwa's displayed abilities. Mitsuwa's performance was like a projection within this world. All physical attacks could not harm Mitsuwa's true form. Master, step back. Artoria warned Sichulin about the possibility of his sudden outburst, then looked towards the continuous explosions ahead. The treasures released by Gilgamesh were becoming increasingly dangerous. The scope of danger affecting the surrounding environment began to gradually increase. Shiro Amiya heard this and quickly turned to run to a safe place. The current battle was not something he could participate in. Rather than becoming a burden to Saber, It was better to observe the battle situation of a few people before deciding on support. Zashu, I see through your tricks. Mashu angrily waved her hand again, and the golden ripples of the king's treasury changed in number. This time, the treasures that poked their heads out were all boundary treasures. The spatial abilities you rely on are not something I haven't encountered before. Mashu proudly lifted her delicate chin, looking down on Mitsuwa. Uchiha Mitsuwa, if you don't transform into the knight you speak of, then you'll be the one to lose in this first clash. Do you think I only rely on brute strength? With these boundary treasures, I hope your mouse hole can keep you hidden. As Mashu's voice fell, the boundary treasures behind her tore through the sky and charged straight at Mitsuwa's face. A large number of boundary treasures wielded such power that they even created terrifying cracks in the surrounding space like shattered glass. This time, Mashu's attack did not penetrate Mitsuwa's body. Under her watch, Mitsuwa was submerged by a sea of various weapons. Is it over? Sichulin muttered as he looked at Mitsuwa, shrouded in smoke. Why isn't he using the state he showed before? If it's that form, he should be able to fight against the King of Heroes, right? No, it's not over yet. Artoria shook her head and said firmly. Her instincts told her that things were not that simple. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and countless treasures flew out from the smoke. Among them, the treasures flying towards Mashu turned into golden dust and were recovered. Everyone's attention was drawn, and the next moment, a gigantic arm dispersed the smoke. That is, Sichulin was once again shocked after witnessing its appearance. A massive skeletal figure protected Mitsuwa within. Substantial energy formed armor attached to various parts of the skeleton. It was those armors that blocked those treasures. Artoria couldn't help but explain. For some reason, she felt compelled to clarify the situation at that moment. Zashu, what kind of ability is this? Mashu looked at the giant in front of her with some interest. This guy, Uchiha Mitsuwa, always uses some strange abilities. It's called Susanoo. It is the embodiment of destruction. Mitsuwa said calmly as he walked towards Mashu again. With each step Mitsuwa took, chakra rapidly formed into muscles, blood vessels, and skin attached to the skeleton. The composition of the skin made the pressure of Susanoo even more terrifying. But it wasn't over yet. Dark golden armor formed from chakra appeared on Susanoo. Its appearance was exactly like that of the armor of the Demon King of the End. Third form, Susanoo is here. Mitsuwa, inside Susanoo, stopped with his arms crossed. At this distance, he could attack Mashu. TCH, another turtle shell. Mashu felt a bit disappointed when she saw Mitsuwa did not transform. She wanted to have another fight with Mitsuwa under the knight's armor. However, the Susanoo in front of her was clearly not the result Mashu desired. Although it also resembled the appearance of the knight Mitsuwa had transformed into. King of Heroes, I will take your power. In Mashu's bewildered expression, Mitsuwa took out a blank dial and pointed it at her. What? What is that thing? Mashu had seen Mitsuwa use various dials, but it was her first time seeing a blank dial. Her intuition told her to stay away from the blank dial in Mitsuwa's hand. But her dignity as a king would not allow her to make such a move. After pondering for a moment, Mashu decided to take out her Caliban. The opponent was Uchiha Mitsuwa, worthy of the appearance of Caliban. Chapter 344. This place is too small. Forget it. I want to use this thing to deal with you. Sanshui put away the blank dial in his hand. Just now, Sanshui received feedback from the blank dial. If the party being absorbed has a certain level of resistance, then the effect of the blank dial will be somewhat weakened. However, if it's the knights from the Kamen Rider series, the blank dial can directly seize their powers from a distance under certain conditions. Since this female version of Gilgamesh has been provoking him, Sanshui decided to showcase his strength. The chakra in Susanoo's arm surged, forming a giant sword made of chakra. Interesting. The female Gilgamesh watched as the giant in front of her began to act, waving her hand. Behind her, a massive number of noble phantasms emerged from the golden ripples. At this moment, the two were posturing as if they were about to engage in a fierce battle. Given the current situation, the church members would probably be crying. Without even mentioning Sanshui's massive Susanoo, just the King of Heroes treasure, which could light up the night sky, is far beyond what a simple gas explosion could cover up. Hey, can someone tell me what is going on right now? Sichulin looked at the scene before him, feeling uneasy, just from the aftermath of their earlier collision. Each of their strikes had the power equivalent to the noble phantasm released by Sichulin, and with the giant summoned by Sanshui, Sichulin had even less confidence in breaking through the opponent's defenses. The title of King of Heroes has a certain level of notoriety in the Throne of Heroes. Chulin did not believe he could survive an attack from someone like the King of Heroes. He is hiding his strength. Seeing that Sansui had not transformed into his night form, Artoria understood that he was not using his full power. It should be noted that during the last Holy Grail War, Sansui had directly kicked and exploded the gigantic sea demon summoned by Castor. That sea demon had caused Artoria and several other heroic spirits to struggle in battle. However, Artoria's words fell on Chulin's ears and meant something different. What did you say? He is hiding his strength? Chulin pointed at Sansui, looking incredulous. But seeing Artoria nodding seriously, he realized she was not lying. The summoned servants in this Holy Grail War are no ordinary ones. Chulin turned his gaze to the two fighting, sighing. He saw Sansui controlling Susanoo, swatting all the noble phantasms in front of him away with a single slap. Then, with his other hand holding the enormous sword, he slashed down toward the female Gilgamesh above. The female Gilgamesh only slightly raised the corner of her mouth, her body showing no signs of panic. Just as the blade was about to fall, a petal blocked in front of her. This was not over. 7 layers of barriers instantly unfolded in front of the petal. 7-fold radiance of the blazing heaven. Susanoo's blade only broke through 3 layers of barriers, stopping at the 4th layer. Oh! Seeing that Susanoo could easily break through 3 layers of the 7-fold radiance of the blazing heaven's defense, the female Gilgamesh felt somewhat surprised. This Susanoo's attack power is surprisingly strong. It should be noted that the 7-fold radiance of the blazing heaven in front of her is a legitimate noble phantasm, a true prototype. It was the shield of the hero Ajax used in the Great War of ancient Greek mythology, the Trojan War. A bronze shield layered with 7 layers of cowhide. It defended against the throwing spear of Hector, the great hero of Troy, which was said to be undefendable. In this attack, it penetrated through 6 layers of cowhide, but was blocked by the 7th layer. Since then, the 7-fold radiance of the blazing heaven became known as a concept weapon with absolute defensive power against thrown weapons, elevating its existence. Show me what other abilities you have. Use them all. The female Gilgamesh slightly raised her chin, looking down at Sansui with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Although she couldn't force him to reveal his night form, this Susanoo did give her some surprise. Don't rush, this place is too small. I can't fully unleash my power. Hearing the female Gilgamesh's words, Sansui felt somewhat speechless. If it weren't for the 2 major suppressive forces in this world constantly watching him and weakening his abilities, Sansui believed he could directly pin the female Gilgamesh to the ground with his complete Susanoo. The commotion caused by their battle attracted the attention of the surrounding residents. Among them, Sansui's Susanoo stood out the most, coupled with the brilliance of the female Gilgamesh's king of heroes' treasure. The dark golden Susanoo seemed as if a deity had descended upon the world. When the surrounding crowd saw it for the first time, they couldn't help but exclaim loudly, "A deity has descended." Soon, one after another, people began to bow down to Susanoo. And I'll see. This battle is attracting more and more people. We need to find a way to disperse the ordinary civilians. Artoria looked around, noticing that quite a few civilians had already reached the edge of the battle area. If this continues, even disregarding the concealment of the Holy Grail War, there will be a risk of collateral damage due to the servants' battle. Chapter 345, Complete Susanoo. The essence of suppression is to prevent servants from causing irreparable damage to the real world. With the ability of the King of Demonic Time, it is naturally possible to break free from the constraints of suppression. However, this means that Mizusawa is directly at odds with the 2 great suppressions. This place is not suitable for battle. Let Sao find another place to continue fighting. As Mizusawa spoke, he squeezed the dial of Kagaya Otsutsuki in his hand. Heavenly Realm. The summoned silver-haired beauty immediately activated her ability. With the activation of her eye technique, everyone in the battle vanished from their original spots. Those who were worshipping raised their heads and found that besides the traces left by the battle, the huge deity had completely disappeared. Meanwhile, the members of the divine cult began to act, using their magic to disperse the ordinary people around them. Everyone blinked and found themselves in a desert. A fixed domain? No, this is actually the real world. The King of Heroes surveyed his surroundings and could sense that everything around him was indistinguishable from the real world. A fixed domain refers to a barrier formed when a caster's inner world invades the real world. However, Kagaya Otsutsuki's Heavenly Realm is a large-scale spatial transfer of everyone. Essentially, it does not belong to the fixed domains of Type Moon. Where is this place? Chulin felt the glaring sunlight above and the scorching temperature around him. Where has he been taken? How did it go from night to day? Why do these people insist on dragging him into their fight? Ridiculous. Saber. Shiro Amiya looked at Artoria with a puzzled expression. He also didn't understand why they suddenly found themselves in a strange environment. However, it was clear that this was no longer Japan. This place is not Earth. Relying on her instincts, Artoria spoke the unbelievable answer. Her intuition told her that everyone no longer belonged to Earth. What? Shiro Amiya widened his eyes upon hearing this. If this place is not Earth, does that mean it is another planet? Or perhaps another world? Shiro turned to Mizusawa, who was at the center of Susanoo, and swallowed hard. If this guy were to be defeated by the King of Heroes in this battle, would they still be able to return to their familiar Earth? Mizusawa, go for it. Rin Tosaka shouted, cupping her hands around her mouth like a trumpet. She was no longer fixated on the information from the panel. As long as they could win this war, here, they could unleash their abilities without worrying about causing damage to the surroundings. As soon as Mizusawa landed, a terrifying power radiated from his body. The form of Susanoo rapidly expanded once again. The complete form of Susanoo stood before the King of Heroes, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Unlike the Susanoo summoned by the Uchiha clan in the Naruto world, the complete Susanoo summoned by Mizusawa still bore the appearance of the armor of the King of Demonic Time. However, it had an additional pair of wings for flight behind it. This form is one I can use only a handful of times, but this current state is not its limit. Mizusawa leaped into the gem atop Susanoo's head, looking down at the dazzling flash. However, Mizusawa's position left the dazzling flash feeling quite dissatisfied. It had always been her who looked down on others from a high position. TCH, you lowly mongrel. The dazzling flash looked around and found that besides the sand dunes, there was no high ground to stand on. Even the largest sand dune seemed like an ant in the presence of Susanoo's form. Let's get started. In an instant, the dazzling flash summoned her golden armor. The ability displayed by Mizusawa was enough for the dazzling flash to take him seriously. Initially, she had intended to prove her strength through the battle with Mizusawa in this Holy Grail War. But Mizusawa had not even shown his full strength in their fight, which made the dazzling flash feel quite displeased. The golden armor, unlike the original golden flash style, had undergone some optimization. While protecting the dazzling flash, it also showcased her proud figure to the fullest. This golden armor was not simply a tool for magical defense. It could nullify most physical and magical damage. The sword held by the dazzling flash was named Guram, a famous dragon-slaying magic sword from Norse mythology, as the weapon of the great hero Siegfried. This sword had an extraordinary origin. Legend has it that Siegfried's father, Sigmund, pulled out the sword that the chief god Odin had embedded in a tree disguised as an old man. The Guram was reforged from the remnants of that sword inherited from his father, becoming a magic sword capable of slaying even dragons. Under the baptism of legend, this sword was imbued with characteristics against giants and dragons. Mizusawa, however, was not in a hurry to attack the dazzling flash. He simply waited for her to prepare fully. Fighting an enemy is also a process of understanding and learning about their abilities. This way, using the opponent's abilities will be more seamless, right? Chapter 346, Another Magic Sword. The Spiral Sword. First, let us take this magic sword and practice a bit. The Hero King raised the dragon-slaying magic sword in his hand, fearlessly facing the massive blade held by Susanoo. In an instant, the sound of two weapons colliding echoed across the desert sky. A single strike from Susanoo's blade could easily cleave through giant mountains. Its immense power made it difficult for even a magic sword to withstand. Moreover, Nyang Shanshan's strength exceeded Sanshui's expectations. With her own power, Nyang Shanshan was able to engage Susanoo in a back-and-forth battle. This was something Sansui had not anticipated. TSK, what a turtle shell! Nyang Shanshan glanced at the cracks on the magic sword's blade and casually tossed the sword onto the ground. None of her attacks could break through Susanoo's defense. Just the struggle against Susanoo had pushed this magic sword to its limits. Even the renowned magic sword couldn't hurt you. So what will happen when facing this one? As the magic sword lay on the ground, transforming into golden particles, another powerful noble phantasm appeared in the Hero King's hand. A sword with a somewhat peculiar shape was held by Nyang Shanshan. Unlike an ordinary sword, this weapon's blade was adorned with spiraling grooves. The Spiral Sword. Nyang Shanshan loudly proclaimed the true name of this blade, revealing the origin of this noble phantasm. Once again, it was in a level noble phantasm. The Spiral Sword, also known as Calabalk. It was a magic sword wielded by the Irish hero Fergus Mac, our itch from Celtic mythology. This legendary sword was said to have been forged by the fairies of the divine realm and contained the powerful force of the thunder of the gods. It was a military-grade, noble phantasm. Its power could even alter the terrain. Each flash of sword light it emitted could consecutively slice through 3 hills. Its might was truly terrifying. It's actually the spiral sword. This noble phantasm was not unfamiliar to Sanshui. When he was watching the Holy Grail, this weapon was often projected by Red A for use, showcasing its extraordinary power. And now, as the true form, it appeared in Yang Shanshan's hands. No need to say more. The power of this sword was definitely greater than the destructive force shown by Red A. Susanoo placed the sword blade at his waist and began to gather energy. Zaxiu, let us see how you can handle this move. Yang Shanshan swung the sword in her hand, unleashing several sword chi from the spiral sword. Each sword chi contained an aura of destruction. It's actually the spiral sword. Si Chulin stared at the noble phantasm in Yang Shanshan's hand with a complex expression. He regarded the spiral sword as his natural enemy, destined to be defeated by its wielder. Why do I feel a sense of familiarity from this sword? Artoria also gazed at the spiral sword in Yang Shanshan's hands, murmuring. This feeling was very similar to the holy sword in her hand. However, this was not surprising. In legend, the spiral sword was the prototype of the holy sword. That's why Artoria felt such a familiar sensation before the spiral sword. Wow, so powerful. Shiro Amiya instinctively observed all the weapons used in the battle. His instincts told him that remembering these weapons would be very beneficial for him. Then how will you respond to my attack? Sanshui controlled Susanoo to execute a slash. A massive sword chi flew out from the sword in Susanoo's hand as well. This sword chi, in terms of momentum, appeared even more terrifying than the sword chi emitted by the spiral sword. An attack capable of altering the terrain was not a difficult task for Susanoo. The sword chi from both sides collided, instantly erupting into a blinding flash of light. Boom! The powerful wind pressure and shockwave from the explosion instantly affected a wide area of the surrounding desert. Not good. Artoria furrowed her brow, quickly reacting as the explosion approached. She rushed forward to shield everyone, summoning the sheath of the sword from Shiro's body. Avalon! A powerful barrier formed in front of everyone. It blocked the aftershock capable of destroying everything around. The sand and dust kicked up by the explosion enveloped everything. In this moment, everyone could not directly observe the situation on the battlefield through their vision. How terrifying! Rinto Saka looked around in shock. Thanks to Avalon's protection, the group suffered no harm. But everything around had been altered by this explosion. In front of the group, they could see the already formed cliff terrain. What was that thing that just came out of me? Shiro Amiya touched his chest, recalling what Artoria had taken from his body. At the same time, he felt a wave of weakness, as if something had drained him completely. He suddenly slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Sorry, master. The situation was urgent just now, so I had to take Avalon. Artoria spoke with a tone of apology. When she activated Avalon, she almost drained her master's magical energy. Avalon? Shiro Amiya was taken aback upon hearing this. Why would such a thing be inside his body? Could it be? Chapter 347. The Divine Spear that Penetrates Everything. The Declaration of the Great God. Just as Shiro was wondering why King Arthur's scabbard appeared inside him, a giant hand swept through the dust created by the explosion. Immediately after, a gust of wind split the floating dust in two. Sanmizu and now Shanshan stood still, both showing no obvious signs of injury. You don't seem worried at all about them being affected. After now Shanshan finished speaking, she threw the spiral sword in her hand to the ground. It was meaningless to continue using this magic sword since it couldn't harm Susanoo. With King Arthur over there, I trust her character, and you seem unable to break through Susanoo's defenses. If this continues, you will lose this battle. Sumizu Heming did, no shanshan. If you don't bring out something soon, you might end up eating your own iron fist. Mixed cultivator, let us continue. There are treasures in my treasury that even I don't know how many there are. Now Shanshan snorted coldly, and a long spear appeared in her hand. She raised the spear and then threw it towards Sanmizu. Declaration of the Great God. I hope your broken turtle shell can withstand this divine spear that penetrates everything. And you all, come and behold the causality forged by the gods. Now Shanshan crossed her arms, and the last sentence was clearly directed at the onlookers, including Artoria. This battle was originally her revenge against Sanmizu. Last time she was careless and was taken down in an instant. This time, now Shanshan was fully prepared. The declaration of the great god also had another name, Gungnir. It was the weapon held by Odin during the Asur-Vanir War in Norse mythology. With the blessing of legends, once it became a noble phantasm. The declaration of the great god possessed the characteristics of guaranteed hits and penetration. It's actually Gungnir. Sanmizu recognized this long spear and understood its power. The moment now Shanshan launched her attack, a causality instantly locked onto Sanmizu. The fate of being pierced by Gungnir had become a foregone conclusion. The declaration of the great god, the moment it left now Shanshan's hand, was enveloped in a flash of electricity and began to accelerate continuously, until it completely transformed into a streak of lightning. It streaked across the sky like a meteor, rushing towards Sanmizu, who was located beneath the gem atop Susanu's head. It's actually the declaration of the great god. That's the weapon of the god king. Si Chulin recognized at a glance that the meteor slicing through the sky was the weapon of the god king, renowned as the spear of the meteor. It was also the prototype of the noble phantasm in Si Chulin's hand. What? You mean that Gungnir? Rin Tosaka deduced the information about the weapon thrown by the hero king based on the trajectory displayed by the declaration of the great god and the information she gathered from Si Chulin. If that spear truly has the power described in the myths, Rin Tosaka didn't believe that Sanmizu could withstand the hero king's attack this time. If he suffered an attack of that level again, it would likely lead to Sanmizu's immediate defeat. Thinking of this, Rin Tosaka felt anxious. She instinctively raised her hand, ready to use a command spell to strengthen Sanmizu for a desperate fight. Calm down, it might not be that bad. Artoria stopped Rin Tosaka, as she had no good feelings towards the hero king. Right now, the only one who could face the hero king head-on was Sanmizu. As a command spell that could strengthen a servant, Artoria instinctively felt that it shouldn't be wasted here. This was also the reason she stopped Rin Tosaka. From the way your servant is acting, there's not a hint of panic. Let us be patient and watch. Shiro Amiya spoke up to explain for Artoria. Most of the abilities of the servants come from the blessings of their own legends. And Mr. Sanmizu's ability, Susanu, is also quite remarkable. Shiro Amiya remembered the Susanu that Sanmizu had summoned from the very beginning. Its appearance and name were notable. Plus, Sanmizu had once said that Susanu was the embodiment of destruction. It was hard not to think of Susanu's relationship with Susanoo no Makoto from Japanese mythology. If Mr. Sanmizu's ability is based on that deity, he might really be able to withstand the God King's weapon. Shiro Amiya had an inexplicable fervor for the gods of his own country. Rin Tosaka reached out to touch her command spell while nervously watching the distant battle. She did not choose to fully obey Artoria and Shiro Amiya's words. As long as there was a chance that Sanmizu could fall into a disadvantage, Rin Tosaka would not hesitate to use the command spell. Causality. This thing is indeed difficult to deal with. Sanmizu felt the overwhelming aura of destruction approaching, and a dark golden dial appeared in his hand. The dial of the king of the hour of Emri. He also understood a bit about causality. King of the hour of Emri. As Sanmizu pressed the dial in his hand, the power of Emri within him instantly burst forth. Under the influence of the power of Emri, Susanoo became even more solid. At that moment, the declaration of the great god also collided with Susanoo. Chapter 348. The Divergence Sword. The King of the Twilight. At the moment the King of the Twilight dial was pressed by Sanshui, the golden torrent of power surged forth from the dial in an instant. The dark golden power of the twilight condensed in the void into a massive energy barrier inscribed with time runes. It stood like an absolute realm, quietly blocking the path of Susanoo. Immediately afterward, the divine declaration came wrapped in thousands of lightning bolts. The tip of the eternal spear, capable of tearing through space, collided with the barrier, and in that instant, an energy tide erupted like a supernova explosion. The dimensional rift spread like a spider web at the center of the collision, and the surrounding space let out a mournful cry under the burden. The continental shelf of this desert space began to collapse on a large scale. The scene of the world's destruction was right before their eyes. This weapon, said to be able to pierce through everything, had the runes on its shaft flickering and shattering one after another. The spear tip bent at an astonishing angle in the face of the power of the Twilight King. The divine declaration could not destroy the barrier constructed from the power of the Twilight. Upon hearing the name of the King of the Twilight, Jin Shanshan's eyes lit up. Finally, this power had been forced out. If the divine declaration had not been able to draw out the power of the King of the Twilight yet, Shanshan still had a trump card. In her noble phantasm, she possessed the prototype of all treasures in the world. Among them was a weapon called the Sun Wheel. Obedient to death, Its rank was EX, a divine noble phantasm. Its power could completely annihilate all singular existences in the world, whether it be living beings, non-living things, or any object, including magical beasts, phantasms, divine beasts, humans, shields, armies, cities, barriers, or gods. All existences could not withstand it, but only the world could contend with it. Even gods could not destroy the world. Even if everything, including gods, were to be extinguished, the world would still exist. In other words, the protection based on the concept of the world cannot be penetrated. Of course, Shanshan's EX rank noble phantasms were not limited to this one. Only Sanshui was worthy of her serious search for powerful noble phantasms in the treasury of kings. At the same time, when Sanshui used the power of the King of the Twilight, a uniquely shaped sword was grasped in Shanshan's hand. The sword body not only presented a three-segment style, but was also covered with red patterns. The Divergence Sword. Shanshan raised the Divergence Sword, and the sword body began to rotate. Instantly, a terrifying wind pressure, cutting through space and compressing, formed. It completely dispersed the shockwave created by the collision of the Divine Declaration and the power of the King of the Twilight in front of her. Everything hidden behind was exposed to her sight. The Divine Declaration, using all its power, could not penetrate the dark golden energy barrier before it. Sanshui smiled slightly and reached out, grabbing the gag mirror in front of her. The causality contained within had already been erased by Sanshui using the power of the Twilight. This divine spear that could pierce through everything was harmless to Sanshui. After casually twirling it with a flourish, Sanshui chose to throw the Divine Declaration onto the ground. The reason was simple. First, the ownership of this spear's power still belonged to Shanshan's treasury of kings. She had the ability to reclaim it at any time. Second, Sanshui did not really want to be a spearman. The reason was simple. The luck of spearmen had always been poor. Moreover, neither the knight's weapons nor the talismans created by Yin-Yang Escape were inferior to noble phantasms. This divine king's weapon was thus discarded by Sanshui. The moment the Divine Declaration hit the ground, it made a crisp sound. The spear tip struck the earth, leaving a significant scar. Sanshui's action, however, surprised Shanshan a bit. Mixed cultivation, I thought you would take that noble phantasm. Shanshan raised her swan-like neck proudly, her tone slightly dissatisfied. The scarlet armor behind her stirred without wind, seemingly resonating with her mood. In Sanshui's eyes, she did not notice the desire for her noble phantasm. That indifferent gaze seemed to look down on her collection. The reputation of the Eternal Spear was indeed well-deserved, and I don't particularly like weapons of the gun type, so I have no interest in it. Sanshui waved her hand, and Susanoo began to gradually turn into a phantom after losing the supply of vision. Upon seeing the Divergence Sword in Shanshan's hand, Sanshui understood that her opponent was serious. In the upcoming battle, Susanoo would no longer play a decisive role. The Divergence Sword. It was a world-class noble phantasm. The power it possessed was that of a sword capable of tearing apart the world between them. Its name bore the name of a god from Mesopotamian mythology, the Divergence Sword Aya, to achieve the severance of space. When the sword body began to rotate, it was not aimed as a single target. Instead, it was directed toward the entire world. Therefore, the only power that could contend with it was the power of the Twilight. After realizing this, Sanshui put away her playful attitude. The power of the Twilight contained within Susanoo gathered at Sanshui's waist. Twilight Driver. Next, I need to get a bit serious too. Chapter 349. The King's Treasure. Full Time-Space Exhibition Liberation. The dark golden Omega Driver appeared at Sanshui's waist. Omega Driver. Sanshui gently pushed the driver, completely unleashing its power. Time and space stagnated in that instant, and the air trembled with a buzzing sound. As the gears of the driver at Sanshui's waist engaged, an ancient time-space phantom formed beneath his feet. The ticking sound of a clock transformed into tangible energy ripples. Sand particles on the ground defied gravity, floating in the dark golden energy flow. Finally, the moment had come to unleash its power. Omega Time King. Diao Shanshan's eyes gleamed with fervor as she exclaimed excitedly. This was a familiar power fluctuation. This time, Diao Shanshan would definitely prove her strength and make Sanshui use his full power. She wanted to witness and engage with the true power of Omega Time King. Few could reach Diao Shanshan's level of strength and make her take them seriously. It was even rarer for someone to easily defeat Diao Shanshan. In the original Holy Grail War, Shiro Amiya managed to defeat the King of Heroes largely because Gilgamesh hadn't used his full power from the start. People like Shiro Amiya were looked down upon by Gilgamesh. However, it was unexpected that Gilgamesh would suffer a severed hand in the subsequent battle with Shiro Amiya. Truly shocking. It was unimaginable that even the legendary divine declaration was blocked by Sansui. Si Chulin, still feeling lingering fear, remarked. Witnessing the battle between Sansui and Diao Shanshan, the shockwaves generated by their clash of powers were enough to kill them several times over. No, he was about to unleash that power. Artoria maintained the barrier while observing the situation outside. Upon seeing that familiar dark golden power fluctuation, Artoria understood. The power that allowed Sansui to instantly defeat the King of Heroes had appeared before her again. That power? Si Chulin tilted his head, his tone filled with confusion. He recalled the appearance Sansui had shown when they first met. But that wasn't right. The energy fluctuation before him was vastly different from that time. He was actually hiding his strength. What a terrifying guy. Are these two gods? Rin Tosaka, watching the battle, had her worldview completely shattered. Clearly, it was a war between servants. Yet the abilities of mythological weapons were emerging one after another. Even the legendary heroes displayed powers that were simply outrageous. Could it be the humans in the past fought wars like this? Shiro Amiya remained silent, seriously noting the noble phantasms that appeared in this battle. What caught his attention the most was the driver at Sansui's waist. The material was unknown. He couldn't analyze what metal it was made of. Similarly, he couldn't analyze Diao Shanshan's Kairi sword. It was truly shocking. At that moment, the ground began to shake violently. A deep voice echoed in everyone's ears. Blessing moment. Immediately, the earth cracked open like shattered glass, revealing several bottomless chasms. Fiery magma surged forth. Supreme, strongest, goodness, holiest of kings. Another deep voice resounded. All the magma flowed back, merging with the surrounding substantial energy rings into Sansui's body. As a dark golden lightning bolt struck down, the Omaga armor enveloped Sansui completely. When the last piece of the faceplate locked into place, all anomalies vanished. Omaga Time King. Then that deep voice called out the name of Omaga Time King. Sansui stood above the void. Through his figure, one could faintly see countless universes from birth to destruction. Bear witness, at this moment, it is the time of Omaga. Sansui's deep voice resonated from behind the faceplate, echoing like the fabric of time and space. Good, 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 Diao Shanshan exclaimed loudly in praise. The great power that manifested before her reminded her of the time she fought against the gods alongside her friends. The only difference was, Sansui's power was even greater than theirs. Diao Shanshan raised her hands high, and countless golden ripples appeared behind her in an instant. At the same time, the phantom of the city-state of Uruk emerged behind Diao Shanshan. But that is not all. Centered around the King of Heroes, the phantom of the Tower of Babel continuously appeared around him. The King's Treasure. Full-time space liberation. Chapter 350 The Power of Kamen Rider Eberly. The King's Treasure. All-time and space liberation. Accompanied by a loud shout from Naya Shanshan, the phantom of Uruk behind her suddenly began to boil. The golden ripples above it proliferated rapidly like the Big Bang. At the center of each ripple, various divine weapons from different eras appeared. From the battle axe that tore through the primordial sea to the Ishtar star bow that pierced heaven and earth. There were even universe starships with a futuristic technological aura peeking out from the ripples. These conceptual armaments, which should have been sleeping deep within the King's treasures, were all summoned to the real space by Naya Shanshan at this moment. Witness this. This is the manifestation of the King's wrath. Naya Shanshan stood proudly on the manifested epic of Gilgamesh stone tablet, raising her head to reflect the figure of the Demon King in her crimson eyes. The original sky of the desert space was completely covered by this overwhelming golden radiance. Is this the true power of the Hero King? Artoria stood stunned in place, looking around at all the noble phantasms summoned by the Hero King. The dazzling brilliance shining from them all proclaimed that these treasures had been released with their true names. This was different from when the Hero King simply used them as projectiles before. Any one of these treasures in the sky could easily restore Earth to its primitive civilization. As for the others, they could no longer express their inner emotions with words at this moment. Boundless fear became their body's instinctive response. A huge sense of crisis made them unable to resist fleeing this dangerous place. Their rationality told them that at this moment, there was nowhere safe except within King Arthur's barrier. Facing such a spectacular and dangerous scene, Sanmizu felt no fear at all. In fact, he even felt a strange excitement in his heart. Sanmizu raised his hand, and the power of the Demon King began to circulate within him. A black singularity rippled in his hand, and the space in front of him underwent a terrifying distortion under the power of the singularity. The change in Sanmizu's hand caught the attention of several people protected by Avalon. What is that? Even space is being distorted by the power in his hand. Rin Tosaka pointed at the black singularity in Sanmizu's hand and asked in confusion. It seems to be a black hole? Artoria struggled to utter the unfamiliar term. Although she did not understand the word, her instincts guided her to inform everyone. Are you saying Sanmizu can control black holes? Shiro Amiya's eyes twitched slightly, incredulously saying, the power to control black holes is beyond what humanity can contend with. If the black hole in Sanmizu's hand appeared on Earth, then the entire world could say goodbye. Yes, Artoria nodded firmly. Why do you know so much about Mr. Sanmizu? Si Chulin couldn't help but complain. No matter what ability Sanmizu uses, King Arthur always seems to know something about it. This puzzled Si Chulin. I don't know either. Artoria scratched her head, looking bewildered. It's hard for her to explain such things. Forget about that for now. Look over there. Rin Tosaka pointed at Sanmizu in the distance, reminding everyone. Following Rin Tosaka's gaze, everyone saw that the space around Sanmizu had already distorted to the extreme. Sanmizu held the control dial of Eberly, E-Total, in his hand. For black singularities floated quietly around him, under Sanmizu's control, not leaking too much power. Hero King, I hope you can survive the upcoming attack. After Sanmizu finished speaking, he released his control over the 4 singularities nearby. What? Naya Shanshan's eyelids twitched upon hearing this. But the next moment, the terrifying gravity around Sanmizu began to explode. After losing Sanmizu's control, the 4 singularities collided and fused with each other under their mutual influence. During this process, the planet beneath everyone's feet let out a mournful cry of falling. A large amount of matter was rapidly devoured during the fusion of the singularities. This world, planet, was being disassembled and consumed by the singularities, black holes, created by Sanmizu. And this was not the end. The surrounding gravity quickly distorted under the influence of the singularities, causing time to undergo bizarre changes here. Zazu, how dare you? Nia Shansan quoted angrily, clearly dissatisfied with Sanmizu's table-flipping behavior, but her actions in hand showed no sign of stopping. Naya Shanshan raised the sword of separation in her hand, shouting, Heaven and Earth separation, Star of Creation, Enuma Elish. The 3 cylindrical blades of the separation sword began to spin rapidly. The wind pressure that tore through the world formed a barrier around Naya Shanshan in an instant. And this already broken world, planet, was once again severely damaged by the separation sword. Its core began to collapse rapidly, being devoured by the fused singularities. Chapter 351, The Moment of Finality. Under the influence of the external singularity of this world and the divergent sword, everything was destroyed in just a few minutes. All that remained was the crowd standing between the universe. Arthur and the others were protected by the barrier activated by the sword sheath Avalon and suffered no harm. Inside the barrier of the eternal ideal realm, they could survive for a while in the extremely dangerous vacuum environment of the universe. Sanshui was protected by the armor of the Demon King and was not afraid of being exposed in space. Even without the knight armor, Sanshui's Otsutsuki bloodline naturally allowed him to walk in space with his physical body. On the other hand, Jia Shanshan was having a rough time. Even though the King of Heroes had many treasures, she still could not escape the limits of the human body. At the moment the planet completely collapsed, the blood in her body began to boil. If Jia Shanshan did not take action in time, she would die from the vacuum environment. Mixed cultivation. Do you think this can secure my victory? Dream on. Jia Shanshan immediately took out a sword sheath identical to Artoria's from the king's treasury. Avalon, known as the Single Soldier Fortress, the barrier treasure. Aimed at a single person, Avalon's strength is enough to ignore all physical and parallel world disturbances. It is the most powerful defensive treasure in the Type Moon world. After activating Avalon, Jia Shanshan ignored all dangers in the universe. She provocatively looked at Sanshui, mocking that his actions had no effect. Isn't she being too cheeky? Why can she use so many treasures? When Rin Tosaka saw Jia Shanshan survive using Avalon, she stomped her feet in anger. This is simply cheating. The King of Heroes treasury is said to contain prototypes of all treasures in human history. This means that any creation related to humanity will appear in her treasury. Rather than saying she collects all treasures, it would be more accurate to say she has gathered the original forms of human wisdom. This allows her to target the weaknesses of any heroic spirit she faces in battle. Artoria began to explain Jia Shanshan's treasure, the king's treasury. Information about the king's treasury is not a secret among the top heroic spirits in the Throne of Heroes. Since everyone practices with each other when bored, they have a certain understanding of one another. Damn, if that's the case, how can we continue to fight? Rin Tosaka glared at Jia Shanshan with gritted teeth. The ancient king of humanity is indeed a tricky existence. No, if it's Sanshui, the outcome might be different. Si Chulin suddenly spoke up, expressing his differing opinion. Sanshui once said that he is not from this world. The king of heroes' treasury may not have treasures targeting him. Let's continue watching. Is that so? But it's all over. Sanshui forcefully pushed the drive units on both sides, unleashing the ultimate move of the Demon King. The moment of finality. The ultimate move of the Demon King. Black golden energy immediately surrounded Sanshui's entire body. At the same time, the same black golden characters surrounded Jia Shanshan, restricting her range of movement. What? Jia Shanshan wanted to raise the divergence sword to counterattack, but found herself unable to move at all. This black text can actually seal me. It's over, King of Heroes. Sanshui jumped into the air and unleashed the night kick of the Demon King. The power of all knights gathered in Sanshui's foot, and black golden flames engulfed his body. Damn, this move again. Jia Shanshan watched as Sanshui traced a scorching trajectory through the air. His terrifying kick caused the space-time along the path to completely collapse. In the moment Sanshui pierced through Jia Shanshan, countless phantoms of knights appeared behind him. They all performed finishing moves, followed by an unending series of knight kicks aimed at Jia Shanshan. In the fourth dimension, Jia Shanshan's entire being repeatedly experienced the causality of being hit. At this moment, Jia Shanshan desperately wanted to scream, but no sound came out, until her body transformed into golden particles on the verge of complete erasure. Amazing. So powerful. Artoria watched Jia Shanshan's dire situation, feeling deep sympathy. This dazzling causal network woven from the fourth dimension is enough to conceptually erase Jia Shanshan. This means that there will no longer be a Jia Shanshan who has ever existed in this world. All her information will be erased. How terrifying. Hooray, we won. Rin Tosaka excitedly waved her fists, celebrating her servant's victory in this battle. Phew, Shiro Amiya let out a sigh of relief, thankful that his enemy was not Mr. Sanshui. Such an opponent would be hard to handle, even with King Arthur. This is truly eye-opening. Si Chulin nodded in satisfaction. This battle gave him profound insights, leading him to a conclusion. Effort ultimately cannot compare to players who are overpowered. Chapter 352, The Power of the Hero King, Acquired. This battle I won. Sanshui snapped his fingers, witnessing the fading presence of Mama Shanshan. If it had been any slower, he wouldn't have been able to obtain Mama Shanshan's power. After the crisp sound, dark golden ripples rapidly spread out from Sanshui, causing everything around to retreat swiftly. The time in this world was forcibly reversed by Sanshui. Mama Shanshan closed her eyes, waiting for the conclusion. All-knowing and omnipotent, she understood that her chance to return to the Throne of Heroes had been severed. Sanshui's previous attack had fundamentally erased Mama Shanshan's existence. However, moments later, Mama Shanshan found herself regaining control over her body. Upon opening her eyes again, she witnessed everything around her rapidly retreating. How interesting, to be able to initiate such a large-scale time reversal. His control over time is truly unfathomable. Stepping back onto the familiar desert, Mama Shanshan looked at Sanshui with a complex expression. As the victor, is he going to humiliate her? Mama Shanshan acknowledged Sanshui's strength in her heart regarding everything that had just happened. For a powerful being capable of manipulating time, there are few means to counterbalance the opponent. Without equivalent means to counter time abilities, as long as the opponent exists, it basically proclaims a defeated outcome. The ability to manipulate time is that simple and brutal. At this moment, she truly understood the weight of what he had once said about being the king of time. As the victor of this battle, I will accept your power. Sanshui, under Mama Shanshan's puzzled gaze, once again took out a blank dial and pointed it at her. As Sanshui exerted his will, golden power continuously drained from Mama Shanshan's body into the blank dial. At this moment, Mama Shanshan felt her body being emptied by Sanshui. All her power was rapidly flowing away, sealed within the blank dial in Sanshui's hands. Seeing the immediate crisis resolved, Artoria no longer maintained the Avalon barrier, releasing everyone within. What happened? Shiro Amiya looked at the scene before him, utterly confused. Was Sanshui's use of time manipulation to resurrect the Hero King for this? I see. A glimmer of understanding crossed Artoria's eyes. Having witnessed Sanshui previously using Lancelot's abilities, so Sanshui could utilize the abilities of others through this means. However, Artoria did not agree with Sanshui's actions. This goes against the chivalry she believes in. Go Sanshui! Rin Tosaka, full of excitement, cheered for her servant. The miraculous display of time reversal had already won the girl's heart. Naturally, Rin recognized everything her servant did. It was all for the sake of obtaining the Holy Grail and fulfilling the Tosaka family's long-held wish. You mix blood, even if you win this time. You've schemed so much just to seal the power of the king. Mama Shanshan secretly glanced at Sanshui, her tone carrying a hint of weakness. Perhaps the loss of power had diminished her confidence. Now that it had fallen into Sanshui's hands, it was truly subject to his whims. That's not sealing. It's for my use. The sealing was completely accomplished, and Sanshui tossed the Hero King's control dial into the air. The King's treasures, one of the most overpowered abilities in the Type Moon world, were now in hand. What? Hearing this, Mama Shanshan looked up at Sanshui in disbelief. What kind of joke is this? My power has become his? Impossible. The King's treasures, the Sword of Rupture, and the Heavenly Lock. These things can only be used by Mama Shanshan herself. In the next moment, Mama Shanshan's ruby eyes widened in shock. She saw the Heavenly Lock probing out a small segment from the familiar golden ripples of Mama Shanshan, playfully rubbing against Sanshui's palm. This is impossible. Mama Shanshan exclaimed in disbelief. She felt a deep sense of confusion and sadness. Her friend had actually betrayed her. No, this must be some disgusting trick by this annoying guy. That's why the Heavenly Lock slipped from her control. Thank you very much for the gift you gave me. I really like it. Sanshui slowly walked over to Mama Shanshan, lifting her delicate chin with his hand. For a period of time, you will stay by my side. I understand now. To be able to reach this level, you must be one of those two guys. Mama Shanshan's emotions returned to their usual calm, ignoring the man's offense towards her. Only the suppressing force could determine the ownership of the heroic spirit's treasures. And Mama Shanshan, having violated the rules in the last Holy Grail War by using black mud to gain a physical body, it was only natural for the suppressing force to come and deal with the previous mess. What will you do next? Will you agree or disagree? However, regardless of whether you agree or disagree, you have no right to choose. I won't be asking for your opinion. Chapter 353. Maid Outfit Shanshan. Damn it. How could this king be made to wear such shameful clothes? Shanshan's face turned crimson, and she glared coldly at Sanshui. That despicable mixed cultivator. He actually used my body to satisfy his own desires. You look quite cute in that outfit. Shanshan, dressed in a maid outfit, stood quietly beside Sanshui. Under the threat of the power sealed in the driving dial, Shanshan reluctantly obeyed Sanshui's orders, temporarily staying by his side in her maid role. Hey, since I've done what you asked, when will you restore my powers? Shanshan held back her inner shame and shouted at Sanshui. I always keep my word, catch this. Sanshui threw the Hero King driving dial toward Shanshan. You really trust me to return my powers? Shanshan was somewhat incredulous when she saw her powers actually returning. This guy. I can't shake the feeling that I'm being underestimated. I welcome you to challenge me at any time, but there will be penalties for failure. Sanshui said to Shanshan nonchalantly. The Hero King data has already been backed up in the omniscient ArkDriver. Now that the power has been returned to Shanshan, it poses no problem. The power obtained through the driving dial can be retrieved by Sanshui at any time. Not to mention, Shanshan, relying solely on her own strength, couldn't possibly defeat Sanshui. With Shanshan's matter settled, it was time to deal with the evils of this world. Sanshui snapped his fingers, sending everyone back to the Type Moon world. With a flash, everyone reappeared on the street. The crowd around them had long since vanished under the church's dispersal. All eyes were involuntarily drawn to the figure behind Sanshui. It was hard to believe that the usually proud and domineering Hero King would present herself in a maid outfit. What is going on? Rin Tosaka pointed at Shanshan in maid attire and asked. Given Shanshan's displayed strength in this battle, if she truly sought revenge in the future, no one present, except for Sanshui, could stand against her. As a loser, she must accept her defeat. All right, let's not worry about her anymore. Sanshui shrugged and turned to face Si Chulin and Artoria. Since this night is still not over, shall we continue? The moment Sanshui spoke, the atmosphere around them fell into a deathly silence. A few servants and masters suddenly recalled that they were still in opposing roles. And the power of Sanshui and the Hero King had already been deeply etched in everyone's minds. Excluding the unseen caster, assassin, and berserker, the outcome of this Holy Grail war was already determined. I give up on the Holy Grail, Artoria said with a bitter smile. The moment she saw Sanshui, she realized that competing for the Holy Grail was impossible. She no longer held much hope for her wish. I am sorry. I have to continue fighting you due to my master's orders. Si Chulin laughed heartily, showing no signs of fear. Sanshui's strength was indeed formidable. But as the child of light, Si Chulin also enjoyed battling powerful enemies. I accept your challenge, Si Chulin. As a mark of respect for you, I will give it my all from here on out. Sanshui nodded slightly at Si Chulin, indicating his acceptance of the challenge. The seeking Dao Jade transformed into a pitch-black spear, which Sanshui grasped in his hand. But in the next moment, a strange voice came from afar. Self-destruct. Lancer. The priestly-clad Kiritsugu Amiya stepped out from around the corner of the street. As a command spell on his arm vanished, it sealed Si Chulin's fate of death. What? Si Chulin's pupils dilated, and his body began to move involuntarily according to the command. This is a command spell. How dare my master? Puffed. The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. His master is actually Lancer's master? Rin Tosaka looked at the unexpectedly appearing figure. Her master, Kiritsugu Amiya. He's no longer useful, so let him exit the stage. After speaking, Kiritsugu's gaze fell on Shanshan. He was suddenly taken aback, feeling an inexplicable sense of pleasure at Shanshan's visible frustration and helplessness. How delightful. It's rare to come out and have such unexpected gains. TSK. Mixed cultivator. Shanshan felt Kiritsugu's gaze and forced herself to maintain her pride in silence. Master. You. Si Chulin shouted angrily at Kiritsugu. Thanks to the existence of the battle continuation ability, Si Chulin did not immediately die after his heart was destroyed by his own noble phantasm. TSK. I suddenly feel a bit annoyed. Sanshui pouted, and the second phase king dial appeared in his hand. If I just let Si Chulin die like this, where will my authority be? Chapter 354. The Essential Course for Ninjas. Time King's second stage. Sanshui pressed the button on the Time King's second stage control dial in his hand. A phantom of a clock reversing flashed past Si Chulin. Immediately, his injuries began to heal rapidly. All right, now we can continue our battle. Sanshui nodded in satisfaction upon seeing Si Chulin's wounds healed. He did not agree to Si Chulin's death. It would be hard for Si Chulin to die, even if he wanted to. What? Father Meipo's expression instantly became serious. The ability to manipulate time and apply it to others. From his appearance, he seemed extremely relaxed. No wonder the King of Heroes was at a disadvantage in his hands, even reduced to appearing in a maid outfit. Without a doubt, this was a huge blow to the King of Heroes' pride. The power you exhibited truly amazes me. I used a command seal, and I have no intention of being your enemy. Kiritsugu Amiya immediately stepped forward to clarify his position. Since the King of Heroes had already been defeated, Kiritsugu Amiya naturally wouldn't have any inappropriate thoughts. He came this time representing the church. Then just watch. Sanshui did not continue to engage Kiritsugu Amiya and turned to wait for Si Chulin to launch an attack. After being led by the King of Heroes, Father Meipo was desperately pursuing joy. In front of Sanshui, he couldn't stir up any waves. Who? Si Chulin took a deep breath and assumed a fighting stance. It must be said, after personally experiencing Sanshui's ability to manipulate time, Si Chulin deeply realized how ridiculous it was for a time manipulator to exist. The fatal injury he had just sustained healed in the blink of an eye. This was merely for healing purposes. If this power were used for combat, perhaps only Sanshui himself could defeat himself. I will not use my time manipulation ability against you. You are a true warrior, deserving of my respect. The Omag armor on Sanshui transformed into golden light particles and dissipated into the night sky. As a sign of respect, I will also use my full strength in battle. As Si Chulin finished speaking, he transformed into a shadow and swiftly approached Sanshui. Si Chulin displayed exquisite marksmanship, attempting to suppress Sanshui with high-intensity close combat. He could see that Sanshui's activation of his ability required the circular object in his hand. As long as he did not give him the opportunity to activate his ability, Si Chulin believed he could defeat him in martial arts. But unfortunately, Si Chulin was mistaken about one thing. That is, Sansui was not just a night transformer, but also a ninja. And for ninjas, one could say they were all qualified killing machines. Physical skills were also one of the essential courses for ninjas. It had been a long time since he fought with his identity as a ninja. He missed it the moment Si Chulin approached. The three-tomo Sharingan appeared in Sansui's eyes. All of Si Chulin's subsequent attacks were seen through and countered by Sansui as terrifying insight from the Sharingan. The two then erupted into a fierce close-quarters clash, but Si Chulin was always at a disadvantage. The ninjas Mr. Sansui mentioned are far from what I know of ninjas. They seem more like a group of sneaky assassins. With a quick movement, they separated. Si Chulin's chest heaved violently. The intense hand-to-hand combat had consumed a lot of his stamina. He then gripped his spear with a serious expression, preparing to unleash the true name of his magical spear. The outcome of their clash was beyond Si Chulin's expectations. His opponent's combat experience was extremely rich. Many of Si Chulin's moves were seen through just as they began. Those ninjas you spoke of cannot be compared to me. Physical skills are just one of the essential courses for ninjas. Sansui extended his hand and raised a finger at Si Chulin. Traditional ninjas cannot escape the realm of humanity. While the ninjas of a ninja world are more like products modified by aliens, the Otsutsuki clan, the two cannot be conflated. Mr. Sansui, next I will use my strongest, noble phantasm. Si Chulin performed a backflip, then took a running jump into the air. He poured all his magical energy into the Spear of Death, G-E-Bid. This strike was his ultimate finishing move. The G-E-Bid, Si Chulin shouted, using all his strength to throw the magical spear at Sansui. At the moment of being thrown, the spear erupted with a terrifying sonic boom. It shot towards Sansui's face, glowing crimson and containing the power to annihilate everything. The G-E-Bid is Si Chulin's way of attacking enemies by throwing the Spear of Death. Its target shifts from a person to an entire army. At this moment, the power of the G-E-Bid would increase several times. Not only that, its power and range would also be greatly enhanced. It was Si Chulin's finishing move and trump card. In the original work, this move even pierced through the red A's projection of the 7 rings of the blazing heavens. This shows just how powerful it is. The second essential course for ninjas, ninjutsu. Facing the incoming magical spear, Sansui did not retreat. He clapped his hands forcefully and shouted. Ninjutsu would release True Thousand Hands Top Transformation Buddha. Chapter 355, The Fall of Si Chulin. Mystic Art would release True Thousand Hands Transformation into Buddha. Sansui clapped his hands together with great force, and the chakra within him erupted instantly. Boom! The earth began to tremble violently. A massive wooden Buddha statue rose from the ground in an instant. Behind the statue was a made-up of countless giant arms. Against the backdrop of the Buddha statue, Si Chulin's treasure looked like a child's toy, blocked in front of him by the statue. What a huge Buddha statue! Tosaka Rin looked up, momentarily unable to see the entire figure of the statue. An interesting toy. That is not just a mere decoration. The shining daughter could sense an incredibly strong vitality emanating from the statue. Moreover, this vitality was enough to impact the surrounding environment. Under the statue's feet, the nearby vegetation grew increasingly lush and vibrant. Damn it, with a Buddha statue this big, how am I supposed to explain this to the public? Kiritsugu felt utterly defeated, acutely aware of how difficult his responsibilities as a cleric were. This Holy Grail War is a mess. Hide the Holy Grail War? There's no way to hide it at all. What? Si Chulin was at a loss. He watched as the giant Buddha raised its hand and slapped, sending Si Chulin's treasure flying. Its material structure was utterly deceptive, according to Si Chulin's understanding of his own treasure and the original power of the magic spear. It should have easily pierced through this obviously wooden construct summoned by Sansui. Why? But Si Chulin had no time to ponder this question anymore. He saw the 1,000-handed giant Buddha raise its countless palms and slam down towards him. In front of the stunned crowd, the giant Buddha's heavy punch overwhelmed Si Chulin's pitiful figure. How brutal! Countless fists rose and fell, and the aftershocks caused the ground to tremble continuously. Everyone hold on to something. Artoria reacted quickly, reminding her master. But seeing that the two of them clearly couldn't respond in time, she turned around, grabbing Tosaka Rin with one hand and Shiro Amiya with the other, standing firmly on the ground. Thank you. Shiro Amiya expressed his gratitude to Artoria, still shaken. As a native of an island nation, he had an inexplicable fear of earthquakes. Phew, it's good to have Saber here. Tosaka Rin let out a sigh of relief. Gripping Artoria's arm, she had also been startled. The visual effect of that giant Buddha's attack was simply terrifying. It's over, the Shining Daughter said calmly, announcing the final result. Given Si Chulin's strength, it was clear he could not survive such an attack. After a long while, the tremors of the ground gradually subsided. Ending with this move, it can be said that you did not lose your reputation. Sansui leaped down from the top of the Buddha statue and landed on the ground. The giant statue was then stored away in the dimensional wall by Sansui for future use. At this moment, the street was a scene of devastation, unviewable. There were pits of various sizes everywhere, along with debris from scattered buildings. Phew! Kiritsugu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the giant Buddha had finally stopped. Fortunately, he had anticipated that a major battle would occur here, so he had already dispatched the church to evacuate everyone nearby. Just right to use the earthquake caused this time as a rationale for the aftermath. Great! We have taken another step closer to the Holy Grail. Once everything's settled, Tosaka Rin shouted excitedly as she rushed out. If the Holy Grail isn't necessarily what you think it is, do you still want to obtain it? Seeing Tosaka Rin's excited demeanor, Sansui sighed and began to give a warning. The Holy Grail has long been corrupted. From an all-powerful wishing machine, it has turned into an abstract wishing machine. Why do I say this? Because the corrupted Holy Grail can still grant wishes. However, it will do so in extremely dangerous ways. The simplest example is the world peace that Shiro Amiya has always desired. The Holy Grail would choose to slaughter everyone in the world to achieve that goal. This method of wish fulfillment clearly contradicts the original intent of the wishmaker. Hearing Sansui's words, Tosaka Rin, who was initially excited, suddenly calmed down. The fact that such a powerful and incredible servant as Sansui would say there was a problem with the Holy Grail could only mean the Holy Grail really has issues. Why do you say that? Tosaka Rin hesitated for a moment, but decided to ask Sansui for a clear answer. After all, the Holy Grail was tied to the lifelong aspirations of the Tosaka family. He wasn't wrong. The Holy Grail is indeed corrupted. Artoria moved closer to Sansui and confirmed the fact of the Holy Grail's corruption. The horrific scene from the last Holy Grail War was still vividly etched in Artoria's memory. The land beneath their feet had turned into a sea of fire due to the black mud flowing from the Holy Grail. This was also the result of the brief communication Artoria had with her master. How could this be? Tosaka Rin felt lost when even Saber said so. After all, she had always been working hard for her family's lifelong wish. Obtaining the Holy Grail was not for her own wishes, but to reach the root through the Holy Grail. Now, that Sansui was telling Tosaka Rin that the Holy Grail was not as she thought. One can imagine how devastating this news was for her. Seeing Artoria come over to meddle, Sansui felt a moment of speechlessness. It was originally just a precautionary measure from Tosaka Rin, but it had escalated into a condemnation through Artoria's words. Did I say anything wrong? Seeing Sansui's expression, Artoria thought she had described it incorrectly. No, you didn't say anything wrong. Chapter 356. When out and about, identity is self-given. The significance of this Holy Grail War, filled with mutual conflict, has diminished greatly. If you're here to make wishes, I advise you to give up that thought. As King Arthur said, the pollution of the Holy Grail is a settled matter. After Sansui finished speaking, he turned to point at the watching Mashu. The Hero King can also testify to this. Upon hearing this, Rin Tosaka looked towards Mashu, wanting to confirm a different outcome from her. But as expected, Mashu remained silent and only slightly nodded in confirmation of the Holy Grail's truth. Mashu, wrapped in black mud, gained a physical body. However, the experience of falling into the filth of this world's evil is something she finds almost unspeakable. Well, since it has come to this, Rin Tosaka no longer insists. Since the method of reaching the root through the Holy Grail is no longer feasible, Rin Tosaka can only give up on her family's long-cherished wish. Sansui, what is your wish for participating in this Holy Grail War? Rin Tosaka asked. She was prepared to help Sansui fulfill his idea. Me? Upon mentioning Sansui's wish, everyone's interest was piqued. Everyone present wanted to know the reason behind Sansui's response to the Holy Grail. Only Mashu gazed thoughtfully at Sansui's back. In Mashu's memory, during the Fourth Holy Grail War, Sansui showed little interest in the Holy Grail, but responded to its summons twice. If it were simply for the enjoyment of battling with heroic spirits, it wouldn't align with Sansui's past actions. Until now, After seeing Sanshui seal his own power and then summon the celestial lock, Mashu realized that Sanshui likely used this method to gain the ability to use others' powers. And the power he wields is likely no less than the original version. My response to the Holy Grail summons is not to fulfill my own wish. Handling the polluted Holy Grail, the evil of this world, and the irregular heroic spirits is my goal. Sanshui did not hide the task given to him as the restraint. Irregular heroic spirits? Rin Tosaka was somewhat puzzled. It was the first time she had heard this term. Generally, the Holy Grail selects a master, and then everyone summons their own servants. And this irregular heroic spirit. Yes, it's her. Sanshui pushed Mashu in front of him. Hero King Gilgamesh, a heroic spirit who has survived since the last Holy Grail War. For the throne of heroes, she is a product that unexpectedly gained a physical body and remained in reality. TSK. Mashu pouted in displeasure, unusually refraining from retorting. What surprised her was that Sanshui's identity this time is actually the agent of restraint. And now that she has been caught by the other party, Mashu has no intention of resisting further. Through this encounter with Sanshui, Gilgamesh gained a further understanding of his strength. Plus, her close friend Enkidu showed great closeness to Sanshui. This made Mashu's previously hidden thoughts begin to stir. Only someone with such strength is qualified to become my queen. Thinking of this, Mashu felt an inexplicable sense of joy in her heart. As for Sanshui's opinion, that is of no importance to Mashu. As the ancient king, everything and everyone she values will belong to her. I see. Artoria nodded, understanding Sanshui's motivation. Since he aims to deal with the evil of this world, King Arthur cannot stand by idly. Such a thing that invites destruction should not exist in the world. I will stay and help you deal with the evil of this world. Well, then thank you for your help. Sanshui thanked Artoria. He could handle the evil of this world alone, but having more people to help would reduce many troubles. I will help you too, Sanshui, Rin Tosaka said without hesitation. That evil of this world clearly isn't anything good. This land will inevitably continue to hold Holy Grail wars in the future. If this matter is not handled well, future troubles will surely be abundant. As a member of the family that provides this land, Rin Tosaka naturally cannot allow such a thing to exist. It's hard to imagine that such a thing could happen in the Holy Grail War. Then I, representing the church, announced that this Holy Grail War is temporarily halted, prioritizing the correction of the Holy Grail's pollution. This news will soon be communicated to all masters who have summoned servants. Kirai Kodomine, seeing this, immediately pretended to be unaware. At the same time, he announced on behalf of the church that they would fully assist Sanshui in purifying the Holy Grail. Tsich, Mashu shot a displeased sideways glance at Kirai Kodomine. She expressed great disdain for his actions. The second day of the Holy Grail War also ended with simple discussions among the parties. The next day, from the television news, it could be seen that the church truly exerted all efforts to cover up the unusual events that occurred yesterday in a relatively reasonable manner. For the residents of Fuyuki City, another beautiful and harmonious day is about to begin. At Shiro Amiya's home, Rin Tosaka entered with Sanshui, while Mashu hung back alone. Where's Saber? I want to borrow her for a bit. Chapter 357, Sakura Matu's Gift. Where's Saber? I need to borrow her. Rin Tosaka shouted at Shiro Amiya as soon as she entered the room. Mitsui followed behind Rin with a helpless expression, one hand on his forehead. Murasaki stood expressionless, still dressed in her maid outfit, coldly waiting behind Mitsui, as if nothing could catch her attention. However, the occasional flicker in her gem-like eyes silently conveyed that her heart was not a stagnant pool. Rin, did you find out where the Holy Grail is? Shiro Amiya was surprised that Rin openly walked around with two heroic spirits during the day. But upon hearing Rin's words, he understood that she must be planning to take action regarding the Holy Grail. Otherwise, she wouldn't be coming to borrow Saber from him. Well, sort of, Rin replied vaguely, then looked towards the door. A knocking sound from outside indicated that new guests were arriving. A familiar figure walked in through the door, with her familiar purple hair. It was none other than Sakura Matu. Mitsui and I. As soon as Sakura entered, she saw the person she had been thinking about day and night. She could hardly believe her eyes, her heart filled with joy. She had been aware of the commotion caused by Mitsui and others last night. The reason she didn't go to find Mitsui right away was to prepare a surprise for him. Sakura? Seeing Sakura call his name directly, Mitsui immediately realized. This was the Sakura he knew. But how did she come to this world? Moreover, Sakura was no longer the little girl from before. She had grown into a beautiful young lady. This reminded him of Hinata and her sister, who remained in the Naruto world. When they left, the two were basically responsible for the development of Konoha and the God Cult, both holding absolute leadership. The previous Hokages who had returned to the Pure Land were mostly not daring to oppose Konoha's strength. With Naruto and Sasuke, there were a total of 4 candidates at the 6 paths level. Mitsui wasn't worried that Hinata and the others would be defeated against the unknown trio of the Peach style. After all, the fully developed magic machines weren't to be underestimated. For a moment, Mitsui's thoughts began to drift. Mitsui and I, look what this is. Sakura Matu took out a small holy grail from her bosom and presented it to Mitsui. Why do you have a holy grail, Sakura? And how do you know Mitsui? Rin Tosaka widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at her sister. At the same time, she wondered why Sakura showed such extreme attachment to Mitsui and seemed to want to ask for praise after revealing the holy grail. It really is the holy grail. Artoria carefully examined the holy grail in Sakura's hands and confirmed that it was indeed the real deal. The same as the holy grail she had seen in the last Holy Grail War. I see, you forged that ant into a holy grail. Murasaki immediately recognized the essence of the holy grail in Sakura's hands. The core was the head of the Matu family, Matazokan. Sakura, you've worked hard. It must have taken quite a bit of effort to get the small holy grail. Mitsui came back to his senses and took the holy grail, reaching out to stroke Sakura's hair. The girl must have gone through a lot to return to this world. But with the ArkDriver in hand, it should be much easier now. I'm just glad to help Mitsui and I. The girl let out a cute laugh, squinting her eyes to enjoy the long-awaited intimacy. Being able to see Mitsui and I again. This feeling is so good. Damn. Rin Tosaka watched her sister's delighted expression and chose not to interrupt. To this day, Rin understood that she owed her sister too much. It was the first time in years that she had seen Sakura, who was always cold, show a genuine smile. By the way, Mitsui and I, there's another gift you need to accept. As Sakura finished speaking, a servant dressed in a purple robe pushed the door open and entered. Midia, I didn't expect you to be summoned. Murasaki immediately saw through the identity of the newcomer and spoke up. Murasaki didn't like Midia at all. Known for her betrayal of the witch, Murasaki looked down on her. With that attire, you must be caster. Artoria then identified Midia's class. You've already got rider's power in your hands, right? Caster is the servant I picked up before and can also help Mitsui and I. As Sakura spoke, she pushed Midia in front of Mitsui. Master, Midia, pushed in front of Mitsui by Sakura, seemed somewhat at a loss. If it was the master's request, then it wouldn't be impossible. Midia seemed to think of something, and her pale face, peeking out from her robe, flushed red. Rider's power is indeed in my hands, Mitsui said, looking down at the blushing Midia, feeling speechless. No, what are you blushing for? Sakura was talking about genuine help. Clearly, Midia has misunderstood. Chapter 358. Randomly picking 5 unlucky souls. Since this is a gift from Sakura, I, Caster, will accept it. Ms. Water pulled down Caster's hood, revealing her originally beautiful face. Blue long hair and pupils, with cute pointed ears that obviously distinguish her from ordinary people. These are all plus points. Truly worthy of Mom C. Just standing there, the aura of a married woman in front of her is quite strong. Ms. Water recalled the information about Midia, the caster of this holy grail war, the betrayed witch Midia, an excellent magician from the age of gods. Her true identity is the unfortunate princess of Colchis from Greek mythology, the original wife of the hero Jason. Cold, cruel, unscrupulous, and skilled in various schemes are her trademarks. But this personality was formed as a way to resist the fate she bore. Continuous betrayals shaped Midia's final character. Looking at her qualifications, the most valuable abilities she possesses are 2. First, the golden fleece that can summon a giant dragon by throwing it to the ground. The power of the dragon is well known in Western mythology. However, Mom C does not have the ability to summon phantasms, so she cannot call forth the dragon. The golden fleece can only be reduced to a tool for Mom C to regain health. Second, the ultimate anti-magic treasure. The 10,000 symbols must respond and break the ban. This treasure can directly break the contract between the master and the servant. Moreover, Mom C also used the 10,000 symbols must respond and break the ban to enslave Artoria and Rede, the future Shiroamiya, under her control. This gentleman. Midia looked at him with a panicked expression but did not evade. For the master, I can do it. Midia encouraged herself in her heart. But next, Ms. Waters simply placed a blank dial in Midia's hand. As the pointer of the blank dial turned, it transformed into a new driving dial. Heroic spirit driving Medea. With this caster, it will ensure your magic supply, and then you can continue to stay by Sakura's side. Once this war is over, you can choose your own fate. Feeling the new dial and driver complete the connection, Ms. Water did not choose to have Caster stay by his side. Even if the magic power of the Age of Gods is great, it doesn't compare to the ease of using the sage arts of the ninja world. My fate. Medea lifted the dial in her hand and observed it carefully. At the moment the dial was formed, a massive amount of magic power lay within her entire body. With this magic power, Medea would no longer need to absorb people's life force to convert it into magic power. She could even freely unleash the magic of the Age of Gods, she remembered. This world still hides other magician organizations. But for you, they're not a problem at all. I hope you can protect Sakura's safety before I retrieve the Holy Grail. In return, after it's over, you can choose to return to the Hall of Heroic Spirits or stay in the present world. Medea stood there in a daze, Miss Water's words echoing in her mind. After a moment, Medea suppressed her doubts and spoke. You don't need to say it. I will also protect the master's safety. That's good. After dealing with the caster issue, Ms. Water was met with Rin Tosaka's close questioning. Hey, why are you so familiar with my sister? Rin Tosaka looked at Sakura, who was now standing behind Ms. Water, with a gentle smile, furrowing her brows. What exactly are these two hiding? It's nothing, sister. I'll explain the reason to you. Sakura Matu took Rin Tosaka aside and recounted part of her experiences. While taking Rin Tosaka away, Sakura Matu sent a glance to Ms. Water. Leave everything to me. When will we retrieve the Great Holy Grail? Staying here is too boring. Now Shanshan saw that there was no one else beside Ms. Water and stepped forward to ask. She felt very bored during these days of idleness and couldn't wait to find some fun. For example, watching Ms. Water struggle against the evils of this world would be a good idea. By then, Ms. Water would have to seek her help. At this thought, now Shanshan's mouth slightly curled up. Let's go to Lu Dong Temple. The final step will be completed there. Ms. Water responded to now Shanshan with action. He began to open the dimensional walls, bringing Artoria and now Shanshan to Lu Dong Temple. This place had already been cleared by the church, becoming an excellent venue. Why did you bring us here? Without sacrificing enough servants, we cannot open the hole to draw out the evil of this world. Now Shanshan reminded Ms. Water as he placed the small Holy Grail on the ground. The magic circle for the Great Holy Grail is hidden beneath the mountain. To draw out the evil of this world, the small Holy Grail needs to collect enough servant souls. Currently, the fallen heroic spirits include Rider and Lancer. It's still far from enough to activate the small Holy Grail. Completing this condition is not difficult for Ms. Water. If necessary, I can make a sacrifice. Artoria drew her sword, intending to commit suicide. If you ask this king can also consider helping you. Now Shanshan seized the opportunity, raising her delicate chin. Of course, the hell she mentioned is not the same as the punishment Artoria would impose. At most, it will be helping Ms. Water to break through the remaining servants to activate the small Holy Grail. TSK, you two are really dramatic. If I weren't prepared, what would be the point of bringing you here? Just as Ms. Water finished speaking, several dimensional walls opened behind him. 5 randomly selected unlucky souls were manifested by Ms. Water using his magic power. Without exception, all 5 of them were heroic spirits. Ms. Water issued his first command to them. All of you commit suicide. Chapter 359, Ilya. Everyone commit suicide. Mizusawa's cold words announced the death of these heroic spirits. When they were manifested by the power of the encounter, they were absolutely loyal to Mizusawa himself. In half a breath's time, these heroic spirits, with slightly dazed expressions, each took out their noble phantasms. In their own different ways, they died before the little Holy Grail. Mizusawa, isn't this too cruel? Artoria asked with a pained expression. The chivalry she believed in could not bear to see such a scene. The heroic spirits were great warriors and should not end their lives in this manner. Haven't you realized it yet, Saber? They're just a bunch of manipulated fakes. Daughter Shanshan mocked Artoria, saying, this little girl is truly naive. With her personality, she shouldn't become a king. It's just a sacrifice of a few slaves. Moreover, it's perfectly normal for subjects to give their lives for their king. No, you are wrong. They're not fakes. They're my servants pulled from other timelines. Mizusawa watched as the 5 people in front of him died. Their souls collected into the little Holy Grail. Fakes cannot meet the requirements of the Holy Grail. Oh, I didn't expect that this king would misjudge. Daughter Shanshan took out a wine cup from the king's treasury and sipped it. For her, everything was managed by Mizusawa. At this moment, Daughter Shanshan was completely in a bystander-esque mindset. Unless Mizusawa asked her, she would not intervene. Arthur, you will seal the evils of this world with Avalon later. Mizusawa did not answer Artoria's question and tossed Avalon to her from the king's treasury. Use Avalon to resist the first wave of the evils of this world. When the true consciousness of these evils descends into the world, it will be time for AK to take action. If the evils of this world sense danger, they will hide in the magical prize pool constructed by the Greater Holy Grail. Mizusawa was also troubled about how to drag it out. The Greater Holy Grail was connected to the ley lines of Fuyuki City. If anything went wrong inside the Greater Holy Grail, the entire Fuyuki City would be uprooted. Relying solely on the ability to reverse time could not drag out the evils of this world. Artoria understood the importance of the situation. Dealing with the evils of this world was the priority. Some sacrifices were unavoidable. Everything was to eliminate these evils. Artoria comforted herself in her heart. Then I will begin. Mizusawa picked up the little Holy Grail from the ground and held it high above his head. After being filled, the little Holy Grail began to connect with the Greater Holy Grail. In a moment, the once representative whole of total destruction hung high in the sky again. The news of the Holy Grail stopping also reached the Einsburn family. But for the current family, Ubastede von Einsburn, hereinafter referred to as Hade, could not tolerate it. Hade had lived this long at the cost of becoming an artificial human. Due to Kiritsugu Amiya's betrayal during the Fourth Holy Grail War, the Einsburn family's plans had failed. And in this Fifth Holy Grail War, Ilia would serve as Hade's final masterpiece. If Ilia fails to obtain the Holy Grail this time, Hade will abandon the Greater Holy Grail and shut down his own power. This action means that the Einsburn family will completely become a thing of the past. There will no longer be anything to represent this ancient family. As the pinnacle of the Einsburn family's technology, Ilia had long been lying in ambush on one side, observing Mizusawa fill the Little Holy Grail. Now that the Little Holy Grail was activated, it was the best opportunity for Ilia to fight for it. As for the nearby guards, Artoria and the others were, in Ilia's eyes, simply no match for her Berserker. Attack! Berserker! With Ilia's command, Berserker instantly appeared behind her. Without a moment's pause, Berserker charged straight at Mizusawa, who was holding the Little Holy Grail high. Mizusawa, whose attention was on the Holy Grail, was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of Berserker. He had not anticipated that a hidden enemy would attack him at this moment. Didn't the church clean this place up? Why was there still a hidden enemy lurking here? Could it be that the church betrayed him and the others? Be careful. Artoria tightly gripped her sword and blocked it in front of Mizusawa the moment Berserker appeared. There was no time to worry about the evils of this world. Protecting the Holy Grail was the primary objective. But she clearly underestimated Berserker's strength, as she was swept away by a single blow like a cannonball. Interesting. Daughter Shanshan watched the sudden turn of events without any hint of anxiety. She calmly called out to Mizusawa. How is it? Do you need me to step in? If you ask me. No need. Mizusawa interrupted daughter Shanshan before she could finish her sentence. Faced with the continuous attacks from Berserker, Mizusawa could only temporarily abandon the Holy Grail and summon a weapon to defend against the attacks. However, at that moment when Mizusawa let go, the Holy Grail fell into a soft, pale hand. Big Brother, Ilia has won. Chapter 360. The Six Red Suns Formation. Big Brother, Ilia has won. 3-year-old turned around and saw the Holy Grail already in the hands of the silver-haired little girl Ilia. I really didn't expect. At the final stage, the Einsburn family would intervene. Berserker, let's go. With the Holy Grail in hand, Ilia immediately chose to retreat with Berserker. Receiving the command from his master, Berserker swung his axe sword in a wide arc. Engaged in a struggle with Artoria and unable to match Berserker in strength, she chose to retreat to avoid the impending attack. Berserker used this move to create distance from Artoria. Then he jumped up and landed beside Ilia. The entire process fluid and graceful, truly worthy of a legendary great hero, Heracles. Even under the constraints of madness, he still retained immense power and speed. Mama flashed and revealed Berserker's true name. The servant summoned by Ilia was indeed Heracles, known as the demigod hero in mythology. What did you say? He is the legendary half-human, half-god hero? Upon hearing Berserker's true name, Artoria instantly lost her composure. How could even a mythological servant be summoned? This is getting more and more absurd. In the previous battle, Artoria had struck Heracles multiple times with her sword. As a result, she didn't even leave a wound, but her hand was trembling with numbness. Moreover, seeing Heracles clearly preparing to escape with his master and the Holy Grail made Artoria anxious. She didn't care about the mana supply issue and immediately raised her sword, the oath of victory. But the next moment, Artoria lowered her sword. At this distance, it was too late to activate her noble phantasm. Sanshui? Artoria looked back at the two behind her in confusion. Why weren't they making a move? One was in a daze while the other was watching the show. If they delayed any longer, the Holy Grail would be stolen. Mama flashed. Seeing Heracles preparing to escape with Ilia, had a thought. Several golden ripples burst from the illusion, and the lock of heaven immediately extended its head. But someone was faster than her. If you escape like this, well, I put my face. While Sanshui was speaking, a massive red barrier enveloped the entire mountain beneath them. The barrier was shrouded in red flames. One could feel the terrifying heat without even approaching. Any creature attempting to escape would be burned to ashes by the powerful barrier. 6 Red Suns Formation. Sanshui softly spoke the name of the barrier. 6 Red Suns Formation. In the ninja world, the strength of the 4 Red Suns Formation was enough to withstand the 10 Tails-tail beast balls. Not to mention the 6 Red Suns barrier that Sanshui was now activating. What? Ilia looked in shock at her servant, Heracles, trying to break through the barrier but being rebounded. Even Heracles bore different degrees of burns on his body. Ilia had no choice but to turn her head to face the approaching Artoria and Sanshui. If she didn't completely defeat these two, she couldn't take the Holy Grail at all. The barrier? When did you prepare this? Mama flashed, raised an eyebrow, and asked in confusion. From the moment they arrived at the Ludong Temple until now, she hadn't noticed when Sanshui had set up the barrier. Could have been prepared before they came? No, Mama flashed had been together with Sanshui and Rin Tosaka the whole time. He hadn't left to set up the barrier at all. Mama flashed, internally assessed the strength of the 6 Red Suns Formation. She found extremely outrageous. A barrier of this strength would likely require the use of the Sword of Rupture to break. When exactly did it happen? Sanshui, while stroking his chin, leisurely walked towards Ilia and the others. At the same time, a black void opened beside him. For someone with the ability to manipulate space like me, setting up a barrier is simply a piece of cake. And you all have become fish in a barrel. Space? I see. I forgot that you also possess the ability to manipulate space. Mama flashed, finally stood up. During the battle with Sanshui, the opponent had once used a large-scale teleportation ability. If used as a medium to set up the barrier, it would be incredibly easy. Don't think that you have one. My berserker is the strongest. Ilia shouted loudly. Since there was no way to escape, then she would have to kill these servants and then choose to take the Holy Grail. Heracles responded to his master's will and let out a thunderous roar. A powerful sense of oppression instantly swept over Artoria, who was in the front. No. You still haven't grasped the situation, little girl. Sanshui pointed his finger at Ilia and shook it. Then he ignored Heracles' pressure and reached into the black void beside him. Ilia was momentarily taken aback, only to feel her hand lighten. She looked down and found that a black void had also appeared beside her. The Holy Grail she had firmly held just moments ago vanished into the void along with the hand that reached out. Moments later, the void closed before her. How could this be? Ilia stared blankly at Sanshui, seeing the Holy Grail now in his hand. I forgot to tell you, the Holy Grail is quite a dangerous existence. As soon as Sanshui's words fell, a large amount of black mud poured out from the hole, suspended high in the sky. Chapter 361. Ache, it's your turn. Is it finally going to appear? Sanshui looked up, not even glancing at Ilia. A large amount of black mud eagerly surged out from a hole in the sky. In an instant, everything in the Ludong Temple was enveloped by the black mud. What is this? Ilia was taken to a safe place by Heracles. She turned back to look at the devastation behind her. The black mud was like a natural disaster. Wherever it went was a sea of fire. The wooden structures of the Ludong Temple turned to ashes under the destruction of the black mud. Seeing the endless emergence of black mud, which, after consuming the Ludong Temple, was still not satisfied and continued to expand outward. If the black mud brought by the Holy Grail was not dealt with quickly, the destruction of Fuyuki City was imminent. Why does the Holy Grail bring such devastation? Ilia looked blankly at everything caused by the black mud. Isn't the Holy Grail an omnipotent wishing machine? Why is this happening? Could it be that Grandpa Hade has been lying to me? For a moment, confusion filled Ilia's heart. Do you see? This is the reason to terminate this Holy Grail war. Sanshui sighed and explained. Since the main target has appeared, let's get to work. At Sanshui's signal, Artoria stepped forward. Avalon in Artoria's hand emitted a white light, restricting the black mud to a certain range, preventing it from moving forward. Hurry up and deal with this thing, I can't hold on for long. Artoria felt the black mud's encroachment on Avalon. The barrier could only hold off the evil of this world for a short while. That's enough. Sansui waved his hand, sending the soon-to-be infected Heracles and Ilya into the dimensional wall. Then he took out the Ache dial and aimed it at the evil of this world. After sensing that its expansion was being restricted, it attempted to infect Heracles, who was in the edge zone. This small detail was enough to prove that the main consciousness of the evil of this world had already arrived in the present world. That's enough. In the next moment, Sansui pressed the dial. Ache. After a brief pause, an evil far greater than the evil of this world surged from the Ache control dial. If the evil of this world could be likened to a small stream, then Ache, which devoured the malice of two worlds, was like an unfathomable ocean. And Ache's appearance made the evil of this world, which was preparing to break through the barrier, visibly stunned. Who is this? How can its malice be more terrifying than mine? So frightening. Feeling the terrifying pressure from Ache, Ilya trembled behind her berserker. Sansui, you? Artoria looked at Sansui, her eyes filled with confusion. Compared to the current Sansui, the evil of this world seemed like harmless soil. At this moment, Sansui was shrouded in countless malicious characters, making his figure unclear. Then, the artificial intelligence Ache, condensed into a phantom, appeared behind Sansui. It's time to eat Ache. Sansui's deep voice resonated among the crowd. The next moment, Ache's phantom emitted a terrifying red light. The floating malicious characters around increased in number, rushing into the black mud ahead. The evil of this world clearly sensed the danger and wanted to retreat into the hole. Would Ache let the evil of this world escape from his grasp? Obviously not. Ache's consciousness opened its mouth, feeling incredibly excited inside. Don't be fooled by the small malice of this world. It can't withstand its massive volume. As long as Ache absorbs the evil of this world, he can reach the next form. Thinking of this, Ache's mind moved. The evil of this world in the Ludong Temple was devoured by Ache like a whale swallowing its prey. In just a few seconds, it was completely consumed. But it wasn't over yet. The evil of this world connected to the hole created by the Holy Grail. Then, more of the evil of this world was pulled out from the hole and devoured by Ache. This scene was like Ache enjoying a buffet. The evil of this world had no means of resistance against Ache. After just half an hour, amidst the silent wails of the evil of this world, it was all completely consumed by Ache. Ache rarely felt stuffed, then returned to the dial to rest. Next, all that was left was to recover the Great Holy Grail. Sansui snapped his fingers. This action finally brought the dumbfounded crowd back to reality. The evil of this world, which once made the heroic spirits avoid it, was so easily sealed by Sansui. In the eyes of Artoria and the others, it seemed more like Ache had sealed the evil of this world rather than devoured it. Since you want to recover the Great Holy Grail, what about this small Holy Grail? Artoria stared at the small Holy Grail, her voice slightly trembling as she asked. Now that the issue of the evil of this world has been resolved, does this mean the small Holy Grail has returned to normal? Does she still have a chance to use the Holy Grail to return to the past and prevent herself from becoming a king? However, the next moment, Sansui poured cold water on Artoria. Give it up, King Arthur. Your desire to return to the past and stop yourself from becoming a king is unrealistic. Sansui thought of Tsukiyomi and Gates from the world of the king, shaking his head helplessly. Artoria becoming a king has already become an established fact. Trying to change the past through the Holy Grail is likely to result in the Holy Grail creating a new timeline using magical power. And this result would lead to the fact that even if the Artoria of another timeline does not become King Arthur, is still a product of a parallel world, which is just self-deception. Moreover, would the suppressive force Aleia allow Artoria to change the past? Therefore, changing the past, especially regarding King Arthur, is fundamentally an impossible task. Chapter 362. Sansui, I have a friend. Why? Aren't you also a king? Do you want to stop me too? Sansui's words immediately stirred up Artoria. She had experienced the Fourth Holy Grail War and now faced the Fifth. In front of several kings, her wish was undoubtedly denied by all of them. Artoria couldn't understand what she had done wrong. She just wanted to change the fate of her country's destruction. And Sansui, being a king himself, had the merit of unifying the entire world. The fact that even Sansui denied her was what truly broke Artoria. That's why I say you're still a naive little girl. But there is one thing you're right about. You're more suited to be a knight than a king. Seeing this, Dai Shanshan felt the scene wasn't chaotic enough and added fuel to the fire for Artoria. Sansui supported his forehead with one hand, looking pained. None of you are easy to deal with. Regarding your question, I have a friend who is very familiar with it. He's also a king and has some experience in this area. The friend Sanshui mentioned is naturally Tokawa Esko, who has always been known for his benevolence and kindness. The personality charm of the Little Demon King is unquestionable, making him very suitable to enlighten Artoria. However, the Little Demon King was not Sanshui's first choice. The Old Demon King was. In the original work, the Old Demon King had been deliberately guiding and directing the Little Demon King's growth. Even the Little Demon King's king of the encountering demon form could not be separated from the Old Demon King's guidance. Is your friend like me? Artoria asked, looking confused. She thought that someone might also want to change the past like herself. I'm not lying. He is indeed a benevolent demon king. Once I've dealt with the greater Holy Grail, I'll take you to meet him. After Sanshui finished speaking, his gaze fell on the Little Holy Grail. The more pressing issue now was whether to recover the Little Holy Grail or these heroic spirits. Are you sure that benevolent king isn't talking about you? Dai Shanshan looked at Sanshui with amusement. You should know that when Sanshui transformed into the king of the encountering demon, the congratulatory words shouted included benevolence and kindness. Sanshui looked at Dai Shanshan with a black line on his forehead. Did he really need to deceive a naive king in this regard? He then projected a three-dimensional image of Tokawa Esko. At the same time, he said to Artoria, "This is my friend, named Tokawa Esko. He was forced to become a demon king and was labeled as a world-destroying villain. As a result, he later stood on the opposite side of the people, but in reality, he was protecting the entire world. Later, two people specifically crossed over to stop him from becoming a demon king. As for the rest, I want to elaborate further." Well, okay. Artoria lowered her head, looking forward to meeting the king Sanshui spoke of. The other party's experience was indeed somewhat similar to hers. Unintentionally, Sanshui looked at Dai Shanshan. Don't look at me, I have no interest in Holy Grail. Seeing Sanshui look at her, Dai Shanshan merely raised an eyebrow. The Holy Grail that everyone wanted was just an inconspicuous collection item in the king's treasury for Dai Shanshan. What she was most interested in was Sanshui himself. Since the big brothers and sisters don't want the Holy Grail, just give it to me. I want the Holy Grail too. On the side, Ilya looked eagerly at Sanshui and the others as they pushed the Holy Grail back and forth, anxiously saying, since these people didn't want the Holy Grail, she really wanted it. All right, don't make things worse. Sanshui turned around and tapped Ilya on the head. The latter couldn't help but let out a cry, covering her head and whining as she ran to the side. Damn, Big Brother is also a bad person. If you ask why Heracles isn't stopping this, Dai Shanshan indicated that she had already tied our great demigod into a dumpling with a heavenly lock. Under the characteristics of the heavenly lock against gods, he couldn't move at all. Heracles could only be literally powerless and furious. Sanshui looked down at the pitiful Ilya. When Ilya saw Sanshui's gaze turn to her, she quickly put on a flattering expression and stared at him. Giving the Holy Grail to Ilya wouldn't be impossible. Speaking of which, the Einsburn family's wish is actually very simple. They mainly want to resurrect the Winter Holy Maiden and retrieve the long-lost third magic of the Einsburn family. What is the third magic? In simple terms, it is the pursuit of achieving immortality through a human body and materializing the soul. The third magic materializes the soul, bestowing it upon a physical body and fixing it. This is not a problem for Sanshui at all. He has various methods to resurrect people. Moreover, the artificial human technology of the Einsburn family is also what Sanshui wants to obtain. Currently, the intelligent human technology he has is mainly focused on the technological side. The creations like Ilya represent the magical side and can further optimize Sanshui's intelligent human technology. As for Tosaka, let's not even talk about how reliable the method of reaching the root with the Holy Grail is. The root is the ultimate goal that all magicians dream of, and it is a fantasy land that humanity can never reach in a lifetime. Humans who go to the vortex of the root will thus grasp the fundamental causes and laws of all things in the world. They can change the structure and order of the world at will, as well as create a new world and destroy the old one. So even if there are magicians who obtain the Holy Grail and attempt to reach the root, they would probably be killed by the two major counterforces just as they are about to arrive. Aleya and Gaia will not allow anyone to touch the root. Making a move on the root is an act that the two major counterforces cannot tolerate. Synopsis. Driving the dial Toby. I want to create a world only for Rin. Sanshui. Toby, your divine power is pretty good. Let us have it. Toby, damn you guy. Pain, I am a god of what? How do you also have the Rinnegan? Sanshui. I technique driving, wheel Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara. Are you going to dance too?